terrifying upset in that lower bracket. Because like I said, like a month has passed, we had a good idea in terms of group stages, how power rankings would be within Group A, Group B, but now we're mixing the groups as well, so we'll get a really good read on where Heretics will be positioned, because they were pretty much alone in Group B as opposed to Group A, which had so much blood in the water to determine who would be able to walk away with those second and third seed positions.
But speaking of walking away with things, you can all be walking away just by watching these games for 30 minutes with 100 chrono tokens, a bit towards completing your battle pass and getting those extra units, as well as a spray for 1 hour and the #1 fan emoji for 2 hours. That is from today all the way until the end of July. But starting on the 5th of July, so all the way up to the beginning of August, you can get even more chrono tokens, a Wolverine victory roar, and of course our usual Will of Galacta costume, this time for Wolverine Riot. But also, if you are excited and you've been enjoying these teams, especially some of the teams that we have here in EMEA, you can support them by getting
Yo, what is up, everyone? Okay, I have to close my door real quick.
World Champions Na'Vi, World Champions Virtus Pro, Heretics, and some other teams from the regions that I'm sure you guys care about less, because you're here watching the best region in the world. But those are all available in-game up until July 5th.
Protect your bald king!
You can.
Hi, Jay3
I love how, like, every
chat.
EMEA team is just world champion. I know.
Okay, give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, they won their regions, they qualified, but no, I think 2026, it could be the year of any region being able to take the crown. I still think for me that Na'Vi are looking the firm favorites. As we have a look and see exactly the fact that they've been able to digest very quickly these new metas the best, but we have some real contenders starting to rise up in the ranks, and I cannot wait to see which teams from EMEA we send forward, which teams from America make it too, because that region's really hard to call as well.
Well, let's not keep them waiting, Moxie. Let's actually have a look at the teams here. Let's start off with Na'Vi so that we can have a look at former world champions, the first ever Marvel Rivals Ignite champions as of mid-season finals last year, and this roster's so stacked.
Yeah, so stacked and so flexible as well. It's really hard to target Na'Vi in terms of the ban draft, but I really want to see how they evolve, since they were sort of really relying on this low-key Mantis. A lot of the time in the previous metas, if we do see Mantis being the instant ban, obviously they're going to have to run a different strategy instead of just really aggressively setting up for things like those Loki lamps. But again, it's the Vanguard Deadpool. Like, the fact that so much has to be looked at in the ban draft, trust me, getting that Vanguard Deadpool, which Na'Vi will for sure be using multiple times, is very much problematic for a lot of these other teams to have to deal with just in the way that he pilots the hero.
In mid-season finals, we had statistics about who was doing the most damage, and of the top 3, 2 of them are on this Na'Vi roster in the form of Jerky and Terra. Terra, a massive get.
Okay, guys, good morning, good morning. Sorry, I had to turn on my light and close the door, and I also had to get water.
In the world, this is a terrifying team, but Ryan,
how is everyone doing today?
Players in EMEA here, all the way from season 0, and some surprises.
Also, yesterday I was supposed to stream. Oh, here, let me go full cam. Yesterday I was supposed to stream, but I went to Apple because my screen wouldn't turn on. I could feel my phone vibrate, but my screen wouldn't turn on, and then my appointment was at 3:45. I didn't get home till 6, and I was just like, whatever, bro. I'm just gonna go to sleep early because today we have an early stream. It's gonna be a very long stream as well. Predictions are gonna be going, so chat, good luck, have fun.
The good thing about preseason is they eventually worked out what the meta was and built up over time. But this month-long,
did they fix it? My phone is ready today at 10 a.m. Emily's gonna go get it.
To a harder opponent than Na'Vi, I don't think. If you're looking
Okay,
at
chat.
players to be the difference maker, Sestride actually coming in place of
Na'Vi.
Protect your bald
king. Be a lot more, like, hit scan options potentially, and I would have assumed that Demon would be good in this meta, looking at the likes of like Wolverine being a lot more potent. Okay,
chat, have fun. It's going to be Na'Vi. It's going to be Na'Vi against Fire
A lot of
Strays, chat.
flexibility in these teams, and of course a lot of flexibility in the picks and bans. We've been seeing teams like Ryan said with the triple strategies.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Vanguard composition.
Who did I
from
pick?
some of the teams in the
Oh,
other
you guys
regions,
want the
but
cheat
a
sheet
lot
this
of
early.
teams are going to be looking towards EMEA with our former world champions from
I think
2
I blew
times
up. Nice.
to be the trend setters when it comes to that. The Fire Strays, they had a little bit of a rougher group stage
Navi
coming
against
in here.
Fire
Obviously,
Strays.
they
Is
did
this even
hit the
in-
post at the end, and they've been able to get back in. But do you think
you guys
that
even see
time has
this?
been enough?
I mean, like I said, we'll
Navi
see.
against Fire
Teams
Strays,
from
I think
EMEA
Navi's gonna
improve
win.
very,
Rad
very
against
quickly off of
Shikigami.
how challenging the region is as a whole. A lot of scrims allow
Rad
you to
against Shikigami.
improve very, very quickly. But we
I
can
think
have a look
Rad's
and
gonna
see
win.
the exact
Virtus
last
Pro
time
against Reason.
that
Virtus
these
Pro's
two
gonna win,
matched
and
up,
then
which was
Pulsar
our
against Team
preseason
Heretics.
playoffs.
Team Heretics
now,
is gonna
it
win.
was not a
There
clean
you go.
sweep. Navi did find the win, but it was 3-1
Yeah.
as Strays were able to walk away with one of our Museum of Contemplations. I say one of the many Museum of Contemplations that I'm sure we will continue getting to see.
So you're going to be going to bed at 5 p.m., aren't you? 5 p.m.? No, I think 5 p.m. is when the NA
Will be
starts.
starting over Demon, I think avoids a little bit of hero overlap with Sloppo, since both of them are very adept at playing the Wolverine.
Oh, also,
and if you want
new
to be
drops,
able to
chat.
engineer
New
that
drops, new
Cyclops
drops. Let me
with
finish
the
let me
Wolverine
fix
in
the drops
tow,
command for you
having
guys.
2 of those heroes in could be very, very good for Strays to be able to throw some curveballs, potentially fastballs Navi's way as well.
It's also worth pointing out that while they did take Museum of Contemplation, they also got quite close on Midtown, a 4-3 score
that?
there. This is what you see from Fire Strays, while their actual record to make it into the playoffs was a little bit rougher. When it comes down to it, when it comes down to their important matches, they have shown that they can bring it. But against Navi, this is about as high pressure, as high tension, and high difficulty as you can possibly get. As Moxie said earlier, Ryan, Navi are being looked at as potentially the team to beat at mid-season finals, and they've not even qualified yet.
I mean, I think they are the team to beat. I think it's just the form that they have been in recently. Like, even preseason, they went on to have a really good run. But as we saw from the Fire Strays game, they dropped the map. I remember Terra being very vocal about how rough it was for them, like how it was really beneath them to be performing that badly. They had a bad group stage. This time, it was almost dominant. The only map that they lost was against Virtus Pro in Central Park, which was honestly probably them taking their foot off of the pedal a little bit and probably should have been a 2-0. But in any case, like, they're very well prepared. They've integrated Terra into this roster perfectly, and this is a team that had a 20% scrim win rate going into grand finals and then finished second. So the fact that things are going this well for them only bodes well for them. They're really firing on all cylinders. Everybody's grouped up together as well, like on boot camp in the Navi headquarters. And so Fire Strays really have their work out for them, because everybody's going to be watching to see what Navi do in this meta.
Oh, let me
Is
fix
that
the
a
drops.
show wheel?
I think it might
I
be.
was just trying to work out what exactly was written on that spin to wheel. I guess if we do end up interviewing Navi at the end, we can ask them, because they'll be very happy. Like,
Oh, that is
spirits
a
will be very high
close-up,
in
bro.
the Navi camp.
He
That's
doesn't even-
just
he doesn't
coming
even-
off of a boot camp where
Oh,
they
never mind.
basically tweeted out on socials that they were only going to focus on getting ready for playoffs. So they've been busy working, and I think, like, that's the thing for me, right? Because it's day 1 of playoffs, the way that Navi have talked about these matches in the past would be that they were fine with dropping maps. They were fine
is
with
it, chat?
dropping
What
matches
is it?
as long as they
Navi
didn't fully
versus
reveal their
Fire
hand in terms of
Strays?
strategies too
There
early
you
so that their opponents could read out how to beat them. So for me, for Strays, you're not going up against a Navi who will
And
be at full
then,
power because it's
there's
so
one
early
more
on in the
drops.
playoffs, and they
There's
know
one
that they
more
still have to
drops
match
that I
up
have to
against
get.
Lex of Virtus Pro and Heretics. So
these
can you
drops.
push them into
And then
actually
type
showing something earlier
and
than they would want to?
MRI
Our draft
drops.
has started.
Bang.
Our first match, predetermined domination.
Okay,
is
chat, I fixed the drops
Krakoa.
commands for you
So I'm
guys,
going to leave
so
you
have
with
fun.
Ryan Central and Got Moxie as we head into game number 1 of the EMEA playoffs.
Thanks, Tetcher. Getting to see the players as well on player cam is nice as we go into the draft. So, like, domination is going to provide a lot more options. The general things that we're expecting, Moxie, just off the face of it, is less Black Cat in protection.
Is
certainly
Emily
less
here?
Dino
Emily
in
is
protection,
sleeping
and maybe
right
that
now,
switch
chat.
around of taking out the Gambit, not first, but instead the man.
Okay, let's see what the
Ooh, it is
let's see what the bands look like.
Okay, so we've already started. We've got Rogue being removed second from Navi, since Gambit
Wait,
does
wait,
make
wait,
it
wait,
through
wait,
and
chat.
Chancel's one is very problematic.
Look at these bands.
Instead of going for the
You
Star-Lord,
finally
teams are
have
actually removing the
Gambit
rocket, so you
being
lose
saved.
the BRB, you lose the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, you lose the team up with the Star-Lord as we get a Cyclops ban from Strays into a save on one-sided Luna at the moment. Na'Vi do still have that strategist open and available to them as they've been able to retain the Captain America being removed from the Venom so that you lose out on that symbiotic shenanigans, and also if you're going to be playing that Vanguard Deadpool, weakening some of the power of the Jeff the Landshark as Na'Vi will not allow Strays one-sided Cyclops. So Ryan, we do
morning,
get
good
an
morning,
answer.
good morning.
Pack has been right on the money.
Look
It
at these
is the
bans, bro.
Mantis
Look at these
going
bans.
away first, and I think a lot of these teams think that Gambit is actually easier to deal with now that he's been.
Remember, chat, this is a completely different game from since the last bracket. We have a lot of different changes. We have Cyclops now. There's a lot of different changes coming on here. So I think it's not the best dive team who's going to win, but I think it's going to be the best poke team, I think.
Well, for a potential double cycle of it, but it looks like Na'Vi are prioritizing having that White Fox to be able to play into the counter dive.
Yeah, this is going to be
Strays decide to run binary on something like the Hulk.
I thought it'd be the other way around, potentially, of having Jerky on it and then Terra on.
By the way,
some more
Ninja
hits.
Cowboy
Triple
for 5
strategist
months,
Daredevil seems to be
Lakers
the way
for
to go
12
Na'Vi.
months,
If all things
Senjus
go
with the
their
massive
way, they might
105
not even
bits,
need to play
Chef
Virtus
with
Pro
the
or
massive
Team
2
Heretics to
months,
qualify for the mid-season
Psycho with the
finals.
massive
For
6
Fire
months,
Strays, it's just hoping
Yex
that they
with the
have
massive
a
new tier
hotter
1
start
sub.
than they
Welcome,
have
my
done
friend.
after these
Nova with the
longer
Nova
breaks,
Lexi
but
with
it's a
2
tough
months.
opponent to go
Big
in
Ox for
against.
27 months.
Composition's
Shadow
looking
Flame for
very
10
spicy in
months.
the end.
Mango for
Terra,
2
we'll see
months.
exactly what he's going to be on. This is
Milk
going to be that 2-2-2 setup for
for
Na'Vi
3
in the
months.
end.
Appreciate it,
They
guys.
switch to
Oh, and already there is a pause.
Well, this allows us to actually look closer at these compositions as doors have opened. These are what the teams will be playing with. Strays going to go for that Venom since they were able to secure both the Venom and Jeff the Landshark, so they do have symbiotic shenanigans. They also do
Nice.
have that Star-Lord in
Literally
play for
the
the combination
first
of the
fucking
Raging Royal
second
Flush
of the
plus
tournament we go no
Galactic
pause.
Legend, which means that it's going to be down to Na'Vi trying to shut down how to play into this. If you have 2 teams both with Gambit ult, but 1 team has Gambit Star-Lord, that does weight the odds of winning the ult trade in there. So we will have to see how Na'Vi are able to deal with it, if they're able to kite it, if they're able to
They're
use
not
an ult
nervous,
to
chat.
survive it, as we do have that
They're not nervous,
Captain
bro.
America with Freedom Charge, so that they have an extra
Also, it really is
survivability
unfortunate that
sustain
one team
ultimate to
is
their side.
doing a LAN and one team
So
is all
whilst we
at
have, like, a
home.
moment, I
It's
think
that
it is
LAN
on
buff,
the
chat.
Na'Vi side, as I saw,
What's up with
Trustby
your voice?
adding
I
into
have to stay
Discord and
quiet.
typing
It is
furiously,
7
so we'll
a.m.
see
and
exactly
Emily
what
is
that's
still
gonna be, but
sleeping, chat?
better to have the tech pause
called
now
being
in the
mindful.
middle of the
Yeah.
action than any
We're just
I'm not gonna
building
start screaming.
anticipation and making sure that all of our viewers tuning in get their drops.
I wanted to look a little bit at some of the stats from Pacific and China that finished out their playoffs. We have the qualified teams from that region, and from what I know, the word is on the street is there's been a lot more scrims with EMEA teams from the APAC region, even on crazy amount of ping.
Yeah.
Anything to avoid scrimming teams within
Teams
their
that you
region.
could potentially face. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a crazy one. But one thing I did want to highlight is for these cases, both teams banned out Cyclops, right?
Yeah.
In those
Why does
instances
the
where a
setup
team
look
gets
crazy
Cyclops and
good,
says,
but they live in a
"Protect
crack
him," or
house?
ban it, when you get it non-mirrored, his win rate is rough. It's 38%. It was almost 40 times that a team's got one-sided Cyclops.
To be honest with you,
and
I
they've
kind of
won
like the
15 of
computers up
those
there,
times.
though.
So
The
it really
computer
goes
up
to show
there
that
is
he's not,
actually
the difference
really,
maker, but it
really
does feel
sick.
a little bit you have to bear in mind that Wolverine is there.
I was about to say he could be, because I feel
Also,
like
it looks like
EMEA
Fate just
and
woke
NA
up.
teams, we do have really good Wolf players. So I think taking out the Cyclops is also trying to weaken the potential of the Wolverine, since the Wolf did not get buffed outside of removing that new team up. He did inadvertently get buffed by the nerf onto
Would you play it?
Dino.
Would you ever play it in
he
something
was
like this, Jay?
really
I
rough
did.
having
I
to
played in the
play
World Cup,
into
man.
Devil Dinosaur, since he wasn't able to displace that Vanguard, and he could just get totally shredded, displaced himself. So taking out that Devil Dino from a lot of these compositions, Devil Dino was a 100% pick rate in EMEA. If he was not banned out, most of our teams actually even used their first save slot to be able to secure the mirrored dinosaur. So
that would
I
actually be
think
sick
while
if they
Cyclops
changed their
was
computer
not
colors
as
to the
strong
actual
for some
team
of the
colors.
other regions, taking him out
Oh
does
my-
mean that you don't then have to burn an additional ban on something like
chat,
the
we're in.
Wolverine.
first game
Back
of
into
the
action now,
playoffs,
as
and
things
it's
are starting to
7:08
eventually
a.m.
get going. It's that
Let's see it.
for Fire Strays, so Slopper has a lot of work to do. Sestroid being on almost
Realistically
like a duelist with
speaking,
the Ludo,
I don't
looking
think
for this fight
Na'Vi should
for
lose
now,
this,
as Na'Vi are just trying to
but-
acclimatize to the environment, work out where Sloppo is going to be trying to play from, and Binary going very low immediately becomes the focus of Trust Me before he's able to sort of swing out.
Yeah, Trust Me, known for playing that Vanguard Deadpool. Na'Vi at the moment trying to build up these ultimates as quickly as possible, and they are running a double strat backline, so Crook should be
it
faster
still looks
to
like we're
hitting
gonna
that
see
Raging
Star-Lord,
Roll Flush,
though.
especially
Okay.
since you've been able to dispatch Nost. So Gambit ult charge slowed to a total halt on the side of Strays. Cap picked up as well for Na'Vi. Strays at the moment is
Yeah,
just trying to disengage without losing more of these players, but Cherokee on that Daredevil, while yes, the passive has been nerfed, you still have a lot of information for where Strays will be setting up to make it very problematic for this dive to be able to successfully find these hits.
Chat, it's
Seems
it's
that the fight
MRI
never
watch party day, bro.
realistically
We're gonna be
ended.
waking
Fire
up
Strays have been fighting and trying to build
early.
up these ultimates, but none faster than the Banhammer for Trust
We
Me.
are
They
gonna
didn't
be
have to
on
use it in that first
early.
fight. Typically, you always see it in that case, but now they
And for a
managed
very
to clean
long
up
time.
pretty well, and the stagger onto Fire Strays means that this fight's a little bit more uncomfortable. Terra's the only one to go low. In fact, actually, Slotbo does find a pick on.
Oh, this is actually pretty interesting. I guess I can put my camera over here. Because look, they have like they have stats on the webcams.
And whilst there is eliminations coming in,
That's
on the
pretty
side of, like,
interesting.
Fire
He has
Strays,
4
it seems to
elims,
be
0
even out, and time is just ticking up before the
assists.
Banhammer
Oh,
eventually
2
gets used from
deaths?
Trust
No,
Me,
0
and his fight is
deaths.
actually done.
Yeah, and it comes out onto Sloppo as well. So Starlord not really able to build up that Galactic Legend that we will have in
Oh,
this
and the
next
ult
fight
charge. Yeah,
available
that's
for
crazy.
Na'Vi. Terra likely going to hold it though until level 1 Crook builds up his ult. So it will be the Raging Roll Flush from both of these teams. Blackside dying in that fight is unfortunate for Strays because it totally resets the Banhammer charge.
That's
which
actually
could have
pretty
potentially
interesting.
gone
Also, it's really
towards
cool
trying
to see
take
that
the chip damage
Daredevil's
onto
still being
Starlord.
played,
Crook
even though
using the
everyone's
ultimate,
crying
Terra
that
getting
Melee's
ready
dead.
for the Galactic Legend. Strays doing the exact same thing, but Terra got the advantage of playing behind cover. That being said, goes down to damage from Sestroid, brought back by BRB, but Strays still in the driver's seat to potentially be able to take this fight through. Rajara,
Jet,
with that freedom
Jay, I
charge
bet
and
my
extra
house
layer
on
of
fire. Am I cooked? Oh yeah,
sustainability.
you
Closeout
could
gets
start
a good
packing your
heat,
clothes
but
and
is
start
not
moving
able
out.
to survive the
Why
follow-up
would you bet
damage
against
when
Na'Vi?
Navi's attention turns his way, and it looks, Ryan, like this could be a 100-0 dominant performance from Na'Vi right off the rip.
It's not really been that sharp for Fire Strays in any
Chat.
sense, really. Like, they managed to get some of the picks. They even found that first blood
Chat.
over with the Royal
Why
Flush
would you bet
fight,
against
but nothing really
Na'Vi?
actually came off of it in the end. Na'Vi,
Do you-
very good at just keeping a toe on
Do
the
you
point. And I
guys
really
just
like how
don't
Fire
like
Strays went
money?
for that engagement as well. Like, they put a foot on the point to try to progress it. They see that Na'Vi's trying to sort of play undercover, knowing what's about to come with the Royal Flush Galactic Legend combo. So you do force Na'Vi out into that fight,
Oof.
but just there, it just seemed a little bit like they couldn't find these like coordinated efforts.
Money
Not a case
is
where there's, like, 0
overrated.
eliminations
Can
on
I
the board,
get
but
5
just 3
gifted?
total on the side of Fire Strays.
Yeah, I mean, it was also just Rajara with freedom charge advantage, right? Na'Vi went out of their way to go for
Wait,
the
what
Captain
is the
America
prediction?
save if you don't
What
have
is
the
the
cap
prediction
out
right
there
now?
to sustain after you lose the Gambit of the gambled Star-Lord into Gambit mirror match. Then you're probably losing players, or if not losing players, having to give up the point itself. So
$6
Strays
million
were able
to
take advantage of the
$100,000.
opening as Binary now looks like he's going to be swapping off of that Venom, which means that we get a move away from the Jeff. Closer will be going for the White Fox, since Na'Vi have been much more aggressive trying to hit Strays' backline, and the Jeff was not really able to get them out of those situations. Now you're going to be relying on
Both
the
teams
CC.
can't play Rogue
Three
because
sets
Rogue
of
is
it
banned
with
right
the
now.
team up,
Also,
and
chat, keep in
Binary on
mind
the
it's not a
Amps
best
could
of
be much
3
more
anymore. It's a
proactive
best
in
of
trying to
5.
pin down Terra's
So it's the
position,
first
body
2-3.
blocking the Star-Lord, and being very problematic for him to have to deal with in the app.
Derek
Binary, one of those
with the
standout Angelo
5
players, gonna be enjoying the buffs
gifted.
that she
Absolutely
received. So
insane,
with a
Derek.
bit more
Appreciate it.
aerial
Sorry,
threat,
Chan, I
it's
can't
gonna
be
be
loud.
harder for Terra to
Emily's
get work,
sleeping.
and
Absolutely
Charms
insane,
are gonna
Derek.
be
You're too
very much
kind,
looking
dude.
to go into Cherokee that seems to be harassing
Let me
the
guess,
backline.
you voted
Right
Fire
in the front
Strays?
line when Rajara's diving in, Yarn Amplify is going to be used to try to go and put this fight to bed, but Fate of Both Worlds is used as the response for Fire Strays. Quite close to building up some of these ultimates for the Vanguards, but it's going to be Trust Me that gets there first with the Banhammer. Not sure what the target is on, but Closer's going to go down as the dive comes in, and immediately immediately all the fire
Yeah,
strikes
dude,
start to fall
Navi-
apart. The strategists
Navi is
first
just
one at a
too
time
good, dude.
Before the rest of the team goes back to spawn, and Navi make this 2 first fight wins in a row.
Yeah, Navi doing a very good job of just putting enough pressure to force the Luna
This
ultimate.
this meta
and then
seems very
backing away
annoying,
so that
chat.
Strays don't
You
really
have
get to take
Captain
advantage
America.
of the counter die properties.
You have
of the heroes
Gambit
that they
being
picked.
played.
Instead, they make the fights messy. They take multiple
on top of
targets,
all that,
multiple
you
angles,
have-
and Strays lose a lot of the steam. They've got really good resources to
Oh,
deal with the
Boba's
dive at the
crying, I
start of the
think.
fight, but the longer
Sorry,
it goes,
Boba,
the
I
more control
can't.
Navi appear to have, especially in this next
And then
one.
you
Level
have
one
what do you
Crook
call
has
it?
that
Sorry,
Gambit
you have
ultimate ready to go.
Gambit,
Terra
you
ready
have
with the Galactic
Captain
Legend.
America, and you
Terra
also
alongside
have
it as well as, trust me, intercept the rotation, slow Strays down, and
Angela.
allows Crook to set up a position to get Terra in.
There comes the Royal Flush Galactic Legend combination. Easy to piece and put together. And Navi have just made it look easy. Binary tries to close the distance, block it off with the shield in the sky. But it's too little too late. Fire Strays at least have built up these ultimates. But Navi keeping control and having ultimates in the back
Okay,
pocket to
yeah,
cycle
this
out
is
for
a
the next
little
engagement.
weird, chat, because
that
Terra
was just the loss
stats
of the
did
Luna ult,
appear
right? The
wrong.
Strays feel
Also, I don't.
having it force the
I
first
feel like
fight,
it's a
you
little
don't
too
have it
much
there to be
screen
able to
clutter
live
when
the
you add
Gambit
their
ult.
stats, and then on
When
top of
Navi
all their
decide to get
stats, you add
aggressive,
their like
fast
ult
within
charge.
The next one, Jerky's just going to keep the pressure coming as well. Out comes Let the Devil out, and Strays losing their Star-Lord means that Snoss, even though he gets the Gambit ult up in this fight, does not get the opportunity to use it.
The bludgeoning comes through for Jerky, who has made
Also,
the new form
if
of,
you're
like,
looking at the
Daredevil,
thing,
not
the
new
ult
form,
charge is right
Strike
here, but if
Cat's
you look
basically taken out
like
of the
2
rosters.
centimeters down, the ult charge is right there. I don't know if that was much needed, but I do like where they're. Oh my god, look at this hiding spot.
Plenty of ultimates, but they haven't really got out of their own spawns just yet. The dive is going to come through with Terra lurking.
Oh yeah,
behind,
the
fighting
ult charge is on the
immediately
screen
onto
3
Snob,
times
which
because
means
the
that
ult
this
charge
is
is up
delayed
here as
again.
well.
Yeah.
It's at 90%. It has to be a portal play for Fire Strays.
I mean, Navi are holding too close. Strays won't cleanly be able to get the portal through. They're having to guard, like, the shield.
Oh my
just
god!
to
Oh
make
my
sure
god!
that
Oh my
Black's
god!
able
Wait,
to try
what,
and
dude?
live.
This is a
The
lot of
portal got
screen clutter.
totally shut down, and Navi complete a record-breaking speed. It feels like take off Krakoa, because like those last 2 fights, the fact
I kinda
that
li- I kinda like seeing the players at the end of the round, though.
Available for Strays, Navi just don't give them the breathing space to be able to cleanly set up the Gambit cards to go the way of the Star-Lord. They instantly decimate the Gambit the first time, and then afterwards,
Ooh.
they catch him early in the fight again.
We'll see
Oh,
exactly
keep in
where
mind,
this is gonna go for
chat.
Fire
Keep in mind.
Strays as
Remember
they
your
have choice
predictions.
coming
Your
up
predictions
after
are going to
this.
be Your predictions are going to be a best of 5, not a best of 3. So the predictions are going to last a little longer this time. Yeah, I do like the player cams. It's just that, like someone said, you don't need the ult charge there because you have the ult charge here, you have the ult charge here, and then you have the ult charge up here. Like, we don't need to see the ult charge 3 times. I do like the stats on the screen, though. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. Do they have to win 3? Yes. It is the first 2, 3. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. Sorry. I have to stay kind of quiet as well, chat. Emily is still sleeping. Yeah. Also, we are watching EMEA and NA. So yeah, it's gonna be a very long stream today, chat. I hope you guys are ready. 6. What time is it in NA? It's 7:17 a.m. Holy shit. Also, if we're... Dude, this is going to be a very long day. Not only do we have a lot of matches, but they're taking like 7-minute breaks between each round.
Protect your bald king.
Oh, Kiri Toby, sorry, as well, with the 5 gifted subs. Absolutely insane. Sorry, yeah, the game was going on. Chat, I cannot hear anything. The volume is too loud. Absolutely insane. And VKai with the massive 5 months as well. Also, I hope you guys are ready You know, today's going to be a 16-hour stream, then you guys are going to be able to go to bed for 4 hours, and then guess what? We're going again tomorrow at the same time, I think. MRI, let me see something. Wait, second, 11. Yep, tomorrow is at 7 a.m. again, chat. So I'll see you guys all tomorrow at 7 a.m. Jay, if Fire wins, I'll clip my toenails and make a sandwich and eat it.
Daddy, I do Magneto voice impression. Would it be possible to play together? I am an official Marvel Rivals partner and a GM player.
Henpai with the massive 300 bits. Appreciate it. We possibly can maybe play. I usually don't spam ranked, and we're usually C1 like eternity. I don't think we're within reach. But it is possible. It is possible. And VKai for 5 months. Appreciate it. How you doing, Vodable? How you doing? Could probably do some type of custom game or some collab. Yeah, we'll think of it. My brain is not working right now. Oh shit. Oh, they're starting soon. Oh, can anyone describe in detail what bits do? I'm confused about those. Bits are basically donations to a streamer, but instead of like just donating. Oh, sorry, what happened? Oh, instead of donating with like, you know, PayPal or anything, it's through the website at Twitch. So if you want to donate $10 to a streamer, you would buy like 1,000 bits. But it's going to cost you probably like $15 to do it because you have to buy it through Twitch. And Twitch needs to get their cut. A Mad Killer with the massive gifted sub. Appreciate it. No, so everything all the bits you give to a streamer, the streamer gets, is you're already paying for Twitch's cut when you buy the bits, chat. Yeah.
Protect your bald king.
Yeah. Lieutenant Ad, appreciate the massive 3 months. How you doing, my friend? Yeah, the ad breaks are very, very long. Wait, his shield is a duck? I need that skin.
The beach is open. The tides will rise and fall, but the unwavering force that refuses to wash away can be yours to command. Coast undefeated as Captain America's Seaside Sentinel,
dude.
Loki with their incredible Seaside Siren, and White Fox with the Coastal Kumiho costumes. They are all available from today. And perfect timing as Hellfire Bay is open. While we don't get
what's
to
up,
visit the Red
Andre
Keep,
Cruz,
Blackstone,
how you doing?
White Palace, we do get
tips
the
on
lovely
growing my
white
hair,
shores
please.
of Krakoa that has gone in favor of Na'vi, Ryan.
Seems that they're still on holiday a little bit with how that went. I mean, one of the things to mention for Fire Strays
Chat,
is
it's
they've
too
been
early for
1
this
and
shit,
4 in
bro.
domination throughout their like group stages, and now it's just
too
gone
early
up to
for
1
this.
and 5. Now they haven't really sort of dropped. Maybe they haven't even dropped a map of domination so far. Like since preseason, I think they've dropped maybe 1 or 2, but they haven't really dropped any maps full stop when it comes to stage 1 and how this team has been looking. And it just seems to be part of the course. Really, Fire Strays didn't seem to have a chance.
And Moxie.
Dude, what's
That's
up with my
right,
YouTube,
didn't
bro?
really seem to have a chance. We saw
J3, go wash your face. I took a shower before I started streaming today. Morning J3, trip to Turkey win.
It was all Na'Vi's game, and we've given the MVP over to Jerk.
Yeah, Jerky playing that Daredevil, really giving a lot of information for Na'Vi to go for those very fast early hits. So even though they knew that Strays were coming in with like,
No
the
gym
Gambit
today.
ult, the Star-Lord ult, they
Chat,
had
I
those
woke up at
advantages.
6:30 to
They
stream
made sure that the best
at
defense
7
was
o'clock.
a strong offense.
Where
just taking
do
those
you want me
options
to go
out
to
before
this?
Strays got the opportunity to play them.
I can't.
And that is something you can
There's not
expect
enough
from a lot
time
of
in the
these
day.
teams, especially if you're relying on set combos. They will do everything in their power to make sure that they take one of those combos down, so you lose the reason to committing those resources within that fight. As we
Wake
can
up
have
at
a look
5
at the
a.m. to work
overall
out.
post-game statistics, these
Who
will be
wakes up
very
at 5 a.m.
one-sided
to work
because
out?
it was just Na'Vi in the
Only
driver's seat
crackheads
for
do
most
that.
of these fights. There were like a few opportunities the Trays had, but letting the one-sided rocket slide to Na'Vi's side in Bandraft meant that those opportunities totally erased by things like the BRB and also Rajara's Freedom Charge. We talked about it on the cast. Yes, they lose the Gambit. Yes, they lose the Star-Lord mirror match for
he
the ult
crying?
trade, but Rajara has the Freedom Charge to allow Na'Vi to survive and retain point control. So Strays don't even get
Boba was
1%
crying to get
in
into
both
my
rounds.
room. Wait.
The total casualties on the entire side of Na'Vi, 2 on Terra, 2 on Trust Me, is less than any single player on the side of Fire Strays. If that tells you just how strong Na'Vi were here. 0 times getting taken down on Rajaro, Jerky on the dive character, Fate, and Crook. This was just an incredible performance, Ryan.
It was everything that you would expect considering their form, and I think the fact that it's 7 eliminations against all 3 of the strategists at the end shows that it wasn't just one player from Fire Strays that was just getting pounded. It was the coordinated effort of a dive. Like, it was just Terra being able to just drop in pretty much into those fights alongside Jerky, and trust me, means that that dive is as coordinated as it can be. I think sort of Moxie mentioned it perfectly. It doesn't feel like Na'Vi, like, they might be holding on to strategies, but the way that they're playing, like, they're taking no prisoners. Why should they? They want to make sure that this isn't
I
just
kind of like the
lightning
face
in a bottle from winning
cams though.
preseason.
The face
They
cams
wanna
are
go
actually
into
really
mid-season
like a
finals.
really
A
good
tournament that
touch.
They're holding the trophy for still because they won it last year. They want to go in and make sure that they keep that crown.
I mean, it's also just fundamentals, right? They're not really showing any strange compositions that people can try to copy. It's like, okay, well, Gambit's open, Star-Lord's open, Rocket's open. What will we play?
Is
All
this
of
guy
them.
having
If
his
we can't
feet
play
kicked
Venom,
up and
then
everything?
we'll play Cap.
Bro,
We'll
these
have
guys are not even
Daredevil, we can go
serious.
dive.
This guy's on
And
his
they had some
phone.
really good
Another
dives
player
as
has
well
his
to be able
feet
to
kicked
totally
up.
circumvent a lot
Like,
of what the White
these
Fox
guys-
was trying to do, like Spectral
Boba.
Surge.
No,
He's
Boba.
watching the stream. Yeah, he's getting his drops, Ryan, and you can
Boba.
get your drops too if you're watching with your
you're not gonna want to
account.
come in here, Boba. Your mom's trying to sleep.
Superb. But I really do want to emphasize the point that what both of you said
Now you're
here.
stuck in here.
Na'Vi don't
Come here,
have
Bubba.
to show much yet. In terms of strategy, they've
Protect
not
your
shown anything they
ball,
haven't
kid.
already shown last stage. It
You're
also
stuck here
hasn't
now.
already been
Here's
shown
to
in
almost 10
Pacific
years of
and
following
China
Watchparty.
already.
One
So
of
any
my
team that's
first
doing their
streams.
research, their due diligence,
And now
they're
he
not
wants to go
learning
out because I
anything
closed
from
the
this,
door.
and they're just
This
playing
is fun.
like
This is
Na'Vi.
crazy, bro. Anyone here have cats? He cries to come in. Well, I guess he cries to come in because my door's closed because Emily's sleeping and I'm trying to keep the noise down. But guess what? He comes in, I close the door, now he's crying to fucking get outside. It doesn't matter.
Of contemplation for once, Ryan.
Oh, Deshalia!
Yeah, I mean,
Or
yeah.
Charlia.
that was the one that they were going to go for, and I think if there's like a home ground on Convergence for Na'Vi, it probably is Jali. It's the one that they've taken teams to when they've actually gone down in some of these cases outside the museum. But it does mean that they have Convoy coming up because it is a best
You
of three.
can't
We have to
close
play all
doors
the
in
game
his
modes.
house. His house.
We're going to be heading
You don't-
into
you don't pay the
map
mortgage.
number 2. Can Fire Strays bring it back?
Diltsy, appreciate the
Or will
massive
we be
prime
heading
sub. Lethal with the
further
massive
into a
prime and
Derby
Stealth
lead? I leave you
Deagle
Ryan
or
Central
Stealth
and got Moxie.
Stealth
Right,
Deagle with the
keep
massive
jumping
5
into
months.
the
Appreciate it.
draft,
Appreciate it.
like halfway through. So Gambit Rogue, I imagine, is pretty close to the start. The protection, the bans out. Like, it's not only the fact that I team up with Rogue and Gambit makes Rogue an S tier Vanguard, but it's also that Rogue has got stronger in her own right as well.
Yes, she has got much stronger, as well as like the fact of the ultimate draining away ult charge.
I
is
never thought
very
I would see a
problematic if she's able
wait.
to get on top of your Gambit and take 20% chunks away from that Raging Roll Flush. Now, this is Lower Manhattan. We will likely see Penny Parker at some point from these teams on the defense, and I don't think she's like too problematic enough to waste an advanced slot on her, as we will be seeing our latest hero added to the lineup. Strays will save the Cyclops, which now means that Na'Vi could have potentially gone for a Wolverine ban. Will not. It will be Cyclops mirrors across the board.
That doesn't make any sense.
The opportunity to remove the Wolverine from Terra's hands if they want to, and yeah, they absolutely will. Terra's,
no, it does make sense, chat. It does make sense.
Wolverine at the very start,
because this team has the save first, and they're going to save Gambit. And if you save Gambit, then their next is going to be saved on Gambit. Then you're just going to have to ban Rogue, and they have to ban Rogue because...
set up the Star-Lord, right? Rocket through, Gambit through, Star-Lord through, once more. That will be problematic for Strays.
Both
they
team
had the
have
option
Cyclops.
There of going for the Star-Lord, and because of the Cyclops save, had to go for the Wolverine instead.
Is this going to be a lot more front to back?
All Might Hero with the massive 7 months. Appreciate it. How you doing?
Black Sow, he had the highest damage per 10 minutes from a Vanguard in everybody that's still in playoffs, but he was on a Dino where there was a lot more front to back, a lot more brawling. His Groot is still very good, but it feels like he's going to be coming out on it at the very least. Na'Vi probably looking to be very fast. Well, I mean, look at the backline. That is sending you into these fights. This is about as divey as it can get.
I mean, this is probably portal play from Na'Vi as well to open things up. Like, Rajaro is starting off on the Strange, so if Strays are trying to go for a little bit of mozzarella cheese, shall we say, at the start, trying to stall like Na'Vi's approach with that Penny on defense, the portal should be able to totally sidestep it as well as scout out what exactly Strays are on.
Did she just say mozzarella cheese?
We do have Snost on the Gambit, and this time Closer will be running that Loki. So it is going to be double casts of the Raging Royal Flush, which means that Na'Vi will only have access to one of it. You force the first Gambit ult to match.
They're on the Bucky, chat. Interesting. Maybe they saw a little bit of the Jay3 gameplay and they wanted to do the Jay3.
We actually get a pretty long
Wait, why are they
rotation
showing
despite
his
Na'Vi
stats
portaling
at
directly
7,
into
11,
Strays'
13?
face?
And his stats are not right.
Trying to hold the line as much as possible, playing pretty much as close together as possible, making this dive pretty hard as Jerky has had most of those melee characters banned out, is on the Psylocke instead. You get to see a little bit of the action from Fire Strays that have brought in a substitution of Demon instead of Cestroid. He's going to be over on that Cyclops at least to begin with. Jerky finds that pick onto Binary. It almost feels like the Groot Walls made it a bit harder for Binary to get out in that fight, in that engagement, and now they almost taking the point by just bullying and pushing away Fire Strays off of it. Everybody's going down. Any eliminations that come in against them, well, Crook's just going to get brought back from the BRB.
Bro, I'm so happy we get to see Cyclops, chat. Cyclops says...
To be wholly honest, like, they give up Binary without trying to use Loki regen domain to save him. I think they were banking on the fact of, like, if he dies early, you can try to portal back into the fight, but Portal's totally off time, so Na'Vi get the cap and burn out the Portal cooldown, and we move to second as Demon now will be running that Wolverine, so no more Winter Soldier, swap of this for the Cyclops. Demon onto the Wolverine to have the team up and put a lot more pressure onto both the Venom and the Strange. If Na'Vi try to dive with their Vanguards, Demon can look for a counter grab when they try to hit the back line. Ooh, Ruby Rage early from Terra connects onto Snost, and that means that Strays lose the Gambit and don't have easy copy access for Closer to be able to catch that Raging Roll Flush. Strays effectively totally stopped from using a Strategist ult in this fight as Black Sow was forced to use the Strangling Prison just to try and slow some of the bleeding from Na'Vi, who are not letting up. No players regrouped fully means that you don't have enough players to stack into Jerky's ult.
I mean, at least you got a trade.
Literally just left spawn and he gets ulted again. He has a chance to actually set up, and Closer's reliant on him, like you mentioned, to actually be touching his point. Also, with the times that we've seen Manhattan played across globally, it feels like it hasn't really made it further than this second checkpoint. This is
showing the
old. We're already here with 4 minutes left to go. Fight's going to finally come in with the Royal Flush on both sides to see if there's anything to try to work with it. And the scans are going to show that the Feast of Abyss is available. It's going to get
the stats are wrong. The ultimate is ready at least.
Trust me, manages to survive as the Iron Amplifiers making quick work of this. You could already see Na'Vi trying to push up and take this fight, closing that distance as much as possible. Slowpo's at least able to get the pick and doesn't have to quite disengage. But even with these group walls,
wait, I don't think that's
comfortably chipping away from distance.
Did Terra cut his hair and grow a beard?
This time he's going to be boot camp with the rest of Na'Vi. He's making quick work.
Terra looks a little different.
Building up another Ruby Rage that he used earlier about a minute or two ago.
Yeah, but Strays were able to somewhat stabilize, pushing Na'Vi back off of unmatched Raging Royal Flush. Crook going down
Wait,
as well.
Jerky also looks a little different.
Somewhat. Which I'll let Freedom Charge try and bully their way forwards. But if you're Strays, you really do have to watch out for that Ruby Rage from Terra, since she has very little warning, very little wind up. As Demon patrolling, wanting to see if he can grab a good catch onto Navi's players when they try to make a play for this high ground. Doesn't see anyone. Decides to just walk away, instead scouting the lower levels to try and work out where exactly Navi will be wrapping around from. Freedom Charge from Rogero. Keep your eye on Jerky. He has down to the butterflies. Good to go. And Strays actually use Regeneration Domain alongside that Raging Royal Flush. Oh, that's so problematic because now you don't have it to live the Ruby Rage from Terra.
It's just easy clean up in the end, though, for Terra. He's going to go down, but almost goes down. He's somehow still alive. He's still going. He's on 30 HP, and he wins the fight against Demon. I mean, if it's for the hand of G,
you know, to be honest with you,
and like he's the only Canadian.
I'm very glad that we're not going to Museum of Contemplation now.
But for Navi, the fight is going to continue on as the Royal Flush seems to be the sort of nail in the coffin for hitting this second checkpoint. Seeing things move over to Kingpin being the payload. Finally, in EMEAs, we've been stuck here as Fire Strays. We've managed to burn down 2 minutes, Moxie, but this still feels like that's the point where this map tends to end.
Yeah, I mean, Strays do have a potential good combo, like Strangling Prison, Ruby Rage. Everyone's been hit by it. On ladder, it's devastating to play into, and Navi do not have the Raging Royal Flush from Crook to cast for that instant Purify, so we should see Crook having to hold 2 of those cards to make sure that he can free his team.
Did the caster just call Terra as the Canadian that doesn't play Scroll Girl?
Raging Royal Flush copy and catches
Wait,
Jerky
did they actually say that?
as well. So
I didn't hear
Navi
that.
now down.
I feel like if I heard that,
on the back line, will have to give up all of the space and purely kite away from the unmatched Gambit ult. But this is what we were talking about in terms of the nerfs, right? The lack of
my god, this guy has a movement. Holy shit.
Kite away.
And just the scan shows exactly where these players are. And the dive a little bit more uncoordinated there from Navi. I mean, Ruby Rage is going to be used to try to break the Ion Amplifier pretty much straight away as Fate has set it up. And whilst we are seeing this, like, a break in the action for once, as Fire Strays managed to actually, like, hold the line a bit more, we're seeing them play the Gambit Loki. Pretty sure we've never seen Navi play that, right? Because Crook is the Gambit and Loki player.
This match is so boring, bro. I already know that Fire Strays is going to win.
But just that combination, Navi haven't shown and maybe won't until some of these deeper games if they do have it in their back pocket.
Well, Strays holding this line. Do have a good bank of ults to be able to fall back on too, but Navi about to hit some of their own as well. Freedom Charge. Ruby Rage to start things off, just buying them the space to walk this corner, get Trust Me into that backline, try and split Strays' attention so that their players are spread too thin to absorb Jerky's ult. Dance off the butterflies, but this time Regeneration Domain is on hand from closer, so Strays will be able to absorb the full effect of that Psylocke ult and push Navi back. Re-entry denied.
I'm kind of happy for Fire Strays right now for holding Navi.
Looks to be on total
They're not
lock.
like just giving it up.
Ruby Rage just thrown out there on this defense to sort of clean up, and Regeneration Domain, like you sort of mentioned, used to try to sort of sustain like the little instant replay. It's quite nice. We get to see some of the action for Fire Strays actually managing to hold their own on this map choice of theirs. The dive coming in again from that with the Royal Flush actually following. But Demon has actually managed to clear up, finds a pick with the Environmentalist. Trust me, every time that he's tried to leap over onto that bridge, it hasn't boded well. And Demon's now starting to really come online on that Wolverine as expected. He's one of the
very
best
early stream or late. I don't know. It's very early for me. No, this is very
right?
early
It gives
for
you
me.
mobility options, so it's a lot easier for Demon to still be
Also,
able to hold
Jay,
the
do you think in
feral
the future
lunge
teams will
and
be
use
more
its
fair
connect
games?
onto these
Will be-
actual players as
will be
opposed
more
to
fair
using
and
it
games will be
to
more
go to
competitive all
his
around?
backline and peel
it's still
Trust
pretty
Me
early.
Rashara of the Freedom Charge sends Navi
I think it's still pretty early in the
game's
game's life.
Survive, so Trace has used the Loki greens to
So maybe.
but that means that you're not there for the Feast of the Abyss comboed with the
Oh,
good
Terra just gets
damage
4 kills?
from Terra
Okay.
on that Cyclops. Everyone from Trace has a massive bite taken out the moment that the Loki cooldown's gone, and Navi finally get that payload moving.
Things are starting to actually make their way in now for Fire
Also, I think
Strays.
this chat with the
Sounds like he's
playoffs, I
spawned.
think the games are going to be a
Information is
little
given
bit
up.
more.
They have available to them.
I want to say
I'm gonna
closer,
try to
but
pull
this
people in,
is
but the cleanse
Navi.
there.
I mean,
There's not going to be much even with the Ruby Rage.
I think this is like the first seed against the 8th
It's just
seed,
already
so
waiting and prepared. The
I
dive
think it's
trying
going to
put the
be
end to this as overtime is looming and the tunes are absolutely
one-sided.
bopping here on Lower Manhattan, but the picks are still coming in for Navi. Too many people going down. There is a last stand, but Demon is already taken out as he tries to The leap in.
That guy
the
just
spin
got
attack of the
shredded.
Beyblade,
Oh
not
my
quite
God.
gonna be working for Na'Vi as these strategists are
Why
sat
did they just
comfortably.
show us
You got the
Fire Stray's
Banhammer now used
POV?
from
Everyone
Binary
looks
to
so
see if it can get
sad.
him of that focal point down. But Na'Vi with the Ruby Rage, just seeing if they could be lined up nicely from Terra. He's managed to get a few in his sights, but no picks. It's just
What's up,
chipping
Honey
down
Badger?
as
Good
much as
morning, good
possible,
morning.
forcing out some of those more engagements. The last stand for Demon is now starting to come out into play. It's pulling people past and trying to get into the face of Terra, but right now he seems so comfortable using the back of this truck, this SUV, to actually keep this engagement going. Fire Strays are fighting with their lives, but the Royal Flush seems to be maybe the thing that's going to teeter this over the line if it actually does finish, because these eliminations are not coming in for Fire Strays at all. Regen domain is going to be used. That means the Demon is going to go down very quickly afterwards. The resilience has to be used.
Huge. Oh, Terra's cleaning it up, bro. Terra's cleaning it up.
Because the rest of the team start to plummet. The map is finished, and Na'Vi finally get there in OT.
Oh, brilliant Purify from level 1 Crook there when the Strangling Prison Ruby Rage combo
That is also true.
attempted.
EMEA
from that, like,
has
Strays would have had 2 casts of Gambit ult.
EMEA has like 3 teams that are really dominant.
Onto Na'Vi. Like you said, Na'Vi's
I would say
players,
Team Heretics,
despite it being overtime,
Na'Vi,
are doing
and
such a good job of holding position on the payload.
and Virtus Pro.
And
Those 3
having
teams
people
will
who are
like
taking
demolish
that
any other
damage,
team.
be
But I
able to
think
fall back behind cover, get
NA is
stabilized
where
if
the
you go
games
down, you've
are
got
very
BRB.
entertaining.
You've got so many options available, plus like one falls.
NA is
strange
very
falls right back
entertaining.
in,
I
which
think
is
in
then also
NA
used
it's
to
just
block
like
out some
you
of
don't
the
know
line of
who's
sight
going to
from
win.
Stray Zone spawn to make it even harder for Strays to keep their players alive, for line of sights to be good, to be able to build up that Loki ult, to have the second copy of Gambit ult, which should have been able to fully take away the momentum from Na'Vi
Swamp
pushing
just runs it down.
forward.
No, Swamp.
But the hold on third did a lot to take back the time that they previously lost.
I think Team
early on
Liquid
the first
Citadel
half,
is actually the
second, and
best
all the way
team
through first
instead of
point.
Swamp
So,
for NA.
not impossible for Strays. We could very well be seeing overtime rounds on Lower Manhattan.
Terra's 27-1.
Seeing a bit of an eclectic group of heroes switch to for Fire Strays.
Oh, you saw the torch too? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the torch. I also saw 4 duelists at a point. Deadpool duelist was going to be in play, not quite. Jitwood is maybe play later on, I guess. Like, I haven't quite seen the action in yet. But for Fire Strays, it's going to be the portal play. They're still going to combine with that team up between Cyclops and Wolverine.
And Fastball.
Yeah, and Invisible Woman alongside the Strange means that our damage output is going to be quite strong. The rush down is attempted, but now the sort of using the same strategy as Fire Strays, playing on the other side of the objective, flipping the spawns.
Well,
Oh yeah, Honey Badger, you saw Daredevil. You missed Daredevil.
From Na'Vi, so now if Crook goes down,
Jerky was playing Daredevil, and he was actually kind of popping off. You could have learned something.
Who does go very low. Demon tries to step into the mix, absorb the damage meant for his Cyclops, but that just procs the passive, and both duelists fall. Trust me, he's already been able to start building up these upgrades, uses that bubble, totally blocks off line of sight from the strategists, forces a full reposition from closer into the Banhammer. He really wants to take this Invisible Woman down.
Dude, holy shit, that Invis Woman did not die. The heals, the peel, everything. Oh.
Managed to sort of back out a little bit now, considering they had that first elimination go against them, doing well to hold off. The third has been grabbed, but it has to be a heck of a lot more for Fire Strays if they want to keep this going. The dive is attempted, the leap in from the Wolverine has pulled the player out of position, but trust me, has somehow managed to survive. As with everything seems to be going on, the Duelist now combining nicely to actually send Fire Strays all the way back to spawn. And the most problematic part of that, Moxie, is the stall is at a major level right now.
That is messed up, bro.
Really
that man was reading a book. That man was reading a book while the other guy was transforming and shooting him.
Throw himself off map. And Strays, they got 1 tick at least off of the back of that. And they will have Gambit ult good to go early. So Na'Vi potentially wanting to hold closer to Strays with Vanguards who can kite it, and then run away, waiting for Crook to have his for second. Now Strays will use that Gambit ult first, pay with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, meaning that Strays don't get full uncontested freedom of space to move on to this point. Caught right in mid, having to invest Invisible Boundary off of the point due to Jerky's dance of the butterflies, forcing them to have to
I feel so bad for this team. Their first game of the playoffs is against Na'Vi.
To try to finish off this fight.
Might not even need to. Well, Royal Flush is going to actually be used. It's everything else that they've managed to hold on to at this rate. As Hulk Smash comes through, and Hulk Smash gets smashed, sent all the way back again, and it seems to be a scarper for the main spawn doors. Hoping for a little bit of justice, the law, to help you out in this case, but now the vigilantes in the street, pure control. Fire Strays having these ultimates. I even think like Zados might have got interrupted as well with a Royal Flush, or at least build it up. He goes down
Imagine
again
peeling
from
for your
distance
supports.
from Terra.
Yeah, you're
Strays
telling
really
me, bro.
struggling to get something going on their map choice.
Dude,
Ooh,
Terra's
like the
36
off
and 1.
angle as well. Strays have one good push left.
Oh, this is
and
so
then a TP
mean.
recontest. This is one of the benefits of using Strange TP at the start.
I
It
feel
does
so
mean that
bad,
you get a
bro.
second before OT kicks in. So you can see Black's out already has the cooldown back, good to go. As Na'Vi will continue just trying to deprive Strays of a lot of this time that they have to play with. Snost so close to that Gambit ultimate. Now Na'Vi will make their presence known. Freedom Charge trying to stall out Strays, and Ruby Rage to catch the disengage. Last time finds the connection onto Terra, but he's able to use the
wow.
assault to totally dodge the follow-up damage. And it's Na'Vi who are holding all of the winning cards in this fight. Now they'll just hold close outside Stray's own spawn.
Yo,
to
Mark
stop
Nolan
Strays
for
getting the
36 months. How
opportunity to
you
use
doing,
that
my
portal.
friend?
Is there any way to actually like mitigate this, stop anything from coming in? As Black's out, well, he's got some of the hope of his team around him, but he's just been absolutely popped
Oh
down the
no!
outside.
Oh no! Navi's throwing! No,
Tries to go for the
Navi's
portal,
throwing!
which is going to absorb some of the damage at the very least. Terra, whilst this offensive play goes on, he gets.
Wait,
taken
why
out,
would you
but
put the
Pierback
why
means
would you
that
put the
he's gonna
portal
be
so
back
far
into the fray
forward?
Very, very soon.
Why not put the portal on
Jerky's
point?
pretty low HP. Dunstan the Butterflies is just on the horizon. Great
Oh,
push
no,
back,
Chad,
knockback
07.
from Navi.
07.
So the Eye of Agamotto from Blackside wasn't going to quite get anything at that major level. So Na'Vi now trying to hold on for a full hold on Lower Manhattan. Trust me, finds that pick off the back of the banhammer. So Closeheart goes back away off of just having that ultimate available. But Terra now finding a few more. Seems to be making it easy on the latest
feel
duelist
like
that was
they-
added in. Everybody from Fire Strays team wiped in the end. But the objective was capped and it's already moving.
Yep, we head to
The objective
second
was
despite
capped?
Navi's best attempts for that full hold. Black's out now actually on the
How do
Emma
they
Frost.
kill
Although
everyone?
how
And
forward,
wait,
how
wait, wait, wait,
aggressive
wait,
Navi
wait,
have
wait,
been
wait,
playing,
wait. Can we go
trying
see the
to
Emma?
target down
I just want to
Snost
see
and
what Emma looks
closer.
like in pro
so
play.
we don't have multiple casts of that Raging Royal Flush. Demon as well off of the Wolverine on the Star-Lord as Jerky invests down to the Butterflies early, so Closer does still have the greens to be able to absorb some of that damage, but he dies before he can actually build the copy in time, get a good look for Snost. And Na'Vi take all of that momentum that Strays were starting with and totally stink it to the bottom of Lower Manhattan second.
I mean, Fire Strays have managed to sort of keep this pace up in the end. Hiding, trying to use the cover as the scan is going to come through. And things have started to go down to a bit of a quieter period now, as the God of Mischief is enhanced from closer. I think he's just sort of waiting to see. when
Jay, are
that
you
lead
hosting?
comes
I am
in
not
from
hosting.
Navi,
I'm
quickly
co-streaming.
going down. He's now going to see if he can capitalize off of it. As the
This
two
is
picks come
ran
in.
by
But
Marvel.
Navi, it's
This
just
is
a
ran
case
by
of, like,
Marvel chat,
resetting,
not
backing
me.
off as Fire Strays can sort of build up some of the speed.
Oh, by the
He
way,
forced
Nova
out one of
Lexi with the
Royal
massive
Flushes,
gifted
but the
sub
other
as
one is
well. I
about to come
appreciate
back
it.
online.
Yeah, and it will be paired alongside Demon's Galactic Legend as well. So Na'Vi going
Holy
to have
shit,
to kite this one
Guilson is on
pretty
a
well. No Loki, no
205 stream
regeneration
streak. That
domain.
is
Try to
insane.
absorb some of that target lock and no ban hammer as well to be able to have that chip damage onto Demon. Terra uses the Ruby Rage, connecting through main, stalling out Strays' push, allowing Na'Vi a little bit more time to get these kills. One actually goes down onto Black's side, but Demon does have that combo. Wants to find the BRB, breaks it before
Ooh,
someone
nice
from Na'Vi
find.
can
Ooh, nice
revive
find by
into
Demon.
the face of all of that incoming damage, because this is the fight that Strays have to win. If you're running double Gambit, you have to win the Gambit Starlord combo. But now, Ryan, they have to win at least 2 more fights in OT to be able to get a time refresh and send them to third.
Yeah, you forced out the ultimates that you need and some good stuff, and trust me, he's like, oh, my team has just gone down, I'm just going to jump on the objective, use my shield to just mitigate this for longer, stall as much time as possible.
Oh my god.
But now you've got Blackstar switching over to the Emma that has that Psychic Seduction, is going to use it pretty much post-haste, as the Freedom Charge was also sent in from Rajara to add a little bit more sustain, to buy a bit more time for the 10% to build up.
Ooh, Terra just... Terra's blood hungry right now. Look at him. He's pushing both DPS.
Terra's got into position and he's closing that distance down as much as he possibly can.
They have to stay on the point, though. They have to stay on the point. They have to stay in the point, not inside the bank or whatever that place is.
Work of Na'Vi make it 2 in this best of 5, and we have to go to a 5-race convoy.
Yeah, one of the sort of tragedies of an overtime fight is that you have to have one person present on that objective at all times. So Na'Vi just fully capitalize on one side of Gambit all and go to the sidelines of the fight instead of directly targeting the objective, removing away a lot of the resources. And then once the strategists, once the duelists have been taken care of, only then do you really turn your attention to those vanguards who, without any of those other players,
I haven't watched
no chance of surviving.
X-Men 97 yet, chat. It's on the list, though. It's on the list.
In this series, we'll be back with potentially the last map after this break.
There's potentially the last map. That was kind of toxic. There's a lot of things that I need to finish watching the series that Emily and I are currently watching. We have to finish The Boys. We have to finish Invincible. There's a lot of things that we have to finish. And, yeah, we'll see, chat. We'll see. X-Men 97 is better than all these shows. I wouldn't doubt that, but I still want to finish my shows, chat. I'm not the type of person that's going to start something and not finish it, bro. What? You like The Boys? I haven't finished it yet, but I mean, it's kind of all right. I like it. You know, I don't know if there's any other show. That's why I think The Boys kind of did pop off. I think there's no other show out there besides like Invincible that I could think of that shows like superheroes actually not just being like the good guys. So it's actually, it's very good. It's very cool. I watched Gen V as well. Also, I heard that Gen V was created so they can like somehow... I heard that you had to watch Gen V to finish The Boys because they go like hand in hand. And then I heard that like the last season of The Boys didn't even use Gen V. I don't know. It was just something stupid. Yeah, so I have no idea, man. And they rushed the end. Yeah. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was so good. And then I heard like that. Not that I heard, but like I watched the ending and the ending was like, eh. But I am very excited for House of Dragons, chat. House of Dragons. And Stranger Things? Oh, I haven't watched Stranger Things. I don't know. Dragon, what do you call it? Stranger Things doesn't really interest me. Oh, we did watch The Night of the Seven Kingdoms, though. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah. House of the Dragons, are you waiting for it to all come out? It's not that I'm waiting for it to all come out. It's more like I'm trying to finish other series. Funny enough, I do not like watching a series as it's coming out every week because you know how it is, chat. Cliffhanger. Oh, I wish I could watch the next episode, blah, blah, blah. So to be honest with you, I would wait until it comes out. But if there's any One Piece fans, the last time I said, wow, I'm going to wait for this fight to finish and then rewatch it was with Kaido. I haven't even started the Kaido fight. I stopped right before it, and then I kind of just never went back. So I'm pretty far behind now. Yeah, I have to go finish that. What shows are you watching right now? Emily and I, 22 times edging champ. Wow, with the massive gifted sub. Appreciate it. Congrats on your 22-time winnings. And FOSJ with the massive prime sub. Appreciate it. You wouldn't believe what Emily and I are watching right now. They're kind of short, quick, and to the point, like me. We're watching Bob's Burgers. Never thought I would be into Bob's Burgers. What the fuck is Bob's Burger? It's exactly what the title is, bro. It's Bob's Burgers. ZX10RQ8 with the massive gifted sub. Appreciate it. Never knew your screen chat showed YouTube comments too. Yep, YouTube and Twitch. Have you seen the live action Avatar: The Last Airbender? No. I don't think I'm planning to watch the last Avatar: The Last Airbender live action. Usually live actions never go well. Yeah, usually. Also, I don't know if this is true or not, but a long time ago, a few years ago, I heard that Avatar: The Last Airbender was coming out with their own studio. And they were going to continue the Avatar: The Last Airbender, or not Aang, but like they were going to continue the story. And I kind of wish they did that, unless now it was mistaken and all their money went to a live action, which is completely bullshit because no one wanted a live action. They are? Oh, they're still coming out with one? Oh, shit. Well, another debate. I think Aang was a lot better than Korra. There was nothing good about Korra, chat. I said it. The only cool thing about Korra was that Avatar gladiator system that they had. Okay, let's see this.
Wolverine was not enough to turn the tide of Na'vi, meaning that we know for sure that our next map is going to be
I had this debate a long time ago. Chat told me Korra was better.
Talking about, and we saw earlier, the few times where these teams have played against each other before, and as Moxie mentioned during the break when we were all chatting about it earlier, there has been one map where Fire have taken a series and one map
Muddle,
where they took
appreciate the
all
massive
way
5
to
months, my friend.
overtime. And unfortunately, it's Museum of Contemplation again.
Yeah, that's the only map that they were able to take off of Na'vi the last time that they were in playoffs together, and it did seem that Na'vi took that personally.
Don't take us to Museum. Don't take us to Museum.
Certainly sat on it a little bit to improve it, but for Terra, there is absolutely
51
no
and
case
3.
like sitting by idly and waiting for an opportunity to shine on the newest duelist. He looked good, and it wasn't even a case of like going with the team up with Wolverine because the Wolverine was banned out from Fire Strays. He just made it work on its own. He could have gone Star-Lord for that team up with the Rocket, but just felt like he wanted to shine on this character as to no surprise. The damage output is insane.
Moxie, as someone who I know is a big Cyclops fan in the actual like cartoons and the comics, I'm sure this is going to be satisfying for you to see. Not only going 51 and 3, but also getting a knockback onto the Doctor Strange Prophetic Ultimate. Terra is insane on this character.
Yeah, the devs did Cyclops justice. It is like X-Men 97 version of Cyclops. I'm so happy when I saw his first kit. I was so happy because I was like, they gave him the mobility, they gave him the dashes, they gave him the knockback by being able to use like the impact from the beams against terrain or people to give him higher mobility, and there's such a high skill ceiling. Like, as Ryan said, he could have gone for the Star-Lord if he wanted to, but the poke pressure that Cyclops brings is so extreme that it really forced Trace to have to be very wary, very lengthy rotations. Forced out
How
from them,
tall
which
are
bit
you?
into
I
the
saw a
amount of
clip
time
of
that
you
they
standing
had,
on a box,
also bit
so
into the
now I'm
amount of
curious.
uptime that they had in terms of taking that damage and being able to convert it into Gambit ults.
Are you talking about the box that I stepped on in,
the low-key
what was it,
copies
China?
of it. So if you're running into a team who's running
It was a
Gambit,
joke,
you want to
chat.
be trying to keep a cap, not
I'm
letting them get as
6'7".
many cast
It's just
over
that
rating or
Cozy,
flush as
standing
they
next to
want. As
Cozy,
you can see,
Cozy's like
all
7'12".
smiles in the Na'Vi camp at
So
the
when I have
moment.
to stand next to
Everyone
him, I have
feeling
to
very
get a little
happy
taller.
to be on this latest patch, which does vastly benefit them.
Yeah, they seem to be having a delightful time with it, Ryan. It's just worked out so well for them.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what map they're going to. Just
Trying
off
to
of the
scout
figure
ahead.
background. It looks a little
Are you
bit
planning to go to the
museum-y
mid-season
like, I
finals,
guess. I
wherever
don't
it
know.
is?
What I really like
I
here
would
is you got
love to
everybody
go
just
if
chilling.
they-
My face is just like, hey, how's it going? I have a koala. Look how
Wait,
cute
What
it
is
is.
what is our boy
Tia?
Vate doing?
You
I would
like
love to
Rocket
go
and
to the
Jeff
mid-season
riding on
finals
Greg's
because I
shoulders
love
versus
LAN
the
events, but it
Na'Vi
is
team
up to
And hey, look,
the
it's amazing
organizers or
contemplation. Are we
NetEase if they're
surprised?
inviting
No.
creators.
No,
No, not even in the slice.
Also,
With all of that, you've
someone
got
with the
Trust Me doing,
5
like,
gifted
sort of,
subs,
like,
absolutely
aim shooting, you know,
insane,
like,
my
sort
friend,
of just going for,
absolutely
like tracking and making sure these
amazing.
aims are
I
pointed.
appreciate
He
it,
has been playing
appreciate
a
it.
lot of like Deadpool Vanguard, which just require a little bit of the but I think that's kind of one of the things.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the things could be Na'Vi moving through with a 3-0, or could Firestrace make their way back in? Ryan, Moxie, take it away with map number 3.
It's weird sort of seeing Na'Vi look this comfortable, I would say, because there's always been, like, even events that they've done really well in, there's been some, like, blips here or there. So this is looking the same. This first phase of the draft is pretty much always going to be at this rate.
Put your
the Mantis
feet
Road
down.
fans, because the teams are going to try and protect Gambit.
Put your... Are you
Yeah, I
wearing
think boot
shoes
camp
in the
does.
house?
Honestly, boot camp goes a very long way for teams to feel very comfortable.
Disgusting,
with
chat.
each
Chat, you're
other,
not
as
supposed to
Na'Vi
wear shoes
really
in the
have
house, unless
wanted
those are
this
his inside
one-sided
shoes.
rocket. Strays will actually secure the Cyclops again, but this time it will be one-sided. So Na'Vi potentially wanting to take out the Wolverine. No, they'll let it go. They'll take out the Luna Snow instead. So Strays losing the opportunity of having that Luna White Fox backline to be able to try to slow down Na'Vi's aggression, be it with the Daredevil or something like that Venom or Captain America. As we will get the save onto Jerky's Daredevil for Na'Vi, which means that Strays, they won't have the Luna, but at least they will have the White Fox. We'll likely be seeing a little bit of that, but if they do have to run that, then it would be White Fox Gambit Loki backline, which does eat into the amount of uptime that you'll have for those
a
other
one-sided
strategists.
Cyclops, chat.
Star-Lord
This is going to
time
be
is
very
something that
interesting.
Strays decide to remove. So Terra won't be able to play the Cyclops, won't be able to play the Star-Lord, but could just decide to play the Wolverine himself, even without the team-up available.
So outside of the Mantis ban from Fire Strays, that's the only strategist that they've taken out against Na'Vi, which is sort of smart in its own way, simply because, I mean, these strategists can play anything, really. Like, you can't take out all of them, and there seems to be more options added. I do like the Lunar Snow ban at the end from Na'Vi, not only because Zestroid has been subbed back into this team, and he was playing it and had some
I
good
think when
moments
the
on it,
rule,
but also knowing that
I
they
think when
are
you
a team
have
that
like
really
12
wanna play
people
around
in the
White
house, the
Fox
rule
in some
flips, and you're
areas
supposed
too.
to wear
So it means that
inside
Fire
shoes.
Strays maybe have to sort of jig up their composition a little bit more. They want to try and play around Black Sour's group.
That doesn't make any
we have seen
sense.
a lot more Bucky in play too. The problem is, like we sort of saw a little bit with the group
Okay,
on Manhattan.
why is it when
playing
there's a
some
lot of
Gambit
people
is
in the
very
house
strong.
that the rule flips? That's not true at all.
Winter Soldiers to have to deal with, since it totally
I've had
melts
like
any
10,
value of
11,
all
12
right
people in my
Purify
house
can
at
apply
one
to the
time.
Kraken
No one
Impact,
wears shoes.
application
You
as
take your
well.
shoes off at the
But for
door,
Strays
bro.
Here, it's less about like what you can do with the Kraken Impact and more about how you can peel off this
Also,
side
my
from both
YouTube
the
chat is
Venom and the
complaining that I'm
Daredevil,
not
since
reading them
you're
when I'm
denied
literally
the
just
White
talking
Fox,
to them
you're
about.
denied that Luna.
Jesus,
You're
never mind.
not going
GG's.
to have the
Museum
team
of
up to try to keep your
Contemplation. Let's
backline
get
as
it.
safe, and we know that Na'Vi will be looking to jump on that backline as frequently as possible. In fact, they're already setting up the pinch. Jerky will be coming from behind, and Rajaro looking to hit from the side right onto the Loki. And Closer gets no opportunity to
Nice
use regenerations. I mean,
dive.
he's
Coordinated
just gone.
dive, bro.
The dive is just too good in the end. Rajaro, no fear, just running out two at the same time. Terra over on the Hela. I mean, a lot of his other hit scan options were brought out, but she has her own ways, I guess, of like disengaging into the fight. She is not going to be with the team up with Namor, which we saw a little bit of, but not like a crazy amount, naturally, in
You
comparison
don't
to last
want
time.
the Namor. The Hela works here better by taking advantage of the chaos that
This
Navi's
is also
dive
very interesting,
provides.
chat.
No one will be able to
Hella.
have the opportunity to
We
look at
haven't seen
Terra's play
Hella in
because
pro
they're going
play
to
in a
have to
hot
keep
minute.
adapting to when the dive hits. Close up, by the way, off of the Loki onto the White Fox, down the Luna, but at least you have the teleport and the charm if Na'Vi decides to get aggressive towards you. And Strays, because of how fast that fight went, have to portal back in to get a chance at contesting first, but Na'Vi have all of the angles to take against Trey's whole team and all of the space to work with. So Faye at the moment, even playing on the defensive side of the map, totally untouchable to bring players back with that BRB. So even though Crook falls late into the fight, Na'Vi still have the snowball and all of their players up to keep pushing for more when they head second.
Can we just see the scoreboard real quick whilst we have a moment? Because I want to see like how many eliminations have gone Navi's way, and like even going to go for a portal play to just see if they can maybe pick somebody off, just block off somebody's main chokes, because this is the area of the map that can get a little bit more prickly. Seems that they're just keeping an eye on some of the targets that they can go for.
Oh,
And it is a
Slopper.
2-2-2 setup. Yep, they're hunting him down in the end, see if they can pull him off the map. Not quite, Rajaro. It was almost just a little bit of a gift opportunity because Firestray is trying to have a good opportunity. Yeah, Amplify now going to be the thing that is.
Have we
used
seen
this
Widow
fight to
in
try
pro
push on.
play? Have we seen
And
Widow in
everybody
pro
from
play? I'm
Firestray
pretty
just
sure
goes
in
down. They had
the
a good amount of time to try to set up, but
in
immediately
the
just stunted, shut
Because,
down. Firestray
APAC?
sent back to
I'm pretty sure in the
spawn as this
APAC they had
payload
played
is
Widow.
gonna get up the other side
But
of this,
usually when
like,
there's money
edge,
on the
and
line, chat, people
frankly,
don't like to
that's
play,
a
you
point
know,
where
throw
teams typically
characters or,
wanna get
you know,
stuck on the
usually when there's
defense.
money on the line, people don't like to play to have
does
fun.
fall, no BRB to bring him back, so Na'Vi will be missing one of these players. And you do have to worry about that gamble in this next one, which means that yet again, Na'Vi target out that gambit and then go with their own when there is 0 to match it. Walking with all of the eliminations, stopping Strays from getting a fresh regroup, stalling out a late pick
Dude,
onto Black
this
Tower as well, so there's even less players available to try to
this is-
contest this last fight on second
Look at the
point.
movement.
Na'Vi
Holy
will
shit,
just
you see
close
this guy's
hold,
movement? Bro,
forcing Strays
they
to
have
totally
5
teleport to
minutes.
third and allowing Na'Vi to walk onto one of the more problematic areas of the map to full push with 5 minutes in the time bank. Strays have literally given up the Star-Lord. Despite the fact that they were about to come in with that Raging Roll Flush and Galactic Legend combo, Slopper will go on to the Ultron instead for more sustainability, but that does mean that he's going to be easier for Terra to target.
Man, this front line is just getting churned out completely.
Oh, yeah,
Freedom
YWL.
charge almost just used because Rogero wants to stay in a fight that he should never be taking.
Wait,
in a
hot
million
take? I
years.
don't
A
think
little bit
bans
longer.
should be the
Everybody's
thing in the
pushed back to
game.
spawn,
Oh, no,
and
that's a
any
horrible take,
attempts
bro.
of Fires trying to
No.
recreate the magic that they had in preseason playoffs.
No,
of
no,
winning
no.
this
If you
map
don't have bans,
seems
you're
to
just
be
going to see
completely
like
gone.
old school
Then on the
Overwatch.
rival,
You're just going to see
frankly,
mirror
the
comps, and
Rage
that's what you're going to
Rush
see
is
every
gonna
single
be comboed at
game.
the very least with a Ruby
Boring.
Red just run out from Cespedes,
Bans
but
at least
also
make
that
it
silent
interesting.
seduction.
Bans
Just
make
trying
it
to run
unique.
down and pull plays from Navi out of into position, but nobody gets eliminated. It's all red of Navi filling up
I don't know
the
if you used to
elimination feed,
watch,
and everybody's just by the spawn doors. They couldn't
I don't know
be
if you
any
used to
deeper
watch
from
like
Navi.
old
And this
Overwatch
payload
games,
is
but it
just
used to
moving
be
for free.
just like
Yeah, no one
the
from
same
Trace
6
was
characters
contesting it.
play against the same 6 characters, and you
So
had that for
this
10
is
hours a
final
day.
fight
It was so
territory.
boring.
Blaxo onto the Strange. I guess just trying to teleport the team.
Yeah, bans
onto
add
the
a little bit
objectives,
of
Navi will give
strategy
them
as
no
well.
Space. There's the portal, thank you. Slopper coming through with Rage of Ultron, trying to stabilize the team in the face of Goddess of Death from Terra. As Blaxo on the Strange, but not able to detach from the
Damn,
fight.
he got
and
no
fly into
kills.
the
That was a
Hellish
lot of
ultimate
damage.
to totally block it. One-sided Gambit ult means that closest up will last barely a second once Na'Vi turn their attention to looking at that White Fox, as they'll totally wait it out before coming through Cosmic Gun Amplifier to boost up the damage from Trust Me with the Feast of the Abyss.
Yo, why are we showing the
but they're
cameras?
about to run totally out of there. No more ultimates available to slow Na'Vi's push. It is inevitable. They will be able to gain full map push on Museum of Contemplation. There's no portal left. All they have to do is flood Stray spawn, and no one else will be able to get past.
With 3 minutes too, so Navi making incredibly quick work of this map.
I kind of wish they
Again, I
showed
wanna
the
see just,
face
how many
cams
eliminations
after
Firestray
they
were able
already
to put
won the
together there when
round,
we
not
get a minute,
like
because
towards this
it
like
really did feel as about as one-sided
the game
as
wasn't
it could
over
get.
yet,
And you could
but
sit here
they're
and be like,
trying
well, how
new
on earth did
things, chat, and
Firestray
I like that
qualify
they're
out
trying
of,
new
like,
things.
playoffs? For one, they were the 12th seed out of their group. The only teams that they did beat were the ones that didn't make it. And two, Navi would do this to quite literally everybody, including some of the teams that are at the international caliber qualifying level.
I mean, at least Crook's not on Daredevil, okay? Crook's
They're
on
taking
the
it somewhat
Gambit,
seriously.
guys. So no, it is honestly just Na'Vi not allowing
Three
Trace this
eliminations.
opportunity. Like this is why Daredevil is so good in coordinated play. Like, yes, they nerfed some of the distance of the passive, but Jerky still
Hot
has more than
take,
enough
grabbing
movement,
things
more
out of
than
the
enough
oven without
information to
oven
scout
gloves.
out where Snost is, relay that to the rest of his team ahead
Bro,
of time.
look at the other team's
so
stats.
that Strays get very little opportunity. They get like half a second to react to Na'Vi showing up, which is why even when he was on the Loki, we didn't even have the opportunity to use the regen domain or the mag bubble to be able to peel once the dive hits.
Bans are okay,
Na'Vi
but
are
4
playing
per
with
team
so
is
much
too much.
information. They're
No.
essentially time traveling.
Four
And
bans per
Strays
team.
have to
Chat.
play 5
Do you even
seconds
know how the bans
behind
work in
when
MRI?
Na'Vi know exactly what they want to do.
Both teams
unless
having
they
4
match
bans
Daredevil
doesn't mean there's
themselves.
8 bans in total, bro.
Penny Parker on the defense from
You
Na'Vi
have
from
4
Cross
bans for
showing
the-
that it isn't just a bit of
Bans are
a
not
troll strategy
for
like we
both
saw with
teams.
Daredevil on the side of
If
Crook.
you are banning against
Jerky is
another
showing
team,
exactly
you're
how strong
banning
it
for
could
that
be,
team,
and
chat.
any
If
attempts
you
to
ban
try to
Gambit,
copy
the other
or
team
mimic
can't
the
play
dive that
Gambit,
came
but you
in
can
from
still play
Na'Vi on their
Gambit.
attack. Shut down any other paths. There's a
No,
Daredevil
see,
in
you
the way
guys,
to make
chat,
sure
I
that
don't think
nobody's
you
gonna
guys
make
even
it
know how it
through.
works.
By Stray switching over towards the Groot alongside the Jeff, so they do have that symbiotic shenanigans combination, as well as Slop on the Moon Knight to try to clear some of this debris that's going to be in his way, including a Daredevil that is like feeling no fear, born with no fear, perhaps, as Jerky is making sure that this dive is disruptive. Destroyed at least finds to pick onto Terra, but a Bira back in the back for Na'Vi means that it's going to be just a quick intermission.
Would you want
Jerky
MRI
going
bans
down,
in regular
however, might
comp?
have
No,
provided
you
an
cannot have
opportunity
MRI
for
bans
him,
in
but for
comp.
everybody else on Na'Vi, they're seeming
Or,
fairly
like, you know, the
comfortable.
ban
You've
and
got the Banhammer
saves, you
now
can't.
going to be used from Binary to see if they can capitalize off of this other elimination.
I don't
they've
think
got,
your
but
comp
Na'Vi
games
actually
should have
just disengaging
saves.
completely.
Because
I mean, it goes on to Crook, which means
there's
that
a
Na'Vi are left
huge
with only fate
Yo, what's up,
heals,
Salt?
but
There's a
Strays
huge
are really
difference
trying to
between
push for
your
more.
a
Once
ranked
Crook
game
has
and
been zoned away since they lost Black Star, they weren't
a
really able
tournament
to walk
game,
in because
chat.
you're worried about one-sided Groot walls from Rajaro, so it just becomes a total
People-
standstill. Which
when you're playing in a
vastly
tournament,
benefits
people want to
Na'Vi.
win,
Now
and they're
able
gonna
to
save
play us back,
characters.
Strangling Prison.
Why?
No Gambit for the Purify since
After
Snost
last
is
weekend,
already
I shouldn't say
eliminated
people
from
want
this
to win,
fight,
but,
and Strays losing that opportunity to control the tempo, have to revisit
There's
their
strategy
spawn room.
involved
They
in
do
the
have
tournament gameplay and
combo
all that stuff.
available in this next one, Strangling Prison alongside Hand of Khonshu, but Crook's about
If
to
you
hit
got
Raging Roll Flush.
saves
All
in
you
your
have to do
ranked
if you're
games, you're gonna have
Na'Vi
those
is
Spider-Man
not
players
have
who are
your
like, "Hey
Gambit
man, save my Spider-Man! I'm
too
gonna pop
close
off," and then he's gonna go
to
2 and
Strays to get
22 in your
caught up
game,
in
and
the
you're gonna be
Groot,
like,
and
"Why the
enough
hell
to
did we save
Purify
Spider-Man?"
to be able to react. Snost will use his first. Crook not mirroring. Strays really wanting to try to bait out that Gambit, but only get the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier instead, which actually has more damage boost capabilities to burn
Yeah,
through
this
Strays'
is,
opportunity.
But that's a good read, though. Just the amplifier that was used, Strangling Prison also on your side, keeping the Royal Flush, like you mentioned.
How was the game last night, Salt? Hope you guys had fun.
Hoping that just a Ruby Rage combination.
I did not have fun 'cause I don't
with
have
the
my
Royal
phone.
Flush might be able to force out some bigger ultimates from Navi's side, and because they had literally everything at this point, they still have a hold of it.
I mean, you're just going so aggressively towards Trace backline with Terra, since he has Goddess of Death. If you're too deep, if you're worried about your Hela getting caught out of position, you just use the ult to save yourself. But Na'Vi, they were a little bit too confident going for that sort of push. Strays were able to mobilize to get the Strangling Prison Hand of Khonshu, and we did not see the Raging Roll Flush. Na'Vi will gracefully give that fight, instead saving the Gambit ult for the retake once they decide to walk back into Strays when they have zero space to be able to play 4. Potential late pickoff here onto Rajara, who's actually taking a lot of attention from Sloppo, so he's not able to set up poke onto Na'Vi's regrouping. Players has to turn and look at the cap instead, which allows Crook the opportunity to give everyone on the team that Gambit ultimate and push them forward right into Strays'
I feel
space.
wow.
before
Tara's
Strays have
making the
opportunity
Hela
to get
work, something that we
elimination
haven't
to
seen in
fulfill
a
the
long time, bro.
It really did seem.
We haven't seen a Hela
in
and
this case,
comp
Strays having an
and pro
advantage,
play in a
got stuck on a
hot
90-degree
minute.
angle, and Na'Vi were just able to group up, combine 2 more ultimates, go in for this fight, and really like hope
Oh,
for the
yeah,
best.
we'll
Like,
play,
Five
Salt.
Strays
We'll
still
play.
struggling to get past this. The objective now in control of the defensive side. No ultimates now, at least for Na'Vi, but they have a cycle up, including the Iron Amplifier, which is starting up again, 95% for Fate.
This is still, by the way, Stray spawn side of the map. Jerky walking to not give away the sound cue so you can set up to hold close, get the pressure on Snost, who's about to come through with that Gambit ult, which is why Na'Vi are doing everything
Also,
that
is
can
that is kind
to
of
be able
interesting,
to
chat.
take that Gambit down
I just realized
before
Phoenix
Strays
is not
get
banned, but they
that
would rather
trump
play the
card
Hela
of
over the
Raging Roll
Phoenix.
Flush and full push into full hold complete. Na'Vi very much looking like the team to beat within EMEA.
A best of 3 done in an hour, just over an hour. That's kind of ridiculous, but that is the way that Na'Vi are playing right now. Sure, Fire Strays are going to be frustrated at some of the elements that didn't go their way, having big ultimates and no chance to use them, just being caught out at opportune times as Na'Vi were really not going to let Fire Strays set up with their composition on any of the 3 maps that we saw.
Okay, at
but
least
frankly,
the next
a lot of
game
teams
should
would have
be,
suffered this fate no matter who was going up against
the
this
next
Na'Vi.
game should be
They're
a
out
lot
for blood,
closer, chat.
and they've never looked this good going into an event or even like looking to qualify for an international event. It has been nothing short of perfection for them today. And we got Tetra coming back as well, as really it was probably a quicker series than we all expected.
Yeah, I mean, we were all expecting Na'Vi to do well. Like, we had some hopes for Fire Strays, and we did see some moments. They are still in. They just go to the lower bracket now, which we've already mentioned. Not an easy run. It's at this point, it's just probably a relief to not be fighting Na'Vi, because they are expected to potentially be world champions because of how well they've been performing, and this was a show of it. We got to see Hela for the first time in ages. Phoenix would have been the go-to if we were talking about the previous patch, but Hela showing up after Trust Me loses the Penny positioning, swaps immediately over to the Venom, so you've got that team up to just trap everyone in the position so that Jerky can dive them. Moxie, that was just Na'Vi being Na'Vi, and they did show us some stuff, but the question is, how much information is that going to give when you're playing as good as Na'Vi?
Yeah, I think the main takeaway is just how aggressive Na'Vi were. Like, when they had ultimates, they would play for their ultimates. When they knew that you had ultimates and they did not, they ramped up the aggression and they gave you no room, no space to breathe or to use them. So I think for a lot of teams moving forward, like, you have to see the insane level of
I feel like I'm
coordination
bouncing around
that you
over here,
have to
chat. I'm literally
match
bouncing.
to be able to go against
I have to put my
this team.
webcam on
And
the left
Rajaro
side, then
walks
put it on
away
the
with a
right
very
side, then put
fitting
it on
MVP
the,
because
the top
even though
right,
he
then put
wasn't
it
like
in like,
coming
bro.
up in the elimination feed
Can't they
all
have
that often,
one spot
he
where I
was
can
just
keep my face
quietly
cam and just not
allowing
move it the
Na'Vi to
whole
be able
time?
to hold that space, draw a lot of attention
Yeah,
away,
like the
and
DVD
crucially as well,
logo, bro.
contesting the objective. We saw the difference when Strays were losing fights, but didn't have anyone holding onto that objective, stalling it out, guaranteeing that they got to be able to survive in the map, to hit ultimates, to use within the next fight. It was just Na'Vi being so relentless, setting up with the Cap, the Venom, the Daredevil, that Strays had no opportunity to hold a footing as we went all the way from first to second of Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, Rajaro 100% with a dominant performance here, as usual. If we're talking about players who are consistently one of the best in the game, almost all of them are on Na'Vi. Fate, Crook, Trust, Rajaro. All of them are consistently the best player in the game in their respective roles, so literally just fighting with each other.
They named
And
4
this
people,
Na'Vi
but not the
roster
other
with
2.
two of
That's
the
fucked
best
up.
duelists in the world. This is the dominant composition. We're going to have Fate for an interview once he has jumped on it in after
Oh, the
celebrating
Fate's
with
doing
their
the
team.
interview.
But Fire Strays, a tough lower
Ikai,
bracket
appreciate the
ahead
bonus
of
of
the
4 months. How
Brian
you doing?
Na'Vi. They have a pretty solid side of the bracket here to potentially continue their journey.
Yeah, playing the winner of the next Best of 5 series that's coming up. Actually, meanwhile, Fire Strays will be playing the loser of Rad versus Shikigami here. Also, we're like looking at Rajaro, like Fate has gone down 0 times in that map, level 1 Croak.
Yeah.
I would be interested
Jerky
to
went
see
40
how
and
many
3
eliminations went
with-
against each of the individual Na'Vi players
Damn.
across the whole Best of 5, because there might be some that is like
Damn, Fate didn't
single-digit
even die
eliminations against them
once.
in a Best
Damn.
of 5. That is
Yeah.
crazy. That is ridiculous. And you sort of look at the damage each and every time we've seen this scoreboard. You can't even say that like it's a complete difference maker. Zestroid on and Sloppo on various maps have actually been able to keep up with the damage that Terra's putting out, for example, in like matchups on the Cyclops. It's just there's no final hits. It's not even like the case of like more healing is coming in from Fate or level 1 Croak. It's just Na'Vi putting the damage where it counts. They're a lot more clinical with actually getting eliminations off the back of it, whereas Fire Strays couldn't get that level of coordination together that Na'Vi seem to be having, especially with the dive that they've been playing.
Jay, if one of these orgs offered you to be a
Fate
partner
ready so we can
content
head
creator,
on
would you
in
accept?
and talk to our world champion.
Some of them
from
already reached
mid-season
out.
finals and potentially looking to repeat it this year, because already Fate, for starters, congratulations on your win. An incredible start, as we have come to expect from you all this year. Is this the year for a repeat performance?
Honestly, I don't want to repeat performance this year. I think this year we need to win both lands. I think we're in a
we
strong
love to
position
hear
do
that.
it.
that's
Yeah,
me.
I feel
Sorry,
like,
I was just like, I was keeping an eye on like Crook, just see what he was about to do in the background.
I'm filling
I
in
do
for
want
you
to
guys,
ask
don't
real
worry.
quick, Fate, because no, it's fine. I just was scared of getting mocked in the background, to be honest. But one thing I will say is, like, I remember talking to you at like grand finals. Scrims weren't going great. Even like for like preseason, like groups were a little bit iffy. People were writing you off. This feels like it's like the best run of form that you have been in, coming into an event, coming into an international event. Like, does it feel different that way? Have you, like, it must feel good of just being like, wow, we're actually kind of dumpstering everybody instead of having some like iffy performances here or there.
Yeah, I mean, how we are right now is kind of comparable to how we were before the mid-season finals. I think before mid-season finals, we were like very, very dominant in scrims. Before the grand
Oh
finals,
my God,
you
Jesus.
guys should close the blind.
Jesus Christ, are they playing from fucking heaven?
Before grand finals, we were losing every scrim. That was like, I mean, we came second in grand finals, right? It's still a good performance, but that was us at our worst. So this year, I mean, expect more from us. We should be able to do better at both tournaments this time.
What do you think is harder, trying to improve when you're this dominant or trying to improve when you're slightly behind the rest of the teams? Because you've been the most dominant in most of the last 3 metas that we've had. So has it been hard actually finding spaces to improve?
I think there's always areas to improve. I mean, this is such a complicated game. There's so many heroes, so many ban lines you can end up in. Whether you're improving gameplay, theory, anything, it's like so much to work on. And even us, is like, who knows if we're like best in EU right now, but best in EU, second best in EU, whatever. There's every single team has so many holes, even if you're the best in the world.
Take care,
so much to
Benzi.
improve on.
I don't know, bro. Do you even sleep, Benzi?
To close out, I have 2 questions for you at the end. For starters, the more difficult one. How has the boot camping been in comparison to the online scrimming that you've had to do for the group stages of preseason?
I think it's good. We've been able to like scrim a lot more and obviously just do some stuff as a team. We had a team football session. Trust me, took over.
Hey.
But it just like helps the team bond, you know, and get more together, feel as like a unit.
All right, and the last question I have is,
Oh
who's
my
behind
God!
you? Who is
And
your
you guys are
commander
playing
friend who's getting hit by the Phoenix Salt?
Team Koala is our mascot now.
Could you repeat
Bro.
that?
For the
Sorry, you cut
ride.
out a bit for us.
It's just our team's mascot. It's our new team Koala. Here to support us. Lucky Charm.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet Lucky Charm, and we'll let you go celebrate with your team, with football or whatever else you guys decide to do, as we're going to get ready for our next match. Once again,
Bro,
congratulations on your
all
first
I'm
win of
saying
the
is that you
playoffs.
guys are lucky that it's not me doing this
Thank you very
interview,
much.
bro. You guys would actually be blind. That shit, that sun
A lucky
reflection
charm
off my
for
forehead,
Na'Vi,
you guys
but
would be
it comes down to
blind.
the individual skill that takes them through to the next round. But our next series is going to be one that we have been talking about all the way on the lead up. It has turned into, outside of maybe like Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, the rivalry.
Oh my god, that's my old
within
username. That's so
EMEA.
funny.
Shikigami
Jesus_X with the massive
versus
prime sub. Appreciate it.
Rad is going to be our
Mama
next
Tia
series.
with the massive
We're going to be
3
heading
months.
to
Appreciate
a
it.
break, and when we come back, it will be that legendary EMEA rivalry for 2026.
Oh, yay.
So
Can't
don't go
wait,
anywhere.
chat. We're
We'll be
going on a
back
break.
after this.
Okay, while they're going on the break, chat, it's time for our... If you guys want to see the board of truths, the board of truths. I was right about the first game. Our next game is going to be Rad against Shikigami. I said that Rad was going to beat Shikigami. You have Virtus Pro is the next game against Reason. I think that's going to be another quick 3-0. And then we have no offense to Reason. And then Team Heretics against Pulsar. Actually, I don't think Reason might get 3-0'd. Virtus Pro has been they've been showing some signs of weakness lately, chat. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys gamble though. It is Rad against Shikigami. Good luck, chat. Good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Jay, who do I vote for? I think Rad is going to win. Even though I do think both teams are really good, I do think Rad's going to win. Also, it is a little quiet. Hold up, chat. Oh, you guys are voting. There we go. Just remember, chat. Usually, Jay3 never gets predictions wrong. So, that's the word on the street. What's the difference between MRI and MRC? MRC is like the tier 2, tier 3 scene, and then MRI is like your tier 1 scene. I would say that's pretty accurate. Watching you at work? Yo, how you doing, Big Mike? Watch Asia. There are some magics. Yeah, I would love to watch the Asia matches, but I am not staying up till at 2 a.m. to watch those games. I like sleep. I'm already waking up at 6:30 a.m. to watch the EMEA games. Yeah, all of these matches are a best of 5, chat.
A solid.
Oh shit, they're
first
back
series
already?
From Na'Vi, they move on in the upper bracket, sending Shikigami down to the lower bracket. But now we head into what a lot of people have been very excited about. We're going to be heading into Rad versus Shikigami, a team that came through MRC to qualify for Ignite.
Yeah,
but
rivals do have land,
there
chat.
has
These are
been
the playoffs
so
for
consistently
each
Shikigami,
region, but
Moxie,
the top
Rad
2,
have
3
shown
teams from the
so
regions go
much
to
this year.
LAN.
Yeah, I coin flipped back and forth about who I thought would take this series. I went Shiki mostly because, like, Rad looked really impressive in groups, but they also were much more heavily reliant on Black
wait, I just
Cat.
realized
For
Crazy Kitty isn't going to
Crazy
be playing the
has
kitty,
seen
chat.
Black Cat nerfed. Do they still want to play it? We shall have to see, because
Do-
like I said,
do
they
they
were
play-
heavily reliant on getting to play that style. As we have a look at some of the highlights, like this for me was the best map that we had from Rad. That ban draft into Pulsar, just exposing the weakness of Crysis's hero pool, and then being able to play the Angela, the Star-Lord, and the Black Cat triple dive format was so strong. And I think this is still going to be a 5-map series, because even though Black Cat has been nerfed, Angela
Holy
has been
shit.
buffed, and Lugia has been
Yeah.
one of the best Angela players that we've seen this side of the
Whereas,
game.
Ryan, on the other side, Shikigami, all 3 of us, if you look on social media, you saw a little bit of a prediction for all the EMEA casters, did vote for Shikigami, whereas all of our colleagues who will be on later today, Volleyball, Lake Day, and Lemon Kiwi, they all voted Rad, which is interesting to see. But considering we are currently on the, like Moxie said, very close, but Shikigami side here, what can you tell me about Shikigami, a team that has just gone from strength to strength this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's like amalgamation of what the Chop roster was when it went to Rad. This is a little bit more of like that final dance team. And there's some like crossover, right? Laylis and Crazy Kitty were on.
Chat, are we
Karyudo
trusting
very early
J3
on
for
last
today?
year, but
What do you
this
mean
is a squad
trusting
that
J3 for today?
changes come
Have
in,
I
like,
ever
Tap has
lied to
been
you?
in for like a
That should already be your
like,
answer.
Substitute in for
Have I
Name,
ever
who I think
lied
is
to
away
you?
at the moment.
No.
And also bringing in the coach of Ash that used to be on
No.
Rad, so a bit of a grudge match there. This is a series that is constantly giving us full like best of 5s here with the way that
Oh,
they've been
Jesus.
playing. But Shikigami looking the better in terms of standings. They were 4-1 in their groups. They lost on the first day against Heretic 0-2.
How you doing,
tried some
TTK's
different
dad?
stuff
Good
with
morning,
their,
good morning.
drafts
Wait,
and kind of got
TTK's dad.
destroyed for it. But they have dropped maps against Reason
You're up
and
at
Crown Fall in the process.
5:25
Whilst
a.m.?
Riders had a tougher time, I'd say that they've had a tougher group, really, because they had
Holy
Navi
shit.
and Virtus Pro to try to fight and deal with.
Protect
But for the
your
Shikigami
ball,
team, it feels that the meta
God
opening up for them. I remember
damn.
Kai
I
saying
hope
that
you
they
have a
didn't feel
great
like week
day.
1 of
Drive
preseason.
safely.
That was the main thing they wanted to build around.
And
that
Junker Beer with the
flexibility.
massive 7
And with
months.
there now
Say
being,
hi,
like, the Mantis banned out
Brando.
and
What's up,
Gambit
Brando?
protected, you actually get to show off a little bit more of that rogue as well, which has been good for them.
But Moxie, the tale of the tape tells a story. Despite these teams going at each other so consistently,
Wait.
it has been a little bit rougher for
Wait,
Rad's
chat.
side.
I told you guys all the vote
Yep, it
Rad,
has
but
always
Rad
been cheeky
lost
in the
0-3
past when
to
these teams
Shikigami
have matched
twice.
up, and I mean, 0 free score lines. It doesn't really tell the tale of how close fought it has been between these two teams, especially because like they're so similar in playstyles. If you're going like hero for hero, both have really strong Angela players, both have really strong Torch players, both have really strong Wolverine players, both have really strong back lines. I think for me, one of the things that sort of tips it for Shiki is just Isidore. He's been looking so vastly improved. I think for a lot of us on the desk, he has been the most improved player that we've seen in the Vanguard role in comparison from his performance in 2025. And being able to play things like Central Park with that Torch composition, where previously they were able to full hold the likes of Na'Vi, will be a really strong outlook for Shiki to be able to lean on.
Shikigami at the end of last stage the group stage, said that they are working on improving their hero versatility. Let's see if they've done so as we head into game
what is
number
that?
1 with Ryan Central and Moxie.
I've never seen that mic before in my life. What is that?
One of the things that's definitely going to change for Rad is they were one of the few teams, whilst everybody was protected Devil Dinosaur, like 10 out of 12 times for Shikigami as an example, one of the few teams that was actually picking Black Cat mostly as a first pick.
For Crazy
Kitty wanted
Kitty.
to play it. Now I think it's a little bit more straightforward. I wouldn't be surprised if this first part of the draft is exactly the same as what we've just seen as well.
Yeah. Is this going to be a rogue ban from Rad in response to the Gambit save? Yes, it is. So, yeah, it sort of feels like this side of the ban draft has settled into a default that we can expect from all of our teams. There should be a Gambit save from Rad to Mirror, which means that Shiki will then follow up with a rogue
It's going to be the Gambit,
ban
obviously, right?
before we head into the second part of the draft, and we'll start to see if more of these teams want to take chunks from like the Star-Lord, the Rocket, or potentially something else.
Monster.
And we saw Ducky there, seen multiple interviews with him in particular. Didn't really see him in action all that much at the end of last year. Has really started to like find his footing. His group looks good. The flexibility of that Vanguard line is solid. So yeah, the first part of this ban is fairly straightforward. This is where we've seen
The Green
Rocket
Monsters,
and Cyclops
chat.
being
I
banned
will
out a
say,
little bit more.
I
Is
used
a
to
sort of double
love
ban at the
when I
same
was
time
growing
for both
up
these
the
teams as
Green
we get
Monsters.
into phase
Oh
two
my
to
god.
begin with. And this is where
I'm still
you'd
growing
like to
up,
see
but
Rad's like familiarity with the teams working, and both teams have been crazy melee players. No surprise that Daredevil is the second ban for both.
Yeah, Daredevil one-sided is such a huge risk to let through, as we saw from Na'Vi, because even though you can get something strong in, say, like the ult department, you might not get the chance to use those ults because Daredevil just allows you to win neutral and win it so quickly that
Why
you
are
don't
they
get the
banning
opportunity
Daredevil? I
to
thought Dive was dead.
respond. There's Radko for the save on Cyclops. Shiki do get the opportunity to follow up with a ban onto Wolverine, so that Rad would be denied that team up, but they'll take the Star-Lord away instead, potentially going for a save onto the Star-Lord, but no, Cyclops as well. So now Rad, they're the ones that get the choice.
I'm
is it
just
going to be a Cyclops
memeing.
Wolverine that you
A lot
let
of the
through,
people
or
on
is it
Twitter
going to be
saying
a
Dive is
Cyclops
dead.
Star-Lord?
A deluxe with the massive 2 months. Appreciate it, my friend.
Rocket and the Gambit in play. They'll leave the Star-Lord, but they'll take the Rocket Raccoon out. So no BRB and no teleport as well, which has been something that has allowed these players to get a lot of that ult very by building it up. Very down for
Let's just refresh that real quick, chat. Let's just make sure that's not on us.
Well, if we sort of get too raw into that, sort of trying to go for this like Cyclops, you go for the Wolverine.
I don't think that was us.
Sort of go for the Protect on Cyclops.
I think that was
of, like,
definitely
how
on
much some of
them.
these characters can really start to work together, but also.
Okay, anyways,
I
chat.
saw a little bit of
$3 million on Rad with almost 200 people, and then Shikigami has 2.6 million with almost 160 people almost.
Rad versus Shikigami.
Pretty close series, pretty close series.
Basically, who was going to be a top 4 team within the region, behind the sort of main partner squads that we've seen. But this one also is setting yourself up to be one game away for qualifying for the mid-season finals.
Yep, we will have a look at the compositions, as it does seem like we do have that Star-Lord, Gambit, Cyclops playing into the Rad side of the Venom Mag, actually, that Ducky will be starting on.
Oh, the lag was also happening on Twitch, so it wasn't just us, chat.
In for like Krakoa's been a rough start for Rad. I think they've lost 4 in a row. Only once in the stage 1 where they played up against Pulsar and kind of got chewed out, to be honest. But like Moxie said in the pre-show, it was very much the adjustment over time that Rad had.
Ooh,
and they've got
Crazy Kitty is still
actually Rad to find that first pick over onto the leap in from Shikigami.
They have to reset the scores. SmashNez is not 7 kills, 11 deaths already with 13 assists.
To try going for the fight.
The game just started.
Also pretty good at the start when it is in his hands. But Crazy Kitty finding the only 2 eliminations that we've seen so far in the Wolverine means that Rad actually take the point pretty cheaply whilst they're building up these ultimates.
Yeah, but not free space at the moment, since Shiki do have presence behind them, so Crazy Kitty will turn, trying to this, making sure that he's positioned right next to Mash to be able to help out his backline when Shiki tried to get aggressive and force some of these resources like regeneration domain. Grab goes.
Oh my god! They hit each other in the mid-air. Dude, that guy's movement is insane.
Onto the Angela off of the back of it, and Shiki taking advantage of the attention that the Angela's brought to close their players up onto the point and try to push Rad off.
Trying to, but it's not quite working as Rad have managed to hold on here. Losing Lugia though. Lindstrom has managed to find the pick, still building towards that Royal Flush, but the Angela seeing if he can just sort of pull these players of Rad out of position. They want to just try to make sure that it's a stalwart hold, and at this point, is it going to flip cheaply? Banhammer makes it not really a cheap case now, as it's going to lead into the elimination as Ducky goes down from Lindstrom, but even Rad dedicated in Portal feels like this is a case of like going in, they're going to try to use it as a little bit of cover and force out even more from Shikigami to try and flip the point, but it's gone over.
Well, Rad can play fast, right? Lugia comes back in, mashes Gambit ult far faster than Shiki, so Rad now with all of their players active will be able to use that Gambit ult when Shiki don't have a response.
Everything is being bullied back, so that 20% was chipped away from Shikigami, but just good dedication of not only the ultimates, but the portal allows Rad to regain control. Shikigami, 3 ultimates set back on. The Banhammer was the one that was used up. Almost 4 with the Fate of Both Worlds for Cav. Everything else, though, seems that Shikigami needs to try and go for the dive. It's been shut down from distance, though.
No Star-Lord on the side of Rad, so if we do have that Gambit ult matchup, Shiki should be able to wait it their way off of Frost Mountain's Galactic Light. You have ult to be able to rely on, both from damage from Last Stand, or that would be Rage, as Crazy Kitty, early Last Stand, forces out that Gambit ultimate before Ducky gets Meteor M to absorb it.
Oh,
so
there's ults going off right now.
Galactic Legend is going to be used alongside the Royal Flush for Shikigami, so the pick is found. Fate of Both Worlds, making sure that nobody else is going to go down as Meteor was thrown in from distance. Ducky takes Cav out back and sends her straight back to spawn in the most brutal
That has to be one of the most tilting Luna ults I've ever seen, bro. Oh my.
Despite losing the numbers,
I would scream LeBron, but Emily would throw me out.
As Kaya has the Heaven's Retribution, going to have to save it for the second round. Ooh, it's already spicy, but Rad make it good. Before
people started saying, remember?
Yeah, Rad just not.
You guys were saying that I led you straight.
The turn is the strange TP fight. They understand
Rad's
very
gonna win
quickly
this.
that they have unmatched Gambit ult opportunities since they've been able to pick apart Shiki's backline before Lindstrom can have match. So yes, you put one of your players onto Strange, which is not the Vanguard that you want to be rolling out on, but it allows you to take the fight.
Bro.
And even though you don't get eliminations off of the back of it, it still buys space for Rad to be able to pick up the flip very quickly. So Shiki don't
It's
gain
like
the
I have the winning lottery numbers, and I give you guys the winning lottery numbers so you guys can also become millionaires. But then you guys just don't use my answers. And then you guys end up not winning the lottery. Like, why?
Difference in composition from Rad. Lugia will be on Fing as Crazy Kitty remains on that Wolverine.
Also,
looks like it's just early fastball to allow Crazy Kitty to set up early to try and yet again keep an eye on where exactly Shiki will be starting out this fight.
I gave the winnings already out.
For Shiki, your biggest problem right now is you don't have Cav's ultimate into the face of mashes. Rad, they can play this slow and they can use Gambit ult to force Shiki fully away.
Okay, seeing if you could try to go in for the dive.
MRI,
Retribution in hand, and a lot of tight shots that can grab multiple people. You imagine it's going to be cleansed straight
This
away.
is
though.
MRI,
He's gonna
chat.
use
This is
the
Marvel
Royal
Rivals
Flush to begin
Ignite.
with, but he's taken out instantly, clipped from the skies. Layalist finds it as Kaya on the Angela flies back down to go in for the
What do you
fight.
mean?
Doesn't even need to get the elimination because all of that momentum that was maybe building up for Shikigami hasn't quite worked out in the end. Rad are going to be keeping a foot on this objective, but not really by much in the end. Shikigami now seemingly holding on to try to flip it. Banhammer's even going to be dedicated, and even if Rad are looking to try to lose out on this fight and this engagement, it feels a little bit like it's just buying out time.
Rad backing off. They've only lost 2 players. They don't want to have to fully walk back into Shiki's space. They know that Frost Mountain and Lindstrom will be closing up to ultimates. They don't want to have to navigate a poke phase, which allows Shiki to hit those ultimates and take the fight first before Vertigo gets the opportunity to build up his and match. So poking from both of these teams, trying to find an opportunity, trying to get someone low enough
Angela's
that the follow-through
alright.
from dive will be
She's
enough
much better
to
than
do
what she
them
was
in.
before.
Shiki more
She's very
than happy
annoying,
with how
too.
long the wind-up for this fight is, though, since you will be sitting on that Star-Lord and that Gambit all, and it's fine. You will
Ooh,
not
poor
100%
Lugia.
too. You just have to absorb the pressure of the dive. Lugia able to get lose to the Atenum to buy the rest of that team safe passage to walk point.
Now Shiki holding on, making much longer duration of progression on the point this time at the very least. So copy's going to come through. You'd have to imagine
Oh,
that's going to
he's
be the
really
Royal
trying to
Flush.
hit that
Not too much else
Angela,
to be
bro.
Copying as the leaping is going to come through. Galactic Legend is going to be used on the combination on the other side.
Oh,
That
no,
is
they
an
try to
old
hit-
beast.
they try to
Just
hit
ran
a-
from Ducky. If
That
he
is
hit
very
that, we might have had
ballsy,
the
bro.
clip
That
of
is
the week
very ballsy.
already, but the Royal Flush is officially going to be used from Rad as they make it back to back with the copies, and that might be enough for the Ruby Rage. It cuts through this line of Fate both worlds.
Oh, they killed through the Luna.
Last time, instantly deleted and sent back. Shikigami might have used everything that they had available to them, 5 ultimates in total, but the fight flips over to Rad. 72% on the board, though. It's just going to be a bit of a task to get those ultimates back online.
I mean, the value of Meteor is not the eliminations they can find. That's like cherry on top. The value there in that fight is they absorbed Shiki's Galactic Legend from Frost, who's actually hold his own into that Gambit ult matchup, and Rad are able to survive, force out Fate of both worlds from Calf, and then find eliminations through just the sheer amount of damage off of the back of all of that stacked up from their players focusing fully onto that Luna. So Shiki now not having Fate of both worlds to try and survive the combo of Heaven's Retribution into Fate of both worlds, having to open up with the Banhammer to force the regeneration domain. Crazy Kitty with the last stand trying to take away the momentum from Shiki, having forced that really viable and valuable resource, fully forces Shiki back as they lose the Luna early in the fight, and you simply cannot commit. Gambit
Damn, he needs to
alone
land them
will not
grabs.
be
Come
enough
on,
to
Crazy
sustain this
Kitty.
team. You have to hold those cards.
Come on.
2 of them to be able to
I don't
purify
see anything
Lugia's ult.
crazy going on
So,
right now.
Actually, from Rad, very cheap fight win, which buys him a lot of point percent as we get both Angelas.
2
scoping
Angelas looking at each
out.
other.
Kaya trying to hold Lugia's attention for as long as possible since it means he's not setting up the Angela ult.
What
on
am I
this
watching,
team.
bro? What am I
Yeah.
watching?
This is a bit of an issue
Oh,
for Cav. I don't think
he
we've seen
ulted
him
her.
manage to play any Luna Snow in stage 1 because she was mostly on the rocket, which was banned out before. Heaven's Retribution has managed to catch some players, but Crazy Kitty's like, you're locked in here with me. The copy comes in again for Rad, stringing up these Royal Flush combinations. Means that this is a very quick fight end for them, and 85% on having another one. Feels that Rad are
Yes,
set in
lethal. Mantis
position.
is
Meteor
very,
even
very
sat
strong right
back
now.
waiting for Frost Mountain
Well,
to get another
not
Galactic
right now,
Legend
but
online.
for a very
He's
long
gonna
time.
have the copy to
Mantis
work.
also
Bit of
enables
a
triple
scrappy
support,
affair for Shikigami to even
but
touch.
Well, Shiki will have that
she
Gambit
also
ult, but if the fight goes long, Rad will hit
enables
their
one of your
second, so
DPS.
Shiki will have to focus taking Mash down.
He's doing it without actually the Galactic Legend. They know that they need to go now, hoping that the Ruby Rage is going to be enough. But Frost Mountain gets taken out. At least it's not your backline. They're managing to sort of sustain this a little bit more. But the Ruby Rage means that Calf is going to get eliminated again. The focus from Rad has been superb. And Shikigami are losing out on numbers and might be losing this first map of domination. They're seemingly holding on with just a couple more players fighting it out. It's going to be the Deadpool Vanguard left for a Seedor to be that last stand as the portal play interrupted, perhaps. It didn't seem like it was maybe a plan for Shikigami.
Damn.
Not going to quite get there in the end as Rad turn things around on domination and win out against Shikigami 2-0.
Yeah, some smart players from
Damn,
Rad.
as a
The
Star-Lord player, do you
portal
shoot the
play
mangle
recontesting
or hold and
Grove
fire and
then
just wait
turning
while you're in
with
your ult?
Angela
Oh, I'm
ult to
shooting the
catch
ult.
Kaya, instead of holding it to catch the rest of the team, since you see the Angela totally away from the Gambit, not close enough for the Purify. You've got the follow-up with Crazy Kitty on that Wolverine as well, so if you lock the Angela down, her health just gets absolutely shredded by the Duelist.
Good stuff, Rad, so far. Shikigami, what is your response? We'll see after this.
Hey. What do you call it? Oh yeah, don't forget it's a new meta, chat. New meta. I think a lot of the teams that were yeah, you're not playing Daredevil and Black Cat anymore. So things are a little different, Also, if I'm a Star-Lord player, or just like even, it depends on some situations as well, like Punisher, but if I'm Star-Lord ulting, bro, I am shooting my whole ult into that mag. Hopefully your team is shooting as well, and it could bust, but yeah. That's why your healers always die to mag ults. That is not true, because usually 9 times out of 10 mag players love to ult me. So I know they're not throwing it at my supports. People want to kill the streamer. Mm-hmm. Son, we are live early. Yep. MRI watch parties, chat. MRI watch parties. We're always going to be here early. Wait, there's 2 different Badgers? Take care, Spiffy Badger. I do the same and then try to break it, or just right click when he tries to meatball you. Exactly. Because you get iframes, and then you can just easily dodge his ult. First ever map win from Rad versus Shikigami this season, by the way. W. Not gonna lie, some of the random mag ults you get are hilarious. No, they're not funny, chat. They're not funny. They are not funny. UB means upper bracket. Even though I think it's all upper bracket. Wait, what? Interesting. Okay, cool. Wait, oh, now he notices me. I only been sub for like 10 months or something. Oh, bruh, it's usually Honey Badger's the only... you know why? You know why I only see Honey Badger? Because he has that fucking piss yellow name. It's just so bright. Nah. Nah, man. Honestly, I think a fat mag dunk is one of the most satisfying things, if not the most in the game. Are you tired? You're tired? I'm sorry, am I loud? Well, blame chat. It's not my fault. Chat, keep it down, bro. Emily's sleeping. Did I take a shower this morning? Yes. Wait, there's no way. Emily is saying, I took a shower this morning. She didn't hear me take a shower. I brushed my teeth, you know, did all the... what do you call it? I got ready. My alarm went off, like all this stuff. She didn't hear any of that. But the second I start talking, she hears that. Really? You should sleep in the other room then. You should go to my dad's house. Wednesday. Hello, chat. Give me 1 second.
Sorry, soldier.
We are back, suns out and guns out here, especially for Captain America.
Okay, sorry.
Seaside Sentinel available in the store now, alongside Loki's Seaside Siren, and of course, White Fox's Coastal Kumiho costumes. These
Jay,
are
what's your
available
favorite
from
map?
July 2nd, aka today.
My favorite map would probably
all the
be
way
that
up until
vampire
July
one. I love it, and it's my
31st,
favorite
so you can get the
Bucky
entirety
map.
of
Ooh.
this month and rep your favorite character during these beautiful warm months, especially here in the UK. We just missed the heat wave, so we are all alive to bring you these wonderful games, including
chat, let me go get
the
my water because I'm
spectacular
finally
performance
awake.
of Rad taking
Yeah, Central
their
Park, I think
first
it's what's
map
called.
this year against Shikigami.
It was a good map to take as well, because we'd sort of said that Rad, a couple of the instances that we saw in Krakoa haven't looked that good against 0-2'd by VP in pre-season groups, 0-2'd by Pulsar in stage 1 groups, even losing against like Reason and only beating Crownfall on that map so far here. So Shikigami having at least a choice to change it up. It did feel a little bit like it was the focus of the Rocket ban, just making sure that Kath was off of like her comfort pick of like Rocket that she's been consistently playing for Shikigami. Otherwise she'd go Invis, but you've got Luna and Gambit available. You kind of have to go for that option. The problem is, Moxie, it's just the healing output isn't quite there, and it's easy pickings for Rad.
True.
I mean, larger problem, pick from being able to absorb pressure for Legend, even though you're coming through with Gambit versus Gambit, you don't have to worry as much about the Star-Lord being able to brute force the issue, as it will be Vertigo who walks away with our MVP. 20.4k healing done on Loki, but the most impressive thing is only going down once. We know how targeted these strategists are in this meta. If you're running Loki or Gambit, it's like the highest priority elimination, even if it's just least pressure to try to force out regeneration domain very early on and then go for the throw. So Vertigo doing a very
You bring up an excellent point there, Moxie, of having not just a Magneto to absorb some of that raging Royal Flush there from the Gambits, but then Vertigo coming in, barely going down, meaning that they had a second. So in these Gambit versus Gambit situations, it almost always was Rad coming out on top, because they were just able to survive thanks to the Magneto and then turn it around with Vertigo there. And you can see this is a very low casualty game for Rad. Lugia went down the most because they were the person basically in the fray the most, having to dive quite often. That Jewel Kaya in the sky,
around, like,
Crazy
2
Kitty
to 3.
on that Wolverine. We know just how good they are on that. With that team up, Smashness was just sitting pretty in the back, just unleashing damage. Didn't go down a single time, Ryan.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I had to go
think
get water,
the
chat.
crazy thing is for Crazy Kitty, actually, like the damage output to final hits, like he has the third highest like final hits per 10 minutes behind 2 players he might know of, Tanuki and Terra. But it's the fact that like Rad, one of the biggest issues is just like the damage that they do as a team per like 10 minutes. If you compare it to all of the other teams in playoffs, they're at the bottom by a chunk, like by 4,000 like damage. But it shows that like Rad have an ability that, even though like in this case Crazy Kid is not putting out a good amount of damage, in fact most people almost have double what he's done for the actual damage, he can find those.
No, I went to go get more water because I don't have my big water bottle anymore. I only have my glass.
Make sure that those chunks of damage get turned into eliminations. It means that Rad can be a little bit more frugal with how they play, so long as they
I have
pick
to go
off the key
downstairs
targets, and
to
that's
get
exactly
water.
what they did.
They're putting on as best of a performance as they can. As we already mentioned, we have finally broken the curse. Rad have done a huge amount of work versus the other teams in these seasons, in the entirety of preseason and the group stage. But Shikigami have been their
It's getting cleaned right now.
whale
My water bottle?
in the beaches of Krakoa. They've just not been able to take them down, and they've got so close They've broken that curse. The question is, can they keep that going? Or is this going to be a situation where they're going to get shut
Where
down
are
completely?
we going
We're
to
headed to our
go?
second map. This is the choice of Shikigami.
Symbiotic surface convergence. Ooh, that's a really good map as well. Yeah, there's not really any map in this game that I actually dislike.
Yeah, I mean, for the
besides
side of Shikigami, this is a brave
maybe
pick, because the 2 times that they have chosen it, they've lost it.
Maybe.
It was against Team Heretics and then Fire Strays.
It's not in ranked though, it's in quick play.
But here, it's 2 wins as well on the side of Rad, so it's a good look for them.
The Loki domination map. I hate it.
Map number 2, leaving you in the capable
No, I don't
hands
actually.
of Brian Central and got
Oh,
Foxy to see if Shikigami
the Koth map, Hell's Haven.
And the start of this draft is the same as all of the drafts
Hell's
so
Heaven.
far,
I think I would
I don't
hate.
know if that's like a positive or
Alright, I
a
don't know why I said
negative.
Heaven.
That like it's a
Hell's-
little bit
Hell's
more, like,
Heaven.
Teams like mirror matchups.
Is straight up
So
ass.
Pro, they want to make
Because
sure
of
that
the
they go
moving
in,
map
like,
and all
even
that stuff.
matchups
I
if
hate
they
moving
can.
maps, chat. I'm sorry.
It's teams like Navi that have really started to use this to their advantage.
Thank you, Jay, for hosting these watch parties. Gives me something to listen to at work. Hey, WW.
We'll see now if there's going to be some adjustments here away from the Daredevil double ban, but I would assume not with these 2 teams.
I wonder if Shiki tried to move away from the Star-Lord as well now that Rad have been prioritizing the mag, because obviously you don't have enough space in Bandraft to remove that Vanguard, but what you can do is go for something that's not
Rocket
quite as easy
Raccoon
for it
ban.
to be
Ooh,
able
Cyclops
to shut
ban.
down.
Ooh, what else? What else? Let's
Not
see.
going for a priority on
Star-Lord
the Rocket or the
save.
Star-Lord, I think,
It's gonna be a
could
Star-Lord.
benefit Shikigami's composition in this
Star-Lord.
long run. As we do see Rad
Luna.
target out the Rocket, so yet
Star-Lord.
again keeping Kat
Luna.
off of her comfort
Luna.
hero, trying to
Star-Lord.
force things like that Luna, which we were seeing Rad
Luna.
so capable
Star-Lord.
of shutting down, both with the one-shot
Rocket
capabilities of
Raccoon
Future
save for
but
themselves.
also
A
just with the sheer
one-sided
amount of
rocket.
target focus, all having
Ooh.
enough damage to break through the heal uptime, as they'll be able to secure themselves a one-sided Rocket Raccoon as Shiki ban out Crazy Kitty's Daredevil, which would be the turn now that Black Cat has been nerfed.
One-sided Cyclops, one-sided Daredevil as well. So
Hey,
it feels
appreciate
that
guys.
Brad
Jay's watch
have
parties
to
are
go
my
for
peak
something
white
like the
noise that I
Wolverine
can just sit
potentially, that you
here
have that team up, but then again,
do
if
my own
Shikigami's
stuff and
gonna
then
have access
have
to
fun
the ball,
occasionally,
might be
chill
on
and
that
chat when I feel like
exclusively
it.
For Frost Mountain, so maybe they get to sort of like spread their wings out a bit more. Maybe
So you
right,
guys
they're
are
looking
basically
again
saying
like they're
that
taking out Rocket, which is like, again,
you guys
Cat's
don't
main
like paying
character that
attention to
played.
me because you
I
like
think
it
we'll
as
see much
white noise.
Invis, but the Angela makes sense. Lugia is legendary when they're flying across the skies, so this is a good map where that verticality can make a lot of stuff happen, especially on that first point.
Yeah, I think taking out the Angela is really good as well, because it means that if you're running things like the Venom, you're not going to be body checked by the Angela when you try to go for those backline dives towards Shikigami. Their dive, Symbiotic Surface has long been a map that we see a prevalence of dive being picked, both from the attack and from the defense, off of how easy it is to be able to work those off angles and try
you
to
ask
hit
a
the
question? I
backline,
wasn't paying
boxing them
attention.
into
Okay.
just playing behind the point itself and making it easier for the rest of your team core to make a play for that point.
Seeing how much this could work too.
Aw, that's nice.
Have cooked
Hey,
themselves into
WW.
a map down, but they're on their map choice, which hasn't gone their way, but it's maybe a good chance to show exactly why they've been
Yo,
trying to
Kung
prioritize the
Spooky.
looks of Clintar.
Rad only
As Rad are going to be on this defense first. The
Kung
Magneto is still in play for
Spooky.
Ducky.
Reach
And
out to
Lugia,
7
we
months. How
have
you
seen him
doing?
try
How
to
you
play a
doing?
lot of Hulk, but that's typically been on domination, and it hasn't boded well. Everything else looking pretty standard though with a one-sided rocket.
Yeah, Rad will be starting off on that defense. They do still have Ducky on that mag, so I do like the fact that Shiki have moved away from having
shit.
that Star-Lord,
There you go.
since Micha
Look
M
at
was
that.
being very
Remember that.
problematic, taking
Yo,
what should have been a
1-7
free
with the
fight win
massive
for Shiki and
dono.
turning it
Absolutely
totally on
crazy
its
on
head.
YouTube.
Lugia on that
Appreciate
Hulk,
it, appreciate
though,
it.
is going to be
Hope you're
very
having a great
interesting to
day.
see how exactly he's able to peel using those bubbles for when Rad's players are totally stacked up, while allowing Crazy Kitty a lot of mobility.
Chat, this is not me lagging, by the way. This is them lagging.
Block off some of these other paths just in
against
case there
fire
is
on
a
that battle.
skulking Crazy Kitty in the way, but they find the perfect pick onto Ducky that was CC'd out. Fastball is going to be thrown in to see if it can connect the dashes onto Kaya. It does. So 2 Vanguards are down, 1 on each side, making it a bit more of an even fight. And Shikigami at least wanted to try to put some pressure into getting a third. They're able to. They only had 2 people on the point, as these group walls have been a complete menace to actually contest for Rad. Now they're able to try to fight in. Fastball tries to combine again. It's worked so far.
I'm not the one
A good amount of
lagging,
damage
chat.
from the Wolverine, and some sustain at least allowed from the Hulk, but this is now 2/3 of Shikigami have managed to get onto the point pretty cheaply, as Rad is still building up these ultimates. Now they're throwing whatever bodies they can on the objective, but Bruce Banner is the first the fall. At least the BR back is going to bring some of these players back in vain, as Lugia is going to leap back into this engagement, but he's going to be delayed a little bit more with the transformation, and that gives ample time.
That was a really good take by Shikigami. Wow. Come on, Rad.
We do see teams on the defense totally stall out the attack by winning one fight on second. As Lugia
both teams are running the Wolverine now. This is going to be insane.
So
Frost Mountain against Crazy
You'll be looking
Kitty.
to stall the objective and try to put pressure on the backline, since when she can get aggressive, there's less players to be able to peel to keep Lindstrom.
Oh, she's lagging again. Jay,
Jay,
will you go again to China for the finals? No one knows where the LAN event is happening at.
It's on to Emma instead to play a little bit more front to back.
Leaps in, leaps straight back out, just trying to make sure that his presence is known. There is a BR back set up just on this high ground, and Rad are very much bottlenecking themselves, which is very scary when you've got a Ruby Rage potentially coming up. Galactic Legend, though, rushing in onto the fight, not even with the Royal Flush. It was just the Yarn Amplifier. It was enough for Rad to actually win out on this engagement. Forces Shikigami off this objective. They have ultimates to go in for this fight, but they have a Groot ultimate, and they don't have control of the high ground, so Rad are sitting comfortably.
Yeah, especially because, like, Mash won't use the Raging Royal Flush there because you want to hold it to match Lindstrom. Invisible Boundary comes up, it's too late to be able to save Kai.
They use that ult to try to
purified
save. Oh, that was a very ballsy ult.
And Shiki down Lindstrom don't have the opportunity to use the Gambit ult to match. This should just be exit trades that the attack are looking for to try and stop Rad from holding as close as they will within this next engage.
I wonder if we're going to see maybe a Vanguard switch up for Isidore, as the verticality could be a little bit challenging. No, he's staying on the group.
1-7, I appreciate that. You're too
like lineup that
kind.
you would see. Cav is also
That's
on the
awesome
Invisible
to
Woman,
hear.
so that team up is in play, which it cannot be understated how much
That's a
damage
W,
that
that's
could
a
bring in the
W.
likes of like Strange even, which I was just thinking for a second that that could be an option for Shikigami to switch to. Last stand, however, the leap in is going to be potentially good. It disrupts some of the backline, and it provides an opening for Lugia to find a pick onto the Groot again. Lindstrom, though, finds the trade as the Freedom Charge and Silent Seduction, the two Vanguard ultimates, are going to string together a couple more picks, as Rad's defense has pretty much held the objective in a perfect position that you would want, and Shikigami, with ultimates to spare, haven't had a good chance to use them because of how awkward these fights
this
are
guy's
going.
not using the Captain America beach skin? Oh, that's what feels bad, man.
Raging Royal Flush, because it was burned away by both the Freedom Charge and that Sonic Seduction. Now, if you're Rad, you have the zoning capabilities of Galactic Legend, and Shiki have no strategist ult to be able to live this. They have to try and disengage behind natural cover off of the Groot walls that you still provide.
See, chat, that's what happens. That's what a lot of people don't do in your ranked games. When someone pops an ult like that, your whole team walks backwards and it goes into like a little corridor so they can't get shot or killed. I mean, they're all getting killed now, but like it was a good kite.
And Rad have managed to find themselves another fight win. Ultimates.
Usually
again,
people in
still
rank just
slowly
stay there and try to like, you know, take all the damage and just die.
Couple of attempts.
Shiki not going to have this Gambit ult to engage forward, so Rad getting an opportunity, understanding, anticipating. Last Stand or Ruby Rage, two ultimates that Rad can very easily position by just splitting their team. As Shiki take a different approach this time, they'll try to push for high ground to force Rad to have to give up a lot of positions if they want to get away from this Wolf and Cyclops. Good grab from front, both shuts down both Ducky and Mash.
What?
And Shiki finally get the opening they were looking for.
It's a perfect pull in, just setting them up to knock them down, and finally there's some momentum building from Shikigami. The picks are starting to fly through as Rad's combination, well, it's the duelists that went down first, so the Vanguards aren't quite going to be quick enough to get out of this fight.
Is
Shikigami setting
the
themselves up
Smash
nicely,
controller
and
player
with
or
that
someone
strong
else?
present in hand, it's
a
a lot of
great
tight shots,
question.
so Rad
Think
need to
two
be very
different
careful in how
people.
they're fighting this, but they've also almost built up that Royal Flush.
Yeah, Royal Flush, but ideally you're wanting to use Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, since you know that Lindstrom is very close to a Gambit ult of his own. Do you go first and try to win before Lindstrom gets, or do you hold to match? Looks like the fight's taken a little bit too long, so it will be Mash's ultimate, trying to take Lindstrom down early as
Come on, man. Dude, a lot of people go for these flashy plays when you could just throw it at one of their supports or someone like that's that's like you're guaranteed a kill on.
To topple this fight, but they're taking away a lot of the off angles that Smash was wanting to set up.
Oh, he's giving up on the fight.
Aim?
Smash there has managed to skulk in. Invisible boundary is going to be used to try to go for this fight. But Yan Amplify in combination with Galactic Legend might be enough for Smash Days. That sort of focus shift from Shikigami, letting the Starlord get away, might cost him greatly. But the disengage is nice enough to make sure that this ultimate doesn't get much off the back of the damage arm. But what Rad do gain, if it isn't eliminations, it's space. And now it's starting to fly into their favor.
Oh, go cancel portal. Go cancel portal. Oh my god, chat. If he cancels this portal, that's going to be insane.
No, Crazy Kitty's right there on spawn. Mac Bubble does mean Lelas is not grabbed out by the Feral Lunge, so there's an opportunity for Shiki to touch, but
Oh
not
my
in
god, they
time.
almost touched. Dude, they almost threw so hard they got the caster lagging over here.
Because the other 2 times, even on the losses the Shikigami have had on their map choice, have at least got
Yeah,
to
what a
the
bubble,
second
bro. That
checkpoint
bubble
onto the
saved
third
them.
part of the map.
But
even finished it in one case.
not good
against
enough,
Fireflies,
chat.
and
Not
still
good
lost.
enough. They still
So
couldn't make it to
this
the
is the least
point.
distance that they've been able to cover on their attacking side. And in the case of Rad, who have won both occasions that they've won this map, it's been pretty easy going on their defense and then just capping it out at the end, even beating a full hold that they had up against Lions. So this isn't boding well if you look at the stats, but we also have highlighted that Shikigami have been dominant in their matchups against Rad so far this year. That stat has pretty much been kaput. This is one-sided towards Rad by a huge margin.
Yeah, Rad very much looking like the more improved of these teams. It's not even like the compositions that they're playing that's anything weird, it's just the coordination and understanding of how Shiki want to play theirs, and Rad understanding perfectly how to counterplay it.
Let's get out of here. But we're
It's also a little bit like, yeah, you've got Starlord, you've got Gambit. You're not just going for that combination each time. You've got the damage boost, you've got the one-sided rocket, so you can go for the Iron Amplifier, and then just kind of use the Royal Flush to just set up Crazy Kitty, who has been, I think, MVP of today so
Yeah,
far.
Navi
Wolverine
won
is
3-0.
working. He
It
doesn't
was a
even
pretty,
need like
pretty
the
fast
team
series.
up alongside Cyclops to actually be making this sing in the end. But it is
What
just
does
like
kiting
that
mean?
one-sided Cyclops and a
It's
one-sided
a term
Daredevil
people
on the side of
use to,
Shikigami
like-
that they haven't actually really wanted to use. Frost Mountain's been very keen on making that Wolverine work naturally because of the team-up.
Very
It's a term
early
people
pull
use
from
like
Rad
when
just
you're
to
getting
sidestep
shot at, like
a lot
let's
of
just say
opportunities that
let's just
Shiki
say the
has to
Luna on the
apply
other team
pressure
pops her
early.
ult
Rad's
very
actually
early
take
and they're running
those
into
high
you.
grounds
Instead of
very,
running into
very
them and then like
quickly. Vertigo on that low-key does mean that Rad have
fighting
very
them, like
good
you just
tools
back
to
up and
defend
like you're
against if
trying
damage
to
comes their
waste their
way.
ult
With
basically,
those
and then
greens
you
being
go
placed
back
on
in.
point, and Rad are getting Crazy Kitty into a position to put so much pressure onto Eastor, gets such a good grab onto the Groot, and Shiki have no way
poor
of
guy.
keeping him up.
It's absolutely cleaned up, and just the Shikigami set themselves a really fast first point take.
Wow, Rad
It's
looks like a
looking
different
maybe even
team.
faster on the side of Rad.
Oh
and
my
it's certainly
God.
looking a lot more interesting with Shikigami just having a foot on the point last time. Smash has found himself another just playing over onto the Bucky.
Kiting is an
And it
unk
seems
term
like
from video
Shikigami
games
have
in the
ran out of
90s.
steam
Okay,
on his
let's
first point
relax
defense.
there. No,
It's
it's
just
not. It's not an
started,
unk
and now
term.
5.5 minutes to just get to the end of second.
Yeah, that is a lot of time, and for Rad, like, you have two very clear win conditions. You have the double cast of that Gambit ult, which will be very scary for Shiki, because if they lose one of those fights to it, that is a lot of distance that Rad will be able to pick up.
Seeing where this fight is going to happen now, Shikigami, they kind of have to need to force as many engagements as possible, even though they're not quite ready with the ultimates. Rather, a little bit more closer, and these need to be forced out before it gets a little bit too open. You can see just how much Rad have tried to push up, and you see just now that Shikigami is trying to sort of pull the attention away. You see it on the Captain America going for these flanks to make sure that Smash Days is constantly looking over his shoulder. But right now, this objective still hasn't been stalled. It's a bit more uncomfortable. Layla is focusing on making sure that those clones on the objective are going to be cleared out. As the leap actually catches onto Crazy Kitty, the dash away is going to mean that Layla is sort of safe to an extent, trying to play from this high ground, but he's taken so much damage.
They're getting so
And
much
Layla is
card
just
time,
really trying
bro.
to charm up
Where's-
this ultimate
where's
as much as he
Shikigami
possibly
at?
can. Last stand is built up from Crazy Kitty. Now the contest really has to start in place, and everybody from Shikigami's been brought down to the ground. Last stand is going to be used to find
Felt
that
like that
pick,
was
at
a
least
little
in the end.
personal, but
Smash
okay.
Days, hope and see if he can make that combination
Damn.
work with this Kraken's impact. You got a Royal Flush too handy, but Rad are just buying their time.
I mean, Rad will use now. Gambit ultimate, Shiki having to respond with Fate of both worlds, so healing through Smash Nez's Kraken impacts, but that's a lot of
Oh, come on,
ultimates
you gotta
that
be
Shiki
landing
now
these
have to
hooks,
try and
bro. You gotta be
respond.
landing
Damage
these
boost from
hooks.
Layla.
Chat, get me
Take
out there,
advantage
bro.
of the timing of Fate of both worlds. Rad read it perfectly.
I need to go.
Out, and then have the second cast of the Gambit ult alongside Ducky to be able to forge forward, and that's last fight, Ryan. Shiki have one portal, which they have to hope Issa will be able to buy time for on that cap, but if he tries to go to the the objective, he'll just get grabbed out by Carbon.
Sorry, what were you
Ducky.
talking
I
about?
don't think Shiki have the
Taxes? Yeah, they're
opportunity to get a touch.
yeah,
No,
even a
who's actually going to be
401k
able to
shit,
touch at this rate? They're just going back by feet. I mean, the Royal Flush is going to be used to try to touch. At the very least, you've got the Venom that's managed to close in that distance. Let the Devil out trying to combine, but Freedom Charge means that there's some more sustain on this side as Rad don't have those strategist ultimates to work with. They use them back-to-back. Freedom Charge, though, it's going to be used from Shikigami to see if they can counter this a bit more. Kaya goes down. He had to be the first one to try to touch.
They show you the face cams because they think they're going to win, and they want to show you the reaction to them when they win, but it's not the end of the game yet.
For Smash Des, as well as a final stand that could be final notes over on Clintar. The Leapin is trying to pull this group out of position.
Oh no, they win. Rad wins.
Pulled into the Kraken's
GG
impact
chat.
as these two duelists are combining perfectly for Rad.
Oh, there you go. Now they show you the face cams. Yep. There you go.
Just under 3 minutes on the clock, and it could all be put in the back pocket for Rad. They didn't need it. They win out 2-0. One more map to potentially go.
Nice.
Oh boy, we thought this could be a 5-map series. It's looking like it might be a 3-0 here, Ryan, as Rad just looks so in control of understanding how to shut down the Gambit ults and how to use theirs to brutally force a lot of these fights on the objective itself.
Spider Islands, maybe. That was a choice for Shikigami before, but we'll see exactly where we're going to go after this very quick break.
Can we please take a moment of silence for all 172 people who didn't believe in Jay3 saying that Rad was gonna win? Your channel points. Well, I was gonna say your channel points will not be missed, but like we're gaining them, so. Jay knows the script. He got it beforehand. Chat, I don't have a script, bro. When you have the brain of Jay3, you can just predict the future, bro. I predicted even the NA games. Like, I have never been wrong. Ask anyone from my chat, they will agree. I have never gotten a single prediction wrong in my life. More like forehead. Okay, Bree, what? Listen. You're a mod. You're supposed to be setting a good example for chat. You're supposed to be setting down the law. What are you doing? Nah, man. Not true, liar 3. YouTube, I defend you guys. What side are you on? The hell is wrong with you guys, bro? Also, holy shit, we're on another how many another 7-minute break, chat. So you predicted you're gonna be bald. I'm not even bald, first of all. Second of all, every time you lie, you lose a patch of hair. Wait, what do you mean? You predicted America would win, or did you vote against your own team? Are you talking about the World Cup? You know, to be honest with you, I'm kind of like glad that we also lost the World Cup, because people would have been like, oh, look at Team USA, stacked team. Of course, they're going to win. We got rolled, bro. Fuck, we got rolled. We got 3. Oh, wait, what? Does it clap, Jay? What? No, we got rolled 3-0 in the finals. Yeah. 2-0'd in the other stuff though. USA will win the soccer bowl. No, that's not true at all. Norway's winning. I'm calling it right now. Norway's winning. Norway's bringing it home. Wait, what? The support got exposed in the finals. Wasn't fair. They had Eternity support and you had Silver. Doesn't matter, chat. They won fair and square, bro. We could have definitely made it closer. Ban that dude for calling it soccer. No, I mean, he is right. It is called soccer. Sorry. He is kind of right. It's soccer, chat. If Emmy and Silky had practiced, you guys would have had a better chance. Chat, bro, we came in second place out of 12 teams, bro. We had a good team, and they also did practice. My team showed up and put in the work, bro. Chat, we're not gonna keep talking about this. We did well. I am very happy with how my team performed. At least they showed up and played what the team needed to play instead of playing for fun. Okay? Second is really good. Have you considered playing Warframe as a variety game? No. I remember a long time ago, I think, I don't know if they still do it now, but Warframe was a very, I think Warframe is one of those games where you have to, like, pay to win, or you have to grind a shit ton as, like, a second job for that game. I can't do that. That's why I don't play MMOs anymore. When I used to play a lot of MMOs. I used to play Aeon, Lineage 2, World of Warcraft, like, you know, the OG World of Warcraft. What else did I used to play? Old school RuneScape. I don't know. I feel like a lot of those games they're good when you're a kid, but like when you're older, I feel like dude, you have to play the game a lot because it's a very hardcore grindy game. Because if you take a week break, all the people who are playing for a week are like so far past you now that you have to like double up on time just to even catch up.
Versus Shikigami in the past now sit on the precipice of an upper bracket run against Na'Vi.
No, I'm not. I don't play anymore MMOs,
they are
bro.
On the
J3, why is this so early? Because it's EMEA. EMEA and it's best of fives.
Lower bracket, a position that everyone on this table did not predict, as it seems that our colleagues may be in a situation where they can be quite smug. But
what was your
Popsy,
main class in Aeon?
What's going on?
Great
That are
question.
going insane mode today.
Yeah, I mean, it's some really smart plays that they've been doing. It's also some really smart hero picks. Like, we saw that they were on the mag. Scouted out the Shiki had moved away from the solid strategies, so it went Emma instead, which meant that when you're sort of fighting on the objective itself, you can literally just have Ducky sit, wait for the cap to try to go in and look for that stall opportunity and totally shut it down. But I think another huge part of why Crazy Kitty and the team are having so much success is just Wolverine coming back into the meta. Like, oh no, they nerfed Black Cat. Well, I guess I'll just go my other favorite melee hero.
The Wolverine sort of fell out of favor a little bit when the Daredevil and the Black Cat sort of jumped
Bobby, by the way,
but
appreciate the massive 16 months. Careless for 2 months, appreciate it.
Not. Wolverine has found that spot as that second melee duelist, and with that percentage damage, is doing a lot of work here, especially with all the crowd control.
Yeah, and it's not even like the most damage on his team is, again, Smashless has been able to do more, but final hits for Crazy Hit Kitty. It's also like the way that Crazy Kitty combined to pull multiple people into the Ruby Rage that Smashless had set up, and actually just made it very easy to go for these like hero plays, especially like with Bucky as well, being able to CC pull people out of position.
Did we just lose both casters now?
For Shikigami, and then if it's a case of like, okay, yeah, Daredevil's one-sided, well, Frost Mountain's not going to have a good chance to use it because they don't really care about them having a Cyclops.
I've never played Black.
So you're likely going to go for the Wolverine Cyclops combination as opposed to throwing in the Daredevil, which might be a bit more better suited to just try to control the lanes and make sure that Crazy Kitty cannot get set up in the same way. So Shikigami have been sort of like pushed to the wayside a bit more, and now it has to be a pure convoy map to choose from. I wouldn't be surprised to see some like Arako, some Yggdrasil, some.
Oh, by the way, I think people were asking who that is. That's Cass
Spider Islands has been played and won for both teams, so that feels like it's not quite the ace up the sleeve that you'd hope it to be if you're Shikigami.
Has made quite a bit of an impact.
I feel like they
here,
should
Moxie,
put
speaking
the
of impact. We're still
the
seeing
names of the players there.
one-sided Loki,
so
even though it's not banned out on the other side.
Who.
Is this as important as it was when Gambit first came out, where we'd see that almost forced every time into a Loki or a Gambit ban? Or is this just a situation of it's solid, but the play is making the difference?
I mean, it's solid, and we are seeing like regeneration domain be a very good advantage resource to have. For,
Wait,
like,
look at his
first time. You
glasses.
saw how aggressive Rad got to be.
He's playing Spider-Man in the practice range.
When they wanted to attack symbiotic surface, as opposed to Shiki, who had to do like all of these bells
He's on his phone.
and whistles of getting good dive and then building up good ults to be able to take the fight. But the Gambit ult is not as scary as it once was. I think, like, honestly, Rocket is really, really valuable, and it's just a lack of Rocket that's really hurting Shiki, not just in terms of comfort zone, but also the fact that if you're running something like a Kyra on the vent, if he goes
they're
down
all
early,
wearing glasses, and that's why they're losing, because they're all blind.
Something like the BLB, but because you're denied it in the draft.
Bro, I'm blind.
Well, he went down 10
I wear
times
contact lenses.
in that map, and those 10 times stuck.
Yeah. We're not going to see any of the surprising Arakos or Yggdrasils here. It will, in fact, be Midtown. We didn't get that Central Park, but it will be the Empire of Eternal Night to try and allow Shikigami to turn this round in what could be their last series if they can't bring it back. We're heading into map number 3. Ryan Central and Got Moxie. Give it to us now.
Feels like Shikigami just don't want to deal with the dive anymore. Taking us to the most like hard to pull off dive map. Again, I feel like we can almost ignore the first phase of this draft. I don't imagine it's going to be different, but I would assume that like Ryder going to keep continuing taking out the Rocket. Shikigami, maybe like the over focus on duelists, getting one-sided Cyclops and Daredevil didn't really amount to much when it came to Red's comps.
Yeah, so I think Shiki will likely have moved away from Star-Lord, as we already established. We saw that jump on the last map where they worked out, okay, Mag is just being too problematic. Now, this is different, and I do like this approach from Rad. Instead of going for the Gambit, because Shiki actually did go for the first ban on Gambit as opposed to first ban on Mantis, they go for the save on Crazy Kitty's hero, and this is what we saw stage when Rad was still running Black Cat, right? Instead of going for something like the Dino, they would prioritize the Black Cat save because they knew how strong Crazy Kitty is at that specific hero, and it means that Shikigami now have to go for the ban onto the Cyclops as well.
Okay, I need to not second. I was like, the left side looks about the same to begin with, so I'm not even going to bother looking at the right. And yeah,
you did the speed read thing where it's like your brain sees the start of the word and the end of the word, and you try to fill in the blanks.
Assuming makes an ass out of you and me, and it certainly did that. Like this draft is looking completely different. Like the Rocket is still there for like Rad. At least the bans are the same, but that Protect onto Wolverine is good because they felt there was going to be a big focus. Shikigami still happy to let that Mantis through, and like Rad, I guess looking at like their roster, like they have had moments where they have been able to play the Mantis. Crazy Kitty would be playing it though. He's going to be a Wolverine, so he's maybe not going to go for this. And Shikigami like, we can leave the Mantis open. You're not going to use it.
Yeah, and they take the Loki out as well, which I think is good because even though Shikigami off of their ban draft have secured one-sided Gambit, that does not mean that you get one-sided Gambit all. If Loki is in play, Rad would be more than happy to let the Gambit slide through so that they have the Loki to be able to copy it. Shikigami will remove the Rocket, so no one-sided BRB, no one-sided teleport for Star-Lord team up, no Cosmic Yawn amplifier for both of these teams, and both of these teams will also have access to the Wolverine, which means if Rad feel the same as Shikigami, this last ban goes out onto the Cyclops as well.
So here it's like, do you want to make sure that there's no one-sided Loki and ban
all the matches are a best of 5.
Luna as well because you have got it protected. You're going to go for the Groot, which I think is a fantastic choice because you're looking at the other side of having both of these players, like Kaya mostly has been on it, but Cedar has been prone to play a little bit of the Groot too. Means you have that one-sided, and yeah, the Mantis is still open. You're not at least going to get that combination with the two characters.
Yeah, but you will get Loki Gambit if you're Shikigami, so now you're the one who gets to take advantage of well, one-sided Gambit ult twice, actually, since Rad have lost both
First
the
match,
Gambit
this is the
and the
second
Loki
one.
access.
What are you
So
eating?
going for
Emily
that
made
Luna
croissants.
as opposed to
Did
something
you make the
like a
croissant?
White Fox
I
save
made a
or a
cro-
Cyclops
from scratch.
save.
Croissants
Potentially
and
have this last map in the
oatmeal
series,
with an egg
as
in it.
Rad were able to secure the Mantis and the group, which means that Ducky does get the healing walls. Plus, Crazy Kitty will not be on the Wolverine to start with. Instead, you're looking at full Starlight composition with the Ultron for double damage boost onto Smashnez, who will be picking up the Elsa after the Phoenix nerfs went through.
Starting off with Vecito back on.
Oh,
the
Rad is
Hulk.
running the
actually, it
triple
was over on the side of
support.
Rad that were defending, that were playing the Hulk
Really?
first. Lugia is just going to be on that Captain America and one-sided group in play on this defense. Smashnez, I do like the Elsa. I've seen a lot of good moments for her to be in play. And Triple Strategist, making use of the Mantis that was left available for them. Shikigami clearly didn't mind.
Probably the burger.
Isidore looks like he's staying on the Hulk as opposed to just throttling Frostmane tonight for a curveball. Try to put the pressure onto Crazy Kitty, as everyone's attention will be on what Smashnez is able to do. The grab comes out, no elimination off the back of it, and Shiki have to find a way of contesting this Elsa before Smashnez takes one of the heads off.
But here, even with that, like, opportunity there, seems
Also,
like
I'm
Rad
really
are just
surprised
gonna
that
try and hold
Shikigami
their
banned
ground
Groot.
as much as they possibly can. Not having a Gambit
like the
means that
ban.
they have to sort of rely on
It's
some of these other
interesting, it's
characters,
different.
but it's still a strong look in the end. Frost Mountain's gone for the flank and found the pick onto Lugia, as everybody from Shikigami that was hovering above the high ground has tried to drop down to make this an even engagement. Seeing if there can be a now push off of this utility from the Gambit, as the leap has brought the Groot in way before something like a Struggling Prison can be in play. And Lugia switching over instantly over to the Strange, knows that the portal play has to come in, as Shikigami have finally found some momentum in this series.
Yeah, Shiki actually opting not for the Loki, but for the Invisible Woman from Cap. So very quickly building up to that first boundary off of how linear a lot of Shiki's composition is playing, but also getting to play counter to things like that Wolverine, as Ducky now is actually going to be rolling out on the Dino for this brawl fight, trying to just sustain as long as possible to build up a strategist ult. The Shiki do have the first one. Boundary comes out from Cap, and Rad forced away from it as they
Drops.
lose Ducky and try to keep Lugia up to be able to contest the
Oh,
objective,
no.
but
Okay.
you lose the Strange, you lose the point.
It seemed like Rad were trying to posture themselves up for that fight. Yeah, just had a
We actually might not get a 3-0 chat.
boundary, but everybody got off the point. They
How do
couldn't
I
quite
find a
usher it
team for
in,
the
as it's been a
tournaments?
fast take for Shikigami, but as we saw on
by-
Symbiotic Service, that's not indicative that it's
a
going
great
to be
question. I
their
don't
map to win. If there's a quick point here
I don't
on
know how
second,
kids
however,
do it
things open up
nowadays.
drastically.
Usually, when I was
I mean,
playing
Rad actually
pro, they just found me
changing
on
the
the top
front
500
line,
leaderboard.
seeing Frost Mountain on this Wolverine, going for the Dino despite being nerfed, it's still impossible to displace. Alongside Lugia now opting for Thing. Crazy Kitty going to be on the Adam Warlock.
Oh, a
Assault
devil
Bomb, trying to
dinosaur.
defend
Okay,
against all
well,
the
he
ults that
was
Shiki
a
have to
devil
play with,
dinosaur.
but Ducky's already down.
The push through is coming in thick and fast. Crazy Kitty switching over towards the Adam. It's going to be a bit of a tall order to try to get a camera revival up just in time. But these big burly vanguards, whilst taking some of the attention away, Fate Both Worlds is going to allow Rad to try to hold off on this a little bit longer, even forcing out the last stand from Frost Mountain. It's actually enough to sustain this engagement, and somehow Rad have been able to at least make this a bit of a better hold on second, and Shikigami's momentum. They're trying to continue it on. They're trying to throw in Frostmount, see if he can go in for another dash, but like we sort of mentioned, you got the Devil Dinosaur that's trying to put his way in the way, and you got the Rampage now in hand to stomp his way through if they want.
God, dude, that dinosaur
Lugia.
just
It's not going to be much of a
disappears
help,
now,
though, as the
bro.
World Breaker Hulk is going to make his way in. The mutant form of Isidore is going to force out that camera revival finally to at least bring Ducky back into the fray. Having that Rampage, though, it's not even going to be needed at this rate. It's just going to be that one person that was resurrected. Now the Stomp coming through just as Cap has brought in the
Oh
invisible
my
boundary.
God,
It's
dude,
not gonna be
that
enough, though.
dinosaur is
Rampage
getting
going to be a quick
bullied,
extinction.
bro.
And somehow, someway, Shikigami have turned this long, laborious fight into their favor and forced everything out from Rad on the defense.
I don't think
not
they
quite
can play
everything.
Double
Smash
Dinosaur,
does
bro.
have the Apex Predator, but loses the opportunity to use it as, yeah,
Dude,
Shiki, one elimination on
Leolaz
Ducky,
is having a
forced out
field day,
Comic
bro. He's
Revival, then
playing
everyone
hit
from
scan
Shiki
against
pulled
two
back,
tanks that really don't have
did
any
not go
shields. I
for
mean,
any
Ducky does have a
more
shield,
limbs to
but
have the resistance
Lugia
from
and
that
Ducky,
side.
they're just like
Fully
sitting
shut
there
down
getting
the
free
Rampage.
shot.
Invisible Boundary, XL, Carbon Crush, and Wolverine primary damage off of the health pool percentage. Just totally, like you said, made Ducky extinct. It was pretty much as good as getting hit by a meteor. As Ducky now off of that dinosaur onto the Emma, trying to shut down a lot of the momentum that Shiki are picking up. Smashness does still have that Apex Predator, something that Shiki have to be very wary about, but Lindstrom can purify the team to be able to get them out of the jaws of
I think Rad is
with the
throwing this
Raging Roll
game.
flush if Shiki decides to lead with it.
Yeah, it's holding on to it for a rainy day. There's the Glortrox trying to see if he can line it up with the Ruby Rage. It doesn't quite find the connections. The Glortrox has pulled everybody in, at least able to get the pick onto Lindstrom at an ample time because the Royal Flush was also used at the same time from Shikigami. Finally, Rad taking control. A full team wipe on the side of Shikigami, sent back to spawn, and Rad holding on.
Yeah, no Gamble to break the space too. You're relying on Kaya clearing away with the Sonic Seduction, since Rad only going to really be able to hide away from it with the Emma Shield and natural cover. If they have to kite it, they give Shiki more room to be able to make plays, take angles, and try to put pressure onto Crazy Kitty, who's about to hit a Comic Revival and does still have that cocoon to bring himself back.
Kind of seduction coming in as this front line is going to try and close the distance. Clobbering time, though, hits both the Vanguards and Invisible Boundaries. Great from Cav, managing to keep everybody up and alive. Yeah, I've got a Hulk smash as well as that final stand if you want to leap in for Shikigami. And Rad, the fate of both worlds needs to be forced out because the camera revival is going to be sat pretty. Crazy Kitty not looking to be involved in this fight as much as he needs to survive. Vertigo
like a
going
second
down
too late
just
on that
as the
support ult,
leap-in is
man.
attempted from Rad with the fate of both worlds. The counter-attack is going to be stifled somewhat. And because of this, like, delay, the picks at an awkward time, it means a camp revival. It's a tough choice for Crazy Kitty. Do you want to bring back the Mantis, or are you going to be able to sustain it? Seems like the latter, as Ducky's found that pick over onto Frost Mountain, but traded either side. That's going to be enough, however, as Crazy Kitty's not going to be waiting too long, as another form of the Glortrox is going to be thrown out from Smash Des. Not quite finding much, but that camp revival turns from 1 resurrection into 3.
Oh,
No
that's
strategy
fat,
still,
bro.
so
That's
Rad have to
fat. And I'm not
stabilize their
talking about the
space.
skin,
That
chat.
with
Come on,
the
pay
soul
attention to the
suction on
ult.
Wolf, which isn't
God
enough.
damn.
No place of being able to kite it. Totally quiet and small room.
Good win
And
right
that
there.
potentially
Oh,
split.
Savvy for 37
As
months.
Rad
Appreciate
think about
it. I
maybe
like that they
chasing
have
Frost
their
Mountain
stats under
down,
their
but don't
cams.
want to risk
I
losing one of
like
their
that they have
Vanguards
the
to a
stats on the cams. I
Wolverine.
just don't like the
They
ult
don't have
charge.
the Adam to bring
Because
him
you have the
back.
ult charge. Look at
Wolves
this. Look at this. I don't know if you've seen
holding
this yet, but you have the
close
ult charge right
outside
here.
fist forcing
You have the
Shiki
ult
to have to
charge right
use an
here.
ult, and Rad
You have the
potentially
ult
being able to
charge right
kite
here.
it
You have 3
or
ult
meet
charges on your
with the
screen.
Mantis
The
ult
same
from
person.
Vertigo.
90 seconds left on the
Exactly.
clock. The leap
What
in,
is this?
fastball, and then the last stand is going to pull out
Is this
Crazy
the same
Kitty into
place that we
position, but he does have his life cocoon in order to bring himself back into the engagement if he so chooses. And with the Soul Resurgence as an attempt to basically turn this around in favor of Rad, it seems to be working. Crazy Kitty's going to be back in no time. Invisible Boundary Ruby Rage at least leads to a pick onto Lugia, which had a clobbering time at that point, so it might actually be a chance for Shikigami to get some more progression. Even if it's a couple of meters, they're going to take it. Trades on either side, however, as this is still turning into a bit of a slog, a battle in the streets of Manhattan. It seems like it's going to be Rad holding on just enough, but all of the strategists are taken out. They're going to run out of steam as the picks start to come through.
All right,
And
chat.
it
I was getting
seemed like it was
coffee
gonna
because
be
I
the
need
Apex
it today
Predator
because
in
I'm
use
gonna
from the
die.
voice line, but it's
Very
still
long
in the hands
stream
of
today.
Smash
What did I miss?
Yeah, but it might be Shiki who are running out of steam in this next fight. Masha's fate of both
Yeah, this is a
worlds.
really good hold from
Clobbering
Rad,
time
though.
to set up.
Shikigami
a lot
was
of the
rolling the
stun
first
onto
2
Shiki's
points.
Players, no way of avoiding it, so Kaya has to go first. Early Emma ult, but it's just a little bit too early. Rad still have the opportunity of fighting. They have to get this pick up onto Mash, but he's able to live with the fate of both worlds and the Apex Predator off the damage boost.
How
Shiki
do
has
you
missed
have
by
like
2
2
of
to
us.
3
They
people
just
right there
have
and
to
you guys
keep
don't kill
fighting
that
off of Easter with the
Luna?
Wallbreaker.
The 3 ultimates were used for Rad, and Shikigami is still the ones to find the picks. It has been traded the either ways. Mash has found himself one, but now Sonic Seduction with overtime in 10 seconds. It might be enough to actually push Shikigami away from the objective. Frost Mountain switching over towards the Strange might be able to portal in and try to touch as everybody else is scalping a bit more, but nobody could quite get there. With the Royal Flush in hand, Shikigami, I'm not going to push it any further, but still a much better look on this map in comparison to the last 2.
Bless
Yeah,
you.
line drawn in the sand, and it feels like
Bless
Shiki,
you.
by removing the Wolverine
Dude,
from
Vogel's a
Rad's
surprise.
hands, are looking far more comfortable. Their front line are staying alive far longer, which in turn is then giving their duelists way more space to be able to try to stand up to what exactly Smashnez and Crazy Kitty have been up to. And it's giving Lindstrom and Kath a lot more room as well to be able to breathe. The fact that Kath is on the Invisible Woman as well means that she has a lot more survivability when Rad tries to turn their attention
that got
towards
picked
her.
up on your mic
And
too,
we're not
bless you,
seeing
Emily.
punishments on things like the Invisible
says thank
Boundary
you.
because Smashnez has always denied these opportunities.
She also said,
of
I can't
using
believe
Apex
people would
Predator to
vote
grab
against
everyone
J3 in
out.
predictions because J3
And
is
I mean,
always
at this
right.
rate, like
Oh, thank
looking
you,
at the
Emily.
characters that Kath has been
to
playing
say
so
that.
far in stage 1 because she came in as a substitute for Name, it's mostly been Rocket, which has been consistently banned out, Invisible Woman, White Fox, Mantis, which is usually pretty much banned out, and then Cloak and Dagger.
Look at
We haven't
Isidore,
seen
bro.
White Fox or the Cloak
Isidore
and
is
Dagger
playing
yet.
the
She has
Captain
had to
America.
sort of
He has
pivot over to
17
characters that
elims,
she's no
4
doubt been
deaths,
scrimming,
but he
we
has
haven't
0
quite
final
seen
hits,
in
bro.
officials
See,
at the
chat.
same, like, playing the
I
same amount of
understand
time,
a
at the
lot
very
of people
least.
would probably
so now
think
it's
he's
just being able
throwing,
to look a lot
but, like,
more cohesive for Shikigami from front
the
to back.
whole
It's their defense
the
now.
whole
Frost Mountain
picture
is going
is
to be
just
played
not on the
over
stat line,
on
bro.
This
There's
Adam
so
Warlock.
much more
You got a
value
Loki
that he's
copy
getting
and triple
from just being
Vanguards.
annoying
It's a
and
lot of
distracting
healing.
supports
Rad
and
needs to
stuff.
try and break through it and have
Alright,
characters
he
to
was
do it
actually
with
distracting.
Yeah, Shiki going for
Was he
very
playing
much
Captain
the
America the whole
stall
game?
game
No, I don't think
at
so.
the moment. Adam Warlock
Yeah,
back
stats don't
in
show
the
the whole
mix.
picture.
Lindstrom will be able to build up his ultimate far faster than the Adam as well off of the AoE properties of Loki's damage and healing. So you're looking at Karmic Revival very, very quickly as
I've
Rad
been
tries
gone
to
for a
push
few
the
seasons,
objective
but
for
realize
as much
it's
space as
interesting how you
possible,
can't
actually
cuss
finding an
in the game.
isolation
I
onto
cuss in the
Kaya
game sometimes.
before Lindstrom's able to
But
come
all
out
the
with
women
those
are
regeneration
3/4
domains off
naked
of the
with their
wall block
asses
from
and
Ducky.
tits
So
hanging out.
Rad forcing out both the soul
That's
bond
not true
and
at all.
finding the elimination to have player advantage and continue
I feel
pushing
like if you go
forward
to a
aggressively.
beach, you're probably going to get
some of
really
the Cloak
scared
and
then.
Dagger, like the Terror Cape, being able to just get that like anti-heal over onto people.
Don't go to the
And,
beach, man.
I mean, we don't need to talk too much about the group Bucky combination. We're familiar with it, and it seems to be just this whole front to back, barreling their way through a bunker composition. Managed to find some progression over onto Shikigami, who I would imagine have to feel that they have to change up this composition to an extent, because trying to actually close out that distance and fight this, it's going to be a little bit more uncomfortable. Leolus is going over towards the Cyclops.
Yeah, no strange though from Shiki, so they're holding on to it. Shikigami have got a very telegraph playstyle, shall we say, of when they're playing Convoy, of letting first point go and then trying to map flip first by a second with the strange TP, so we'll have to see if those
Yes.
shenanigans return. As
The
Frost
Alcatia
Mountain-
play.
Yes, the Alcatia play. As Frost Mountain not going to have the Karmic Revival up first.
I'll try it.
Mash is actually going to have first Strategist ult on
They should
field
still
as
be
Crazy
there.
Kitty goes for a grab.
There we go.
Great bionic hook into Trooper's Fist to further displace Isidore from his team, but Shiki still lives the one-sided boundary of Soul Bond, but that's gone now, and so too is the Emma. Lindstrom has the copy potentially to bring Kaya back into the
men are
fold,
more
but decides
dangerous
to
than
hold
more
on to
rivals
it.
than the women. Why do you think I play Punisher a lot,
Actually, he goes
chat?
for the copy on the other side. Lindstrom has managed to pull himself an eternal bond. He's just taken it out of Vertigo's pocket like a pesky little thief. As a god of mischief has managed to make that ultimate work to a T. That's a fantastic play, though, from Leolus. The Ruby Rage finds onto multiple and even clips Smashnez right out of the sky. Maybe that momentum might have been building for Rad if it wasn't for Leolus. Sights on bringing this series back into favor for Shikigami.
Okay, now if you're Shiki, you have one objective.
I need to go on the Bucky, chat. Put me on the
Absolutely
Bucky.
cannot be caught
a
in
team
the
to pick me
crossfire
up
of
and put
this
me on the
last
Bucky, bro.
stand from Crazy Kitty. He has the Karmic Revival. If you lose the Adam before you have the chance of bringing these players back, this fight is sunk for Shiki. They've invested the Strange TP. They don't have it for this next one.
Might have Life Cocoon, no, but I don't imagine that Crazy Kitty's going to let him have any space in order to do that. You'd be surprised, but Freedom Charge also for Shikigami means they have some, at least another Strategist ultimate to sit back on, as it's going to be
Also,
triple
Shikigami has
Strategists
another res,
on their
that's
side.
huge.
Rad still wanting to go for the 2-2-2 on attack to see if the leap in is required, but Shikigami are doing well to just make this a bit of a neutral
See, look at
fight.
Captain
They
America,
can
bro. He
chunk
does
each other,
nothing
but
but,
no
like,
eliminations coming in, and
bounce
no
on it like a
ultimates being
bunny.
expended
Like
either.
Card.
The pull in onto Cyclops has been shot back out with the dash away, and Invisible Boundary is going to be first play for Rad. Camp Revival now going to be used, almost expecting people to go down ahead of time, and he's right, at least we're getting it onto Kaya. The last stand is going to be used. It's not going to bring back anybody else, though, because that main target was over onto the
That
Adam.
was
There's not going to be
bad.
quite a copy in place as everybody's been brought back in the fray, and another Ruby Rage built up from Leolus means that Shikigami almost just baiting up the plays from Rad, telepathing their way into how this fight was going to go.
Oh,
Have managed
so
to
close
build
from
and
actually
survive
killing her.
a little bit more.
Wow.
If Rad have anything else to throw into this engagement, well, the God of Mischief is now in hands of Lindstrom as 20 seconds are left.
Yeah,
Oh,
Lindstrom holding on to that low key on. Rad
no,
losing
dude,
players.
Rad is
Crazy
getting
Kitty actually
fucking
went down early in
rolled
that
right.
fight first, so he's in charge of swapping to Strange, as it will be a TP fight Lugia at least does have certain seduction. So Rad, they've got an opening here. They've got pick potential as well off of Smashness if he's able to build up this Kraken impact to pair alongside Strangling Prison. There's the Emerald to be able to walk, and now Shikigami relying on Lindstrom, keeping the team up with the God of Mischief. Invisible Boundary, though, is pretty easy to be able to find picks through. Rad just have to wait for it to drop.
They have Groodle. They have Groodle. It has to be fat.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
that is kind of fat.
The Strangling Prison, the leap.
Okay, okay, go again. Go again. Go again. Show me your J3. Yeah.
Very little chance to actually stall this out, and even using the clones to go for these resets.
Okay.
It's just a case of time against
Okay,
Shikigami.
again.
They were hoping that it would be called out, but that invisible boundary forced out.
Do it again.
You got Frost Mountain running in on Spider-Man, and Smashness is just sending everybody back one at a time. The map continues on.
Chat, I just want to let you guys know before I started streaming today, yes, before 6 a.m., I was actually teaching Smashness how to play Pucky. I was watching my VODs
That's
too.
what you're looking for on Midtown, not the full hold. There it is.
Did you guys know that?
You called it.
Yeah.
Here comes the map flip. I mean, Vertigo's already in cloak form. Rad fooling this. The moment someone from Shiki steps through, it's into this blind from that Terra Cape. And Rad are more than happy with brawling this out. They've got the Bucky for the shields on ability hits, and then if really required, you've got Mash with Invisible Boundary totally one-sided to slow the spike down.
I haven't seen a J3 hook
Yeah, but
yet.
they're big ultimates that are used very early on in this
from me
point,
or him?
because of the way that Rad were playing, it was a lot more conservative. Ruby Rage now going to come through.
I'll
Plus,
hook
the Invisible
that
Boundary
toupee
in
off
place.
your head,
Eternal
bro.
Bond might be used to
Going on my
try
head.
to catapult this fight into the faces of Shikigami. They found a pick already, even off the back of that Invisible Boundary, but the Maelstrom has found that pick onto Mash at the same time, just at the end of the ultimate used from Rad. Clobbering time, though, just hovered online for Lugia, as the stun is going to come in actually from the Ibag Moto. Kai has been able to sort of swing in and build up that ultimate very quickly. Seems that Rad, though, are picking off these players.
I think America starts at 4 p.m.
Shikigami have controlled
EST.
this objective. They're splintered.
Oh, Vertigo got forced into using Eternal Bond, though. That could cost Rad in the long run, especially because, like, Shiki, they didn't outright win this fight, but they took, what, 1 minute of Rad's overall time bank, and they're still not letting this objective move for free. So 2 more fights at least, and some of those will be in OT. Clobbering time from Lugia finds a connection, finds an isolation onto Frost Mountain, even through the Royal Flush. The heal is not
this is
enough
not
to
looking.
keep
No, this is
Logan
not looking good for
sustained.
Rad, bro.
There's a
We might
last
actually go
stand
to
from
another
Crazy
round,
Kitty,
chat.
called in for the
W.
clutch.
Oh, he's managed to clutch that out massively. Shikigami now having to back up a little bit more. They have some ultimates themselves. Certainly the Duelists again, and Laylas has been building up a good amount of these Ruby Rages. Problem is, however, your main strategist of the Gambit has been taken out, and the other one has followed. So this first engagement, you might have to do it without a bit of healing, as 20 seconds are left yet again for Rad. And the most precarious part of the map.
I mean, the teleport play, at least from
What
Shiki,
happens
does
the day
mean
that
you
Bucky
get
and the
one more
Moore is
fight
F
with
tier?
both of your strategists
Die
fully
would probably be
respawn, since
really
you're relying on Cap to have Invisible Boundary. Unfortunately, for Shiki, at the same time that Boundary comes up, so too will Eternal Bond to totally overlap it.
It comes into business time now for Shikigami. They're fighting in overtime at the end of a checkpoint again, and the first thing that's going to be used is that Sonic Seduction from Ducky. Managed to usher people away, as Shikigami are really unable to actually uncontest this one. You can see in the background there's a bit of a scupper happening, as Cecido was trying to pull the attention and gets taken out for his troubles. Now Frost Mountain, he's leaning over towards having that last stand to try to pull people in.
Oh, they're still killing through the supportals. Nice.
Boundary, though. Your front line has gone down. There's finally the ultimate from the Wolverine off the back of the Apex Legend being used from Smashness, but nobody from Shikigami is able to do anything. This payload has moved almost for free, despite Shikigami throwing everything they had into that final fight.
Yeah, and Vertigo got to hold Eternal Bond too. Frost Mountain's
Oh my
actually
God.
moved on to the
Smash
storm.
Nas
I think
is yelling.
there's a clear win condition in this next fight, because what should happen is Kaya uses Emma ult, which then forces Eternal Bond from Vertigo. So Shiki are introducing the Storm for the damage boost capabilities of trying to find eliminations through that, or you're using Speed Boost to get these players set up into positions to cut Rad off before they gain control of corner and gain all of this free map control to keep that objective moving and take us to last fight territory when they have unmatched strategist ult for engage.
I think like
Sonic Seduction
like she
comes
said,
into
chat,
play first.
they went
Is it going to
Storm
enough to
just so
force
they
that
could
eternal
speed boost your team back.
No, Rad have actually managed to back out of this completely and hold on to it. Maybe they go for the counterattack now, or if they're going to try to use it, maybe sniff
Okay,
it.
who's
There's
going
going
to
to be a royal flush in play.
This is the last
time
exchange
it's
of
gonna be
ults.
built on the other side for Crazy Kitty. A lot of stuff actually about to come online for Rad a lot sooner than Shikigami.
Good Captain America ult. Wow, if they didn't have that Captain America ult, that would have been GG's.
OT looming again, but that hasn't really threatened Rad all too much. Losing Lugia, though, however, could be a lot more costly as they've managed to catch Izido out of the sky. He's gone back to safety. A lot of damage has been done from the left click of Ducky, and now you've not really got too much else to rely on. If you're Rad, you have to try to touch as overtime is coming in, and that's when the Royal Flush is going to bait out the Eternal Bond. It has to be now for Rad if you want to make this a 3-0, or Shikigami are pulling us into a map 4. Shikigami having plenty to work with, though, as Vertigo off the back of the Eternal Bond.
They have to win this, chat. They have to win this because Shikigami's almost at their ult.
And now the last one with that ultimate alive is going to be
Wow.
Frost Mountain. He's actually going down to a low level, but Calf, that's an insane invisible boundary to actually keep
Smash
that
Nez, airball, bro,
into
airball
play.
on the Chlorox.
Everything that Ryder's got available. Apex Predator now trying to pull people out of position off of an invisible boundary used from Rad at the same time. It seems to be the case again. Eliminations going against Shikigami. Nobody's finding anything other than a bit more time and a stall on the point, but that's not going to be enough. Clobbering time good to usher anybody else away, or just Shepard's crooked off of the point from Frost Mountain.
Nice.
He doesn't get the pick. He gets picked off himself, but it's enough to pull that space.
Wow,
Ryder found their
Shikigami
revenge
threw that
in
game,
3-0
dude.
fashion.
They threw that shit hard.
Ooh, double strategist ult fight advantage. Ruby Rage from Shiki only finds the air of invisible boundary on the side of Rad. They're able to survive the Royal Flush. There's nothing that it really supercharges, right? There's no Star-Lord, there's no Punisher, so off of just the
Jay3's
Eternal
right,
Bond
2 for
alone,
2 so
there's
far.
enough sustain
I
going
can't
around
believe
for
you
Rad's
guys are
team to
voting
be able to
against me.
hold on. And while Shikigami are able to take advantage of stall, they don't find the eliminations to start winning those player trades and make the closer respawns actually count.
That was so
Shikigami need a VOD review that because they
really
threw.
did come down to who was able to survive that initial engage. Like you said, there wasn't a huge amount of value gained from the Raging Royal Flush. The invisible boundary to counteract that Ruby Rage, just to make sure that Rad could hold that fight just a little bit longer. And in particular, round 1,
Fire.
Rad were
They lost
able to
3-0.
hold
Navi beat them 3-0.
point that could have maybe made the difference in that delay, because we could just watch them in real time figure out, oh, we've just been hit by an unexpected draft into an unexpected comp. We're losing.
Yes, America is playing today.
Change this, just one little change at a time until they finally
Usually
found
EMEA
what
and
worked. It
NA
was
play
great
on
to
the
see
same
Rad
day,
in
chat.
real time figure out what the issue was and how to deal with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we know good at from just that last series against Pulsar that we saw in groups, just the adjustments over time. And even though I like the Shikigami tried to go off of that like beaten track that we've seen happen with those like drafts to begin with, it did feel a little bit like that flexibility of Rad was working out a lot stronger. Looking at the MVP, you could sort of give it to multiple players, I think, on the side of Rad in the end. But I think it's also just MASH having good performances on stuff like the Loki before, the Gambit, but even on the Invisible Woman. Even when that Mantis is left available, they can go triple strategist and still look threatening in the right ways.
Yeah, Moxie, we saw the Mantis come in right at the start, almost as if Shikigami were baiting them into it, but it did get abandoned as time went on, and MASH, they were just able to sit on Invisible Woman, on these big healing strategists, and just put in the work.
I mean, it's just like the speed that you build up those ults, and as well as the fact that you're playing not just Invis, but also Cloak and Dagger, which means that there's a lot of healing going out onto your team if they're playing stacked up. When you're playing Thing, Emma, you are playing stacked up all the way front to back, just wanting to brawl through.
What is she saying?
They had like boundary eternal bond. It was within the same fight. You could use one to force Shiki to have to burn one of theirs to match, and then have second strategist ult advantage. Fully one-sided to have all of the sustain and just take space away from the defense.
Very interesting to see the different strategies between these two, between the first two series we've had today. Very heavy onto the Vanguard Deadpool in our previous series.
They just showed the same replay twice.
But we did get to see a bit more Bucky. We did get to see
Jay,
a lot
Wi-Fi
of
bill,
Wolverine with Smashness in particular.
You do realize
Kitty comboing together
that's
beautifully,
not
and even Frost
my
Mountain bringing
internet,
out
right?
Shikigami. But Rad,
you do realize that the caster is stuttering and having lag issues, and I'm talking and my voice is clear as day. You do realize that's not my internet, right?
It really feels like, yeah, you're not only just setting this up of like, yeah, you go up against Navi, who looked terrific in a qualifying game for mid-season finals, but I guess most importantly, if you do lose that, you end up flipping onto the other side of the bracket where Virtus Pro and Team Heretics are. Granted, you might beat them a little bit later on in the losers bracket, depending on how those matchups go, but you basically make your life a little bit more straightforward than the likes
you guys
of
cannot use that as an excuse. You guys
against
cannot
Fire
say
Strays, and then the winner
something
of that
dumb,
has to play
get
with,
proven
I'm
wrong,
guessing,
and then
either
say you
Virtus
were
Pro or Team
joking
Heretics.
or you
That's a
were
rough
rage
game to
baiting.
go up
Bro, that's
against in
not
the
how
losers
it
bracket, for
works.
sure. So at least Rada made their lives a little bit easier going up against the team that not
You know what? I'm
so
so glad that everyone that predicts against me loses their fucking channel points. I'm glad that you guys lose all your
side
money.
of the bracket later on, where our colleagues will take over and bring you some of those very exciting matches right after this. But first, Moxie, looking at these statistics, again, I want to bring it up, the evolution of Rad's frontline in particular, moving over to the Thing and start off with the Devil Dinosaur. Didn't work, evolved to the Emma, something with a little bit more damage, but still having that CC immunity. It was fantastic to see them just problem solve in real time.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Rad. They're a very smart team. Like, they start off these matches with very small compositions where they have a game plan, and then if something goes wrong, like if the team that they're against has cooked something up to be able to counter it,
Yo, Blind
they can
Bear with the
adapt
massive
in
prime
real
sub.
time, and they have the
Hope you're having a great
flexibility
day.
to be able to adapt in real time. Like, Lugia is probably living his best life in terms of vanguards that are viable. He gets to play Thing, he gets to play Antler, he gets to play a whole bunch of things that usually in the past would be personality picks for him.
But we're not going to have them this time. In this case, we're going to have Ducky, who did get put on the Emma this time, but is going to be in a situation where they have finally, after multiple attempts, been able to beat Shikigami, and as I said earlier, in what could be the most important time to do it. I'm going to open up with the obvious question. Ducky, what has changed between those previous games in the group stage and in preseason, all these times you've played Shikigami before and now?
Meta.
I'd say as a team, we identified our issues before, and we were able to solve those issues progressively through the long break, which was really nice. And we've also just grown a lot smarter, I think, with draft and counter picking, like you saw with the tanks. But yeah, I think that's why.
Speaking of the counter picking, like that third map where things were looking basically the same for drafts, right? The Mantis ban into Rogue ban, Gambit Protect. Was that a bit of a curveball thrown at you? Did you guys feel a little bit like, well, I wasn't expecting that? Or do you feel like that's something that's naturally going to show more in playoffs, right? Everybody was going for the same drafts, but in those bigger games and those bigger moments, some more kooky ideas are going to come out. Were you prepared for that? Or did you feel like that was something that you just adapted to very quickly?
I mean, we went into the last map with the curveball of banning Wolf. We was ready to do that, so honestly we didn't even really take any notice of it because we wasn't going to save Mantis or Gambit anyway. But I will say, going into playoffs, I did think more teams are going to ban Gambit against us, but I guess that's not true. But either way, it's fine, we'll make it work.
Can we explore that a little bit deeper? Because obviously we got to see some of the ban draft from the Pacific playoffs where it was Mantis instant ban into Gambit save. Why do you think that we've moved away from Gambit being the instant ban and Mantis making it all the way through?
I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, I don't do draft in my team, but I do just think that that Gambit is the stronger character. But Mantis obviously very strong too, so I don't know. I think it depends a lot on the maps and the players and how you want to play the game. There's a lot of factors. As you saw, we made Wolf save first, a thing that worked. So yeah, I don't know. It depends a lot.
I did want to ask about that. We obviously saw a lot of Crazy Kitty on characters like Black Cat during the group stage here, but that has been nerfed a little bit here. Was that disappointing, or were they just glad to get the Wolverine back?
I mean, I think I'm very happy to have him on Wolverine over Black Cat. I love playing with Crazy Kate Wolverine. It's like I don't even have to do anything. I just get like kills gifted to me. It's amazing. I'm not too worried about it.
All right, well, the final question I will ask here is, you are moving on in the bracket, but your next opponent is going to be Na'Vi, former world champions and top of their group. Are you doing any particular specific preparation for them?
We're gonna prep. I hope we're gonna prep a lot. We should prep a lot. Yeah, no, obviously we're gonna put our all into that match, because obviously if we beat them, then we're straight into playoffs, and that would be amazing. But if we don't beat them, then hopefully we'll just do the lower bracket run, which I think we will.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
For a
You
lot of
gotta
preparations,
think
so we'll let you
positive,
get to it
man.
as soon
You are
as
gonna beat
possible, Ducky.
Na'Vi. Who the hell is...
On your win.
Chat,
Congratulations
who's
on
even
fighting
good on
Shikigami,
Na'Vi?
and good luck in your
I
next series.
can't even name their roster.
A fantastic performance from Rad. They said it themselves. They found their weaknesses, they've isolated them, and it really showed here. They continue an upper
You can't go into a match knowing that you're going to lose, chat, or thinking that you're going to lose, bro.
Try and continue it there. But
what is that?
About just how scary that lower bracket can be here. Moxie, we have 2 series left coming up for today. So far, this has been a crazy day.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be looking at those 2 matches. I think a lot of us will be looking at that last one.
To be honest with you,
Pulsar versus
Na'Vi would not
Heretics.
win a single game
Rad
if
have been
Jay3
getting
was
a lot
not
of work
predicting
done
for them to
between
win.
groups and playoffs,
Think about it,
have
chat.
seemed a much
Every team
stronger
that
team
I
off
predict to
of it.
win is going to
I
win.
feel like Pulsar are in that same situation. Could potentially be problematic for Heretics to take on, but we'll have to see how much work they were able to put in.
But Ryan, we've seen the rise of Reason throughout the group stage getting better and better, but they're against VP coming up next. Are you hyped as I am?
I mean, I feel like it's just seeing what kind of Virtus Pro we get. It feels like it has to be a dominant win for them. Otherwise, the naysayers are going to be out in full force going up against, like, potentially a Heretics or Pulsar game. Yeah, like, let's see what Virtus Pro... I'm hopeful that they're going to make it to mid-season finals. They always bounce back, but if they don't, ooh, what's going to happen?
But there's only one way to find out. That's it for myself, Tetra, with your casters Ryan Central and Got Moxie for today. We're going to hand it over to our fellow EMEA colleagues. But first, we're heading to a break so we can get them set up. Do not go anywhere. We have 2 more absolute belters coming up after this.
Well, I don't think the next game is going to be that close, chat. Virtus Pro against Reason Gaming. I'm sorry, but I think Virtus Pro has shown some signs of weakness before, though. But I don't think they're going to... I think Virtus Pro is going to probably 3-0 Reason Gaming. I'm going to start your guys' predictions right now, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, okay? Virtus Pro against RSN. Good luck, chat. If you guys want to see the handy-dandy Jay3 board, I have Virtus Pro beating RSN. Hey, so far I'm 2 for 2. So far I'm 2 for 2. Let's make it 3 for 3. Virtus Pro's beating Reason. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. You guys do your predictions. We vote Jay poops. I'm not pooping, chat.
Remember who you really on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you
Welcome back, everyone. We have a fresh set of faces and a fresh set of matches. I'm Vaughn. We got Leg Day and Lemon Kiwi to close out the show for today. Day number 1 has already been so hotly contested, so intense. The bans have been crazy. The meta's been insane. Leg Day, how have you been feeling so far about what we've seen?
Well, I made a lot of my predictions in the game itself based on, I think, like the resurgence of fastball. I think the Hulk Wolverine is definitely going to be pretty pivotal to a lot of these matchups. So I'm very excited to see that, at least in the case of Rad versus Shikigami, the stocks are rising as I expected.
Makes a lot of sense how they're doing pretty good. I mean, first time that they were able to get a single map, let alone a series against Shikigami this season. But Lemon, I mean, we've seen the top dogs look pretty solid so far, and Virtus Pro that we have coming up here, they're going to be looking pretty good too. But you know, we'll get to you in a second, Lemon. I know Leg Day has some things to talk about with Virtus Pro here.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to double dip here because I've got to talk about my goats here at Virtus Pro. Like, last year, these guys were 100% on top of EMEA for everything except mid-season. When it came to qualifying for that, they lost out to Burba Patapim, who now are spread out among the Cosmos.
Sorry.
They're looking to make sure that that doesn't happen again here.
What
this
in the world was I watching, bro? It was just all pixels
for them because, like, they don't want to see history.
Hey!
It's the team that's currently carrying a world championship. There's a lot of expectation on this squad to make sure that they are not only the best, but also some of the best representation for EMEA as well.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro, again, you know, didn't have the best performance in preseason, had a little bit of a better look through the group stages, and I feel like this meta is going to benefit them very well, especially Cyclops. If Sparker gets control of that, I mean, we saw how deadly Terra was, specifically with it too, so it was another issue. I think it was, what, 34 finals we saw on one of those maps? I would not be surprised to see the same for VP, but tell me a little bit about Reason Gaming. What can we expect from kind of this underdog roster here, Levin?
I mean, yeah, the competition has certainly caught up to Virtus Pro, but Reason Gaming, this team has come such a long way since the last time they did face VP in that preseason.
97% against 52 people with 300K.
More consistent secondary vanguard. On top of that, Simba has exploded this group stage. He has emerged as one of the region's top statistical performers, and this patch is putting a huge spotlight on the vanguard players who quickly need to adapt to buffed heroes like Rogue, Angela, falling back to old favorites like Venom and Cap, and we know Paseo can thrive on virtually any dive hero. My question is how Rosa is going to fit into these compositions. That's the big question mark. And then there's people like Nocta, who's another wild card. He's dubbed as the flex god for his team. He spent most of the time as the third strategist throughout stage 1. It'll be exciting to see how
Why do you look a little nervous? What do you mean I look nervous, bro?
With the new duelists that we
The only people who are nervous here is Reason Gaming right now.
To see how these duelists actually face off against each other. Sparker on the Star-Lord we've seen do some great work, and then Simba as well on the Phoenix. I mean, we haven't seen Phoenix a single time. This might be the first time, Levin.
% win rate.
This is going to be such a fun matchup because I think Simba can absolutely deadlift this team. When it comes to like predicting Reason, you look towards Simba to be the ace up their sleeve. But Sparker was the best Elsa in that meta. He's been able to adapt and be at the top of his game when it comes to any hit scans that are dominating in the meta. But Sparker isn't just amazing as an individual, but it's how VP come together as a team. And Vaudeville, you mentioned kind of their struggles through the preseason playoffs, maybe even stage 1 if you want to nitpick, but it's because of their lack of adaptation or just kind of being behind in terms of really reading the meta. And they even Nevix claimed that in the interview. Because these constant meta changes
Virtus Pro is not boot camping?
And that's why VP look as close as they do to other teams.
Looking at the maps that we have here, Hell's Heaven, first time appearance during
Why is
the
Virtus
playoffs.
Pro
what
not
we
boot
expect like that?
camping?
Hell's Heaven has always been a fantastic dive map. This used to be the favorite of Citadel back when they were together in EMEA, and it was one of the places where we'd often see
Boot
like
camping
melee
is like,
duelists
instead
come
of
to the
all of
fore,
them
but
playing
it's a
each other,
brand
playing at
new
each other's
meta where it
houses,
feels
like
melee
their own
has
houses,
really
they all like,
fallen off via
like the
will
org
of Xiong,
flies
and
them
instead
to
we're
like
looking
their
see things
headquarters, and they all
maybe the
start playing at the
Daredevil or the
same,
Wolverine could be
like they're all in the
responsible
same
for that.
room, like
We've
a
got
LAN party.
Cyclops come through already because Scott Summers is
Virtus
an absolute powerhouse, but for me, it's going to be all about these front lines. I want to see if Fincy is going to be able to have access to the cap, which thus far has been one of his primary tools for bringing VP space.
Well, I'm going to give this one right back to you guys. We already see the Mantis bands coming through. A lot to expect for the series.
I'm so excited, Leg Day, because especially Hell's Heaven is one of those niche domination maps that Groot can actually really excel on these choke points. It's very important, though, to be able to be in a position to defend initially, and Rosa has been one of those standouts when it comes to Groot. And I was wondering initially how his hero pool is going to be. I've heard he's learning new things to try and adapt to this meta, but if he can fall back to an old favorite like Groot, that could really be a boon for this team on Hell's Heaven.
Good morning.
Yeah, having access to that group really can be very important for shaping engagements as well, trying to force out defensive
110 Fahrenheit in Michigan. Holy shit!
Behind the wall, Cyclops going to be taken away from both of our teams here, prioritizing that premier duelist.
No, I don't have a phone right now. My phone's getting fixed because apparently my screen turned off yesterday, but my phone was still working. Just when my screen didn't work, so I had to pay $300 for them to fix my screen. That's crazy shit, bro.
And when it comes to Virtus Pro, I'm looking forward to seeing a Gambit composition. They were expecting to be able to play this more, and Saipe has been one of the top performers when it comes to that composition. If you ever allowed Virtus Pro to have the Gambit slip through in the stage one, which I live in
Miami, Chad.
Are because it was
like 85 degrees outside
when it came to the group stage. So Reason Gaming at least will be able to utilize theirs. And then there's also the factor of Loki, which Relaxing has a great one of. Of course, VP could try to have a Loki to just have more Raging Royal Flushes, but with Rocket out of the picture for one side, or at least protected on one, VP could also have the damage boost, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so this is going to be really strong for VP.
Yeah, you're very right to highlight the Loki.
Or are you going to change your phone?
Two opportunities to use the Raging Royal Flush does mean that you're a lot more free with your timing for the style of Galactic Legend, so you don't need to necessarily wait to make sure that it's always going to be synced up with your Gambit themselves. It can sync up with a Loki instead.
A one-sided Star-Lord and a one-sided Rocket. Ooh.
But I imagine Reason Gaming aren't feeling too bad about how the draft played out here, given that they are going to have access to that Loki. Virtus Pro, like, maybe there's a world where we see, like, the Winter Soldier come out versus the Loki. We've seen some teams like to use the Moon Knight as the doppelgangers are like pseudo-arms. But Virtus Pro, they have a lot of room to experiment here to begin with.
And there's been whispers that to replace Crazy Kitty, well, the Crazy Kitty being Black Cat, that people are falling back to the old favorite of Psylocke that really imitates that playstyle as that backline assassin that can go invisible, and you can kind of cosplay the Black Cat with the Psylocke.
Okay, chat, let's get this.
Psylocke players was Sparker in that group stage, but we'll wonder kind of how many secrets will come out of anybody's sleeve. But Sparker falling back to the Elsa. Elsa was huge in the previous meta with Dino because of that percentage health, and of course the nice ability to push back some dive, which Reason are going to fall back.
Is that Relaxing's shoulder?
He's been so confident on this hero.
Okay, Relaxing going to go for the Luna instead of the Loki here.
Okay, let's see this, chat. Oh, Swappy with the massive 6 months. Appreciate it, my friend. How you doing?
One of the more historical heroes for VP who have been basically playing across all of the metas that we've ever seen in Fi, going to be on the Daredevil.
And Nocta is on the Star-Lord. We were wondering if he's going to be the triple strategist. He goes back to Star-Lord, which was great, but the dive is relentless from Reason.
Unbelievable setup. An anti-card from across the map coming through from Rashid to open up onto Dredro. They found themselves just unaware on the engagement. Fi still believes it's turnable though. The duelists from VP trying to make something happen out of nothing. VP still have advantage when it comes to keeping this point contested because Cypher is pumping out some heals in their own right. And it won't take Dredro too long to return because of the ice skating back that's going to make that one happen. Rosa opens up a portal. Reinforcements for Reason so that it's all about this fight.
No one captain point yet. That's crazy.
Control is so important on the objective, and you can see there's a crowding right now behind that central pavilion to make sure that you can keep this contested.
Yeah, interesting to go for a portal this early. The cooldown should be back by either the end of this round or at the start. And Reason Gaming, they know this is winnable. It never got capped in the first place.
Dude, no one capped the point, man. This is insane.
Flush as Reason take angles. Sparker is going to mark that Star-Lord.
They built a huge Gambit ult first.
Cypher had the advantage. Now they need to get onto the opposing Gambit to make sure that Rashid cannot match it. Great play here from Fi, working demon magic on the Daredevil. That's going to be VP with the first cap, hard earned.
And that's a difference of 5 to 10% between Saipe and Rashid. VP showing their prowess on a hero they have a lot more experience on, including the Daredevil, which, yes, got hit by Nurse in terms of the range of the dives. But when VP sync up Nevix and Fi, this was a composition, a play style that they really thrived in from not only the preseason, but the group stage. To be able to defend is huge when, of course, you have the fate of both worlds. But now,
they don't have Luna ult yet.
Oh, Nocta unwilling to combo with this for now, just trying to force out Drudro's ultimate. Nevix coming in on the other side.
I don't think
Passo are going to be doing exactly the same, but who's going to chomp first? Teams begin to
I don't think Reason should lose this.
They're a little bit early on their play, though. The Glatrox is massive.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Dude, Captain America, bro.
A support, a strategist. And the strategy right now seems to be hit the shot Sparker, trying to find
Oh, Sparker with an airball, bro? That's rare. Sparker with an airball. Wow.
Was Reason start to get their own progress towards the point, but what they did is left Rashid unattended, and Fi is more.
You know, crazy enough, a lot of people.
Tidal wave of ultimates from Reason. They never.
I don't know if a lot of people are going to agree with me, but I actually like what this meta is right now. There's a lot of characters being played. We're seeing a lot of different characters being played, like a lot more variety.
Send them off the map, but it's such a long trajectory that Nocta and all the hit scans are able to disable both Apex Predators. So a
lot of people are like hating on Twitter. Oh, this meta sucks. That this blah blah blah. We're seeing a lot of variety, chat.
Oh, the first strike here is absolutely brutal. Farewell to relaxing. Rashid surely going to be up next with dive calls, chasing the Gambit. The anti
No, Saipe is not on controller.
Of VP, and their execution is brutal and cunning. Nocta frozen up, unlikely to escape this one. Drudro's there with the final battle. Pasuo tries their best to come on back, but I think for Reason don't even have the TP off cooldown off that first fight engagement. One last engage from Fi just for a touch of additional long charge, and VP looking hot on our first sub map.
Yeah, no.
Saipe are suffering the consequences of their own decisions. Like you said, the portal's still on cooldown. It might have not been if this was a more contested map. You know, not 100 to 0, which VP know how to cycle those ults. They had the first Raging Royal Flush. They had the last one. Saipe on the top of his game with the most amount of healing at 10,000.
Wow, Sparker's still 12-0 with
round. It's incredible. Even though Reason Gaming had the first blood, they have Pasuo engaging. Finzi is having the same impact in Reason Gaming's backline. So a lot of pressure is on the strategists this meta to try and mitigate that pressure, whether it's the Luna freezes or just the mobility that the Gambit provides. But Reason Gaming, they're going into this with the most amount of confidence. They felt that they were competitive in the preseason against VP, but this is going to be an
also it's crazy that Saipe already uses like second or third ult, and then like he's almost overlapping the other Gambit.
The lava below is awaiting some victims. Lemmer?
Maybe. And no Groot, because I think Groot really suffers when there's just so
Bree,
much
that's not that
momentum.
bad.
It's so hard to press
A
back.
Skelly with the massive 2 months.
VP
Appreciate
are
it.
already pushing Reason Gaming against the wall.
Straight away, VP. They found this little nest egg for Finzi to try and work from, but Nox is getting very aggressive here, just taking away so many angles. Joining Fi, Finzi. Well, Finzi may have actually kind of baited Fi right there. Looked like Fi was expecting a big dive, and Finzi did not want to join that. He had some bad juju to work with. And now Rashid is going to bring the remainder of Reason forward. They have the advantage when it comes to the Gambit. Nevix can't survive. Finzi's going to do their best to exchange life energy for additional conquest of the point. Still, Reason haven't got the cap. Finzi back on station right now. Up comes the cap off, but he can't leave to reinforce the remainder of his team. He needs to stay on the point, and VP won't move forward.
Nice, bro. Popped the ult, got no value, and Finzi is still standing on the point by himself. That's crazy.
Drudro unleashes the power of Lunar Snow. The fate of both worlds to be determined right here and now. 3 players huddle for warmth, trying to get away from the cold embrace of the devil.
3 players players are cuddled for warmth. What is leg day saying, bro?
Anybody? Yes, Fincy has been removed, and it's going to be Sparker trying to match that energy here. Aside, thinks it's winnable. Comes in with their own ultimate.
VP are down 2 and they're going for a 4v6 Raging Royal Flush, and this is confidence blooming. Reason Gaming had just finally let go of the chokehold that VP put them in. Reason Gaming invested 4 ultimates just to win this fight, and VP were still the ones to capture it first off of the Raging Royal Flush. VP knew it was
Virtus Pro is more
along,
experienced, right? I would say so, yes.
It's gonna be so hard for Passimo.
A lot of these Virtus Pro players are also ex-Overwatch pros,
including Nocta, who's getting checked at the door by the bodyguard of 5.
Yeah, what are you going to do when the bouncer's got wall hacks? Like, what are you going to do about that one? 5 just continuously testing this one, making sure that Nocta has...
Are they all ex-Overwatch pros? Well, I mean, they've been dominating, so...
And this bridge on the other side, knowing that Nevix can't really commit for a fight against them because they're so easy to get out.
I didn't really watch Overwatch League, Chad, obviously. As a streamer, can't watch it because it was on YouTube for some reason.
Man,
Overwatch could be so much like bigger, I feel like, if they didn't go the YouTube route.
Bouncing for the objective, but he can't bounce on it for long as Sparker has the glass rocks, and it's almost Reason with the cap on the back, the glass rocks, the Apex Predator grabs 2, follow-ups there onto Nocta, not so much onto Rosa, saves himself here with the banhammer to make sure that any miss from Sparker is going to be punished.
Saipei said he didn't play Overwatch Pro. I'm pretty sure Saipei was an Overwatch Pro. Saipei tried out for my team a long time ago when I was like, this was before Overwatch League.
Will punish you if you stay a second too long, as Reason want to stay a little bit longer in this map, but it looks like it may just be 200-0. It's relaxing, tries to keep them in this.
Treasure uses their own ult here to save Nevix, who just about manages to Assassin's Charge inside of the radius. And VP is still in control. They've been so sublime when it comes to their objective display. A backline assassination maybe over onto Saipei, a quick blast of barrage.
Wait,
seems like it's a bit of a choke onto this one. Spincy taken down into the lava. The Apex Predator going to join them. A patty cake is solid. VP still have 1 Vanguard to try and work with here. Rosa isn't even allowed to hit the lava. But the focus from Reason still good. Even when the fight starts to break down, the comms are there, but the health bars are not, because Spark is taking them away.
Wait, who the hell? Wait, did someone? Okay, no, never mind.
Seen again, Rashid going to be joining them, cut down in their prime. The X's of Icors get through the lumber that was offered over. Sparker says, "Nah, I'm not even gonna let the lava have you, buddy. I know that you're gonna be flying out of that one, so instead, I'm gonna."
God damn.
Talking, and we only know one really loud word for VP.
Bro, when they won, they didn't even show any emotion. They were like, "Oh, no, another day, another day in the office."
Angela, especially on that map, when you can go for those environmental eliminations, there's also so much more staying power for an Angela. You can cycle the shield. You can go for those environmental eliminations. You could fly around and be a wasp. And well, 200-0. That's just VP doing VP things, and we'll find out what Reason Gaming's map pick will be after this.
Damn. Who does Jay have winning the whole thing? The whole thing? Oh, I have no idea, man. To be honest with you, if I had to guess who was going to win the whole thing, I would either say it's either going to be probably Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi is looking very, very strong. Or maybe Team Liquid Citadel. I can't really vouch for any of the Asia teams because I haven't watched any of them. Some of them probably could be really strong. But I think maybe out of the 4 teams, I do think it's going to be either Na'Vi or Virtus Pro or Team Liquid Citadel or Swamp Gaming. It depends on who shows up for that day. I don't know when or where the LAN is going to be, but I do feel like that's going to be a lot of fun. It's definitely going to be a lot of fun to watch. Yeah. Not Virtus Pro. I did say Virtus Pro. I said Virtus Pro and Na'Vi or Team Liquid Citadel and Swamp Gaming, chat. I think if any of those teams play against each other, they're gonna. Yeah. Did 100 Thieves qualify? 100 Thieves qualified for NA, yes. We see them later play today, but we are in the EMEA region right now, chat. NA plays at like 4 o'clock apparently today. Holy shit, it's only 10 a.m. Bro. Tomorrow, by the way, just as a heads up, so you guys know as well, tomorrow we start again at 6. Well, I wake up at 6, but 7 a.m. is when the first game happens. Yeah. 100 Thieves is kind of bad now. I think 100 Thieves didn't have the best showing when it came to dive meta. That's because I don't think they have any really good, well, besides Self, I don't think they have like a really good dive team. But when it's I think this meta might be a little different because Self can play like the Wolverine, I'm pretty sure, and then as well as you're going to have Delena on hit scan and all that stuff. And I do think the tanks that TTK plays are a little buffed here. Emma, we're seeing a lot of Emma. We're seeing a lot of even not just Emma but Angela. We're seeing a lot of Angela as well. So I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Can't wait for Self to be on Ultron. Oh, man. Wait, do Sentinels play today? Oh, Sentinels do play today against YWL. I can't wait to see Sentinels be like, wow, should we put our best DPS player on DPS? Nah, let's put him on support. Yeah. And Squeesh, Capiche with the massive 4 months. Appreciate it, my friend. Whoa, wait, whoa. Jay, my mom won't give me money to sub to you. Should I steal her credit card to do it? Hell no, bro. Do some chores around the house, man. Say, hey, mom, if I sub to this streamer, can I do chores for like a few days or a week? Come on. Help your mom around the house, man. Listen. Respect your parent. You guys are not going to understand until you guys get older how much your parents actually do for you. When you start living alone or you know, becoming a parent yourself.
Dangerous.
Yo, Miss Cat Lady with the massive 5 gifted subs. Absolutely insane. I appreciate it. Massive W. I'm seeing Jay more than I see my mom. Wait, what? It's fine. I could be your mom. Was Jay always a good guy or did I miss his bad boy era? I was an asshole in middle and I think I was an asshole in middle and high school. Yeah, there's MRI tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday.
200% to 0 for Virtus Pro on Hell's Heaven. Back like they never left before. And Reason Gaming looking for some answers. Maybe the band draft will be the way to do it.
Also,
but
that's
like
true.
I mean,
more
my question
hair
for
I
that
had, the
specifically,
more of an asshole
it's going to be more of a priority towards, you know, the Daredevil we saw from that in the first match, or you'd say the Captain America
Absolutely
going forward.
insane. Appreciate it, my friend.
I feel like Captain America
How you doing?
might deserve some respect in the ban phase, especially when Luna's on the field. Like, Captain America with Luna Snowflake is an absolute menace when it comes to contesting the point, and we saw Fincy continuously just making sure that even more Reason were winning. As far as the game's concerned, they weren't really winning, and it just gave so much time for someone else on VP to be able to make some magic happen.
Well, looking at the MVP, it's no doubt that it's going to be Sparker on this one as well. 13 finals is what you don't see here on the stat line.
25 and 0.
He's still back in the saddle and better than ever, Lemon.
Absolutely. I mean, what does that say? If you take a shot at the king, you better not miss, something like that. And I guess this Elsa don't miss. I mean, he was the best Elsa during that meta. There's also a difference of what Vanguards they're really shooting at. Sparker got to just sit back and farm passable on the Venom, while as VP's Vanguards are very elusive, whether it's an Angela, a Cap. It's not easy for Simba to try and lock it down. And but there's also a difference of those final hits where Sparker's hitting those double digits.
I think when we were kids, we're all assholes, though. I never thought I was a jerk in high school, but looking back as an adult, man, yeah, bro, I think...
And I didn't see the same value of the Apex Predators on Reason Gaming side. You'll get to see those final hits here, and not always connecting on a target that is so critical. You need to at least get
like there's things I wish I didn't do when I was a kid.
Feeling the pressure to try and go up against Sparker, who's 25-0, by the way.
I mean, tell us about like the Venom versus the Angela on this one as well, Lemon. I feel like that was a matchup that we kind of expected going into this meta, but now we get to see it actually realized.
Yeah, VP
Wait,
had the right
Dredro
plan.
actually did have 67% accuracy. Wait, that's insane.
There is an environment to tackle somebody into, which Nevix pushed the Doctor Strange. I think that was relaxing there at the end, which immediately threw Reason Gaming off their game. And I was wondering if Nevix was going to go back to the Venom, but I think just with these choke points, it's a lot easier to brute force your way in and have better staying power.
No,
with
Dredro's not new.
While as Venom is a little bit more cooldown dependent.
He's always been with the team. Virtus Pro has been the same team since
and Finzi,
the dawn of time.
Cap, he's gonna ruin your backline, and he's gonna anchor forever. That's the whole reason that was the whole reason Reason Gaming did not win the first fight of the second point.
I think, like Dave, Finzi might be the reason why, you know, a lot
what
of
is
KCA,
as in what does the C stand for? Oh, it's kill, casualties, and assists.
Yeah, I think that's
they don't call it deaths.
One of the primary reasons, like the Finzi polyaxis, you know, of
yeah, apparently when you get killed in this game, chat, you're not actually killed. You're just knocked out, and then you respawn.
Elsa, since this is the first time we've had a mirror matchup, is that Simba's having to get a lot more adventurous with their Elsa angles compared to Sparker. Because when you're playing that Elsa with the Star-Lord can play like...
Which doesn't make any sense, yeah. How are you going to have kills but not death?
Can't quite go as deep.
So it's kills...
Daredevil, like fight count.
Oh, no, it's not kills.
It's
knockouts.
And that means that they are constantly being able to
I'm pretty sure, right?
Like, in cover.
Knockouts, casualties, and assists.
Sparker can sort of like play very close to them and kind of just peel past them away. So...
because I don't think they want to say kill or death because it's a Marvel game. Also, like, don't think it's really
the Elsa can be with their positioning and Sparker being able to stay back for so long.
It's I don't think it's a thing they say in
being able to
China.
take advantage of an overextending Simba who needs to get more aggressive.
You know,
it's been I think a big hallmark in how these two Elsas are performing right now.
That was the first time, too, that we saw a one-sided Rocket and one-sided Star-Lord, the first save on Star-Lord. It didn't seem like it worked as well as they would have liked it to. So I'm really curious on what they focus on here. But Midtown seems to be the map that they're going to here, Lemon.
Yeah, and the point on that Star-Lord is I didn't like that we didn't combine the Galactic Legend with the Raging Royal Flush. You could tell there's desperation on the Reason Gaming side. We'll see if this map will be the right one, though.
Yeah,
Convoy, well, that's actually that's true. We don't have blood in this game.
Maps and going to this one a little bit early. We'll see how the band draft goes here, leg day.
All right, question is,
China doesn't approve titles if they show blood in the kills. How about you can't say deaths and kills as well?
Stalwart defenses.
Can't say that as well. Oh, jeez.
Things like Loki, Adam for double resurrections. We see Groots come up quite often here. And we know that both Rosa and Nevix are fantastic and very confident group players. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one come up.
Kind of funny how there's vampires but not blood. Go figure it out. So what are they sucking?
Apart from Mantis and Gambit, I'm pretty sure anything could slip through.
Yeah, Midtown is one of those unique maps, just like Central Park, where you can have some shenanigans, whether it's the Moon Knight on offense just to break out a spawn, triple Vanguard, triple Strategist has come out. A lot of innovation has happened on this map in particular. It's also strong for group, but I think after Reason Gaming not pulling out on Hell's Heaven, maybe thinking it just won't be able to mitigate VP's aggression. So the Gambits are coming out, which also means the automatic bans of the Rogue. Now, Reason Gaming, we talked about Rosa's role on this team who has brought out the
the
van pool. You saw that this
Cyclops
was
vans.
not really able to slow down Sparker enough because it punishes you if you miss shots, but when you have a big old Venom in front of you, it didn't seem to affect Sparker at all. So the impact of Ultimates is what I want to see out of Reason Gaming and kind of how they're adjusting their Vanguard line now that we're on a payload map.
Yeah, being able to have that consistent pressure on the objective does mean that it can be a little bit harder to run those dual diving Vanguards. But we have seen Rosa pick up the Vanguard Deadpool, who can be one of those like objective troll kind of characters who can influence a fight from far away if the objective is only just rolling up. Star's going to be taken away with
chat. Mantis, you guys ask this every single season. Mantis always gets banned. Mantis is broken.
To mirror ban here and keep the Star-Lord out of both teams' hands, given that, as you mentioned earlier,
I say this?
They do have
my brain's not working. I woke up really early.
Royal Flush and the Galactic
in
Legend.
a competitive team
and
environment,
I know people in ranked would just
games,
not believe me, but Rocket
with
Raccoon
coordinated
has become
gameplay,
just the top
Mantis is
fan
very
because
broken.
of that buffed up Cosmic Amplifier, and now the group ban from Reason Gaming side. I don't know if this is a read from Scrims or not, but I do like having that Rocket Raccoon to have that resurrect, because that first point of Midtown can be so snowballable. So it's so important for at least the defense to have it, and you could tell by Reason Gaming how they portaled in that first fight of Hell's Heaven, how much just maintaining their position matters to them.
Okay, so now I'm wondering what Virtus Pro, if they run out on some kind of triple Vanguard defense when it's their turn to try and stop Herbie's progress, because the Groot is a quintessential ingredient of the Streets defense during point A, like the wall generation, the immunity to CC by a hidden Ironwood wall is very important for working against things like an Emma, things like a Wolverine, or just cutting off something that's a bit more pokey and dangerous like a Magneto.
Oh,
Jenna.
So for Reason Gaming, I would have never guessed that.
This could be a major order to mess up the plans of VP.
Again, this must be something from Scrims that we don't know, because I just don't think I've ever seen VP play the Groot. It's been so much Venom, Cap, Angela, like anything but the Groot, as I don't think this Penny is super serious. At least let's focus on a Reason.
Finzi on the
triple
Penny.
Vanguard, triple strat. This is what I'm talking about, the shenanigans that can happen on this map. This was planned out by Reason, as Nevix is already on the dive, and Finzi is committed to the Penny Parker. This is going to be so fun.
Penny? Oh, no. Okay, he's off a Penny.
Simba up on the high ground. When do they decide to disembark from there? Because they need to try and hold it. Fight's just been untouched. Where's your Loki at, bro?
Wait, the first pick goes to Luna? Yeah, we're going to need a nerf on the Spider-Man.
Absolutely decimated. Dreedra at range must have found an angle there as well. We saw the early freeze followed up by the light and dark ice just getting it done. And now you're missing a huge amount of healing because Nocta can't farm headshots off of something like a Devil Dinosaur or an opposing Loki to lower the cooldown on that live stream.
And it's a good reaction from VP. Go to the Moon Knight, because on a triple Vanguard, you're going to be more stacked together, especially how you're approaching a Midtown defense. You're clumped into that tiny room. Finzi goes to the Emma. We didn't stick to the Penny Parker,
Sparker switching?
because
Sparker.
Magneto can't be safe behind that shield. You can grab him through it as a portal from Reason Gaming. They want another swing at this, and it's a pretty conservative portal at that, as Nevix will spot this and Reason try to stabilize.
All right, Nevix, I think just trying to force out some early cooldowns before disengaging. Sparker falling low. Simba's there on the other side. Excellent Iron Volley, and that means that they're not going to be here to take advantage of Saipe's Gambit movement forward. Nocta falls down, so as the Cocoon Revival if they need it.
Yeah, my favorite thing about Virtus Pro is that
Nocta
even if they lose a
back,
player or not and they're at a disadvantage, they still somehow end up winning like team fights.
4% away, basically. Needs a couple of quick heals as Fi is going to return. Nocta falling low. Are you going to be brave enough to invest in the resurrection here?
And you have Nevix also Feast of the Abyss in the backline, by the way, so Reason Gaming's Vanguard
also, Reason
not
Gaming not on
Storm. And speaking of Storm, it's
Gambit
already
is
a
kind of
first-point
questionable,
capture
bro.
from VP, even through the
Kind of
portal.
questionable.
The very chunky Vanguards, and the whole reason you run the triple Vanguard is so you can build up strategist ultimates faster. And now they just come up, but it's almost too little too late, as Simba now goes to finally a duelist. Reason Gaming need damage. They need something to punish Nevix, because he is just ruining this backline.
One important thing to note here. Oh, Rashid gives up the ultimate. Doesn't want to use the invisible boundary, knowing that Sparker likes to just grab some people out of it using the Apex
now
Predator
they switch
instead.
to it now.
Halfway towards the Gambit ultimate. The Raging Royal Flush is going to come up a touch faster. And a quick route here as VP going to look for a Glatrox towards the back, perhaps. In comes the Sonic Seduction. Passo gets inside of the regeneration runes laid out by the Loki, and Dredra is going to bring in even more here. Damage boost from a Fate of Both Worlds. Not quite a Raging Royal
A damage
Flush
boost?
combo,
Star-Lord, oh, that's funny.
Work out. Quick resurrection. I think it might be on top of them at the moment. Oh no, it's under. In the locker room. Great positioning from Nocta.
And VP are just going to ignore it. They'll keep on pushing. This could be a strong point for Rose's groupie, and looking forward to seeing one of his specialties. And how about this? We got a Raging Royal Flush dupe from Relaxing to suppress VP, who have disengaged at the perfect time in the perfect spot. No eliminations come out for a reason, but maybe a breath of fresh air is kind of what they need. But that's some hard cope. If you're not able to win a decisive fight off the Raging Royal
Adam
Flush,
is so
but hey,
fun,
you got
man.
version 2.
I wish he was more
just earned his,
played.
so Reason could start cycling.
Yeah, and this time it's going to be a little bit harder for VP to disengage. Saipe wraps around the back, gets everyone here with the buff up, and now an exchange of fire. Rosa goes for solo prison onto Fi, shutting down the adventures of the Star-Lord. Peter Quill put on ice for now, and in the exchange of the Gambit ults here, Rosa's the final note that finishes that one off.
It's nice to have the Magneto too from passive low as that Meteor M, and and Simba just collapsed the backline. We'll continue. The Meteor M is a nice answer to that galactic
Reason has a good
legend.
comp.
At least
I like
don't know
it.
if you can hit him midair.
You have the
but you can try
double-
to slam dunk somebody else.
You have the
and create a
Loki, which
victim
either
on
gives you the
VP's
double
side. So,
res
a lot of
or
compositional
the
swaps,
double
but Reason Gaming finally
Gambit
got
ult.
a
I
decisive
like it.
fight win that they wanted, but they're out of tools. They're out of ultimates. You look towards Sparker. If Reason stay on the high ground, though, it may be tricky to line up that Apex Predator. But you know that Sparker wants to be on the apex of this high ground, and quickly his aura sets Reason Gaming towards the payload.
All right, Simba has to get out of dodge, slowly having their space eroded by the double duelist push up here of VP. Sparker wants to try and find an angle for this Apex Predator, and we are on an adventure.
No one hears those footsteps?
No
way, bro. You cannot have this guy be doing that, bro. Oh, you cannot be having this guy do that, bro. Oh my.
There with the finish of a Glatrox gets its meal. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet, and they're going to be chewing on Reason. As it's going to be a second point grab.
Someone needs to stop this guy, bro. Someone needs to
still
shoot
focus
at him.
down Nocta, who was on the Atom, and now swapping to something else because he didn't want a chance for that Apex Predator to get all these eliminations and to get all rezzed up by Reason. So now you got the Rocket. Finally, we're using the Rocket after protecting it, so that extra res may help Reason Gaming get back on their feet. Nocta, we haven't seen the Psylocke since preseason, but that was something that he performed really well on. Rosa strangling Prison, look towards VP to, I guess, initiate off the Raging Royal Flush.
All right, Nocta towards the back is going to try and just peel off this Venom, doing a similar job to what we saw Sparker do in the map
He's
previous.
right there. No, he fell in front of you.
It's not a monster
Sparker,
this
no!
time, though. It's just a little Rocket Raccoon.
He
and,
saw
Nocta's
him.
already bitten off
Even
one leg,
my
and she has to
old
go back and
eyes
get a
could
little bit of additional healing, get
see
even
that.
closer to the ult.
It's gonna be hard for Nocta to assassinate this backline. I mean, Rocket and Gambit are so mobile. It's really gonna be hard for him to get these executions quickly as Rosa's trying to play this from front to back, but Finzi is dealing with that well.
All right, up towards this guy. Fi tries to shut down everything onto Saipe. Nocta just with the solo dance of the butterflies and is waiting for them to escape. Fi has the crosshair trained. Now the answer is for Rosa. Do you want to invest here? It's going to be a Meteor M towards the back, fully charged, but not really that accurate, unfortunately, and so cannot claim either of the duelists.
Yeah, especially with that extra
Who's your favorite team to watch right now? My favorite team to watch? Oh, I have no idea. This is the first day of the playoffs.
And they have the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier along with Relaxing. The placement of this is key.
Before the playoffs happened, I probably would say YWL. They were kind of fun. They ran some unorthodox stuff sometimes. But the meta changed, new characters, new changes, so.
Great timing of a self bubble there from Passo to avoid the burst damage of the Sentience being seized. Simba moves towards the back, tries to find their opening, but Finzy's already noted them after being trapped on the other side. Psycho towards the back himself. It's time to get the What a cancel there from Simba. Fincy's off.
Nice play. They try to flank Simba, and Simba just ulted that.
Because Reason don't have any vanguards right now. It has to be Nocta stepping up. Simba's going to get quickly resurrected by the battle recall beacon. Rashid can't stick around. Fincy begins to open the pentagram of Farala, but they might be late to the party. Reason win in terms of attrition here as Rosa and Paso are back onto the point, but only relaxing to heal them for the moment. Desperation as the shield of Icors is raised, and Reason might well have held this at the final moment.
Oh, but Fi got a pick, so VP can take a swing at this, and they're so gutsy for going for these 5v6 fights from even Saipe going to the backline. The Apex Predator there too, but VP finally got punished. Defensive respawns go in favor of Reason as they want to clap back with the Raging Royal Flush.
Rashid trying to open it up.
Yeah, I don't think Virtus Pro caps.
With a dance of butterflies, but there's no one inside of it. It was an easy
escape for Saipe,
Virtus Pro uses their Bayou back to get away, eating through. Paso manages to find Sparker, but you got to keep your eyes on the card right now. VP is still in control.
Yo, what's up, Crash? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
Deployed by Grijo as well, moving towards the back. It's all about the targeting now from Paso. Nevix has to stay on the objective no matter what, but a quick swing away into a frenzied arrival is just a millisecond.
That's a feels bad, man.
For VP to have
hey, that was a good hold by RSM, though. Great push by Virtus Pro, but
not getting towards the end, but still a valiant
Why
push.
is Rogue and Cyclops and Mantis banned? Mantis is banned because she's very strong, forces 3 supports, and she can damage boost her to other DPS. Cyclops, very strong poke character, latest character that just came out, very strong. And then Rogue, you want to ban Rogue because she has a team up with
whatever it is. At least you can
with Gambit. You don't want that
ability of Reason
team up
Gaming,
to go
but
through.
VP one step ahead, marking where the Atom Reses are going to be, constantly chasing this backline. If it's not Saipe, it's Sparker.
Yo, is Marvel Rivals part of the
fences
Esports World Cup
to
games?
reach these strategists from
I don't think it
Reason
is.
Gaming.
Is it?
It is just always a spectacle to watch Sparker and how he paths throughout these fights, even with Saipe utilizing the mobility of the Gambit to go over fences, for example, to go towards the
Camray with the massive 5 months. How you doing?
Although the stall from, for
Which
example,
I'm surprised.
the Angela Reason is what set
surprised
VP
that
back and maybe was kind of what stopped the push, but Reason Gaming now have to replicate that kind of offense, and it's going to be really difficult to do on a map like this.
Yo, Ryan Central with the massive prime. Appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it. Wait, Jay, can I borrow your feet sweat? I want to make pasta. I can pay. What is wrong with you?
Up against Sparker, really being
wait. I'm not even trolling. Before this game starts, do you guys remember there was like a convention that was going on, and people outside the convention had their feet dipped in like some liquid or something, and they were actually selling like the feet sweat or feet drinks,
we've seen a lot from this guy,
and
but
a lot of people were actually getting sick
by his own teammates, so he could play anything, but what mastery we will see.
All right, soft dive there from Nevix. Gonna have to play a little bit more slowly now as Nocta, just make sure that you can't stay as close to the edge as you would like.
I wish I was trolling, Jeff, but that's a real story.
Constantly soft diving, doesn't really want to commit to this. Nocta can't quite connect the frenzied arrival.
And watching Nevix carefully, he really has to sync up, and I guess can just do it all on his own. Fi will be by his side, and you already claim a strategist from Reason Gaming. Relaxing, will be back soon, but going after him first also denies the res, so Reason Gaming are very slow to get some progress right now as they posture and look for opportunities off of Passivo, who has to leave so quickly so he doesn't get punished.
May actually be a style of defense for Reason haven't scrimmed against too much here. We're used to like triple Vanguard defenses, and that obviously has been shut down here by the Groot not being available due to the bans of Reason. Spark has just been able to pelt away with the element guns from high ground, and so has access to the ultimate.
Passivo using the natural climb so he can use his swing to get out. He's already popped his extra health, and Reason Gaming have slow progress, but it's VP that always fall back to the high ground, so they're able to begin these fights, and what a journey Nocta brings this guy on.
Oh, what a cleanse as well from Saipe, removing that CC.
Thank you for that information, Jay. I'm eating my breakfast at the moment. No problem. If you need a little bit of Jay3's feet sweat for it, let me know.
Unfortunately, Rashid, you tested it. Seems like he's managed to survive. I'll respect it for now, as he does have access to his own Gambit ultimate. Simba once again. Did Nevix just? Oh no, not the Ajax Venom, bro.
a different game, but same result sometimes. So recent gaming, and like, let's say there's going to be another fight coming up. You have the Raging Royal Flush, but VP have always depended on Finzi and his ability to anchor, just like he created those opportunities on Hell's Heaven, and he kicks off yet again.
All right, Raging Royal Flush here. Passive going to be able to do so much damage off the back of a frenzied arrival, but it seems like VP are just too mobile. Mostly scatter away. Another Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to be the answer.
Virtus Pro is way too overconfident. And that's how that's their play style though. Even if they lose a player or not, they still play really aggressive and they somehow still turn fights.
But Relaxi, you can't float down like a basically, bruv. Spark has got the aim to try and punish that one.
Also, I am a firm believer, and it's better to be aggressive and make the enemy team play into your, like, you know, momentum than the other way around. If the other team is making all the plays and setting the aggression, and you're always going to be playing on your back foot.
Their ability to stall, which Reason Gaming still have not claimed a fight, despite the Raging Royal Flush, but the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier could be the end-all be-all if Fi doesn't end it first.
Fi says to let the devil out, moves in towards the back. Rochet's going to be the primary target. Blast the barrage.
I think it's better to always make the other team play into your strength and your tempo.
Simba can't even get inside of a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. There's still going to be some punishment there, and VP will give up a little bit more space despite having both of their vanguards.
And VP have taken so many risks of how aggressive they could be. Finally, they're punished, as now a portal from Fi brings them back in. You're not going to have that Daredevil, less damage, but this could be Rosa shutting down the Galactic Legend, which he shuts down Jay3.
Chooses to go after Jay3 instead. It's a smart maneuver, gets rid of the battle recall beacon as well. But in the back by Noctis. There's not much of a Sorcerer Supreme can do against Adamantine Claws and pure Canadian rage. This is today, bro. I wouldn't believe it. Sparking towards the back, bites off more than he can chew. Simba still hot to trot when it comes to the aim, and VP is scattered.
RSN actually capped. Good shit. I thought it was going to be a full
hold. Try to collect themselves, but man, what a defense. I mean, you just shave down so many seconds of the Reason time bank, which will make a difference depending on what momentum Reason Gaming can generate.
Appreciate massive 2 months. How you doing?
Predator. You look at the styles of Elsa as well. You have Sparker a lot more elusive when he's on Elsa, and maybe that gives a chance for Pass.
Does any pro play Spider-Man in these tournaments?
Yeah,
a lot of teams do.
Damage of Elsa, but it's
I don't think a lot of EMEA teams, but I know maybe in YWL you might see one.
Simba certainly getting into his anti-Vanguard role and enjoying it, but they're so often softened up by Nocta, moving towards the back. Five right on top of Rochette. There's extra damage from a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and so Patsuo, a little bit of a target, a spray transfer, you could say, from Fi works out to move between all of these targets. Still, Rochette is just getting absolutely pummeled by the Daredevil, but this healing's good from Relaxing to keep their co-strategist up. Nocta grabbing two off screen. It's not the most respectful filling we've ever seen.
I'm pretty sure in Asia, someone played Spidey the whole time.
Too. I mean, VP
yeah, two different metas.
I think
it's going to be a lot of fun to see the LAN event. The LAN event combines all the, like, you know, Asia, EMEA, and NA.
A double off of his last stand, and VP are sent packing. Even Nevix doesn't have space to operate.
All right, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier here from Reason. Spark on the other side just doing their best to avoid some of that incoming damage. The Apex Predator looks good for now as Reason has since scattered away.
No, Team Heretics is the next game, chat.
It might not be overextension, in fact, because they have the Freedom Charge. Extra movement, extra health, and extra ult charge as well. But 5 times off in a 1 versus 4. Get him, Teleporter! It's Sparker. But unfortunately, the TP is not going to be good enough to try.
Yo! Reason Gaming!
Fueled by rage, just carving through the symbiote, and it's going to be a tall order to try and touch
this one. Wait a minute.
By confidence. I like
they can tie this up, or they're going to pull a Team USA and lose this round and go down 2-0.
When VP are playing cat and mouse, Reason become the Apex Predators.
So stings.
Speaking of which, Passwell is trying to dwindle this backline. Fi is doing the same. Whose backline will fall first? That will dictate this fight.
Fine. Oh, he's found the BRP, but I don't think it's going to matter as Rosa puts an iron volley to the back of his head. He didn't see that one coming, and VP have to decide whether they want to try and commit to this one now.
What do you think about Squirrel Girl and Black Widow in pro play?
Swing away
Chat,
as Rosa
you're never going to see that.
For space.
It can be a little tricky to operate the Venom here if you're stuck at this archway. VP want to keep this Venom humble as Jay3 and Relaxing could exchange the Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers. Nocta's going in deep, but he's got the mag bubble for that extra cushion.
Oh, that's not good. It works out though. They got side bait. That's my cope. and I'm sticking to it. Rashid still feeling fairly safe down here, only has to deal with that damage of the Vanguards. The Glatrox is a little bit ambitious, I'm not gonna lie. Spark and maybe a little bit of the lights, they're shining too brightly in his face. The flashbangs are everywhere, Lance.
That's the VP style for you. Extremely ambitious. How about the Raging Royal Flush against the Cosmic Guard Amplifier? So much damage.
A lot of ults are just being missed.
Of the Glatrox. Rashid, those things is winnable. Even with only 4 players, Reason still try and make it happen. But the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to be difficult. What a Devil's Chain from 5. Wants to go up against Nocta.
Okay.
No match for Blind Justice, who uses the Billy Bullies to smack him down.
And Reason have done a good job of checking Fi when he is solo in the backline, but after that big exchange of ultimates, Reason Gaming are set back towards this archway where Fi looms for his chance to strike.
Down though by the smoke demon trap. Nocta does not have a passive to try and survive this one. There was no chance.
Oh, poor guy just got his ass beat. Well, Reason Gaming did put up a good.
The clock is finished, and VP hold on third.
Dude, Virtus Pro just won a round and just went up the game, went up the series 2-0, and they showed no emotion.
Touching the spawn room doors. That's the Virtus Pro special for you. Ambitious, risky, but it pays off. I mean, what an approach.
They showed
yes,
no
they didn't
emotion,
fully
bro.
cap, but man, did they know how to spawn hold and to do so on a Reason Gaming's map pick to counter every step of the way that every choice that Reason game was spat back in their face. It's 2-0 for Virtus Pro. It's match point, series point. We'll find out what Reason Gaming want to do after this.
It's a best of 5. So first to 3, chat. Damn. Yo, Mita's Smoke with the massive 6 months. Appreciate it. I'm waiting for the notification. Wait. Emily has made the Ted Lasso bars though before, and I just want to say they are actually really good. I thought the Ted Lasso bars were like fake until Emily one day was like, "Yeah, those things are real. I'm gonna make them." And I was like, "What? Is there a schedule link?" Yes! Exclamation mark MRI. And there's EMEA and NA. Yes. Jay, did you get news from the guy who asked you about his relationship? Or for advice for his relationship? Yes. Apparently, they broke up. Which I know you guys are going to be very surprised. You guys are going to be like, wow, Jay3, they had such a good relationship. I mean, I'm not anyone to judge, but apparently this guy met a girl 3 months ago that has never seen her in real life, only Discord DM'd them, and they both said I love you, and they were dating for about 2 weeks, and apparently she's always on the computer, or like the partner is always on the computer and never sees their messages, but they're always playing with other. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a I don't know, a very weird scenario. And then I think he wanted to go visit her for like the 4th of July, but then apparently they didn't. I don't know. It's such a it's a very weird scenario. I don't know, man. Hey, when you have the feeling, you have the feeling, but I don't know if you should ever say I love you to someone that you've only known for 2 to 3 months. And also, you've never seen them. You never FaceTimed them. You've never... I don't know. You just... Anyways, chat, I want to go to the bathroom real quick before our next game, okay? Yo.
A much closer contested map that was picked by Reason Gaming. Midtown went down to 51 meters between the two teams, but it just felt like one team had the edge above the other, and Lemon, it really felt like a battle of like the flex duelists here.
Yeah, between Fi and Nocta, it was cool to see them be in the spotlight, whether it's the Daredevil from Fi showing us that the nerfs didn't really matter, and kind of how he was utilizing the map to kind of hang off of walls and to strike when the moment was right. And Nocta, I like the Wolverine. We hadn't seen much of that, but he is flexible to basically play any duelist, and how he's receiving those Magneto bubbles. But at the end, it lacked a lot of value when, yes, you claim that first elimination, you're mostly able to tackle one person, but once the Rockets got swapped into, then Noctis picks were getting resurrected. Nocta was getting punished, and then you kind of lost a lot of steam from Reason.
Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. How you doing? Welcome.
I really liked.
Does Navi play today? Navi was our first game of the day at 7 a.m.
Both teams as well. We saw some flexibility.
Yes, chat. We've been up since 7 a.m. streaming.
Swapping to whatever they needed in the moment, sticking with, we saw
they won 3-0.
Playing the Moon Knight at the start, then moving to some other stuff. But I really got to give it to Nevix here specifically. It felt like they were a big difference maker. What you don't see here is 10 finals as well.
Yeah, Nevix was managing to get a lot done when it comes to trying to soften up these targets, because Fincy still was on, like, objective control, Like, Fincy's on the continue trolling the car at all times with the Captain America, whether it's pushing or pulling it. And that means that Nevix had to take on a lot of the duties that you usually expect of your Captain America when it comes to diving and making sure the targets are a little bit softer for Fi, and also getting good value as well off ult combos, because you get amplified by both the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and by the Raging Royal Flush, both of which make Feast of the Abyss an incredibly dangerous ultimate, especially when you're going up against some of these more meaty targets like an opposing Venom, a Wolverine, or a Magneto.
Who do you think will win between YWL and Sentinels? I voted Sentinels.
When and how to fight. His team was also putting so much damage into the front line of Reason Gaming that when Nevix had the strats occupied,
I think Sentinels
the healing never
is
came,
going
and
to run 2-2-2. They're not going to run 2-1-3, and they're going to win.
In that first objective.
I believe.
And to get 10 finals is really impressive. It's hard to do on a Venom. You need to hit like headshots. You need to go for the
so they didn't wait for me to wake up before starting the matches? You're telling me, bro.
Don't
worry, chat. Tomorrow,
showing Passivo how it's
matches
done on
again.
His signature
Stream will
hero,
start at 6:30.
Nevix is a top
See you guys there.
Performer when it came to the group stage on Venom, so an amazing job from the initiator.
Gotta give a shout to Simba as well, going toe-to-toe with Sparker, sticking on the Elsa for the most part, and getting 17 finals, the exact same there as well. So really stepped up for their team. The duelist lineup is what they needed to, and that was the main difference maker to me, at least, on that Reason Gaming roster. The flexibility, of course, to swap to whatever you needed to, but also just locking down.
That was a friends thing with the Cyberpunk.
Against the former, or I guess reigning world champions still, but not, EMEA champions from what we saw in preseason in Virtus Pro, and they're good for a reason. So we'll see if they can go for the 3-0 or if Reason Gaming are
hey, nice headset. I like that.
Things down and get their first map win of the playoffs here, especially depending on the map that we go to between these teams specifically. That's what I'm kind of interested to. I mean, Lemon, what would you go to?
This guy's headset's not even on his head, bro.
Clearly, Reason Gaming have special strats. Very special. The triple strat, triple Vanguard. They chose Midtown for a reason. I mean, you could even see the Central Park from Reason. They like to pick that when Rosa had the Groot, which made an appearance. But, when you're going up against Finzy's Cap or other backline threats, that Groot isn't the best peeler.
Yo, Rift Walker, appreciate the massive donut, my friend. This is probably a hot take, but I think Goats should make a return in this game. It plays so much better than how this game's mechanics works, and hero variety. Thing and Dino are major necessity for tanks and support. It would be Loki and Gambit. You do see a lot of Goat team comps.
I feel like teams have had time now to learn it, but
it
it's
just
similar
depends
to what
on
we
what
saw
map
with Museum of Contemplation.
and
It's
what's
the new
banned.
map, it's the new hot thing that teams might not be as experienced on and seeing compositions of other teams. So it's a safe bet at that, and you also have the gimmick of the alt charge reveal. We'll see how it goes though as we get into the ban draft.
Feels like the alt charge reveal might be better for teams that aren't quite as established like Reason compared to a team like Virtus Pro who've been around for so long that we expect their alt tracking to be pretty much second nature. And
it's a best of 5, chat.
Right
best
now.
of 5.
So maybe this can try and tighten
every
up
game in the finals is best of 5.
And this,
The last game, the grand finals, is the best of 7.
VP, and if there's any map that she could do really well on, it's on defense on this very map. So Reason Gaming will have to mark that in case Finzi is feeling very spicy. And I feel like VP are feeling very spicy. Less about their picks and more about how they fight. Like they're constantly at deficits and still going for initiatives off of Saipe, off of Finzi, Nevix, whatever it is. And that's why we gave Nevix MVP. How fearless this VP team is. They're clearly surging with confidence going into this playoffs, hoping they can claim the crown this time.
Yeah, like VP have certainly sort of internalized a winnable mentality, right? Like we see 4 versus 6, we're like, yeah, that's just about fair on them.
What is Goats?
Now.
Goats is 3 tanks, 3 supports.
Swagger.
It's a term that was coined in
ban cycle again. The
Overwatch.
First 4 are generally the same, but now
before
Roku is how they wish to pivot. Previously, we've seen Protect onto the Rocket Raccoon. Might well be the same yet again here, and then Star-Lord's probably going to be the last thing.
I was deadass surprised when I got up early and saw you were on, Jay. 6 a.m. my time.
I was telling Vaudible, you have got to ban Captain America.
I do watch parties for you guys, man.
So much that's happening right now from Finzi Cap.
And Cap has been a top ban against VP when it comes to Museum of Contemplation and other maps such as, and it's kind of affected VP. I've wanted to see more Vanguard bans against VP because maybe
I love watch parties, but goddamn, 6 a.m. Hold on, let me see if it's like that every day.
Dictated by the Vanguards, whether it's Venom, Angela, Cap, whatever it is. So we'll wonder what the Finzi backup plan is going to be, which we've seen a lot of Emma from him today, which is such a good frontline anchor, deals well against other Vanguards with that percentage health damage, and with the Rockets having some staying power, you need to be able to maintain your position, and Emma needs targets at all times to be able to maintain her energy and damage.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna
so tomorrow starts at 7 a.m. again,
Finzi
but
pick up something like the Emma, as you noted, that like maybe there's a world where Penny comes out. Hold up. The Prophet?
Of course,
but
like
Saturday starts at 9 a.m.
Oh my god.
We could sleep a little bit more.
Like, this is
and then the last day starts at
that Wolverine again. You've got an easy escape off the back of your F with Penny, and it also makes like engaging into this a little bit more difficult.
No, it starts at 7 a.m. Never mind.
Upon seeing this Penny swap over to the Winter Soldier, because we know that's in Nocta's pool, and pulling Penny out of her cyberweb snares is imperative.
Oh, and I wanted to see the position of this nest. It's pretty conservative and very far back. Of course, you can still use other abilities of Penny.
The last day, Sunday, starts at 11.
Your first objective in a fight has to be destroying that nest, and with how protected it is, it's going to be very difficult. Also, the constant netting that Finzi can put out. It is so much CC on a low cooldown that Reason are going to have to navigate, making this so difficult for Nocta. He should be getting those passive bubbles from the Magneto, so we'll see how Reason are going to try and access this nest, but VP are also giving them so much space because they're waiting for the Nevix engage.
Yeah, Finzi actually reset his own nest here. Remember that inside of that nest as well, everyone's going to be receiving a lot of healing and speed boost as well, which is going to help with your 1v1 duels because they become like 1.1 versus 1. Fire's already tried to make the engagement happen. The reflect, not quite going to be punished as Rashad tries to go for a quick knockback. And you can see that Nevix is demanding a lot of attention here, taking a bunch of damage, but that's going to be converted into Strategist ultimate charge. Simba's finally found their angle, but the follow-up is solid. That was a mine onto Relaxing. I thought that it was Simba who fell down, but it would appear that someone's tripped and fallen over.
I was worried about VP and how much space they've given, and it's still not completely won. Saipe was resurrected, but 5 will be returning on the torch. Reason Gaming can take the space. There's not a lot of staying power from these Vanguard choices from VP. As a nest has been destroyed, Reason are still working on the first tick, and it is anchored well by VP, but Nevix is down.
That was a great wall to come up as well to cut off any of the healing that could have been used to triage Nevix, who may now have to look to try and TP back with the Doctor Strange, and if that's going to be the case. But VP, they need.
Is it bad for me to say that I'm liking the Penny pick? I'm glad Penny's getting a lot more love. Even though I hate playing against her. Actually, she's not that bad.
Is that a Human Torch? Oh my goodness, Spies bringing out the old legends that I thought may well have fallen away. He did get buffed up recently, so maybe there has been some experimentation. Spark around the outside, has himself a glass shots.
Oh, but they didn't stay on the point, bro. They didn't stay on the point, bro.
Like actual C9 now. there's no way around it. There's no way around it. VP on fire, but at least in a good way now that they have Fi on the torch. So it almost demands a lot of attention from Simba on the hit scan to make sure that this torch doesn't control the area so much. Rosa doesn't want to stick on the
even in pro play, chat. Even in pro play.
So
also the torch, like I said,
people, but when Finzy's on the Emma,
like I said, chat, I feel like this season a lot of people are complaining about balance changes and all this stuff, but we are seeing a lot of characters being played, especially in pro play.
That going around right now between the assassin's charge of Angela.
Like there's a huge variety of characters being played. It's not just like their original like few.
Good to go. Finzy's got a commanding position and Nocta cannot escape. The feminine wiles of Emma are too strong for someone as yearnful as Wolverine. Now comes across with the Yarn Amplifier. Relax is going to drag forward the rest of Reason here, and Fire has to make sure. And has to try and make moves towards the back. Big stun onto Nocta. Revenge grabbed by Nevix. Plenty of healing to keep him sustained as he retakes position onto the car.
That's an important point that Reason Gaming aren't really running a shield.
No Squirrel Girl equals no Marvel Rivals.
On the natural cover of the map, and VP invests not only that, but the Eye of Agamotto and much more. And without the Strange team up, though, Nevix isn't gonna have that really good pull that Doctor Strange can drag people in, especially as someone like Passimo. Any kind of limitations to his mobility will make this Angela a non-factor. It's Reason Gaming now step forth and look to build towards the Raging Royal Flush.
Supernova good to go. Counterplay to it, going to be somewhat limited, but raw healing might well get it done here, as Reason just not to move too far forward, waiting out Fi's overall damage. And now they're going to be able to try and match outside his ultimate. Oh, okay, Fi getting very feisty here. Wants to get on top of this Gambit. Shut down the reverse Raging Royal Flush, but might well have overextended.
Damn!
They were too big.
Good survivability by Rosh.
Simba's there to punish them. Sends Scar down into the wildebeest stampede, and this is the opening here for Reason. A big ult comes through from the Wolverine. Nocta gets it done. And more Nevix is going to be resurrected. It's not going to come without a little bit of additional space.
And fantastic job for Reason to deal with VP's pressure into their backline. Simba redirects his attention, protects Rashid during the Raging Royal Flush, and Reason can move forward, especially during this. If they have corner control, this Apex Predator.
Wait, is he actually?
Huge and
I haven't even noticed that.
For Reason, if not
the Reason Gaming's Gambit is on controller.
Yarn Amplifier. So
Rashed is on
VP
controller.
Are not going to have the best of answer, but rather have the respawn advantage. But they need to get Reason out of cover.
Unbelievable grab coming through from Nocta right there, but the follow-up is going to be stopped by Finzy. With all of these grabs off the back of a Sonic Seduction, yeah, Nocta's going to be punished. Sparker might want to cook here off the back of the Glass Rocks. An exchange of Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers up to the sky goes.
No way, bro.
But Sparker's good when it comes to the dodge.
Simba.
Good for the gander. Good for a movement elsewhere. Sparker looks for a victim now, but the Apex Predator, it may well smell blood in the water, but knows that this might not be the ideal time to deploy. Still feisty round the back. Rashid would be the optimal target here, as anyone else could be cleansed. They got the Gambit. They're following up with the Monster Hunter. There's even more to this ride, and you're just about tall enough to get on, buddy.
Dude, Sparker, I don't know how no one can hear his footsteps when they're going behind.
Completely misses the Apex Predator. This continues to be a trend in this series, taking it at a diagonal angle instead of really leveraging the lanes that Reason Gaming were controlling initially. You could tell that Finzy's Psionic Seduction caught Reason by surprise. They had to bail out Nocta. He gets resurrected, and Reason are feeling the pressure of having to come back into the series with less than 30 seconds to go. It is slightly 10% ahead of the Raging Royal Flush, and you don't have Nevix though.
Mid-air assault is brutal, side they can't save them. The battle recall beacon is going to be taken down here, but look at all the damage is coming through. What in the world? VP, the Raging Royal Flush gets so much value despite the early pick they found. There's 4 seconds in it. Reason need to get to the car, but there's no one there. Passaway's attempt. The gauntlet run was shut down. You ain't taking down the Death Star this time, bruv. As VP, hold on second.
Did he just say bruv?
There really is a big difference of Elsa approaches. Sparker, when he goes for Apex
That's
Predators,
how you know we're watching EMEA, chat. That's how you know we're watching EMEA.
Unchecked. He's just mastered the abilities of being mobile and knowing when to strike, when Reason are down Magneto cooldowns, if the rocket is out of mobility cooldowns. Reason Gaming just haven't had an immediate answer to Sparker, whether it's Reason already engaging or just kind of Sparker being able to isolate those strategists. He's always getting value with these Apex Predators, and I really thought Reason Gaming had generated enough momentum to at least capture second point. They were pushing VP to the edge, but just not able to confirm these executions that they desperately needed to get VP on the back foot. And it's Finzi who's actually acing right now, 16-1 on the Emma. These Psionic Seductions were a huge part of suppressing Reason.
I mean, even though Sparker's still popping off too. Yeah, 14-2.
Yeah, Finzi just being able to build up all of that.
You know who Sparker reminds me a lot of, chat?
It's so difficult for Passo and Rosa to be able to stand
Jay3
on business. You know, you're just burning people down on Emma once you get going. The longer these fights go on, the better off you are. And that's where Nevix's kind of interdiction with the Angela really buys time for Finzi to get going and continuously be that thorn in the side of Reason's front or midline.
Yeah, VP didn't have the best of Vanguard choices on their defense, and Reason Gaming are glad they took advantage of that, and it's still a decent enough.
Oh, by the way,
push
Yuck,
as VP
appreciate the massive prime sub as well.
It's a little bit difficult to operate an Angela on this map, but you can crack the wall on the right side and try to pass behind Reason Gaming, who are getting a lot of respect. So Rosa has to play around his Ironwood wall to be CC immune against this, while Rashid could cleanse, he could be mobile, and we'll see what value Nevix can generate.
All right, not to get once again hanging out on the Wolverine. Unseen by Sparker, it would appear that they have lost out on the information, but that trap is going to be good for trying to mess with the overall pathing of Nocta and force him to come in from a different way.
So many shots.
Surrendered that position, and Reason going to go to high.
And taking down the Ironwood wall means that Rosa has to play even more conservative, allowing VP to step forth into the arena.
Oh, having to abandon Passo there. Rashid did not want to stay on the angle. Resurrection might be good. It appears that it's not come on through. Maybe Nevix managed to hunt that one down towards the back, and now Sparker can take this more audacious angle. Rose has gone as well. The Vanguards have just fallen apart, and now the Squishies have to bear the brunt of the damage, and they're already playing around the mission
I think this game's over.
Next point as Passo sets up for a last-second contest, courtesy of a pentagram.
One last touch, and the Emma from Finzi is so good at disrespecting any shield Vanguards, and Nevix just tackles Nocta, almost just like the spray that we had earlier. And VP looking like they'll get the final capture tick that they need, as Reason Gaming reach deep into their pockets for any strategy to stop the brawl that has been so strong, as now a Psionic Seduction will light the fire, and Reason Gaming will be set back.
The shield could not stand for long, and neither can Simbus.
How many matches have I missed so far? 2. This is the... I'm pretty sure this is going to be the last game of Game 3, which is also going to be a roll.
Finzi, like I said, can continue to disrespect
all the games so far have been 3-0s, chat. You haven't missed much.
Now to the Angela for Rosa to just get absolutely farmed, and without those walls, I mean, Angela can just have or the Emma can have unlimited energy. It's going to be the best target you can have for an Emma matchup, and VP have generated 4 ultimates, and there hasn't been a Reason Gaming stoppage in quite a while.
Okay, Veston with the Soldier coming through from Nocta. However, it's going to be Sparker who moves first. Has already taken out their counterpart in the duelist role. Looks towards the back. Has the Apex Predator in the back pocket, but the Glasrox for now still on break, and Rashid is just absolutely caught in this corner. Dubiously suppressed, but Finzi overextends to try and find it, and the punishment is solid from a Vanguard.
After this game is going to be the last EMEA game, chat, and then we have the whole NA side. After this is Pulsar against Team Heretics, and then NA starts, which I think Pulsar against Team Heretics is going to be... I don't know, I think Team Heretics is going to roll. I mean,
disengage at any moment. Their spacing is what made them such a good team in this series.
Nevix got stunned out of the Heaven's Retribution, and the punishment's there as well from Nocta via the Tainted Voltage. Fine! Great timing on the deflect. Doesn't actually get afflicted with the Culling Aura, and so there's going to be no more resets for Nocta, nor is there going to be a secondary Vanguard. They've got to look towards Rosa. Almost has the meter rim. Relaxing has to use the cost.
Yeah, I wish these games were a little closer, though. I don't think it's fun seeing a 3-0.
5 feels the need to disengage until Nevix has returned, and now both Vanguards are on deck for the side of VP, waiting for something to try and break this one open, or at least force out something from the Reason defense. But for now, it seems that the neutral exchange favors Reason.
Yeah, I was gonna say VP just
Sorry?
disengage is not in their vocabulary to counter the Raging Royal Flush with
Oh
their
my
Cosmic
God,
Eye
I wish I
Amplifier
could do that.
and
Wait,
Reason.
when are you going to get the phone then?
Down Fi, who still had to deflect and was managing to escape.
Okay.
But Spark on this high ground is going to be a problem. I'd like that Passivo was harassing him, marking him, but wait a minute, Passivo engages.
Heaven's Retribution coming through from Passivo as well. Don't know if he actually managed to catch anyone there, and Saipei got resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon. Nocta going to be in a prime position for Sparker to try and bully them. Passivo noticing Sparker's approach towards the back. The Apex players are good to go up close and personal against the Gambit. Rosa tries to shut them down and catches Fi instead, but it might well be enough, as there's still going to be plenty of room to work with here for Nevix. Sparker grabs multiple players who are tied in space by the Heaven's Retribution, and Simba not quite so lucky. A big combination from VP.
Ooh, how much coffee you drinking today? Oh, I only have one cup, dude. I'm so exhausted.
Not quite there in time. Simba
Well,
can't make
I mean, we
it.
all knew this was
VP
going to be a
sweep the
quick game, though.
series, 3-0.
I think tomorrow's going to have better games, chat. Well, for the EMEA side, at least. NA, I think, is going to be very fun.
Constantly flanking, and now you got the Heaven's Retribution combo with the Apex Predator. I mean, VP
11.2 million with 358 people, 75 people from 500K.
Clad. Reason Gaming just couldn't maintain any.
I don't know why you would vote Reason
and
Gaming, even if it was for like the huge payout. You're still going to lose all your money, but
to bring out just the Vanguards got run over. They couldn't maintain. They couldn't stop the pressure that VP put out. Even going to the comfort picks of Reason Gaming, like the Groot and other picks, they just also didn't have a shield to stop things like the Psionic Seduction from Finzi. And clearly, VP have strengthened their secondary picks when they get banned out, and that's what's made VP have a clean sweep. So excited, Vaudable, to see how far VP can go in this bracket.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they can do specifically on this one, right? I think the big question mark here is like what Reason are going to be doing in the lower bracket, though. Seeing their performance,
I like how Vaudable's wearing a
like
jacket,
a decent understanding of the meta,
suit
what they want to
jacket,
play, and the 1v1s were
but then a
solid,
Venom
but
shirt.
You're facing off against the reigning world champions, right? So it's a bit of an issue when you're facing off against Sparker with Simba in this. I feel like if they play off against, you know, any other team other than like Na'Vi, maybe they might have a better shot. So
I like it. I like it. Yo, kind
of
Cade with the massive prime sub. Welcome. And
yeah,
J-Rock with the massive prime sub as well.
Not quite all
you,
the ingredients, but they've got
you want me to close
most of
my
the
door?
ingredients I think they need to be a successful team, especially in the lower bracket. Like when you're not going up against Na'Vi or VP.
Let me know. Discord DM me if I'm too loud.
And also, I think that this loss was close enough that this is a very productive loss in terms of learning what you could potentially turn around before tomorrow. Like these aren't gaping holes that need to be fixed. Like tightening this up is very doable, but when you're not going up against Saipei, who's our MVP, it's just going to touch easier.
Wait, okay. So the check mark next to fire.
Yeah, I mean the fight initiative. Saipei is always building these Raging Royal Flushes like 5 to 10% quicker than the other side, which does dictate how quickly
the circles
you can
who I think I'm gonna who's gonna win. So I circled Na'Vi beating Fire. I got that right.
Of this team,
Rad against Shikigami, got that right. Virtus Pro against RSN, got that right. You know, bro, it's like
or what the status
look,
of
read
these
it.
fights
It says
are.
100% correct,
just
bro.
gives them so much confidence. And he'll even flank
never
with Sparker. You saw that on mid-top.
Never
like,
scam.
His style on the Gambit is so fun
I haven't even had a prediction wrong
Talking
yet.
about the meta that we're at currently with the Gambit, it feels like, you know, the teams who we saw do so well with it in the past, specifically in preseason, are just having a great job because they can play the Gambit, but they don't have to worry about the counters with the dive so much. We saw, you know, on Vi's end, with the way that they were playing the Human Torch against Reason, tried to go directly into it. And
can you give me the winning lotto numbers tomorrow? I got you. Ready?
Torch. So there's some answers that you can have for it. I think Vi, you know, was doing a little bit of a better job on the Daredevil specifically to try and counter that back line. But Sparker also just chasing down on the Elsa using the Glartrox.
7.
And as we talked about the combination there, like Day with the Heavy version, it just seemed like too overwhelming
13?
of a comp from VP for Reason to counter.
Yeah, if you want a combo that's
69.
Gonna Tenacity, that's your one. But in the end, Tenacity doesn't matter if they don't survive. And it seemed that it was very well managed. Like, we saw from
Yo,
the
what's up,
position here, like
thank you, I won. I'm mega rich now. Yo, can I get 5,000 gifted subs
somewhat
then?
new to the approach.
Yo, be honest with me. Chat, if you guys actually won the lottery, you would come to my stream and actually like give me half, right? As your favorite streamer.
Take that one down. Look, at our overall stats.
Like, be honest, like, if you guys won 500 million, you'd give me half, right? You don't need 500 million, chat. Just share the wealth, bro.
You know, if I had to nitpick VP, I didn't like their initial defense comp of this.
No,
this Venom
who are you
and
again? Now, money changes people,
the
bro.
Lions maybe eliminated one, but they
Money
couldn't
changes
have,
people.
They didn't have a Vanguard to be stationary and to have space. So Reason also forced VP to C9 because of this. But then VP eventually went to the better picks like the Emma and Nevix on the Venom or the Angela, whatever it ended up being. And Phi has really a really good combo of either the Daredevil, I guess the Torch really just helped Reason Gaming also generate straddles, so I wasn't too crazy about that. But also Reason Gaming didn't allow the Torch to assassinate them the way that he's kind of built to be. So
if I
think
won
VP got
Twitch, I
countered
would
at some
wait. If I
moments,
won a
but they were
lottery, I
able to
would buy
find the
Twitch
better
and ban you from
composition in the
streaming.
end.
Apparently, they don't even ban people
My
who
question here specifically,
stream and
like, kinda
drive,
looking at
chat.
the
Have you guys
competition
seen
that
all
we've
that
seen
drama on
between
Twitter?
these teams
They
is
ain't gonna ban
you know,
me.
We talked about it before, the
Come on.
priority of the Angela versus the Venom. It feels like Angela, because there's not much of a focus on, you know, the White Fox like we saw before, the counters with the charms, and even Invisible one we've barely been seeing because, you know, usually you're playing something else, especially with the Rocket being prioritized by these teams. It feels like Angela just kind of has free reign compared to what we saw in the group stages.
Yeah, Angela working out a little bit better. We can, of course, talk to our players about that as we do have our interview ready, Vod.
Yeah, let's talk to Nevix, the Angela player that we saw spectacularly perform throughout.
His setup is very
that
clean.
first
I like
series.
it. Very
Congratulations on the win here, Nevix. And my first question to you is, how are you feeling with Angela being back in the meta now?
Hello, and thank you. I feel like Angela is really good on this patch and in the meta. She was really strong in the beginning as well when people were not banning Mantis. So with this change of Mantis ban, she's slightly weaker, I would say, but she's still very good.
Well, this is our first time seeing your team on the new patch. How are you guys feeling about the meta at the moment? Are you confident in how strong you guys are on the current patch?
Yeah, I think we're pretty good at this patch. We're starting to figure things out.
I'm guessing the finals will be played on Season 9 patch,
you know,
right?
We don't want to show everything.
Of course, and we're excited to see kind of what more you have up your sleeve. And talk to me about Midtown. We had you as our MVP, as the Venom player. How are you kind of syncing up with your team on these engages? How are you finding so much value on the Venom, considering Reason Gaming have some really impressive duelists that you have to try and contend against?
So, I mean, Venom is pretty rough sometimes in some matchups. On Midtown, it started off pretty well, but then it got hard to finish the game. They adapted well, I think, with their composition, so it got a bit harder. But yeah, Venom has some really good matchups and some really bad matchups, and that's very notable.
During your ban phase, we've seen Cyclops go through a few times for other teams. It seems like a pretty strong lock as the third ban for you guys. Why are you guys putting so much emphasis on Cyclops rather in the ban phase?
He's just a very strong hit scan character, I think, and he's very flexible. Yeah, that's about it. And Sparker likes it.
Yeah. Well, we like when Sparker plays anything, honestly. That was a really fun,
Honey Badger with the massive gift.
Talk to me about Penny, though, because she got buffed, and we know she has her niches, but your defense kind of fell over there on Manhattan. Do you think that was a result of composition, or just kind of how Reason Gaming were adapting to you?
Protect your bald
I mean, it's like I don't know. The map kind of favors Penny a bit, so we kind of like to roll with it, and it's good against dive sometimes. I'm trying not to say too much because my team always complains that I'm exposing too much, so I'm like trying to think here.
Come on,
yeah, I mean, it's good for
he's
the map.
gatekeeping the secrets. Loud. Appreciate the massive 4 months.
You don't have to say too much more. I have one final question for you, Nevix, before we send things away. You're on to the next round into the semifinals, one step away from qualifying for those mid-season finals in the top 3. Likely facing, are going to be facing off against the winner of Pulsar and Team Heretics. Who do you think is going to be the one to take that next series?
Team Heretics, bro.
I think it's Heretics, but it could be a good game. It could get close. You never know.
Okay. One for Heretics. We'll see if that is going to be your opponents tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, Nevix. Good luck in the matches coming up in the playoffs later on.
Thank you, guys.
Well, that was Nevix. We got to hear some insight. Didn't want to give too much away, which I respect. You know, it's early on. This is the time to, you know, showcase some decent compositions, but save the best for when you're trying to qualify for those land spots, as we're talking about. And we'll see most of those matches happening tomorrow as well. But I mean, Lemon, talking about the performance here from Virtus Pro, this seems to be a meta that favors them very well. And it seems that Nevix...
Wait.
Yeah, he's
wearing the DT 990s as well.
Things out
I know
when
my
it comes
headset.
to this meta, and I think this is a great litmus test. You cleared the first
he's wearing the
match
same
in a
headset.
3-0 sweep, not giving an
pretty
inch
sure.
to Reason Gaming, and you can tell that they're still making those adjustments. And for Nevix to be a man of so
this is my first
few
J3
words,
stream.
yeah, I guess
Hey,
he still
welcome,
picks the
welcome. How you
wrong
doing,
ones
my friend?
according to his team. But we're excited to see kind of what more VP have up their sleeve in the future.
Yeah, we'll see what they got tomorrow, but we have one final series today to see who will join them in those upper semifinals. It's Pulsar Esports versus Team Heretics after this.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna give you guys your bets. J3, you liar, you said you'd never support 100 Thieves. I think the meta, chat, the meta is different. I think they're probably going to win. If they don't win today, I am never voting 100 Thieves again, and you could quote me on that. Never. Never. I just had 45,000 heals and the most in the game in 8 finals as Luna and lost. Well, did you do what you're supposed to do and blame your team for losing? So, you're always supposed to blame your team. Team Heretics against Pulsar. Good luck, chat. I think, personally, Team Heretics is going to win. I don't think... Hopefully, it's the most entertaining game so far of the day. We have been streaming for 4.5 hours already. It's not even 12 o'clock, and we've been seeing all 3 zeros. So, yeah. We shall see. We shall see. I am exhausted. How you doing, Bex? I am exhausted, bro. I could just fall asleep right now and stream. Where's your coffee? I had a little bit of it, but I don't think coffee works on me. I'm exhausted. I need, you know what? I need someone to just slap me. I just need someone to slap me. Have you tried meth? No. Don't think I have. Oh. How you doing, screenwriter Dave? Dip face in cold water for 5 seconds. Ooh, that sounds brutal. Stand up for like 30 seconds and stretch, make the blood rush up to your head. To be honest with you, I have a standing desk, and every time I use my standing desk, it does not make me more awake. It makes I'm still tired. Are standing desk bad for aim? Well, I don't use my standing desk to play.
For the first
Unless it's like not a very aim-intensive game.
Playoffs Bottle Leg Day at Lemon Kiwi. We have a guest joining us in moments notice, but we'll talk about that in just a second. This is going to be a very intense matchup between Pulsar Esports and Heretics. And Lemon, I feel like for Pulsar Esports specifically, the biggest question is Crisis on Strategist. What are we going to expect?
They're going to have a guest chat. Who do you think it is? I think since
if
it
you
is
can have him on the Luna, that is going to give him a point.
We're probably
going to
see
carry the team.
Boger or Craggy, calling it right now.
A pseudo-duelist, like a wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will. So Pulsar have been kind of noted as like a lot of people think that they've looked really good in scrim. So we'll see what kind of challenge they can provide against Heretics.
Well, we got Craggy joining us, the team streamer for Team Heretics, but also competing in MRC himself, made it to the top 6. Welcome to the broadcast here as well, Craggy. I want to pick your brain. You know, you've been watching the matches so far. What are you thinking about the meta for the Stage 1 playoffs?
This swapped a lot from the previous metas. I think Dive is super strong right now, especially for tanks. Venom and Cap. Also seeing a lot more Cyclops than I expected. I watched the Genji versus Reject match, and even though Cyclops was open, they didn't really play Cyclops. So seeing a lot more Cyclops on EMEA.
Wait, why would you not play Cyclops in Asia?
You're obviously competing in Marvel Rivals Championship with a couple of your friends and doing particularly well. Congratulations. Obviously over there the bans are a little bit different, but how do you feel at the moment in MRC about like Mantis ban versus Gambit ban? Do you think that there's a big delineation for teams that like this is when we're going to ban Mantis, this is when we're going to ban Gambit?
Where's Craggy from? Craggy's from Denmark, I'm pretty sure.
Mantis is used as much in the MRC matches yet. We usually leave Gambit open because we want to first protect the Rogue a lot of the time.
Also, Craggy has a wide head. Chat, be nice to Craggy. He's the GOAT. Also, Craggy's like 6'6",
Rogue
bro.
And Gambit are super strong. That's
he's a
also
big
what
guy.
We're seeing now with Gambit being proc first and then people banning Rogue just so you don't get that team up. So, so yeah.
Well, it's been fun to watch y'all in the MRC, and it's going to be even more fun to watch Heretics. And I know you know, less pressure when you get to just be a viewer, right? So talk to me about what you think about Heretics in this meta, because now we're not going to get to see Naga on Mantis. That's just perma-banned, and now it's a lot more Gambit and whatnot. How do you think Heretics is going to do in playoffs?
I think they're still going to do really, really well. I don't know if you can really play triple support without the Mantis. I don't know the
Craggy, when I stand next to Craggy, Craggy's head is like at my belly button.
DPS players, so they'll be fine even on 2-2-2. And yeah, I think Team Heretics is a super strong team. I think they got really good players. Like I said before, I think they got some really strong players from previous teams on there, and then some people that didn't have the greatest track record like Beetle, even though I think Beetle is a super strong player. So I think no matter what, they'll be able to do well no matter what meta it is.
As someone who's been down in the competitive trenches, do you think there's any underrated hero this meta, like Hulk or Bucky or something? You think there's a secret weapon that you wouldn't be surprised to see come out?
Bucky.
I think Penny. I think Penny is super strong. I do have Cringe Alarm on my team.
If you're on team with Cringe, you would say that.
So yeah, no, he's doing some mean things on the Penny. I think Penny's super strong. But yeah, that's probably the
Yo,
most underrated
SJam,
hero
appreciate
right
the
now.
massive raid, my friend. I hope you had a great stream.
Yeah, in terms of duelist choices, I mean, talk to me as a duelist player. Now that Black Cat is dead, how is Tanuki, or what is the replacement to Black Cat? Because in general, because we've seen even Psylocke be cosplayed as like a pseudo Black Cat, or now Daredevil seems to not be nerfed enough. What are your thoughts on what is the best way to replace Black Cat?
I still think Daredevil is probably the best replacement, and Tanuki is a really, really good Daredevil.
Yeah, not too bad here, not too bad here.
Play other things as well, so if they want to put him on Star-Lord or other things, I'm pretty sure the guy can play most things. But yeah, obviously he's probably one of the best Black Cat players there was, but I also think he is one of the best Daredevil players, so as long as they get him on Daredevil,
that
they
looks
should
like
be fine,
Bob
but if not,
from
I'm
Overwatch.
sure he can play
That's
many other things.
Wolverine, it seems like. Who the hell's this?
Okay. Well, I have a two-parter for you as we throw things to a close for this interview, Craggy. Why should people root for Team Heretics, and why should people root for you and your team in MRC?
That doesn't look like PP.
Well,
is
Team
it?
Heretics is one of the new teams, one of the few partner teams in EMEA, so got to show some support for the partnered EMEA teams. And the reason for why we should root for the streamer team is because we need the EU version of we lost. We gotta get into MRI and we gotta show what we're capable of, even though we're showing all of our strategies on stream every time we scrim. But no, we'll try. We'll try our best to make it through with what we got.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Craggy. Good luck in MRC and enjoy the match that's coming up.
Thank you very much. You too.
Hey, W Craggy, chat. W Craggy.
Here's some insight, you know, from the trenches, as you were saying, leg day on kind of the meta that they can expect. You know, the penny glaze, having cringe alarm on your team makes lots of sense.
I mean, I'm gonna send Craggy his payment now for promoing promo relegation that's coming as well.
That's true.
Like, teams from MRC are going to end up in a position where they can fight some of our bottom teams from MRI for those spots, including the bottom 2 teams from our playoffs as well, I believe. So there's still a bunch of danger here for all of our playoff teams, including Pulsar, who are on the up. This team went from winless in
Jay, I'm starting to go bald.
to
Any
making out
tips?
with a
Chat, I
very
can't give you
dangerous
tips
group.
for...
They were
bro,
grouped up with
I have never
Rad,
been bald or
Virtus
balding
Pro,
in my life. I
and
can't help you.
Na'Vi, and still managed to survive in that 4th seed coming out of Group A.
Yeah, I mean, Pulsar specifically, I think this has been
Hey,
like the biggest
Shazballs for
question mark
72
in terms
months.
of
Appreciate it, my
teams
friend.
and what can expect. They look completely different as a roster compared to
72
what we saw
months,
in
that's
the,
a long time.
Really liking this, you know, composition we've seen from them, but they have their shortcomings, of course, that they have to make up for, and they've had a month off, and hopefully that will be enough time for them to recuperate and recalibrate.
Jesus
and
Christ, I'm
maybe even
yawning so
take
much.
down Team Heretics, which is a favorite to get one of those top 3 spots and make it
Chat,
to
go with
the
Jay3
mid-season
all
finals.
all
We've seen
in
some of
on
the
Team
gameplay
Heretics.
action
Bro,
that we
Team
saw
Heretics
from
is
them
gonna...
throughout
You
that
put all
group
your money
stage.
on
A lot of
Pulsar.
great
Why are you telling
action,
people to go on Team
specifically,
Heretics?
with DRP
You do realize
on
you're losing your
the,
money, right?
Devil
Oh my God,
Dinosaur.
it doesn't
We
make
also
any
saw
sense.
Footsie on the Moon Knight, so can maybe expect some unorthodox
If I was
compositions
able
from
to
this
like
team specifically,
vote
but,
for channel
you know,
points in
talking
my own
about the other
stream,
side of
I'd be a
things here,
trillionaire
Lemon,
by now.
Team Heretics, this is the team that we're questioning what comp we can expect from them after the nerfs to dive.
Yeah, Pulsar had to do a complete transformation and reach a higher ceiling, but can you reach high enough to beat this team, a grand finalist from the playoffs, and a meta that suits them beautifully? Just unfortunate for Naga, we're never going to see his Mantis ever again. This was the triple strategist that really reigned supreme in the preseason, and now we'll maybe get to see how deep the hit scan hero pool is for Naga, because he did occasionally bring out
what's
the
up, Big
Phoenix
Banana?
or the
Appreciate it.
Star-Lord,
I'm
but
gonna
the damage
stand,
fall
chat.
off on
I'm gonna use my
Phoenix has
standing
made her
desk.
less attractive of a duelist of choice, but we'll get to see maybe him more in the spotlight. We're speaking of spotlight, Beetle always shines on the cap. He's kind of like a Finzi in that regard, where he's so good at it, you may consider a ban against him. And we also have Enzo, who's an incredible flex Vanguard, anything from Venom, Hulk, Vanpool, Emma, Strange, you name it. And they kept their cards close to their chest. And then the big question, what does Tanuki do? The Black Cat was such a huge reason Heretics were dominating in the group stage. Craggy seems to be convinced the Daredevil will be the substitute, but there's so much in the hero pool of Tanuki that we've yet to see. And this is the first match that we'll get to witness all of this.
Here's the strats on each team that you can see facing off against each other. Crisis coming from the duelist row now into the strategist role, and the Naga sometimes having to flex to that triple strat. But we also saw the rocking of the Human Torch there as well. I mean, talking about these former teammates here leg day playing against each other. What can we expect?
Well, unfortunately, I think that Naga's going to be a little bit more free to flex to a duelist than Crisis is, who is playing that primary strategist role for Pulsar. But the Pulsar rebuild, I think, has a lot of ingredients that can work out super well. They managed to take a map off of Rad as well, I believe, which was very impressive. Naga, I'm looking forward to seeing if Valish is going to come off. If we're going to see Naga maybe have access to that Star-Lord. Maybe we can see Naga pick up.
Who did Navi lose
like
to?
Cyclops, because Naga is a very difficult
This is
hit-scan talent to deal
preseason.
with.
Oh, I have no idea.
What is
That was a long time
Crisis
ago.
going to play? Because now that Gambit is pretty much going to be seen in every match, he was a lot of the Luna and the Invis, but you kind of need to pair something more intentional with the Gambit, which was more of Lapsus's choice in the preseason. And I think now that Naga steps out of the Mantis showdown, it's going to be more looking at Alex to step forth in the Gambit role, and all eyes are going to be on him and how Alex dictates the fight for Heretics.
We'll see how this first map on Celestial Husk goes between Pulsar Esports and Team Heretics. Both squads with something
My
to
favorite
prove
thing
in
about
their
all these
first series
face
of the
cams is
Stage
that
1
we get to
playoffs.
see we get to see
we
all
head
the
in here,
gamers, backgrounds.
I'm wondering how we see Team Heretics in like a post-dive landscape. First, they lost Oasis, their Jeff player, over to Sentinels in North America, and then they lost Black Cat to the hands of Xion. So we'll see.
We only see this guy's eyes.
Well, it seems both our teams are once again going to make sure the Mantis isn't a huge part of this. Neither will Rogue be around for her hubby's team up.
Yeah, and the huge part of this, Ballas versus Naga when it comes to the hit scans. Ballas was the statistical #1 Phoenix when it came to damage back in the group stage, but 13th in terms of final hits.
Yo, what's
so
up,
is this guy
TTK?
just
I'm
a
getting
Vanguard
old.
shooter?
What do you mean
is
you're
this
getting old?
evidence
Dude,
of a
TTK,
wider
your dad
focus
wakes
issue
up at
within
like
the
5
Pulsar team?
a.m. to
Is
go
this
to
a
work?
consequence of Pulsar running
Damn.
so much of these
And
solo
all you do is just
duelists?
wake up, roll
And
2
Ballas
feet
also did-
from your
he was
bed
on
to your
Reason
computer
Gaming in
and
the
just
preseason,
play
so
games.
a lot of these Pulsar players only had one stage together.
You will
but
never
look
know
where they
what it's
ended
like
up
for
in
us
playoffs and
and the
Heretics
working
making
class.
sure they secured Daredevil for Tanuki. Hey, Craggy was right.
I mean, yeah, like Craggy getting his finger on the pulse here, that if you're going to get rid of a Black Cat, the next best is going to be Daredevil. And Team Heretics are going to definitely have that one available, which is going to keep
Don't
the
say
pace
W
up
to
here.
TTK.
And
I've been
getting rid
up
of that
since 6
Luna, I think,
a.m.
was a super important swap as well, as it's going to allow for like Captain America to be a lot more constrained without the flake on them.
Yeah, and how you support Tanuki, who, yes, was amazing on the Black Cat, but Daredevil, despite the range limitations, you kind of saw it from Fi in our previous series, it hasn't really affected our Daredevil players, but rather
Pick
made
DD
them
equals
more
win.
punishable in that case. And Heretics, they have the Gambit, but the Star-Lord is usually the best combination of duelists, having the most amount of ticks to combine with that, where there's only a one-sided Star-Lord in this case, and a one-sided Rocket. So it's going to be interesting to see if Pulsar really won the ban phase.
Yeah, and we'll see if they have managed
Show us
to
Boba.
take away some of the
Boba's
key ingredients here for
over
Team
there.
Heretics. And I'm very
He's
excited to see
staring at his
Beetle
sister.
over on the Hulk at the moment. Hovering this means that there's plenty of capacity for something like a throw with a Wolverine, but not going to be available this time. Instead, with the Cyclops on the
let's
field
see
for
this.
both teams, Ballas and Naga, as you pointed out, it's going to be a major hit scan battle.
Finally get to see the Cyclops. It got banned out like so much in our last series, but the stars need to align, and it's a very escapable ultimate to go up against, but can you escape the clutches of Enzo setting
I like
up
Team
a
Heretics'
portal
boot
to
camping.
try
I
and
like
split
that.
up Pulsar right in the middle, and it's good timing.
I'm actually really surprised that Virtus Pro's not boot camping. They can boot camp anywhere, chat.
Crisis and Lapsus Atilas had no idea what hit them there, and interestingly,
Pick a city,
rolls out here on
rent
the
a
White Fox to
space
get that
out,
extra melee damage on that first engage as well by using the Foxball.
Yeah, Enzo has pulled out that strat before, and Pulsar, I mean, you just literally can't see it coming, and having to attack with a Venom. There's these choke points that are
Also,
difficult to
TTK,
pass
I don't know if you're
through
still, yeah,
you are
you're still here or
blurred,
not.
As DRP,
I
will be
voted
the
on you
Magneto
guys
trying
beating
to support
STD
him
today,
and
so you
getting
guys better win.
some of,
This is
well,
the only
CC
time
that
I'll
could
ever
be
vote
going
for you to
Blur's
win.
way,
Last
and
time,
looming above is Tanuki,
I voted for you guys to
waiting for
win.
his
Each
chance
time
to
you
strike
lost,
into
so
Crisis, Lapsus, or
you better
really
win.
Ballas.
Yeah, one of the things here is that Ken is not going to be able to deal incredibly well with the amount of poke that comes out of both an Elsa and a Cyclops, but Blur's doing a good job of at least opening up some of this space. Alex has fallen down courtesy of Ballas, avoiding that poke so
You might be able to go get your phone before NA starts.
Right now when it comes to the overall exchange of fire.
I don't know if Emily's going to want to hold on this
stream. 10 by themselves up against 5 players. What a turn back here from Pulsar after not being
Emily is also
surprised
taking a
by
nap,
portal.
which I'm very jealous about.
Yeah, the Twitsy Elsa is a nice look at that percentage health damage. It's so good in it, kind of if you're addressing these fights from front to back. And DRP, the more you ignore him, the more he just becomes like the third duelist with 100 charge on the Emma and can disrespect people like the Beetle on the Cap, go for these diamond form grabs. It's a long cooldown though, so you'll have to see if Heretics can mark that well. If anything, you want to mark the Raging Royal Flush, which Alex is about to earn.
Raging Royal Flush gonna come out first from Crisis, potentially holding it for now, but just in time for Alex to have earned the counter punch here. But honestly, Team Heretics aren't really committed to the fight just yet, so they can just path over towards that backline, get the punishment. Lapsus Atilas once again falling on down. Beetle was so effective with that additional speed and damage to be an absolutely deadly Captain America. I think the Pulsar may have pulled the trigger a little bit early because Alex was in such safety for all of that.
Yeah, Blur did a good job of the stalling the Heretics
why
push,
did they name
slowing them
themselves
down
STD?
because
That's
the
not
speed
their
of the
name,
Rage
bro.
and
They're
Royal
called
Flush is
Stick
so
Drift.
overwhelming, but Blur does
Their
not want to
initials,
be in any
for
side,
some reason, are
inside
STD.
of closed rooms, very small areas. You need to have
They could
a good
be
chance to be able to
SDR,
swing
Stick
out, and now
Drift.
Beetle will proc the next fight.
Freedom charge towards the back means extra survivability for Enzo to get frisky, and Ballas finds the business end of that. Oh, is that a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier? Oh, Lapsus, we're nowhere near the point, love. Oh, Team Heretics may simply leave.
Yeah, the quick disengage. Heretics will sit by. Diamond form grab from DRP.
Oh, that's huge. Oh, that's huge. Oh, that was huge.
Oh, bait
oh, Naga is looking like me out there, bro.
After Beetle drags them on in after giving up the space courtesy of that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and the Ruby Rage just detonates them.
That's why Naga is the MVP of Heretics throughout Ignite, whether he can flex to these strategists, his mechanics clearly standing out when it comes to the Cyclops, but Ballas punished Tanuki, Pulsar are portaling in. Heretics have their backs against the wall, but they're at 99%.
Naga just using their secondary fire to descend slowly. Ruby Rage is strong. Beetle's already down.
I don't know what that was about, but
falling low in their own right. Quick flip there from Pulsar off the back of their TP, masterfully executed.
That cooldown will not be available if they need to recontest at the 99 to 99 part. If Pulsar even get to that point, because they have no ultimates, the Raging Royal Flush, you want to see Blur or DRP maybe take a bit of damage here, which is what they're going to do to see if they can get ahead of the Gambit ultimate game, which Alex is already behind. But Heretics will have to step forth into the invisible boundary that Ken provides. And hey, if you can even slow somebody who's engaging from Pulsar, that would be even better for Ken.
Pulsar have given up a lot of high ground play here, though. Lapsus Telos actually playing isolated on the high ground by themselves at the moment. Enzo starts to erode some of that space away. Ballas falling low. The Devil's going to be unleashed now by Tanuki towards the back. DRP wants to try and counter-strike this one, but Alex shuts them down before they can unleash anything even close to an Eye of Agamotto. A quick bonk with the talking stick tells them to shut up for now as Tanuki goes in with the Billy Clubs. Starts to be a flip here for Team Heretics. Is going to be given over for free. Yes, Pulsar are going to have to recontest later off the back of Blur's frenzied arrival. Someone needs to get on top of this. The back line's being constantly harassed. Alex still thinks it's winnable and so commits even more when it comes to the Raging Royal Flush. Tanuki and Naga take the go sign and they do well with it.
That's a GR, chat. That's a GR.
By the Daredevil and Tanuki. They may well have taken away his Black Cap, but they haven't taken away his feline predator instincts.
I have not been wrong
Tanuki
yet.
has not dropped a beat, but Pulsar dropped the ball.
I said Team Heretics is going to win.
Raging Royal Flush,
I have not been wrong on my predictions
when DRP had jumped up on the high ground solo against the entirety of Heretics.
You know, it's actually
down a Vanguard.
It's actually funny enough. I know you don't come to the stream a lot, TTK, but my chat actually calls me the Prophet
in EMEA
because of how you know. I'm just every time I predict something's going to happen, it happens.
That can try to suppress Tanuki on these engages, and even though they've tried, there's only 2 casualties on Tanuki, so it's you could do your best, but your best, it was not enough on that first round.
The Bald Prophet. What?
Yeah, right now.
Why did you have to add bald?
Lapsus only taking 2.6k damage, yet falling 4 times. Seems like Lapsus might be getting caught by surprise. The comms might not be clean enough here for Pulsar to actually peel for their Rocket Raccoon, who's got a reasonable amount of peel for themselves when it comes to running on those walls, but the backup needs to be there, and guess what? Enzo's doing it again, baby.
Will they see it coming? It's not as tight of a lane that you can get a full split. You can probably get around it if you're Pulsar. And look how they're waiting for this portal to happen, by the way, as Heretics will greet, and they have the high ground.
Backroom style horror right there.
You know, great with the massive prime sub, my friend. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day.
Dark Maelstrom, but now you're in this position where playing as a Doctor Strange, maybe not the ideal brawler for the first fight here. Instead, it's going to be able to play much more defensively. Even more HP, though, courtesy of the Freedom Charge, going to drag Team Heretics forward, and it has to be an answer from Lapsus Telos. A lot of fire going to be put towards that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but Tanuki was already too far out, so Twitzy's punishment is solid. And now Pulsar are in a position where they can try and claim this first cap. Around the outside, here comes the Ruby Rage
that was
again.
not a good old. Okay.
Cooldowns allow everyone to escape. Enzo towards the back only gets for stun onto Twitzy. Mind and Soul alike are punished by the dark energy being unleashed from the Sorcerer Supreme. Once again, Lapsus Telos
I have
going to be
not
in deep
yet
danger.
played
Beetle
Mecha
can't stay up
Chameleon
on the high
now.
ground.
I was supposed to play yesterday, but my phone broke.
Healing. Crisis already fallen down. Lapsus Telos going to be there as well. Pulsar had such opportunities, but they can't make anything happen with them.
Pulsar is just so
I'm
flustered.
sorry,
I mean,
blame
you lost
chat.
both your duelists. You should not be going
They
for
keep asking
Psionic
me
Seduction
questions.
if you don't have damage to put into it. And especially
Chat,
with how
Emily's
low
trying to
DRP
sleep, bro.
was, the comms are breaking down, and Pulsar, they almost had the same amount of final blows as Heretics on their duelists. So a lot rides on Twitzy and Ballas's ability to hold space. And now you have Ken who destroys the res beacon.
Okay, Ken's going to be able to kite out any aggression coming this way as well. Crisis is going to be under some
Oh my
pressure.
god,
Yeah,
Jesus
the flank
Christ.
gets shut down by Ballas, who doesn't really suffer that much from damage drop-off and wouldn't even be worried at that kind of distance anyway. Team Heretics have already picked off 2 players from Pulsar. Blow wants to try and turn this around. Feast of the Abyss doesn't get too much. Team Heretics at this point, while Pulsar have been able to flip the point, are going to be somewhat under-resourced.
Pulsar just need to stay on the point as much as possible. There's just been no value off the Vanguard ultimates, but let's see if Twitzy can get some pick potential, drag some targets, but cleansed away.
Twitzy now trying to find that, but unfortunately, while you're looking towards your target, you're not looking at Enzo, who runs him down with the daggers of Dinak. And now Tanuki, punished for such an audacious move towards the back, was certainly brave and courageous to try and unleash the devil in this case. Ken following in after Beetle, making sure that their diving Vanguard line is going to be somewhat reinforced, and everyone manages to move away fairly easily from the Ruby Rage. A 4 versus 1 over here. Blur just about manages to escape the clutches of Team Heretics, and Pulsar are still in control.
I was questioning this Ken Jeff pick, and I was crunching the numbers, but the flank with the Venom, but also being able to go underground against the Cyclops ult, that's kind of a nice counter. As a Psionic Seduction, just not really claiming Beetle in that moment.
Jay's been
as
screaming
still
all
have to flip
day.
The point. They have the picks, but Pulsar have
She
almost
can rest
gotten
as
to
much as she
70%.
can. How about me?
Ruby Rage
How about my
just bursts
rest?
through a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier in no time at all. Naga not going for the glory here, just going for the utility, and the utility works out.
Also,
Team Heretics
Pulsar is doing really
dominates the
good.
Point, but Pulsar gets 77%.
I'd like to see an early fight from Heretics off this Raging Royal Flush. They are a very intelligent team that can ult track well, and for Heretics to be this far forward too is interesting. The Dino from DRP to try and grab Beetle or Enzo and protect your backline. You can't engage as safely as you can with a Dino on duty. I'd like to see Twitzy even go back to the Elsa as a counter to that Dino.
All right, Alex stops themselves from getting dived by using their own Raging Royal Flush, and now there's so much damage.
What am I
coming from
watching
Enzo that
right
Blur
now?
tries to disengage after
This
using
is pro
all
play.
of
I'm
their
watching 2
cooldowns.
pros
A
just
quick
play Ring Around the
pullback, and
Rosie.
Punishments there. Blur can't get away scot-free from this one, and Twitzy now wants to try and make some kind of chase happen off the back of playing this Silent. The Sonic Crossbow is in a good position to try and punish some Vanguards, and DRP on the Dino.
Yeah, I was like, wait, I'm crossed up right now. So maybe Heretics need an Elsa into this. I don't know if Tanuki will brawl through it as Blur Feast of this to deny some of these heals. Here comes Enzo, only stunning Twitzy.
Yeah, Twitzy going to be taken down, but should be resurrected quickly. And DRP, we see exactly where the Dino came out. A quick flashback from Ballas, takes 2 of the skies to try and avoid Tanuki. And Tanuki is just intractable right now, cannot be controlled. Gets away from all of this. There's the bounce, the perfect angle from Scott
Now
Summers
they still got a little bit of time.
Blind Justice. Team Heretics almost have their full control here. Enzo's opened up a portal.
Oh, they ported already to try to win the fight. Oh, that's interesting.
Devil Dinosaur, who might find themselves in this bad position. Balix is in an even worse one. The Ruby Rage takes them apart. Ken looks for an It's Jeff consumption, and the Pure might finally be arriving for Lapsis or Tilas. Nothing to be gained here from Jeff, just escaping a bunch of damage as well as leaving a healing pool behind. And now it's Beetle chasing down that Rocket Raccoon. We've talked about how much attention they've been getting from these dives. Pulsar are close to a flip. Is Twitzy going to commit even more, though, when it comes to this dance of the butterflies to make something happen? DRP continually.
Honey Badger, how come you're voting on every single team that I
finally
don't vote for?
win? I mean, it was solo kills Jeff for the longest time.
How do you even have money at this point?
The rest of Heretics, Alex will be back in the picture. That pick on him made the whole difference for Pulsar. It's going to be in a 99-99 fight, and Heretics, they'll pull the trigger first.
All right, Tyrannosaurus Rex meet Ruby Rage for Punch Dimension. Too strong for DRP to survive. And the Resurrection's not going to be there from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier either. Twitzy doesn't get anything off the back of their own dance. So the Butterflies, the best beasts here, seem to be the ones who are aligned with Team Heretics. For Shark from the back, is just giving
Pulsar still has a TP. Blur is just stalling the point by running around it.
In comes the portal from DRP. It seems that the debarking cannot be blocked for now by Enzo, but Team Heretics are once again going to be in control. Pulsar up to 99%. They They need to stay on this point no matter what. Lapsi Sotilas going to deploy some regeneration runes here to make sure there's a safe area for Team Polestar to try and work with. Oh, Crisis! He let loose with the ultimate, but was instantly evaporated, and all of the boons that were conferred therein are going to be taken away. DRP can't find a heal as he floats above the
They always try to show you their perspective. Let me see. Do they show any emotion when they win, chat? Let's see this.
And Team Heretics managed to take it away.
Hey, that was good though. They started fist bumping each other.
Shoving the first entry of Pulsar to stop the Raging Royal Flush. You thought that was going to be sending Pulsar into round 3, but it sent them into the abyss. Heretics.
Who needs emotion?
They met a challenge, but they met a win at the end.
Like TTK, for an example, bro. When you win something, get excited, get happy, bro. I remember when we won at we went to TwitchCon and we won TwitchCon. This is TTK's emotion when we won. He gets handed the trophy. Bro, like, be happy. Be happy. Jay, I was screaming in the crowd when y'all won. Bro, I was happy. I was like, oh shit, Emily. Bro, Emily got target banned. Like, Okay, the phone case with no phone is taking me out. Yeah, I don't have a phone. My phone is being fixed because apparently, I don't know, have you guys experienced that yet? Apparently, it's a thing that your phone screen just turns off and doesn't turn on, but your phone still works. I don't know. It's never happened to me before. Sounds like a scam. What is stopping these big corporations from throwing in an update to some people's phones, making their screens go dark so you have to go to them to fix it and they charge you an arm and a leg? Telling you. Sounds like a scam, chat. I'm pretty sure, man. You just need to reset the phone? Nope. I force restart the phone. I let the phone die. I put the phone back on the charger. Nope, doesn't work. Nope. Jay, don't reveal too much. Why? Am I exposing Apple's secrets? Am I gonna get taken away? Yeah, I went to the Apple store and I was like, hey, yeah, my screen doesn't work and I don't know what the issue is. They're like, yeah, we could probably fix it for like $200-300. And I was like, okay, that's for a screen. They were like, yeah, that's how much it costs for all the parts and service and, you know, labor. And I was like, okay. And they were like, why don't you just buy the new phone? I'm like, okay, how much is that? They're like $1,000. I'm like, what the hell, bro? They're trying to make me buy the new phone for like $1,000. I was like, I looked at the person trying to like upsell me. I was like, do you know who I am? They said no. So I was like, oh, okay. And then I walked out. That's not what happened. Oh, I forgot about this though. I forgot about this. So before there's like 3 minutes left into the next game. So I was in the Apple store, chat, right? And then I was waiting for my appointment because it was like a walk-in. So they were like, hey, you wait an hour. So it was at the mall. So I started walking around the mall. What do you call it? Just wasting time, right? So someone recognized me. They took a picture with me, and I was having a conversation with them. I was like, hey, man, yeah, what do you play? Overwatch, Marvel Rivals? They were like, Overwatch. I'm like, ooh. Wow. Why don't you play Marvel Rivals? They were like, I'm not making this up. You could ask Emily. I'm like, why don't you play Marvel Rivals? They're like, oh, I tried it. The game was too easy. And I'm like, I've heard that before. If the game's too easy, Why not? I don't know if the game's too easy. And then they were saying that they were a Genji player, but when they played like Marvel Rivals or something, they were like a one trick on some character and whatnot. But oh yeah, I don't know, man. As soon as he said the game was too easy and all that stuff, I wanted to be like, ooh, have you seen the latest tournament that just recently happened? Ooh. Apparently he was a Genji player, but I don't know I forgot what he said that he played in Marvel. Yeah. I just don't understand the people who say we want Emily. I think she's taking a nap right now, chat. I just don't understand the people who say a game's too easy or like, hey, you know, they're the they I don't know. They just like, hey, but even Flat said that Rivals is objectively easier than Overwatch. See, I don't agree with that take. Flats, when he plays Overwatch, is consistently top 500. Why is Flats not consistently top 500 in Marvel Rivals? Same for me. I was consistently top 100, top 500 in Overwatch. Now I'm not consistently in Marvel Rivals. Nope, don't say age, because we know age. Nope, it's not age, chat. Because I showed up. I showed up when it matters. I showed up in the USA team, bro. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Don't say age, bro. Don't say age.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw our most hotly contested domination so far on Celestial Husk. 194 and then 199 in terms of percentage, but it seemed like one team rising above the rest, and it was a battle of the backline specifically. We
I am not washed.
Lemon
nope.
Going into this one, we got to see Ken actually perform the best that we've seen in a while on the Jeff here, specifically enabling that dive a little bit more.
And that style of Jeff too, to go.
You
and
said Rivals is an easier
Venom,
game
like
to learn because it's a new
music
game, not
play
that
with
it's
your Venom is
easier game
how he was
overall.
able to go
Shout out to the
underground.
Venom.
Yeah, shout out to Venom, and to kind of dodge the Ruby Rage from the other side. Like Ken also dealt with the res beacons, making it so that the rocket from Lapsus didn't get as much value, which I was expecting Lapsus to be on the Gambit, which now getting that to Crisis. That's a strat line adjustment that Pulsar are going for. But
Rivals doesn't have people insta-locking
Naga,
DPS to go 0
MVP
and 13.
on the Cyclops. So glad to have him back on Duelist.
Yeah, no longer, you know, having to play the third strategist for this Heretics roster here, leg day, and looking really good while doing it. I mean, getting all the finals that they needed for.
I would say Marvel Rivals is easier to play than easier to learn.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Naga freed from his cage.
Because with Overwatch, not only that you have to learn all the characters and their abilities, you have another step to it. You have to learn all the perks and stuff.
It's me. And Naga
so
was
it's
in
like
a position where he was trying to
all that
play
stuff.
Some very reserved angles, because he was playing against a weird double hit scan of Ballas and Twizzy playing Cyclops and Elsa, which I haven't seen a huge amount of, and Tanuki was grabbing a lot of their attention, which obviously gave away a bunch of that space to Naga to try.
I wouldn't say team-ups, because team-ups don't happen for all the characters.
Angles, as well as
in Overwatch, you have you know, your minors and your major perks
like
of
finally like putting
all
on
characters.
The Oasis shoes, you know? You pointed out
Yo, hip. Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome.
In preseason was how like they were playing with that aggressive Oasis Jeff off angle, and when you went to Sin, we wondered like, can Ken match that?
Yeah, I was like trying to keep Oasis out of it, because I was like, the ghost of Oasis has come to this map, and Ken is totally owning that. But also better fight planning from Heretics, from even just the get-go, from the Enzo Doctor Strange portal to just how Tanuki was my MVP for Daredevil in the first round, as Naga had enough space to operate on the Cyclops in the second round, and you just had impact after impact when it came to the ultimates of Heretics. While Pulsar, they had DRP and Blur use Vanguard ultimates like the Psionic Seduction, Feast of the Abyss, without Twitzy and Ballas being alive. And even just the Crisis Raging Royal Flush there at the end got canceled. It was Pulsar just trying to flex seal their sinking ship, and it was already taken on water, and it's tough to try and let go of the stranglehold that Heretics have on you.
I mean, talking about that, and I'm going to throw this one right back to you, Lemon, specifically, it just felt like a bit of an outclassing in terms of the Vanguard
Hello,
lineups
chat.
of
I want to
these
go
two
get
teams,
more
right? We saw 7
coffee real
eliminations
quick.
against Blur, and then 9 against DRP, and it felt like they weren't getting as much value, as you mentioned, on those Vanguard ultimates as well, and made it so that Lapsus went down 10 times as Rocket, and, you know, flexed to a couple other heroes, but that's not the stat line you want to see when you're trying to keep competitive in these matches.
And Lapsus is more of a healer than he is that kind of playmaker. He was top 6 in heals when it came to White Fox, top 5 in heals when it comes to Loki. I wanted to see Lapsus on the Loki, if it's open, to have 2 Raging Royal Flushes, because if you have your res beacon destroyed, you're missing like half the value that Rocket provides. And so Lapsus could have adjusted there, and Pulsar overall tried to adjust. Even a DRP on the Dino, I wasn't expecting to see that in this meta, and it really didn't work out to stop people like Tanuki on the flank, but here is Pulsar locking in Hall of Jalia.
I am very curious if we're going to be seeing some Human Torch action, you know, from the side of the Team Heretics. We saw it from Naga before on this map in the previews. I would love to see that happen. But speaking of the preview, let's get into our ban draft and figure out what these teams are going to play.
Don't know if you clocked the background for Tanuki and Naga here, Lemon, but the board says pick DD equals win. And thus far, it seems to be a reasonable strat for the side of Team Heretics, given they previously protected Daredevil, and we're likely to see the protection of the Gambit here. We're in our nothing burger portion of the Bans and Protect, where it's basically always going to be the same lineup.
Yo, Sniper with the massive Prime sub as well. Appreciate it.
But by the Team Heretics bundle, also equally sound strategic advice.
Willie
and also
for
what a transformation
4 months.
for Pulsar to go from no wins to being a playoff contending team. I'd like to see Twitzy really step it up. He tried to be on the Psylocke, kind of that cosplaying that Black Cat replacement, but hey, Hall of Jalia is such a good Star-Lord map, and it pairs well with the Gambit. But denying Heretics their ability to play Luna, it is a huge part of either the White Fox Luna team up, or
thought you
to
were
stop
shirtless for a
any
second.
kind of
No,
as Heretics are going to be able to protect
Rayo
the
with the massive
road
6
because of
months.
this.
Appreciate it.
Oh boy, like that. I guess that's just the aura that Naga brought to the table. Like, we got to get rid of this Cyclops, bro. I mean, this does mean that maybe Pulsar can play that Rocket Raccoon.
Look at that guy's
without being
hair,
in
bro.
So
Oh
much
my.
danger of losing
Reminds me of my hair.
instantly, because while we know that like Phoenix is like the primary ultimate counter to the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, because she instantly destroys deployables with the Ensong Inferno, it is a lot more breakable than the Ruby Rage, which, unless you can destroy the Gambit within like 1.5 seconds, is going to be detonating. Although there is going to be an opportunity here for Team Heretics to now get rid of the Rocket Raccoon, which I think is a pretty valuable ban if they decide to go for it, because Rogue can't roam quite as well when it comes to taking out that BRB early. Instead, they get rid of the Star-Lord, which is the first real nod we've seen towards Star-Lord, even with the omnipresence of Gambit in this matchup so far.
Yeah, because the best counter to a Star-Lord is a better Star-Lord. And I think going up against Naga's Star-Lord would be not so fun. And who is going to be playing the Luna on the Pulsar side? Because that was originally Crysis's thing, and how he was able to carry a lot on the domination maps. But clearly he's taken on the Gambit role away from Lapsus, and maybe Lapsus's old comfort.
Does Team Heretics have a Torch player? I think Naga plays Torch.
But I'm excited to see Twitzy back on the Star-Lord. And of course, you could maybe have just Crisis go back to the Invisible Woman, which is that nice soft counter with the invisible boundary against the Star-Lord.
Also, Darth Jar Jar, I completely agree. No role queue really opens up some of the interesting ideas in tournaments. You can have some crazy comps that you've been practicing to surprise the enemy team with.
Players that we had from
5 tanks, 1 support, 3 tanks, 3 supports.
Beetle doesn't mind the pivot over to a Rogue here, given that Luna's not going to be on the field, and this is not the greatest map for Jeff flanks, which means that you're going to have a little bit more trouble receiving that backline healing, because you can't get something like the Flake. So for Beetle and Enzo, who now both have the charge team up, by the way, this is going to be a very, very dangerous, like, front-to-back front line.
And Lapsus back on the Gambit, exchanging that responsibility with Crisis on his signature Luna, because those duelist mechanics transfer so well, and now that Luna has so much more damage, we'll see what kind of impact Crisis can have on that regard, as this is the
that's a
specialist
very far
DRP
TP.
to not really intersect the fight, but rather get behind Heretics, see if they can access that backline.
Oh, they're not winning TTK.
Well.
I haven't been wrong in my
Raging Royal
predictions
Flushes.
yet.
Pulsar only gonna have one.
No, VOD wanted to see Naga on the Human Torch. Trade offer, Twitzy Human Torch on the other side this time, which is going to be interesting versus the amount of healing that can be put out by a Loki. Could actually feed that God of Mischief pretty quickly, and Lapsus has been overwhelmed by Beetle right at the outset. Like, such brave engagements from Beetle, knowing that they can just catch so much healing from Ken, who's set up on the other side.
And the one-sided Starlord for Tanuki, I mixed that up, but we'll see how Twitzy will try to deal with that. The his scam could make Human Torch's viability very low, as Naga is reducing the viability of Pulsar already.
Every time
and
Jay3
that
votes off
means
Thieves,
no
they lose.
single tick, and you don't have
TTK
that
is literally
portal for
here,
Pulsar
bro.
for quite a while. So Heretics stand tall for now.
Yeah, this does mess with Pulsar's overall like tempo as well when it comes to Gambit versus Gambit ults, right? Because Lapsus' tier last falling down first, only 20% of the way to ult. Alex has doubled that, but is mostly just seeding over a bunch of a healing responsibility to Ken so they can get the God of Mischief even more quickly.
Twitzy back on the Psylocke, and it's a little tough to do that against Loki, who is the pretty hard counter to the Psylocke, having those extra doppelgangers and the Dance of the Butterflies, mitigating that damage. Also, the hide-and-go-seek game that Twitzy's going to have to play, but front-to-back Pulsar go, and now they have to deal with the Rogue from Beetle that got a mag bubble.
The DRP just got eroded. I don't know what to tell you. Like, where are Bro's healers? Like, DRP walks up, uses the charged greatsword, can't get out very quickly, getting constantly pulled back in.
How does the ban system work? You ban for the other team, but you save for your team.
Essentially bloodlessly.
So, for an example, Team Heretics banned Starlord.
So
that means Pulsar cannot play Starlord, but they can still play Starlord
themselves. You have to play around Crisis at that
Red
moment.
Panda
Heretics
for 3 months.
Spread out
Appreciate
and
it.
take angles, and Heretics commanding this high ground is something that Blur has to address.
Yeah, this needs
Yo,
to be
what's up,
taken.
Shib? Of course, the whiteboard always comes out, man. Also,
he actually doesn't want to fight this high ground
yeah,
himself.
we're gonna tell you
cede
something,
all
Shib.
of that responsibility over to Blur and doesn't use their bubble just yet. Blur used their symbiotic resilience. Ken's actually used their regeneration domain here, but it's been traded for Ballast, which does mean that it's not going to be really actionable for Pulsar.
And Phoenix did get a hit, nerfed by her damage fall off at range. That's why a lot more people are going towards Cyclops or just other hit scan choices than the Phoenix. We'll see if Ballast will get affected by that. So far, though, this is a very one-sided map, and Pulsar only have a minute, and they got 6 ults. Surely, if you dump all 6 ults, you'll get the start of the fight, but will you end it? Heretics can portal back in.
I think this is the first time we've seen Phoenix today. Oh my god, he got bubbled and he got hit though. Oh my god.
Vanguard gets it done again inside of the fate of both worlds. Can you find anything for Naga? Not really enough damage here. Crisis keeps everyone surviving apart from Twitzy, who's too far away to receive any of that healing attention. And Blur can't get any LOS from their healers either. And so Naga can just freely let loose with Cosmic Bolt after Cosmic
We did
Bolt.
see Terra instead of playing Phoenix, which he was able to play because it wasn't banned. He did play Hela instead.
Of Heretics, and Heretics are the ones that only gave up a single tick. Like, you're not getting full value out of the Phoenix. The Dance of the Butterflies against the Lokis aren't going to do great, and Pulsar are desperate to get anything going. And they're not going to portal. They're waiting for Blur to go and touch as the Venom, as DRP is already getting pushed back.
Gonna walk on.
Ooh, we have another controller.
Might be the thing to make it happen. Yet another Gambit ultimate coming out. This time it's Ken with the God of Mischief. Mr. Nuki in the back is just doing so much damage, burning them down. They're laying down on the floor easily.
Damn it! Wow, Pulsar's getting rolled, bro.
Prince. DRP on the point, just going to be surrounded, eviscerated, beaten. Let
Holy shit, chat! Pulsar got rolled.
Are surely going to evict Blur. It doesn't even get time to pop a symbiotic resilience as Beetle has a celebratory heartbreaker and breaks the hearts of Pulsar fans everywhere.
This is such a ban draft difference. You let Heretics have the Star-Lord, a Rogue Gambit team up, and Pulsar are falling back to secondaries. Twitzy eventually got to the Elsa, but I would have liked that swap to happen so much earlier. Pulsar also lacking in impact, and Phoenix, the Phoenix ult isn't gonna destroy Heretics at all, and also tried to do it during the Fate of Both Worlds
Well,
from
this might be
Crisis.
another
Maybe he was hoping to
3-0,
time it
chat.
as he came out
I hope
of
you
that
guys are ready
ult,
for that.
But Pulsar, the impact of the ults still continue to struggle, just like we saw in Celestial Husk.
Yeah, all
now,
matches have been
Heretics only have to
3-0s.
claim,
Navi
what,
beat
2 ticks
3-0
to go to
Fire.
series point, and
Virtus
there's
Pro
only 3 casualties
3-0.
on the Heretics side.
Reason.
Talk about dominance.
Rad 3-0 Shikigami. I think tomorrow's games might be better, chat. And I hope you guys are ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's another 6 a.m. stream.
Gambit, Loki, Rogue, and Star-Lord? All available?
NA starts at
Like,
4
this is,
p.m. 4
my
p.m.
God, wait, Pulsar really digging deep here. They have entered the ancient dwarven text. This composition right here, this was written in runes on mithril tablets.
Team Heretics
We are
only died
deep in
3
the ancient
times.
vaults now, Lemon.
2 players died. One died twice, one died
Playing
once.
for the next spot in the bracket, where Beetle has just been unstoppable, and even just Rogue by herself is strong without the team up. Now you add Alex, you add Enzo's bubble. This front line looks unstoppable, and Pulsar will do everything to pierce through it before it approaches.
By the way,
Speaking
Noodle
of
for 9
approaches,
months. Appreciate it
Tanuki's
as well.
already on an off angle as Heretics try to claim attention at a distance through main, but Heretics are taking a very long hallway approach.
Me and
Twitzy's on the
Cozy,
Hela.
second
The
half of the
headshots are
day,
nice,
so I'm
the
gonna park it
escapability
here.
as well, but she has very much fallen out of the meta for a reason.
Okay, wait, are you and Cozy
Survive.
both
Could be in
casting?
trouble here, though. Could be tracked down by some of these monsters.
Or is Cozy the hosting?
Just about get back to the loving arms of their healers. The Blessing of the Deep has already been expended here as well by Ballast, so that's a huge defensive cooldown that's no longer going to be available. And Tanuki might
Duo
decide to
ca-
instead
Ooh,
try and pressure
they
Blood,
finally
get some
put you
real
guys together
openings
to
start
cast?
happening on the point.
What did you guys
Tanuki
do
can't
to make
flank
them do
until
that?
His team kind of gets the ball rolling here, and the Hela Namor team up. Strong for Pulsar, but what's going to be strong is if their defense can withstand Tanuki on the engage, synced with the rest of his team. And the point is already starting to get pressured for Heretics. Pulsar could lose the series here.
Yeah, 4 players had to disengage, and guess what? The Flur's gone elsewhere, so someone else has got a touch. First tick surely going to come on through soon for Team Heretics. Beetle's been frozen again. Crisis has been hitting those absolute zeros, but Team Heretics, their inexorable progress is starting to really weigh on the Pulsar playstyle. There's no symbolic resilience.
That's GG's. Jeez, well,
DRP can't open the pentagram of Ferrari.
so
Did DRP
chat,
just turn his cam off? No, come back,
we might be able to
my
play
goat.
ranked today, or maybe even quick play.
Comeback, but in the lower bracket, unfortunately, for Pulsar, and they'll get a second chance at life. But
Yeah, we have
life
about,
really
if this
dwindled
finishes
when it
before
came
1
to
or at
this,
1, we have 3
really tough
hours
one. Heretics,
until
though,
NA starts.
Very one-sided Hall of Jalia for that first, the second map here. And
Wait, that guy's
Pulsar
pissed?
really
He
had
turned
to
off
dig
his
deep
face cam? Wait,
in
who?
their Jalia,
DRP can't play on the Pulsar playstyle. There's no symbolic resilience to play with. There's no Vanguard to touch. DRP can't open the pentagram of Ferrari. Did DRP just turn his cam off? No! Come back, my goat! Open the pentagram playstyle. There's no symbolic resilience to play with. There's no Vanguard to touch. DRP can't open the pentagram of Ferrari. Did DRP just turn his cam off? No! Come. It appears that the Black Cat assassination has not extended to Team Heretics. We'll see if they can close this out cleanly in map number 3 after this break.
To put on a show.
Damn, bro, someone's tilted, chat. Uh-oh. That's crazy, man. Zoystar, appreciate the massive Prime sub. And Downtown H. Brown with the massive Prime sub as well. Appreciate it. Boba or chat riots? Boba is... I have my door closed right now because I'm too loud, and Emily's trying to take a nap because I woke her up at 7 a.m. because I'm loud when I stream. Yeah. It's Bushy with the massive Prime sub as well. Welcome, welcome. Would you rather see this go 3-0 so you could play, or continue to go to a match 5? I would love to see this go to a match 5 because I am exhausted right now and I don't think I can play ranked. So we might just run it down in quick play chat and ruin people's days. Someone's probably going to come home from work, have a few games to play before they have to pick up their kid from school, and they're going to go against me, and I'm going to make sure they have a horrible time. Yeah. Will we get to see the Wolverine? No. Shotgun Punisher going in the back line. Woods with the massive 3 months, my friend. Appreciate it. I don't know where Boba is. I think Boba's with his sisters. They're playing right now or something. Jay, do you ever eat Vaseline? Just a thought. What?
Protect your bald king.
Well, YouTube, you guys good over there, bro? I would love to see Jay do a stream covered in Vaseline. YouTube. Do I need to call the police? Like, bro. Anyone else struggle with dry butthole problems? I want baby oil J. Yo, who gave Diddy a fucking cell phone and internet in fucking jail, bro? Someone tell the guards, get this guy's shit away. Wait, oh shit, 20 seconds, sorry. Jay, are you watching the World Cup? What do you mean the World Cup? No, usually I'm streaming, chat, sadly, but I think I want Norway to bring it home. Shaking cheeks in excitement. What did this guy just say?
It seems our fears have been realized once again from the group stages into the playoffs. The flexibility and ban draft potential for Pulsar just a little lackluster.
Hey, take care, Death Jar Jar. Hope you have a great day.
That map specifically, Lemon.
Yeah, it felt like the series was already over on Shalia, and I had to wake up and smell the coffee because Pulsar are not improving from map to map. It started with the ban draft, like protecting.
Aren't you Team
Luna
USA? Guys, that was like a one weekend thing. We're done with that.
Brought out the Invis, which is another signature of his.
Shit, I wish it was a multiple week thing.
Or just anything from the Heretic side. I think Pulsar should have definitely protected something in Twitzy or Ballas's hero pool to make their duelist lives a bit easier, because Ballas and Twitzy are needing to deadlift to save Pulsar, and they were a huge reason why a lot of those maps or the rounds on Celestial
you know why I want Norway? Exactly. This is exactly I want.
On both times,
all in.
both
Wait,
losing.
Here.
But Pulsar are also very flustered
tell me,
on their
what is the difference?
And letting
There's no
the road
difference
go
here. Look.
Through and playing Psylocke into Loki was just not it. They felt like Pulsar had a game plan, but they didn't consider the variables in front of them.
It's a tough go of it too, especially when you're playing against such a flexible team like Heretics. I get the idea. Throw them off their game. You know, they're not used to having Rogue and all these OP cards in their hand. But you know, Tanuki, when he gets
it's almost like looking in the mirror, bro.
You're gonna play
it's almost like looking in the mirror.
Like that.
Yeah, when you look at the cards in your hand and you see you've got Tanuki, that's a king of spades, bro. That's a pretty good card.
It's like looking in the mirror, chat.
50% accuracy from Tanuki, by the way, on the start.
I'm telling you, bro.
Farming a double dino.
I want Norway to win. It's literally a mirror.
What I do want to talk about, though, is Ken being back on his Kingly pick. Like, Ken's best hero, I think, has always been his Loki.
Like,
and while it did make it through the draft last time, not so good on the domination maps where you don't have quite as much.
This is who you see at the club, chat.
Maps where you
get a few drinks into you. You know, things are starting to get a little dizzy. You know, you start to see things a little blurry, and then this is what you see.
Even better. So for Team Heretics, this is definitely like the preferred backline, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you still need to organize this backline for Pulsar's side. It seemed like there was really good calling when Crisis was on the Gambit. Lapsus has been a formidable Loki in the past, but is clearly not confident to try and bring that out. It's almost a must to have a Loki
that was me in middle school, bro.
Other option, because the two Raging Royal Flushes
actually
is
in
such
high
a
school
difference
too. I had
maker,
long hair.
And that's what set Heretics apart there, and especially to be able to just, I guess, naturally mitigate one of Twitzy's strongest heroes, I guess, which is the Psylocke. The Hela Namor matchup was fun, but Tanuki managed to get completely on the flank, deal with all the squids, and then play front to back in the end. So really good job of Heretics to kind of adjust to what Pulsar brought out.
Well, looking at the
that was
map
you in
ahead,
middle
of
school
course,
50
it's
years
going to be
ago.
a Museum of Contemplation. I don't know if I necessarily agree with this one specifically, though a lot of teams do believe that this is a great equalizer in terms of what you can play, the flexible comps that are available to you. Maybe we'll see some of the Penny Parker come out as well, as we have seen in the past in EMEA, specifically kind of innovating.
I'm not reading that.
Na'Vi showcase during the group stages. A lot on the line though for Pulsar
I'm not
Esports.
reading that,
I'd
bro.
pull off a reverse sweep, or the day will be ending only in sweeps for playoff stage 1.
Well, maybe that's a testament to our seeding being strong, but the reverse sweep could start here. The whiteboard has not changed. Pick DD equals win.
Yeah, they give you
okay,
the
let's get
secret,
this.
right?
Come on.
Pulsar
Yes, this is
so
still
much
EU,
on
Chad. This is the
triple
last game of
strategies.
EU.
That's why, I mean, Twitzy was so much on that third strat to really support Ballas. But now that if you're just perma banning Mantis, kind of what Craggy said in our interview, triple strategists have seemed to really fallen out of the meta. And that's why Twitzy has had to step up. Which
Also,
even
someone
you and
asked
I
what
were
sports I played
talking
in
before
high
this
school. I
match,
played
that Twitzy is
football.
An unironic Moon Knight enjoyer.
Football and track.
And what better way to
Believe it or
to,
not, I was
right?
fast
and not
as
just for spawn break.
shit,
The guy
bro.
really just enjoys Moon Knight, which is strong on Museum of Contemplation, mostly on the attacking side to spawn break, but Twitzy's someone who's stuck through it, usually depending on matchup.
Like,
what would you tell your middle school self so you don't lose your hair?
There's no spawn
Like,
break.
if I could go back in time, you think I'm going to
was playing
protect
that
my
against,
fucking
like,
hair? I don't give a shit about
Loki,
that.
So he had a bunch of his pseudo-wonks, and honestly,
I'm going to be honest with you. I
don't
think
know
I
if
would
you
tell
can
my middle
afford,
school
like,
self, yo,
offering a
buy,
ban towards
I don't know,
Loki from Ken. But
stocks
you know
or
he's gonna
buy Bitcoin or some shit. I don't know.
His best character, and Moon Knight does interact really well with that and can force out greens fairly easily. So I wouldn't mind seeing Twitzy bring that out if we continue to have a sort of like duelist merry-go-round trying to figure out where Pulsar can find their edges and their advantages. And you know what? They read the whiteboard. They know how to stop the win.
And it looks like Heretics
Oh, he turned
are
on
not
his
gonna
face
depend
cam.
on the Loki this time.
He fixed
I would
his face cam.
imagine as it's kind of
They probably
mostly a
yelled at him.
strategist flavor, having the Rocket Raccoon
Hello.
and the Gambit. At least you have a heads up of what this map is going to cement. So looking for those res beacons.
I don't know why,
Heretics
but
did a good job of. They had Jeff, they had Ken on
he looks
the
like an
Jeff
evil
flank on
villain.
Celestial Husk, which much more
I think it's
difficult
the
to
mustache,
flank
chat.
on Museum of Contemplation. It is very much a front-to-back map, although you can kind of get around it with Cap, which that has slipped through. I imagine Heretics fall back to the Cap, but Polestar's Vanguard line is going to be the big question. They have swapped to almost everything in the book to try and deal with Heretics, but no cigar.
Fast like 5.2 on the 40? No, bro. You think I was running a 5.2? That was like my O line, bro.
If you're not so worried about
In
the
high school, I
Daredevil
ran
on the
like
flank, maybe you can be a little bit more focused in on winning that Vanguard battle, which has been
Boba's crying.
pretty
I ran a
difficult thus
4.7.
far for the side of Pulsar, because there's been that constant tax on the attentions. And Team Heretics looks like they're going to be going for a little bit of classic 3-3. We see this all the time on Midtown. It's going to be matched here on Museum of Contemplation as Catwolf is he's showing off his
all three of them also.
where the rest of them at?
Rosa taking a break from getting beat up in the
You
zombie
cried
mode.
to come
Anyway, we
inside,
can
and now
focus
you're
back
crying to
on
get out.
Heretics, who are going to have Ken on the Loki and no Gambit. Alex on the Invis. Interesting. I'm
Guess we're
perplexed.
maybe looking for like a more of a defensive strategist. Ultimately,
Dude,
to try
cats
and
don't
offer,
make any
confirm more
sense, dude.
safety over to a very dangerous act that is
Gyla, appreciate the
mass
massive prime
resurrection of
sub.
Adam
Absolutely
Warlock.
insane.
And the
Cats
copy
don't make
can't
any
provide
sense,
what we
dude.
can expect. For now, though,
And the
I like Twitzy on this.
Yeah, and I like the Invis and the neutral can try to get these poles, especially punishing an overextending Vanguard like DRP was, dropping to the low health. And
I
Pulsar are
can't
gonna
leave the
try to
door
dive
open,
off
chat.
of Fleur,
Emily's
but
trying
no
to
one
take a
can
nap.
accompany him.
I'm trying to
This might be
lessen the
difficult for him,
sound
though.
because
Does
I am
have
very
3
loud
healing
when I
charges behind
stream.
him, so
You guys want me to
should
be
at
like
least
this
be
all
able to escape
day?
from that rather easily. But now
Okay,
you've
let's
got to
watch
watch
this,
Blur's
chat. Wow,
disengagement
that was a
here. If
good
a Force
dive.
Physics catches him during the
my
symbolic
God, what a
blink,
fucking
could
pain.
be curtains. Naga can still self-resurrect, has the Cocoon Revival available. But if they invest it, that's going to be on cooldown for like 100 seconds.
Pulsar will try to inch their way closer.
Just don't
to
talk,
this
it's okay.
corner
Here, you know
where
what? Fine,
if you're
I'll
playing
just
a
mute my
front-to-back
stream.
Style, the Groot is really going to thrive in this moment. I was kind of expecting the cap from Beetle, but this is just kind of a curveball, a question mark, a wild composition from Heretics, and now you got the damage boost to Pulsar's side.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to be a great tool, and Tanuki is going to be isolated by the rising iron walls of Groot here. Naga desperately trying to get this last 10% that he needs to get this point, to get this resurrection good to go.
So far, so good for Pulsar. Strangling Prison is huge, and the regen domains are out. You just get bombed by Ballast, and it's time to pack it up because this point is about to get captured. Tanuki, though, quick to go to the Doctor Strange. A portal could be emerging at any second.
Oh, this is going to be perfect here. Question is, what has Ken copied? Actually, has managed to grab the Gambit.
I'm happy I see
Stolen
Bucky,
away
though.
From Crisis and able to match Gambit's ultimate here. A nice block off on some of that incoming damage from the Venom.
They did,
Enzo
wow.
buys the space back using the Sonic Seduction. There's still a resurrection in the back pocket here as well for Team Heretics, as Naga's going to be able to hide away and find a safe location for any fallen members to rejoin them. But Alex says no one falls
Damn,
here.
bro,
Team
if Pulsar
Boundary
capped
instead
that
will
would have
keep
been
Team Heretics
huge, bro.
stable.
Pulsar-
As the heart monitor begins to beep once again, this defense is alive.
Live and well, less than 2
Chat,
minutes for Pulsar.
this is not a good showing by
Heretics bring out the
Pulsar, man.
triple strat, triple Vanguard to generate these
Even though I
straddles
do
as
think
fast
Team
as
Team
possible.
Heretics is
And
like the
Alex
third strongest
certainly
team in
saved the day,
EMEA, but
you know,
this is
wouldn't
not
be
a good
possible
showing.
without Tanuki's portal, who'll be stuck on that. Ayavaga
Why is
Moto,
his mic
Pulsar
on? Oh, I'm
follows
sorry,
through on
chat. I'm just
Blur.
gonna go
They may
fuck
get caught
myself.
off guard by this Vanguard ultimate.
Can you smell what Tanuki's cooking? And Ayavaga towards the back could be everything. The Beetle's already fallen on down. Naga already going for a quick resurrection. Up on top of those blocks, there's plenty of cover. You can see that Blur is trying to stay on top of these, but moving away now to just try and peel away for the back line. Tanuki's going to be instantly resurrected. Didn't use the Eye of Agamotto, and so it might not be expected. Yet another strangling prison and a smash on top of it once again. But Team Heretics are using everything. There's so much control, so much CC, but the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier might be the spatial initial power that's needed to rebuff Team Heretics from their approach here. Tanuki has the last tool towards the back.
Wait, did he hit anyone? No, but he died. Tanuki? Question mark?
Survive through their own control, and now Twitzy moves forward with a Psylocke in hand. The power of the butterfly now to be unleashed upon the back line.
Dude, I am so, man, I'm so happy about this season, bro. Psylocke is being played. Phoenix is being played. Hello is being played. Starlord was being played. Daredevil was being played. Wolverine was being played. Dude, there's a lot of things being played. Elsa.
Unbelievable to come back on the Angela.
And the disengage from Heretics, the dodge, the
Venom,
the abyss from
Groot,
I thought for sure that
Captain America, the Thing, Emma.
And now I don't even know if they're gonna cap
like
at all.
we're seeing a lot of things like.
Is Ballas, maybe a
I like
strong
it.
prison from DRP.
Yeah,
even
Gambit.
hit midair before, but there's so many targets.
We saw Gambit, we saw Loki, we saw Jeff, we saw Rocket. Yeah, there's a. I like it. Angela. And a lot of people are complaining. Remember, chat. A lot of people are complaining on Twitter.
Right now, your Vanguard's been stabbed off. Assassin charge after assassin charge. DRP just getting trolled away from the objective, and the healing needs to come on through. Naga can't resurrect themselves, so it all comes down to Alex and Ken from the backhand side. It's Crisis to try and have a hero play. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush, and yet another portal to try and emerge from. Because Beyond Amplifier's got good LOS, and now DRP can just extend their arms again and again as the resurrections come through from Naga.
They got Team Heretics was able to get another portal? Really?
Alex is so close, and Kenny's too. It's going to be a double invisible boundary here from the side of Team Heretics. Pulsar was so close, but it seems that it may well have fallen away in the last
No way, bro. No way. Invis. I don't know if I said Invis.
To a point as Ken is yet again back into the Loki form of a doppelgangers begin firing upon the last bastion of Enzo towards the back.
Oh my god.
One last attempt. Down goes the regeneration rune. Alex is gone and
No,
Blur is too.
that's GR, chat. That's GR. Wow, if I was Pulsar, I'd be pissed off, bro. I would be pissed off.
Oh my god, the resilience of Heretics, the double invisible boundary when Ken was getting dove upon. The last second copy goes invisible and enters his own ultimate. Then you have Alex who throws his into the mix. Pulsar had Heretics on the edge. Pulsar had the late portal to just keep the sustain on. Pulsar even had DRP wall off the strategist of Heretics, and that was still not enough. Through the Raging Royal Flush of Pulsar, through the Fire and the Flames, a strangling prison.
Wait, through the
Heretics
Fire and the
pulled
Flames? Wait a minute.
On these strat ultimates at the perfect time. Ken,
Oh my god.
I mean, incredible
Throwback.
timing
Anyone here
on
played
the
Guitar
Loki
Hero? Oh
and
my god.
Pulsar, they
It's not
just
my
needed
fault,
a
bro.
clean fight
Boba
win,
cries
and
to want to get into my
Heretics, they
room,
just
and
like
then
to
he gets
play
into my room,
dirty.
and guess what?
Oh
Now he's
my
crying to get
God.
out.
Pulsar stopped right before
Look at
the
this.
first objective. This could be now actually the end of the series if Heretics get to the end. And this is now a snowballable position. If Heretics even just get Pulsar weakened, this could be just Heretics pushing to the end. And they have 4 minutes to do so.
Bro, how did Team Heretics get 2 portal recontests?
He remembers how lame it is to be in
that
there.
gives it a shorter cooldown
Lame.
or what?
This room is
Unbelievable.
amazing. This is
Also,
where the
big
magic
shout out to
happens.
Naga, I believe actually set
You
up
do
their
not
resurrection
understand how
beacon
many
as
times
the
I farted
Atom
in that chair
ulted
as
on
well.
the other side of a portal, then flew out with their new fly.
Smells.
Resurrected 2 players before falling down themselves, but that meant that Ken and Alex could come back through a portal and get those double invisible boundaries. Insane stuff.
Yeah, Naga has such a strong proficiency on the Atom. We usually see it on Domination, but now Heretics, we got to see Tanuki, who he can claim, and DRP has to play around this iron wall until he gets
Looking like
claimed
my
if he wants to
Wolverine
be
out
CC
there.
immune. So good thing DRP has that wall.
Quick draw there, quick draw. Going to be difficult for Blur to try and survive in the face of Tanuki's Wolverine. Doesn't have additional throws here, but does have a jump pack courtesy of the Rocket. Great.
That was a
rune
great
coming up
Loki
there from
rune.
Mrs.
Wow.
Socials. Regeneration
Wow.
stable for now.
But that did cause a very important cooldown. Tanuki, round 2, is so tunneled on DRP. The first corner has been already progressed from Heretics, and now they have Ken with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Now that Blur's disengaged, this is the moment for Heretics to go.
Okay, Ken, quick to move here with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. DRP's already fallen on down. There's no resurrection on their side. They don't have a BRB for themselves. Twitzy placed down on the floor. Tanuki's found his man, or his woman in this case, as Logan takes down Jean Grey. A quick turnaround here from Lapsi Sotilas. In comes the Gambit ultimate, the Raging Royal Flash. Will Team Heretics disengage from this one? Tanuki's lost their passive, but for now, both of the Gambits have to just try and stay back on this objective to stop it from moving forward.
You're gonna have a second Raging Royal Flush from Crisis. Match, though, against Alex, but Heretics have 2 Duelist ultimates to try and confirm some of these eliminations to set Pulsar to the lower bracket.
All right. Now it's the turn of Crisis.
I'll open the door for you in a second.
Ultimate. Alex has already been able to use their own as well, but guess what? The RP just has to stay here. Oh, he's going to walk back on. Holy unbelievable maximum aura.
There's no way, bro.
Stun-locked, and so too might be the Elsa. How do you get away with that?
There is no way, bro.
Guess what? It's time to say again and again and again. It's like the tales of old that we saw in Marvel Rivals, an entire meta of just this, and it's come back now. But Blur manages to avoid getting cold, so there's no resets now for Naga. Tanuki resurrected here by Ken.
Give me a second, Boba.
Additional jump back if they can find
it's almost 1 minute, Boba. 1 minute. 1 minute. I'll let you out. Oh my God, they kidnapped him when he was ulting. Oh my God, poor DRP, bro.
Solid on the other side.
I think that was Tanuki too, and Naga is just gonna put the final
GG's
shot
chat.
into
GG's.
Pulsar, and the aura gain means also the next round gain from Heretics.
2%, 69 people, nice, voted on Pulsar winning.
Also, the lack
a
of
1 to 45 return ratio, but you guys just lost all your money.
Playing with their food and absolutely feasting. They were hungry for that win, and they got it. Hey, DD equals win. Also, Heretics just equals win. Whatever you put them on, and even the cancel on any win conditions from the Pulsar side, like the Eye of Agamotto. That was incredible from Tanuki.
I mean, like, bro is literally live action role-playing Logan right now. Bro just doesn't die no matter what. Let's bring Rodible back in.
Yeah. Avon alive and well.
That was crazy. I think it's the first time I've seen a Wolverine ult just to save themselves from getting eliminated off the side. And honestly, I think they realized it would have been too long of a reset to come back from the spawn room, and they needed that momentum to continue for their team. There were so many moments where we could have seen a C9 at the end there as well from Pulsar, but unfortunately, they just couldn't hold on to the objective as long as they would have liked towards the end, and gave it their all. I mean, valiant effort at that, but it just seemed like Team Heretics just had some weird unorthodox comps that they could play into that other teams just aren't as expected or practiced against during the off-season, well, off-season as we like to say it, the in-between of group stage into this portion of it. But yeah, Ken, MVP, of course, the way that we saw them flexing on over to the Rocket this time. And you can see now why there was a priority to ban that. You can't really ban Ken, it feels like you're Lemon.
Yeah, I mean, such a strong addition to this team, and you see how much that Loki made a difference to be able to last emergency copy the invisible boundary to allow that recontest to even happen. That this is what set Pulsar and what set Heretics in motion to recontest, to stall, and to force the whole hand out of Pulsar, every single card in the book. And Pulsar tried to have a stronger neutral by having Twitzy on the Bucky and try to utilize more of his hero.
Call me Wendy's because I'm 4 for 4 right now, bro.
CC immunity when you were running the thing. You had Emma at some point.
I have not gotten a prediction wrong,
3 different
chat.
straddles that could come out from Heretics. It was so hard for Pulsar to fully team wipe Heretics that they just couldn't keep the marathon going.
Here it is. Thanks, production. The last stand. Yeah, shout out to production.
I'm also 4 for 4. Nah, you're 4 for 4 because you copied my homework. It's okay.
I mean, honestly, the ball knowers, like, for a while, Tanuki kind of only played melees, and Wolverine was a huge part of that.
True.
And I've been wondering if Wolverine was going to make a resurgence in Tanuki's pool in particular. Man, that was a nasty shot. Like, this was kind of a time capsule comp almost from Team Heretics playing both Winter Soldier and the Wolverine. But I'm very impressed that we're getting to see like a little bit more of Tanuki's flexibility. That's why he was originally drafted.
So I think we got to do quick play for the
roster
next like 3 hours.
And I I'm just so impressed with Naga. Like, we always knew he was a fantastic duelist and just mechanical player throughout his esports career. And we were wondering, is Heretics just a triple strat team? How much can Naga really carry his weight now that he has to be permanently on the duelist? A lot more 2-2-2 in this meta, although Heretics brought out the triple Vanguard, triple strat. And you saw even his Adam transfer through on that until he went to the Bucky. And yeah, he dueled against Ballas and Twitzy amazingly, getting a lot of the final hits. So Heretics being able to still have an amazing 2-2-2 comp in a meta like this does really confirm that they should be able to go very deep into this bracket.
Not having to worry about the triple strategist. Doesn't matter if Mantis is banned. They still have so many different options. And this was the big question that we had going into the playoffs specifically is, were they going to be able to adapt and play their game? And I mean, no surprise when they are given even less time that we had during preseason, but more time now. They can just come up with any composition that favors them and other teams might not be expecting, like the triple we haven't seen in some time, and bringing that out and not needing to play the Gambit originally on defense and then swapping to it on the attacking side as well. Just the flexibility of this team.
Are there any heroes you want to get better at?
Cannot be understated. So
to be honest with you, not really.
You know, who we'll be talking to in mere moments. It looks like
Squirrel Girl, so I can run it in tournaments.
I'm really curious to see what their thoughts are going to be.
No, I'm just joking. I don't play tournaments to try hard.
Before that,
I play for fun.
I mean, what are you feeling about Team Heretics so far?
They look really good. I like that Pulsar eventually adapted and put Lapsus on the Loki. That was
if I could learn any
of character,
probably
Magneto and how much
Loki.
that was a boon to Heretics, and Pulsar kind of find that out too late. But there was a lot more of a push and pull with Pulsar, and their reliance on the Phoenix also made a difference. I felt like there was more depth in the hero pool and the strategy from Heretics, and that showed in this series.
Well, we do have Enzo on deck to give us their thoughts and opinions from that series. Welcome in to the broadcast, Enzo. I mean, again, congratulations.
I'm only trying to take a nap right now.
Victory that you had there, a 3-0 finish. And how's the team feeling? I mean, you guys had some unorthodox compositions at the end, but looked very confident on that final hold on defense for Museum of Contemplation.
I mean, it's the same thing as the playoff and the group stage. What I mean, the same thing as the group stage. We just hide things. We just play what we think like playing today, and we keep the good strats for the good games. I mean, I'm not saying it was not a good game, but you know, it's obviously not the one we are aiming at. We're obviously aiming at VP most likely, so we wanna keep hiding stuff. I think Navi taught us a really good lesson last time when we played the Death Ball comp in when it didn't matter, and then we played the grand final and they knew about it. So yeah, now we are just hiding stuff, yeah.
True.
We've all noticed from your cams that you're all together, I believe, at boot camp in Berlin at the moment. Like, how's that changed the dynamic for your team
I've
to
never
all
been
be
there.
together and play? Is Line Pro there as well?
Yeah, he is. So, I mean, it's a strength of our team. It's been the same thing since the beginning. You know, even back then, it was always our strengths, like just friendship. We trust each other, and you know, when other team bootcamp, I think they don't have the same type of friendship. So yeah, I think that's good for us, and I don't think that's good for them, because when you lose 2 scrims in a row, you lose 10 maps in a row, like these people are crashing out, but we're just laughing at it, you know. Like, I mean, we take it seriously when we need to, but it's important to laugh, you know, and not get tilted about that type of stuff.
Yeah, and I know that last map was super fun and it was a full hold at the end, but I felt like Hall of Jalia was the most decisive victory that you guys had, even just starting with the ban draft. Talk to me about how you guys kind of dealt with Pulsar's adaptations, whether it was the Hella Namor, we haven't seen that in a while, or what you kind of thought about that.
It's really simple, guys. You're not gonna get any links from me because I don't do anything about the draft. I'm a good little soldier. I ask Beetle, watch your play, and I go. If he tells me place trends into my wall, sure, I got this. I don't really think about any of that. I just pick the character I'm getting told to. I care more about the mentality.
Yeah, well, what do you think about the Hella Namor then, at least?
Okay. I think that's always been a really good comp on All of Jalia. You know, this is a really angle map, so it's obviously really good with the Luna. It's a good way to play the game. I think but it's been like this since a long time. I think now there is new character to the game. The things kinda change. So I think there is like better way to do it, but it's obviously just a good comp for the map.
Obviously, one of the biggest meta changes, as well as the addition of Cyclops in our new patch, is that Black Cat's been taken away, which was a huge Tanuki power pick, and Devil Dino is no longer like the perma pick. How do you think those two characters shifting in power level has impacted Team Heretics?
It impacted me a lot, not being able to play Dino. This character, again, I will say it, it was really stupid, so obviously I was really good at it. Now I need to use my brain, play some Emma, play some Thankful back. I don't know, yeah, it hurts me a lot, but you know, I'm trying to deal with it. About the Black Cat thing, I think it doesn't change much. Like, he was really good at Black Cat. I think Black Cat is still playable. People just are scared to try out. They just see nerfs and they don't try it anymore. I think the character is playable, and we're probably gonna show you this really soon.
So I'm excited for you guys' next series, right? You're facing off against the reigning world champions in Virtus Pro, and they also lost.
Those games are going to be good.
Against Ratty Sport during the preseason.
Those games are going to be really good.
What are your thoughts going into that matchup? That one's for land as well, for a top 3 to guarantee your spot in the mid-season finals for the first time as a roster. And what are the vibes going into that one?
I mean, I'm ready for anything. Every time there is a big match like this, like that qualify to a land, I'm ready for anything. I'm ready to win 3-0. I'm ready to go game 5. You know, I just make every scenarios in my head, and I'm ready to like react to any of them. Again, I say like I'm more like the mental of people around me. I think it's important more than people think it is. As long as we're happy and we're playing the good game, we're gonna win. You know, it's just about happiness at the end.
It's all about happiness in the end, chat.
Awesome.
Remember.
Well, thank you for joining us, Enzo. Good luck in your match against Virtus Pro tomorrow.
How you doing? How you doing?
Thank you, guys.
Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're having a great day.
Likewise. Well, that was Enzo from the interview, trying his best not to leak the strats, but I feel like we got a little insight on something there at the end there, Jen.
Yeah, what the heck? Bro, I like that we're starting to be aware of the mind control that patches put on some people. Like, everyone was convinced that Black Cat was dead, and Heretics are not fully convinced. So I like that he had some appreciation for Helen Namor, but apparently a little bit of love for Black Cat still.
Navi against Rad and Virtus Pro against Team Heretics tomorrow.
All sweeps today, a very
Fire
quick
Strays
one
against
as well,
Shikigami and
could
Reason
easily
against
be
Pulsar.
Extended tomorrow. Some teams trying to fight for their lives in the lower bracket. Fire Strays versus Shikigami, Reason Gaming versus Pulsar, and none of those teams being partnership teams does mean that promo relegation is looming over top of the losers of that series. Would have to fight for their spot back in Ignite Stage 2. That's going to be on the mind of them. But in the upper bracket, qualification for the mid-season finals on the line.
Enjoying the stream during work. Hey, appreciate it. Hope you have a great weekend. Well, the whole weekend is going to be MRI watch parties.
Actually, like a crazy deja vu as well, because Virtus Pro missed out on mid-season last year because a majority of Team Heretics, who were Burbo Padapim at the time, then Citadel, knocked them out on Araco in map 5. So if we see Araco come up as a map 5, then we might be caught in a time loop, and we might have to consult Doctor Strange about that.
That's what they're saving the strats for specifically.
I have to show you guys this clip, bro. This clip looks.
Those LAN
oh, this is tomorrow's schedule.
Matches. We'll at least know our first 2 teams that will make it to the mid-season final and the top 3. Navi versus Rad, VP versus Heretics, Fire versus Shiki, and Reason versus Pulsar. Elimination matches will be the ones that at least this crew is covering at the end tomorrow. And Lemon, I mean, what are you looking forward to the most? Not VP Heretics though. Like they already took that one.
Awesome.
I know, right? And the Navi Rad is going to be the one to watch for me, despite them not Rad being in the same group. Didn't take a map.
Squirrel Girl there. She's just a placeholder, chat.
Who are looking like the perfect team, but a lot of people are looking at the Scrimbucks towards Rad, and they're looking like a top 4, top 3 contending team. A lot of people, including us on the desk, have Rad rated very highly. So we'll see if they're going to be the best team. That
I don't think Rad is. I don't think Rad's beating Navi.
On the line tomorrow. This is why you want to tune in to this Ignite broadcast, especially for the action.
Are they going to be playing Squirrel Girl and MRI too? Yeah, why not? MRI is only what, $3 million?
Lunch or
Chat, $3 million, bro. That's nothing. Just play for fun.
Well, but it's been a great showcase of a preview of what we can expect meta-wise, but it's going to completely change tomorrow. And I'm sure even the teams who've been watching so far from Americas are going to show us some very interesting compositions, to say the least.
Play for the vibes.
Like, Day, what are your final thoughts before we close off the show here and end the stream for day 1 of the Stage 1 playoffs?
It answers a funny guy.
Okay, chat. I think they're basically done. Hold up. I got to show you guys this clip, dude. Look at this clip. I know it's not Overwatch. I mean, not Overwatch. Oh my God. I know it's not Marvel Rivals, chat. I know this is not Marvel Rivals, but like this is so fucking funny, dude. The shit you never believe unless someone had the demo. Look how crazy this is. Bro. And the guy picks it up. Dude, bro, that's so fucking crazy. Dude. That is so insane. That is the dude, if you're not recording, no one would believe you. No one would believe you. Dude. The guy gets killed. The gun is right there. What, like, how perfect does that need to be to happen? This guy gets a gun. Oh my god. That is the funniest thing ever. That is the funniest thing ever, bro. I'm sorry. Okay, I think EMEA is done, chat. It's about 1 o'clock in about 3 hours. In about 3 hours starts NA. So I guess we're just gonna just get on Marvel Rivals and just... Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Okay, let's get this. Oh, wait, there's new skins. No, Emily, I don't think is going to play. She's taking a nap right now. Okay, let's see this. Let's see this. Bang. I need to get my new skins. Oh, bro. My back. I need someone to step on me. Like one of those massages where someone steps on you. Oh my god. That sounds amazing. Okay, let's see this. Jay3, how do you feel about White Fox? Do you think she does too much damage for a support? Have you... You know why that guy was screaming? Not at White Fox's damage. Have you seen Luna's damage? Come on. Okay, let's see this. I'm gonna show you guys the secret. Ready? 1, 2, 3 for Jay3. One. Wait, no, I gotta reset it. Okay. 1, 2, 3 for Jay3. Fuck. Oh, you know what? I messed up, chat. I didn't count the middle one. 1, 2, 3 for Jay3. Yo, Nick, for 37 months. How you doing, my friend? Absolutely insane. You know what? I needed that resub for the little bit of good luck. Right now, watch this, chat. I just needed some luck. Let's just go with number 1. Which one do you guys think it is? 1 or 2? You guys think it's right? 2? Okay, I'm gonna trust you guys here. If you guys are wrong, 20 people banned on Twitch, 10 people banned on YouTube. but technically you guys are wrong, because if I pop the correct one, wouldn't they all pop? So it was the wrong one. Is she making it? Okay, anyways, this is fine. What's the next one? Give me the next one. Oh. Ooh. Ooh, I like this. I like this. I like this one, chat. I like that. Ooh. I think that's fine. Glasses? Glasses or no glasses, chat? I kind of like the no glasses.
Your powers are mine! Your powers are...
No glasses? Okay, we're gonna go with no glasses. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, let's get this. Ready? I'm feeling lucky here. I'm feeling lucky. Ready? Okay, chat. Think of a number. How many balloons are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 balloons. Okay, you ready? Think of a number between 1 and 6. You guys got it? Take that number, add 3. Okay, take the number that you guys are thinking of, add 3. You know what? Add another one. Add +1. So add 3, add +1, subtract 2, add 3 more. Now subtract that number that you started with the number you have now. And that number should be 5. So that means it should be the 5th balloon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5th balloon, chat. 5th balloon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck. 1, 2, 3. J3. Fuck! I don't care about your float. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by his toe. If he hollers, let him go. I don't fucking know the rest. 3. Let's go with this one. Fuck! I can't fuck this up. There's 3 balloons. You know what? I'm gonna go with the second balloon because Team USA came in second. Fuck! Okay, Team USA should have came in first. It didn't pop the other one. Fuck! Well, at least people can't say this is streamer rigged because I Oh, but J3's a streamer. He gets all the skins for free. You know people say that? Fuck. It took me all last tries, bro. Okay, let's see this. She has her hat. She has that. She has... No, I don't. I like that. I like the hat, bro. The hat's like the best thing. You know why I like the hat, chat? The hat reminds me of Ash. You guys know what skin I'm talking about? The poolside Ash skin? Okay, I didn't sneeze. Whew. Okay. Jesus. Okay, ooh. Do you guys like the little mini fanny pack on her leg, or do you guys like, ooh, I kind of like these. I like the bows. Yeah. Even though I'm probably never gonna play this character. Oh wait, I forgot. Different. The orange, the green, or the pink. Oh shit. Oh. I'm going with the pink, chat. I'm going with the pink. I'm going with the pink, bro. That pink looks nice. Is that everything? I think that's everything, right? Okay, sick. Someone message? Hello. Yo, yo, yo. Oh, the cap skin? There's a cap skin? Where's the cap? Where's the cap, chat? Where the cap at? Where's the cap at? Yeah, gonna do a spectate real quick and I'm down. Wait, where's the store? Store new. I'll hit you up when I'm done. Okay, that shit's like just that's literally just like in your face. Like, god damn, that shit is just like right there. You know what I'm saying? God damn, you know, I feel like if I go like, oh shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh god damn. I like his shield though. I really do like his shield. Jesus. Oh, it's his arm sleeve. Okay, let's see this real quick. Okay, first of all, no, that's not. You know what this reminds me of? Have you guys seen that Messi? Have you seen that Messi trophy? That's somewhat of the statue that they made with the what do you call it? The what do you call it? Trophy right between his legs, and then like, I mean, no, you guys have to see. You guys know what I'm talking about? Messi statue. Where is it, bro? Hold on, let me pull it up for you guys, bro. No, bro. Oh my. Oh, hold up. I gotta get a better. I gotta get a better one. Messi statue images, bro. Bro, this ain't real, bro. Bro, I'm dying out here, dude. I'm dying. Bro, you cannot tell me. You cannot. Ah, that's the same shit, dude. Nah. Nah, bro. Okay, I gotta get this off my screen before No, Boba, I'm not letting you win because all you do is cry to come in and then you leave. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to stay out there until your mom's awake.
Bold and dangerous.
Is there any customizations? No, it doesn't look like that. Wait, there's no more customizations for that, chat? That's all? Damn. Yo, Arc Hit? Appreciate the massive 5 give the subs, my friend. And who took my cheese with the massive Prime sub? Absolutely insane, my friend. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. Well, anyways, before we go, ooh. Okay, what I wanted to do before we play the game with Flats is that we are going to do... We are going to do this, chat. Where is it? We are gonna record this. Hold on, let me go. Okay, this is what we're gonna look at, chat. We are going to do an Elo Hell before we go play our ranked match before NA plays as well. So, you have a person named Not a Bucket. Whatever replay, but preferably a Spidey one. They're giving us the freedom to choose what game we spectate. That's very ballsy. That is very ballsy. Right here, we have Diamond 2. The role is DPS. Heroes that they play, Spider-Man, Magic, Strange. They play on console, and they said this. Yo, Jay. I've been perma-deranking, and I don't know what to do. I was hard stuck GM and took a break, and now I've bounced all the way from GM to Plat to Diamond again. I know I'm not bad at the game. I just can't seem to find a win in my games. I think I deserve Celestial 3. And I'm pretty consistent on Magic, and I'm a decent on Spidey too. Can you please help me figure out why I'm losing? If I get another thrower, I'm putting my PlayStation in the sink. Well, I don't think your PlayStation goes in the sink, but let's go take a little peek at what we can find here, right, chat? So this is the replay code that we got. It's about 12.5 minutes. Not a Bucket here goes 10 and 14 with 5 final hits. And they've played Spider-Man, they played Blade, they played Bucky, they played Hela, they played Iron Fist, and they played Magic. That's a lot of characters, bro. That is a lot of characters. Exxon, appreciate the massive Prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Seth Kings with the massive Prime sub as well. Appreciate it, guys. The one thing that I will say about someone picking 15 different characters in a game is that it seems like they're kind of lost in the game. Or I don't know if they're getting countered or what, but it seems like they're probably really lost. And another big thing that we're probably going to see is this guy is probably going to get his ultimate a lot, and then he's going to switch, and or he's never going to get his ultimate or use his ultimate because he's going to keep switching characters. So let's take a little peek here. I think he's playing Spider-Man first. Yeah, this is a console lobby.
Full access to our files on Weapon X.
Not interested. That chapter's closed. And I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. once. Didn't work out.
What if I offered you the most recent hit?
Okay, let's see this.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh, we forgot to do a crosshair check on everyone. Shit.
2, 1.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Always got to do a crosshair. This is why you always got to do a crosshair check, chat. You always got to do a crosshair check for this exact reason. Because what the hell am I looking at, bro? It looks like... It just looks like a big-ass pepperoni nipple. I don't know.
Yo, J Love from India.
Okay, let's see this.
Heart hands emoji.
Hey, Moon Knight, appreciate the massive donut, my friend. You're too kind. Appreciate it. Greetings, my friend.
Feeling good.
Okay, I was about to say, as a Spider-Man player, why don't you just go to point and, like, stop the point? Okay, so far I've seen a whole lot of nothing.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Stay
Wait. I'm sorry. Come again? What rank did this person say they think they deserve? I think I deserve at least Celestial 3. Brother, you're not going to be a Celestial 3 player if you're not hitting any of your abilities. First of all, yeah, it's just... This guy's not hitting any of his abilities. He's not really hitting that many shots. I mean...
starts to hover. Lifesaver.
Dude.
Chicken soup.
There you go. Dive with your Venom. That's good. Also, if you take a break, if you play something every single day and then you go take a break and then you try to come back and think you're going to be as good as you once were when you played every single day, chat, you're delusional. I don't know how long of a break this guy has done, though, so we have to see that. Also, his target priority is not good. Right here. Why not shoot this guy? If you look at him and sneeze, he dies. But instead, he's like... And he's face tanking on Spider-Man. Get off Spider-Man, bro. I just watched this guy try to 1v1 a Luna and miss all his... No, get off Spider-Man, bro. If you want to climb, just don't play Spider-Man. I'm not trying to be mean, chat.
Ouch! That's gonna take time to regrow.
Stride and try not to get tangled in the roots.
Want some pep in my step?
That person was standing still, but okay.
That's What's the problem?
Like right here, look, this person's standing still. I know they have like abilities to escape and all this stuff, but if they're AFK, that's a free kill. Rather than missing all your abilities on the Luna.
But also I feel more comfortable.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I'd run away too, man. Bro, I think you gotta swap. You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? We just watched all of this, and this guy said, could you help figure out why I'm losing? If I get another thrower, I'm putting my PlayStation in the sink.
By the eye of
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Eight.
We
There you go.
wait for reinforcements?
There you go. That's a good play. That's a good play. Get on the point, stall it for a little bit.
Spider-Man!
Why would you, bro? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people are dead. You can see your rocket on the other side of the wall respawning. That's 5 players right there. You're ulting with 1, 2, 3, 4 people. This person can shift. This person has a shield. This person can teleport. This person has a freeze. What are we doing? You're gonna go in there and ult in a 1v4. What, 1, 2, 3, 4? A 1v4, you're gonna try to ult and be a hero, and of course they're gonna stop you because it's a 1v4. There's no one else for them to look at. You're gonna get all the focus, and then you're gonna blame your teammates after that? Bro. Switch.
I'm not a
Switch.
vengeful person, but today I'll
Switch.
make an exception.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
She's dancing on you, bro. The rogue is dancing on you.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now, okay. Chat. New VOD. New hero, new us. Let's see it.
Better stop that vehicle. I'm barely off. Anyone willing to help? It's now or never. Stop.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. You see something? Okay. They were at 50, like 40% on ult charge.
Who am I? Invisible? I am ready to put on a show.
By the eye of Agamotto!
He seems lost. This guy seems completely lost. I mean, I do like how he's trying to attack the supports, but like he's getting no value on attacking the supports. And this is Bucky. He just played Hela and had a 30% accuracy. He just played Iron Fist for 1 life. His Iron Fist got all the way up to 80% ult charge, and now he's on the Bucky. Listen, please make me proud. This is my character. This is my character. He is currently 2-6. Oh. Okay, mind you, he is currently 2-6, but Beyonce knows is 3-11. One of their support characters died 11 times. Oh, but they just switched to support because they also had they were playing tank. Okay. They were playing tank, I guess. Because they have 6,000 damage done, 12,000 damage blocked, and only 2,000 healing. I would not waste... I don't know why you would waste both E's like that, because your abilities do reload your ammo. Like, using one E is fine, but usually you go shoot, 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 E, shoot, 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 E, shoot, shoot, shoot. That's 3 clips right there where you don't even have to reload. But yeah, using your Bucky abilities reloads your guns. If you guys didn't know that, well, at least now you know. So your E reloads your gun. I'm saying E because it's keyboard, bro. I don't know the ability names. Your E's are reload. Your Bucky uppercut is a reload. Your hook is, I'm pretty sure, is a reload. Yeah.
My mission isn't over
Your team up
yet.
ability with Captain America is a reload. Also, one thing I don't really agree with is that every single time this guy switches characters, his crosshair changes. I think you should. It's like sensitivity, in my opinion. I think you should have the same crosshair for all your characters. My opinion, at least. Come on, get out there, get out there, get out there. Bucky ult, Bucky ult, Bucky ult. Get out there and Bucky ult, get out there and Bucky ult. Wait, why is that guy portaling? Okay, good hook, good hook, good kill, good kill. There we go. There we go. You gotta hit your shots though, bro. Gotta hit your shots though. What are you eating? What are you eating? There we, okay. This guy got to work on his aim a little bit, but okay. Also, if you use a support ult, you got to do something with that support ult. Oh, this guy's just getting his ass beat. There we go, there you go, there you go. That magic is just farming. Damn, that magic is farming, bro. Hold up, let me see. What was this guy playing before?
0, 2, 3.
Oh, Beyonce Knows was playing. Oh, Beyonce Knows was playing Mr. Fantastic, and he's 0-6 on Mr. Fantastic. How do you die 6? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, that Magic is farming though. 24-3. 24-3. And now this guy thinks the counter to the other team is Blade.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait. Sorry. Spider-Man? Hella? Bucky? Iron Fist? Blade. Okay, this is his 5th character.
Back into playing Rivals again. This VOD is not helping me come back. I'll just keep watching and laughing.
Bro, play Marvel Rivals, man. Why not? We're gonna... also, this guy said he was on a break. I kind of want to see how much of a break he actually took. So we're gonna see that after. But you should definitely play Marvel Rivals, bro. What's wrong with that? Okay, he knows the backup. Survivability, good. Nice. Healed for his supports a little bit. Nice. I don't think Blade is the best pick into their team comp, but we'll see.
Slice and dice. Nasty. Sorry, Ultron. Your tropical getaway's over.
I was gonna say Namor would be a really good pick for him, especially against that demon magic, but Namor's banned. Unfortunate. I can't believe. Okay. I don't see this guy getting a lot of value, bro. This guy, I don't think this guy's getting a lot of value. I don't even think he was in that whole team fight over there, bro.
If we fail, Ultron and Arako
Get that vehicle moving again.
Back in the game.
Yeah, that magic is popping off, bro. Wait, he used his ult?
Behold, Dark Child! Only 60 seconds left.
4 minutes and 2 seconds. Oh, sorry, 3 minutes and 2 seconds. It took him to build that ult, and then he used it right there. He just went that whole first point so far, not even ulting and getting any value. I would get off Blade, bro. Or not. That's fine. You can do another fight with Blade. What do you want to do, bro? What do you want? At this point, what do you want to do? Spider-Man again? Sure. Let's fucking do Spider-Man. Okay. Are you sure you want to do Spider-Man? Are we sure we want to do Spider-Man? I just want to make sure. Are you not a bucket? Are you sure you want to do Spider-Man? Okay, good. So I'm talking to him, bro. This is like a VOD that he posted a long time ago. When did he post this? He posted this yesterday. Listen, chat. I'm like, we're on the same wavelength. Okay, let's see this.
By the eye of Agamotto.
You got Lord Magic, and you're watching another. You're watching another Magic dominate you. Why didn't you play Magic a long time ago? Why are you running into a Punisher role?
Final score 0-2-3.
Okay, let me see what kind of break this guy had. He did have someone on his team go 16 deaths after playing Mr. Fantastic a little bit. But what in the world? What is this guy doing? 10 and 14? Mind you, I don't think the whole team did amazing. And I'm not trying to put the blame all on him, but like watching this guy, he didn't really make a huge difference. I'm even very surprised he had 5 final hits. He seemed like a very...
That ad break was so long it let me know my Prime sub expired.
He was a very like non-factor on his team. Yo, the swag bot for 2 months. How you doing, my friend? Like, I don't feel like he was getting any value. I mean, besides, what was a character that he actually did with it? Like Bucky. I think Bucky he did well on, but the Spider-Man, I feel like he got no value on. The Iron Fist, I felt like he got no value on. What else did he play? The Blade? He got no value on Blade. Got his ultimate ability after 3 minutes, and then used it at his spawn and got it canceled. Hela. He had a 30% accuracy on Hela, and I mean, didn't really play that much. Okay, let's see how much of a break this guy actually did. He has a 40% Spider-Man win rate, bro. Listen, stop playing Spider-Man. Play more Captain America. 15 matches played, 10 wins, bro. 13 matches played, 7 wins on Jeff. That's good. Yo, chat, listen. I'm glad I gotta have a conversation with you guys real quick, bro. Listen, I understand Spider-Man might be your favorite character. Spider-Man, you might have the Spider-Man blanket, the Spider-Man bed. You might have webs on your ceiling that are glow in the dark that look like stars. You might, you know, you might have the Spider-Man onesie. That doesn't mean you should play Spider-Man, bro. You played 45 matches on Spider-Man, and it looks like this guy actually does play the game, chat. 45 games on Spider-Man, and you won 11. $16 games played on Cyclops. You won 4. $8 games played on BP. You won 1. 8 matches played on DPS Deadpool. You won 2. 5 matches played on Hela. You won 1. 4-1. 5-0. I feel like this guy has the tendency to keep switching to a lot of characters, or he's trying to play a lot of characters, but you're probably not like the best at all these characters. Chat, listen, I am a firm believer in not one-tricking and spreading your eggs in, like, you know, in different baskets. But I feel like instead of, I feel like you should get like a few characters down before you start like expanding your hero pool. Don't be like, at like 10 different characters. Be like great on like 5. Instead of being at 10, be great on 5, bro. But it looks like he does have a Lord BP. Oh, that's a very high rated Spider-Man, bro. Oh man. Okay, let's see how much of a break he did. Okay, so I think that was his break right here, chat. I think this was his break. He kind of went on a break right here. Season 6.5, he had an hour. Or yeah, like look, season 6.5. He didn't really play the game that much. Season 7, he really didn't play the game that much. That's like what, 2 months, and then he started coming back. No, 3. Let's just say 3 months that he really didn't play, and then he started coming back last season. 3 months after not playing consistently. And he came back a Spider-Man main. Bro, what happened? We've all been there, man. Listen. Yeah, that's a tough one, chat. I don't know, man. I think he needs to learn a lot, bro. He needs I don't play with the controller, so I don't know how to do it, but he needs to learn how to aim. He needs his target priority, I think, was all right. He was trying to go on the supports when he was flanking. He was trying to be annoying. But like his aim, his ability usage, he just wasn't hitting anything. And then, yeah, it just, I think he needs to practice everything again. I feel like, and I think this is completely normal. If you do something every single day, like if I play Marvel Rivals every single day and then I took 3 months off of vacation and I came back and I wanted to play Marvel Rivals, I'm going to beat some hot ass. But you have to grind back into it, practice back into it, because you're not going to be... If you are, let's say, a Celestial or Eternity gamer and you took 3 months off and you came back and you're not going to be an Eternity Celestial gamer. It's like working out. Yeah. You're going to, like, I can't go to the gym for 4 years, deadlift 5,000 pounds, take like a year off and try to deadlift 5,000 fucking pounds again. No, bro. Damn, I missed it. You gotta slowly get yourself back into it, chat. That's tough, man. That's tough. Let me see.
Protect your ball,
give me 1 second. Let me just make sure Flats is I'm ready after your game. Also, yeah, don't forget, that is 3 months. That is true. That is 3 months of changes, 3 months of characters, 3 months of, you know, balance, all that stuff. So there's a lot that you guys need to think of. Yeah, he's down after. Oh, okay. I'm ready, chat. So... One second. Should we go see what he's doing right now? Uploaded. Let's go see what he's doing here. Can I spectate? Okay, let's see this. Flats is playing support?
If Spider Zero does not reach Pluto,
I don't know. Does Flats play support? I don't know if I trust Flats on support. Summer Cap cosplay win? Yeah, I don't know where to buy a Captain America cosplay, chat. Also, after seeing the bulge on Captain America's skin, I don't know if I... Nice freeze. I don't know if I want to cosplay that skin. I might have to start putting in some socks down there.
I've still got songs to sing.
Oh shit, he has a whole game to play, bro.
I totally forgot to put on underwear today. For once, I may actually need them. The master weaver is waiting.
Jay is VOD reviewing Flats. I'm not VOD reviewing Flats. I'm just waiting for him to finish his game. I will say, though, having a tank player play support is really good for your tanks because your tank player knows how much healing your tanks need. So he's probably going to be healing them the most.
I always wanted to play Budokan a nice deep freeze for the boost. I am Phoenix!
This officially makes us be a
There's still a chance to stop them. Only 60 seconds left. A nice deep freeze. I am ready to put on a show. I am ready to put on a show.
Damn. Cookie, bro. Cookie just fucking popped off.
Time for the big finish.
Why aren't they resetting? They should reset because it's last fight. What are these guys doing?
The current score is 0-1.
They had 20 seconds left. No one reset or anything. Bro, this is...
Including which
Uh-oh.
side you're on.
Uh-oh, chat. Hold up, I gotta go pee before we queue, but uh-oh, I'm
Top-notch team to
scared.
win this one. Superpowers are amazing. 30 seconds before you attack. The ice
Get
effects
ready.
look great on stage.
Eric Lenscher, Max Eisenhardt, Magnus, the master of magnetism. It's really you.
In the flesh. And please, my dear, call me Magneto.
Tiger Joker Division's file on you alone is longer than some entire organizations.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Dr. Doom tore everything apart. I want to be a part of putting it back together. Thanks so much. A nice deep freeze. I'm hit. Cover me. Help, friend.
I had to go to the bathroom. Nice. Oh, don't let your DPS die. Nice. Oh, he got evaporated. Wow. That cookie person is popping off. They are 21 or oof. Oh, don't die, Flats. Don't die, don't die, don't die. You're 98, you're 98. Nice.
I am ready to put on a show.
No, 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 no. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no, guys, guys. You can't let that person get away like that. No, 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 bro.
I've still got songs to sing.
Chat, I'm waiting for Flats to finish so we could duo. I'm not gonna queue up a game because if I queue up a game and then he finishes, then he's not gonna want to wait, and then he's gonna go into a game, mine's gonna finish, and then I'm not gonna want to wait, so then I'm gonna queue up a game, and we're just gonna be a never-ending cycle.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I am ready to put on a show.
I think Flats has that. You can see Flats has that tank aim, though. He has a 48% accuracy. The other Luna has a 62. Wait, he says, okay, I'm ready. Wait, so apparently he won this then. Hit the freeze, hit the freeze. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wow.
Final score 0.
Yurt. Hello. Was that your first game on?
No, third game on. I'm 2-1.
He should have said first. He should have said first.
But to be fair, the one game we lost, I think we kind of had someone running it down, so, you know.
Ooh, the special. I like that. I like that.
Well, then the other one, So 1 win, 1 loss. 1 win was someone running it down on the other side.
Oh, the coin flip.
Yeah, the coin flip.
Damn. Yeah, don't you love that, bro? Someone runs it down on your team, then someone runs it down on the other team. I love it. In about 2 hours and 10 minutes, chat is NA. So. Jay, would you ever fully cut off your receding hairline? My hair is fine, chat. Also, the reason they call it a forehead, look, 4 fingers. Right? At the top of my hair. Look, it's a forehead. Not a 5 head. Look, 4. Or actually, probably could even do 3 fingers. Look, 3 fingers, actually. And then you have my hairline. Bro, stop. I am not balding. You guys are just saying that because I have thin hair. Yes, I have thin blonde hair, chat. Yes. So how about you eat my ass like a cupcake? I'm not balding. It's not even a 6 head. How's it a 6 head? Also, Bree, I don't even know how you're even awake still. Chaos. Appreciate the massive 2 months, my friend.
Your bald spot is blind.
I don't have a bald spot. I don't care what you guys say. You guys can fight me. Line up and fight me. I don't have a bald spot. You guys are pissing me off. You guys are pissing me off. Stop it. Hair is thinning. My hair's not even thinning. My hair's been thin my whole life. How can you say that my hair is thinning when my hair has been thin my whole life, chat? Are you naturally blonde? Yes. Actually, I was a lot blonder when I was a kid, but when I stay inside, I think if you don't get a lot of sun, or especially like in my case, I used to be out in the water here in Miami, and like the salt water is really good for you, right? I think the salt water is supposed to be really good for your hair and your skin. I think. Also the sun, obviously, getting the D, vitamin D.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight. Victory is in my sight.
I do need to get the D a little bit more, though. I completely agree with you guys. I need to go outside, bro. I'm pale, man. I used to be so tan. I feel like people say they have a magic OTP, ban magic. They have a magic OTP. Like, I feel like people really want to say that because they don't want to play against a magic.
Protect your bald king!
Jay and chat, save me. I don't want to go to work today.
Oh, it's SG, not SQ. Brendo, appreciate the massive 8 months, my friend. How you doing?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You live in Miami? Me too. Oh my god, I didn't think a streamer would live here and not LA. Oh, I don't live in LA, chat. I was born and raised in Miami.
Ooh, do we not have any? Wait, hold up. Do we not have any support players?
Round one, go! 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I fought a Cyclops centuries ago. A nasty creature. I vowed to smite all of its kin.
I've still got both eyes behind this visor.
Remove it then, good sir, so that I may see proof
Stream sniping, bro?
myself.
Trust
me, Thor.
I'm starting to understand why they hate you. Oh.
2,
Oh.
1.
Protect your bald king.
Oh.
That should make a difference. I've got eyes on our enemy. Maximum impact.
Enemy located.
Mega pull.
Protect your bald king.
Perfect man, huh? I'm intrigued.
Maximum impact.
Need some more time to recharge.
That should make a difference.
Come on, I want to get my ult before they come out. First game of the day, woke up at 6 a.m. to stream. Bro, we're not even sleep can hold me back. Not even sleep. I am so exhausted right now, dude.
Yeah, took a whole year to add Deadpool. Isn't that awesome? So cool.
Oh, okay.
Anyone willing to help?
Okay.
If the battle's not done, neither am I.
Force boost.
Keep pushing forward. No excuses. Thanks for the boost.
Wait, is that flat?
No.
The GOAT?
That was like the first
No.
comm of the whole day.
The GOAT? Is that Jay3?
Hello, this is Voice Changer.
The other GOAT?
Hello. This is Voice Changer 3.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Emily's sleeping.
I don't have to be center stage. I should be singing lullaby.
If the battle's not done, neither am I.
I think I'm sleeping on the couch tonight, Chad.
Force boost.
What do you mean, Jean? You just killed her. You're the one that shot her.
Wait, they double support ulted. They double support ulted, by the way. This is huge.
Train.
Oh, I just got busted on.
Okay, and a little pleasure. Still got some fight left in me.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Love you, aura, bro. Love you, aura.
Thanks for the boost. Perfect angle. Oh, mutant kind.
Link Maggle. Oh, I love it.
It seems we have move this crowd together onward.
Oh, hello. Yes.
That should make a difference.
Hook one. I need heals behind you. I get that one.
Drew one. Nice.
Energy's running low. Give me a few.
Sorry guys, I got a long cooldown on you.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up.
Nice. Good shit.
including
Good shit.
which
Good
side
shit.
you're on.
Yeah, his E is like the scatter arrow.
Could make all the difference.
But I think if you use your E, it's like a guaranteed hit. It's not like a scatter arrow.
It's been 3 years
What do you say,
already. Love this
What's up?
community and for introducing
Do I have
me
to get off the
Emily and
D-tier
friends.
character?
Jayip, the Boba Jayip, the Boba Jayip, the Boba Jayip,
I mean, I
the
think-
Boba
Put him in
Jayip,
D-tier,
the Boba
so-
Jayip,
Blima with the
the
massive
Boba
36
Jayip,
months.
I mean, he is
the
kinda
Boba
ass. I mean,
Jayip,
like,
the
appreciate it.
Jayip,
I'm very
the Jayip, the Boba
like he's good with
Jayip,
triple.
the Boba
Like he's
Jayip,
okay with
the
triple,
Boba
but
Jayip, the Boba
I mean,
Jayip, the Boba Jayip,
a lot of
the
times
Boba Jayip,
it's
the
easy to get
Boba
walked on, but I think their
San Diego
backline's kind of fucking
TwitchCon.
clueless.
If I'm invited to, or if there's a Marvel Rivals
Or I'm
event,
just
maybe,
goated.
but we'll see.
Yeah, you.
What do you think?
Blasting through.
I'm just saying, like they're like lost. Like you can. I just shot one of them 4 times and they just died.
Nah,
Like, didn't even
dude,
react.
we're just good. They're not bad.
Yeah.
No, we're just good.
True.
It's not UMM.
Mjolnir can only be lifted by those who prove worthy. I fear you are not on that list.
Who needs to lift it when I can reshape its Uru metal and release
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That we triumph, so it will never come to pass.
That should do this. Show their stupid faces. I need eyes over here. I need eyes over here.
I got eye.
I need eyes over there.
We have Ivo.
He's 1 HP. They're not healing him. Holy shit.
I need eyes over here.
Eyes over there.
Look, you have my eyes over there? Oh, eyes over here.
Eyes up. Eyes over here.
Eyes over there. Eyes where?
I'm eyeing.
Eyes up, eyes up, eyes up, eyes over here.
My eyes are over here. There's a Luna on the bottom right. I'm eyeing the Luna.
I'm eyeing the mag. Mag no cooldowns. Eyes over here. Eyes on the pun.
Eyes up, eyes up.
Eyes on the Luna. Eyes on the Luna. Eyes over there.
I had you in my sights. You never stood a chance.
You. Dude, eyes. Oh, yeah.
That's a terrible torture. Whoa.
Oh, we need our eyes open, guys. Eyes over here.
Eyes up. Eyes up. Full hearts. Clear hearts. Clear eyes. Clear hearts. Can't lose something.
Yo, Cran Eater with the massive prime sub. Appreciate it. How you doing?
For mutant I am Asgard's might. Force boost. That should make a difference.
All eyes over here.
20 ult, by the way.
I got Karmic Revival.
Yeah, we got each other too.
I don't lose those. I don't lose those.
Nice.
Not got eyes on our enemy yet. Now that's good optics. I have located one of our opponents. Nearly ready to cut loose.
Nearly ready to cut loose.
Check out this.
I'm always ready to cut loose.
I'm almost ready to cut loose.
Oh, hello.
You cut loose?
I'm not. I can't cut loose. I can't cut loose right now. Oh, I'm cutting loose. I'm cutting loose. I'm cutting loose.
We are cutting loose. Eyes over there. Eyes over there.
Well, good luck.
Guys, I'm not cutting loose. I'm not cutting loose.
Second
chance is over.
Gonna wait that out.
Ooh, watch this, chat. I'm gonna show you guys something so clutch. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you guys something so clutch.
Oh, I showed that. Lag on, come on.
If the battle's not done, neither am I. Force boost.
I just lost my A's.
For mutant kind.
Nice job.
Final score.
GG.
3-2-0.
Oh.
Epic victory.
This guy can't win a fair matchup? That sucks, man. That's wild, bro. That's wild. That's wild, man. Yeah, this guy's a loser, bro. Holy shit. I've never seen more of a loser vibe in any game than that guy. Oh my goodness. Oof. Oof. Ooh, when does NA start? NA starts in about 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. Wild, man. Wild. 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 Anyways, yeah, NA starts in about 2 hours, and the match. Hopefully NA doesn't end up like EMEA. EMEA was like, it was very boring. They were all 3-0s. It wasn't even close. Hopefully NA is good though. NA, you have Team Liquid Citadel against FlyQuest. You have YWL against Sentinels. You have Stick Drift or STD against 100 Thieves. Then you have TSM against Swamp Gaming. Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, STD. That's their initials, chat. STD. Thick Drift Gaming. Thick Drift. Holy crap, my friend's mom just won 3.96 million in the lottery. There's no fucking way. There is no way. Tell her to give you some. What? Tell your friend's mom. Yeah, prove it right now. Give me $1 million. She did the $5,000 a week for life. Wait. She won the lottery of $4 million, but she picked the $5,000 a week for life? How old is she? How old is she, though? Because $5,000 a week for life times 52 weeks, you're getting $260,000 a year. She's 50 years old. Okay, is it $5,000 a week for life? Or for her entire life? Or is it like $5,000 a week for life until like she reaches her full amount that she's won? It's for 20 years. $5,000 a week for 20 years. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I know you get taxed heavily, but I'd fucking take all that shit out and just slap it all in the stock market. What? And not touch it for 20 years. And I think if you don't touch all that money for 20 years, I think you're up actually a lot more.
Now,
that's what I would do,
who am I gonna
personally.
banish from this match?
Yeah, chat, it doesn't matter, bro. Okay, let's just say you won $4 million and they take half, you win $2 million. $2 million, slap it into some stocks, and then I'm pretty sure in 20 years, you will have a lot more than what you could potentially win by getting $5,000 a week, $260,000 a year. Ooh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. It might be storming. Ooh, it might be storming. Blood looks tired. I had 6 hours of sleep last night, and I woke up at 6 a.m. to stream today. Because EMEA starts at 7 a.m.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is
I am
best
very
done
exhausted.
alone.
Don't worry, chat. I'll get a lot of sleep tonight. JK, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 6 a.m. again. Tomorrow, same time. Okay, let me just see hypothetically real quick. If I were to hypothetically invest $2 million into the stock market, how much money would it be in 20 years?
As long as there's still something worth fighting for, I'll be on the front lines.
30 seconds before you attack.
Okay, I know this is AI overview, but a hypothetical $2 million investment into the stock market will grow between 7.74 million and 13.45 million in 20 years. So I'm sorry. I would not take, I don't care if you get heavily taxed in the beginning. I would take that money, do the stock market. 20 years later, you would have more money that you start, like, you know, and you would have more money in 20 years than you would take out in $5,000 a year for 20 years.
Some unwanted guests.
You guys are saying, but inflation is big. Okay. if the inflation is big, what's the fucking difference if you take $5,000 out a week? You're still having inflation, chat.
That's what I needed.
Box one. Rogue one.
Bro, none of those guys died. It's crazy.
Been knocked down before. Doesn't last. Not so fast. Found one of those soldiers.
Orlo.
All eyes on these coordinates. We're done here. I've got eyes on an enemy. Scratch my back.
Behold the god of thunder!
This is real firepower!
I suck. Double KO.
Been knocked down before. Doesn't last. Fully armed.
So who here is missing their shot?
Come back here.
Yo, kill this guy. Or not.
Much better.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Rocket one on top. 1 HP.
Armed and dangerous.
Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. Am I dog shit? Oh my god, chat. Am I dog shit?
No TT for that, so.
I've tagged a potential hotspot.
There's a Thor behind. We can kill him. Slow. Alright, never mind. You want to chase him still? He's just running around.
He's gonna get all the help.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, watch out for your beacon. He's gonna kill your beacon. Oh, never mind. He's running.
No matter what.
Psylocke ult, right? Watch out for Psylocke ult. Oh.
Behold the god of thunder!
Yo, can you get off of Bucky? Okay.
Huh? How's that the Bucky's fault? No one's shooting the fucking guys. I was marking the flankers the whole game. How's that my fault? Bro.
The current score is 0-0. Time to switch things up, including
Can
which
someone
side
just kill
you're
this
on.
guy with?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Ooh, do we do 3-3 chat? If we go 3-3, we're not gonna get any fucking kills, I think.
Round 2, go!
I am not locking in Squirrel Girl, bro. So they want to do 3-3.
He'll be coming in 30
Magic
seconds.
is not
Stay
to be
strong.
owned, but to be felt.
Yo, this is your sign to go Star Lord or not, right?
Lived.
You
Open your eyes.
Whatever your heart desires, man.
There's only one genuine certified Star Lord.
It was Star.
And you're looking at
Despite their imperfections, they could perfect themselves.
Teleporter ready.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Hey, what does this guy mean back in the days?
1.
Oh shit, bro. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that was loud.
Oh, thought you had me.
So, remember when I was trying to hook this guy and kill him? We're just letting this Thor just run it down, bro.
Hey man, you gotta like shoot him.
Oh, that's what I was doing on Bucky too and hooking him, but no one else shoots him. Man.
But then when they press their rocket all, we instantly lose if we play Bucky.
Okay.
How's it any different though?
I don't.
Or already playing?
He's right here in the corner. He's right here in the corner.
There's a lot of people in there actually.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay.
Walk behind you guys. He's one.
Oh, that's fat. Oh, that's fat.
Can't keep me down for long.
It's a nice ult.
Oh, nice ult. GG's.
Final score 0-2.
I want to see that.
1.
That was a big ult. Yeah. All we had to do was just kill the guy who went MVP and was just doing everything. 12 kills, chat. He had 12 kills, 12 final hits, 17-1. I was marking him the whole game. I was hooking him. No one else helps me. He just runs away, does whatever he wants for free. But hey, change Bucky. Am I right, chat? LOL, XD 420. Blaze it. It's not really that complicated to understand the game, bro. If some guy's being very annoying and not dying and causing a lot of pressure in the back line, maybe you should look at him. Pat, thoughts? What are your guys' thoughts? Oh, wait. You guys might hear it. Ready? Ready. Oh, no. I think it was a little too far away. No, I don't think my mic picked that one up. I opened up my window to look outside, bro, and it is dark. Wait. Here comes another one. Hold up. Oh my god, no. It's thundering. If I lose power, chat, I'll be right back, dude. It's storming outside. It is... chat, I didn't shit myself, bro. It is storming outside. It's storming outside. Also, Emily is still taking a nap. My phone was supposed to be picked up today at 10 a.m. I want my phone. I don't know how people can live without a phone. I need my phone. I'm not an iPad kid, chat. It's just that I am a content creator. I need to be on social media. I need to do my job, bro. Sounds like a new gen kid. No, chat. I don't surf TikTok. I don't look at Instagram stories unless I'm on the toilet. But I need my phone. Also, I need to text my dad. It's been like 2 days I haven't been able to text my dad. Also, oh, you guys want to hear a funny story? I'm going to give you guys a little funny story. So yesterday, I gave my phone to the people to fix, right? Then I saw Emily. I gave Emily back her phone because I was using it. And I was like, okay, hey, bye. I'll see you at home. So I left to go drive back home. But since I have an HOA and I live in a community and all this stuff, chat, I couldn't get inside my house. I couldn't get into the community. So I don't think I'm going to do that. So I couldn't open up the gate. There was no one there. I couldn't do anything. I was trying to wait for a car to go into the community so I could like go behind him and be like, hey, I live here. Haha, can I get in here? But I don't think any of my neighbors know who I am or seen me because I don't go outside. So anyways, I called Emily somehow on like a device that you could find people who live here. I called the app. I got Emily to open it. Then I got home. And guess what? I can't open the garage or get inside the house because I don't have my phone. Like, J3 neighbors, I've never seen this man before in my life. No, bro. It's true. I walked outside yesterday and I was walking around the neighborhood and one of the people were like, hey, how are you? And I was like, hey, how are you? They're like, oh, did you just move in? I'm like, no. They're like, how long you been living here? I'm like, 2 years. They're like, oh, I've never seen you before. I'm like, fuck. You don't have a keypad for your house or your garage? I do have a keypad. Problem is, I set that password 2 years ago. I don't remember it. Funny enough, I went to the Apple store. They were like, hey, what's your Apple password so we could log into your Apple. I accidentally locked myself out the previous day because I didn't know my password. That's not unk behavior, bro. I have like so many different it's not my fault, bro. And you know what's crazy is that when I was at the Apple store, Emily was in the gym. Guess how I get into the gym? Using my phone as like a I couldn't get into the gym.
Yeah. Are we waiting for something?
Holy shit, I thought we'd been in queue this whole time.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna do something.
Bro, I thought we were in queue this whole time.
No.
Oh my god. This is not good, bro. This is not good, bro. I thought we were in queue. Yo, what's up, Nate? Hope you had a great day at work. Oh, shit, it's raining, though, bro. Oh, man, it's raining. Drink an energy drink? Bro, I already did an energy drink, chat. I'm not going to drink another one. Here, you know what? This is the best thing I got. I got some nuts. You guys happy? I got some nuts. Oh, I love the rain, bro. I don't go outside when it starts raining. When it starts raining, bro, get in bed. Turn on your favorite movie, your series. Warren roleplay. Okay, I'm putting the nuts away. You guys are pissing me off. I like eating nuts. They're fun. So you're telling me as well. Oh shit. I hope I don't lose power. So you're telling me I sat here for 15 minutes giving you guys a story and you guys never told me, wow, Jay3, you're not in queue. Holy shit, dude, it is storming outside, man. I did not leave queue. Oh, I blame Flats. I queued up. It was probably because he wanted to go to the Hellfire Peninsula thing or whatever, the summer skins, and he took us out of the queue. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm not anyone's sidekick. Victory is in my sight.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I'm pretty sure I queued. Wow, they banned Cyclops already. I probably will play Bucky. This is my favorite Bucky map, but I want to play Cyclops. Oh man.
The right heroes could make all the difference. My old is shocked.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
Wait, if you're awake, can I open the door? Oh, it's raining heavily. I know it's raining. Wait, if you're awake. My God, it is storming out.
Protect your bald king!
Round one.
As long as there's still something worth fighting for, I'll be on the front
Coming in 30
lines.
seconds. Stay strong.
If you step out of line, Mr. Bonds, I will not hesitate to rip that metallic limb from your body.
Then I guess it's a good thing I only need one arm to take you out.
I don't know if you saw, Seagull came back today. He's back streaming after like a year.
Oh wait, what happened? I heard, yeah, what happened? He just made a bag and left?
Well, I think he was just super burnt out, so he just like stopped streaming for a long time. But I guess he's back.
Oh, someone's behind us. Watch out. Holy.
All right.
Oh my god, dude.
Let's
Wait, were we fighting? Were we fighting that all 5v6?
Yeah, that guy DC like literally at the start.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I didn't even know. Okay. What is Venom's best counters? CC or Invis. If the Venom tries to swing away and your Invis pulls him back, he has no way to escape, and you beat and clap his cheeks. You guys were getting rocked even if it was a 6v6? Nah, that's not true at all, bro. You guys don't understand the power of numbers, bro. Like, have you ever had a DC on your team and it was a 5v6? That's a huge difference, bro. One person can make a huge difference. Have you guys ever had someone go, not just DC, but have you, Black Widow? Have you guys ever had someone go Squirrel Girl? Huge difference, chat. Big difference. I've learned how to counter Venom with Spidey. You just have to stop his momentum. Yeah, especially when he like swings. Or you could CC him. Like if he dives you, not only that you can pull him, you can freeze him, you can do anything to stop his swing. Yeah.
Which hero do you think
His
you
name
want
is
to be today?
Richie. Use the tablet of Iron Fist. Ooh,
Victory
Cyclops.
is in my sight.
Yo, how you doing? How you doing?
Now.
In the Overwatch days, I used to play Ashe just like you. Oh, I love Ashe. Can never go wrong with some Ashe. What's this MRI thing? Are we all getting a scan? What do you mean? One-Eye Ghoul, appreciate that's a new tier. What's up? What scan are you guys talking about? MRI watch party. Oh, you're trying to make a joke about the MRI. Oh, no, man. Come on. You know what? Marvel Rivals Ignite. Come on, chat. Oh, my God. Thank God he's not a nurse. What do you do? Our brains are at two different places right now. I'm talking about Marvel Rivals Ignite, the shit that we're watching, and you're talking about a scan. Trying to be funny. You think this shit's a fucking joke? You think this is a game? You think we just wake up every morning and just play a video game? You think it's funny?
You guys give me like 20, 30 seconds. I'll take out his nest.
Holy shit, you guys hear that? Oh my God.
Yo, I'm a support and tank player. I can play some DPS, but...
You can just run 3 tanks. 3 tanks, 3-1-2 is viable.
Be your best self.
Victory is in my...
Or if you want to play Mantis, you can do that. But yeah, 3 tanks is good.
Is that Jay3?
You're hello.
What's up, big dog?
How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah, I got a meme.
I can DPS if you want to go support.
We could try this out. I mean, 3 tanks is good, but
I would
wait.
like to vote, to be honest.
I'm the flank. I'll get their nest.
Okay, wait. Now we need another check. We can't round 3 supports. Guys, now we need another support. What the fuck?
I don't know, bro. I'm saying everything I'm doing out loud, so I feel like it's not on me.
This can work. This can work. This can work. I'm getting their nest.
What's up?
Penny nest is down.
Penny one, penny one, penny literally one. Not anymore.
Oh god.
Oh shit, I didn't know you guys were teaming. My bad. Penny. Really close, guys. Huge. I'm gonna go on the high ground if anyone wants to go after this. Cyclops close. I'm gonna go on the high ground.
Fox is one.
Deadpool one.
Bro, the Cyclops. That bounce, I can't believe that bounce did not hit, bro.
You were getting healed the whole time, my friend.
I cannot believe that bounce did not hit, chat. That's crazy, bro. I usually know how to bounce on it, too.
I was right on top of you. You just didn't see where I was.
That's okay. It's okay. We're good. We're good.
Wait. What? Also, I don't know why Flats doesn't run another tank, by the way. 3 tanks is a viable strat, and that's actually slept on.
Not anymore.
I can just look the same bubble.
I'm just trying to fall.
Okay, let's go on with Mile here. Both tanks are on the high ground. Watch out for the mines.
There's a bunch of mines on this.
I'm trying to like slowly hit them all, though.
After you're all, you can walk on the support all. And walk on mine.
And they're all on the high ground or there.
There's one me down.
I'm getting that. That's down. They doubled. Watch him die. Nice.
I'm gonna come to our Penny. I'm stuck.
My top right. I'm on him.
Dude, why is there 3 people in our spawn? Hello?
Kill the Luna.
Orb on point.
Oh, a lot of damage.
Bro, no, I saw the fucking Luna over there.
Hook one.
I don't give up quite that easy. Blasting through.
Lives that?
I'm just gonna TP.
I'll never turn down a more of them than expected.
No, let me see.
Oh.
Make sure they don't web me. They're gonna push.
Luna low.
I'm gonna jump through Loki.
That's it down. Fox is one in the back.
Anyone?
Fox is one. Nice.
I think we just run 3 tanks. I think 3 tanks is good. And slept on. NA starts at 4. Yeah. View botting is wild. Who, me? Yeah, I'm the #1 view botter. Chat, can you guys smile? Every smile of a view bot gets High five. Oh, no.
You're gonna ult first.
Yeah. Stay next to me.
Can I have honey?
I'm right next to you. Too careful, man.
Ooh, they ran it down on me.
Got that pool. Trying to stay alive. I mean,
I am ready to put on a show.
Is that an emote with feet? What the hell?
Cyclops is going behind.
Hold ball is back.
I have my ult for this too. We could probably make something work.
No support ult.
I'm gonna try to aim.
The net. You're right. You're left.
nice.
That's one.
You're walking down. I'm getting my net spawn.
I am ready to put on a show.
No way. No way. No way, bro. No way.
Please be on the left. Look.
Quite that easy.
The final 10 seconds.
Let's get go!
Can I play the game? Can I play the game? Any more stuns? Any more stuns?
Anyone?
Dubs. Nice. There we go.
We'll reach the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. I have many faces.
Can we get to 1 point? Please, you only have 1 minute. Let's go push out. Someone else come on point.
Being annoying in their spawn. There's a couple on me.
I'm starting mines behind you guys.
Anyone?
I'm finding ult.
Down top. Dead for it though.
Oh.
Push up all the way up. Wait, why they ult?
I am ready to put on a show.
They ulted from here. Behind us, that's blue. Behind us, that's blue.
He's high in the corner.
He's still there?
Not bad. Yeah. Nice trade. Can I fuel?
Maybe we need to tap the point.
Keep me up. I almost have ult.
Triple one. I'm gonna grab it left. This is kind of stuff.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm on the other
Our ult will last
In the
like
back,
1% higher.
Other Luna's way back.
Deadpool 1.
Blink is Blackhawk.
Oh, there was a flank.
Force back up. I have mine on the stairs.
Can someone stay point?
I'm dead.
Luna's one. No lamps.
As Sorcerer Supreme,
I have ult
I
almost if someone can
oversee
TP.
other magical adepts. A shortcut through space.
Oh my god!
Wait,
oh my god!
That cost is behind.
Oh my god! What the fuck? Are you serious?
That cost is here behind.
I had ult, but there's nobody next. What was that TP, bro?
How am that's never happened to me before. What am I supposed to do?
Current score is 2.
Wait, what happened? What happened to
The TP was like in the ground.
Time to switch things
Oh
up,
no.
including which side
Bro,
you're on.
that's never happened to me. How's that my
The
fault?
right heroes could make all the difference.
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
How's that my
In
fault?
my
That's
sight.
never happened to me. Never. How is that my fault? Nah. Nah. Oh my god, dude. That is wild. That is wild, man.
Can we get a punny for the Deadpool?
Force boost.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
You want me to...
Stay strong.
You want... I think we just run in 3, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't.
I could do that. I could run the punny. I could run the hell, but it's gonna be worse than running this. But I will trust if you want me to.
I'll run punny after this life.
No. Cyclops is OP. You say you're.
I don't want
It's just we need
flats
kills with
on
Deadpool.
punny.
Like we low-key ignoring him and pushing up.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
What are we looking at?
I bunker more on defense. I can help them too. Taking height.
There's 4 people up there.
A nice deep freeze.
Penny's one.
Deadpool's one.
Lamp that on us.
Penny, there's mines behind us, too, and there's don't back up. There's just the 10 mines behind us.
I mean, I would warn you, but I'm losing the battle up here little by little. I have ult here.
Oh, what the fuck is going on?
Bunker mines behind you, watch out.
Just ping where they are. I'll clear them. They're not sit down.
He's on the way. They're just like...
Yo, all man. Left side.
I ult first, okay, I ult first.
Okay. Alright, bro.
Their backline's just walking in now.
Put on a show.
Just run out. Right there. We're up there. That's it.
Let me know when someone's on me.
Building a nuke up top.
They're on wolf now.
I'll freeze them, but do not unfreeze them, please.
No passive wall.
One more passive there.
Don't unfreeze them. Okay.
No, I stopped shooting, chat. That was not me.
It's just the whole point. I've open point.
They're also last longer. FYI. Stay with me, TNT.
I'm exiled.
Grab, goodbye. Thank you.
Lamps, bro. Lamps, bro. Lamps.
Penny mine
Lamps. Lamps. Lamps.
Maybe not.
It's coming in.
Oh my god, it's so horrible.
We're very short.
Oh.
I think we're TPing back.
Where am I?
Yeah, TP's in.
try to stay a bit safe. We'll support no. TNT's alive.
Kill him!
Wolf no passive, but I'm dead, bro. Wait, help me.
Make sure you jump through, it's gonna go away. Oh.
We're almost a goal.
Ah, but. I couldn't
No.
Oh my god.
Oh, yes. He has a. Why is there a random shield right there?
On the backside of the point.
Ooh. Oh, the rain's done.
I'm not gonna make it back. Okay, you
I got
Almost.
picked up.
Oh.
So we might have to just give this.
I am ready to put on a show.
Come back, get wasted.
Oh, I tried.
There is no leaving. I'm going down with the shit.
They just wasted all. It's fine.
No. Why is this guy chasing me?
They don't have Luna ult, and Hulk ult.
Oh, it's Loki at the end. They're like 50 Luna.
We X-Men beat death a long time ago.
Behind you guys.
Dead. What are you aiming at?
Guys, we need to get up this point. They're delaying the point.
Holy.
I'm.
Okay, they have one we'll probably low. We'll try to back up and heal.
Don't you wish your girlfriend was a freak like me?
I'm pretty sure
Don't you?
Oh, okay.
No.
Wait, that's huge. They just use.
Oh, actually, that's pretty good.
They have a punny now. They have a punny now.
We X-Men beat death a long time ago.
Just trying to have them
I'm
chase me in
halfway
their
through my
spawn.
ult. They're pushing point. Loki won.
Ooh, they use lamps. They use lamps too. My guy's one. Nice.
I'm gonna go back by. They have plenty right now.
Yeah, I can't see you.
No, it's good. They're on triple now. I don't want to stay on that. I just stopped.
Nice, good job. WJ.
Shit.
Portaling maybe? No, I don't think so.
No portal.
You know, I'm gonna let you heal for a little bit so you get your
What?
ult.
Do they have support ult?
Probably.
Trying to get that.
No hook, no hook.
Come back, come now.
Wolf behind you when you drop.
I am ready to put on a show.
We have close ult soon. Play for close ult. We can win.
3.
Everybody live, everybody live.
2, 1.
Nice.
Clapping.
Whoa.
Wolf death,
You
Wolf
get
death.
it if you can. I mean, we win, I think. I'm looking Luna.
Holy.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Shit.
Have a nice day.
Good shit, GG's. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Three
Nice.
tanks. 3 tanks is the way to go, bro. 3 tanks is so strong. We don't need another DPS. You don't really need a do. I love flats, but I saw flats 0 and 6 on Punisher. We should just play to our strength. Flats, what was that Punisher, bro?
And it doesn't let me talk at the end screen. Bro, dude. I had a fucking hit on my head. I came, okay, so like, right, like let's like disregard like 3 of the deaths. On one of them, I was coming back. You and 3 other people on our team are in their backline. We were capping at that point, right? Tell me why I jump off my zip line at the choke, and there's 4 people sitting on the corner waiting. And I turned the corner, and I got jumped. You guys had 2.5 ticks at this point, by the way. And I immediately exploded. Immediately! I was like, why are you there? Why? You didn't even have an ult going on. There was an ultless fight. There was nothing happening. You guys had 2.5 ticks. I'm like, oh, it's free. I'm gonna be fine. I'm coming back. You know, I'm coming back fast.
That's value, though.
Instantly dead. Like I'm not. I blinked and I was. It was Penny, Hulk, Deadpool, and the fucking Luna. How? Genuinely how? I was in awe.
I'll meet my family. Tandy needs help. This is not I'll meet my family.
Only 60 seconds left.
Flads!
This is not over.
No,
Did you find it? Did you remember that I got jumped?
I saw 3 people in the corner. Don't worry, bro. I fucked up an ult. Bro, 3 people were in the corner killing someone, and then you turn the corner, and there's 3 people just looking at you.
Bro, you guys were capping. I was like, what? What? How?
All that matters is that in the end, we won. Yo, Care Nexus, breach massive 2 months. Doesn't matter. Nice.
Which hero do you think you
What
want
map
to be
is this?
today?
Map sure as hell. Oh, I hate this map.
Victory is in my sight.
So, I think everyone has a map that they don't like. This is one of my maps that I don't like. I just hate moving maps. Hold up, chat. I gotta go pee. Start this.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Protect your bald king!
Hiya, Lou.
I hate Marvel Rivals. My girlfriend is ignoring me and playing the stupid game. You don't hate Marvel Rivals, bro.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm not anyone's sidekick.
What I do is best done alone.
You don't hate Marvel Rivals because there's two lies in that. Your hate for Marvel Rivals, also your girlfriend. Two lies. Also, why aren't you playing Marvel Rivals with your girlfriend? Of course he's playing Bucky. Yes, of course I'm gonna play Bucky when Star-Lord, Cyclops, Punisher, Hela, not Hela, fucking Phoenix are all
getting better, but it's still the person behind them that matters most.
Of course you're playing the one character that's not banned. Like what?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You can't have my new arm, Rocket.
So this time will surely be better, right?
Name your price.
One raccoon.
Bro, I think if you want to go 3 tanks, 3 tanks is actually really strong in my opinion. It's kind of slept on. Well, how about you disagree?
No, I said I don't disagree.
Oh, your mic keeps cutting out. My bad.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with Rivals. It does it all the time. I might switch off push to talk and then go to like push to mute. That might help.
That's what I'm. Yeah, I love it.
The fox spirit lives.
Also, if you don't know anything, oh wait, we have a. Oh yeah, okay, we have a torch. I like it. I like it. My back hurts, bro. You're 20 years old. What do you mean your back hurts? You don't do anything but wake up and go play video games. You're not like us working class. I wish I get to play video games every day, bro.
I've tagged a potential hotspot.
How did I not kill? I don't know how I didn't kill that group, bro. How did that group die before I ulted, bro? You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, how, bro? You know what I'm saying, bro? I just don't understand, bro. That doesn't make any sense, bro. Bro. Doesn't make, bro. Hey, this guy's gonna have me, bro. I love having my ass clapped.
I always come back.
There is only one sorcerer supreme. Pentagram of Pharaoh.
One.
Daredevil.
They're gonna have Spider-Man ult. Be careful.
It's by you.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
By the eye of Agamotto!
This is real firepower!
You brush your teeth or eat first?
No
I like to
winner
do
yet.
both at the same time. So I
Going
usually what I like to do is get some toast, and then after you get some toast, you put the toothpaste on it, like some spread. Ooh, delicious. Make sure it's like that minty fresh though.
Yo, I locked this because I thought we were gonna run triple. We swapped off. Why? If you don't.
Oh, we can run
Weapons
triple.
keep getting better. But it's still
Unless
the
you want to do
person
hella more, so you can do
most.
that. I can do either or triple. No more, bro. No more, bro. Chat. J3, go no more. No more, bro. No more. No more. Chat.
Whatever.
Listen.
Get ready.
I understand, chat. It's up to you.
The worst part about white
Or if you want to go
costumes,
triple, we could go triple too. I could stay Bucky.
Am I right?
I can't.
Let's try triple.
No, J3, no more. J3, no more, bro. Yo, J3, you want to do no more, bro? Bro, J3, no more, bro. Chat, I know, bro. I know. I would rather run a solo Bucky into their dive.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Let me play what I find fun. I want to play for fun. What? You think there's money involved, chat? I don't care.
Epic gathering across realms it brought.
I find Bucky fun. You want me to play no more to help the team to win? No.
Found one of their soldiers.
Down to support.
I always come back.
Well, shit. I don't know if their Hulk is still baby form, but yeah, he is.
I'm hulking.
I've got eyes on an enemy.
Spider slip.
I always come back.
Which one?
Capture progress has passed the halfway point.
How does that even...
Cracks a whip.
What?
I always come back. We can bring out the big guns here.
Let the devil out! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Walk away with this. Walk away with this. We kill a group.
That doesn't matter. We have a guy that's AFK. They just gave up.
They just keep playing. Just see how they're useless. We'll just show them.
I always come back.
I love this.
Daredevil's on me.
I love weak mental players. Come on. I'm not scared of you. Come on. Fight me.
We are undefeatable!
Armed and dangerous!
No, the Mantis is won!
Okay.
I always come back.
Oh, huge fan Flats and Jay, by the way. Keep up, keep.
Ooh, GG's, my friend. Ooh, imagine we just lost a fan, chat. 07. You could hear the depression in his voice. He was like, yeah, I was a huge fan until after this game. Damn. Damn. Unfortunate. Well, the most important thing is you did have fun. I didn't. Oh wait, no, I did not have fun with a guy that was bang AFK. Nope. Yeah, nope. That guy is staying on my avoid. Nope. That guy is staying on my avoids. I hate people with a weak mental, bro. Just because the game doesn't look like it's going in our favor doesn't mean we can't turn it. And the people want to give up and go FF. I hate that shit, bro. I think having the forfeit button in the game does more harm than good. It gives people that weak mentality. No, I think what people said is that I don't think people go on your avoid list for 3 days. I think actually it's 30 days. I think someone actually... How do you see it, chat? Teammate, right? Yeah, it's 30 days. It's not, which, in my opinion, if it is going to be 30 days, chat, can we please get a little bit more voids? Maybe 5? 6? Maybe 6, 7? More voids, please? Marvel? Oops. I did not mean to click that.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I think 30-day avoids good enough, chat. You don't need a permanent avoid. 30 days is a whole season, dude.
Victory is in my sight.
That's a whole season. If there's a person, oh my god, I just realized this. If the next character comes out and someone insta-locks that new character and feeds and throws your game, that means you can avoid them for the whole season. You can never have them play that character on your team again. Do you not agree that sometimes it's a GG go next though? Not that match, but sometimes? No, never. There's so many times where my team wanted to forfeit and my team pulls it around and we end up winning the game. Never. I am a firm believer that every game is possible. Every game is winnable. J3, I need dating advice. Don't do it. It's a scam. Get married to the grind. Play Marvel. Marvel Rivals will never leave you. Marvel Rivals will never cheat on you. Marvel Rivals will always fuck you. Every day. Play Marvel Rivals.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
I predict Rivals will add a dating simulator where you can date your main. That sounds genius. Every time you log in, it's like the character that you want to date. For me, like, for an example, let's just throw in Bucky for me. Hello, J3. It's nice seeing you again. Oh boy, have I missed you. It's been 13 hours, 49 minutes, and 36 seconds since you logged in.
Before you attack. Get ready.
Come give me a kiss.
I am Groot. We are Venom. I am Groot. We are suddenly considering a plant-based diet.
Be your best self.
Yeah, you know what, chat? I'm changing mine from Bucky to Groot. Never mind. Look at this guy throw it back. God damn. Yo, throw that shit back.
Here they come. Oh, sweet moves, right?
Let's get that vehicle to its destination.
The Master Weaver. I need a new Christmas present.
Yo, that one support by the way.
Is he in flat? I don't know.
You're. Yo, I love this one support shit.
Yeah, I love that, bro.
Yo, stuff him. Stuff him.
Okay, I'm gonna ult this. I'm gonna ult this. I can hit that quite easily. I'm going up. I'm going up. Yeah, there's a ult right here. I can't hit my shot.
This is bad. All we have to do is survive this.
Fuck. I went too far.
That's fine. They have no support else next fight then. Oh, Hulk can get at Mac. Nice. I can go in with my next. Oh! I can go in. They don't have Hulk for him. They have no support ults. Okay, you guys ready? I'm gonna go flank him.
Yeah. There's a sword in the sky. Yeah, I can get it.
Thank you.
There's a Hulk on my he's digging my ass. There's a Hulk who's digging my ass.
I'm on choke.
Not dead.
I'm no support.
Hulk's down. He's on Bruce.
Oh, she's low in the back. She's low in the back. Wait. They just got ulted and ran away. No one went
So
over.
this rogue run me down.
Bro, what are we doing? She ran all the way back to our backline. That's a free kill.
Thank you.
That's a free kill.
I'm running on close.
Supple. Oh shit.
I'm on close. No bubble.
Okay. Yo, Bills! Appreciate it. I have to get this up, my friend.
Bro, I swear this character is unkillable. I need help.
Don't worry, I'm here.
These are sounds I never heard. Rock on, spiders.
They have one support. Most of our damage is permanent, guys. Yo, can we get the S on the high ground?
What the fuck are you building? A fort? What is it?
The hell is this, bro?
All aboard.
Yo, what the fuck is...
Yo, top left.
Alright, to sneeze.
Sneezing is what got me killed. You know what?
It's just me with like ping spikes, bro. I'm like at 600 ping sometimes. Just me, bro.
You hear Rogue behind us.
I'm going up for Rogue right there. Rogue's one, top left.
I'm slow,
I'm just solo this. Get quiet.
Just have Devil Hills right now. I'm almost back.
Well, I'm unlocking. I'm probably with this couple.
I'd suck some dick for some healing.
Oh, flash won't die. That works good.
One bomb. On me, there's one.
No support.
Go rogue. You have no friends.
Kill out. Hold baby.
He's an orphan. Nice.
Protect your bald king.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
What is this guy building, bro? Oh shit, I shouldn't have done it here.
Ooh, the hell behind us? Am I crazy?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
No, W comes.
Was the hell is shooting? I legit never like heard her.
Yeah, she's shooting a little bit.
She put a silencer on. A new perk.
No, they're
Perks?
Perks?
I thought so. I did it on the.
My game keeps saying anti-cheat is inactive and force closing the game. I don't know how to fix this. Maybe stop cheating.
Almost up support. Oh.
I'm ulted. Good.
Yeah, well, I think we're dead, bro.
Oh my god.
Holy cow.
That is a lot of damage.
Who is more immortal? Here's the slice.
I've never seen that bug though. I don't know if it's a bug or not, but I've never had that issue. Chat, anyone else have that issue before? Rogue half. Rogue one.
It's hell on the flank, bottom left behind you.
It's everybody. It's everybody.
There's a Hulk behind us as well.
Go Hulk, go
I
Hulk.
don't think he has Hulk. Yeah.
Come on, close, come on, close.
Go Hulk in this shit.
She's one. She's dead, finally.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, we
my.
capped in overtime with, and they have one support, bro. That's
These guys on
crazy.
engine were so bad, bro.
Time to
No, they eat by themselves at school.
including which side you're on.
Ticharello for 90 months. That's absolutely
heroes
crazy.
can make
Appreciate
all
it.
the
90
difference.
months. WWW. Oh, chat, my aim is ass right now. I feel like I'm missing so many easy shots. Do you think LeBron will end up back in Miami or go to Philly or elsewhere? Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm the last person to ask anything about, you know, tennis. I don't really watch it. Sorry.
Can you pass the trial of your soul?
I was actually really big into, you know, all those things, but when games come on now, I just prefer streaming.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You think you know the code, child.
Once
You
a
wouldn't
legend
last a
said,
night
I'd
in
suck some dick for
Niflheim.
healing. Bro,
Then I'll be sure to take it off my list of possible tour stops.
You jest, but your powers feel like nothing more than a summer breeze to me.
Okay, if you say so. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Looking.
No, clutch you! Collector's contract expired, so I'm free to hunt as I please.
you're still running one support? That's crazy. None of these guys want to switch.
Rogue's on my ass.
Come on, kill, come on, kill.
I need help.
I'm sorry, flash now. I'm looking at it.
Stroke no bubble, stroke no bubble.
I almost have ult. Almost have ult.
One flank.
I will ult. Do we want to ult now? Do we want to ult him? I'm gonna ult next. I'm gonna.
Killable.
It's on me.
I'm gonna sub pull next fight. Sub pull ult.
One flank.
There's hooks. There. I'm on close. I'm taking close for this.
Three, two, one. One flank.
I'm looking at
I'm really on close.
Damn. Watch out for the Elsa. The Elsa's top right.
I'm all from you.
I should have probably contested her by myself, but.
No goddess is
Yeah, they're like perma on you.
Just reset. It's fine. It's fine.
Careful with the walls, because it's kind of got me killed a little bit.
So I think we can get one more fight in.
I can touch.
Bro, don't throw from.
I'm on close.
I don't think we deserve that.
Oh, it's kind of messed up, actually.
I think that had some hate towards it.
How do you guys die there?
We got Elsa ulted.
Why did we get ulted? Gee, I don't know.
Oh no, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I was just asking.
More be strong together. Shall I?
I'm here with you.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh, flank.
The horrors I'll make for them in hell. Love that cake.
That Elsa hates you. That's fine, chat. Listen, just because one person hates me doesn't mean everyone hates me. You guys like me, right? Chat.
What the hell off angle?
Jackpot.
I had to reload, bro. I had to reload. 13 HP, bro.
There is only one.
We win this, or I'm a TP?
We're good.
We won it. We're good. I think we're good.
Do I TP?
I don't know if it's over though. We need TP and help. We need TP. I don't know if we need TP.
I didn't TP.
No, we're good. We're good. We don't need it. We're good.
Okay. Do I TP or no?
No, TP.
TP? Okay,
Well,
TP?
maybe go back and TP. Maybe.
Okay, I'm TP.
Yeah, TP.
Do I need it or no?
That also good luck.
Wait, we need TP.
The answer was yes.
A shortcut through space.
You should have TP'd.
Stop them.
Bro.
I am returned to claim what is mine.
This game is so much more.
Relax, Dad. Goodness here. I want your soul.
Enemy ahead.
Okay. Sorry. There's a hell on the right side. Watch out. Sorry for existing. My bad.
I may return from my own realm.
You can walk on that?
I'll support.
What are you aiming at?
I couldn't get you. Can you walk up with me? Oh, good jam, go.
Another soul to join my legion.
Sorry.
Jackpot it.
There you go. Yeah, hell is flanking us again.
Bro, Jesus Christ, man. What is going on?
I shall claim my victory eventually.
Leave him.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. He wants to go for me, guys. Don't worry.
Can't see. Do any touch? Any touch?
The current score is 3.
Okay, we got this. We actually got this now. I have like max upgraded support.
They have 2 minutes. We have 1 minute, and they're winning with 1 support. Chat, if I lose this game, I'm never touching Marvel Rivals again.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
No one escapes.
Maybe it's the skin. Maybe the skin's not distracting enough. Is there a different skin? No, this has to be the best.
Eat nuts and get fucked.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
Round 3, go!
I am the ocean's avenging sun. You will get no love from me.
Yo, Jay3, I saw that lord, bro.
Yeah, I like to play to have fun.
Yeah.
30 seconds before
It reminds me of a certain
Get
someone.
ready.
Once this conflict has ended, perhaps we
PTSD
should
fucking
join
Canada,
forces
bro.
more formally.
I believe the verdict is still out as to whether we mutants will offer aid to your undersea kingdom.
I was speaking of a more personal alliance, my dear. The White Queen would look good
The
next to
battle
the king
starts
of
in
the
5,
seas.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, like
Okay,
in
let's
this
get this.
song. I was just said that before I got max upgraded support.
Help get that vehicle to its destination. I promise you will reach the west.
Okay, I'm gonna try something here.
Support.
On me, bro. Bro's low top.
He has a... They have no bubble right now.
Oh,
Wait,
thanks,
how
man.
the fucking yeah, it's right there, right, I think.
Going to overtime. You're halfway there. Keep going.
I can almost I have like 10 seconds more until I get my support back.
There's a rogue,
Don't stop
rogue
up.
behind, rogue behind.
But she's one, she's one. No,
Literally, my chicken ace.
almost have support back. You can Lunar first if you get it. Oh, actually,
Not gonna have it right away.
Yeah. Oh, I'm about to get mine back. No.
Just got.
We got rolled right there.
Current score is 3, 2,
Oh
3.
my goodness gracious.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
Chat, if I lose this game. If I lose this game.
What's the chances we actually fix this? Because they only have one. They have one support the entire time, and they always get these huge L souls.
What are you gonna play?
Marker.
Genshin Impact.
We see her, then like, I don't know, ping or something.
It's not a person. Okay.
Yeah, just focus on it.
No, I'm playing the roofs. I'm gonna put my squids in the back. I'm gonna try to kill their support each time.
You said where are you gonna be playing? The roofs?
The roofs.
Oh, the roof. Oh.
The roof.
Protect your bald
The roof is up. Genshin Impact has to be a lit games though, right? No? They're gonna collect the waifus. When I played Overwatch, I knew some guy that spent $7,000 playing Genshin Impact the first 2 weeks it came out. I don't think the person even plays the game anymore.
From you. Any particular
I'm
reason?
gonna try to like, I want to win this like first fight as quick as possible, so I'm gonna charge them out like instantly.
Don't know what that means.
We just play
Just gotta
close
run
to
the
get
time.
2 fights and the first dies
Battle
TP.
starts in 5, 4,
And win the game.
3, 2, 1.
And I hope they don't have ult roll.
See them? Right there.
There's rogue on top.
They have no heals. They have no heals. Yeah, that's exactly what we do.
I'm 1 point.
Yo, I
I'm
need help in
1
the
point.
back.
1 point. Just in 1 point.
Oh, there's a hella in the back too.
Look at you.
Yo, Idol! Art
Yeah, I'm
with
dead.
the new Tier 3 sub! Wait, that's massive! I appreciate it, appreciate it. That's huge. Also, I don't know if this guy's spawn camping or not.
Better stop that vehicle.
These waves will not break.
Only 60 seconds left.
Look at rogue. Look at rogue.
We're ball back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh baby, oh baby.
Let's be over in 3, 2, 1. It's over.
You guys are not support.
We lost!
3, 2, 4.
Luna! Luna, shut the fuck up! I'm done with you, Luna. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We're going back to the basics, chat. One ice latte with your breast milk, please. Let's get it. Get it. We're going back to the basics. How? How? I don't even know where to download Genshin, chat. Wait, before you leave, can you do me a favor? Can I get chicken? Woo! I'm streaming, NA starting. Please. I'd Uber. I don't have my phone. It has its own launcher. Genshin Impact has its own launcher. You know what? Let's see. How many people are playing Genshin Impact right now? Let's see. Genshin Impact has 332,000 live players and 3.6 million daily, and you're getting blamed on Flats' chat, not gonna lie. Oh no. Flats chat, who's all probably silver, is flaming me? No, man. I'm so mad right now. I'm so angry, dude. No. Yo, safety with the massive dunk.
Play the game Dinosaur with double Ds.
Dinosaur with double Ds. There's no way that's a real game. Double D dinosaur doesn't exist. Am I getting trolled? I feel like I'm getting trolled. Oh. Zero coordination, all you had to do was switch to dive, but you're just a poke one trick. Yeah, man, please. I'm just a poke one trick, even though I said, hey, I'm gonna go no more. I'm gonna play on the roofs, and I'm gonna kill their support. Guess what? First play of the game, killed their support. How did we lose that team fight when I killed their support? Sorry, it's Jay3's fault. My bad. Chat, you guys are showing your IQ, bro. It's not that high. Come on, guys. Yo, boy, appreciate the massive dono. Hey, I'll take it. Appreciate it. Okay, anyways. 3 minutes until the game starts, chat, and then as soon as the production starts, I'm gonna start the prediction for Team Liquid Citadel and FlyQuest. Make sure you guys get your channel points down. We are going to start it here in a second. Joke's on you, my IQ is negative. Yeah, just like how many points I got last game. Oh, my credit score is higher than their IQ. Damn. Actually, you know, funny enough, I actually checked my credit score not too long ago, and my friend actually says it's really high. He works at the bank. So I trust him, obviously. He said my credit score was like 247, I think. And he said it was pretty high. Better than the national average. I'm actually pretty excited about it. Yeah, is 247 not good? The guy works at the bank, so he shouldn't lie to me. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Max is 850. Yeah, 247 at 850 is not that bad. I don't know. I had to go to the bank because I ended up going to like I don't know. It's a weird story. I ended up going to like what was the restaurant? I ended up going to Jersey Mike's and buying a sandwich, and I put it on the credit card for like $12 or something, but I don't know why. I ended up paying like $107 for that sandwich over time. That was fucking weird. I don't know. I was trying to get I was trying to tell him that something was wrong. There's no way $12 ends up 107. Yo, Tyrant for 2 months. Appreciate it. There's no way it was just all tip, bro. I gave him a $5 tip.
Coming. But with it not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering individual.
247 out of 850. That banker is not your friend. No, he's actually really nice to me. They say I'm the bank's #1 customer.
Used early, actually, from KitKat.
So I trust them.
Going for the dive. There's not really that much time to work with. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you may be in the world. Welcome to Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Pre-show
here, alongside the wonderful, the queen herself, Vicky Kitty. Vicky, how have you been?
NA only has 2 casters?
Mid-season?
What happened to the 3?
I've been enjoying Cyclops, Gaskin, and I'm expecting to see a lot more Cyclops as we go through our regions. We saw EMEA kick it off, and it's been great to see how the season 8.5
Did she just call it EMEA
have really
EMEA?
played out throughout Ignite thus far, but now we get to see it bleed into the Americas region.
Certainly been shaking things up. It was very interesting to watch EMEA earlier, and of course, Asia and Pacific competing previously to that as well. And we have
Dogman was too expensive. They cut Dogman?
Those mid-season finals. No. And now we have to start working our way towards Americas and EMEA, finding them there as well. Now let's just talk about the tournament in general. If you are unfamiliar with what is happening, we had the group stages.
Oh
Started
shit,
with
I'm
12
supposed to go up
teams,
here.
2 groups of 6, and we got it down to here. Into playoffs, which we begin today for America's.
Feel free to run ads during the first match. It should be pretty super. What, Team Liquid Citadel against TF FlyQuest?
Finally, best of 5 to see which
Oh
of our
shit!
teams
Speaking
are the
about
most
that,
consistent to come out
yo,
on
chat.
top. Of course, they are also fighting for
Good
that
luck.
top 3 spot
Have
in the
fun.
mid-season
Team
finals,
Liquid
but
Citadel
it's the fact
against
that we've had this
FlyQuest.
journey
Enjoy your
here
predictions,
to
chat.
progress where I honestly feel like Gaskin, time has flown by between the group stages. Now here in the playoffs, it's all for that top
Jay3
3
not
spot,
co-streaming
and
the
of
main
course,
channel,
that's
SMH.
$200,000.
Bro!
Of course, it's been sad to say goodbye to teams, but eventually we're gonna have to say goodbye.
They better
to
invite
4
me to the
teams.
mid-season playoffs then.
Only 3 can
If
make it
I'm
to
boosting
those
these
mid-season
numbers, they better
now,
be.
if you want to look at the map pool, if you're curious as to what maps are being played throughout this tournament, there you go. Wham, bam. Thank you, production, domination, convoy, and convergence. We've got plenty now to play with, Vicky, especially since we've had the additions of like Lower Manhattan, for example. We do start with domination being randomly decided.
What is your vote
prior.
on the game?
And then, of course,
Ooh,
when
let
we
me
get
get
into the picks for those teams, it starts to get a little bit interesting as to what teams prefer.
Sorry, I have my.
Especially
You
when
can see
you
my
are in
windows
best of
open right
5,
there. That's why
I
we have
am
a lot of
expecting,
sunlight right now.
Stream sponsored by MOC
Team Liquid
Museum
Citadel
Contemplation
against
to definitely
FlyQuest. I have
play
Team
out,
Liquid
but
Citadel.
it's gonna be great,
YWL
of
against
course, with the
Sentinels. I
addition
vote
of Lower
Sentinels,
Manhattan
chat.
that we have had since the very
STD
beginning of the
against
stage
100
to see how a lot
Thieves.
of these teams have been able to
Not
make
today,
these adjustments.
STD.
Now, when it comes
And then
to the ban
TSM
and lock,
against
it is
Swamp
a
Gaming. I
very
have Swamp Gaming
important
winning that.
factor when it comes to Marvel Rivals and Marvel Rivals Ignite in particular. Vicky, I think everyone's familiar with it by now, but it is such an important process for these teams and coaches to prepare for.
It is, and
so
obviously
far
now
I have
with
100%
the
prediction
Cyclops,
rate.
The team up that you have with Wolverine, Mantis, and Gambit kind of still being.
Why
in
are
the
you a
fray, and then
TSM
you get
hater? I'm not a
Rocket Bolt
TSM
on
hater.
top of it.
TSM doesn't have a
It's going
support
to be
player, bro. They have
interesting
4
to see in our
DPS,
best of
2
5
tanks.
How these ban locks are really
Also,
going to play out.
how?
too,
What do you
because
mean?
we see
How
lot
am I a
of teams
TSM hater?
falter
They're playing
right
against
at
Swamp
that piggyback
Gaming.
block phase.
Like what?
And that indeed they do. And of course, you can see the simple exclamation for you on your screen. It's not just going to be Psylocke banned and locked. That will change depending on which heroes they decide on. Now, in terms of prize pool, we of course have plenty on action here and ready to claim for these guys that are competing here today, Vicky. $200,000 US available. The champion getting $64,000 US for themselves to share between the team. Plenty of change, plenty of cheddar for them to be
believe
working
in TSM,
towards,
but just
Vicky,
not
to be
against
honest,
Swamp Gaming,
so
bro.
much of this is
just
about
don't.
reputation and standing on business.
Absolutely, right? We hinted already at the $200,000 that these teams are trying to vie for here. And of course, when you already look at the way that the prize pool is dispersed over across our top 12 teams, it's difficult, right? Because then you also have to consider just being able to make it into that mid-season finals.
Right.
And now getting into our playoff section here, Gaskin, it's going to be great because we're on season 8.5, as we've already highlighted. We've had some changes going in from the group stages into the playoffs already. But when you introduce
What's the prediction
a best
looking
of
like?
5 into the mix, I cannot wait to see how our
246
matches play
people
out
for
as we
6
bring up
million
the
against
bracket here
52
to see
people for
what
600K.
matches we will be seeing for our day 1 of playoffs.
Yeah, because prepare
Damn.
yourselves. We've already got some good ones. I mean, we're bound to with the amount of amazing teams that we have in America. As we start today with Team Liquid Citadel versus FlyQuest.
Shib
Team
and
Liquid
Cozy
Citadel
are
still
apparently casting
undefeated, still unbeaten,
next,
but
chat.
can FlyQuest provide a
apparently
shot for
casting
us? Then we've got
next.
Yeah We Lost Sentinels, Stick Drift, 100 Thieves, and TSM Swamp Gaming for today's action. Now, of course, teams will drop down to that lower bracket if they lose, and will be able to fight their way back into potentially grand finals. But more importantly, for them probably to start with, it's about getting into top 3 so they can secure their spot at mid-season finals. Now, we can look at today's schedule when those games are going to be happening in case you want to note them down and make sure you set your alarms for your favorite teams. Vicky, these are the 4 matchups. Do you have a favorite?
Ooh, I'm actually, you know what? I do have to say, I'm excited just to watch
Jay3 just lost a match on group despite killing their support first, and is now raging at teammates and Luna. Shifted to watching pro match with channel point predictions coming.
Titan of a team. I am
I
very
didn't
interested.
rage at my. What do you mean raging at teammates and Luna? Shut your ass up.
Lost match versus Sentinels.
Generated by AI, may make mistakes. Did this summary add new info that you already didn't have?
In general, just a very entertaining team to watch, and I'm excited to see what they've cooked up for 8.5 and what they're going to be displaying when it comes to their lock and bans as well. Now remember, you can get yourself your hands on some Twitch drops. Just make sure you link your account onto Twitch, and depending on how long you watch for will depend on how many rewards
and that shit's ridiculous
all the way
too.
to the Wolverine Will of Galacta costume, which I think I might have.
This doesn't make any sense. Did this summary get at what's most interesting about the stream?
Proto tokens as well to get here for yourselves. And remember, that is not the only thing that is available. We also have the partner team bundles that are live in the game right now. If you would like to support your favorite team,
today is not the LAN. No, the LAN
player,
I think is going to be
one of the best ways
like
you can do that, jump
they
into
haven't
the
announced
game,
it anything.
grab one of the bundles,
the website says
and
August.
make sure you rep them on your Deadpool. Whether it's Van Pool, Strat Pool, or Dual Pool, doesn't really matter. You can display it in game.
Wait, did it say I learned that my credit score is 247?
Yeah, such a strong hero, right? And why not to showcase your loyalty while picking up these team bundles, guys? It's going to be a great time to see how everything
J3 is watching the Marvel Rivals NA playoffs, running channel point predictions on Team Liquid Citadel versus FlyQuest. Between matches, he learned that his credit score is 247 out of 850.
Then let's start talking about our first matchup of the day. You already said you're excited for it, Vic. I mean, Team Liquid Citadel have been, without a doubt, the best team in this region.
Fuck you, AI!
There's been some discussion about
why are you roasting me?
Them or not. I think we're going to learn a little bit more as we go into this patch now at just how good they're going to be.
Ooh, look how good Vest looks. Look how good the team looks.
We get to mix in a little bit more competition as we take a look at the Team Liquid Citadel lineup here, including Vest.
Energy is just flexing with all that hair. It doesn't really make any sense.
Changes, Gaskin. Rogue has been a beast, and then you include Cyclops into the mix. I'm wondering if Energy is going to be able to roll out with that. Cooper, Nero, of course, Pauly, the captain himself, as well as the rest of this team.
They do seem to be just the perfect blend of a roster, unbeaten throughout the group stages, and they will want to carry that on.
I taught Energy how to play Bucky, by the way.
Like, hot out of the gates performance from Team Liquid Citadel. They've probably kept everything quite close to their
Spark
chest.
Chief is still on the team, but I believe he's on the bench, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's still on the team.
The best
but,
team in the region.
Team Liquid Citadel picked
maybe
up
one of the best teams in the world as well, so you're going to have a lot of eyes on you. Wouldn't be surprised if scrims were very private from them as well here, Vic.
Can we talk about the cabs that we've included too, with all of our teams boot camping out here, all in person? You'll be able to hear the energy, see the reactions of these players. But again, I have to highlight the fact that Liquid Citadel being in Group A, when you have the likes of Space Station, who obviously, could not have made it here into the playoffs, but then you have TSM, yeah, we lost. And then you're facing off against FlyQuest, a team that's been in Group B. It's
I like
put
the cameras.
a testament on where that middle of the pack was in the Group C.
Holy shit!
Now
FlyQuest has the real Hulk?
Been able to make it onto this
They have the
bracket.
real
Now,
Bruce Banner.
Look at FlyQuest and they're starting
Also
lineup down.
techie.
What is one thing that
weird
stands
flex
out
with
most
all
to
that
you
hair,
aside from
bro.
Hart being Hulk himself?
Yeah, I think the big thing is going to be, are they also playing at a boot camp? I remember we spoke to
Who's
the
that
coach, and there was
handsome man on the
discussions
right?
that they would
Velocity!
be. Was
Go pay
everyone
attention to
flown
your
out? Could
game,
everyone
bro!
make it? It's going to be another
What are
question
you
I have. I
doing?
heard rumors of maybe Velocity not being able to make the LAN, might be playing on ping instead, so that's going to be a curious one and could affect things. We'll have to see. But I do love this roster. I think there has been a fantastic rebuilding period.
Came
Think
over
about
here
preseason playoffs,
to look at himself.
Well, they didn't even get to preseason playoffs, right? It was very disappointing for them that they weren't able to progress, especially a team with the history that FlyQuest does in Marvel Rivals Ignite. But now they have found their roster. They've been able to build from that, and I do think they can put up a test here against Team Liquid Citadel. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say, yeah, they're going to come out and slap Team Liquid Citadel. It is going to be very difficult, but I'd like to believe they can at least get a map here, Vic.
I mean, when you also have to consider, like, 2C and Melee were playing originally on ping here, and now being able to see a lot
Velocity
more
stream sniping what the bans are going to be for FlyQuest. I mean, for Nightmare.
As you mentioned, the
Team Liquid
changes,
Citadel.
including Cart into the mix, has just brought them so much success. That's why they're here right now in this double eliminations playoff bracket.
FlyQuest is also doing a LAN. Nice, okay.
Maybe some players actually not even making their way there fully just yet, but it's all about what is on the line right now. Not only for our top 3 teams who do get to punch in their ticket, ticket into that midseason finals, but then seeing, oh gosh,
I thought it was on a delay. It is.
Hey,
Velocity! Look at him!
Definitely some players playing from home. So
Stop watching the stream, Velocity!
TLC who are all
Stop
playing
it!
together on LAN, and that
I will
is
pick your
always going
nose
to
with
be a
this thing,
difficult
bro.
to go up against. But of course, if they do win, it makes it even more.
He looks too happy,
impressive.
chat. I
Now,
don't like
as
it.
we look at two hot players coming into this one, Veswa and Kart. Both incredible vanguards here, Vic. We can look at the statistics. Two very different vanguards in the terms of their hero
That's me
pool,
reading the
but
chat.
certainly important to their team.
No, you were laughing and giggling and smiling.
If you're gonna
want
to deal with that now, with Rogue getting her buffs where she's not in team up jail, regardless, it's just Vez is so strong. And then you look on the other side of where Cart has made some insane
Good luck, Velocity.
plays,
Pop
whether it
off,
be
bro.
From the Hulk exile that we saw onto the Star-Lord right before he was able to try to execute, clearing out the point. I mean, so much awareness from Cart as we've highlighted him.
Come for the Kings, you better not
certainly some of
miss.
the best Vanguards in the game, and if you want to learn yourself how to play Vanguard in ranked, believe me, I need people to start to, because it is getting very frustrating in my ranked games. These are the guys you want to be watching, the way they dominate space, the way they help the rest of their team and create angles for them as well, with the pressure that they apply to oppositions. It is beautiful to watch. So they're going to be two of our key players to look at throughout this one, Vicky. And I mean, all of them are going to be key players to look at, really. That's one of the beauties of Marvel Rivals, is no one can really get carried
I don't know,
through.
man.
If someone is
Bro.
underperforming, the team is definitely going to
Team Liquid Citadels shows as like one of the best NA teams. If FlyQuest ends up beating Team Liquid Citadel, my whole world would be flipped upside down. I'd get naked on stream.
It's a testament to see how strong that middle of the pack was originally in that Group B phase when we were looking at group stages. Now against the Titans on the other side, where they really didn't have to get matched with that energy. It's going to be exciting to dig into this first map.
Well,
Mr.
Maps,
Leahy?
we can take a look at where we're going to be
Appreciate the
going
massive,
in
Prime
terms of
sub, my
map
friend.
selection for this first game
Is
of
this
the
a
day.
playoffs or best of
To give you
5?
a
Yes, the
reference
playoffs
for
are best
the
of 5.
Group stages, TLC 10-0 in stage 1 so far. FlyQuest
Also,
6
YouTube,
and
there
5
are new drops
all
on
maps.
Twitch,
So
just as a
it's
heads up.
definitely a more dominant statistic for Team Liquid Citadel, but we are going to start off with Burnin' T'Challa, which I believe we have not seen TLC play so far, but we have seen FlyQuest on it during those group stages, so we'll have to see whether maybe they can get a little bit of an advantage. They played it 3 times throughout the group stages, Vic, and they are 2-1. So that's a pretty good record.
Bro, I've
to start.
already been streaming for 9 hours.
Yeah, one of those
and it's
series
4
actually, I
o'clock.
believe it was against Energy Shock, where they took it in a very clean 2-0 fashion, which really set them up for success in MOC, in Museum of Contemplation, where it was a rather closer game for them. But already having that experience going into Burnin' T'Challa could allow them to get that boost, right? But once again, remember, it is best of 5, so you get to have a little bit more leeway, but it's also about determining how
Have you ever watched
carry
Trailer
the
Park
momentum
Boys?
into
No,
these
I have
different
not,
maps,
but I do
starting once
know
again in
of
a
Trailer
beautiful
Park Boys.
flyby of
The
Burnin'
guy with the big
T'Challa.
glasses and stuff.
Well, last time FlyQuest, they locked Gambit, Rocket, they banned
What does the C
Gambit,
mean
Dino,
in
Rocket,
KCA?
and Mantis.
Since it's
I
a
think actually,
Disney,
even in
you know,
8.5,
Marvel
we're gonna
Rivals,
see some
Disney,
similarities here, especially
and
from what we saw in EMEA.
you know, NetEase is
Mantis
Chinese,
being
a
whipped
Chinese
away
company.
almost
They don't like to
instantly
say
by the
like,
majority of the teams.
I think
and
kills
then
or
Gambit
deaths. It's
often
actually
being
supposed to be
locked, with
knockouts,
that
and I
being the
think
case. It's like,
casualties.
okay, you want to get rid of Mantis, we will happily play Gambit, but then usually Rogue Ban will follow afterwards for good reason.
Yep, and we've been seeing why exactly.
It's
going
basically
through
kill,
just
death,
our previous
assist.
regions and seeing how that's going to play out with some of the strengths that Liquid Citadel could roll out with. We're going to have to find out too, with a lot of
Oh, all
teams
good, all
now
good.
leaning into the fact that they
Also,
have,
I think the game
whether
is
it be
rated
from
T for
scrims,
teen,
the
so I don't
information
think they-
that some
yeah.
teams may still not be comfortable rocking out with the Gambit. Maybe they're going to be leaning into triple strat, where it's very weak nowadays here too. As you get to see
Chat, the game
last
hasn't
year
even
in Team
started,
Liquid
bro. They
Citadel
have to
having a
do
great time
bans.
getting locked and loaded.
Yeah, my good friend, our good friend Vodable.
I am not gonna block
keeping tabs on
Pauly's face.
how many locks and bans we've had so far. And in EMEA, Mantis was first banned 19 times already in playoffs. So expect that to be somewhat similar here. But of course, we know from region to region, we do see a little bit of a difference
What's
in
up?
preference when it comes to hero selection. Rogue was second banned 19 times as well. So again, we're seeing a pattern develop here. And in terms of saves, Gambit was saved 19 times. Cyclops was saved 6 times. And then it changes a little bit. I think Rocket was saved around 7
That's
times,
also
but we
really
saw some
true.
Wolverine, we saw
Thank
some
you.
Cat, some Daredevil, some Luna.
Are you going to the
Plenty
gym
of
now?
options for people to go after those very heavy
Awesome,
initial locks
awesome.
and bans.
Enjoy.
Makes you wonder
I wish
here,
I could go to
Gaskin,
the
with
gym.
the season 8.5 changes, how that's going to play things out, right? When you have the
FlyQuest
Cyclops and Wolverine team up, and you see the
Team
Cyclops
Liquid
getting
Citadel.
protected, does that auto-proc a ban onto the Wolverine to help enable your
Hello.
Vanguards? With a lot of
How
these
are
players
you?
now, as
Oh,
we take
check
a
me a
look at
second. I'm gonna-
FlyQuest, I
I'm gonna
love the
get
fact
more
that
water
once
before this
again, we
game
have these
starts.
player
Look,
cameras,
he's
but
still
also to
laughing and giggling. Walk
showcase the
in.
expression of our players and
Walk
what's
in,
really on the
Velocity.
line here.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, because if you think you've only got to win a few matches and then you're there, you've qualified for mid-season playoffs, right? There's only 8 teams in this bracket. You win this one, you suddenly are automatically in top 6, you win again, and then you are in top 3. You've got mid-season finals secured, and then of course you want to start playing for the grand finals. You want to try and win as much prize money as you can. If you drop down into that lower bracket, suddenly that run becomes a lot more difficult to try and get all the way there. Not saying it's impossible, you want to start off as hot as you can here in these early games, which, you know, the expectation, Vic, is that TLC are favorites here, right? They should be winning this one. I think that's where I'm leaning. I'm sure that's where you are leaning, and I'm sure that's the majority of the community are leaning as well. But the real question for me is, if we see TLC tested, if FlyQuest are able to just get a map, suddenly it could change things.
Here we go. This is what we were expecting as we get started with the pick and ban phase, everyone. It did get a little kickstart right before we were seeing our beautiful players. But there goes the Mantis. There goes the Rogue from FlyQuest.
I went to go get water and I saw Emily's computer wide open and she's not here. She's at the gym. So I might have put all her channel points on FlyQuest.
You won't have that BRB.
Even though I think Team Liquid Citadel is going to win.
You won't really have to really lean into it here unless Team Liquid Citadel are forced to look at that themselves for their own rocket.
Oh, I like the Luna save as well from FlyQuest, as Star-Lord is also another hero that does seem to be targeted on the bans. Very easy to really destroy an opposition team with a Star-Lord, especially when you get the Galactic Legend on the go. And it's going to be a Luna Snow Protect from TLC as well. Will we see the same ban? No, okay, a Captain America ban from FlyQuest.
What is that?
Clearly targeting TLC here. I think that's very intelligent
how much
to do,
does
as
the
we
winning
just know
team
how
get?
impressive
This is a $200,000 thing. I think the winning team gets like
built
64,000, and then they also get to go to the land event, which is probably going to be like 500,000 or like a million or something.
I'm not surprised there, because then we see what happens when you do let the cap go through. I also love to highlight the fact that we've been seeing a lot more priority protects on the Luna, because that also procs. Will we see the White Fox? You get the double charm on top of it when you get the team up. And everybody, we are ready to go with our first map on Burn and T'Challa and our first series of the American playoffs. It's going to be Team Liquid Citadel versus FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I'm just itching to get going, as I'm sure these players are as well, Vicky. Curious thing was, of course, with the bans coming through or not, we do see Cyclops available for Team Liquid Citadel in our first matchup in Americas, which I particularly am excited for. I didn't know whether he was going to be an auto ban, whether we were not going to see him at all throughout this region, but he has squeezed through with that ban onto Captain America targeting Polly. So now Energy is gonna have a field day. If you have competed in any ranked games, any quick play games, with or against Cyclops, you know the power of this hero. And on a player like Energy, this is going to be quite the spectacle.
Predictions are 10 million on Team Liquid Citadel, 1.5 million on FlyQuest. Okay, let's get it. First game of NA, let's get it.
Energy is going to be able to get away with that Cyclops is going to be terrifying. Already Nero in the backline taking a huge amount of damage thanks to Velocity finding Energy first. FlyQuest already in the lead right now.
Wait, Team Liquid Citadel is running the triple support with the solo DPS.
Adam Warlock going up against Ultron being one of the biggest differences at the moment.
Energy on that Cyclops must be scary, bro.
Losing the Cyclops just meant that they had to just give up
also,
this
FlyQuest running the triple support
TLC, and FlyQuest are just going to try and bully them away, but now Energy will be back into the fray.
Already trying to stagger in here too, just so that way they can keep this fight going. Don't flip it just yet here as TLC. Techie now already going to be able to get that ultimate online just as quickly. Getting that focus with Energy, now getting the follow-up. Polly keeps getting frozen, by the way. And without the Elsa here for FlyQuest, it's going to lack a little bit more of that extra damage. The White Fox going down next and not going to have that sustain. And this is all Team Liquid Citadel getting that first fight.
Surprising, considering
no
that first
Squirrel Girl?
Quest,
Very surprising, seeing that this is a high-stake tournament. It's only 200,000. If it was 300,000, you would see it.
I'm excited to see more Magneto as well throughout this split. The fact that Magneto has just been a key selection for a lot of these teams in EMEA, we saw it as well, and Veswa, kind of the perfect player to be able to just hold that front line for them.
Termination from Speedery, though, just so that way they can stop FlyQuest, who are trying to pave the path between Cart now being on that Captain America, the Freedom Charge, to guide the rest of this team. By the way, take a look at Melio and that Karmic Revival that is right around the corner. Velocity also
World Cup money more than
the dance off that we can see with the
MRI is $3 million plus in total.
Considering the Rage of Royal Flush. Not the time just yet. Playing rather split up for now, just trying to reposition while they're at it, as FlyQuest do take their time from the high ground.
Yeah, that has to be
You would
communicated
need
from
10
Melio
World
now
Cups
that
to
he has
even-
ult available. The camera revival is going to be there as a possibility. So get aggressive, get into a fight, get into an engagement where you might be exposed, but just make sure you take someone down with you. TLC do get a couple of picks their way, but then comes the Karmic Revival, so we will see.
That was a
FlyQuest
huge
back
res,
up now, but
huge
Speedery's
res.
already there to take down Cut. He comes back up as well, but TLC are holding strong.
Oh!
Ranger Royal flushed up from the other side. It's going to be met with Cooper and the dance off.
How did he live that?
With
They
the
don't have a
explosion,
mag-
just trying to
they don't have a
control that
Magnum bubble.
space. But then you have the Glartrox, who sees that it is Thanksgiving early to find Vez. Polly, too, coming in with the Feast of the Abyss. But thanks to having that Fatal Pull throws from Velocity, it's actually allowed FlyQuest to have the lead forward now, unless Energy can go absolutely crazy. But you can't be the raid boss for long, as 2C finds his head, and they manage to flip this point.
It does work out in the end, but 79% already gathered here for TLC. That is quite a lot, but they did use their entire ult economy to try and combat that. That shows the power of Karmic Revival. That shows how Adam Warlock, when used properly, can be such an advantageous position for the rest of your
look
team.
at that hair,
FlyQuest
bro.
are gonna have
I'm kinda
ults available
jealous.
to use as well in this next engagement. So TLC might just want to play the neutral a little bit here, try and force some of those ults out, and then basically just throw the fight. You're not actually throwing the fight. You're giving the opportunity to FlyQuest to use some ultimates to win the fight, so you come back in next.
Exactly, and it's really crazy to see how quickly they were able to flip the script and change off of the White Fox here as a huge sign of seduction coming on to Techie. May not be rocking that summer skin, but it is the White Mother herself to find Polly next. Speedery does have the extermination, at least for the next re-engagement, but this is a great stall from FlyQuest to force TLC to regroup.
I think that's the expectation, though, from TLC. They wanted to get at least one of those ults out, and they've been able to do so. Now, as long as they can group up and they don't stagger here, they are now going to have Rage of Ultron available from Speedery, and the rest of the squad is slowly building towards ult as well. But Freedom Charge will be started here by FlyQuest.
Yo,
Giving a
JP for
start
25
off
months.
this
Appreciate
fight
my
here.
friend.
Nero's very close to that Ranger Royal Flush, and another Apex Predator now coming in from the other side. Ranger Royal
you
Flush
doing?
trying to keep everybody afloat. Cart and Zelos, though, finding Cooper and Vez is even bigger. They're nearing 70% in terms of progress on the point right now, and FlyQuest are able to hold on to these two ultimates, and Melio, once again, right around the corner with another Karmic Revival just to deal with the Ranger Royal Flush, which
That wasn't
didn't really
Polly.
have anything here from TLC after Nero had used it.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Team Liquid. I mean, FlyQuest have just such a good ult economy to use right now, both offensively
That
and
wasn't-
defensively, through Rage and Royal Flush.
That wasn't...
We'll have to see whether they kind of pick
Velocity.
this one off the back of the Rage of Ultron, which will be popped here by Speedery.
Now being able to find that pick here, although Polly does find Velocity, which is huge because now you won't have the Fatal Pulse rolls
FlyQuest
in
is-
this final
wait,
fight.
FlyQuest.
For FlyQuest to take the driver's seat. Vez goes all the way up. Meteor M goes crashing down as he finds the head off of Techie. Born again from Melio, though. It's going to bring him right back. They do find Melio. He does have that passive who can bring himself back. But Vez is on a tear. He finds another one onto Zelos. And with overtime taken away, this is the opportunity for TLC to flip the script. But the Born again, the Karmic
second.
Revival was still online temporarily. Melio still brings himself back. 2C's in trouble. And now you have a dance up from Cooper to keep this fight going.
Yeah, the fight is going to be extended, and now you're going to see finally Energy able
Oh,
to
that
pop
looked like
the
my
Ruby
ult. Come on,
Rage, but
Energy, you're
not
better
as
than
much
that.
damage done
That's
as
also
you
not
expect,
Energy.
but he's going to be able to get 2 picks in the end. So TLC, definitely favorites to take this point. FlyQuest might have to retreat a little bit and give this one up and say, all right, we've still got a little bit of time. We've got 20% to work with, as TLC will be able to take it. And it allows
Wow,
for
that
one
was a
last
good
push
hold
from
by FlyQuest,
They
though.
do have the option to portal in if they would like to, but they maybe have time to just walk their way in as well. It's going to be very close here.
It's so scary, too, because with Nero almost having Rage and Royal Flush, TLC nearing already 95% at this point. They need a brute force their way into this point. Cart is going to open things up with the Freedom Charge, just trying to back away. Going to help with the feeling between Nero and Cooper. Overtime now is forced. Techie holding onto the Psionic Seduction. But remember, they also used that Karmic Revival from Melio earlier. So
Why
they
are
don't
these
really
guys
have that
called
to
pros,
deal
but no one's
with the
running
Rage and Royal
Wanda?
Flush
Her
nor
ult
the
is
sustain,
OP.
as Velocity also had unbeatable rolls.
Huge touch, though, from FlyQuest. And, of course, the first person to go down, you have to switch over to a Strange straight away to get that portal. But it's 2Z who gets the opener. Initially, it's going to be 2 going in the favor. Now a FlyQuest is TLC dropping like flies.
Find that Gambit, though. He's betting it all on black, and Techie's forced to back away. The Ranger Reflex is just enough, but Melio covers him as he finds Vez. They flip the point back in their favor, and overtime taking down after Energy makes a swap. Oh, he could not portal. He actually just got frozen, but at the very end, actually pulled it off after he initiated the portal. They go in with Speedery having the extermination. Energy just get antsy at the same time.
I gotta go
but they
see
don't
that
really have
replay.
sustain.
Chat, remind
Juicy
me.
is acting like the brain boss. He's trying to control more of
Remind
the
me to
space,
go look at
and
that
the
replay.
Born again comes online just in time.
Karmic Revival's a bit huge for FlyQuest. If they win this one, there's going to be a lot of it down to Adam Warlock, but it's the focus from FlyQuest onto these strategists, eliminating them one by one, but now Velocity goes down. TLC take advantage of this fight.
This is actually insane to see another Apex Predator, by the way, coming in to try to match that. Then you have the dance up from Cooper.
This is a crazy good game, dude.
They lost some velocity,
This is
which was
a
huge
crazy
pick.
good. This is
That's
the
definitely
first
troops.
round, mind
Overtime
you.
still in favor for FlyQuest. They're looking to clear up this point. They're playing so split up, and Cooper backs away after the fate of both worlds does end, but they're forcing them back, and this is that extra pressure. Even with a great freeze, you have to make sure that this Feast of the Abyss doesn't keep pressuring out their back line.
All ultimates now used, and it is very much just a neutral here, and it could be down to who gets that ult first as well. Nero starting to build up. Maybe the Raging Royal Flush will be the key breaker here for TLC.
Oh my god, energy's on Spider-Man.
Gambit never falls. So the fact that he got 3 of those basically in this fight is insane. Melio brings them back, but there's only so many Karmic Revivals that you can bring back. The fact that this fight has been like over 5 minutes. You roll out on the Spider-Man. Energy, after swapping off of Strange, comes in with 2 huge
Spider-Man
picks
with
in a
2
very
kills.
close fight. TLC managed to
Wait, do they have the
slowly claw
TP?
their
Do they have
way
the TP?
into
Oh my
fighting
god,
them, but now you have the
FlyQuest has a
Force
TP
Blade coming
now.
in.
This is
They're
a
so
never-ending
staggered,
fight.
And the fact that Tusi actually was able to pull this off, they were down 3 originally after that portal was open.
FlyQuest now just need to try and stall long enough to try and get some ults back on their side as well, but they're quite far away from a lot of them. Tusi starting to build up a little bit of the Io Bagamoto, but now Meteor M will slam down with the rest, and FlyQuest starting to lose 2, make it 3 and 4 as TLC will just about close this one out in
that
what was an
was
insane
crazy.
overtime, Vicky. It was so difficult to call.
That
A lot of
was
neutral,
a
getting the ult, and then the
crazy
switch on the
first
Spider-Man.
game, dude.
Amazing.
First round, not even game.
I cannot believe that was just the first round, Gaskin.
That
Are you
is
kidding
crazy.
me? Everybody, we're in for a treat. That's why we were so excited to see how this plays off. Even though Melio did have that Karmic Revival when it was needed, it was the way that TLC were playing so patiently, looking at the stats across. I mean, energy, as you've already mentioned, like just rolling out on the Spider-Man to make a crazy play, finding 2 back-to-back. 10 finals, by the way, with 12 finals going in favor for Vest, who has been sniping and harassing not only the backline here, but also Techie and Cart.
Holy smokes. I mean, what a way to kick
Best.
off America's.
I think Best is by far
A
one of
great
the
effort
best,
from
best
FlyQuest,
tanks in
considering
NA.
the fact they were able to stall
I mean,
for that long and then start to
that kid's disgusting,
re-engage, and a
bro.
lot of it came from the Karmic Revival as well. But again, TLC, their focus onto the strat back line at times was just
That
so
was a
important.
huge
And
pickup
actually,
for T-Look
how
instead of
their
the
own back line was working in tandem to keep each
Landed
other
for 3
alive.
months. Appreciate
So
it.
many
And by the
times,
way,
Speedery was
AML
low on
Storm,
Ultron, but was
$3 subs.
constantly
And
being
Landed
brought back up to
500
full
bits.
health by
Appreciate
the rest of the squad. TLC, they take the first, and we move into
I'll
the
get to
second
dono
round.
in a second.
Just need a timer, by the way, on that overtime fight. Like, we literally had the back-to-back portals. I mean, that was just insane. Now, seeing how this round 2 is going to play out, when you take a look at the ult economy, Poly just trying to burn out some of these cooldowns before swinging away, and Speedery on their Daredevil gets the mark, gets the speed boost here, tries to isolate Tusi before backing away, but it's about splitting that attention and controlling a lot more of the space to allow Cooper to get that pick. And now you have the face off your 2. Melio does have that Karmic Revival. They find him with Speedery harassing
Massive
him, but
res.
he still is able to bring
Massive
back
res.
his teammates, and he still has that passive to bring himself back too.
Raging Royal Flush will be popped and locked though, as FlyQuest now will use that to re-engage and start to bully TLC off of this point once more, which still hasn't been claimed, by the way, in the opening. That's how close these 2 teams are being contested at the moment, but now some KOs going in favor of FlyQuest. TLC down to just 4 as they start to back away, and maybe FlyQuest will secure the first, and they do, but TLC still fighting tooth and nail at the moment to try and keep in this one.
At least with the fact that FlyQuest was able to take control of this point first, I mean, it's just a matter of time here with the way that now they have the fate of both worlds just to keep this going, even with Poly finding Zelos. Melio will make his way back as he did get taken out after he already used that passive, but this fight is stalling for as long as possible.
I don't know
at the
how
hands of
these
Hart
guys make
and the
these
Freedom
fights last
Charge.
like 30
Beautiful
minutes.
play here from Nero to be able to get aggressive after utilizing that Raging Royal Flush, and Techie is the next to fall in the roll of dominoes as TLC get to flip the point.
It is incredible the survivability of both of these teams during some of these
I thought they
engagements. I mean, a
banned
lot of
Cat.
the strat ults, of course, keeping them alive and providing said survivability. But then also being able to bully way through
Only
some
go
of
for
these
one
strat ults
team.
has
So
been incredible to
FlyQuest
watch
banned
as well.
Captain America for
Now
Team
TLC,
Liquid
they
Citadel.
will
That means
regain-
Team
or
Liquid
they will
Citadel
gain
cannot
a
play
point,
Cat,
excuse me.
but
They'll
FlyQuest
have
can still run
one
Cat.
ult available. Speedery is going to let the
The
devil
characters
out
next to
shortly,
the
and FlyQuest
team
can have
names are
very
characters
little
that
to
they
deal with
cannot
it.
play that the other team banned.
Take notes, by the way, Daredevil's still insane, especially when you see him at the hands of Speedery. Gonna be able to get information here, can let the devil out, as you've already mentioned, but backing away for now. Cooper and Vez also very close to those ultimates to try to deal with that after Melio makes the swap over to the Ultron, letting the devil out, and the 3-2-1. Beautiful communication between Speedery and Polly. You get a freeze off the cart, you have the Psionic Seduction, but not really seducing the targets here, as TLC still controls so much of this space as well as this point before trying to let FlyQuest brute way over to the right side of this point without giving too much attention, with Speedery still on the prowl.
Yeah, Fate of Both Worlds is going to be available for TLC as well on this next push from FlyQuest, and even though Glartrock's probably going to be used as an entry point on this one, if you don't tag enough people, if you don't get them sucked into, say, Glartrox, then you are going to find yourself struggling a little bit. Speaking of it, Apex Predator comes out. Tuzi does take down Nero, so at least FlyQuest are able to find one, but can TLC still sustain with the fact they have Fate of Both Worlds up here?
Man, when you see Luna with the Fate of Both Worlds just trying to be a marathon runner to help you from the Glartrox, now you have the Ruby Rage. Currently, FlyQuest still up in number advantage.
There you go. Come on,
even with the
FlyQuest.
attempt on the reset from Polycart.
There we go.
Shuts him down after running his own
This is a good
marathon,
game so far.
and they get to reclaim the point.
Now, I remember Tuzi played on Elsa previously in the last patch, and I think some people were surprised. We were like, oh, Elsa's still good, and yes, very much still a very important hero to be able to use, especially Apex Predator down, because it is just such an incredible entry ultimate to be able to use.
I mean, can you imagine Tusi if he did, if he was allowed to play Cyclops? Like, it would be insane. There's a reason why it's banned against FlyQuest, and now you have Velocity to try to deal with this Rager Royal Flush. But
Oh my god, he just got deleted.
the amount of damage, the pressure, the antis, and Fez capitalizes right through the Fate of Both Worlds. You assemble everybody together with a Freedom Charge from Cart. Tusi will be making their way back from the spawn room gates, but a lot of these adjustments here from FlyQuest just to keep this fight going, as Vez goes all the way up, and the spaghetti spilled all over the floor as he
Wait,
does
he didn't get the
that
kill.
knock over their head, but Techie shuts him down right afterwards.
Yeah, and all the meanwhile, FlyQuest are still scoring, by the way, ticking up to 80% now at this point. Speedery opting to switch on over to Doctor Strange just to make sure they can re-engage and they don't get caught out in their spawn. As FlyQuest also been able to make some switches themselves. Velocity, of course, moving over. I
didn't even know there was a kill cam bug.
Ult come up a little bit later to really be the difference maker, as now Psionic Seduction will be popped again.
The fact that Velocity now making another change up now, this time over to the Jeff, because they're nearing 99%. The Edge Jeff could go crazy, but with overtime now taken away, Cooper dancing off Speedery. With all that damage boosted up, does find Tusi shutting down the attempt on the Apex Predator, which could go crazy because that was the counter that they originally
Team
used.
Liquid Citadel
to deal
burned
with
their
Cooper
portal,
and
by the way,
everything
already.
in that
FlyQuest
Fate
still
of
has their
Both
portal.
Worlds. Melio trying to keep everybody alive, had used up that extermination, and now Yazdelos coming down here with the Kumio Unleash. I have Okamoto to follow through. Everybody, though, feeling this pressure as now you see Velocity swap over back to the Luna.
Is this going to be almost identical from the previous round as well, where we see TLC flip it, and then FlyQuest have to jump back onto the point, but Techie and Car work in tandem.
FlyQuest might be... Oh, FlyQuest is taking this round, which I don't understand. Why didn't they commit ults?
On the point. Who can get
If they
back
commit
quickest is gonna be
ults,
one
they
of the
could...
biggest factors as
Wait,
Polly's
they
still
did
alive.
win the
And
fight.
we will
What?
see TLC be able to take this point away from FlyQuest.
Oh, Velocity with the freeze, bro. How did they win that?
Highlight the domination of this performance from Vez currently. You have the Strange Portal now ticking away here as TLC are also going to be able to hold their feet on this point with FlyQuest. Desperate measures. They have Cart and the Freedom Charge, but really no sustain unless Velocity stays alive.
Straight 6v6, but Freedom Charge is going to be the first to pop here. Energy taking down Melio, though. That could be very important indeed.
Come
With
on.
Melio falling, suddenly it changes things, and Melio's
Velocity,
going to switch over to
damn.
Daredevil to try and re-engage as quick as possible. But TLC are dominating now, and FlyQuest are dropping.
Damn.
The
Oh.
fact that the win con right there was keeping Velocity alive, and he missed the health pack has allowed TLC to come out on top, but it was no easy measure. FlyQuest looked great, but TLC looked even better to take the first map.
TLC, they just have that championship mentality, don't they? And it's
Bro,
so tough for
hold on, I wanna
FlyQuest
see
considering
something.
how close they were. But sadly, they were not able to get over the finish line, albeit
Jesus
very
Christ, why is
close
this on my
here,
screen?
Vic. And I think this is good for the series and for the playoffs in general to see how closely contested these two teams were. What a start for today.
Chat, if you guys
It's
missed
the
that
fact
and you have
this
no
is the
context
action
on that,
we
don't
were
worry about it.
Waiting for Gaskin. What a banger of a first match here. Literally cinema.
Listen.
for everybody
If you guys
watching
don't
at
know the
home.
context about that, don't worry about it, bro.
That TLC had played that so slowly.
Hold up, I want to
It's
see.
gonna be
I want to see
great.
one
I
of those
can't wait to
freezes.
see how a lot of this really plays out here, Gaskin. But just
I don't know if you guys remember what they said. But wait, hello.
This point, because it's the way they're able to sustain, survive, and delay to get the rest of the teammates back into some of these fights. That was insane. Honestly, I feel out of breath already, and we've only had one game yet.
it's gonna be a long one, Gaskin. I hope you're ready for the marathon, and I hope everybody else is as well. Because we got map number 2 on the other side of this break.
You can't. How do you see the first game? How do you see the first game? EMEA playoffs day 1. You can't watch it until it's done. Oh right here. Team Liquid Citadel against Team no. Oh, you can't watch it until it's done. Oh, bro. Okay, I have to remember that. I'm gonna leave the game open so we could go look at that replay. But apparently they said that there was a freeze on a Strange and it froze him, but apparently it was at the same pixel, like perfect freeze that the portal opened. But if he got that freeze down, that means the portal would have never opened, and that whole long, like 5-minute overtime would have never actually happened. And I wanted to go watch it, so we gotta go watch it. Hello? Hello?
Vanguard in ranked.
Okay. Nice. Hurry up. No, you can't rewind it because they weren't watching the Luna POV. That's what I wanted to go do. I wanted to go watch the Luna POV. Yeah. Chat, you guys are telling me to rewind. Yeah, you guys are telling me to rewind for something else. I want to go, if you go to the game client, I don't know if you guys knew this, but if you go to the game client and go to the esports tab, you can actually watch every single game from people's perspectives. And that's what I was going to try to do. No, you guys are good. You guys are good. We just got to wait for the series to be done, I guess. Yeah, I see that RuneScape. Oh, of course. I always do RuneScape. Oh, that's not hidden. I'm gonna get more water. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Protect your fall, king!
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us.
Okay, I'm back. Got my water. Wait. I was getting water. Wait a minute. Does that say Vespa mom? Is that actually Vespa's mom? No way. There is no way that's actually Vespa's mom in the chat. There's no way. That is absolutely sick. Tsunami for 48 months. And Exion for Shield Master 2 months. Also, we have a cat that's very scared of lightning and thunder, chat. She's behind the door. She's hiding because she's scared. Sushi. Also, that is a W, Mom. That... Look at me, chat. Look at me. Come over here. Look at me. That is a W, Mom. Supporting your son, watching the stream. That is... Don't look at this real quick. Absolutely awesome. That is cool. Here.
Outnumber you. Your powers are mine.
Hey, I love supportive parents. That's awesome. I love that. How you doing, Best Mom? Best was Mom. Best Mom. Best Mom.
Protect your
Hikari for 40 months. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite. Remember, tides will rise and fall. You can be the unwavering force that refuses to wash away. We've got Lady Loki, we've got White Fox, and we've got Captain America with their all-new skins, which I have to get my hands on, Vicky. I mean, especially Lady Loki for me. I think I'm going to have to jump into that one because it's been a while since Lady Loki skin was initially released, and now there's going to be a chance to grab one of my own.
The fact that Loki gets the double, I mean, and then White Fox, the Coastal Cameo is definitely one of my favorites that I have to gun for. I want to know from everybody how long it took for you guys, how many balloons to get this skin, because the fact that you get to adjust the cosmetics, she's got 3 different variables.
Got Lady Loki on my
Captain
second
America,
balloon, and it took every balloon
Sentinel,
for White Fox.
It's gonna be
Yeah, I'm
scary
banning you.
to look at that chest as
It
it's
took me
hurling
last balloon
itself
for both
towards your
characters.
backline.
You're banned. I don't like people who
Definitely
did
going to be
than me.
loading up later to grab some of these myself, maybe all of them. To be honest, because I'm a little bit of a skin hoarder, as I'm sure a lot of you at home are as well. Now we are amidst Team Liquid Citadel versus FlyQuest. TLC were able to take map 1 here, Vicky, in what was a heavily contested game. FlyQuest were very much a part of it. It was not a blowout by any means, and so close for them. 99% on both rounds there, but they weren't able to get over the finish line. Do we think now TLC will kind of carry on from here and dominate, or we can see a bite back from FlyQuest?
I mean, I think it's definitely going to go
It's
back and
shifting
forth,
time.
but I think it goes back to the pick and ban phase, Gaskin, where it's like, you can ban out Vez's Rogue, you can't out-ban out the Magneto, and yet you still let the Gambit go through as it wasn't the priority ban, and you still get that Magneto buff together with the team-up of the Gambit. I mean, so handily, we saw Paulie and Vez retake that point, hold it down, allow them to take that second round,
Vez
and talking
Mom,
about
look at
MVPs,
that.
and Vez and
Look
his
at that.
Magneto, he is your MVP for
Her
that
son got
first
the
map.
MVP.
No, surprise here, considering that he had 17 final hits, was going absolutely crazy to help enable Paulie too with putting down these bubbles. And then you have to imagine just the threat that backline helped enable Vez taking a lot of these fights.
Yeah, sometimes they were down a player, down 2 players after the initial KOs, and Vespa was still staying alive. TLC was still staying alive, and a lot of it was down to Vespa with his shield as Magneto, with the pressure that he was applying as well. Sure, they were backing off and they were giving up the point at times, but they weren't just running away. They were staying, they were contesting, they were being able to put themselves in a good position so that when they were able to re-engage, there were still players who were weak on the other side and had been applied said pressure.
Yeah, just looking at the way that the post-game stats are looking like for that first map alone, before we take a look at what map we're going to next, I mean, some of the standouts for me here, 2C was popping off and trying to deal with Cooper every single time we saw the Fate of Both Worlds. He went 23 and 12, but regardless of that, it was just the damage threat that we saw Vez put down, Paulie splitting the attention of that backline that was forced to run out with the triple strat just to deal with the Gambit, Rage, and Royal Flush. It's like all these tools utilized to try to flip these fights, and they still looked great, but then Speedery rolling out on the Daredevil for that second round was even scarier because it shut down a lot of Velocity from having a good time and playing the game.
I think one of the big things as well in that first round was the switch from energy initially over to Doctor Strange, and then after the death, moving over to Spider-Man so you can quickly engage, and then also building up the ultimate enough that he actually were able to get the Spidey off, and it was just such a huge difference maker in the end for TLC to take that first round. And then similarly in the second round, it was just those clutch moments that went their way. I'm sure FlyQuest will be a little bit disappointed, but they should be proud of themselves going toe-to-toe like that with TLC, who have been undefeated so far, haven't even dropped the map, bear in mind. So FlyQuest definitely showing good signs here, and perhaps now it's going to be their pick going into map 2. They might be able to find a little bit of a weakness here for TLC.
Can they, though? Because, you know, we did see how crazy it was for FlyQuest to be able to make these overtime fights last for so long. We saw, like, how many Raging Royal Flushes. I would love for somebody to actually have a timer on how that first round overtime fight took, because we usually get to keep track of those, Gaskin, but that one specifically, to see these two teams face off against each other finally, when we had, again, highlighted the fact that TLC didn't get to see that really stacked middle of the pack since they were on a separate group during the group stages. Now really deal with a crazy competition with the way that FlyQuest had tried to make these adjustments. I feel like it goes back over to the pick and ban phase here, and really the question is, what can FlyQuest do differently so that way they could push this a distance? Yeah, it's a question of, you know, do they stick to what they've prepped for and go for the same kind of bans? Or, now you've seen how well they've been playing on certain heroes, do you start to target ban a little bit more as well? But the trouble is, with a team like TLC, you target ban anyone or any particular role, you're going to allow something else through, right? And that's always been the problem with TLC, is that they almost feel untargetable, because then you just open up someone else to play their main or play their favorite role or hero, and then FlyQuest might just be a bit annoyed that they allowed something even more powerful to get through. So there's going to be a lot of considerations to go through here.
Was that a dog?
Some priority picks, at least off the top of my head, Gaskin, too, is like the fact that you let energy roll out on Cyclops, where he was able to farm not only so much damage, 18 finals, 31.3k damage in total, and that's on top of the front line from Polly and Vez, who are also putting in so much damage too. So it's just been so much pressure that I feel like FlyQuest are feeling right now, and even with taking that first map in our best of 5, once again, it's gonna go the distance, and Polly is locked and loaded.
Yeah, and I do think that this one could go the distance if FlyQuest are able to find any sort of form from that first game. That's going to give them a lot of confidence, for sure, because there was definitely the potential that you could be destroyed by a TLC who are so hot coming out of group stages. But of course, with the break we've been able to have between group stages and now, a lot of time to prep. Of course, 8.5 came out, so that changed the meta a little bit. But we will be moving
Jay,
over
I'm currently watching you while restocking some toilet paper in my bathroom.
We have seen FlyQuest on Heart of Heaven twice so far throughout group stages. They are 1-1.
Thanks
so
for the heads
we've
up.
at least been able to get them a victory on board. As for
What
TLC,
kind of toilet paper are you buying? 1 ply, 2 ply, 3 ply?
Stage 1, so I do think that this
Charmin,
is a clear
what do we have over here?
FlyQuest. They're trying to find something that maybe TLC are a little bit more uncomfortable on. But that being said, just because TLC haven't played it, that doesn't mean they're not going to be any good at it.
No toilet paper. Sandpaper.
Yeah, very true. And that also means that, since we have convergence for a second map, you could expect
vape right there?
Into map number 3 to see, you know, which of these teams end up coming out in clutch. As I love the music in Heart of Heaven, one of my favorite maps too upon release. And
I'm not telling you who my dentist is, bro.
With all smiles here, Vez is very happy after that last performance here in that first map for all the right reasons. But I also do want to look onto the other side of FlyQuest. We're talking about what they could do differently, Gaskin, but what did they do really good? Well, the fact that they had Cyclops banned against them because they don't want 2C to be a beast on that. You still have no issue being a beast on the Elsa.
Is he hitting a vape on the broadcast?
Literally, then energy just on the Elsa alone.
What are we doing?
Looking at those nerfs, wondering what's going to be the matchups that we could expect going into playoffs. And I feel like highlighting that flexibility alone, even though TLC just dominate when it comes to a lot of these target bans, it's going to be scary as the Gambit gets protected first from FlyQuest, and they do prio ban the Mantis.
Yeah, it's going to be very similar to start us off with here, Mantis being that first targeted ban, and which just opens up Gambit for everyone else. And you might be wondering, you know, why is
Chat, don't
Mantis
vape, bro. Isn't vaping really bad for your lungs? Don't do it,
Mantis
chat.
get added to a trip strat kind of role, it is very difficult to play up against. Beautiful to watch in the right hands, of course, but it is not an enjoyable experience if you are on the receiving end of it, and everyone now seems to be in that agreement. As Cyclops will be banned away. On the side of TLC, they'll take it from FlyQuest, but will FlyQuest allow it through again is going to be my question, as TLC opt to protect Ultron this time.
Okay, and I like this when it comes to Heart of Heaven. You love more of that
J3, I know you bait.
to play off the roofs
Nope.
when you're
I do not
defending
bait.
on that first
I
point.
don't do anything. The only thing I smoke
consider the fact
are
that
my
you ban out
enemies.
the rogue because you don't want to deal with Vez's rogue is stuck in jail.
That was
but then
Aura,
you still
right?
have to deal with the onset of that Magneto performance as the Rocket gets off the table too. And I like this because considering that TLC are starting off with the defense, they won't be able to also have a BRB now that FlyQuest banned that against them.
Yeah, I think getting rid of the Seer, getting rid of the BRB, very important. On the other side as well, the damage boost that Mantis provides, you've got to make sure you remove that instantly. Otherwise, you allow some of these duelist players to absolutely pop off, as we will see Captain America banned this time onto the side of FlyQuest. So it's going to be a slight change in terms of our locks and bans for this one. I do think it's interesting that you remove Rocket Raccoon, but you're leaving Cyclops up. So they feel like Cyclops is not as much of a threat, even though we just saw Energy definitely tear through the rest of the lobby.
That is crazy,
Cyclops,
not
but
banning
also having the
Cyclops.
flexibility to change at the same time.
I mean, honestly, like, Cart was definitely putting in the work on Cap, so definitely also highlighting his aura just being a problem after they wanted to try to target ban that as well. But with the Luna Protect 2 from FlyQuest, they still want to be able to rely on this, something that they're going to have to look for when it comes to Speedery, who could possibly roll out and focus on that player. But now seeing how this is going to play out with Team Liquid Citadel in the lead in our best of 5 as we dive into map number 2, Gaskin.
And I was about to say, does this open up Hulk? Walker. If you've taken away his cap, what else? What else is left? Oh no, I'll have to play Hulk. What a shame. We know how good Cart is on Hulk, so I am very excited to see this one, whether he can just bully TLC. But when you look across both comps here, Vicky, TLC does look a lot stronger at the moment over the hovers. I will be curious to see whether actually we see Penny get through here. We've already seen throughout group stages, Penny did crop up a little bit.
It's been cheeky
let's get
with
this, chat.
some
Let's
of
get
the
this.
quote-unquote cheese comps that we've also seen, looking at the different map selections, especially when it comes to like MOC.
Let's get it, let's
and
get
how
it,
some
let's
teams
get it.
wanna hold their defense. But the fact that FlyQuest are going to be able to roll out with having a rocket of their own, since it wasn't banned against them, you have to look at where TLC is positioned up here on this roof. Cooper also putting in some of that pressure, shoving off Cart, who wanted to contest
Bro, you guys are
them.
so late. I'm
And
already
with
moved.
Penny out in play from Polly, this was something else that we were exposed to earlier in the group stages.
Yeah, look
You know,
at the position
I've done a
from
lot
the
of
spider
elo
nest
hells
as well.
before.
Just
Something
so
that lower
difficult to
rank
try
players
and
don't
remove
do
that
is
nest
utilize
away,
this
so that
roof,
has to be
chat.
your
If you
focus
hold this
here.
roof,
If
it's
you're
very
on the opposition
good.
side, if you're one of those duelists, you have to try and remove that nest immediately.
Rise
Otherwise,
again.
you are just going to be
Appreciate Massive
walking
Prime
into
sub, my
mines
friend.
for
Welcome.
days. As FlyQuest are able to step up a little bit, they are able to get onto the point thanks to Cart, but now TLC starting to surround them.
Probably just getting away with just being a thorn on the side of FlyQuest, while currently FlyQuest is slowly trying to ease their way in, forcing TLC stuck in a room, puts on the nest right in front of the Vanpool from Techie, but it's this pressure that's allowing them to almost claim this point. They finally now re-engage off that pig, and it's even bigger because they do get the trade-off, but the positive is that FlyQuest have the advantage of that BRB.
Yeah, the BRB just allows them to re-engage straight away, and now it's just damage control here for TLC, trying to hold that
Can't
point
get off
and
the point,
deny
bro. Can't get off the
quick
point.
take from FlyQuest here, which would be huge in the speed they've been able to gain, but they haven't quite got there.
Oh, that is a huge amplifier. Oh my god, yo, FlyQuest.
1, 2, 3 KOs on the board. Speedery portals, but it is just going to be too late.
Yo,
if TLC if they give up the
FlyQuest.
first.
5 minutes taking that first
also
point in
have
the
to
first
highlight
fight.
that Rocket gets his ult so quickly. Aside from the BRB coming out in clutch for Zelos there to bring back
I knew I
their
should have got
teammate
popcorn for this
FlyQuest to
game.
make it an even 6v6 until they took the advantage. They also have that Sia online just to deny the opportunity to re-engage. Shu a little late on that portal, as you mentioned. And now, a little bit of a reset here with the Rage Royal Flush in the hands of Velocity, and Melio going in with the Dance of the Cutterfly.
Yeah, something a little bit different was tried from TLC. Didn't really work out in the end. FlyQuest were able to bully their way onto the point. Speaking of bullying, Polly's now moved over to Venom, but gets absolutely deleted as Cart says, oh, you want to go toe-to-toe? You want to throw big fists at each other? And FlyQuest looking comfortable. Cart in particular on Hulk is just creating so much freedom for his
Melio got
duelists at
off
the
the
moment.
Psylocke to go.
Not even surprised here. This is why I believe earlier today he said he's gonna rip his shirt off like the Hulk. So he's literally trying to embody the Hulk as a Rage Royal Flush is gonna be met from both sides. Cooper puts down the invisible boundary though. Perfect retaliation to deal with Tusi, who takes to the skies and shut down at the hands of Speedery.
Yeah, Tusi quickly switches over as well after the Galactic Legend moves back over to Elsa. Perhaps back to something a little bit more comfortable, especially considering that Galactic Legend was popped. FlyQuest still were unable to win that fight, and now look at the ult economy for TLC, by the way. They've got everything you could possibly want for this next engagement.
Trying to keep up on this defense too, and I don't know about you, Gaskin, but I absolutely hate when I'm stuck here and the attack, and now you have the Ruby Rage to clear up this space, and Cart's forced them back away as he is getting melted. Despite even having that snowflake ready to go, he's going to be able to reposition.
Good
and Melio this
survivability,
time
wow.
gets a little bit of retaliation, taking a
Great
page
survivability,
out of
dude.
the Speedery book, and does find that pickup too.
Pickup is gained, and
I am
FlyQuest
really
now still
surprised he
pushing.
actually did
TLC
not
will
die
back
there,
off a little
and he
bit, but
lived.
again, they still have options here. Eye of Agamotto could initiate everything, but it's actually going to be let the devil out initially, but he gets ripped from the map by Tuzi as Speedery unable to do anything off the back of it, and now FlyQuest will try and press their advantage, but Polly's able to get one as well. Eye of Agamotto will get popped in the end, and TLC taking full advantage of those frozen players.
I mean,
Wait,
they
that
may
doesn't
have
make
called
any
in
sense.
the exorcism to shut down the devil, but then you still have to look at
FlyQuest
that.
has
You got the
Gambit
Eye of
open, but they're not playing
Agamotto,
Gambit
Polly, too, with
anymore.
The Face of the Abyss. The Vanguards are holding strong for TLC, and FlyQuest still a little stuck behind here. They will have the Kumio unleashed, and Velocity's very close to having that fate of both worlds. But again, this is also such a tough spot to be held at when you're forced to wrap around the corner with the onslaught of damage that we're seeing from TLC.
About to say, Raging Royal Flush is available. TLC will look to try and be aggressive, and they find 2 KOs very quickly, so it just neutralizes the White Fox ultimate in the end. And yes, there's going to be a little bit of sustain here just because it was popped, but TLC getting those openers. Now, Cooper falling does mean FlyQuest will have at least a player advantage because it's going to take a little bit of time for TLC to get back into things, and Cart finds Vestwood too.
Which is why you see the swap over to the White Fox, so that way you can teleport and get right back into the action, not really delay too much. Also feeling that harassment from
They were
Melio,
playing
and
Star-Lord,
your
but
White
Star-Lord,
Fox, you
got
go in
deleted.
easily for a reposition and try to halter off the aggression that we're seeing in Speedery, having the 1v1, letting the devil out though, after they try to extend on that Banhammer. Originally, Techie has been popping off the spar, does find energy, and Polly's the next to fall, and nobody's really here, minus Vez, to contest this point. It's a matter of time as it get the second checkpoint.
Yo, this is
And as you
big
said,
for
Techie has definitely
FlyQuest.
got to be a focus here. The fact on the Van pool, he's been able to isolate some of those strategists with his bubble, deny some heals coming in from elsewhere, and just separating, segregating them from the rest of the team, and then destroying and deleting them with the Banhammer alongside the pistols. It has been a pleasure to watch as FlyQuest continue to march on here, and TLC have to reassess this one. They have no ults to work with at the moment. They're just going to try and build these up, but for FlyQuest, they've got plenty.
And they go right back over to the Ultron too, just trying to change up their plan, and Cooper swaps off the White Fox, goes over to the Invis. Speedery taking a huge amount of damage as Cart is completely trying to take over.
Oh
his
my
inner
God.
hold,
Oh my
harassing the Invis,
God.
the bubble. Get down, Mr. President, as they force him back, and Cart not only goes over to the Bruce Banner form, but
Dude,
will be able to get matched here.
I love
as he's
watching
gonna get
Hulk
BRB'd
gameplay, chat. I don't play Hulk, obviously,
here
but watching a
into
good
this
Hulk
action
player is...
together with this Apex Predator.
BRB, there's NRG. Energy
It's a lot of fun.
will take down Tuzi. And it is going to be a simple push now, you would imagine, from TLC as FlyQuest is just going to be retreating.
It's awesome how many characters are playable. That's what I'm saying, bro. There's so many people on Twitter who just doom post and they're like, oh, this character's nerf, oh, this character's meta, I can't play anything besides this character. Bro, we have seen so many characters be played in the first day of MRI.
They continue to be aggressive.
They got everything in the bag here, but at least Velocity is also here to keep everybody alive, to control more of that space too with the fate of both worlds. You come in, you wait out the Rager Royal Flush, but then you have the Extermination. It just gets focused by the Banhammer from Techie, but it's still controlling that space with the pressure that TLC is keeping FlyQuest around this corner.
Again, great work from the strategist from TLC, though, keeping Speedery alive despite the Banhammer being on him when Rage of Ultron was up. But saying that, Speedery now gone down, so FlyQuest have the advantage, the extra player, Polly.
How does the ban system work in pro play?
The BRB does come back onto Velocity, so now FlyQuest can re-engage, but now you see Galactic
You
Legend
ban for the
comes
other
out
team and you save for your team.
Here, it's the wombo combo,
So you'll see the bans are different. Team Liquid Citadel ban Captain America. That means FlyQuest can't play Captain America, but they could still play Captain America themselves. And you also have a few saves. You cannot ban anything that was saved.
Melio's looking to reset after finding out that Tuzi has once again gone down, but then you take a look at the time bank. You're down to less than 45 seconds on the clock to at least get to this third checkpoint.
Maybe one last attempt here for FlyQuest before they have to start to commit to a potential portal here. And again, it's going to be in the back of your mind if you're first to go down. A quick switch over to Strange, but again, Veswa is bullying and destroying at the moment, putting so much pressure on the front line of FlyQuest.
We're diving down, though. You get the Hulk smash coming in from Cart. Gonna be able to still
Dude.
harass this backline. Find Speedery. He's clearing the space.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, his Hulk is crazy good, dude.
And they cleared out TLC for now
Jesus.
to get around this next corner, but they cannot get off the point in the next 10 seconds.
I mean, excellent from FlyQuest. If they can get the full 3 here, It would be huge against TLC, and TLC have no ults to work
They have
with in
no
this next
ults.
engagement,
I mean, Team Liquid Citadel almost has Gambit. All they have to do is feed a little bit of, yeah, they're going to have Gambit.
That's going to be the key factor here for TLC, and FlyQuest have lost one, and now there's going to be the advantage for TLC, and they will pop the RRG, and now they start to get aggressive.
It's matched out from Velocity, but it's a little too late with Techie going down first.
Wait, hello?
Hero.
Did he airball? Oh no, Tuzi, you can't airball, bro.
Right on the other side, even with the X-Max Predator, nobody's there. As Energy follows up right there with the Ruby Rage, and Pauly finds two. It's overtime, taken away, and FlyQuest are slowly trying to scoot away from the mouth of the portal.
There was a quick portal from Techie, but Techie very close to being deleted. Somehow, some way, stays alive and is doing his best to try and stall at the moment, as elsewhere Veswa was able to switch over and take down 2 players from Fly, make it 3, and everyone will fall. So FlyQuest do not cross that 3rd point, but boy,
how many times a day do you think someone asks about the bans and how they work?
And it's still
fine.
going to be a lot of work to do here for TLC. One of the key factors.
A few people are probably pretty new to MRI. They wouldn't watch MRI because
Can we talk about the quick swap?
I think having co-streamers and people who stream the game watch it bridge the gap between pro play and just casual play.
On the other side of the portal,
I mean, I don't think a lot of you guys would be watching MRI if I wasn't watching it.
Swap up to copy the Rage and Royal Flush.
Something that a lot of esports like Overwatch failed to do in the beginning.
But TLC are constantly making these changes to clutch out at the end as they still held the defense.
Tried to say Rage and Royal Flush, and I said RRG. I don't know where I got the G from, but that's on me for trying to shorten the ult, I guess. The Rage and Royal Flush, though, was
I love doing watch parties. It's fun seeing you guys all gamble against me and lose all your money.
Sometimes when
it's
you
pretty
just
fun.
lost a fight, you look up at the ult economy and you're like, crap, like what do we do from here? All right, it's your job to make sure you build up as quick as possible. Just engage everyone, cover everyone, make sure the Gambit stays alive, so then that Rage and Royal Flush can be popped. But as you say, the switches have just been everything from both teams, actually. The ability to read the game, know when to switch.
I think there's a command for it.
Is one of the biggest factors of why pro players are so good, because they can assess what they need to do as a counter or in the moment to try and make a difference, like you say, whether it is countering a portal play or whether it is countering another hero on another team, or if you're just struggling to find anything on that certain hero, you have to adapt.
It's so hard, like when you're also dealing with just Energy, who is farming not only damage, but getting these final hits, and saw that in between Speedery rolling out on the Ultron. Surprisingly, though, while FlyQuest do have the rocket available to play, aren't utilizing it on this defense. So no PRB for them, just trying to match having the Ultrons in the sky, as well as the triple strat. As Cooper now comes up on the high ground here and is going to go uncontested. They harass the Ultron, and as he gets harassed, it's fine. You still take that one strat off the table, and they get no PRB to bring him back. And Vest is looking to get a shish kebab and buffet before he could get to the health pack here, unfortunately for Cart.
Yeah, TLC said, oh, you took the point pretty quickly in the previous. Let's one-up you here. I think we can do it even faster. But FlyQuest still trying to hold on. But now with the Magneto going down, I think this might be the beginning of the end of this first point. It's going to be difficult to even commit at this point, but they will get the portal out very quickly.
Vest is kidnapping so many people. Probably something I shouldn't say when his mom's here, but it's a good thing in Marvel Rivals terms.
Going to be back down to 5, and TLC still have the advantage.
He got jumped so quick.
Oh my god, bro.
One. Sure, you have the teleport here from the White Box. You've already burned up the bubble, and now he is the one to follow up and go down. Velocity at least has a fate of both roles. They keep this fight going. They're delaying more time away from TLC, but it's just a matter of time before that fate of both worlds ends. And now the extermination from Speedery is going to clear this point, but it's a great stall that we're seeing nonetheless, as little by little they do fight Speedery, but they're not trying to burn all these ultimates, so the way they can clear
Team Liquid Citadel has 5 minutes on the, what do you call it? Attack
really
2.
A good example of what you need to do if you're an Angela, if you're a Bucky, if you're a Wolverine. It's about stealing the opposition players and putting them out of the sight lines of the strategists or whatever, so that you can just get an easy KO and delete them and make sure they're out of position. That's exactly what we're seeing from Vesper at the moment. Very frustrating to go up against a player who is good on an Angela, believe me. As now TLC will be able to get that point just as quickly as FlyQuest
Does
did.
TTK have
to march on with 5 ults available as well.
TTK has some competition with Angela.
To swap over to the Wolverine. Sure, you don't have the team up with Cyclops, but they've had enough. They've had enough of this Angela. You have the Rage and Royal Flush, though, that you got to deal with as he tries to beat Melio over on the other side. Techie, unfortunately, is the first victim, and they're looking to hold up. Melio's doing his best to try to stay alive, at least stop for as long as possible, but the rest of your team are gone.
Oh
and
my,
is the next to fall?
No bidet needed. That is a clean wipe for TLC as FlyQuest will fall. And they're gonna
No
have to try
bidet needed? That was a clean wipe. Yo, what is Gaskin saying, bro?
Quickly. They're going to see how this next fight goes for them.
Gaskin at?
But certainly that Wolverine, there's a lot of responsibility here for Melio to try and get one of those kidnaps.
See Cart too with the double bubble here. He does have the reset opportunity available with World Breaker though. Before
That's not me, by the way. That's not me. That's not me.
he finds
That's not
Speeder, he
me.
doesn't really see anything now, but although Polly keeps harassing this backline.
That's not me, chat. That's not me.
Really
That's not my
having the
internet.
foundation
That's
of
not
that
my
sustain
internet.
Here forces Car all the way back, and
That's not my
this
internet.
cycle damage output is so scary before getting right back together with Velocity.
All right, clear your throat, get ready, because this is going to be ults pop left, right, and center from both these teams now. As I'm sure FlyQuest are going to commit a lot, and TLC have a lot of answers as well. And the first is going to go in favor of TLC, but now
07 for
FlyQuest are
Vest.
going to answer back, and Cart takes down Vest, but Polly replies.
Paulie is just harassing the backline here, but Techie enters back to fight Speedery, who hasn't really gotten much done. You have the invisible boundary, but it gets taken out right through it. Unfortunate for Nero, even better for Tusi, who comes in from the other side. We had seen that Glartrox earlier up. Sure, he got taken down when they were on the attack, but this is an even better look, especially when you're holding onto the high ground right before that second checkpoint.
It's very interesting fights that are happening in the moment because of the dive that's available for both teams. Fights are happening on kind of either side, front line and back line between these two teams at the moment, as Melio will be able to work in tandem with Tuzi to take down Veswa, and they get that opener, let the devil out from Speedery, but is it going to be enough to actually find any KOs? Yes, it will. Alongside Energy, Zelos and Velocity will go down,
Team
and
Liquid
TLC
said that
regain
was,
control of this fight.
And they lost out their strat, so they're forced to just back away. Here, Kitty Escart says, before taxing his way back over to the strats to boost up their ultimate. But that was a great fight. Even though it was going back and forth just a little bit, the ult economy from both sides were utilized so well here. Even Cooper having the Rage and Royal Flush, Polly to follow up.
I like how many switches that a lot of people are doing. They're not just staying on one character for the whole game. They're doing a lot of switching.
How to play Venom
I
properly
like that
as well. Polly just always seems to be able to pull out all the stocks when it comes to any kind of Vanguard that just applies pressure. It doesn't matter if it's going to be a Captain America or a Venom. He does exactly the same thing. I'd like to actually see what he does on a Thing as well, as Rage and Royal Flush will be popped. And it's going to be 2 quick KOs going in their favor. And even though Meteor M came out, it is not going to help FlyQuest as TLC march closer and closer towards victory here. And you will see Dance Floor does get popped. You are going to see Fate of Both Worlds just keep them alive for a little bit, but not long enough as TLC continue to dominate.
And we also see another ultimate here from Vez, just because in the last fight it did get canceled just temporarily, but now you still have a lot in the arsenal.
3
here.
minutes still to cap for third.
Looking to contest here, gets followed up with the Y-Fox teleport just so that way.
And also Team Liquid Citadel still has 4 ults.
Vez is looking to get another kidnap.
FlyQuest only has almost 2. That's crazy, bro. Their ult economy is still up.
And as you said, a lot of ults as well. Perhaps that Ruby Rage is going to be able to just initiate the damage from Energy, and then FlyQuest may just fall off the back of it, especially when you apply the pressure from Polly and Veswa.
Now looking over to keep this wall breaker. The Ruby Rage is trying to shut down that health bar. He got put in the microwave, but now you have the Heaven's Retribution. You have the Glartrox coming in, not going to get the cancel this time around. And you have the Feast of the Abyss, as well as a follow-up. I mean, you have these 2 Vanguards harassing you, clearing you back to front. And what can you do at this point when Energy's also farming all this extra damage?
Was a 4v4 temporarily, but the BRB is now there for FlyQuest as Rocket Raccoon back in.
I think that's GG's, bro. I think Team Liquid Citadel wins that.
From Energy at the moment, just deleting Hulk every time. The health just not being able
I
to stay
mean,
above
unless FlyQuest, they almost have 2 support. Oh, never mind. GG chat. 07. I don't think FlyQuest gets that. No.
Your summer skins and pop like
they almost had 2 support ults, 3 support ults.
Almost. And take it the distance. Didn't even need that third checkpoint here.
Someone just won, and I looked at their camera and I saw him like
to now sit at match point in our best of 5 here.
Fix their wedgie. I don't know if you guys saw that, but
definitely making games of it here. But again, the quality of Team Liquid Citadel is still shining through. The ability to adapt quickly, change those heroes when they need to, and also just working in tandem with some of these ults. The Feast of the Abyss into the KO off the back of it was one of the important ones there.
Bro, they were showing the face cams. Where am I not?
3-pointer here on the set.
Where am I not supposed to look?
So
Emily.
much to break down there. Like aside from even like canceling.
Emily said, "Hold on to me for 1 second" while I was DMing her, and then she's in chat talking to you guys. Emily, am I not important?
Come on top of TLC, and the way that they try to crumble the foundation of keeping.
Did you see my last message?
It's crazy to see how TLC
you said,
has been
"Yes,
able to make
I'm fabulous." 1 second. That's all you said.
So hard, even with Melio, to make these swaps, but Sitting at match point right now is Team Liquid Citadel after that Game 2 win. Don't go anywhere, because we'll find out
Wait,
what map
what?
is looking
There's
like right
no
after this.
way. There's no way. Hello, Jay3. Hello, mods and chat. I'm afraid I have bad news. Your cell phone is dead. They couldn't fix my phone? I gave them $300 to fix my phone. You're telling me they couldn't fix it? Give me back my $300. I just got scammed. Nah. Purple Mike, appreciate the massive prime sub. Bro, no. There's no way Apple just scammed me out of 300. No. You know what? I'm giving all the... Wait, what? Wait, is my phone actually not fixed? Yo, explicit. Appreciate the massive 5 months. Jackass consumer. Wow, we were just... Appreciate the massive prime sub. Fabled. Appreciate the massive 2 months. Wait, what? No, they didn't charge you $300. They did a diagnostic test for free. It's $500 to fix. Let's just wait for iPhone 18. You want me to spend like 4, 5, 6 months with no cell phone? No! I need my cell phone. 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 I need my cell phone, though. Do they not know who I am? Tell them that I am a Marvel Rivals streamer. They'll know who I am. They probably are not gonna know who I am. They're gonna be like, who the fuck cares, bro? You know what? Your $300 fix is $700 now. Piece of shit. Yeah, tell them I'm bald. Maybe they'll feel bad for me and give it to me for free. Oh, that's crazy, bro. That is crazy. I gotta go to the bathroom, chat. Give me a second, man. I gotta go to the bathroom. That's crazy, bro. W matches so far? It's been good. It's been good. Wait, my screen wasn't the problem. My motherboard died? What? How does that even work on a cell phone? I've never had that. What? So that's not my issue. That's the phone issue for being defected, no? Wait, Emily's typing. Emily said, they said that the issue was that you had 27,364 photos, all of the same thing. Maybe you should delete some of the Emma Frost, Luna Snow, and new Loki skin off your phone. Wait, what? I need those. Huh, I gotta go to the bathroom, chat. That is crazy, bro. That is actually crazy.
can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up a fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end and rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite. We are amidst Team Liquid Citadel versus FlyQuest, and it is now 2-0 for FlyQuest. But when I tell you, to Team Liquid Citadel, excuse me, just trying to hand out wins. FlyQuest have been very close indeed, kind of pushing TLC to the distance in both of these maps here, Vicky. Question is, is it now just going to be, we move on, it's going to be a 3-0 to TLC, or can we finally see FlyQuest put one on the board? They get the pick of map yet again here, but TLC just seem to be a little bit better when it comes down to those clutch moments.
Yeah, we saw a lot of changes from both ends, but I just feel like the way that TLC, not only the fact that like they're all together in person, like we get to see the zoom ins on the cameras, we get to see all the players' foreheads, but then we get to see the energy get brought out from Energy himself, because the Cyclops has also been on another level. I'm not surprised here seeing how dominant of a duelist he is, but with 40k damage, going down, by the way, 4 times with a 52.5% accuracy.
It's insane that Cyclops is getting through the bans. I'm going to be honest, but it just shows how incredible some of the other heroes as well, and how difficult they are to play against, the fact that they're allowing Cyclops to get through. Also, it just shows how good the Vanguards are on TLC, that they're being targeted a little bit. Elsewhere, the Strat's also losing out on a couple. So I do think that Energy's going to be pretty happy that you're able to play on Cyclops throughout this. I don't think that's going to be the case against every team throughout playoffs. I imagine that Cyclops will be banned away against certain rosters. But for now, Energy having a field day, and that Ruby Rage has certainly been raging through as we take a look at some of the stats.
Oh my, look at the difference of Energy's damage output compared to everybody else that exists in the game. Like, 2C, who was able to not only match ahead of him in that first map, falling behind at nearly half of that damage output here too. And we know that, you mentioned it before, right? Just the hero pool that we know that Team Liquid Citadel have in their pockets. If you're dealing with Energy on the Cyclops and you want to try to target ban the Cyclops, we've seen him pop off on the Elsa himself. We've seen him pop off on the Phoenix, all that, being nerfed, of course, at the same time. But it's the answer that could deal with FlyQuest if they really did want to rely on having a rocket. I mean, just so much in this rock, paper, scissors duel, together with that and Speedery going over to the Daredevil, Vez making a swap over to the Angela. It's just been insane pressure. If you take a look at the other side, even Techie starting to really come about when he was on the Vanpool, as well as Cart trying to follow up together with Techie. But it was kind of like mystery heroes when it came to looking at Melio, who tried to make this Ultron work, and then you're getting shish kebab out of the sky by Vez, and then getting also pressured by Energy.
Sorry,
who
I had to
just
go to the
gets
bathroom.
free reign on the Cyclops.
Yeah, I think that's what's insane. I remember when Cyclops was first announced and everyone was looking at the videos
sorry.
Oh,
I really
so
had
it's
to go to
just
the
a
bathroom.
hit scan Moon Knight? What's going on here? Why are we giving players this ability to do this much damage? And that's exactly what has happened here. I do think, for me, Cyclops is an insta-ban, especially in my ranked games anyway. Maybe we will see more teams start to take Cyclops away a little bit more, but also with the amount of, Mantis that has been taken away as well. Again, imagine if Mantis plus Cyclops gets through, right? Like, that is the scary factor. That's what everyone would be terrified about.
And you still got like the Rage and Royal Flush, because Gambit's been going through it for a lot of these games. Energy sitting up a little bit, says, Hardy, they can't catch me lacking here. But loving the energy that we're having from TLC as they are locked and loaded, as well as the addition of these player camps, with TLC currently sitting at match point in our best of 5. You look at the other side of the coin, FlyQuest, as we've already said so many times, Gaskin, are playing fantastic. But again, it's that hero pool that you're dealing with from TLC, no matter what they throw at them.
Well, for map 3, it again is FlyQuest's choice, and they will be taking us to
There's
Spider
no
Islands, which
way,
I'm excited by.
bro.
I'm always happy when
My
it's not
phone
Museum of
can't be
Contemplation, with the amount of
fixed?
Museum of Contemplation we saw throughout the group stages, and we did see FlyQuest take us here once during said group stages, and they did win it as well. And following a pattern here, Vicky, we haven't seen TLC on Spider Islands throughout group stages. I clearly think FlyQuest are trying to focus on maps they've played and won and practiced, and hoping for TLC it's going to be slightly weaker, but we've already seen that is not always going to be the case. That being said, I am curious to see whether FlyQuest have got anything up their sleeve here.
As we move on to Spider Islands and the way that FlyQuest has been trying to lean into that win
ridiculous, bro.
condition
There's
of being
no
able to have
way
the
that
upper
my
hand in a lot of
phone-
these
no,
maps, not
man.
really working out for them, but it's a good plan nonetheless, as they've been able to get the experience and practice and even look back at some of those older tournament VODs.
I don't
Poly,
think
once
I
again,
backed
always
up
just
any
looks
of
like
my
it's just another day
photos
at
or
work.
anything
Get
to the
ready, set up
iCloud, so I
here,
just
and the
lost
follow-up
everything
together
on my
between
phone.
Those two vanguards of Poly and Vez has just been so scary to deal with if you are the backline of FlyQuest. So looking to see which of these teams are going to be starting on what side and what the pick and ban phase is going to phase out to be.
Well, I think we're going to see a pattern emerge. Mantis ban. Surprise, surprise. And then, of course, Rogue removed and Gambit protected. This might be something we see for the majority of playoffs. I think everyone get ready for this to be pretty much the be-all and say-all when it comes to lock and bans to begin with. It was pretty much how it went down in EMEA as well, across like the 23 picks or whatever there was. So
No,
I think
you know
a lot
what?
of
I'm
people are gonna
pretty
be
sure.
following
I'm
suit
pretty sure
unless someone
Apple is a big enough
changes
company
and
to do
redefines
this,
meta
where they
and
like
finds a
probably
way to
send out
break
like a little,
through
hey, you know,
somehow,
some
some
people are
way.
gonna
I
get an
think it's going
update.
to be very
Congratulations, you got
similar.
an
As we will
update.
see
No, it's a
TLC
ticking
also
time
removing
bomb.
Cyclops
Oh,
as they
you
did
got an
before,
update?
and
Okay,
FlyQuest are
T
gonna
minus
take
24
Captain
hours
America
until
away
your
from
phone
TLC.
shuts off forever, and you have to buy a new
He's
one.
like, let me at him. Let me at him. Now I'm stuck in
Automatic
LCG,
fry your
unfortunately,
motherboard.
just like, we
Oh,
see
now you
Vez
gotta
was
buy a new
unable to
phone.
pull
Haha,
out
give
the
us
bro, but
$1,000.
That's no surprise here as they
I'm pretty
protect
sure that's what happened,
the
man.
Venom, because they saw the target very early onto the Captain America. They want to be able to still enable Poly to continuously harass that backline, get some follow-ups together with Speedery if he does still showcase more of his Daredevil, as Cyclops
I'm pretty sure
is the next to get banned.
Nah.
Hooray! We actually get adjustments here as
That's crazy.
FlyQuest noting what a threat Energy has been on TLC, but again, as we already highlighted, Gaskin, that's kind of not an issue when he's got a bag of tricks up his sleeve as well as a flexibility to go over into another hero.
But of course, that does open up plenty of things for
This guy
TLC
followed the stream
on
and said
their
turn
side.
ads
I mean,
off.
Rocket
I could
Raccoon,
buy a
of
new
course, now is
phone.
going to be getting through
Turn the
this
ads to
ban phase
max.
for them as well, so it opens up
not
Sia, and
actually
we know
gonna
how good
happen.
Sia can be as TLC will remove Luna Snow away. But I think that is smart from FlyQuest. You can't see 40k damage from someone on Cyclops and be like, yeah, sure.
Oh, my
let's
phone
let
screen
them
just
play
wouldn't
them
turn on,
again.
Michael.
No,
Just
it's
wouldn't
a
turn
smart
on,
ban.
and then apparently I
It may
thought the
still
phone
not help
vibrating
them
and all
in
that, but
terms of
apparently
how
now it's the
deep the hero
motherboard.
pool is for Team Liquid Citadel and Energy in particular. That being said, I think you have to give yourself the best chance by removing, I think, one of the best heroes that we have available in Marvel Rivals at the moment.
It's really important. I do really like the Loki Protect at the very end there too, because everything is on the line for FlyQuest before they may start their gauntlet run in that lower bracket. Poly open up the gates, because with DLC started things off on defense. We get to see some Poly Penny shenanigans with, by the way, I just have to say, I love Spider Islands too. I love the music, always catch me jamming. It's also a nice little break away from what we usually see on MOC, Museum of Contemplation, when it
No,
comes
I don't
to
think they
our
charged me
convoy map.
$300
So a
for
lot
not being able to
more
fix my phone.
dig into the map studying from FlyQuest as we get set up here, everybody. FlyQuest starting things off on the attack. Currently TLC at match point in our best of 5.
Everyone take note of where Polly puts this spider nest, by the way. If you are a Penny player and you want to know where you are putting the nest down, because that is the most important thing here. Find somewhere to put it that is protected and you can kind of guard it a little bit and make it more difficult for the other team to be able to remove it, and you are going to have a good time. But remember, the nest and Penny in general didn't work out too well the last time we saw it from TLC. On the previous, FlyQuest were able to kind of break through a little bit more comfortable than perhaps TLC would have been prepared for, and maybe the Groot is going to give them the room to break through.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, good. Oh, poor guy. Wait, he lived.
Get away. He manages to actually
Wait,
scoot
he
away back to
lived.
the, let us say, of the team. Huge in putting out those nest placements here and trying to be able to recontest, and Cooper to follow up onto finding Techie. At least he has a BRB to get right back into the action.
Both teams opting to go with Bucky as well. The Winter Soldier comes into the fray, so we'll expect to see a lot of grabs and trying to displace some of these very important heroes that you can just remove out of the way, out of the sidelines. But instead it happens on the other side, and it is via the Wolverine onto the Bucky. And we will see FlyQuest be able to win this initial fight and start to push here. Maybe Spider Islands is the perfect place they could have taken TLC.
Melio must have had 2 cups of coffee. The way that he's been going in for a lot of these kidnaps, even in that second map, man, he is on a terror. Gonna be able to get the beautiful follow-up on top of it as we get the portal plays coming in to go in for their contention, and then you get the stun while you're at it. But thankfully, with Zelos being on the Rocket, which, by the way, Rocket is available for both these teams to play, they immediately use a Sia, and guess what, TLC? You can have that for now because we have more than enough time to still contest before you get to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, is that a win for TLC? The portal forces out the Sia, but the question will be whether you can actually get onto the touch here and deny the first point from being grabbed. But the pressure that's being applied from FlyQuest in the moment is making it very difficult. But we will see Fate of Both Worlds popped by Cooper. And now the high of Agamotto comes through from TLC. And FlyQuest, they are sitting ducks, but they are surviving right now.
Oh, he gets the reset though. Sound of Seduction now just trying to stop him, but it allows Energy to just wait just a little bit before he goes in for another
Come on, let's
reset.
see it. Come on, make me proud. Make me proud on the bucket.
And Tusi, having other plans, has knocked the head off of
Curse.
Energy's shoulders, and Polly continues to contest despite FlyQuest just trying to stop him with short.
Get those mines down, but also make sure you're on this point. You don't want to allow them to get the easy push over here, but TLC have now dropped 3, make it 4, and they can try and sustain a little bit, but FlyQuest have been able to bully them off the point. And
FlyQuest is doing really well. I really want to see FlyQuest do a lower bracket run.
What TLC just
they're a good team. They are completely different when Vest was on the team. I'm not saying that Vest was the problem, but remember, like, they had a lot of issues and they got a lot of new players and stuff. They're doing really good.
Allows FlyQuest now to keep pushing on.
It's crazy, too, because with the BRB also just in the table here, the way that Zelos is about to get another Sia after just using it, you let the devil out. Scooter comes in, the 1-2-3 to follow from Nero to find 2 off of FlyQuest. No sustain here left, and it's just going to be a reset here for FlyQuest.
Do we see any changes from FlyQuest after they've seen the switch over now and the Daredevil? Certainly a problem on the side of TLC. It looks like Tuzi and Melio happy at the moment to stay, especially with Melio having ult available. Tuzi not far away from it as well. But like you said, they've got Rocket Raccoon, they have Sia available for this next fight, and it certainly is going to be difficult for TLC because they have nothing in terms of an ultimate economy. FlyQuest may not know that just yet, though, so they don't want to pop anything just too quickly and be too hasty with it. They're just trying to push this cart naturally right now.
Until just so that way they can clear that next corner, right? And Techie's hungry. He's got the Strangling Prison in his pocket, as you've already mentioned, having this ult economy, but something else is going to be the Meteor M that Vez is holding on to. Take a look at how Velocity is going to position themselves once they activate that Rage and Royal Flush. Cooper to find Tusi, by the way. Off angle, Speedery is also trying to bring in a lot of this attention. Pulls it out from the front end, and now you have the Rage and Royal Flush to control this space. Vez goes up. Can he find the markdown, though, onto the
That means he has a free
Gambit,
Groodle. Free Groodle, bro. Free Groodle.
Actually allows him to stay alive, but currently with a huge anti coming out from Nero and the Rage and Royal Flush themselves.
Oh man,
they
Team Liquid Citadel is still winning these fights, bro. FlyQuest, you guys gotta use your ults, man.
So that way they come out on top.
Yeah, surprising, really, isn't it? Considering that FlyQuest had that ult economy available, but they were just happy to take the neutral initially, and it allowed TLC to build up a little bit more and then fight back with some impressive ults of their own. Kraken Impact is still going to be available for Tuzi, so if they do get someone weak, perhaps they can bounce off of that and continue to go again and again, as here is the Kraken Impact that is popped. But now are you able to follow up with it? It looks like the answer is going to be no, as Tuzi will just be able to apply a little bit of pressure off the back of it.
And then the freeze too, that's so unfortunate too, because when he popped the Kraken Impact, he couldn't get the reset. They had just finished him off at the very end there. So no reset at the same time though. Techie's still trying to clear up more of this space. Piece of the Abyss though, ooh, the wall, just trying to help out the strategist in controlling more of that space over from the backhand, while Energy sees Techie as a sitting duck, as the rest of FlyQuest are struggling as they feel the pressure from Speedery being on the Daredevil.
Yeah, with Techie going down now, you are just going to have to back off and wait for Techie to come back up. Apply a little bit of pressure on that Vanguard and, of course, drop some of those walls to try and isolate some of these players. But Speedery is waiting like a shark in water at the moment. But no, it's not Jeff. It's Daredevil. And now he can let the devil out if he would like to, but he's holding on to it for now. He's going to wait for that perfect opportunity.
And release nothing. If anything's gonna be released from Energy with that Apex Predator to follow here. Another anti, by the way, onto Techie and Zelos. No follow-up just yet, but Speedery getting information to retaliate and let the rest of TLC know. Nero does have the Rage and Royal Flush, and it's a 3-2-1 as Speedery goes in and tries to get crazy here. The follow-up is beautiful, but Energy does get shut down, which means that Speedery had to get away. He gets trapped. He couldn't get away. The fact that Tusi was able to get that follow-up, the rest of FlyQuest now
go buy your new
over
iPhone
to the
at
left side of the
Costco,
show.
or buying your
That's
new
still
phone at
contesting for as
Costco.
long as
Apple doesn't
possible.
come
He
with
goes zooming all the way up.
Apple
And
doesn't come
Polly's
with
still trying to waste more time away
$1.50
from
hot
FlyQuest.
dogs and soda.
Great read from Velocity as well. Recognized there was going to be an attempt at a dive. It was
Can you
good
even buy an
communication
iPhone at
coming out from
Costco?
TLC, making sure they could work together. Speedery and Polly saying, look, let's try and take down the Gambit. But Velocity was there. Raging Royal Flush to deny and also apply so much pressure with the rest of the squad that now FlyQuest start to move forward. They've got only 17 seconds left before overtime and still quite a ways to go yet. So TLC can use this choke point to their advantage.
Oh, he was one shot from the back end here. Energy manages to get away. Beautiful bubble coming out from Best, who has that Meteor M2. They come diving in. Cart has a reset with the Feast of the Abyss, but FlyQuest have 3 other ultimates in their pocket to match that. Here comes the Glock Trucks, though, going all the way up to avoid getting hit as Nero is the first victim. That's going to be big here as Vez finds Tusi right before it comes up. Energy to match that, too. Speedery now making the swap over to the Wolverine, and you have a huge Feast of the Abyss. This time a Nancy, too, onto Zealous and Velocity cost their life, but the reset here from Polly as he continues to showcase a crazy performance.
I don't think they get it down. I don't think they get it down. Wow, they actually got it down.
As overtime is still going away, but they try to move up with the strangling prison, and it's
Oh,
all
man.
for naught.
Hey, that was a good push, though. That was a good push.
That second checkpoint.
It's still a good distance from FlyQuest, but we know full well with what TLC have to offer, I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to topple that. That being said, again, a lot of it came down to the Meteor M there, just perfectly timed and also very patient with it to try and just hit the right hero at the right time. And Veswa just knew exactly who he was going to target, and FlyQuest, sadly, off the back of it, struggled to recover. And it's always difficult, you know, you get the portal out, but everyone was so staggered. You're jumping through that portal as an individual, as a duo, and it's so easy to delete people when that happens. It's so hard to stall. The FlyQuest, they will have to just accept the 1 point and almost 2, close to 2. And that's going to be the aim for TLC here to try and beat.
Even Tusi with the 10 finals. I mean, it's just so hard, too, because you're desperately trying to make sure the contest comes in with the overtime taken away by a pixel, and you put it directly right on top of the cart, and let's say you move out of the portal to the left side, you're out of line of sight of your strategists who are trying to keep you alive, getting melted down with the cart also being right there in front of the portal. It's a tough situation here, and we get to even see the way that TLC are going to roll out on this attack. Your Speedery does stick to the storm. We'll find out soon, though, and Cooper being on the Loki. I mean, something else that we have to mention, Gaskin, is how strong Spider Islands is the way that it's enabling these Daredevils to get these plays, to get the information that they need to then fully dive onto that backline of FlyQuest.
Look what FlyQuest are doing as well. It's the 3-3. 3 Vanguards, 3 Strategists. Everyone eat heart out if you're a duelist player. It is possible. There's also Speedery going to bring out the Storm as well. We saw a little bit of this in Amir. Very excited to see Storm in the engagement here because she can be so incredible when playing correct. Never mind. FlyQuest are going to be able to survive with the 3-3 at the moment. It is going to be difficult for TLC to break through here because there is just so much health on the board. And of course, the healing on top of that. And you've got melee on the Adam Warlock. I love this setup.
Saw her taking the skies for a solid like 4 seconds, by the way, but it's fine. Speedery sticks to, and then now Speedery's gone. Tusi is not letting Speedery roll out on the Storm, which means Speedery makes the automatic swap up. I'm wondering, are we really going to commit here to the Black Cat, where her claws have been cut out after the nerfs that we have seen? Polly, though, does find Cart, which is going to be big because they're not running the rocket, so they won't have the BRB to bring him back.
Kart is going to switch over to Venom, though, just to try and get back into this engagement as quick as possible, swinging through. Again, that's another important thing, to be able to switch your hero on the fly, just to re-engage as fast as possible. So having a deep hero pool does help. Tracking Impact is available for Energy if he wants to use it as well, which he will. Slam, and maybe you get the again. It doesn't even matter, even able to do the damage. Does get the refill onto the ult, and they are just going to be slamming home as now TLC will dominate that fight.
I taught Energy how to do that, by the way, chat.
I know Zealous is going to hear that in his nightmares too, by the way. The fact that he went down when he had the invisible boundary is tragic here, but the portal plays does allow them to contest, though, at the very same time on the back end of the card. You see Zealous just taking their time before putting it down, and Vez, with the focus priority, shuts down Zealous. No invisible boundary. It's another clean wipe, and the portal, all for what here? As Speedery is also making the successful gameplay, the Black Cat actually work out.
Also, wait, people said Black Cat's not good. We're seeing Black Cat right now.
most importantly, they were able to take down Melio as well. The Karmic Revival was there and waiting, but with Melio falling and not having the passive available, it meant that he couldn't get it off, and it looks like TLC might be able to just get this first point so comfortably, and now they have 4 minutes and 24 on the clock to be able to push this one through. They just need to get close to that second point, as now you will see Karmic Revival onto 1, 2, 3 members of FlyQuest as they look to try and re-engage.
The fact that Velocity was trying to hold on for as long as possible, the fact that Cooper also had used the God of Mischief a little early, means that he was forced to also use that Rager Royal Flush. Backing away, though, Psionic Seduction now brings Tusi over to the other side, and Zelos has yet to put down one invisible boundary because Energy is farming FlyQuest right now. Alongside Cooper and Speedery, Cart isn't going down without a fight, though. He at least finds the threat that is Energy, but it's not like they're going to have a Karmic Revival to keep this going. They're just trying to stall and waste time as much as possible away from TLC.
You can take Cyclops away from Energy, but his hero pool is just too deep. Farming on the Bucky, it's not just the damage he's outputting as well. It's not just how good he is with the Kraken Impact, but it's how he's dislodging this team. He's bullying them with his grapple, and sadly, FlyQuest haven't had the answer at times in those engagements.
Ridiculous, bro.
Speedery onto Black Cat
I tried
as well.
signing
You thought
into
Black Cat
my...
was dead, but she's very much still alive here. STLC now
I
closing out
tried
the victory.
signing into
FlyQuest with only really
my
one
phone
or two
company,
chances
but I
to try
can't
and
sign
defend this
into
now.
my phone company
Like
because I have to have my phone for
Speedery,
2FA.
the first Black Cat performance of the
fuck
day
am I
is
supposed to do?
crazy.
I'm
Backing away to
so
the invisible
done, dude.
boundary, the Venn diagram, bringing everybody together.
Oh my God, Energy.
Energy! He
Oh
is
my
feasting
God.
again and again.
He
They
watched
dissipate
Team
before his
USA,
eyes, the
chat. That's all I gotta say.
combo of the Strangling Prison and the Kraken Impact. He
Maybe
says,
call them. I don't have a
I know
phone,
somebody's
chat.
up here. Who is it? Cart, come out and play. It's just a matter of time because they're gonna need to desperately touch this Cart.
Man's playing Mecha Chameleon, trying to blend in as best as he can. He didn't quite paint himself as much as he would like to, though, as now FlyQuest will re-engage, and boy, do they need to stop this one right here, right now. But Cooper's able to pop it off initially,
Energy's
and Energy
insane.
is still
Well, it's
farming at
not
the
all
moment, taking
just
down
Energy.
Zelos.
It's also
But
his
FlyQuest
coach.
gonna be in a
His coach is
5v5
really
at
good.
the moment.
What's the
You
coach?
need to see some
Who's the coach for him, chat?
Tuesday, but he goes down as well.
Oh yeah, Twitch.tv/Jay3.
Velocity at least was trying to go in and give him the backup he needed, but with the trade-off here, you have now Speedery gonna be able to get the reset. Black Cat Ultimate 2 is gonna be able to get popped while currently Vez is just walking for free. 5 stars on the taxing about with this Uber driver here in Pauly to follow up to get Cart. You're assembling the troops, you're trying to stop for as long as possible, but Pauly was ready with his Ionic Seduction to bring the Captain the Freedom Charge in his direction.
Freedom Charge will delay. It will allow FlyQuest to at least get the Apex Predator out. Now, can you actually farm any KOs off the back of it? Looks like no is going to be the answer. Meskwood deletes one. They will let the devil out now from Melio, who has to go off, but he gets removed from the game as well.
Melio is the one creating the exorcism here, and he is exercising FlyQuest one by one as they fall. It's the Energy show. He took the MVP.
He has another ult. He has another ult. Ooh, nice dodge. Oh, they didn't go for him.
Feats of the Abyss. No anti. The reset potential now.
Oh no, he should have went for the Venom, bro. I don't know why he went for the guy on the high ground. He should have went for the Venom.
Great sustain and great survivability from FlyQuest, but how long can it go on? As the stuns come out and Energy is still bullying Velocity at the moment. That's the second time he's taken him out. They've switched over to all sorts to try and counter this Bucky, but it has not worked out as TLC still finding KOs.
It's like just zombie waves towards Energy, and one by one, he's just clearing them out. An invisible boundary to keep this going, and it's too little, too late.
Game.
TLC, their first victory in sight as they take the third map in our best of 5 as they progress through the winner side of the bracket.
TLC continue their dominance here in stage
chat.
1 of Marvel Rivals Ignite. They have still not dropped a map, even though FlyQuest pushed them to their limits in every single map. TLC always found an answer. And Energy being certainly one of the key reasons here. Sure, the duelist is always going to get a lot of the articles in the newspapers, right? But we have to look at the entire roster and how they were building around Energy and allowing him to just put out that much down.
Dude, he was unstoppable. Like, actually, the raid boss that just everybody kept going to try to deal with Energy, his aura, the resets, the combo with the Strangling Prison, and then you have Speedery splitting some of that attention, right? You're so fixated on stopping Energy. You're so fixated on staying contested on the points, but it's so much pressure that FlyQuest are under, and it was a great performance to see the flexibility. Ban at the Cyclops, but then you gotta deal with the Bucky on the other end.
It puts TLC one step closer to mid-season finals, of course, as they get through now to winners round 2, essentially, or upper bracket round 2, whichever way you want to look at it.
Basic
And if they win one more,
appreciate the
then they
massive
break
new
their way
217 as
into
well.
that top 3 situation.
W
and
Mom,
will be
W Mom.
at
Hey,
mid-season
CO2
finals,
Medora.
which at the
How
moment
you
they
doing, my
look
friend?
in very good stead to do so, Vicky, because they just don't seem to have any weaknesses. I mean, certainly
Game day win,
there
gift
was a good
subs.
attempt
Yo, you know
from
what?
the side of
I'm a Team Liquid
FlyQuest,
Citadel
but
fan.
in the end, they just weren't
Hey, if
able
they
to
win,
get over the finish line time and time again. When it came down to those final
doing well,
moments,
doing well.
TLC always had an answer.
It was really smart, too, to see Cooper opt for the Loki here when they were the ones on the attack, because they were calling out Melio, who kept trying to dive them, together with Cart, who was on the Venom for quite some time, trying to blend in like he was a chameleon.
I definitely
And then
do
you're also
think
able
that
to
Team
have
Liquid Citadel
these
will make it to the
lamps available
LAN.
for you
Oh,
to
bro,
then
that would
get
be
some help
so
on the
cool if
peeling.
Vespa's
Energy was
mom
just kinda playing
goes
more
to
of
the
that
LAN
backliner,
as
taking
well.
it off
Oh, that'd be
angle
awesome.
While he was at it, just helped enable Cooper Nero to also stay alive. Great performance once again here from TLC, and specifically Cooper, who was able to use the God of Mischief. If he can't get the Gambit, don't worry, he'll get the copy into Velocity and let it slide through instead, even if we did see a rather early copy right before that first
That's awesome.
checkpoint.
That's awesome.
And whilst a lot of these like kind of lock-in bans and the focus for a lot of these heroes comes down to how strong an ultimate is here, Vicky, so much of these games were played in the neutral. So many of these
I
games
just went
we
to
saw the ultimates
Costco.com
kind of
and clicked on
ripped away or
T-Mobile to
countered
see
because
what
these
kind of
pro
phones
players
that
know
they
what to
have,
look
and it
for, they know
says
when
the
to
first
wait,
thing
know when
that
to hold their
the
ults,
first thing it says
or
to
when
me is
pop them
enjoy
early.
benefits you can't
And
get
then how
anywhere
many
else.
times did you
Discount for
see just
55 and up.
on the neutral, TLC staying alive against
Not
one or
that
two
old.
ults as well, because they were prepared in their own way, whether it meant repositioning, whether it meant backing off, avoiding certain players. or
I didn't go
focusing
to
or
Atlanta.
isolating
I'm
certain
sorry.
players as well. TLC always had those answers. It was
I
a
wish
very
they invited
impressive
streamers
matchup
to
watch from them.
Atlanta, but
we also have to say how good FlyQuest looked. Considering
Yeah.
this is the #1 team in the region at the moment, FlyQuest did not look that far off, which is incredible if you think about how far they've come since preseason.
Yeah, the fact that they're going to have to now start that gauntlet run in the lower bracket, I just cannot wait to see how everything shapes up here as we take a look at some of the highlights, too. You mentioned backing away and having that great communication from TLC. They baited out a Rocket Sia, then had still enough time to go in to contest onto that first checkpoint. Looked a little dicey here in the way that they were able to just regroup, contest them around the next
let me
corner
see.
before that second checkpoint was even bigger. These slight adjustments just make a huge difference between TLC and the rest of the pack, and that's why these are the Titans that we have highlighted since the preseason.
Can they be stopped by anyone? I'm sure is the question everyone is asking, and at the moment it doesn't look like they are slowing down by all means. But that being said, now this is the first look we have of them in 8.5. Teams will be able to study them. People will be able to look at, you know, where they may have struggled or where there might have been weaknesses. Certainly an attempt from FlyQuest
Emily,
to take
it's
them
not-
to match
it's not
them might have
cheaper,
been
it's
a
the
little
same
bit
price.
more uncomfortable, but it seems wherever you take TLC, they are always there, present, and waiting for the moment to be able
there are
to
3
pounce
more
on
matches
you.
after,
Whether
yes.
it be Energy just dominating on any duelist, you put him on.
After
or on
this
the other
match,
side,
chat, is
just
YWL
everyone
against
being
Sentinels.
able to pop off and show what they can do on any role. TLC just seemed
What
to
time
be
does
the perfect
what time does
blend.
Costco close, chat?
Literally the bodyguard. Like, just looking at this alone, Energy constantly peeling for Nero, peeling for Cooper. You have the invisible boundary. I mean, some of these highlights, I
8:30.
recommend everybody, if you guys are just now tuning in, go back and watch this first series within
Is
our
Rad
America's
playing?
playoffs.
Rad is the
It was
different
a
region,
great
chat. Rad
tier.
is
Sure, it
EMEA.
ended
We're in
a
NA right
3-0
now.
in favor for TLC.
Rad
but
played
FlyQuest
earlier today, and
definitely
Rad
have been changing things up. I like
won.
what I'm seeing from them. We're going to have to see how they do
Against
in that lower bracket run. But then you look on
Chikigami.
the other side. I mean, NRG farming 30k damage. 2C was just trying to catch up here. Even Techie out here too, blocking 61k damage. Like, he was getting harassed, and it's so hard to deal with when you're also dealing with Pauly and Vets, who played out of their minds today.
All the teams
I'm really
played today
interested to
that
see
are
how
in the
FlyQuest are
playoffs,
going to do
chat.
through
All
that
the
lower
teams.
bracket run, because they are still alive, as you mentioned. So if you're a fan of FlyQuest, a fan of any of these players, don't worry, they have their second lifeline here. They will be able
What
to
time
battle
do you- what
through,
time-
and I
what
do
team do you think will reckon,
they are going to be a
will
real
win?
threat
What, the
to that
playoffs
lower
for
bracket,
NA?
and a lot of teams probably will be quite worried to play
I think it's
against
going to be
them.
Swamp
That being
Gaming
said,
against
there
Team
also
Liquid
will be able to
Citadel.
be the studying on the other side here, Vicky, where people will be able to look at what FlyQuest are able to do and say maybe we can pick them apart the same way TLC did and replicate their lock and bans, although I think we're going to start to see a lot of similar lock and bans. Now, in terms of a player who dominated every single time we saw their screen, we have Energy to chat to. It didn't matter if it was Cyclops, didn't matter if it was Bucky. We put them on anything. Welcome Energy to our broadcast, of course. I'm very excited to have a little chat with them. Energy, wow. I mean, you put on a show for us. 40k damage on Cyclops. You go over to Bucky and you're slamming, cracking impact on everyone. Firstly, is the team feeling good? Like, I mean, did you think it was going to be that comfortable for you guys? Were you impressed with how FlyQuest performed?
Yeah, I think they played pretty good. I knew they were gonna be good, but I think they played better than I expected. But ultimately, we knew we were gonna win. So yeah.
Damn.
You guys look like it was just another day at work.
Oh,
Energy. So
I'll
nice
check
to
it out.
see
I'll check
your
it out.
face again. I just saw you sit up, and I knew that you were locked and loaded when we had our in-between phase going into that third game. I mean, anything to say for any of these teams that are going to be studying these VODs, looking to see if they could poke any of your weaknesses on somebody who wants a target band, a Cyclops, yet they are met with a
I
booking
got
on the
no
other end?
notifications.
I don't think we have many weaknesses. I think we did pretty well, given that was like kind of a different draft than we're used to in scrims. But if anything, I think we'll just get better.
I mean, that's terrifying. If you guys get any better, I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to touch you. You've been undefeated so far. How have the vibes
Costco
been?
on 4th of
how is
July
it
weekend as a
playing
suicide
at LAN
mission?
together,
Bro, listen, I
being
gotta
able
do
to
it,
be
man.
in an
Chat, I have
environment
no
where you can
phone.
all kind of make
I
sure
need my
you
phone.
are
I need
building
a
that
phone.
chemistry. It must be fun.
Yeah, it's super fun. We got here like this Sunday, so a couple days ago. It's been really fun. Scrims have been good. Facility's nice. So yeah, everything's good vibes.
Looking ahead, though, Energy, aside from the fact that you guys are just sitting back celebrating another dub, from the way that things have played out from the preseason group stages, etc., are you expecting to face off against Swamp Gaming going later down into that upper bracket finals, or are you expecting maybe an outlier team on your mind to go forward?
Well, I think the expectation is Swamp to see in winners finals if we get there, but I think SCD is pretty good. I think 100 Thieves, they're pretty
Wait,
decent.
what did you just say? Wait,
They
what?
could beat Swamp too. So there's like 3. It's like those 3. But I think Swamps are probably the favorite right now to win.
Wait, what did you just say? Chat,
Well, Energy,
without
it's been
context,
both
what
a
did you
pleasure
just
to
say?
talk to you and to watch
STDs
you.
are what?
Where can we find you on
No.
socials, and any final words before we let you go?
Energy on Twitch, and buy the Liquid Citadel bundle.
There we go.
There
Easy
it
as
is.
that. Short but sweet. Thank you so much, Energy. Best of luck with your remaining games when we get into playoffs, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
I mean,
He's such a good kid,
just
bro. He's such a
simple,
good kid.
but direct, and that's what I love about Energy. Very similar to his game
Oh, yeah, I'll
style,
check it out. Thank you,
just
Shannon.
Flawless.
I got you guys.
in
I got
every
you guys.
single way. Vicky,
I wrote that
TLC,
down,
they
actually.
continue their run. Right, we didn't expect anything else, but at the same time, when we started that first map,
Okay,
you know,
I think
his
they're gonna-
eyebrows raised a little bit.
I think they're
It's
gonna
like,
go on a
Are
break.
we going to see someone finally
So
step up to TLC? But FlyQuest could not get it done. In the end, it is a 3-0 to Team Liquid Citadel, and that concludes our first series of the day. So you know what that means? It means we need to reset with a little bit of a break, a hydration break, maybe, if you've been watching. So we're going to have Sentinels versus Yeah, We Lost.
Sentinels against Yeah, We Lost, chat. I'm going to start the prediction for you guys while I'm doing this thing. Sentinels against Yeah, We Lost. Enjoy your predictions, chat. You guys got 10 minutes to do that. And I want to check this out because apparently this overtime lasted a very long time, but wow. It actually lasted for half the game.
I require some aid.
I think it was right here. What is this?
I am ready to.
Wait, let's see this. Let's see this. No, this wasn't the TP. I think it was after this.
I should be singing lullabies. It's okay. Admit it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be a freeze like as soon as they teleported, but no, it looked like she jumped through the portal. It looked like she jumped through the portal, got kidnapped, hit the freeze, and then jumped back in. No, yeah. So it wasn't anything crazy. I thought it was the freeze like as soon as they were trying to portal. Look at the look above the post at the timestamp. Wait, what happened? What post? Didn't see the Easter egg under the post. Easter egg under the post. What's the Easter egg? Made with AI, paid sponsorship, but this isn't. What? This isn't even AI. This is my stream.
He's with the team. He's with the team. You can die. 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 Let's go. We got it. We got it. And he wasted all. Perfect.
Jay! What the fuck, dude? That was messed up. That was actually so messed up. Oh my god. That was actually evil.
Wait, what was the what do you? Didn't see the Easter egg under the post. Am I blind? Wait, I don't get it. What does it say? Made with AI? Did you put hair on me or something? I don't get it. Well, I don't get it. What do you mean I don't understand. What?
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite. I said it was going to be a quick hydration break, don't you?
Wait, I don't get it. Wait, where's streamer updates at? I don't get it.
By Vicky once again. Vicky, I mean, final thoughts from that previous game and leading into this one. How are you feeling?
Hey, listen, that was a banger of a match, even if it ended in a 3-0.
GG's
it was a lot
Velocity,
closer than it
are you
looked like,
still here?
especially in those first two maps. And
Damn,
if this
I
is
couldn't
how
have
we're
played
going to
better
open
map.
up our
Bro,
first day of
GG's,
American
man, GG's.
playoffs,
Yo,
guys,
you
and
guys
I'm
played
expecting
lights out
every
against
single one of these
the
series
best
following up
team,
afterwards to
in
be
my
one heck of
opinion,
a
though.
banger.
So,
well, I'm already joined
absolutely
by one
insane,
queen on
absolutely
broadcast,
insane.
but why not make it two? We have a special guest from Sentinels herself. We have Aramori, who's going to be joining us as well. Of course, a very familiar face and name that I'm sure you all know. Aramori, thank you so much for jumping on the broadcast.
I don't know
with
why
us.
you guys
It's
swapped
a
off
pleasure.
Gambit.
How
I
have
was
you been
very
finding the game
confused.
so
I
far?
even said it, but I think chat
Oh my
mentioned
gosh,
that
the
you
last
were...
game was a banger. I feel like I'm gonna lose my voice from
you
screaming today.
guys
We only
were
have 2 matches.
doing it for
Like,
dive.
that game was an absolute banger. I'm super excited.
Wait, they
to watch
misspelled
the next one for
Aramori.
sure.
And of course, the next one is it's close to home for you for good reasons. How are you feeling about the Sentinels players? How are you feeling about confidence going into this one? Do you think they'll be able to take it against We Lost?
Well, I think today, all of the Sen players, I mean, you'll see, right? They have their cameras on and everything, but they're in person at a boot camp at the Sen headquarters, which is really, really cool. So I think they're gonna have that boot camp.
Yo,
buff,
production!
But
You misspelled her
We Lost
name.
is not a team to underestimate at all. I think a lot of teams are really apprehensive about playing We Lost because they play a lot of that like off meta, really strange picks and seem to get like a lot of value in making it like a deathmatch sort of thing. Yeah, so I think Sen will win, of course, easy 3-0, but
I
We
predicted
Lost is
Sentinels
definitely
winning.
a scary team. So this is gonna be a fun match. I'm really excited. To see
3
what they
million
bring.
from 200 people to 2 million from 120 people.
Honestly, Ara, I think it's lovely. Not only are you not, you're wearing red, right? You got the makeup to match
W
on top
screenshot?
of it.
I had to take the
love your
screenshot so I can
energy.
make
And I know
fun
you
of
have
her
a lot
for
fans
having
at
the wrong
home
name.
who have been following your streams, following your story. I mean, any tricks
Wait,
that
production
you can share
took
with
her
our
name
general
down.
audience, looking ahead, you talk about a lot of these teams that may help them within their own respective gameplay when they're climbing through ladder.
I definitely think I see a lot of strategist players because me, I'm a strategist player. I see a lot of
Warren
strategist
paid off
players
production
not value
chat.
their own life. Like
SMH.
they'll try to like
He used the
overextend
$2,000
help
winnings
people
to
that are
mess
already
with her.
feeding,
Nah, that's
already gonna
crazy.
die, and then it gets them KO'd as well. So yeah, I would like to see strategist players. Value yourself. You're so
Hey, what's up,
important
Sandy?
for your team. Value
Welcome,
your own
welcome.
life for sure.
Who are you maining at the moment in 8.5 or more?
Honestly, White Fox with her new like pink outfit skin. I mean,
she had the
she's looking
chance
really,
to
really good. That's all
meme.
I'm saying. And she's super fun and super good this season.
She
So,
had the
lots of Luna,
chance
lots
to
of White
meme.
Fox for sure, for sure.
Wait,
you have
how many
like...
balloons did it take?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I have to ask.
Oh my god, I got so lucky. I got Loki in 2 and White Fox in 1. I got
Streamer luck, bro. I hate streamers, man.
Gambling works.
I got the White Fox at the last balloon, and I got the Loki in the last balloon, bro.
I'm curious. You know, Marvel has a wealth of heroes, right? There's so many that could be added to this game. Do you have a favorite Marvel hero that you'd like to see added that isn't in the game yet?
I'm so glad you asked. I'm waiting for Drax because I think Drax and Mantis together would be so cute. And I'm also a huge fan of Gamora, so I would love to see another freaking awesome woman in the game, and I would love to see Drax added as well. I think he would be really cool.
Ooh. I know that our group commenter on a lot of our YouTube videos will definitely be very happy. I know that guy at Frame One has been asking for Drax and Gamora like since the very beginning, the dawn of time.
Massive rate, my friend. Hope you had a great stream.
Rivals Esports YouTube channel. But I love to hear your thoughts too.
Thank you.
You've already mentioned, yeah, we lost. You talk about these unorthodox compositions. Can you actually highlight maybe a favorite hero that you're not used to seeing that, yeah, we lost throws out onto the table?
I mean, like, Spider-Man's the obvious one, and then they've also just got, like, an amazing Deadpool player, right? So, I mean, we're just gonna see a lot of chaos, and I'm here
I feel
for
like
it.
Drax wouldn't be a DPS. I think he's definitely a tank. I feel
Always the chaos. That's the way we like it. Last thing from me, then. Let's say Sentinels have a dream run. They get to the grand finals. Who do you think they're facing in said grand finals?
That's tough, right? Like, I think everybody's got their eye on, you know, Swamp Gaming. They did so well before. But I mean, today, just watching Team Liquid Citadel, I don't know. I think they've got it. Something about how they were playing today just makes me feel like they're going to be one of the 2 teams in the finals for sure. For sure.
Yeah, hard to go against TLC with how they're playing. Well, maybe Sentinels will make it all the way. Armory, thank you so much for joining us. Finally, where can we find you on socials? Are you doing watch parties? Like, where's your Twitch stream? And some final words to your community.
I am doing a watch party right now, twitch.tv/Aramori. You can find me on all socials, Aramori. And yeah.
Armory.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the matches, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you in the future.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Aria.
Absolute legend of the scene. It's always a pleasure when she jumps on the broadcast with us, Vicky. And, you know, some kind words to say about the rest of the Sentinel squad as we can now refocus on our matchup here.
Jay3 Watchparty better. It's not a competition, bro.
She mentioned it. Sentinels, they're going to be playing all together on LAN. We've heard some things going on behind the scenes in terms of, like, who might be playing today. I heard some rumors that perhaps Oasis wasn't playing on the team, so I am curious to see kind of what happens here with this lineup.
Corova's on the starting roster?
Sen are still an absolute powerhouse.
Corova's on the starting roster?
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be a very interesting look. And I say interesting because, you know, I see Corova's face out there together with Rye Maze and Crimzo. It's like, I go all the way back to seeing the team synergy that a lot of these individuals already have playing with each other in the past. But then you talk about the workup that Oasis and even Vision, who is flexed into this lineup, have been able to perform to get Sentinels to where they are today. So hopefully,
do you think Rye Amazing is on DPS or support today?
Have that time to adapt around how the meta has shifted, right? We saw Korova roll out, by the way, at one point. Like,
I swear to God, if he rolls out on support, I'm drop kicking my monitor.
And then having to make the swap up over to the invis, and it was like, do you need the hero that is the Atom, or are you gonna start fixating your time onto the Luna that I know he's been streaming himself also playing? And going through a lot of these highlights, it's that flexibility that we keep having to call out, Gaskin, when you look at like a Titan like Team Liquid Citadel, who have been able to make that work, right? You take a page out of their Bible and you make sure that you are fixated on how you can try to replicate that.
If they throw him on support, chat, I'm drop kicking my camera.
Mori plays a lot of these unorthodox compositions.
Yeah, it's a very different team when you look at, we lost, and the way they approach the game in general, the way they play the game, it is certainly an enjoyable time to watch. They do things a little bit differently around here, but some very familiar faces that you'll be used to, or I guess not their actual faces, but instead just some of their favorite Marvel heroes. The likes of Jitward, Kendrick, always putting on a show for us as well. Mask. If we see Mask on Thor today, I would be very impressed, but we'll have to see where they go and kind of what off-meta selection they give for us here, Vicky, because that's what they've kind of been known for, doing things a little bit different. They love to play dive as well, and I wonder whether they can cause some problems here for Seth.
Yeah, when we take a look at some of their highlights, I mean, jeez, man, you're telling me I get to cast Gorova against We Lost in the way that they have rolled out with some of these comps? It would be pretty hype if we do see the Masked Thor come out. Or will he get shut down with the amount of Wolverines that we've also seen into play, especially if you like a Cyclops go through? Sometimes it's going to have to be like a Prio ban out here, and then you get the fastball special on top of it all.
Oh, yeah,
and
see,
you
they
talk
do call
about
it
how Omori likes
casualties.
to fixate on like Jitward and the interesting comps he's also showed us, whether it be the Daredevil, but it's specifically the Spider-Man.
Yeah, I don't
and
know
of
why
course
they
the
call it
different
casualties. I think
iterations
killing
of
casualties is
Deadpool
like
as he's
almost the
gone
same
over to
thing,
the
no?
Pool, the strap pool on top of it all. It's going to be crazy as we take a look at the side-by-side comparisons of how these two teams have been able to play.
Also, I don't know how YWO is
and
going
I
to
already
perform it when
alluded to it,
Dive
right?
is
Two
not a
very
thing.
different teams. You can see it just through
as strong as
their
last
stats
season
alone. Less healing on the side of We Lost, but more casualties as well because they get into more engagements, they take more fights, they take more risks. Whereas for Sen, it is more of a traditional style, if we can even call anything traditional at this point with Marvel Rivals. You know, we're not that far into the game's lifespan, but already we're seeing more of a default style, you know, like the likes of a 2-2-2, occasionally switching to 3 strats as well. But Sen like to play with a little bit more of a methodical focus, rather so than some of the risks that we see from We Lost.
Yeah, and it's about being able to break through what is very left field, right? When it comes to We Lost, we know that they have a lot of fans ready for them back at home, but we also have to highlight the boot camp buff that comes through after hearing Ara talk about how everybody from Sentinels is grouped up together here. And in-person vibes definitely help carry not only quick adaptations from either, you know, being able to go through with your IGL, being Crimzo, who likes to lead the way for the rest of Sentinels, but also making those quick changes when it comes to dealing with a team like We Lost.
Yeah, can you deal with them is going to be the question. What answers do you have to them when things are getting a little bit tough?
Why is
and they're
this space
suddenly
cam in,
asking
like,
those questions of you.
140p?
What are you going to have? Are you going to be able to switch quickly? Do you have the ability to make sure you can shut down some of the dive that we might potentially see from We Lost as well? Will We Lost switch things up and maybe go away from some of those typical dive heroes that we've seen as well? Perhaps they can pull something else. You know, if you allow a Cyclops to get through, for example, maybe they will be into more of a kind of a poke or a brawl rather so than a dive. I'm just very excited to see where We Lost go with it. And that's no disrespect to Sen. I'm excited to see Sen as well. But We Lost always do provide that extra little bit of entertainment, Vicky. And we're heading to Krakoa to start our matchup here today, which neither of these teams played during the group stages.
Let me just say, by the way, Gaskin, that there must be some sort of blessing. I haven't had Celestial. We'll take that. Or Symbiotic Surface, actually, thus far. But I don't want to speak on that a little too early. Moving on to Krakoa, though, as our first map, you consider now the inclusion of Cyclops. And it goes back to our conversation when we started off our first series on, is Zaytex going to pop off like we've seen Zaytex do before from We Lost? I would assume here that player would be on fire having the Cyclops in his hands. And then you look on the other side of Sentinels with the flexibility that Amazing has brought to the table too.
I predicted. Oh shit! Yeah, speaking about my predictions.
EMEA, and the bans went as you would have thought. We saw Rogue and Mantis taken away initially. Daredevil, Star-Lord,
5 for
Rocket,
5 in
Venom,
predictions,
and
by the way.
Cyclops were other heroes
5
that were
for
banned
5
as well.
in predictions.
And the locks, we actually saw
There's my
Cyclops
boy
get
Krova.
locked on one
5
of the
for
games,
5
as
in
well as
predictions,
Gambit,
by the way, chat.
And then Gambit and Captain America and Luna being locked, depending on which game you look at. So,
oh yeah, I got you guys.
That person
was
to the meta that we've seen develop already here in Americas. The focus sometimes being target bans. Of course, you have to keep that in mind when we talk about these statistics from other regions too. Like, you won't necessarily see a Venom ban coming through in these games unless they are particularly targeting someone. It's more going to be around just removing Mantis, removing Rogue, and then it's the game plan from thereafter.
You know what? And if you're We Lost, you'd throw out something out of left field.
Ain't no way I'm doing that. How you doing,
no,
Virtual?
But yeah, that would be something that We Lost would probably lean into, you know, when it comes to trying to throw the opposition off guard here as we get started with a big ban phase. But
Sentinel saved Ultron instead of Gambit.
And Sentinel's opting to save
you know what that
Ultron
means?
Gaskin,
No,
which
they're
tells
gonna
me that maybe something Amazing's probably going to be rolling out with.
They're going to run
yeah, that offers up potentially the double ban now onto both Mantis and onto Gambit for We Lost to take away from Sentinel, so they are certainly giving that one up. And maybe you also can ban Cyclops as well. You can ban 3 of the main characters that you're going to be seeing here as the lock does come through on the Gambit for We Lost. So now these bans are going to be interesting for We Lost. I'm very curious to see where they go with it.
Yeah, will they try to shut that down as a priority here? As the Rogue is the next ban. You've already highlighted it. We've seen it so many times, going from EMEA now to Americas with Rogue.
Hopefully they
being
popped
the
off.
threat that she is. She's not necessarily in Gambit team up jail, and with the protection onto
just
the
ban
Gambit.
Gambit.
Yeah, we lost. They're hovering over
Ban
what
Gambit.
that next ban is going to be, because now Sentinel's banning that Rogue means that we lost will not.
What?
Have
They're
that
not
going to
ban Gambit?
The Gambit.
And also with the changes that Sentinels have to have, in terms of their personnel here, at the moment,
Wait.
it is very much a strategist target from we lost. And I think that is for good reason, trying to make Sentinels a little bit uncomfortable with the changes
Chat.
that they've made in their team and their structure.
They saved the
Sentinels will
Gambit.
ban out
They can
Hulk
still
away from,
ban
we lost. Again,
Gambit.
we know that
Sentinels
we could
didn't
bring out
save it.
something a little bit different, and they are going to protect the Angela. This is an entirely different lock and ban phase than what we saw from earlier, and that will mean that we lost are going to be pulling out something a little bit different indeed.
Now I'm thinking about it too. After we saw the Ultra Protect in our last series, just to allow Spiegel
Bro,
to roll out on
Sentinels.
Harder Than Heaven, this is like the second time we've ever seen.
Wait,
Ultra
why
now
why
protected
didn't
throughout the course of
YWL
today,
ban
right? And
Gambit?
of
Bro,
course, it is
what?
only day
They had a
number one, but that's just something to keep in mind with that priority to protect as they finally go through and protect the Gambit, which is insane for me to say, by the way. Seeing Gambit last this long without getting banned, as we lost, they wanted to just prio ban this Rocket instead.
Maybe that we lost feel like Gambit is going to be a more difficult hero.
They
for
banned
the Sentinels
Adam
back line to play
Warlock.
well.
That's
And then the
Aura.
Adam Warlock ban comes out, so they are leaving Rogue up,
That
by
is-
the way. But
that is
four
Aura.
strategists banned away from Sentinels. This is quite clearly a game plan.
The Garova has to not go and take the mantle of the Adam Warlock because he is not allowed to play it. So this is going to be interesting. I do like your mention too on maybe not feeling that Sentinels has a threatening Gambit. And that's kind of been something we've talked about when it comes to Sentinels. Like, what are they lacking? What are some teams expecting from them? Are they not even going to waste that ban at that point and try
I feel
to
like I'm
prioritize
watching
other bans?
a,
It is a best of 5, which
have you guys ever
changes
seen those
things here moving
what is it,
forward in our double
CCTV like
elimination
videos
bracket
of like
when it comes to how a lot of these teams
crazy
have
stuff
that
on store
longer time
cameras? That's
to
why I
make
feel
that
like the quality
adaptation,
looks like
change up their
from these
pick and ban
webcams.
phase. But we are getting settled, Gaskin, into our second series of the day. It's gonna be We Lost versus Sentinels for our first map.
And we lost. They say, all right,
Let's get
Oasis
it,
ain't
let's
playing,
get
he's
it.
on the bench. Well, let's test out your new strategist, and we're going to remove 4.
Let's
of
get it.
your
Remember,
pool and make it even
300
more
people
difficult.
for
But if
almost
Sentinels
6 million
can
on
still get it
Sentinels,
done, will be
200
even more
people for
impressive here. But what that
2.5
does
million
open
on
up is, of course, the
YWL,
ability
chat.
to play things like Rogue. It also
A
opens up
lot of
for the
money on the
duelists to be
line
able to
here. A
have
lot
the
of money on the
freedom
line.
of their hero pool as well. So Sentinels will need to show what they can do.
Is Rye
with this
amazing on support?
much selection available to the other roles as we're into it now.
Dude, the fact that Mask rolls out on the Angela too, like, if you got the other side of the coin, it's not gonna be the Thor, it's gonna be the Angela, her sister, instead. And now you're gonna be seeing the 1v1 duel as currently already feeling the pressure is gonna be Yusher rolling out on the Star-Lord. The fact too, by the way, that both teams have Cyclops available and Zaytex takes on that mantle while Sentinels still trying
They
to
have
make this
Cyclops
triple strategy
literally
lineup
free,
work.
bro.
Good luck flying
They
around
could
this
literally
one
play
because Matt is gonna have a field
Cyclops.
day.
Yeah, Mash just ripping Rymazing out of the sky, and now Sentinel's already going to be a player down, so it might be first point going in favor of We Lost, unless Sentinels decide to try and stall this one out, but they're not even going to have the chance to. They've already lost 2, 3, and they are all dropping as easy as that. So We Lost applying the pressure. And again, this isn't the craziest comp I've ever seen. Sure, it's a little bit different having the Angela available, but this is all something that is very common at the moment in 8.5.
Yeah, that's very true, right? And then when you can expect, you see the Ultron Protect, right? Why not immediately come out of the gates with the counter? And that is going to be up to Matskin and Zaytex together with a 3-2-1. It's going to be so much pressure to deal with. That's why you see the swap up.
Also,
Amazing now himself.
I guess they're running dive, but I was about to say, I don't know why Kurova's on that character. They don't even have a defensible, and I don't think that character, White Fox is a defensible. White Fox ult sucks.
Around these tree stumps too and feeling the pressure.
I actually think YWL might win this, chat.
A great peel from Zaytex, just going to be able to falter.
This might be our first prediction we get wrong today.
Again, even if he made that swap up.
Dongmin is able to get 1. Crimzo follows up as
I
well.
guess
So that's 2
Capel
KOs
too,
go
but
in favor of Sen, and perhaps they've finally been able to break through. But Mask still just trying to bully at the moment. Flame's going to be the target. And can you stay up is the real question. No, you can't. So even though they've been able to get KOs on the board, you've still got Mask causing a problem on the back line, but finally gets shut down. And it looks like Sen should be able to convert this point in their favor. But in the moment, We Lost are just stalling out as best as they can.
and as long as they can. Like, they're literally already nearing like 70%. It took them that long to deal with Luca, who finally falls, and they finally flip the point in their favor. Jitward still takes the 1v1 versus Rymazing. Third time going down, it seems like here. And Crimzo and Dogman at least have these two ultimates coming up, as well as the rest of Sentinels once they are regrouped.
Regroup, and now we're going to see Dongmin again on this van pool, causing a little bit of a problem for Yeah We Lost, but with Yusha going down now, Sentinels again up behind, so they have to start popping some ults here, but Yeah We Lost respond with some of their own.
The fact that you have the ante from the Feast of the Abyss to follow up right after Zaytex had that Ruby Rage and so much damage to deal with. And Sentinels, they put one toe on the point, and just as quickly, Yeah We Lost snatch it from them.
For those of you who haven't seen much Cyclops in your games, or you haven't necessarily been able to play Cyclops because of your ranked games as well, it is the ability for Cyclops to survive, how he can move around and avoid some of the damage that's coming their way. Great survivability. Speaking of, Mask also getting in the face of Sentinels at the moment as Galactic Legend gets popped, but there is going to be the counter with the fate of both worlds.
Santos looking on phase 2, right? You have the counter, you keep everybody alive. Rymazing now looking into go. Oh, the charm!
Damn. Rymazing, man. Rymazing has been playing so much support lately that his DPS kind of rusty right now, chat. I don't know, man. What's going on, dude? Rymazing is usually not like this.
Jitward is going to have Let the Devil Out available to him and will start to apply that pressure to the backline, followed up with the damage from Zaytex. Rymazing trying to counter with one of his own, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Sentinels. Have lost 4-5 and they will be done. First round goes in favor of Yeah We Lost, and they looked very comfortable indeed.
I'm getting a little bit of deja vu, Gaskin. We had the Cyclops from Energy on TLC in our first series pop off. You let that go through here, and Yeah We Lost. We talked about it before, expecting Zaytex to take up that mantle, and he's done so successfully. 8 finals, by the way, only going down twice. Well, Flamé is not having a great day. I mean, the fact that you're not being able to stay alive too, you're getting harassed here from Mats, who's taken to the skies. It's forced Rymazing to swap 3 different times now. This third swap being onto the Daredevil makes you wonder where that bread and butter that you want to rely on the Rage and Roll Flesh together with Yusher and that Galactic Legend was just stopped shortly too, and it's kind of slowing down the pace of Flamé and building up this ultimate.
With the bans that came out from Yeah We Lost as well, targeting that backline, I mean, it's evident it's working.
How are you going to call me Scam 3 when I'm literally 5 for 5 right now on predictions?
I expect them to be able to play them to a certain standard, but if it is not mains for them, if they're still learning them in the way off the back of replacing Oasis, there is always going to be, you know, how do they perform in a tournament setting? And at the moment, they have not been able to get going. Yeah We Lost. The strategy has very much worked so far, and they've been able to take full advantage of the slow start here from Sentinels.
And I'm a little worried too, going into this round 2, Luca's about to have another Feast of the Abyss together with that, and Kendrick being able to keep everybody alive with the Kumio Unleash. Rymazing just looking to keep up this pressure here. They call that where Matsk is up above their foreheads. As the next pick goes out, fortunate here for Rymazing to be able to go down here, and Kendrick, together with that Feast of the Abyss, as well as the Kumio Unleash, allows Yeah We Lost to walk up for free.
Should be able to capture this one as well, Sen. Probably won't try and contest too much. Instead, they're going to back off, try and regroup and reassess. But Crimzo just gets ripped from the sky as well. Zaytex having a field day at the moment. I wish I had the ability to play Cyclops in all of my games. And Zaytex showing just how powerful
Cyclops
this
might be
can be in the right hands, as now Ruby Rage is going to be available to him as well.
I just want to see more communication here from the duelists between Yusha and Rymazing. Yeah, we saw those finals earlier before, and Yusha's just trying to help get these follows, but look at the fact that they're also feeling this pressure.
I think Sentinel's lost in the ban phase.
Spawn room gates. It's just getting a fly swatter and swatting Massic. Stop being a nuisance.
Sentinels saved Ultron instead of Gambit.
Rallying the troops with his freedom charge.
And they also, what was the other save that they did? Something ridiculous, chat. What was the save?
Falls next. Beautiful freeze up to Santos, and this is going to be Sentinels to take over the
it was Gambit.
Yeah, that was a very well-planned attack. That's what we need from Sentinels. You know, we talk
their
about
last
how
save was Gambit.
Their balanced gameplay, their strategic style, when they are able to all communicate in a certain way and engage, and they're all on the same page, very difficult to play against. So a well-thought-out fight for Sentinels, and they will finally get their hands on the point after 42% goes in favor of Yeah We Lost. But now off the rip, Yeah We Lost are going to have ults available, but so do Sentinels. They have the better ult economy at the moment to work with.
And you got the Ruby Ridge coming in to try to find people. They're stuck over to the side corners. 8 takes a huge chunk of that damage. No follow-up, though, as Sentinels were able to kite away nicely. Raging Royal Flush now activated, but Santos was ready with the Fate of both worlds. It's going to be a dance up to stop the 3-2-1 off Yusha and the Galactic Legend. Beautiful way for Yeah We Lost to stay in this fight and to stop 2 ultimates that Sentinels needed to win this fight.
Xantho able to pick up 2, by the way, and again, we're seeing why Luna gets banned, because she is just so detrimental to a team if you've got someone who can play her correctly. Zaytex gets 2 KOs as well, and Yeah We Lost will regain. So it was short-lived for Sentinels. They put 34% on the board. Yeah We Lost gain control again, even
Ryan
technically
Amazing
with
wearing
the
2
worst ult
headsets.
economy.
Yes, he's playing
And now
Daredevil
look at
chat.
the ults available to them as well. Mask
It's basically
looking to be
he's playing
a pain
Daredevil
in the
Simulator
side right now, a thorn in the side of Sentinels.
Oh my gosh, the moment you saw that Kumio Unleash, it was deleted. And you see the charm coming through right afterwards from Korova, who answers back. Dogman falling incredibly low. They did lose out on Amazing earlier. Santos has been on point, but finding a lot of these picks here. But it's not going to be a flip here as the Sentinels are struggling to get right back after Yeah We Lost are now nearing 85%.
An important switch up for Yusha over onto Cyclops as well, and you really have to answer now.
Right, Basic is back on the Ultron, never mind.
Side of Zaytex, the 2 ults get popped in tandem for Yeah We Lost. That Beast of the Abyss able to convert alongside Mask to take down 1, with the White Fox being out now. That's one of the strategies falling, and Sentinels may struggle in this fight, and it looks like that is happening.
Yeah, and they're not even gonna have time right now to portal play as overtime is taken away. They're now making the swap. Here we go. Korova does manage to get that swap up right on time, and they keep this fight going. 1 by 1 as they fall. They're just trying to stall for as long as they can, but they're dropping like dominoes, and they're down 3. They try to contest here with 3 at least up, but they have no ultimates. Crimson with the Freedom Charge is more than enough.
And now
to
he's
keep
back on
everybody alive from
Daredevil.
Santos. With overtime just at risk, a pixel away, and Yeah We Lost's hands. Santos was ready with the fate of both worlds as Zaytex, Ruby Rage, right through the mouth of the portal. They go 1 by 1, and Yeah We Lost. They clutch out in the end, and they stop Sentinels from even being able to flip back on that second round.
Ruby Rage really is one of the perfect ults to counter people trying to come through the portal, right? It's just such a big damage output. As they all come through in the same position, you Ruby Rage in the right place, it is as easy as that, and we will see. First map going in favor of Yeah We Lost. It looked comfortable for them. Sentinels didn't have enough answers in the end, and the game plan from those lock and bans certainly worked here for Yeah We Lost.
Makes you wonder how a lot of the other teams really reflected on how Flamay has kind of not been able to really take on that Gambit mantle. And even with the Gambit, we didn't even see the Rogue coming out. But can these changes bring
Rogue was
about
banned.
from map number 2? We're going to find out where we're going to be going to on the other side of this break.
Bro. That's crazy, man. No, it's not a J3 curse, chat. That is not a J3 curse. J3 curse can be a huge factor, but I don't think Sentinels know what they're doing, bro. It feels like the difference between like the playoffs and now is that they didn't even practice. I feel like none of them practiced. I feel like Sentinels don't know what they don't know what they want to do. Jay, I think you're the only watch party not running ads. You're awesome. Oh, there's ads being ran in this stream. Just when there's nothing going on, like right now, because there's a break, and you're staring at a screen for the next 5 minutes of nothing. No, I'm not awesome, chat. Not awesome. Yo, welcome back. Can I go? Yeah, no problem. Because I want to come back before the 100 Thieves game. Yeah, chat. So just as a heads up, apparently my phone did not have a glitch. My phone's CPU was fried. Oh no, the motherboards. Yeah. My motherboard was fried on my cell phone, so I can't get it fixed. I lost everything. I didn't have it backed up on the cloud. And now I have to go get a new phone. Which also, by the way, just as a heads up, I'm locked out of my Apple account because I forgot my password and I went to go reset it and I accidentally locked my account. So, Emily's going to take over the stream for like 15-30 minutes while I go buy a new phone because my shit's gone. And I'll be right back probably before that 100 Thieves game. What do you mean part-timer? I've been streaming for 11 hours already! And I have to go get a new phone and you're gonna call me a part-timer? Eat my ass. Part-timer? You know what? Never mind. You guys don't get Emily. You guys don't deserve Emily. You guys get me. D-Bert, preaching as of 100 bits. Did you lose the feet pics? No, bro. I lost over 30,000 photos of the bikini skins of Emma Frost, Luna, and you know, all the other characters. And they said my motherboard overloaded because I had too many saved pictures of the summer skins. Like, that doesn't make any sense. No, man. I actually don't understand how a phone's motherboard could fry. I've never seen that problem in my life. I've never seen that problem in my life. Why are you still here? Because Emily's not ready, chat. She just got back from the gym. Let her get cleaned up.
We're the winners, bro.
You guys don't like seeing my beautiful face?
$10 says you won't go out with no shirt.
No, I'm not gonna go to Costco without a shirt, chat. What? I'm gonna get refused service. Actually, no, I do have a shirt that I could probably wear that's still a shirt, but it's actually, like, not kind of. I do have a shirt where the nipples are cut out, so I could probably wear that. Yeah, but it looks like it's like 4 eyes looking at you instead of just 2 then. Yeah, I can't believe my phone shut off, man. Oh wait, this is my favorite song. Oh, never mind. I can't believe getting a phone at Costco will only take you 15 minutes. Yeah, there's not a lot of people that go to Costco to get a phone, right? I know how to set up a phone. I don't need the chat. I am very technologically advanced. I don't need the employees to help set up my phone. I know how to connect the phone. $10 minutes?
I outnumber you.
Oh, you look good. You don't need to take a shower. Make sure you squeeze your clothes out of all the sweat, put it in the cup so I can drink it later. Disgusting. How you feeling on the Preds? I'm feeling good, man. I haven't lost a Pred yet. Yo, what's up on Salt and Salt?
Rivals Ignite, and there are the 3 new beautiful skins added to the game. Captain America's hitbox got a little bit bigger from what I can see. The Seaside Sentinel, the Coastal Commando.
What? What does he mean by that?
Siren,
what does he mean by the hitbox is a little bit bigger? Nah, bro. Nah, Gaskin, dude. What is he saying?
I know you are also going to be grabbing some of these skins, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. The moment that the series is done, Gaskin, I'm just being transparent with everyone. I am popping those balloons, and I am trying to go for that white box in frame 1, man. Those 3 different color iterations, the fact that you could customize her hat, and then we got, like, Husky Captain America over there onto the side.
You know, I think this would be one of the best MRI watch parties if they actually changed the drops from
bangers
100 of those
skins that
purple
Marvel Rivals
tokens to
keeps
actually
releasing
200
time and
each
time again. And make sure
of
you guys let us know how
the
long it took
unstable
for you
molecules, so
to
you
pop
could
those balloons,
change
get
your
that beautiful
customizations or
Loki
whatever of
skin
all
out
those
here
skins
too in
and
her bathing suit
VFXs.
as well
Bro,
as our Kumio
that's
summer
like a
skin
$1
too.
billion idea
But
for them.
Gaskin, we talk about, you know, White Fox
Yeah.
in general. We talk about some of the pick and ban phase, and I have to talk about that last series. I feel like maybe everyone heard it in my voice.
I hope
maybe the fact that I
at
sounded
least
deflated because
for the Marvel
tell me
Rivals
how you get
Ignite
Cyclops
LAN
available
event
to
that's
play
coming
for
up after
Sentinels.
these
You do
playoffs,
not
chat,
rely
whenever
on
they announce
Cyclops.
it,
You don't
they
even
have
got
the
a Wolverine 'cause
correct
unfortunately we don't
drops.
have that flexibility
Like a
if you're
black
looking at
and gold
Sentinels.
skin
And then
for
on
like a
top
very
of it all,
popular
you
character,
don't rock
unstable
either Rogue or
molecules.
Magneto to
Ooh,
float
bro.
in with the Gambit team up as we take a look at our MVP from we lost after they took map number 1. It goes over to Kendrick, and again goes hand in hand with that Coastal Kumiho skin with White Fox still showing.
Put it even for 10 hours. At 10 hours,
Yeah, I think that it
you
shows
get
a lack of
one of those green
flexibility from
coins that you could
Sentinels
use
a bit.
to
I'm
get
slightly
any skin that you
disappointed we
want.
didn't see
That's
the
fire.
Rogue especially. Like, there's a reason why Rogue has been banned almost every single time so far in playoffs, whether it's in EMEA
Costume
or whether
coin,
in
yeah.
Americas, alongside Mantis, because she's so good. And especially if Gambit is getting through, it's disappointing. I hope that Sentinels, off the back of it, can make sure someone is learning Rogue, or perhaps
Yo,
they
what's
just
up,
didn't feel
Woofles?
like it was right on that map. I don't know, maybe we'll see something a little bit different, but that felt like it was one in the lock and ban phase.
Oh wait, I just realized
Yeah, we
something.
lost,
You didn't
clearly
say
had a
hi,
strategy.
Jay. You said
It
Uncle
definitely
Jay.
worked.
Why did I
We
say
targeted
hi to
the
you? I'm
backline
not
of
an
Sentinels,
unk.
and they were not able to recover as we look now at some of these stats here, Vicky. Anything
Yo,
that stands out?
Terry on.
Yeah,
Appreciate the
fact
massive
that
new tier
Hulk
1
didn't
sub, my
work
friend. How you
against
doing? I hope I
Yellow.
said your
Maybe
name
looking at
right.
The fact that Jitward is just the threat that he
Or
is.
Terry.
32-3. Like, are you kidding me? 12 finals.
Appreciate it,
and
appreciate it.
Tex farming for free on the Cyclops, having 16 finals, and then you match that together with, like, obviously we've seen Luca display a great Hulk, but like obviously that's not even a problem here when he gets the rollout on the Venom and follow up with Jitward, and then you match that together with
You're
the
15
White
years
Buck
older
and
than me.
Luna
Don't
team
say
up.
that.
You get the double charm while you're at it,
Don't
and
say that.
top of a freeze, and it shuts down what Amazing
That
was
should
trying
be
to
a-
go for, needing a
wow.
little bit of help. We saw some swaps at the very end, but too little, too late. Even when we had Krova make that swap over to the Strange, just so that way he could get that portal play in.
Yeah, just
Rye
didn't really
Amazing
work out
went
for Sentinels.
13 and
There
12.
was a few times where, you know, when
But he
they
still
had
somehow
plan
got the most
coordination,
final
they were able to
hits.
take a little bit of time to assess how they wanted to take the fight against we lost. They were able to win those engagements, but a lot of the times, like on the fly, they sadly were losing out in skirmishes that perhaps they could have done a little bit better had they had a few heroes that would just been able to change here or there if they had a deeper hero pool. So
Hey, Bear, that's you're awesome. That's why.
Phase, and of course, with the point on the board, will we see now a slightly different approach to the lock and ban
Jay
phase
looks
from
21 in
Sentinels?
my
And
eyes.
are we
That's
gonna see the
because I
same
am
thing from
21.
we
Thank
lost,
you.
Where they say, hey, look, it worked. If ain't broke, don't need to fix it. They'll probably continue to go down the similar path here.
I definitely agree, especially when it comes to trying to dismantle that backline here. And it's all down to what our second map is. And for those of you guys just tuning in, remember, it is a best of 5. So that little room for error is slowly starting to close in the gap. And we will be
We're
moving
going
on
to
Midtown.
Midtown.
Yeah, Midtown is going to be an interesting one indeed. I'm just trying to find stats real quick, but it is one of those where, with Sentinels taking this now, does it mean that they have the advantage? Have they been able to practice a little bit more on it? Perhaps one of those maps that they've been able to.
Jay, if you had to
really
start
take
a Marvel
deep
Rivals
dive
team,
on,
who
been
would
able
you
to watch a
recruit?
little bit
Me
of
6
VOD hero
times.
there to prepare, 'cause by the
7
looks
times,
of it,
actually.
they
Put me as a
haven't
coach.
Played it so far this season. Neither has we lost. So again, similarly to the strategy we saw in the previous series against TLC, maybe Sentinels are saying, all right, let's make sure we take them out of their comfort zone a little.
Yeah, and I
Yo,
do
Mamba,
think it's
for 3
interesting
months. How
because
you
if
doing, my
look
friend?
At our first series, right? We did go for map number 2 on Convergence to try to rely on the different maps that we may feel like is our strongest, right? And obviously, like just dealing with that titan of a team, TLC, it's hard. But then you look at the fact that we're moving on to Convoy
Terry,
for map number 2,
with the
which
new
leaves
tier
Convergence
1
up for
sub
map number 3, going
and
the distance here to see what
dropped
Sentinels could do differently against
5
we
gifted,
lost.
and his message was, hey, Jay, you don't look a day over 52, my guy. Yeah, you know what?
Players are focused. Players
I'll
are
let
ready.
that one slide, Terry. Appreciate the
Now we have
massive
to see
5
whether
gifted.
There's a change of strategy here. I'm a little bit worried.
What perfect timing. This is a
I think
change
that
of
if they're gonna be
strategy here, and the guy
home
just
with
leaves.
The benching of Oasis. I don't know the ins and outs of that, by the way. I'm going to be very transparent with everyone. I heard about it yesterday. I don't know why it happened, and I don't need to even speculate as to why it happened. The fact of the matter is, it did happen.
I
They are
appreciate
gonna
it,
be
Terry.
without
Appreciate it.
Oasis,
Appreciate it.
And I think it was evident in that matchup. That's no disrespect to the replacement, of course, but I do worry. I worry for how this progression is going to go. Anyway, into
Jay, if you were a playable character, what would your alt voice line be?
I like being able to just dive into how
Bald and
the
dangerous.
way that Sentinels are going to go into that pick and ban phase, right? And yeah, we lost, like you already mentioned. You know, just go into what your game plan was.
Sentinels save the gambit. Okay, now they're doing a more traditional, you know, ban phase.
And that's great too, because yeah, we lost. You know, if that's something that Sentinels want to take a page.
And Nova Lexi with the 5 gifted subs, absolutely insane. Terry again with another 5 gifted. Appreciate it. Absolutely crazy.
If they get around the corner. Is great here on Midtown.
Hey, chat's popping off. Slim Jim.
Because if I was
appreciate the massive prime sub. Welcome.
My target focus, because Jitward was able to get away with so much.
Bro, as a first-time chatter, you're not bald. Yeah, someone mod that guy, please. Thank you.
Like he was playing so comfortably.
And Envy and Vic. Appreciate the massive 3 months.
I'm sure he was having a lot of fun to do so. But we'll see the lock for Sentinels onto the Gambit, and then the ban away from the Gambit as well. So that was more similar, but for Yeah We Lost, it is the same strategy they're going for. It is targeting those strategists left, right, and center. So I was wondering whether Sentinels would do a little bit more protection of the strategists. You know, were they going to perhaps?
Yeah, wait. Why would they not be? Why would they not save any?
Because then you have to consider here what that final protect is going to be. I mean, they want to prioritize the Gambit, but we saw what happened, like when Flamay was unable to really
save Loki. Save Loki. No.
That, and you have the wombo combo of like the Raging Royal Flush. And
they're banning all your supports out.
There's only so much you could do if you have Luna, which Yeah We Lost do end up protecting.
You're not gonna run White Fox Gambit, bro. There's no way, right?
Wincom that Sen want to lean into, as we see what this last protect is for Sentinels. Do they want to commit to maybe Adam Warlock? If we could expect, Yeah We Lost to probably ban that out last like they did on the first
see,
map.
look at that chat. I'm a genius.
It's gonna be Loki. Okay, so they are
I'm
certainly
a genius.
trying to help
Z Money for 2 months. Appreciate it.
They are maybe looking at seeing if they could do things a little bit differently going into this one, but it does still open up one more ban for Yeah We Lost, of course.
They're probably gonna ban Adam Warlock.
There is so much they could go for. They probably leave the Rogue up
Oh,
again
the
because
thing.
the Rogue wasn't even played.
They banned
the ban
thing.
here on this one as well. We know how good Thing can be if you leave up certain heroes.
What?
But yeah, that's gonna be taken away.
Dude, this is actually crazy. All right, why not just unleash the beast? You got the Jitward Daredevil. You're going to expect Venom rolling out once again.
Who let the dogs out?
We saw that once again, Sentinels actually fixated on banning out the Hulk.
But
then you also have Mask, who could play very
Damn, they got the dog in them,
bro.
bro.
You have Mask roll out. They won't be able to have the team up, but we've seen the Rogue before. Now we've seen the Angela. Obviously, the Pride and True Thor. A lot on the line here. If you are a Sentinels fan, show them your energy. Hashtag Sen City. Or is Yeah We Lost gonna be another Yeah We Won situation as we roll out of the gates here with Yeah We Lost on the defense, and once again goes hand in hand with having that rocket and the BRB that's gonna be so strong here.
The Thing ban. I mean,
No
hey, there's a first time
anti-dive
for everything.
allowed.
Quite literally, the first time we've seen it in EMEA or Americas. So, yeah, there's clearly something different that Yeah We Lost are planning. They know something that we don't.
They're running the double dinosaur.
It's going to open up plenty for Sentinels. You can already see they are hovering at the moment Cyclops, they're hovering Wolverine, and they are hovering the Rogue. Are we actually going to see the Rogue come out now? Because boy, did we need it in the previous. This looks like a far better composition.
Oh shit,
yeah,
my bad.
Sentinels have to offer. Question is, can they play it effectively?
Yep, that is it, because they're doing everything I wanted to see. By the way, Mask on the Devil Dino. We've been putting that
the volume is
really
at.
haven't seen too much of the Devil Dino after the last nerfs, but Mask playing split up on the high ground here before diving in. It's going to be Luca back over onto that Venom, but Matt's taking a huge chunk of that damage. Means he will be brought back by the BRB, but that's going to be a pretty big cooldown as Crimzo going to be able to roll out not only here on the Rogue, but almost like a bait and punish after you see that Yeah We Lost committed to that Thing ban.
Yeah, show us what you got, Crimzo. It's a very important role that you're playing at the moment. Ryan Amazing will take down Jitward as well. So great communication from the team to make sure Jitward wasn't able to just play freely behind the back line. And Sentinels begin to push. The strategy seems to be employed correctly this time. And also, Yusha on this Wolverine has been doing work to really counter the Devil Dino.
I also really like, just aside from the nerfs onto Devil Dino, how great that also enables Wolverine aside from the team up themselves as Dogman capitalize off the team up with the Gambit. They didn't lose Crimson
Kurova's always been on
Dogman
Sentinels.
does get
He was just on the bench,
and there
chat.
goes that Sia, the fastest strategist ultimate in the game, just so that way the rest of we lost.
Oh, I mean, he got picked up, I think, like, in the regular season, actually.
End, but it's going to be Yawi lost holding the seat-fence.
Yeah,
But he was on the bench. You guys didn't really see him that much. Or preseason. Pretty sure he went back on preseason.
He's able to lay the smacketh down on another team if he's played correctly. And yeah, we lost have been able to force Sen back now. So even though Sen were able to push this cart quite some way to begin with, they are suddenly locked right back into this building again as Mask is just going to hold on to the fort here alongside Luca whilst just being heavily healed here by Yewi Lost.
Sentinels at least. Oh, Santho just backing away. He's got the health pack, though. It's fine. Just a little bit out of the action. But you see the Ranger Reflex, which we do gotta go in with the fate of both worlds. No, out of the fight just temporarily. But then this means that you try to come test together. 3 members still up, rather 4, as Zatex uses that Ruby Rage. Finds Yusher in the process. So no reset here as he comes crashing down once he's back together with the rest of Sentinels. And Kendrick is trying to come back, too. He had that BRB originally, but no one's really going to contest him. Minus Jitward, who prevents his cart from reaching that first checkpoint.
Oh, poor Jitward. Oh, but he stalled long enough for his team to come back. Wow. Good stall, good stall. Perfect timing.
There's plenty of an ult economy here for Sen, as now Thing will start to lose SmackDown yet again as Meteor M gets sent in, but Sen still haven't been able to find that pick.
Kurova being on the white box with the Kumio Unleashed, though, tries to keep everybody up. It comes crashing down. It's going to be Yusher isolating the Doctor Strange. Anthos the next to fall. Yeah, we lost. Need some help, though.
Damn,
as Lucas,
bro.
The first next one to go down. And the rest of Sentinels, they finally get this first checkpoint. Team X-Men to me here as Sentinels, aside from, you know, Kurova on the white box thinking she's part of the club. But you know what? Why not include her into this amazing hero lineup?
Crimzo with the switch over to Emma Frost as well, another fantastic Vanguard in the latest patch, very prominent, whether it be in your ranked games or of course now we're seeing in pro play as well. The switch over from Rogue, perhaps feeling like Rogue wasn't really doing enough against what we lost were offering, especially with Thing being part of that equation, as now Luca's going to switch over to Captain America as well to try and combat that. So changes all around at the moment as everyone trying to find the perfect recipe to counter the other.
Especially before they get around this next corner, right? You want to be able to play at that high ground position for Sentinels, rather the other side back here. And yeah, we lost here with Jitward having the devil out. Santos
wait, how did he get set for free? Wait,
That's unfortunate for Fumé delaying.
They don't have a pull or
anything. Ranger Royal Flush, and Jitward is farming the rest of Sentinels as it's going to be a reset here in the spawn room gates.
Then did get it over halfway, of course, but now we reach this point, which can sometimes be a little bit of a choke and difficult for teams to try and break through. Sen are going to have that Ruby available on the side of Sentinels with Rymazing, but the Cyclops is not going to be able to do it on their own, especially when you look for we lost. They also have one to work with alongside the Sia.
The map change cancels Wolverine's pull? There's no way.
Have the advantage when it comes to the ult, but can they actually put it into effect here?
Oh, the Ruby Rage, so it's just going to be able to clear some space, and then the follow-up to find Dogman is even bigger, but it's a little trade-off here, as a BRB at least brings back Luca. Van Hammer, too. Over to the other side as Rymazing backs away. Look at Kurova's positioning here, finding out where Zatex is positioned here, all the way up. Forces Kurova to just back away temporarily, wait for Crimzo, who makes the swap back over to the Rogue, so that way they can, again, capitalize off this team up. Even if the ammo wasn't working here, this was a lot better of a time. And now the Raging Royal Flush is the green light, as Luca brings everybody together. You get another Sia, but you've lost out on Mask, and your BRB was on cooldown. Deletes that Sia, but Rymazing just staring at Jitward, unfortunately, as Sentinels are down in numbers.
Yusha still alive could really be a problem for them at the moment. Is able to find one alongside the White Fox is alive, but Yusha just trying to delay and stall a little bit, seeing if the rest of Spawn can actually join them in this engagement at the moment. But we lost have done well to sustain themselves, and they're just able to keep people up and not allow Yusha to be able to dive in and kidnap. But Rymazing off Spawn takes down Jitward, who will come back from the BRB.
This is really smart, though. Even though they committed to 2 of those ultimates with the Kumio Unleash and Last Stand here, they were able to at least clear that space away from we lost Dogman finding Jitward, but getting harassed. Luca finding the Gambit. Flamay needs some help. Perfect teleport here, but it doesn't even matter.
You teleported to him, but you didn't say it.
Has isolated the strategist. They need help on the peeling.
By the way, the switches for these Vanguards at the moment as they're constantly flip-flopping between their picks to try and counter the other has been insane. Dongmin moving over to Captain America now to try and answer back the cap on the side of Luca. Crimzo's going to hold on to Rogue because ult's going to be available there. But now it's going to be potentially one last genuine push here for Sentinels before they're into the attempt of trying to portal off the back of it. We lost holding strong here at point 2.
We're on the blind lifeguard skin too, by the way, while Zaytex is too busy finding Usher. And then unfortunately, with Jit, we're getting another 2K. The duelist from Yeah We Lost continue to not surprise us time after time. Sentinels down to the last 30 seconds to get to the second checkpoint.
Yeah, do they have a portal available is going to be the real question here. Or are they just going to try and walk this one in initially? Feel like they can get there, but it's a very aggressive approach from Yeah We Lost, holding a high line at the moment to just try and hold Sen back and deny them from even getting a touch. So if you are on Sen, someone has to try and break through this.
And they with the Dogman making us hop up over to Hulk. He comes in together while Crimzo taking these 1v1s, but no protection onto this backline. Zaytex is running away with harassing Rymazing and Flamay. Now overtime comes ticking down. Sure, you forced it, but you're down 2 and you're so low. Really up to Korova, who does not have the Kumio on leash.
Rymazing will switch over to Doctor Strange, so they are going to have a portal. You just need someone to delay, which Yusha is doing exactly that. And it is just going to be long enough to allow this portal to just about get there, you would imagine. Overtime so close. Do not get there. Sentinels, they didn't quite stall out enough, and Yeah We Lost. The high line they held works out in the end.
Wow,
as they take,
YWL.
And they deny
YWL might be the team. Wow.
You even saw, like, in the
Sentinels,
backfield here, a Luna
I don't want to be
Freeze
mean,
coming out
but
of the
Sentinels
corner
are not
just in
making me
case
want to
he
pick
could
them
get
in
a
a
little TK
win-loss
angle, but
ratio,
regardless, they were out
in a
of
prediction
time.
again.
Sentinels, they tried everything, but nothing's sticking when your backline is getting harassed. That also goes hand in hand with the fact that, Yeah We Lost get to play the Rocket. How many times did they have the Sia right on cue, whereas Sentinels, that was banned against them? It's not like they have the advantage of having that BRB, and even looking at the stats, Zaytex is putting out performance.
I think
Nearly
YWL just
30
has the better ban
KOs, only
phase.
going down twice with 12 final hits.
Now, for Yeah We Lost, as they go into their attack phase, we look at, as you said, the stats. Zaytex just 20k damage.
Sentinels is running goats, chat. 3 tanks, 3 supports.
I think there is going to be a lot for Jitwood to do here off the rip. If you can pick off one of these strategists, then Yeah We Lost might just be able to bully their way through. And we are seeing Mask hovering the Thor at the moment. This is exactly what I wanted to see, Vicky. I asked politely, and they have given.
Oh, they heard you. They heard you, Gas.
They
I
heard
think I think everybody though, right? Like,
Yo,
me being another one, like, I am ready to see how this plays out.
Appreciate the massive Prime Summer, my friend. How you doing?
Like, considering the fact that they banned Thing would also technically enable the Angela, but we gotta see that Mask Thor rolling out as the counterpart.
I have no idea when my next Elo Hell is gonna be.
Gates on the attack, and Flamay
We're doing
is gonna
MRI
be
watch parties right now.
Amazing.
And Hug, appreciate the massive 3 months.
Instead, as Korova's on the invis.
Yeah, going for the 3-3 that we've often seen on the defensive side of some of these maps. Having that penny as well is going to have to be a focus for Yeah We Lost. There's already, you can see, ult available for the heal pull, the strap pull. And Yeah We Lost have lost 1. The Cyclops going down. So Sen are holding strong at the moment. They take down Kendrick too. So the attempt at deleting that spider nest was very quickly dealt with. So attempt number 1 done, and Sen now need to revisit how they want.
Yeah, my camera blinked out a few times. Yeah, my power flickered twice.
Dogman Penny. If it's not an MOC, it's here on
Midtown.
Midtown. And the fact that it's working out while they're going to be able to isolate Crimzo having those walls, it's going to be a thorn onto Yeah We Lost side here as Zaytex near the gates here. Jitward, by the way, on Black Hat, we don't really get to see this very often. The fact we get it back-to-back is even better. I'm not surprised here. Rymazing Force already used this passive, harassing them as Jitward is playing like he's in Cirque du Soleil, hanging off of the tightrope before finding the Venom following up next. Kendrick does get the res onto Jitward.
Got Sen able to actually deny initially, but look at the push from Yeah We Lost, still managing to get this cart going. And with the Sia, they were actually able to delete some of the members of Sen.
Yeah, this is actually really bad though for Sentinels. You gotta get to the cart, bro. Gotta get to the cart. Chat, the cart. You gotta get to the cart.
Delete some of these players on the side of Sen. Karmic Revival does come through to at least get everyone back up.
Oh, Rymazing has.
That was so clutch here. The fact that Flamay was able to get that copy and get another one. Crimzo brings everybody together. He does get frozen.
I think they're over ulting.
Yeah, we lost now. Go down.
Why did they use the res only for what?
Was that Karmic Revival even worth at that point? Because nobody.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, bro.
Because they had the Strangling Prison as their advantage.
Another Spider Nest goes down, and we did see how, yeah, we lost. Zaytex in particular was trying to target it, but I have to give credit for Dongmin really protecting it.
I don't know why
Rymazing
ulted that, yeah.
Deny and basically stun the opposition and then get body block that Spider Nest. Fantastic work initially, but now look at the ult economy for, yeah, we lost. Everything to work with in this next fight.
And no karma.
Probably
survival for Sentinels
miscommunication.
to rely on. At least they will have the invisible boundary here, as now you have Dogman creating that space. The BRB once again coming in clutch. You have the invisible boundary, but you've still lost out on 3 in the process. A little too late here as they shut down Kurova next, right through the invisible boundary, and they reclaim the point.
Crimson's going to switch over to Doctor Strange to try and get a quick portal here. But are they a little bit too staggered? You can maybe be patient because they are not going to be taking that first point just yet. Wait for everyone up. That's exactly what happens as Dongmin spawns and switches over to Hulk as well. Jitwood gets the first pick onto Right. Amazing though. Again, Adam Warlock being
Wait,
focused,
you're seeing
as
Black
now
Cat
you
as
will
well,
see
chat.
Sen just jumping on in to try and deny.
And Jitwood with a calling card, sending it in the mail. It's going to be able to clear up some more of the space. The Sia to add on to this. You get the Meteor M going all the way up, trying to destroy the Sia. Finally, the last hit does more than enough. And now Kendrick is isolated back here as Xanto is looking to form. All this fixation means that Xanto gets a 4K.
The 4K on the Luna, and again, just
Hey,
demonstrates the
that was-
power of Luna Snow and
that
how
was not a
incredible she can be in
bad
the right hands, as
hold.
well as now they get the stagger
Still, they
as
got
well
3
onto
minutes
Dongmin.
to hold.
They say, hey, you can be our buddy for a short amount of time. Join us on this journey, and now we rip you out of the game. As
Oh,
yeah,
poor
we lost,
guy.
push over the first point and start to march towards victory now. Sen are going to have to hold strong. 2 minutes and 53 on the clock.
Man, time is of the essence here, too. If you're looking at Sentinels right now, Santos is feeling themselves. Wait, damage Luna? Hold up. Has a Snowflake on themselves. Gets a freeze to Kurova.
No.
They save him, but it still opens the gates for Mass and
This is
Saint
like
take the
some
follow-up
ranked
and get
shit,
2
bro.
more. But
We are
Nate
literally
is the
watching
next to
our
fall.
ranked
No
games
God of
right now.
Mischief here, and they are just taking
This is
free real
literally,
estate.
I can tell
Look at
you
the high
what this
line
whole
they're
thing is.
playing as well.
You
Yeah,
guys
we
have
lost
no
out there.
support
Wants to work
players.
with
You have a
Sen.
Black Widow one trick.
Crumbling now.
You
It
told
looks
the
like,
Black
yeah, we
Widow
lost.
one
Should
trick,
you be
get
able
off
to
Widow.
pull it
Widow's
their
not
way
working. They're
through
like,
to this
fine, if
point?
I'm
As
going
another
support, I'm
falls into
DPS
another
supporting,
KO
and now
for
that's the
their
support
favor.
that
Yeah,
you
we
get.
lost. And as easy as that, they cross over the point and they take map number 2 here against Sentinels.
Like, this is not, this is a
All the
huge
time
difference,
looking
man.
for the speed run, no sweat. As yeah, we lost, are now at match point. Everybody, our second series showing
That's
a
not a J3
dominating
curse, man.
performance from
I
this
voted
team on
every single team
Sentinels
correct
map
so
pick.
far until this
Midtown
one.
now in their pockets, and now it makes you wonder: are we gonna get the back-to-back 3-0 Gaskin?
The only person on the talent team who predicted, yeah, we lost winning was Dogman. So we'll have to see how much smirking he's going to be having at the
Dogman
moment.
was
He's gonna be
right
very
about
smug,
this
I'm
win,
sure,
though.
but it's not done just yet. Sentinels can still potentially reverse sweep us. We'll have to find out whether they
Are
can
you
do
almost
that
ready?
right after this break.
Because I gotta go before, I want to see the 100 Thieves win game. I just have to show you how to do this. Do I have a mod here? Any moderators? Yeah, but okay, so if I'm not here back in time, which I should be, you need a exclamation mark vid 100 Thieves in STP game. And then do you know how to run a prediction? Bree, you know how to run a prediction, right? You just basically, I have a whole nother thing here. You say choose outcome and you give it to the winner. Oh, Bree will do it then. And then while there's breaks, while these breaks are going. Yeah, that means you hit it. Yes, and then it will go. No. And then, so after if they go 3-0, they'll do it like, as soon as the game ends, run it. And then... Okay, chat, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get a new phone real quick. It's gonna take me 20 to 30 minutes, okay? I'm gonna be fast as fuck. Oh, actually, maybe 35 minutes, because I have to go poop right now. But, Emily's gonna take over. I'll be right back. Talk about the game. Yeah, you know how to do a watch party? You don't know how to... Okay, so usually what I like to do for watch parties is talk to my chat. If I'm losing their interest or they don't seem really interested, I start shaking ass. And if that doesn't work and they still seem to, like, not be interested, I bring out my feet.
Wait, this isn't Genshin Impact?
Okay, so I have to go poop, so have fun. Okay, chat, I'm gonna be right back, okay? Oh, I might call you to open the thing.
You should just take my phone.
I'll call you. My gate.
Okay, just take the phone and come back with a hot dog or two.
Take the phone?
Just take it. I don't.
I am not gonna walk up and ask for a new phone and be like, hey, yo, guys. Yeah, this is, can I get a new phone? Yo. Yo, what's up, guys? Okay, you might have to move the camera, by the way. So it's this button when the game's going on, and this button when the game's
This button. And then this is turning.
Yeah. So this is when they're just like talking with the face cam and everything, and then when they go into the actual game.
Wow, there's like way too many buttons here. I'm actually surprised you're so good with your stream deck considering your age.
What'd she say?
When Luna's singing though, do you want me to like mute the stream so you don't get the MCA? Okay. Yeah, I'll lower this because I can't think and listen to K-pop at the same time. Hello everyone, welcome to this stream. It is Girl Jay3. Hi there, Hyzen. Happy birthday, by the way. Thank you guys, thank you. Oh, YouTube chat is here too. Hello there, YouTube. Thank you, Kiki. Oh, YouTube is so sweet. I don't know what Jay was talking about. Oh my god. Hello, guys. I won't be here for too long. Trust, Jay will be back soon. He just, I don't know why he's in a rush to get a new phone, to be honest. I think it's kind of impulsive. He really doesn't need a phone because who's he gonna call? And it's not like people text him. If he was like a TikToker, you know, making iPhone content, that'd be a different thing. But yeah, like his whole life is here on his PC. So like, stop pretending like you got people to text. Get Uncle flip phone. I know you're joking, but I honestly think he would be better off with a flip phone. Why does he need a new phone right now? Oh my goodness. Cute Andrea G. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. You guys are so kind. Yeah, even Jay's dad messages him on Twitch. And Jay's dad texts me all the time. So I could just be the middleman, you know? Thank you, Casey Toby. So, Preds. Wait, there's still one more round, right? There's
First of all,
there's still one more round, right?
yes.
Okay.
First of all, my dad texted me. Second of all, I gotta go get my phone.
And don't forget the hot dog. Like if you're gonna... No, the car is outside. It's ready for you to drive. Just go already. Oh, he's in a rush to go right now because he wants to rush back for the 100 Thieves match. Why did his phone break? Well, I have a theory. I think it's because he's always taking it into the shower or like the sauna and steam room. And I think it just got way too wet, you know?
Chat, I love you guys. I'll be right back, okay? Don't listen to Emily. You guys are gonna miss me? I miss you, chat.
I'll miss you.
I miss you, chat. I don't care about you. I'll be back. Chat, say you'll miss me. I love you guys. I'll be back.
They said fuck off.
in our
Chad, I'll be back.
Everybody, it's best of 5, and yeah, we lost. We're sitting at match point with Zaytex taking the MVP, 49-4 with 30k damage. Gaskin.
Hey, Noodle, come here, my love.
Still getting through somehow, some way. That's what happens when you allow Cyclops to get through. 49. KOs on
Okay,
the
so
board,
I
damage to go alongside it.
was catching up on sleep earlier because I've only had 4 hours of sleep. This is actually the first match that I'm officially watching. But I heard they were all steamrolls all day. So I think like things are finally getting good, right? Who are you guys voting for? 68% on Sentinels, 32% on Yeah, we lost. Interesting. Is he bothering you, Queen? All the time.
Taking on that same mantle that we've seen part in the past when he was on this team, but it's in a different form with the flexibility onto the Venom. And then
Sentinels is selling on purpose.
Kendrick being able to get so much success on having so many Cias as well as the BRB.
You guys don't believe in a reverse sweep?
What has always impressed me about Yeah We Lost since I first watched them as they were rising through the ranks, right? Was their ability to constantly change their heroes, adapt to whatever the situation is that's put in front of them, whether it's meta, whether it's
Oh, wow.
meta. They always seem to have something available to.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Zaytech putting up those numbers. Holy. Sensity's not dead.
Double elimination. Let's say Sentinels 4 here, right? If we carry on going along this path, Yeah We Lost 3-0 them with just a little bit more time going into tomorrow.
We don't believe in Rising on support. Yeah,
Maybe they can build on
I'm
this.
also not a fan of triple support. I'm a fan of 6 supports, though.
Improve on some of these things that they're struggling with.
Whether it be, timing these ultimates or
Oh gosh, Bob, never listen to Jay.
Like Xanthos was like nearly 60% accuracy, and I know that he was.
Oh, the volume. Oh gosh, sorry guys, I forgot.
Flanking positions
It's
as
like
DPS Luna, but still having that
really
huge
loud
output
for me.
comes out in clutch and allows the confidence.
I don't know
to
how Jay does
continue
this.
on as we get ready
I
for
have to
map
just
number
do
3 for Yeah We Lost.
one ear because like
And Sentinel's going to take us maybe somewhere a little bit
swear to
different.
God, Jay's
Again,
like
perhaps
half
you try
deaf.
and
Like,
find
it is.
some
It's
weakness
louder
on the
for me
side
than
of
it is
Yeah
for
We
you
Lost.
guys.
I mean, Convoy was typically Yeah We Lost's worse. Like maybe that's why they went there before. Like they are 1-3. They were 1-3 throughout group stages. Their
What
convergence
rank
was 2-1,
am I?
and their dom was 3-2. So when you look
I
at
think the
actual
highest
game
I've
types,
ever gotten
that
was
where Yeah We
plat.
Lost were the weakest. As for Sen,
And
they
it
were
decayed to
before
silver.
4-1 on
I think
Convoy,
I'm
whereas their
silver right now, or
convergence
maybe
was
gold.
0 and 2, and we are going to head to Central Park.
But
So Sen, of course,
mentally-
not able to go back to Convoy. They moved over
mentally,
to Convergence, and Central Park
one
is gonna
above
be
all.
And something else, I'm highlighting just the flexibility here of the Vanguards that we were seeing from Yeah We Lost, right? You go over to Central Park, the group could come out again from Luca, seeing how much space he was able to control here.
Do you
And
guys want
this is the, last
the audio
chance
to be louder?
opportunity, possibly, for Sentinels to keep their heads afloat. We've seen
Does Jay wear
teams
his
come back
headphones
from
when he's
worse here,
not
Gaskin.
playing?
It's a lot of pressure when you're already here in the playoffs, but you do not
Yeah,
want to deal
I
with
think
the
so.
gauntlet run that lower bracket's going to look like here in Americas.
So now as we go into locking bands, do Yeah We
Hi there,
Lost
Christine.
allow Penny
Good seeing you
Parker to get
again.
through? Of course, on this map, Penny can be very difficult to deal with. and we've
Queen
already seen
above
Sen
all. Oh my
setting
god,
up
I
with
love
Penny
that
as well on
PK.
Dongmin,
I'm
so
stealing that.
maybe that's going to be a target ban for them, but of course then that will open up other things, and their strategy thus far has mostly been trying to remove those strategists from Sentinels, and it has worked. So I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as I'll say again. For Sen though, perhaps their path is going to be changing a little bit now they've noticed how Yeah We Lost are playing and the heroes that they're comfortable on as well.
Said don't block, don't fix, and then they came out left field with a thing ban, by the way, just to help.
She's a
enable
Penny
the
main?
gameplay
Oh,
that we keep
guys,
seeing
I
between
play
Mass,
every
Jitward,
role.
Zaytex getting away with everything.
I
out
like
here.
to think
He's
that I have
gonna
a
be able to
pretty
hang
good
out in the
squirrel
back,
girl
deal with the amount
too.
of pressure and damage that we saw, even
And I
that
love
last
Iron
map.
Man.
What
Guys,
was it,
I
like
love
30K
all
with
the
17
annoying
finals
heroes.
Was insane. So what can Sentinels now do
yes,
differently here?
Firefox. I used
did
to
bring out
I used
what
to
we
be
were
on that
talking
channel
about after map number 1 when they didn't feel
centuries
comfortable flexing
ago.
over, like Crimzo over to the Rogue let's say here, even trying to help enable
Emily, what
Corova.
do you
We
normally
saw
play in your
Raimezi
free
trying to
time?
go in together with LeMay being on the Loki,
Well,
getting the
I did
copy
play a lot of
onto the
Windrose
Adam
with Jay
Warlock, but we
lately.
gotta take a look at how this pick
So I've
and
played a
ban
lot
phase
of
is.
Disney Dreamlight Valley,
Funny
but
thing, right?
now I
Sometimes
just
I'm
play
all
on
for
Jay's nerves.
playing
and-
what's comfortable for you, and I
Mind
will
games.
often scream that from the rooftops. You know, if you're not good at certain heroes, maybe you don't play them.
Emily?
That being said,
Oh my
when
god,
you're in a meta
YouTube.
where some heroes are
Emily,
just
tell us
that
what
good,
we
you kinda
want
have
to
play them,
know.
someone should be loading it. And I'm glad that Sentinels at least
Something
showed that
about
they
how
have
Jay
been
big
practicing it.
was.
They can resort to those meta
Oh,
heroes
how
if they
big
need
is
to,
Jay?
And maybe going into this third one now, they'll be able to find a little bit more success with even more reps under their belt, especially in tournament play as well.
You asking
But yeah, we lost, though. I
the
think
length
they're
or
gonna
the
be more than
girth?
happy with how things have been going so far.
Two
In
different
fact, they're probably gonna be
measurements.
delighted, but they can't get too ahead of themselves. The job is still not done yet. We have seen teams be able to come back from this point, although at the moment it does look like we lost, just slightly outclassing Sentinels.
How big is his
And
bald
we
spot?
do wait to get started with the pink and ban phase. Getting word here that it's just a little quick remake for the maps to make sure that we are
think
actually
the
loading
diameter's
into the proper
like
map here.
4 inches, maybe.
Onto. Of course, it is going to be convergence, no matter.
Depends
what,
on how
Baskin, since our map
stressed he
number 2
is that
was complex, so
particular
we do go down
week.
that list if we do see one of our series go to distance.
How do you pick the wrong map? You have one job, guys. Delaying
Oh,
everything.
man.
But this is Sentinel's attempt of saying, all right, we just don't want to get 3-0 too quickly, so let's make sure we just pick the wrong map here, try and stall out a little bit, ruin the momentum of we lost. I see through your plans, Sentinel. I understand what you're going through here. But
Dang, I
Central Park
asked
is
for
one of
his
those that-
chest
it was
size.
our first draw we
It is
ever
very
saw this
big.
season, right? We saw it between, it was one of the space station games.
His-
where both
his
teams
chest
were
is
able to
really
hold that
big,
initial
like,
first point. So,
I gifted
curious
him
to see whether we see
shirts
something along those
at the
lines.
beginning of our relationship
See, as we get everybody and we take a
to
nice look at our
to impress
players
him,
who are having a good
and he
time
doesn't
here.
fit in
Yeah,
any
we
of those
lost
shirts
lots of smiles
anymore.
for this team. Very stressful for Sentinels, just making sure that they are locked and ready, making sure we get onto the right map. It is going to be Central Park, by the way, guys. That wasn't
Emily,
wrong. It was just a
how do you
quick
feel about the previous
misclick
tournament
from our
drama?
players to make sure
I
that
think
we
all
are locked
drama
and loaded
is
and ready
good
to go.
publicity. It just depends on
So
how
I think it's
people and the community
Vicky, we've got 2 more matches still after this one as well. I know we're
capitalizes on it.
We lost at the moment.
The game's
Any
about
other
to
teams
start,
you're looking forward to seeing
so
today?
I'll
'Cause
shut
we
up
get to
and
sit
let you
back and
guys
watch.
watch.
I cannot wait to see.
But
their
I do
third
have a
series
lot of
the day.
opinions on it. I
Everybody,
think
for those of you guys
overall, like,
tuning
it's-
in,
it wasn't
we got
bad.
2 banger series, but
Maybe it
specifically,
was
I
bad
gotta
for, like,
highlight
one
Stick Drift
person,
versus
but
100 Thieves is definitely going to be
you live and
my
you learn.
favorite.
Well, I'm looking forward to that one as well. I think I actually called Stick Drift to win that one, so maybe I can do what Dogman's done with this series and go against the grain.
Hi,
Anyway, we're
Matt
into
Lantian.
locking
Welcome
bands
in.
here. Sentinels go down the traditional route. Mantis gets taken away. Gambit gets locked. And we will see Daredevil being protected on the side of we lost, as they also are removing
Oh gosh,
Rocket
Benzie, from the
Raccoon again.
moment you met
It's a
Jay now, how much of a gut has he
strategic
gotten?
target onto the strategists.
Ooh, it got pretty big.
Yeah, we're going to be able to kind of flow through this while still protecting Jetward and having that Daredevil has just been such a threat. The fact that they also,
it's
of course,
not
if you're looking
necessarily
at Settles, all
bad,
having access
okay?
to that
It
rocket,
is
but a
partially
little
my
different
fault because I
pacing
do
here, as we're
overfeed
gonna see
him.
that ban onto the Ultron.
But
After
he
seeing
used to
Sentinels
wear
commit to
these boxer
protecting this
briefs
Gambit,
that
but taking
were
it off the table
medium
for
sized,
we
you
lost, and
guys.
they do ban out the
And
Cyclops, which I think
now
is
he
huge to
wears
pinpoint
large,
after the last
but
2
even
matches
though he
alone.
wears large, they still stretch out the shorts. And then this happened twice last month, but like as he was pulling up his shorts, they
Get rid
ripped.
of this Cyclops, who is a problem. That being
It
said,
was so
at the moment,
cute.
we lost. Not banning the Cyclops. Perhaps they're going to allow Sentinels to have it yet again, but they've won both matches, so perhaps they don't see it as a threat. That being said, a one-sided Cyclops is a very different game, as we lost. They're going to get the Protect onto that Luna Snow, and we saw how good Luna was for we lost in that previous as well. You mentioned the smirk on the face, being able to flank round into damage mode as Hulk gets banned away from
Yeah, you got that dumpy.
With the self-buff too, by the way. Xanthos was having too good of a time, and you still will be able to have that on the table. We
Welcome,
highlight what
Hales.
this
How
final
you
ban is going to
been?
be, but the final protect rather
Hi
for
there,
Sentinels.
Dartson.
They're dwelling on it here, and still the prio ban
Do you
over
play
Unsolved
Love
could
and
be a
Deep
little
Space?
difficult.
I
While they
don't.
get to protect
I've
the
never heard of
Cyclops,
that
I
game
like
before.
this.
Is it good?
Trying to proc that already, and still trying to maybe work into what Sentinels we're trying to aim for.
Oh yeah,
on our
don't get
previous
me
map,
wrong.
and having that team up
Jay's
together
got a
with Wolverine
nice
could also
cake.
proc
It is
perhaps a
nice,
Wolverine ban on
and
the other
it's
side,
not
unless I don't
like
feel like it's going to be a
you
problem.
know. It's not
Still the consideration of a
saggy,
penny.
thank
Okay,
God.
Luna.
He
So,
works
they
out.
say you
It's
get the
very
one-sided
nice
Cyclops,
and
we'll take
firm.
the
It is.
one-sided Luna Snow, and we'll have to see which which one
Hi
stands
there,
out and is more
Fantabulous.
prominent in this one. I do like the one-sided Cyclops. I think that if you have a good Cyclops and the other team doesn't have one available to them, it can certainly snowball out of control. And with Sentinels also having the ability to
Hi,
potentially go
Shannon.
for a penny as well, I'm curious on their hold strategy going into Central Park.
It's-
now, 2-0.
it's
Yeah,
good,
we lost. Can they
guys.
make it 3-0, or is it going to be the beginning of
You
a
guys are
comeback in
all
the set?
young, but trust
Let's
me, when
find out.
you
Everybody
guys
give them your energy
get
pick
to
and ban
Jay's
phases or
age
nothing.
and
Out,
older,
we are starting
like,
things off on
you
our
are going to want to
possible last
squat.
map. It's going to be Central Park.
It's,
or can Sentinels take us the distance? So we get to see some changes moving forward. There's that team up that we were expecting.
If you squat a
Sentinels will be
lot and
rolling
you
out on
work
the
out
attack.
really
We
hard,
have
you
lost
guys don't need to
Julius
take those blue
defense.
pills. You know what I
Zatex says,
mean?
Don't worry,
Okay.
you can ban out the Cyclops. We've seen this
I'm
before,
honest.
Gasly,
I'll
as
stop
Zatex
talking
goes over to
now.
the Pride and True Elsa that we've seen him play before.
Yeah, a little bit worrying for
You
Sentinels.
guys can't get any more information
knowing
out of
how
me.
good the hero pool is for Yeah We Lost, they're always going to have that backup, and we know what Zatex can do on Elsa for sure. And if it can start get going, right? If you can get that Apex Predator online and then just delete them every time they try and push this initial point.
Oh, swap camera,
maybe
thank
you can
you.
hold them out for these 4 minutes and deny even 1 point on the board, and especially when Jitwood is going to be able to run rampant on this Daredevil. Look at how aggressive they're already being into spawn, straight onto set.
Look at Zanzo taking it off angle as well. We're taking a huge chunk of that damage. Both of the duelists get deleted. Great punish from Corvo.
Louder?
Get
Yes.
that charm. And then the isolation, as Scrimsel says. All right, good luck with that one here, Xanthos. He's the one isolated. It's just a matter of time as a freeze comes in. Actually managed to get away with it, but the rest of your team are gone.
Instant portal though, Zatex switches over to that Doctor Strange, so Yeah We Lost are going to have an attempt to be able to deny this one. It's also a switch over to Thing on the side of Mask. Can you beat one down and actually get yourself into an advantage in terms of these players is the real question here for Yeah We Lost. They have been able to survive, and now you'll also see on the side of Sen, they've been able to really push in and apply the damage, but Right Amazing gets the opener.
Oh man, even with that portal play to try to hang out
Sentinels
by
did
the
their
corridor,
homework
guess what?
on
Getting
this.
deleted
Wait,
here
no,
up to the
never
other
mind. I
side, though,
skipped
as the
this.
immediate turnaround. Yeah, we lost between Kendrick
What
and Santos with the immediate turnaround and making these swaps. With the invis now, you're very close to the invisible boundary, and they held the defense, forcing Sentinels back after finding Corova and Flamme.
Backline diff, baby. Somehow, some way, Yeah We Lost will hold on to that one. They had no right. But Xantho and Kendrick working together and able to deny Sen, but now, off the flip, Sen are able to get a couple in their favor, and they start to push onto this point as well. Yeah We Lost need to stall. They do have invisible boundary available to them.
Wow. Oh, try to force him back, though. You put the invisible boundary very far out, but I really like the swap because it's the counter to Crimson being on the Angela. You pull them back in, and Xanthos becomes a threat. You drop down here if you're Right Amazing. You got ultimate economy in Sentinel's favor, but look at Zatex. A great stun onto Zatex and Jitward. Another one onto Xantho. That
Let's
caused him to go down,
go,
and that White Fox coming
Sentinels.
unleashed was deleted. Ivagomoto here goes at least onto 2, but you have no follow potential.
Yeah, Luca will try and stall, but it's not going to be
This is
stalling
good,
enough. The
guys.
Sentinels will
It's
put the
good.
first point on the board in the end.
Oh, hello there,
And
Emily
it was a very
Tangerine.
aggressive start from Yeah We Lost, wasn't it? And Sentinels seemed like they were prepared, they were ready, and they constantly had Yeah We Lost on the back foot. Yeah We Lost never got the chance to really reset and reassess what they wanted to do. There was kind of switches all over the place as the Strange switch happened as well, so their comp was a little bit off. But now perhaps they'll have the chance to reset properly here and try and hold set.
They do,
I
though.
broke
Luca's
the
able to back
Sentinels curse.
away.
I
Great
would
map
love
here
to see
for
the Sentinels
Luca. You're very pumped
win
up
at
the
least
armor. He's
one
got the
map.
piece of the abyss for the reset, and Crimzo is looking to prowl about and also get information. But they have a retribution, but coming in together with
I
a
do think
Manhammer.
on
and
paper,
Jitward
Sentinels
was
is
letting
better
the
than
devil
this.
Out. Dogman pulls everybody together, but just pulling away from Mask, who tries to go down.
But I
and
also
Crimzo
want
instead
all of you
retaliates,
guys
brings everybody
who
grouped up,
voted
and
on
Jitward still
Yeah We
finds that
Lost
pick
to
and
get some
resist the chaos.
points.
Yeah, I think if Jitwood can consistently find the pick onto Right Amazing, then it's going to be a far more comfortable time for them. We saw when Right Amazing was up and was able to get the Ruby online, Sen just applied so much damage to Yeah We Lost as they lose Zatex now, so Sen have the extra player on the map. There is going to be a couple
Hi,
of trades in
Chica.
that feed, though. 2 KOs going
Hi,
either way.
Effie.
Luca also takes down Right Amazing. Yusha falls, and Sen now are going to have to back out of this one because they've lost too many.
You could take the ultimate a little bit ago if you're Dogman with a Heartbreaker, but now when the time calls, Mask had it perfectly executed to follow up together with Luca. You get the shish kebab on the Angela v. Angela battle in disguise as Kendrick now finds Crimzo as a finishing blow.
Thank you, Mrs.
Mask
Zombie
says you
Turtle.
want to play Angela versus Angela? Bet. We've already seen what he can do on the Angela in the previous games. Just able to skirt around the corner as well and avoid that initial damage.
you
As
know
now
what,
Yeah We
guys?
Lost are going to be able to
I've
hold once
always
more
wanted to
on
do
this
this.
point. And Sen had to back off initially, but Right Amazing is going to have Ruby Rage once more, so a lot of damage output coming.
waiting for it too. You're about to have that Ranger Royal Flush as you already mentioned here, but look at Santos, Apex Predator out. You have the Ranger Royal Flush trying to help them out, and Amazing at least still finds Kendrick. Santos with the It's Jeff comes in, but they've lost out on 2 originally, and that was even with the Ranger Royal Flush allowing Santos to take more of that driver's seat. See, Lucian's trying to find the 2 players here from Yeah We Lost over to the left side, isolating them, but he's going to be able to get healed up with a very split positioning from Yeah We Lost before they finally find Xantho.
It is crazy how much more comfortable Sen look now. They have
You
the
know
only
what?
Cyclops, by the way. They don't have to deal
Emily
with the
Tangerine
insane
can just
amount
go
of
to
AoE
YouTube
damage
chat.
that comes out from Cyclops when played correctly as well. And Amazing also having a far more comfortable time being the solo on the map. As now, Yeah We Lost have lost 2. They're backing off once more, and Sen march towards this second point now. There's going to be one last chance for Yeah We Lost to defend before they have to start to resort to portals.
Bringing everybody together is going to be Yusha to find Zaytex at the very least. That's going to be another stagger pick as Yeah We Lost are going down in numbers. Kind of going hand in hand with what you were saying before. Letting the devil out when you get Shish Kebab. Looking like Crimzo is the exorcist himself. And now you have Korova with the Kumio Unleashed to bring everybody together after they are up in numbers and want to capitalize.
It is good stalling from Yeah We Lost, so it will allow them to at least get that portal down and start to re-engage, not allow Sen to push too far. But now with Maz going down, that is a big delay between players. The portal is going to stop them for now. They're not diving through just yet. They're kind of waiting and stalling, hoping they can get Maz back up, who is going to switch over to things.
Yeah We Lost is 3 tanks.
Oh my, Zaytex took so much damage there, but then you have the piece of the Abyss. It lands on the Dogman, but all for nothing.
Not enough.
Because the rest of Sentinels were able to play around the other side of that portal perfectly fine, and they were just waiting for Yeah We Lost to go through the mouth of that portal. Another stall potential here, but it's nothing here. Sentinels are cleaning up Yeah We Lost fight after fight.
So the answer was Dongmin on the Rogue. We finally got there for Sen, and they look so much better. I mean, Yeah We Lost had allowed Rogue to get through, allowed Cyclops to get through, allowed like some of the biggest heroes that you can possibly play to get through in the previous 2. But now Sen finally putting those pieces together,
I've been
you
doing
see
some
why
side
those bans
projects
can
for
be
Jay,
very
but
important. And if
it's
Sen are
definitely on
able
my
to go
list.
on and win this one, I wonder where the strategy will change in the ban phase for Yeah We Lost.
This is huge here. Remember we were talking about before, Gaskin. It's how long it takes before you get that ban onto the Cyclops, especially on a map like this. Sentinels having these 3 ultimates. Ranger Royal Flush is going to start, but it's a little too late to save Amazing, who goes down at the hands of Zaytex. Now the Elsa is the next one to go. Kendrick comes in too up the strap pool, but the dive down now from Yusher, trying to isolate them, and Lucas just trying to force their way as a bouncer to harass this backline. The teleport does come out from the white box here, but it's the way that Yeah We Lost are holding this defensive position inside the side room.
Well, Yeah We Lost did so well. Sorry, Sen did so well to deny Yeah We Lost there. Jitwood wasn't able to really convert after they got that opening pick. Now with Kendrick going down as well, Sentinels can start marching towards these stairs. And sometimes this choke can be quite difficult to break through, but Sen have made it look somewhat comfortable, and they've still got 1 minute 12 on the clock to try and push this all the way.
Oh, hey, Chica. Yeah, I
Good enough
turned
time here, but at
1.
least trying to clear up this space so that way you're not caught off that low
I
ground.
was cosplaying as Jay.
Now coming in together. We only shoot to match up with Korova, but it gets deleted. The It's Jeff
Ooh,
does get you in the process. So Santos trying to get away. Ruby Rush.
You gotta spit out your allies, though.
Hasta la vista. As Santos does manage to get them off the map.
Wow.
I mean, that's your main aim. Just try and get away, survive, and hope you get a little bit of healing from your strategist as well. And it will win the fight for Yeah We Lost. And it will eat away at that time for Sen as we get a pause between these 2 teams.
Who did that?
Yeah We Lost. They were able to win that engagement, but Sen are close to this final point. Maybe one last push, potentially 2
This is
with a portal here, Vic.
probably from the Sentinel side, right?
And it's like
Is
less
this one of
than
those
a minute,
tactical
I believe, here, too.
pauses?
So just trying to take a pause, maybe a little tactical pause here, but it's a lot of
We're
momentum.
waiting on another cat
that
video on the
Sentinels
YouTube channel.
are rolling with. The highlight
We're
to this, though,
working on
Gaskin,
it.
is
We're
the
working
change
on
up
it.
in the pick and ban phase. Also feel like Yeah We Lost just had taken so much time to finally regroup together. They were getting
Amazing
isolated, though, and
DC.
one by one, as they were trying to engage, they were still down
His
like 1 to 2
keyboard
members in a lot of those fights.
They were. They,
Oh,
they just
Flamme?
have the better composition.
if it
now,
was the
with,
Gambit, then
without a
yeah, it was
shadow of a
Flamme.
doubt. They have the better lock and ban phase. They have the heroes that they need. And the switches they
Would
made
I
of who's
say
playing
100
those
Thieves
heroes
is my
has
favorite
also
team?
been the main factor
Is it
here for
your
Sentinels.
guys' favorite
And it's
team?
a breath of fresh air because it was looking pretty dismal after the first 2. It was looking very worrying if you're a Sentinels fan. But even
My
if they
favorite
lose this game,
team-
right? Even if they go on to lose this game, I still think what we've seen just in this game alone and the fact they've been able to adapt to
kind
the
of like
lock
the
and ban
name
phase,
STD
it
because
shows
it's
that
funny.
they still have a good chance going through these playoffs. in general.
But
I agree, right? It's literally the
Team
adaptation
Liquid
that we're seeing
Citadel's super
Sentinels play out here to
strong.
see what's going to happen.
So
on the
I
other
think
side of
that's
this
my
pause
favorite
as
in
well,
terms
because
of
the
like
way that
if
they've
I
been
was to
playing
put
right now, even making those
money on
adjustments,
the line, I
aside from
think
the
I
pick
would
and ban
go
phase,
with
the way that they're playing, the
Team Liquid
isolation that
Citadel.
we're seeing with the Angela 2 to contest of the skies in a map like this, Gaskin, when you have that vertical advantage here, you get to not only find this displacement, but then you get to harass those individual players over onto the back line before resetting.
My favorite team is J3.
So a player disconnect, I believe, just means we can have a temporary pause. Always thankful for any pause mechanic in any esport, by the way, as once upon a time when I used to play and compete, we didn't have such things. Instead, you would have to get a full reset every single time. But the pause
Hey,
happens,
no
the players are going to be
problem,
reconnecting,
Noah.
and we'll get right back into this one. I will say, though, it is going to be, of
Happy
course,
to
a
be here.
momentum
Happy to be
shifter.
here.
There is a good
Oh,
chance
Swamp
to
Gaming
discuss
is
as
a
well
really good
for a
team
lot of
as
these
well.
players of how they want to approach the rest of this game here, Vicky. And even though it's been a good push so far for Sentinels, it could come down to speed here, right? If they
Am I
can get all
going
the way
pro?
to the third,
Oh,
can
you
we lost do
know,
it faster,
like
give themselves an
Jay,
advantage
I
going into
can't
overtime? It would be
compete
nice
at
to
the
get an
pro
overtime,
level
I think,
because we got to
today,
give
because
these
we
other
haven't had
kids
one
a
yet.
chance, you
That
know?
is very true, right? And even going the distance beyond like a game number 3 would be nice here. Just making sure that Fome is also loaded back in.
We are
with the rest
thinking of
Sentinels, and
getting
I
a
mean, with the way
fourth
that they've been
cat.
playing, all pieces here
We're
are
torn.
needed with these
It's
adjustments
either a
that we're already
fourth
seeing
cat
from them.
or a
Just making
first
sure that
human
everybody
baby.
is ready to go here before we unpause. But again,
Technically,
also
Jay's
highlighting
a
what's going to be on the
baby,
other
so I
side of
guess
that
it'd be
will
like
be
a
less than
second
a minute on the
human
clock for Sentinels to
baby.
get to the third checkpoint.
Yeah, one last push and a portal play, so probably two
that's
here.
true.
But
Navi's
again,
a really good
yeah,
team
we
as
lost about the
well.
time to discuss, but so have Sentinels to say, how do we break this one? How do we actually make sure
I
we
also
push this
really
one the full way?
like
As we
some
are
of the
back
Asian
underway,
teams.
Lame's off the map. Sadly, I remember there's probably a disconnect, so that's probably
Team
what happened.
OUG
So Sen are now going
is
to
one of
be
the stronger
able to
teams from China,
just rebuild
so
here. It's
I
25
have a soft spot
seconds,
for
Vicky,
the
actually. It's a
Asia
little bit
teams
less
as well.
time than that is ideal, but it is enough to have one walk up before you portal.
If it's needed here, have a contribution though from Crimzo, just going to be able to group everybody together before trying to recontest here on the point. A nice little back
Damn.
tap, by the way, keep your eyes on it.
Yeah, we lost
because
is
the rest
doing
of Yeah,
so
We Lost
well,
now
and now
have to
they,
deviate their attention onto Crimzo, who goes right back to the rest of his team and right
Kinda
raising
lost
having
that
the lead and
momentum a
finding
little
Max.
bit.
Mouse going down, but we'll be straight back up shortly as the rest of Senna just backing off a little bit at the moment because they are worried about the dive that's happening from Jit.
Oh my god, look at Fome going to town on that
any
piece
of these
of gun.
KOs and give your team a chance. Also, Galatrox came out at the same time, but Crimzo and Karova, they
That
worked together
gun's
to take down
fighting
Zaytex and
for
Luca.
life.
Jitwood does finally get one, but all the meanwhile, he's losing some, and we're seeing a 3v3
died
making it
with
2
the
versus
ult.
1. Somehow, yeah, we lost him come out on top here as overtime ticks away. And yeah, we lost Will deny Sen. I don't know how they pulled that off.
Feels
Sen got the
bad,
openers, but
man.
yeah, we lost Hellstrong.
And then Xantho just doing
But-
his best
but it was a
Halo
good push.
Princess impression, just waiting out, making sure nobody comes in from any cheeky shenanigans from Sentinels. But even crazier to highlight is the way that Jitward continues on this domination. But the biggest pick there was the isolation onto Flamme, who got the Rager Royal Flush at the very end when he was already low.
I'm sorry if this
Even
is a dumb
when Yaoi
question. I'm kind of new
lost
here.
those two
But
members
do
who
you
were
and
also
King J have any
incredibly
kids?
low on that push,
There's no
they
dumb
came
questions.
to back up Jitward, and it stopped
Welcome.
any sort of contention from
We
Sentinels.
don't have kids yet.
It's penny time, baby. I thought maybe yeah, we lost would have tried it themselves, but you've got to look at
But
the
it
stuff.
is definitely something
Was
that
the
we're
big one for
planning
me.
for
Yeah, we lost. They tried
in
to
the
be
near
very
future.
aggressive onto the point defensively, and it didn't pay off. And then they were at 6s and 7s after that, right? And,
still
God, I've said it. All the
proving
Zoomers
if
are gonna
he's
be
dad
happy, but
material or
you
not.
are going to see now a very different strategy
Listen, if
employed
Jay
here by
can come
Sen,
back
who are
with
gonna
a
go
hot
slightly more
dog, if
defensive,
he
utilize
remembers,
that spider nest on the penny
I'll
as
think
well
about
to
it.
make sure that this is just going to be like an impenetrable force.
He's gonna
and
forget
not
the hot
allowing
dog.
anyone to get through that initial point thanks to the mines that are on board.
It's always nice to see here, too, with the way that Dogman plays around the penny. Right, amazing, by the way. MVP after that push.
Careful, baby will be
Doing
bold too.
fantastic thus far.
We're
in
not
capitalizing
worried
off
about
the
that
Cyclops and
because
Wolverine team up.
babies
Now,
get their
flipping the script
hairlines
is going to be, yeah,
from
we
the
lost to see
mother.
how they're going to be able to roll
Luckily,
out here
I have
on the
a
attack
lot
this time
of
around.
hair.
And as expected, it's a sitting back on the choke for Sentinels. And not only do they have the Penny
My
Parker,
wife
you've also got
and
Yusha onto
older
that
than
Wolverine.
either,
So you have the
Up to be
Wolverine
adopted.
Cyclops combo
Hell yeah,
here, which
Lantern.
could be very detrimental for, yeah, we lost lost, and they may regret the bans that
Hi
they
there,
went
Papa
for in
J.
the end. But if they can just get that opening pick here, and also if they can take down that spider nest, they will have a chance to try and break through.
be a lot easier for them. Xantha's taking a huge chunk of that damage here as Atex now takes over to the skies, calls out on the Wolverine, that is Usher Flamay. He'll be able to back away though, heal himself back up, and as Dogman does get frozen, Flamay's able to find Jitward. Great way on stopping the dive oppression as Luca wanted to go in for a follow-up immediately afterwards, but they're down in numbers and they're taking a huge
on his
chunk
way
of
to
that
Costco
damage.
right now.
The thing is about the Spider Nest, it becomes a 7th player
But
almost. You have to take it down.
he should be getting
it
his
has to be a
phone
focus.
soon.
And with your focus
if,
elsewhere,
if everything
it
goes
allows
right.
the rest of the team, right, to focus on something else and potentially delete you. So yeah, we lost. Sure, yeah, they got rid of the Spider Nest, but they lost players along the way. And now as they re-engage, another nest is up for Sen to be able to work
How does
with
it
here.
feel
and
being
this is where the
the
struggle can
balding
sometimes
man?
happen on Central Park. It's so difficult against a Penny, so we need to see a bigger.
You know,
and
it's
better
one of those
game
things.
plan
Like, have you
from
guys
Yeah We
ever
Lost.
went shopping
Feels
for
so good too
something?
when you get that speed boost, the extra healing as well. When you get up to 300,
and you're
65,
like on the
you have
surface.
Ruby Rage coming in, and the dance
like,
from Xanthos.
Have you guys ever gone out to buy a watermelon and you didn't really like look at it and you just picked it up? And you're like, oh, on the surface it's so like nice and shiny, it's gonna be sweet. And then when you get home, like you turn around, you're like, oh my god, there is like a huge
But it's fun now as we lost.
hole in the back of the watermelon that you didn't really look at.
We're able to
That's kind of what happened when I first met him. I didn't even look at the back.
Yeah, we lost. We were able to get some picks, but just not quite enough. And again, that Spider Nest
I
is going to
didn't
be
find
focused.
out until
It
much
does lose all
later.
its health,
You know?
so now off the spawn.
I think they call it
we
like
lost it. We're gonna
buyer's
get there a little
remorse.
bit faster. Glartrox comes out as well. That Apex Predator. Did you connect with anything? Is going to be the real question. Dongmin is going to have ult available though, so that's going to be a very important factor here. The Spider Sweeper could be a big difference maker as they try and enter.
I
They do commit to the Razor Royal Flush, so holding on to these ultimates because Crimson, no need here when you got that team up between.
You know, all
Rose
jokes aside,
and Gambit. You let the double
when
out
I
now,
found
you're
out that
Jitward,
his
but you
chat was
lost
making fun of
out
him
on
for
the
being
wipeouts
bald,
earlier.
I actually did not. I didn't understand
No
at
way
first.
that Usher just took on that last stand, slammed down and dunked next.
Damn,
onto
okay,
Luca.
Sentinels.
One by one, Sentinels are back on this defensive driver's seat.
Frustrating for We Lost. They got so
why we
close.
skipped
They
to
almost
do back
tasted the
shots on
first
the
point,
first
but
day.
sadly they have to go back to the drawing board once more.
You
Spider Nest back up, and Dongmin still has Spider Sweeper available,
Okay,
by the way.
but,
So even if that nest goes down, you have the backup of the ultimate to just reapply the pressure of those mines on the floor.
You know-
as Crimzo now also utilizing ult to get aggressive and in the face of We Lost.
It's
as
not
Ryan Amazing
like
follows
I'm
up.
gonna be
Even though the
behind him,
invisible
you know what I
boundary has gone
mean?
down,
Like-
We Lost have lost 2. This is going to be very difficult.
When you're getting down to
Kendrick and
business,
Zatex,
like
too,
it's
unfortunately,
really
right? So
not
now
a big deal.
Luca at least capitalized off of
Okay.
Amazing's over aggressive positioning, but he has.
Please
that
don't make me elaborate
rage
on
at the same
that. I'm
time.
sure there's
Jitward
a
now
lot
trying
of
something different, though.
underage
If he keeps
people
getting shut
watching,
down by the entry dive, now
and
Dogman comes in, sees the push. It's gonna be about how that sweeper now activated, and the portal play is gonna come in this time. At the
only
hands of
30
Crimson,
seconds
went down
left
early on the road.
on the clock.
You get a mine, you get a mine, you get a mine. Ryan Amazing now says you get
I
a beam to the face.
think
says
we should
Yusha.
focus on the
And
game,
Ryan Amazing
guys.
team up to be able to delete the rest
Wait,
of We Lost.
Sentinels
and sadly,
is
they
crushing
are
it, though.
dropping. Even
Okay.
the fate of both worlds has come out here. I think it might be a little bit too late. 20 seconds left on the board. I think they already may have used a portal as
really
well. So
good
We Lost is
hold.
going to have to try and push this one naturally in the neutral. And sadly
Oh.
for them, I don't think it's going to go too well.
I mean, we're amazing. You're looking behind them, right? You got less than 10 seconds how you contest here on the point. Match goes all the way up. Oh, God of Thunder coming
What?
crashing down on nobody's head, but Kurova does get frozen. Has a Kumio unleash. Isolates right Amazing here, who's been the threat from Sentinels, and with overtime now activated, taking down Yao.
What
He
was
lost.
that
Need to
Thor
hold
ult?
on. Zatex the only one on the point and is forced to stare down at the
Oh
rest of
my
Sentinels
goodness.
and Yusher on the other end on the
W.
last stand. Sentinels said no 3-0 here. Sentinels with a desperate attempt on the portal play, and Crimzo was ready on the counter portal as Sentinels, they hold their defense, and we are going the distance, Gaskin.
A far better performance from Sentinels. It was a better lock-in ban phase, it was a better strategy, and they looked more comfortable on some of these more meta heroes as well.
Sweep.
They just had the better heroes available to them. Completely won in the lock-in ban phase. And We Lost now need to take a look at what they are letting
Guys,
through,
I
because it is not going to
believe
work out
there's
every
going
single
to
time.
be
That being said, We
quick
Lost
break.
will get map pick now. So that technically does give them the advantage. They can go for something that really works with their playstyle. But it means we don't get a 3-0. We are going to map number 4 here between these two teams. We'll have to see how that one plays out.
I don't know
after this
if
break.
I do ads now or because I don't really know how long until the next. I guess do ads now so that you guys don't get the ads during the actual game, right? Okay, so sorry guys to everyone who's not subbed. We'll be right back. Okay. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, we apologize. Emily, you can't leave until Sentinels performs a reverse sweep. Yeah, Sentinels is a really good team. I know it's easy for us to like backseat coach and say this person should be on this hero and they shouldn't do this and blah blah blah. It's tough. Like I'm sure there's a lot that we don't know. They don't sell iPhones, babe. Why did I come here? Okay, first of all, they do sell iPhones. I sent you the link. But you know what they do sell though? Hot dogs. Okay, wait. They sell iPhones. It was on the website. You're telling me you drove all that way and you're not gonna get a hot dog? They don't sell iPhones, but I've literally bought laptops from them before. They do sell Apple products. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Do you want to go to the Apple store? Like, if you really want a phone tonight? Hi there, Crash. Welcome back. Most elaborate plan for a hot dog. Yeah. Yeah, Welky is correct. They'd sell it through... They have like those little kiosks inside, no? Oh, Honey Badger, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Pray to Guang Guang. Oh, website only, I see. Okay, well then just come back and, you know, buy it from the website. Okay. This is kind of my fault because I should have predicted that Jay doesn't read. I should have read it. I apologize. Yeah, just get a hot dog and come back. And I'm open to a pepperoni pizza as well. Yeah, and a Costco pizza. Watch Jay not gonna bring the hot dog. He might not. Jay was at Costco because I told him that he can get an iPhone there, which according to their website, you can. And then he got to Costco and realized they don't have iPhones. I'm not sure why. Why not just go to the Apple store and get one from the official place? Because Costco generally has better deals. Yeah. And he does have the option to fix it for $550. And I forgot, I don't know how much it is if he did it from Apple, but it's expensive. Yeah. $550 is a lot, especially when in a few months they might come out with a new iPhone 18. I just what do we do? Do we fix it and just kind of wait it out? As a former AT&T employee, Costco don't really have better deals. They just slap BS on your account and call them deals. Well, I've never tried to buy a phone from Costco, but I did get a laptop there. And when I compared it to like Apple, it was a really good deal. Oh, but the only downside is that the laptop that I got from Costco, the packaging wasn't as like, it wasn't in like that fabulous white box that Apple gives it to you. And I was like, you know, it's fine. It was a cardboard box, but it's still really good. Yes, I think Jay could just get a Samsung phone. Yeah, why does Jay need a phone? He has a PC, exactly. He doesn't have anyone he needs to call. Give it to you in a plastic bag.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Hi there,
and we
Pug.
do
Welcome in.
have a series on our hands.
Nokia is the way to go.
Point back here to make it 2-1. They dominated Central Park. Yeah, we lost. Couldn't even break the first point in the end. So the strategy was employed perfectly here.
What about Papa J?
It does raise eyebrows
I could text
a little
Papa
bit now
J
going
for
into
him.
this next lock and ban phase, because it's been a little bit of a back and forth between these teams. Yeah, we lost. We're kind of letting certain heroes go through. Sen didn't really capitalize on that to begin with, but now they have found a way
Who
to
am
make
I
it work.
rooting for?
Perhaps it changes things up. But yeah, we lost.
Man, Dogman Penny is just
Okay,
something
well,
else when
I
nobody
like
is,
to
taking
see
care of
good
his
sportsmanship.
nest, right?
I
And it
like
goes
close
hand in hand with the
games.
fact that Cyclops was banned for Yeah We Lost.
While
Sure, we
I
did see Zaytek
do
roll
think
out
Yeah We
on the
Lost is
Elsa, but
super
it's
fun to watch because they
when the
just
rest
they
of the
play
team
like
is forced to play very split
they play
up.
mystery heroes
Great
sometimes.
news for
You never know what to
Sentinels,
expect.
the Sen City Believers,
But
giving them
I
their
do
energy
really
to see
want
how we can
Sentinels to
progress through
win.
that pick and ban phase to
They
work
haven't
out
had a
for
really
Sentinels'
good
favor as a
good
Ryan
run
Mazing.
this
Look at
season.
that
It
face,
feels.
man. Ryan Mazing taking the MVP.
They lost a lot of winnable
50
matches,
and
though.
6.
I think for this one,
Yeah, you see what happens when you get to play
I might
Cyclops
root for
against
Sentinels.
no one else, right? You don't have to play another Cyclops. Instead, you're going up against an Elsa. Very different matter. Even though there were a couple of times Ryan Mazing did get picked off by the Daredevil from Jitwood, for example, it's
Surprised
just
he's this
such an
quick and getting.
impressive hero
He's
to go
so
up against. The
impulsive.
amount
Oh my
of
god.
damage with the AoE from the
He's
laser beam.
so
insane
impulsive.
to go
Like,
and try and compete with. And you can just really
6
see
months
how it helps
ago,
Sentinels cross
when
the
his
finish line
ass was
initially, but everyone playing their part.
a little bit
as you mentioned,
smaller,
Dongmin initially on that penny being
he
able to do
he was
so
obsessed with
much
these
work as well.
Calvin
Yusha
Klein
actually on the
boxer briefs.
Wolverine was such
And
a
we
big
saw them at
part of their
Costco.
victory as well with some
He
of the picks
bought,
that
I
he was
swear to
able to
God, like
Yeah,
a
that last
lifetime's
time, too, and the
worth of
isolation
those
that we
boxer
saw
briefs.
from Yusha
And
was
now,
a
6
chef's
months
kiss,
later,
and then
his
combine
ass
that
is
together
so
with the
fat,
team up
he doesn't
was
fit
really
in them
nice.
anymore.
Korova, too, by the
So
way, putting down not only the healing,
we-
but the
we
damage
have,
output
like-
when he gets to teleport and get a lot of these follow-ups too.
I don't know,
You
like
take away
5,
that big
10
tool that
pounds
Zaytek
of
was
boxer
really leaning
briefs
onto for our last
that
previous
have
two
nowhere
maps.
to go.
The Vanguards can only do so much, right? When you need some help in trying to go in for these diving compositions. But even Jitward was forced to swap off the Daredevil.
Yeah, his ass
when they
doesn't even fit in
couldn't
them
break through
anymore.
the
And
Sentinels'
like,
defense.
we can't
Could not break
return
through in
it.
the end, and
So I guess we'll just
a little
donate
bit
them. Why did he
frustrating,
buy
I'm
so
sure,
many?
but
I
they have
don't
the cushion. They were
know.
able to go 2-0 up, and they were able to have
Wait,
one of these
Costco return
matches, right?
policy
They're
is
probably
crazy.
saying, "Look,
It
let's
is,
keep going with the same strategy
but
in the lock and
we
bands."
don't have a
It was Sen's pick
receipts.
on
Is
the
that
map as well. We
is
know
that
what they're
still
going to try
fly?
and do defensively. They didn't opt to go for the penny ban, which did surprise me a little bit. But now, yeah, we lost. Get the choice of map here, so they're going to be switching up to something a little bit more comfortable.
Apparently
for
Jay
them,
went to
something
T-Mobile.
that
They don't
really
have one.
capitalizes on their
You know,
playstyle instead. And
maybe
perhaps
this is
could be
good
a
for you.
detriment to the way
Maybe
that
you just
Sentinels are
need
trying
to
to play
be
here.
off your phone for a little bit.
Yeah, definitely seeing how that's going to also go into that map 4, right? Because we've already gone through, obviously,
Hi
starting off
there,
on Dom,
Dominic.
Convoy, and Convergence.
Thank
Now
you.
moving over to something different here. On to perhaps Dom is what I was expecting here as we wrap back around. But
Wait,
with a
sorry,
different mindset, if
actually, you just
are
need the same
Sentinels,
card?
After looking
Oh my
at that
god.
pick and ban face had went.
Okay, I'm returning all of those
Yeah,
undies
Sentinels are
then.
going to be feeling a lot more comfortable, I would imagine. They're going to be saying, all right, things are working. We know who's
Wow,
going to play
Costco doesn't
certain
require
heroes now. If
paper
they
receipts,
allow
just a
Rogue
membership
to
card.
get through again, we know that Dongman can be incredible on it as well.
Okay.
Was just absolutely
That's
tearing through. Yeah, we lost when we saw him
amazing.
on Rogue initially. And then having that confidence to be
You
able
know
to
what?
switch
We're
over
gonna
to Penny
return
as
all
well.
of those undies,
Now,
and
where
then
will we
maybe
be going?
we'll have
Oh,
enough
okay,
money
this is
to get
somewhat
Jay's
familiar.
phone
And I guess,
fixed.
yeah,
Oh,
if you were going to go
man.
anywhere for Yeah We Lost, Museum of Contemplation does seem like the perfect fit for how they like to play.
Yeah, my brain going over to the MRC rule set here.
Sweet.
Going
Okay,
over
thanks,
onto Convoy
guys.
once again, so not doing that snake draft here when it comes to going through these maps. Museum of Contemplation. Surprise, surprise, Gaskin. We haven't seen this one before. One of our America's favorite maps to go
My
in for a
ex literally
counterpick.
returned a used
Counterpick
litter
is
box.
there, just taking a look at how all teams have been performing.
Yeah,
Actually,
that's
Sentinels are
another
4-1
cat's problem.
on Museum of Contemplation throughout the group stages, so I think they'll be pretty happy with this one. Slightly surprised on this pick, because actually, yeah, we lost a 0 and 3.
Okay,
well,
Museum of Contemplation.
This is intriguing,
interesting.
Vicky. This is certainly not something that statistically makes sense, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Surprise, surprise. All right, that's quite interesting. Maybe they've been practicing, like, when they've had that slight break and trying to get a lot
My
better
boss
here on Museum
returned
of
a vanity
Contemplation,
mirror
but one
last
of
week
them
that he
of our region's favorite maps for those of you guys. Not surprised here. Before diving into the action, though, and seeing what we lost
As a
can now do
Costco employee, I've
differently
seen people
after
return things from
going
10
in
years ago.
for
We still
very
accepted it.
similar
Oh,
pick and bans
wow.
that was working for them in the first 2 maps. After Sentinels were able to make the
That's really
adaptation
nice.
that
I've
they
never
needed
tried to
make it that
exploit
second
the
map didn't go
return
their way.
feature.
I guess one way to look at it is
Someone returned a 3-year-old
because we've
couch
seen
because
so
they didn't want
much
to
of
move with
Sentinels
it.
on Museum of Contemplation. There's a lot of VOD to study, and even with us changing metas now going into 8.5, it's a different game. There are different heroes that
I've
are
been a
going to be
member of
part of it.
Costco
Cyclops
for,
now in the fray. That being said,
10
game plans
years
and
now, I
strategies
think?
can sometimes still show the same
I've
kind
always
of
been
patterns.
really happy.
And maybe, we lost. Have got a read on Sentinels of how they're going to go into this one. And I'm also very curious about this lock and ban phase as we are now into it. It's going to be the same percent. It's going to be Mantis and Rogue that are banned away.
But yeah,
we
one
lost
time
are going to
I
opt to keep the gambit.
I bought a bunch of
Now,
batteries
this is where
from
it gets interesting
Costco.
though for we lost.
And
How
I
do
guess
they
I
change up?
forgot them
Do
in
they
my
switch
cart
up
as
to
I was
more
loading
meta
them
decisions here
onto
and
the
take away
car.
the Rogue now that they've just seen Sentinels are looking a little bit more
And
comfortable.
I went back the next day. I was like, guys, I'm pretty sure I bought batteries.
Sentinels, yep, that was perfect call out, Gas.
But
especially if they know that Sentinels will probably lean into.
I
getting
must
the
have
ban
forgot to
onto the
load them into
Cyclops.
my car.
That's important.
True
because
story.
Cyclops
Like
is
I wasn't
pretty
lying. I wasn't
right
trying to
in her
abuse
face,
them.
even when she's trying to put
And
out her shield to protect herself. As Rocket is the next ban,
the
I do
staff
really
said,
like this,
"Okay, we believe you,"
especially
and they
seeing
just
that
gave
Sentinels
me
are gonna be
a
rolling
new set
out
of
on the
batteries.
defensive side of things. That BRB just coming out in clutch as they get the protection on the Cyclops while banning it out against we lost.
Yeah, I mean, banning the rocket does give up Cyclops. I don't know
Well,
how much
but
I
come
love
here,
it.
my love.
I think I probably, after what I just saw, I would have preferred the
gonna try to
Cyclops.
give you guys
ban.
a
That being
boba
said,
cam.
maybe just removing Rogue is enough and will just interfere with Sentinel's game plan. Or perhaps this was the decision, right? If they do take Cyclops, we get rid of Wolverine and
Oh
vice
my
versa.
gosh,
At least they
Reyes.
get rid
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
team-up
yeah. Get
possibility
those-
now.
get
And
those
Cyclops
jokes
and
out
Wolverine
of your
won't be able to work in
system.
tandem and be that much of a difficulty to deal with.
So it makes you wonder here too, like the Penny being a threat, right? But they're gonna opt to go for the defensive side and protect the Daredevil while banning out the Wolverine, taking away that team up after already seeing that they wanted to protect the Cyclops. They're gonna be able to ban out the Hulk, and that's still kind of the common factor here when we've seen the different looks of the pick and ban phase for both these teams.
Didn't know if we lost, going to pull out a thing ban or something just to throw us off. But
Yeah.
no, it's that is a little bit more what we expected coming into this one. That is what Emio was kind of looking at. Sure, there's a few different target bans that are coming in here or
Hi
there, but
there.
ultimately we're getting the more
Welcome
similar
in,
things
guys.
of taking away some of the more oppressive heroes like Mantis, Rogue, Wolverine going in there because of the Cyclops Protect as well. But can Sentinels get back into this fifth
I just love the
map
short of
here,
you
or
and
will
Jay
they
harassing
fall and it be
Boba.
a
Thank
3-1
you,
in favor
Hyzen.
of we lost as they progress in the upper bracket? Remember, there is still the lower bracket. Whoever loses this one, Museum of Contemplation has not been kind to we lost, but
sorry,
they have picked it here, and perhaps they have a game plan.
While Sentinels just have thrived here too, right? And that was with Dogman. I believe it was like
You heard
back
the
when they had
thunder and I
fought
think you
against
got a
100
little-
Thieves on Museum of Contemplation when they were rocking out with the Penny. So looking back at that page
Oh, yes,
just
for
a few
anyone
weeks ago, here
who's
comes Sentinels
wondering
now feeling
where
pretty
Jay's
cozy.
at,
And Rymazing's going to be on that Adam Warlock.
he's
while
on his
Corova's
way
been
back
putting on a great
from
display
a failed
with
Costco
the White
trip.
Box. While you already see
He
Dogman
thought
getting set
he
up.
could get a new phone.
This is going to tell us a lot. Just this first initial skirmish that's going to happen as well, with Zen going with the familiar 3-3 setup that we saw previously when they try and
Thank
defend
you,
at initial
Bree.
points. We
I
lost.
don't
Can they
know,
break through 3 Vanguards and 3
I don't know what those
strategists?
people were
You don't have to
saying.
worry about any duelists, but of course it means there's a lot of health, a lot of healing.
I
You
didn't really
are
read
looking
it,
at your duelist to be able to get behind enemy
but
lines and just try and
for
pick something
people
off on that
who-
strategy side.
Mask has had enough.
are
He
new
took
to
care
the
of the Penny Nest, at
stream
least
and are like,
originally, and
oh
they
my
completely
god,
collapsed
you know,
as
Jay
they
is a
sandwich
woman now. Like,
Sentinels and start off
okay.
strong. They cleared up the point.
If you're
no
gonna come
stalling
into his
here,
stream,
and Amazing is probably gonna even
at
cancel that
least
battle. Just
make
regroup with the rest of
tasteful
your team.
jokes,
Yeah, there you go. At that
not
point,
jokes
well, yeah,
that
we lost. Get extra
strangers could take in the wrong sense.
When
Okay,
can you would have missed it?
and then you can
That's
say
incredible from Yeah We Lost. That's what we would expect more so.
We
of. And there
want
will be
you
that
guys to
strange
joke.
portal on the other side.
But, like, make us laugh.
Sen are going to look to re-engage right away here.
It's
deny
not funny, and you can
stop
do better.
That car from moving, or the bus at this point, as Dongmin gets trying to position once more. Can he get a spider nest down is going to be the real question. Or is he going to be focused hard
The
yet
thunder
again
gets louder as
as Mask
Jay's punching.
continues to be a nuisance and bully the rest of the squad?
Oh man, they swapped sides by the way, and Goat Rova, who is on the Adam Warlock himself, was the first to get taken out, and Amazing gets off the White Fox and goes over to the Cyclops. You gotta work onto what was allowing Sentinels to take control over that previous map fights. And now, yeah, we lost the back-to-back now, Gaskin. They're already nearing that first checkpoint, and there is no portal play after Sentinels already used it.
No portal play, and
okay,
definitely no
'cause,
one even quick enough
you know,
to get
you guys
there.
know how
As Jitwood
Jay
now,
has old school
quite literally
RuneScape on the
behind enemy
side?
lines, waiting to
Apparently,
see
he
if
just
can
got
jump on
disconnected
anyone
from
and
the
make
server.
matters even worse
So
here
I
for
thought
Sen,
maybe
as they've not
something
really had a
happened.
chance to breathe with the speed of which Yeah We Lost have been
Oops.
playing so far, and it does not slow down. Amazing gets deleted off the map,
Oh, that's
and
just
now
it.
they can have the extra player, and they continue
Thanks,
to
Crash.
jump. This is Yeah We Lost at their very core. Diving onto opposition teams, making them uncomfortable, not giving them a chance to even play the game here.
Oh my goodness, they literally are just dominating in the faces of Sentinels. They're one by one, isolating and splitting them apart, where Flamé is getting focused here by Luca. Now look at this ult economy. All the ults online here for Yeah We Lost. And now the Glartrox, just to be a thorn on the side and delay more time, just backing away, gets the double mark here too, onto the back end. But take a look at the cart. They know the stall is coming here right afterwards, because Crimzo rolls out on the Venom, and Zaytek splits his attention immediately afterwards as they let the devil out.
Mask again, though, does take down Amazing, but there is going to be trades on the other side, as finally it looks like the push has been stemmed here. Yeah We Lost lose enough to make them back off. Sen have been able to stabilize, and finally they can take that deep breath that they have not been able to do so.
720?
Not been able to do so far. Mask does get shut down in the end, but that was one heck of a run for him to be able to dominate and bully his
It looks
way
so
through.
blurry. I thought I needed
And on the
glasses.
respawn
This
here,
is
Yeah
much
We
better.
Lost have got plenty to work with in terms of ult economy. Whether it be defensively or offensively here, this is going to be a difficult one to hold for Sen, but they also have stuff to work with as well. Ruby Rage is going to be there for Amazing to output some damage. Freedom Charge there for Dongmin, essentially as a strat as well.
The handshake from between both Venoms going exactly to what they both wanted to do, and now following with the Feast of the Abyss, Jitward is going to be able to
Yeah, I'm
find
sorry about that,
Amazing,
guys.
assembling the troops. It's going to be Dogman, though, as Sentinel try to reset on the
You guys
defensive
should not
side.
be watching
so you won't
it.
have the Ruby Race, but good
Less than
timing
1080.
on the reset from Korova. You have the Kumi Unleash and a huge ante onto
Oh,
Mask
this
and Kendrick.
fighting
The follow
from the
though,
thunder,
it needs
sorry.
to go through, as Jitward is able to find Usher.
Hey,
going
thank
all
you,
the way up
Bree.
and
Thank
slamming
you.
down. The God of Thunder comes in from Mask as he finds Korova next, and Jitward, they keep up this momentum, and they've now called out Amazing, who's trying to back away.
Doesn't get away with it though, but the car is still moving. The bus has not been stopped just yet. And Sentinels, they're holding strong. Jitwood is about to come off spawn though, so you can see Yeah We Lost, they're trying to hesitate a little bit, seeing if they keep everyone up, which they're doing very well at, may I add. Great work from the strategist right now to keep everyone alive. And now you are going to see Jitwood being able to re-engage alongside Zaytex.
Listen, these stalls have been insane. Ruby Rage now coming in just to clear out that side room now. And with the Rage and Royal Flush, could have come in clutch and doing a lot more of that extra damage. And now you have the 3-2-1 on the bread and butter of the Rage and Royal Flush and the Galactic Legend to clear out the rest of Yeah We Lost. The stall potential has been amazing in allowing Sentinels to regroup together and clear out that point next.
Yeah, that was great ult usage from Sentinels there. Yeah We Lost looked like they had the advantage in the fight, but it was timed perfectly. Wait for them to feel like they're comfortable, they overextend, and then you drop the Rage and Royal Flush into the Galactic Legend, which is just such a difficult combo to try and deal with, alongside the damage that's being output here by Amazing on Cyclops. So at least Sentinels are able to stall a little bit, but now Yeah We Lost back on the point, and Sen need to contest
don't
this
let the
one, but
Thor-
they
Oh, good,
have
they
been
got the
able to
Thor.
at least get a couple of KOs their way.
That would have
They're
been
just looking
tilting.
at the Glartras slowly before reclaiming the defensive side of this point. I mean, Mask is side questing and trying to harass Flamé, but the PO's been amazing, because then you have to look behind them, because Crimso's basically doing the same thing that we've been seeing between Mask and Luca, although the
Is
ult
this
economy
the
still favoring
Mandela
Yeah We Lost here.
effect? You're not Jay?
Yeah, they've got everything now, right? There's nothing on the side
Isn't
of
the
Sen.
Mandela effect
If they've been tracking
when,
those
you
ults
think
successfully,
of
which you'd imagine
something and
someone will
then,
have that
like,
job, they'll
you
know they have the
start
advantage.
seeing it
Let the devil
everywhere?
out comes through, and Amazing going down
Oh
first is
my.
perfect for them. Yusha does respond with one, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to stop this.
You're really stepping up here too, but now you've lost it on two. You have the Kumio
Then what
Unleashed
am I
that is
thinking of?
activated now as Kendrick keeps everybody in this fight. For yeah, we lost. Zaytex trying to call out the Venom, who's trying to stall too, and you're down to less than a minute as they clear up this point, and they push. Unfortunate for Korova away as he cannot keep that stall.
There was the Mandela effect.
Yeah, Kurova would probably be a little bit frustrated that you've popped that one as well, because you would have liked to have saved it for the
Is that
next if you had known that you weren't going to
where
quite be there on
people,
time, but just
like,
kind of forced
gaslight
off
into
the point
thinking
there.
something?
The bullying again from Mask on the Thor, who's just demonstrating still how powerful Thor can be, even if not necessarily a meta hero at the
Yes.
moment, or certainly not
Jay
deemed
was
one.
always an
Maybe
Asian
Mask
girl.
can just dominate the meta himself.
Also,
I'm just
Bleema,
laughing
to
'cause
answer
I
your
love hearing,
question,
like, the rivet hits here too. One of my favorite skins for
I would
Thor
just like
and,
a Costco
Mask.
hot dog for
So
July
just getting the
4th,
communication
but
done. Does have
I
a
want to
reset
stay
off the God
home.
of Thunder while Luca's looking to dive, trying to isolate Yusha, who's also
Protect
been a
my
problem.
kids from
But the Freedom
thunder.
Charge
They get
from
really
the rest of
scared
Sentinels keep them
on
in this
July
fight
4th.
while Yusha's just waiting for Flame to get that Raging Royal Flush. Santos uses out the Fatal Worlds just so that way they can try to push up onto this, but now they don't have a defensive option once that Raging Royal Flush comes in.
There's going to be trades in the KO feed as well. Jitwood going down, but Luca also finding one. You will see the BRB being
Wow.
used
Yeah.
though,
Are
so
you
that
guys
just
doing
gets
anything
Jitwood right back into this fight, but Amazing starting to apply the pressure as Mask is just going
I
toe to
know my babies hate fireworks too. Oh my goodness.
toe at the moment with Crimzo. It's Venom versus Thor. I'm sure that's been a comic book
Guys,
at some point, but
are you
Sen
still there?
are still backing off. Yeah, we lost, still pushing right now.
And that's the Thor mode actually here. And there you go, Raging Royal Flush.
There's
the
a storm
bread and butter
outside.
of the wind tree when it comes
So
to having your
whenever this
Galactic Legend,
happens,
and they called it perfectly
my
because
heart
they
just,
utilized
like,
that Fatal
sinks
Growth
for a
very early to
second.
prevent them from really restabilizing through that.
Often this third point can be the hardest one to push through as well. It's just a very long choke, a lot of angles that you can kind of dance behind and also get behind the enemy at the same time, as Zatex will pop Galactic Legend as well. For yeah, we lost alongside the Seer. It's just going to apply a lot of damage, but it's about actually finding these players. They've done very well to get behind those walls and use the objectives they can to survive and get away from the damage.
The Sia could do just a fraction of what this Raging Royal Flush could do if you get out of that line of sight. And Sentinels, they restabilize. They are locked and ready to go as they're looking at we lost less than 17 seconds on the point here
Hi,
for them
Alex.
to take it home.
Welcome.
Yeah, one last push here for yeah,
Who
we
do
lost
you
before they have
want
to start to worry
should
about a
win?
portal. But Sen, they don't
Well.
have any ults right now, so yeah, we lost definitely have the advantage.
Letting the devil out though. Here's Amazing.
I'm
He's
happy
one
for
shot, trying to
both
back away,
teams,
trying to
but
get to the
if
health pack.
Sentinels
Now
won
Jitwood
this
tries to
one,
focus
they
down
will be
here on
really
Flamme,
close
who's
to
just
getting
trying to
reverse
get
sweep.
away. That's 3 off the table as we lost have the number advantage and still holding on to Mask, having that God of Thunder and now finding Dogman next.
All right, so yeah, we lost. They get job one done. They've got the point. They start to push. Sen don't need to portal just yet either. They've got one natural walk up they can work with. Yeah, we lost first player to go down. It's probably going to switch over to Strange and get the portal to go back in. Although remember, they do have BRB available for Kendrick, and they also have both
I'm so
Vanguards with ult right now.
guys.
And
No
now
hot
having
dog.
a piece of EVS with a follow-up would be
No hot
insane
dog.
together with Mask moving
No
up as
pizza.
well. You get the baby,
No
let it
cookie.
spin here as Atex is trying
Not
to follow
even a
up, but
ketchup
Dogman
packet.
is
It's
still
just
able to find Jitward. The threat off the table for now with
You know
Overland
what?
taken away. They're still trying to stall,
glad
but
they
the
didn't have
push is still
iPhones.
coming out from We
Bye,
Lost.
chat.
Victory in sight as Dogman now comes in, and Raging Royal Flush from Flamme allows you
I was gonna get you a hot dog if I could get a phone, but they didn't have a phone.
You see Mask.
Babe, you're not even
splitting his
online.
attention right on top of him, but he isn't.
The portal is going to be there, and the push is still happening at the moment. Yeah,
You
we're not
were-
going to be
you
able
were
to
not even-
re-engage, but
this is-
Sen
Okay,
are
anyways.
winning this engagement right now.
No,
Mask
listen.
does have ult available, though.
So I went to Costco. I drove 25, 30 minutes to go to Costco. I landed at Costco and I'm like, hey, there's an AT&T center, but can I buy an iPhone here for my T-Mobile? They're like, no, this is AT&T. I'm like, okay. I'm like, and then I go to a person and I'm like, hey, do you guys sell any iPhones? They're like, hey, only at AT&T. We don't serve iPhones to anyone else, but you could get a laptop or something else. I'm like, that's not what I came here for. So I left. And then I searched up on your phone, T-Mobile. Thank God I brought your phone. And there was a T-Mobile closing in 15 minutes. I got there in 10. 5 minutes left. I was like, hello, can I buy a phone? They're like, depends. I'm like, what do you mean depends? They're like, let's see if we have it in stock. I was like, hey, I want this one in this color. He was like, nope. And I'm like, what? He didn't even check.
very
And I'm like,
upset indeed.
well,
So I think he
can
is
you
a bit
check?
as,
He's
you
like,
know what,
no. And I'm like, well, can I use your bathroom? He was like, no. Does small man have a small bladder? I was like, what?
Here on Museum of
And
Contemplation.
then I took my
Hard to
service
believe
somewhere
in
else.
the group stages, they have not won this map. You think back to when they played
Fuck
against
that guy.
TSM, and they lost out to TSM on this one, giving TSM the path to qualifying for playoffs, by the way. Had they
Yeah, you have
lost
to
that
probably
game, they would
buy it
probably
online.
not have made it. So yeah, we lost. Have definitely bounced back. I will say, they had the opportunity. Jitwood could have switched
you
over
for
to
holding
Strange
me
when
down, at
he
least.
died, but he thought he had enough time to get back, which in theory he did.
Oh,
but it meant there
thank
wasn't
you,
enough
babe.
time for Zatex after death to actually get back onto that Strange in time. Had Jitwood switched to Dr. Strange instead, perhaps they would have had one last chance of a touch. Anyway, they were able to get all the way to that third point, but just not quite converting. Can we see Sen match up?
I mean, this is very winnable here for Sentinels. It's going to be tricky here, the way that Mask is now rolling out on the cap. Zatex to match this of the Raging Royal Flush and the Galactic Legend that has allowed Yusher to pop off earlier. What was it, 14 finals that we saw originally, 24 and 5, and now Zatex kind of playing up the back end, but Crimso's still able to find Kendrick, and that's going to be huge because you won't have the BRB for this next upcoming fight. Big first pick off here. He's going to be
Sentinels won a round?
And the rest of Yaoi lost are dropping like dominoes.
Sen have woken up. Where was this Sen during maps 1 and 2 earlier today? It's like they were just barely waking up. They were maybe
Now that
just
I'm
being
here,
a
I
little bit
watch them
tired, a
lose,
little
chat.
bit
That'd be so
lethargic,
funny.
But now suddenly they are back in form, and that is a fantastic first push for them. As yeah, we lost off spawn now. Gonna try and re-engage, but there's a lot of pressure being applied here by Sen. A very high line they're holding.
Knocking down on Ryan Mazing's case, but he already used a left shift before backing away and does not use the beam upward to get out of the line of sight of the Venom. Dogman taking a huge chunk of that damage too, and it's just a reset on the contest as Yaoi Lost are now up in numbers, just trying to enable them, and Crimso's looking for the reset himself, which is why he went off the map.
Yeah, Crimson just trying to regroup with the rest of the team, saying there's no point wasting time here, because time is of the essence, of course. It is about just trying to get to this first point as quick as possible. Give yourself as much time as you can in that final point if you can get there, because it is definitely one of the most difficult. But we will see the Raging Ruby is just going to come through. The Raging Royal Flush does combine well with it. And Ryan Mazing holds on, says I don't need to use the Ruby just yet. Instead, you get the Seer that's going to be on the side of Kendrick. That's really helped. Yeah, we lost him.
That was so unfortunate. Honestly, Ryan Mazing just wanted to be in that fight so that way he could get the combination of the Raging Royal Flush, but it was shut down when Kendrick uses a different iteration with the Sia onto the Galactic Legend to bring Zatex back up. And now Kurova was forced to use Akumio Unleashed. Does get a pick while he was at it, so they are up in numbers, and it means finding Santos means that they would not have the Raging Royal Flush until they re-engage.
I am trademarking Raging Ruby, by the way, when we do get the combo. It was so close, I thought it was going to happen, but with Ryan Mazing going down, but now he does get to use Ruby instead, and we will see Freedom Charge comes out as well on the side of Crimzo just to keep some stabilization for Sen, but yeah, we lost, still finding KOs as Jitwood is still being a thorn in the side at the moment on this Daredevil.
Decent too in terms of the ult economy, because now Yusher does have the Galactic Legend, but without the Raging Royal Flush in their hands here, and Jitward can easily let the devil out, where Amazing doesn't go down without a fight and still finds Santo though. And Yaoi Lost are holding on to this defense before the dive in. Now comes in from Luca. You let the devil out. You see the Galactic Legend. You get the deflect. You're trying to stop him. Somebody look at him, but it's fine. He gets it versus Yusher in the 1v1, and he is bouncing on their heads like a Mario character before getting revived.
Wait,
here
they're
onto
bouncing
the
on
BRB.
it?
Yeah, BRB is going to help them a lot. They needed it because 2 have just fallen. Mask goes down as well. Mask not going to have that BRB instead. As Sia comes out alongside the Galactic Legend, and we will see it used ineffective as Atex to take 1 down. It could be a further as Crimzo tries to escape and maybe just gets around the corner. No, denied.
Yeah,
They
there
will
are
be able
2
to
more
shut him down,
matches
and this
after
will
this,
eat
chat.
away at more time. Can Sen even get this first point here? Yeah, we lost taking control of this choke.
This is such a hard stuck in terms of the choke and the way that the guy we lost have just been able to flip the script, the way that they've been able to combo the Sia with Zatex and the Galactic Legend. He's put a thorn to their side. The Shishkabal to find the isolation onto Luca as he can't get away. But they do lose out on Dogman. But maybe was able to get that pick off of Luca originally, and now Kurova fighting for their life, but has the rest of Sentinels to back them up. They're down to less than 15 seconds on the clock to get to this first checkpoint. And with the Raging Royal Flush, that could be more than enough. It won't have a combo though into a duelist ultimate because unfortunately it was desynced earlier on. But Flamme slaps Jitward back to the spawn room gates.
Yeah, Jitwood has been able to consistently take Rymazing out of the game and not allow that Cyclops to really benefit from the Raging Royal Flush. But now Rymazing is going to have the Ruby Rage available in like 4% as we're into overtime. Yeah, we lost. They're going to be back up to a full 6. They are just waiting for that final player to get into this engagement. You win one more fight and it is probably done, and you will win the series, but Yusha gets the opener onto
I come back and Sentinels gets full health.
And overtime ticking down.
Come on, bro.
Have the
Am I actually bad luck?
Using up that charm. The Sia now coming in, and that's double actually. They use a Raging Royal Flush together with that Sia because they need anything to deal with Yusha, who is hailing from the skies.
That's crazy.
The Galactic Legend, everyone's staying alive, and overtime taking down, but they let the devil out. Rymazing's one shot at the same time, and Dogman keeps everybody rallied together with a freedom charge, hailing off of his coattails, but looking at the isolation of their backline, trying to stay alive.
Oh, baby.
After Jitwood finds Crimzo.
And it's going to be 1, 2,
Can I
3
get the
for
code
Zatex,
over here?
which will be enough for we lost to shut
Damn,
down
that
Sen.
actually sucks. I
Deny
come back and they
them
lose, but when I'm not here, they win.
series here, marching on in this bracket. Sadly for Sen, they could not even get to the first point here. Yeah, we lost have done their homework on Museum of Contemplation and look like a different team to what we saw in the group stages.
And you got a lot more time to work off of where your weaknesses were and not even threatening the defensive hold that Sentinels were trying to hold when they were on the defense with we lost. Flipping the script, they got the Rocket Sia, they have the Galactic Legend, and they were able to go back to back with it with we lost taking the entire series.
It was looking good for Sen initially as well. They looked like they,
Thank
you know,
you.
they had answers at the start. The first push also looked good, but they weren't really able to capitalize off the back of it. I will say it was a far
I'll
better
do the
lock and
thing.
ban phase from we lost going into
Sentinels
that
lost
one. Also,
YWL.
with it
Damn,
being
that
their
was my
back
first
pick, they were
prediction
always gonna
wrong
have that
today.
advantage,
I am
and
never
naturally
voting
they become
Sentinels again,
favorites
chat,
for
just
it.
as a heads up.
Although the statistics weren't on their side when it comes to how they had played in group stages, perhaps it was all leading to this moment. It was all preparation. It was all practice.
If 100 Thieves
and now they
loses
seem
this
to
as
have
well,
found
I'm
their
never
footing
voting
here.
for 100
And
Thieves.
it really did go alongside their hero pool here, Vicky. The fact that Jitwood was able to do what Jit was doing on Daredevil, Museum of Contemplation is the perfect playground for that hero.
And we lost also being able to match that with the Star-Lord, right? Just, again, with the different iteration, whether you have the Sia on top of the fact that you could help enable Jitwood when you have a Raging Royal Flush, just allow them to have their priority targets in line. Great performance here for we lost, and of course, this isn't the end of Sentinels, guys, when it comes to playoffs. They will be now having to dive through that lower bracket in a crazy gauntlet run.
Yeah, and I'm sure they would have
No,
learned a lot.
I don't believe in them.
They did look better with every single map, it has to be said. Their lock and bans got a little bit better. They also were utilizing the characters that were actually available to them a lot better the further we got into this series. And it is about rebuilding some of that chemistry as well as MVP going over to the Rocket Raccoon of Kendrick.
Kendrick, by the way, like so hard when it comes to trying to get these MVPs, and the fact that Kendrick had so much, whether it be from the BRB, the timing on the Sia, once again making a huge difference between whether you want to capitalize on the bread and butter and following up with a Raging Royal Flush on the opposing side, or do you have a much more leeway if you do mistime those ultimates and the combos, whether you have a Sia or your own Raging Royal Flush. Going crazy here, 45.4k healing as we take a look at the highlights of the series.
And ultimately, remember, there was a big decision to be made for we lost. Do they ban the Rocket Raccoon or do they ban the Cyclops? They opted to get rid of Rocket.
You said that in the preseason? I don't
really
remember.
Did show
Preseason was too far away, chat.
Really how prominent the Sia is, and the BRB, as you mentioned, and how much he can give you the advantage in those fights as well. Sadly, for the side of Sen, they didn't have that same kind of oomph behind them, especially considering every time they got the Raging Royal Flush, well, not every time, a couple of times, Rymazing was destroyed from the game.
Yeah, is Yowie lost an org chat, or is Yowie lost still orgless?
The Raging Royal Flush plus the Ruby Rage, which can be such an incredible combo.
And then you kind of deny that away from like saving it to allow Yusha to shine, and that's why the shutdown happened. And there was a
Lone Wolf, by the way, pretty massive 2 months. Are they orgless? Hey, you know what? Let's make them Team J3 if they make it to the LAN, chat.
If anything, we lost once again.
It'll be my first team we sponsor.
Way better
Thoughts?
for those last 3 fights. Even following up with the way that they were able to play through our 4 different maps. First time.
I'll
I know
give
it's the second series
them-
alone in playoffs, but the fact that we were
What can we
able to go
offer
into a
them?
map number 4 should
I'll
also
give
be
them
the highlight
$5
for you
each and
Sen City fans to note that the adaptations were happening.
And a handshake.
Yeah,
A
we
firm
lost.
handshake.
The flexibility that they have and the way that they were able to answer back just had it better.
Yeah, the signs are there for Sentinels, and again, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but clearly, with no Oasis, it was always going to be a different game today. It was always going to be about trying to put things together with the new substitute coming in. That being said, I think they did look better as each game went on, and I'm excited to see how their lower bracket run is. Now for Yeah We Lost, they move in to the next round of the upper bracket here, and as I was saying earlier, one match away from making it to mid-season finals if you can get into that top 3, which would be huge for Yeah We Lost. I would love to see them make it to international competition, but of course, still a lot to do, especially with the bracket they find themselves on. They'll have to go up against TLC for that spot initially, and we've already seen how incredible Team Liquid Citadel look here.
It's not going to be easy, but a very entertaining team to follow, and with very unorthodox compositions that we keep getting entertained by here, Gaskin. It's going to be interesting, but very difficult. As yeah, we lost,
West
I'm sure
Nile, appreciate
that
that new tier 1 sub, my friend. Hey, Jay3, I fell off my bike and ruined my favorite shirt. Can I get 5 gifted? Yeah, can we get 5 gifted?
This team too. You look at Sentinels and the Gauntlet run that they now have to make over on that lower side. It's crazy to say, like, just FlyQuest. I mean, it was really difficult.
Did you get your phone? No, I did not, chat. No,
now falling down to that bracket.
Yeah, FlyQuest and Sentinels both looking pretty good in the lower bracket as well. But we do have an interview as well. We've got Xantho, who's going to be coming in to have a little bit of a chat with us after an impressive performance for Yeah We Lost, Vicky. Xantho, thank you for coming in and having a little chinwag with us. I do appreciate it. Firstly, let's talk about those lock-in bans, because it did feel like you were targeting the strategists of Sentinels to begin with here.
I mean, yeah, I just have to look at, like,
I'm not going.
what do you think the best options are? Like, there's so many DPS, like, sometimes you can ban, you know, I'm sure you've seen in the past, like, you ban Psylocke or Phoenix in, like, previous metas, but I think this is really, like, support-dominated meta, and when you limit their options, it can really make it a lot easier to make a game plan and predict what they're going to do.
Hey, thank you so much, Xantho. First off, by the way, we saw you cheesing while going in for a flanking position onto the Luno with a damage boost on yourself. All right, we all caught that, King. But congratulations once again against Sentinels. I mean, you look ahead and you talk about, you know, how focusing on how the strategy.
Well, the whole point of me getting a new phone is because I thought my phone was broken,
and you're dealing with Team Liquid Citadel. How are you feeling playing against your next opponents in the upper bracket semis?
I mean, it's definitely a tough match. You know, they're one of the best teams in America, if not the world. But I mean, we've shown we've beat them before. We beat them on a map, and we've come really close to beating them on some other maps. And I think that if we can really show up and really play our best, like if we all lock in, our comms lock in,
if I knew that
we
whole
really,
option
like,
was
focus
before,
on
I wouldn't have
just ourselves and how we're playing. I think we do a really good shot at.
I wouldn't have left though. To go to Costco.
I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, you guys are my favorite team to watch, because you always have a little bit of spice about you. There's always something a little bit different, whether it's in the lock and ban phase, whether it's with the heroes you're playing. Now, when it comes to Museum of Contemplation, in group stages, you guys went 0-3, which was a bit of a surprise for me, and then you pick it here today. How was the preparation, and what was the decision to bringing that to the table today?
I mean, I think we're just really comfortable on that map. You know, it's just, I don't know exactly what it is, but it just works well for the shenanigans. We just know what we're doing, know where we're gonna go, like, and I think we definitely, especially with like some new pickups in the preseason, like we weren't on the right footing, but I think we're really back on our feet now, and I think that it is still a really comfortable map for us, and I think it's just always a safe bet for us to go there.
It's very obvious to see how you guys are really flexible too, right? Whether it be Kendrick being on that rocket, getting so much done, that healing output was insane. I mean, can you talk to us, without revealing too much, of course, a little bit about, like, I actually ran into affecting in ladder, like, the other day, and just how that goes hand in hand with the way that you guys develop more of that adaptation between, you know, Kendrick and you lining up for the strategist backline here for Yeah We Lost.
I mean, I think it just all comes down to versatility, like, just... I think Kendrick is a very versatile player, and I think that having him, especially for someone that plays the other roles, playing a hero like White Fox or even like Rocket, you know, like he really gets busy in all the heroes he plays, and it's really fun to play support with someone like that, because I know that he's not gonna, you know, sit there, like he's gonna fight back.
Whose Discord is
really
this?
Shot of us winning.
Oh my god. I'm about to go crazy.
Like Kendrick, you've also got the chance that he can move on to the Strange as well. Like, that's a very exciting factor with the Portal players coming in later on. Congratulations again for you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Firstly, where can we find you on socials, and do you have any final shout outs for any of your fans or teammates?
I mean, my Twitter and Twitch is Xanthophobic1. I don't think I have any other shout outs other than just my team. You know, I think we all played great today. We really locked in. Our comms were in structure. We had great comm structure. Like, just everything felt like it flowed really well. We had some great versatility, some great swaps, some great, just every good place for all around. So shout out to my team.
I mean, they deserve it. You all played amazing. Best of luck in your next matchup, and thank you again for jumping on, bud.
Yeah, of course. See you.
See you later. That's going to be Xanthu, everyone, from Yeah We Lost as they rock out a 3-1 victory over Sentinels.
I know it's not mine.
Upset,
No one messages
I guess,
me,
Vicky,
so.
I mean, with what's going on in the back with Sentinels, perhaps this could have been expected. That being said, when we look at the performance in group stages, Yeah We Lost, definitely with the underdogs coming into this one.
Yeah, and it's great because we still have a lot more action on our hands, Gaskin. We got 2 more series before we wrap up the day here in Americas for our first day of playoffs. And I cannot wait because that is going to be Cozy and Shib bringing you guys the action. That's going to be it for Gaskin and I. And we cannot wait to see how the rest of the matches play out and to collect our Twitch drops. Thank you guys, everybody. And don't go anywhere because we got some more action on the other side.
Wait, did they just say Shib and Cozy? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Okay, chat, you guys ready? Oh my god, we were very far behind. Okay, you guys ready? 100 Thieves against STD, chat. 100 Thieves against STD. Give me 1 second. Sure. Okay, cool. Get your prediction, chat. Get your... I voted... If you guys want to know, I personally voted for 100 Thieves. I personally voted for 100 Thieves. I cannot believe I got the last prediction wrong, but... It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Cool. Sentinels and 100 Thieves are just survivors. No, I do think 100 Thieves does have a better... I don't think last meta favored them, but I do think this meta does favor them because there's less dive. I know they have self, I know all that stuff, but I do think this meta, you know, obviously with a, you know, poke being in here, I think they do have a good poke character player. Okay, cool. Who are the SDD players? You're about to see in about 4. You don't have to make the prediction right now, but you'll see in 45 seconds. That's why you get 10 minutes to do a prediction.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the Stage 1 playoffs. We are halfway through. We saw 4 teams in, and we've got 4 more to go. I'm Cozy, joined by Shib, and if there's one thing we know, Shib, when you're here, we're not going to get any sleep on this side of things.
We're just cursing ourselves here, but no. I mean, especially this first game, right? Stick Drift and Thieves. This should be an insane game theoretically. And yeah, man, I'm stoked to be here with you. Thanks for this is gonna be good. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, you know, we have some of these teams flown in together.
I could
They're
kiss
playing
both of them right
together,
now,
all
chat.
in one house. The others, you know, obviously going to be playing with some ping, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, we lost, just ended up winning that, and we've got kind of the same story today. Some of these teams are playing as one. I expect 100 Thieves to be in one house, but something like Stick Drift Gaming, they're going to be having some ping, but I don't think it matters. You have the second team in Group A going against what we thought was the group of death ship, but all we're seeing so far is it's like the death of some orgs, man. It's been crazy.
I know. And I mean, the crazy thing is we really haven't had eyes on, well, besides the 4 teams that we just witnessed, these teams in the new patch. I think it's going to shake things up. It already kind of has. We're seeing some teams shine, and I'm looking forward to seeing if these teams have adapted and what the changes are in the meta.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, what's great about this first matchup as we bring up Stick Drift Gaming is that really these two teams have never, you know, gone against each other, and that is going to show. I mean, both these teams did rely on Devil Dinosaur a lot, especially in the tank department. We've been watching them for a while, Shib. I've always been a fan of this team because, you know, there's free agency, a lot of things in the work, but this team has stayed together, and it's kind of led at the helm of Ritas.
Yeah, I mean, this team is incredibly strong. I think they kind of came into their own in the group stages, right? This is a team that, you know, just being candid, I didn't know what to expect from them, and they just started looking very good. Obviously, coming out of it 3-2, which is the exact same situation here for Thieves. So either way, both teams pretty evenly matched up. But yes, this team has definitely been shining throughout the group stages.
Yeah, and with Ritas here, as we take a look at the highlights, obviously Black Hat was dominating, and the Claws have been a bit tamed down, as y'all know, with the balance patch. And so, want to see how they adjust there. Ritas being top 3 in final hits per 10 minutes in the entire world is pretty insane. So Ritas can do so much for that team, and I expect the backline to do just as well. Fun fact, too, this blows my mind, Shib, is that Silent Blaze is the best healing per 10 minutes in the entire America scene as well, with Loken only in 4th. And so both these have a large gap when you look at them compared to 100 Thieves backline, and that could be the answer today.
And Silent Blaze is on the sticks. Shout out controller players. That's something that can kind of give you a little bit of a confidence boost. It can be done. Yeah, Silent Blaze look great. This whole team, man, I didn't know what to expect. And in the group stages, I was like, wait a minute. They might be finding themselves moving forward into the LAN.
For sure, coming from Canada, you know, World Cup doing well as here in Rivals. Love to see it. 100 Thieves on the other side. And, you know, for me, Shib, this team is crazy in the matchup, too, because you've got this kind of new up-and-coming team on the rise trying to prove what they have, you know, and the groups was real. Whereas 100 Thieves, they have that pedigree from last year, but obviously this team can be great, especially when it comes, you know, in the playoffs. But can they rediscover who they are and be in that same dominant form?
Yeah, they're a storied team. They've got a ton of talent. You know, these names at this point are household names. If you're watching Marvel Rivals Ignite at all, Vinny TTK, Delena Self, Winnie and Millennia have, you know, there's been some role swappage in the past way back, but they're kind of locked in now. I think the meta shifted a little more in their favor. Now we're heading back into more of that poke stuff, which I think is good for Thieves as a whole. So looking forward to seeing how they adopt now that Cyclops is in the mix.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this team, right? Delena is one of the best in the world when it comes to damage per second, right? But you got to look at the eliminations and finishing off those, you know, big key moments. And obviously they do have the talent. You can see, as we said earlier, this is the first time they are matching up, which is kind of crazy when you look at all the way back to preseason. these two teams have just not found each other. So no head-to-head tape, right? Nothing to look at, which I think is actually good because of
Who
this
won the previous
meta shift
match?
that we just talked about. And someone like
The previous game?
Vinny, obviously we
YWL
saw in TTK
beat
play a lot
Sentinels.
of example Dino. That's going to be more out the window this time around. So a fresh slate. We'll see how these teams do. 100 Thieves though, with Self-Shib having a lot of that, reliance as well on that dive. Daredevil's still good, but Black Cat, that's going to be what I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah, Self's been very dive forward, but also not afraid to pull out the Ultron. I
No,
think
my
Triple's
screen's
still
working,
very much in the
YouTube. My
conversation.
phone is
You
though
want
it's
teams
not
to be
working.
afraid because you want to have to remove that Mantis because that combination with Ultron is essentially like a team up. If Ultron gets that damage boost, it's just so threatening. The ult can obviously be impactful. Yeah, so has the talent to kind of rotate around a bit, but definitely known for that dive. But outside of that, I would say Self had a lot of just huge pop-off games to clutch up for his team over group stages. I think it kind of made his name even more impactful. So yeah, we'll see what it looks like into Doomed and Redis. I mean, these duelist lines are incredibly strong. I can look at the strat lines you talked about over there from Stick Drift, but it's the same story for 100 Thieves. I think both aside from even Millennia's standpoint coming in, who was initially a duelist, rotated over, and has been a major threat in the back line. They've just got a ton of talent, but the question is, like you said, they haven't matched up.
The Stick Drift play on the controllers, hence the name.
Find that out today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both going 3-2 in the group. And
not
obviously
all
we've
their
been looking at
players.
Group A to Group B, but with Sentinels going down, it shows that 100 Thieves, they probably feel plenty confident. We did get to talk to
Is that Pikachu
Self there
as
a
a
little
like a
bit
basketball
in our
hoop?
group stage, and we know they're locked in. We know they're going to be in the house. You see the Pikachu hanging from the hoop. That's just like the sign that they're in the 100 Thieves house, ready to roll. It's almost the mascot at this point. But yeah, man, I mean, I feel like this game, man, who does it have more on stakes, right? Like you look at it, Stick Drift, like proving that they're more than this, I'm sure by now, more than the MRC team that they were. But man, to me, it feels like 100 Thieves has easily the most to lose out of this matchup.
Yeah, you want to come in hot. You want to start off here in the playoff stages with a bang because, it is essentially double elimination. You don't want to be knocked down there. You don't want your back against the wall. And while we have seen runs from the lower side bracket all the way through, it just puts yourself in a funky position. Stay confident. I think confidence is key. And although there are some absolute titans here in the Americas regions for the top side of the playoffs, I think you just want to move forward as far as you can on that top side.
Is that
before putting yourself
TTK?
up against that wall and a chance of getting knocked out.
Now, that's a good point, but you know what? If you're Stick Drift or you're a fan of them, I think they match up pretty well to 100 Thieves. Iffy and Tones will be able to handle, I think, what we've seen from TTK. Vinny has a lot to kind of prove here, too. Just in general, the Vanguard play, going back to how they ended the group stage. Want to see how they've evolved as a player, especially in the meta and things mixing up there. Because the backline, I just feel, we talk about survivability and staying alive, is the key word. And that's what they do well in Stick Drift. And so with Redis going against Delina, well, the matchup on paper does seem like Stick Drift 1-to-1 is going to look pretty favored in some ways. But 100 Thieves, it's hard to imagine that they didn't do the homework and, rise up with the coach there in Remix.
Yeah, and I do think even on the Vanguard front, like you're mentioning, I think this team plays well in poke metas. I mean, they struggled a bit in the dive stuff, and whether it's a controller conversation for the dive, I think it's very difficult to run things like Venom and Cap super successfully on controller, but on these more poke metas, when you're pulling out the Magneto, the Strange,
that's
and
a
you
face
can
cam.
find some success just blocking a lot of that poke damage and closing those gaps and taking that space for free, I think this is kind of where they shine too. So I don't know, man. I mean, I think this is just their meta to lose. I think Thieves play well in this, and I'm looking to see if they're playing exactly how I imagine them to play. So we'll see shortly. But yeah, Stick Drift, I haven't seen a ton of weakness in terms of meta. It's more so the team. We just haven't seen as much in Ignite as a whole. So I'm not sure exactly where their weaknesses lie.
Man, I love these player cams zoomed into the maximum and just showing just complete war in the eyes and ready to go. As our first look
it's
here
not
at
raining
Millennia
and thundering.
and Melina and was Winnie just a moment ago. Remix is pacing the nerves showing already. And that's one thing to talk about, man, is listen, sometimes the better team can lose because of those nerves, but 100 Thieves in this case, like they've been here, man. They've been in bigger places than this. And as we've continued to look, to the past, this team does well under pressure. And I feel like if you look back towards that last meta, it didn't favor them too well, whereas this one should, complement what they play a lot more, as you said.
No, I couldn't agree more with you. It's so funny. I loved seeing Remix in the background just pacing. As a player, I couldn't tell if that would get me amped or just make me unreal anxious. But either way, I'm sure he's just amped up right now. His energy he brings to the team is definitely impactful. They all got nothing but love for him. They joke around with
How
them
do I
again.
predict?
I
I
think,
think the prediction is
That's what you need right
close.
now, especially in the bright lights. Game 1 against a team that's statistically even. I mean, dude, again, this is, in my personal opinion, this should be the best matchup.
Bro, he
of
plays
the
the
day. It's
game
right in
like
the dead
he's
center of the bracket.
angry,
The
chat.
seeding isn't
He
really that
does the
different.
tilt,
This is
the
going to
head
be the
tilt
one to watch,
forward and
folks. Strap
everything.
in and make
Do you
it.
guys
I'm curious
tilt your
how the
head
betting
forward
is
when you're
gonna
playing?
go in terms of who's going to take this thing home.
Oh yeah,
He's locked.
Our Twitch
He
viewers
is locked.
love to throw down the prediction points, and yeah, I always heard the strategies go against what Jay3 says. Like that's like usually how you can get the win there. Hell's Heaven going to be the first map up, ready to go for domination. In the past, has typically favored 100 Thieves, you know, and some Angelo
I'm
play.
5 for
if we do see more of
6.
that, you know. A hero that has
I'm
returned to form in a
5
lot
for
more ways than one.
6.
Let's break that down because we know about obviously the Mantis and what's been going on in the ban phase. But Chip, on the Vanguard front with Devil Dino taking a seat back, what do you see out there?
Yeah, Dino getting a seat back and her getting a buff because Dino can no longer anti-aerial, which was a big problem for her. Obviously, he's push immune, which you know sucks to play as when you are playing as her. But
I'm
faster
5 for
cooldown in terms of her
6.
dash speed. It's 4 second
No,
cooldown
not I'm
now.
5'6".
You can
chat.
just
No, I'm taller
dominate
than
that map. I think Angela at this current state of the game is one of the top vanguards to be played. Can fit into a ton of different compositions.
Also, can we
can
get
kinda play her
another
own
W
game,
for
can
Emily
be
for
more
holding down
divey,
the
more
fort when I
annoyance
was
to the
not here,
backline.
chat?
Absolutely
W.
dominant.
Thank
And you talked
you,
about this map.
Emily.
Yeah, just a ton of off-map opportunity
I don't
for
think I
her.
said that.
So we definitely will see her played, or maybe last
What's
couple
up?
bans.
Yeah, and you know what?
I don't
Did he
think
end up
you
picking
enough.
up? Does he stay on the cap, which was his most played?
I
in the
said
group
thank
stage?
you.
Obviously, the Groot is easily his most damage
Nice.
per
Look at
second
chat
in
spamming
contribution
W.
there.
Even
So
YouTube chat
it'll be
W. Now, can we
interesting
get a
to
W for
decide what kind of
Jay3
route
for
the
being
100
here for
Thieves
13
choose to
hours?
take. And again, if you're just coming in, or just want a refresher on the pick ban,
Yeah.
again, Mantis being banned is kind of the new gambit of last season. Mantis is in that priority ship.
Why-
that
why am I
triple
getting an
sub,
L?
just
Bro,
gonna see
chat,
no
I've
light
been
here
here-
when there's so
I
much
woke
space to be
up
played.
After
That's a
6
great
hours,
call,
five,
and then
6
just kinda
hours of
piggybacking
sleep,
off
6 or
that,
7
you're
hours
gonna
of
see
sleep.
Gambit likely get locked,
And I'm being
which
here for
will force
13
these
hours.
teams
We
to
got to
then
do it all again
remove the
tomorrow, and
rogue,
you guys
because
don't
Rogue
appreciate
with that
me?
team up is an absolute raid boss.
I'm gonna
Teams are
spit in
struggling
your
to go against it, but then again, if you've done your
mouth when
homework
you're
and you see,
sleeping.
hey, maybe this team doesn't run it as well, right? Like, that is something to have in the conversation. I'm not really sure Thieves runs a ton of the Rogue. I have seen some of that play happening from Vinny. Actually looked pretty good, but I know for a fact that Stickdrift has that in the bag. So that's all, doing this homework.
Bring
is
back
super
Emily.
important
You
at this
guys
level
don't
of
mean
play.
that.
There's a ton of options
If
right
you
now.
guys
We've
had
seen
the
a ton
option to
being played.
pick me
So,
or Emily, you guys
I
would
don't
pick
know.
me, right?
Let's find out if they have done their homework in just a couple minutes here.
Yeah, players are loading in now. And listen, I got to point this out. This is kind of an interesting fact because if
What?
you look at the
Why are you
gambits
guys
now
saying no?
squeaking through, you know what team had the most gambit played? Because there's so many
No,
that
this
like
is you
almost
guys are
forgot
only
how to
saying
play
that because you
Gambit
guys.
he's
It's
been banned all the
opposite
time,
day.
right? Even
Oh,
in
it's
comp games now when
opposite
he's
day. You
available,
guys
people
are too
like,
nice.
oh,
Thank
yeah,
you,
he's
chat.
got X, Y, and Z available.
Slash
Well,
with the
you know,
massive debt
100
line
Thieves
subs.
played the most
Appreciate it,
gambit
appreciate it.
in the group stage. They didn't, teams did not respect or care if that
Yeah.
backline had access to it. So maybe that comes to help them potentially here because those teams with those kind of third, fourth ban picks are kind of targeting the Lunas, the Rockets, more of that backline.
Oh, I know why you guys are saying you'd rather have
but
Emily
then the other side of that
because
coin,
she
dude,
has
just
less
like
hair, and
devil's
you guys
advocate
are
is
saying
like,
that to be
maybe
nice,
they work
right?
on it,
Oh, you guys
Maybe
are nice.
throughout this
You guys
last
are
month,
nice.
they're saying, hey, teams are trying to give us this. Should we really lock
Yo,
in case they do let it through? And let's
Yo,
get a couple
can someone
free wins
can
before
someone
they have to
text message
rotate
TTK
their
and
banning
tell 100
strategy?
Thieves
I
that
mean,
we're
there's so
Dallas
much
R
mental game
so we can get this
in
going,
the
bro?
ban
I don't want to have
strategy
I don't want to
alone.
wait
That's why
45 minutes
coaching
again.
takes such a
Come on,
big
Dallas
priority.
R, let's
Having
go.
a captain seat on the team and giving your influence is super important. I'm with you, buddy. There's so many different avenues to this for this to be played. I think games can absolutely be won before the match even starts.
I mean, listen, you
TTK
talk
looks
about,
tired because
Jay3
we've been
prepping
waiting
is,
45
we
minutes for
kinda
the game
highlighted
to
that
start.
Blaze being number 1 in healing per 10 minutes. Logan at number 4. On the other side, man, Millennia 23rd, and Winnie's 15th. So that big gap in just the way they play, and also you did highlight it. Like they're a bit more of an offense-focused backline, if you will, rather than just the pure healing. So like, can that complement their style of play? And when you're in the playoffs, right, you got to play what you know. Mantis being the first ban, Rogue, as you said, being and following up that second with Stick Trip up next.
Yeah, it makes sense. You see the lock here, and immediately you're thinking, okay, well, we can't allow this through. There's just no way, and there's going to be another lock right back on Gambit. So, we didn't see a lot of Gambit played over the last early group stages, but we will see a ton here in the playoffs.
Dude, getting a pizza sounds so good right now, dude.
Absolutely, and usually this this has kind of been this Luna Rocket stage. Cyclops also
Yo,
been in a mix
Pone,
as
appreciate
well.
the
You
massive
have
prime
to
sub, my
respect
friend.
that.
Welcome,
Given,
welcome. I hope you're having a
obviously,
great
we know Delina and
day.
Radish would be itching to play the newest hero, and man, just such a devastating hero in so many ways to punish teams and really protect all sides of the coin. Daredevil going to be saved, as we've seen.
Ooh, Cyclops is banned. Oh, okay. What are they going to play?
Get hit in a lot of ways, the dash, and even took a nerf to his blindness.
Ooh,
shield, but
Angela
overall,
banned
Shadow
for
a very dominant time
DTK.
hero.
That's Aura.
Gotta be just slightly
That
more
is
blind for us
aura.
here, but no, yeah. Still very impactful. I would argue not nearly as impacted as Cat. We've seen Cat actually the first time earlier today, but wasn't an insane influence on the game. Still very strong. I will say Daredevil, on the other hand, is still a huge threat in the very top of the dive in terms of like upper echelon. So we see here a lock-in of Star-Lord, who has also been pretty much, if you have Star-Lord available throughout the EMEA region and even here in NA so far, it's almost like you
Not gonna lie, J3, I think you should start an OnlyFans account and show off how hung you are. This I'm a blow up eventually gimmick can't last forever, kid. Just stroke that thing and that good stuff fly, you feel me?
And we've said time and time again, getting that first ult as Rocket, combining that obviously with the Gambit or the Rocket for that matter.
You know what?
It's gonna give you a
Just
little wins in those team fights.
Let's just pin that message, bro. There you go.
100 Thieves banning Daredevil, you know, must have done some homework because we didn't see too much of that on the other side, but will it come into play?
Yeah, and then at the very end, they're kind of like we were discussing, the removal of Angela, you know, to make sure that's off the field for 100 Thieves. I think that's a pretty smart decision on this map. It's just a lot of very, you know, you have to play the game a totally different way when Angela's up there, especially on that off-map location. There's a little bit off-map here too, but it's much more far away. But yeah, either way, she plays great on Hell's Heaven as a whole. But it looks like we are going to be diving in here, my friend. First game with you of the day. I'm stoked to get into it.
Yeah, man. It feels like it's been way too long, and just it does. Get back into pro play, man, and alongside yourself. But yeah, man, like you said, obviously being one-sided on the Angela front, you know, she got all those buffs to compensate them taking away a little bit of her dive and, you know, kidnap ability, and then
okay,
they
chat,
gave
let's
her
see
back.
it.
So she's the best of all worlds. Iffy, though, has not played much, at least in the group stage.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Come on,
reason
bring it
to
back. Bring it
move the
back.
time beat now, Jet Bubbles to shoot the teams out the gate ship. Here we go.
Yeah, like you're saying.
So TTK is on
getting rid of some of that over health off the bleed. Made him
Deadpool
significantly
tank.
worse into poke, which ultimately gave Angela a buff on top of the buff. So
pretty interesting. 100 Thieves comp. I like it.
Trying to dive backwards for the moment. Some pressure is launched early here from Vinny, who will be playing a little more dive focused with TTK on that van pool. We've seen a little bit of play today. Down goes one as Tones gets picked off immediately from Delena, and the pressure is matched right back as Self falls from Iffy.
Okay, I was about to say, this guy was missing so many shots. Come on, Redis. Pop up, man.
Showing that just Angela pick already coming to light. Obviously, you know, we know that Delena has played Star-Lord the most, actually, out of the group stage when you look at their hero pool, and it hasn't been affected too much. So I think he's right at home, as they've always been. Interesting to see Vinny and TTK swap to what's comfortable for them. I know Tankpool was one of Vinny's more played. Venom scores somewhat the bottom. He's more of the cap focus, but this is the team and what they choose to go for. The team has not capped yet. No team at that. 100 Thieves are going to be the first to lap potential, as we're going to go ahead and have the, Banhammer come out early.
Yeah, Banhammer, they're likely going to be upgrading that first, folks. It is definitely the way, as it does help you out and ensure that it does a little more damage if they do miss shots.
Bro,
and
I like
actually,
how Cozy and Shivcast, they're just like very informative, bro. Like, hey, when you pick this character, make sure you buy this upgrade first, bro, because that's like the best thing you can do. I like it.
But nobody's got it yet. We're still a third of the way capped from
also, all these ults are getting popped and no one has the point yet. That's crazy. Looks like 100 Thieves takes it.
Yeah, gonna be able to find two, but it's matched back by the BRB.
Chat, it doesn't look like 100 Thieves takes it.
Doomed is gonna find Millennia.
Wow, this is going back and forth here. Getting Rita's biggest threat out is massive, but them losing Millennia there.
Wow, STD comes out on top.
Well, they're some of the highest in the strategist front. These teams have been locating these backline strategists and giving their team the upper hand, even without your biggest threat on the field. So now you've got Stick Drift, STD, I refuse to call, man. It's like, you gotta go with Stick Drift Gaming, all right?
yeah. Stop.
They're looking good, though. They've got the legendary, obviously, to pair up if you want to get that combined with anything. Choose not to, and just like that, easy pickings could be from Delena on the opposite answer. And 100 Thieves, man, they get this point.
Damn, they just came back and took the point right away, bro.
Actually, yeah, it's just off the back of the combo that we've known to grow and love, but you know, you look over at Stick Drift. Doom does have ult available, but Logan committed. They did not do it at the same time.
How do you stop STD?
They're going to be matching pace.
Just make sure you, like, you know,
Galactic Legend with that Raging Royal Flush is just
if they dive your back line, just try to have a lot of protection.
Success with it. So I'll say that not only was that a good point win here in return for 100 Thieves, but keeping them on pace together, it's going to be another buff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really, these strategy tools are just coming out on fire as the Rocket already has their ready to go again. Self just getting one pick from this would be massive, or at least some attention drawn their way. The Banhammer going on Doomed is going to make it a bit tough to be legend in that moment. Picking up the best from that. With this, Heaven
good
falling,
Banhammer.
Shouldn't find much grace of it. The rest coming back up, and just like that, this 100 Thieves looking strong and staying strong, standing tall here.
Yeah, really good decision there by TTK. Tones finds Vinny. Now Stick Drift trying to match this up. Should be roughly even right now as Doomed is coming back after that ultimate combination. Helena just dancing on point for the moment. You can see the positioning here of the strat line. Playing together, prepping for this cap dive that starts right now. Will it get value? Pulls out some cooldowns. But Gambit is able to escape. TTK falls from Regis with a Kraken impact. Who's looking to reset. Will we see more here? Keep on the target on point.
I love Regis just having this character because it just represents him as a player so well, right? Just putting the team on the back and snowballing as the hero and the duelist that he is. Again, folks, you're looking at one of the best in America to do it, as if he is eyes in the sky. There's so much to look at if you are going to be on the side of 100 Thieves. I love Stick Drift Gaming's comp here. They're going to go and see if they can just annoy, pick, and cry out the Delena. Find it quickly, as Vicky would say, with the shift kebab spear.
Yeah,
my problem with
definitely
Delena is
the
that
first match we were kind of
he
thinking
does.
it would be,
I
but
feel
mean,
like
the fact that
he
they're turning it back and forth.
before
you know,
he didn't really have a lot of good ults, and he died a lot.
Something like this where it's 60% on both sides. That's just some really good ultimate play. Vinny and Winnie with ult available. Delena going to be close, but that pick is huge from Doom to drop Delena prior to the combination.
Thanks for the long stream today. Don't worry, tomorrow it's going to be the same thing, guys.
See Doom trying to get that ult charge, get that combination.
Tomorrow's going to be another long stream. Starts at 7 a.m. again. Taylorist, appreciate the awesome new tier 1 sub.
A bit more aggressive, particularly with the ult that they had on the strat front here. Obviously, Winnie's going to save his for the response, and Delena's going to match it, so they should be able to get the pick where needed. Regis being the first to fall. That wrestling and clutch, as always, is going to cause plays to throw up C as well. So they've got to make some use of it, but all 100 Thieves focus on getting that ult right out of here. Placement maybe could have been a bit tighter, and now it's going to be Silent Blaze just trying to stay alive through Vinny and what they can continue to disrupt. What you want to do the most on Venom. Obviously, you have that quick pop of the ult to get the one hit.
Oh no, Vinny, bro.
Man,
Vinny.
Gaming nearly hitting that cap. Stopping right before it. Not a bad answer from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a battle of the ults here for potentially the final fight. Millennia and Self with a combination coming up likely on point. Doomed and Regis, but Doomed is going to be the threat in the sky. And you can see in a moment Tones and Iffy with ults available shortly too. So theoretically,
no, won't be tomorrow be a little longer because there's more EMEA matches than today. No.
The two that they've got available.
There's 4 matches tomorrow, I believe.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, actually, I like a lot what Stick Drift has. If they can win this fight, I think they're going to end up taking the point. Just with how things are going to rotate. Delena, Vinny, and friends a mile away. Go and burst through this beacon if they can to the sea. They do just that. So Regis now going to get the snowball rolling. Pushed all the way down the hill. Millennia goes down. You're going to have the Strange come out here pretty early if they look to do so. 99% though, it's 100 Thieves. They're still comfortable on that King of the Hill. TTK finds one in Tones. Hold on now.
No, there's 4 matches tomorrow, chat. 4 matches.
Close, as I just said, I didn't want to call it. You have to in quick action. Regis finds another ship. This is going down to the wire, but looks comfortably Stick Drift.
Yeah, I don't think a portal's coming in time. That should be Stick Drift, and it is, folks. And what a back and forth there for the first map on Dom. That is what we're looking for between these two teams. Stick Drift, though, they did have ult advantage, really good communication, and that is how you win those final fights. It's all about getting value at the right time and not falling to that combination from Self. I don't think Self was able to find any picks through that, but that's just the product of going right into a Captain America Freedom Charge.
A little first game nerves here, I feel like, from both teams, right? Like, no huge dominating performance from really anybody to highlight of, significance. Obviously, I would say that I am impressed with how the backline has been for 100 Thieves. They're looking a bit cleaner out there, and funny enough, Winnie being over on that Gambit was kind of inverse of what they were doing last time. So swapping some stuff up, both in the Vanguard and backline roles, but Delena is the heartbeat of the team, right? That has continued to be what this 100 Thieves team is all about. 60 limbs, matching Regis to the name. Gates back open. Will 100 Thieves be able to fight back? It will be a quick, shocking.
Bubba doesn't want treats.
Here we go again as we see the next map open up. See Winnie and Millennia walking forward. Both the strategists just trying to catch up on both sides. See immediately the BRB being brought out. Iffy with ult available could start the tone properly. Logan going to be close by. Same with Winnie. These are going to be big Rage and Royal Flush combinations, but it's like Delena's going to be the closest with the Galactic Legend pairing. Iffy now tries to find the tackle. Does not get value with it. Good idea for the moment as Winnie gets the first pick on the Tones. A big start here for 100 Thieves, but Psyche lied the BRB right back. Tones into the fight.
Yeah, that res is huge as Heaven falls down. This is actually one of the better Angela maps, so you can get so much value when you're going to go
is she tickling him? It doesn't seem like she's doing any damage.
Would have liked to see the hit there. Either way, Self is going to go down. Trying to go for the off, but either way, points still not in their name. Doom finds another in Winnie, and that's going to give them all that momentum Vinny can maybe stall best. The limit choose early tip. Do you like this?
I don't know. They're down numbers here. Vinny trying to combine. Okay, now I like it. There was a prime target there. It said, get rid of the gambit. Let's try to take this back quickly, but no, does fall for it. If they were able to escape in that moment, I wouldn't have minded it, but now it's just a little bit of an overcommitment for not enough values. It looks like this point will be taken here by a stick drift shortly. Almost use the acronym as well. Iffy gonna off-map Vinny. That's a tough look. Goodbye, Venom. And that point will be theirs.
Yeah, not sure if I like that piece of the
Both casters don't want to say STD.
I get that point. I guess they just capitalize everything to get the gambit out of it. But either way, you know,
Come here, Boba.
they fight aggressive. They're a team that definitely is not passive in any regard. And Doom has been looking really clean on the Star-Lord, which again, they played mostly in the group stage. Hasn't really lost a lot of the momentum that they had as a hero. Breedis again with that Kraken impact, ready to roll. We're going to go to C up first with the spin to win. Vinny finds 2, and there you go. At least some opening for Thieves.
Yeah, it's a good pick set there from Vinny. Very aggressive. It's what they needed. Is going to be in a decent position right now. They're trying to get this point back before 40%. Stalling is still going to be there from Iffy. Was holding on with the Angie. Still maintains presence on point. How are you still healthy? Goodbye. As Self drops 1. Make it 2 now as Elena cleans that up. Redis trades with Self. And we see Vinny and TTK find a few more. Everybody back on the field for 100 Thieves with ult advantage. Will they be able to get this 42% back?
Yeah, I kind of like what they have here ult-wise, too. You've got Winnie for the next fight. Obviously, Silent Blaze will be able to get the C up. And by then, to match on over to Logan, you can at least have a little trade of the mirror comp and opposites, if you will, in that backline. Iffy, what value can they find? Has the Heaven Falls, doesn't need it too much at the moment, as now Self just trying to pick that fight with the one-wing Angel, and there it is. They're going to choose to go aggressive as Silent Blaze, everybody rolling with the Doom, finds a quick rocket pick. Keeping the odds, TK continues, and that's where the res comes in handy.
You want your more
treats?
treats?
Once again, Stick Drift, that advantage.
I mean, these BRB placements must just be disgusting, because I haven't seen a single one fall yet. They're always getting value. Delena is able to find 1 now. And it's more so maybe just because teams aren't diving as much, and it's more so in the hands of 1 or 2. And Iffy, there's another off map on Vinny. Goodbye. TTK goes down from Doomed, who's going to keep it collapsing. Goodbye to another pick here.
Did Vinny go off the map?
Also falls. Really well done by Stick Drift on the retake. And this just seems to be the case here, as we're likely going to see Delena come back in with ultimate and potentially Self.
Ooh, but that's a good little stagger there. Delena going to go ahead and have to get back with the team. But yeah, per what you said, I mean, at this point, if they're even able to hang on and get, you know, that ult charge a bit more for Stick Drift, you know, they can play back and forth one more time to end up having the same result as map 1, but can Self do it himself as he puts the team potentially on his back going against Iffy.
Oh my god, I was almost going to say, come here, Vinny.
Going down
here,
to
Bubba.
1, up to full. The strats on lock, and that is really just showing why this backline is so good at that healing per second.
Yeah, TTK is able to find Redis here. The retake's almost through. As Self's trying to collapse towards that back line. Everybody's going to be low as Vinny
There's
finds
still some more
Tones
cheats in there.
now,
Come on.
who's ever closer to that freedom charge. Another pick from TTK. Tones back in the fight, but the point has switched. If you can find the pick after the BRB, that is pretty much guaranteed stagger. And you see Self trying to make that happen. But the escape has started from the guy who just never stops sprinting. His Tones, 85%.
Yeah, and winning that in the neutral shift was just a W for the team, right? Because now they have such a good defense to be able to hold up to what they need. You know, this is where you want to play that aggression even more, because they definitely outmatch Stick Drift if needing to pull any of the emergency levers of those ultimates. Going up top, trying to continue to hit. Waiting patiently, waiting for that go button, whether it be the ult or just the neutral. And again, this is great play from them, not having to use anything to just kind of stay in this race and farm up that point cap.
Yeah, it's been much cleaner here from 100 Thieves. Like you said, just using that one ultimate Daredevil, it's really not that impactful, and be able to take point with that and then use this prior to hold on.
Nice,
It's
but she gets
97.
res, bro.
There's
That's
the touch
bad.
Now, got to get it within 3%, and there is the hold. Up goes another Galactic Legend, stalling for the moment as if he's able to drop TTK off map. Didn't have any jumps available there. The ult commitment flies out. Can if he hold on, crack an impact now. Is launched. Now
You're gonna get the resets. You're gonna get the
retaking point,
resets.
but that is a ton of ult commitment. When you look over at 100 Thieves, they got nothing
Wait,
left. This is
Redis
gonna
tried
be
to.
a
Oh my
neutral
god,
battle.
Redis missed
Potentially off
and
the
fell
back
in
of
the, to the
TTK
pit.
Yeah, that high score.
He tried to hit the
rocket.
rocket. Oh my god, but the rocket also fell off the map.
With Logan, man, ready.
But I think he was resetting. Oh my god, dude.
You know, on ice skates, as Blade says, they're gonna have to just play perfect as Logan gets him that advantage.
You guys saw
Is now
that? Dude, that's
hunting with
you
that
learned
spear.
from
Can he
J3.
find
That's
the
not
biggest
true.
Impact player in Delena. Goodbye, go Star-Lord. This gives everything Stick just needs to make the shot.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh
yeah,
my
I mean,
god.
this Angelus has been so valuable. I've seen 4 off
STD
maps
taking
this
the
round
first map
alone.
over 100
and now they're
Thieves?
forced to switch thing here to stay healthy on point. That's going
crazy.
to do it, folks. Stick Drift Gaming looking so clean here. They're able to take this home 2-0.
Chip, are you shocked at all? I mean, obviously one team is all together, one just on the ping, and then there's no communication issue or no connection issue, at least in the teamwork department. I'm impressed with how Stick Drift, handled not only the big ban phase, but man, it just felt like their rotation, even with that good neutral fight that 100 Thieves had, was just better in each way from the ultimate standpoint.
Yeah, it's like every time I see Stick Drift, they just look better and better. I mean, yeah, they've had some L's in the group stage towards the end, but this team has got a lot of talent. I think this team, we will see them moving forward far pretty much in this tournament, whether it's on the lower side or potentially on the winner's side. We'll see how that shakes out here in a moment. But yeah, Thieves, I think the first map was a little rough for them. I think map 2, like you said, looked a lot cleaner. But at that point, I think when you're just going into a freedom charge,
I don't know what's wrong, bro. I should be predicting every single game right in NA.
Just using cap alone, and I think that value is huge.
NA is a clown fiesta,
and then
bro.
the duelist front just always seem to land with ultimates, and that's doing their job.
Well, guys, we know 100 Thieves is one of the best to come back in best of 5, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and then get right back to match number 2.
Yeah, bro, I don't know what's going on right now, man. NA is a clown fiesta, man. There's no way, chat, there's no way my 100 Thieves loses, right? Yo, no fret. Pretty massive 16 months. And Diebert, Preach Massive 200 bits. Hey Jay3, when TTK turns 21 and has to do a name rebrand, what is best? Top tier. I don't even get the first part. Why would TTK need to do a rebrand at 21? Oh, because his name is Top Tier Kid. Oh, nah, bro. That's funny. He fell off the map. Uh-oh. No, he's just gonna change his name. Instead of TTK, it's gonna be like TTM or something. Top tier man. I don't know. Or TTGAA. Top tier grown ass. Oh no, TTGAM. Top tier grown ass man. I don't know. No, bro, you don't need to change your name. Top tier kid can always just be his name. Ikai Wolf, appreciate 4 months. Trapashusik, appreciate new tier 1 sub. Isn't there a person that is a content creator that's name is like That Punch Kid or something? He's not gonna stay a kid forever or something. He's not gonna change his name to That Punch Man. Such a good boy. Thieves versus Iron Man Rymazing tomorrow? Nah, bro. How are you guys gonna say 100 Thieves lost already, bro? They haven't lost. Oh, wait. Also, you have 3 minutes. Bro, it's over. Just give us the points. You guys sound like my ring teammates. It's a best of 5. You lose the first round. GG's. You want to forfeit? No, chat. That's not how it works here. They need more Luna songs. Who do you think is winning EMEA as a whole? I have no idea, chat. We'll see in about 3 days. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll see in about 3 days.
내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그대들의 승리 완명해 The fate of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고
We'll see in 3 days, chat.
나도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 나도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 오면
Do you have plans for the 4th? Yes, we are streaming, chat. 4th, I don't know why they planned it, but 4th of July is apparently still going to be MRI. We have MRI today, we have MRI tomorrow, we have MRI on Saturday, we have MRI on Sunday. Team USA should have entered, you should have won. True, true. Hold on, let me just pick this up. I don't think China cares about the 4th of July. Yeah, but I think China probably, like NetEase probably cares about their viewership, and I don't know why you would run a tournament on 4th of July. Because I think a lot of people are going to be out. Do you like Cyclops? Yes.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. Hell's Heaven belongs to Stick Drift Gaming in this best of 5 stage 1 playoffs day 1. Again, the best moving on to LAN, and right now the team that is LAN together without paying it took the first loss, but this is a big way to open up the series ship if you are a Stick Drift Gaming fan.
Yeah, they looked great out there. I mean, right now, you know, we saw some of the what it felt like old meta style stuff coming from 100 Thieves, which I'm surprised about. I will say,
I gotta go over here.
Cyclops, you know, you can't really go back into the fold of.
I voted 100 Thieves to win, chat.
Like, I'm just not sure about the dive stuff into, especially when Gambit and Rocket are there. I think Gambit is very difficult to get on top of. I think the BRB has infinite value, and you know, it kind of shown in the stats. Not a ton of finals there from Self and Vinny, both getting 6, and you look over something like Regis with 12.
Do you guys want to see the stats?
And it's funny that we highlight Angela and the presence that she has now in this meta, and that's just our MVP going on over to Iffy, who both these Vanguards have been playing together. If you don't know, they've been playing together now for, you know, since Rivals has been back in Alpha Beta. I mean, these guys love to play as a duo, especially there in the front line. But yeah, 13k damage, pretty disgusting overall, and it just feels like Angela was a big, you know, kind of answer as we saw continually getting that pick on Self, and it just feels like there was nothing able to come from it, and more of the same, where we've got the damage numbers, but not the one that matters in those key eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, also just the clinical off maps of things, like we saw Vinny off map a few times, TTK off mapped a few times. It's very difficult
Nobody
to do
wants
that
to
into
sit
heroes,
inside
you know,
on 4th
like
of July.
Venom
I do.
or even
Bro,
Vanflu, who
Miami,
have
there's
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
escape
bugs outside. You
opportunities.
want to
So
go outside
really
for
good
4th of
angling,
July?
likely throwing them
They invited
directly
us.
downward, potentially canceling with the poke some of the movement cooldowns. Either way, shout out to a very clean play by Iffy. As you look at the stats across the board, anything major stand out to you?
Boba the rest of the food.
Yeah, I mean, listen to what we said earlier. I thought Doomed and Delena both played so much Star-Lord that they're comfortable on the hero. It's just kind of the inverse.
Yeah, I just want to
the
say
opposite
the
pick,
few
you know, as that
spicy-
kind of 1B. We continue to talk about that 1B position, whether it be, in this case, was Redis, you know, on the Bucky, Self on the Daredevil. That's the position from a lot of these teams that they're going to continue to kind of anchor down. You know, I do feel like Tones could have, having 11k, 30k with the damage blocked is nice. We've seen, you know, a bit cleaner play in the early pickoffs, but at least that was matched on Vinny's side as well. But if you're 100 Thieves, this is where like experience has to show. You've dropped the opener, you've got to reset. You know, I'd be shocked if they don't have a big answer. Usually they like to take it to museum, or at least last, you know, time of the group stage. They continue to do that. I wouldn't be shocked if that's kind of the way they want to roll.
What do you want to do for dinner?
Yeah, I could absolutely see that for sure. I think, you know, we have to, there's some stuff you got to address. I think the Rocket BRB needs to be broken. I think I saw every single first pick get res. There wasn't a single time that was found, and that can't be the case. I mean, you got to treat it like it's the 7th man, essentially, right out there. So definitely something they need to consider. Not necessarily saying you need to prioritize a Rocket ban, but something to think about. Either way, it looks like, yep, you nailed it. We are heading over to Museum of Contemplation. And I will say, Thieves are disgusting on this map. I think it lends itself to being able to play things like Groot, even Emma. Although, you know, if they're super poke focus, may be more difficult and less brawly. But either way,
why would you go outside, chat, on 4th of July?
And at the very top,
So you could, hey, bro, be careful. If you guys light fireworks, bro, don't light your light your hand on fire or blow it up or something. You need all your fingers to play Marvel Rivals, chat. Just as a heads up.
Marvel Rivals, playing that Groot, playing that Emma, in both their best heroes if you just look statistically as well.
Pizza for dinner?
No,
we're not having pizza for dinner.
That game plan that they had with Daredevil. I think they're going to continue to have that kind of dive in the back line. But how can they answer the call on that pick ban face? Obviously, last time they went with the more traditional approach that we've seen. Do you think they ban Daredevil again? Like, what do they use that last ban slot on to make more of a difference?
I'm not sure that's going to be the case. I don't think this is an insane Angela map either, so I'm not sure that's going to be a prio for them. You know, it depends. I think maybe the Rocket is a conversation here. I think there's some potential for combination. I think Cyclops is probably likely going to be banned again if they don't feel confident, but I do think, you know, why not test it? Why not see how the poke looks? I think in these best of fives, you're going to study and test teams out in these first couple matches, so we'll see if they elect to change anything, but so far, nothing has changed.
Yeah, listen, if you're looking at yourself as who needs to step up, I want to see what Vinny can do. We know when this guy's playing at his best, into what we've seen him play at, this team is really hard to stop. And they're going to continue with what you said there. With Gambit being saved, that's been always the save that we have with the rogue to follow. Kind of early and often, at least in this first week, we're going to see, or this first day, we're going to see kind of the same of what we've seen in the past, of just the key things to shut down. Now, one going Rocket, I do like this. A bit more of an edge, you know, maybe give that Cyclops over. Stick Drift probably going to lock that up. If you're Redis, you're itching at it.
Yeah, you know, and I was going to say, you know, if you could, there's finding a way to get the Gambit out, because also I'm looking back at the stats here. I didn't even catch Logan had 5 finals there, which is, you know, a ton for backline. So really getting some success, being more offensive too with 9k damage, but actually 11, excuse me, K damage, which is an absolute ton. It's almost the same as Tones on Cap, but either way, you see here the lock in. Oh, here we go from Stick Drift. Okay, they're going to get Cyclops through. It's an absolute menace. Wolverine's going to be the removal, and yes, there is that Rocket.
Sorry, I went to go get more water.
Listen, I like the change up here from 100 Thieves, and obviously we saw Silent Blaze just being a continual threat. But you know, it's interesting. If you do look at what Silent Blaze has played in the past, Invis, Loki, White Fox, that's been kind of the comfort picks for Blaze in at least the last group stage. So I think they're fine not having access to that Rocket. But either way, man, getting the Star-Lord ban on top of Cyclops, it's disgusting. Going to be really hard just to reset now, because if you're going on the side of Delina, you know, but Elsa was a comfort pick for him. You know, obviously Elsa's still.
Damn, dude, I think Stick Drift is winning in the draft.
On over to.
It's tricky. I think, ooh, okay, as we can see kind of what they're floating in terms of ideas right now. Oh, first off, shout out. I love to see the penny on this map. Not sure that's going to actually be the case, but yes, you are going to see Delena on that Elsa, Self going to be on the Wolverine, Doomed on the Star-Lord, which I think will be a mainstay throughout the entirety of this playoffs until teams potentially decide that it's too much to handle. But removing the Rocket from that combination is going to be nice, and instead of the Rocket, you now have the Gambit. So I don't know, man. This combination is too much. I think Star-Lord needs to be potentially a priority.
Yeah, this is a beautiful, like, what we kind of wanted to see, though, in the terms of that Groot Emma, you know, into what would be the flex play. Obviously would have been that Star-Lord early on. Self, okay, so I've seen, like, if you go to Coach Fox has talked about Self's Wolverine, something he doesn't fear personally, but we know Self was historically a great
I came prepared for the watch parties, chat.
The Logan. So we'll see if
it's a Costco bag of
that
popcorn.
Demon up again. Cyclops and the other team should fuel him. He's got the Marvel lore behind him, but Vinny plays so aggressive. This
Emily called you fat,
like
by the way. I am.
For 10 minutes on the hero. Absolutely disgusting per game on the hero. be absolutely up there in the department. We'll see how they choose to get this first front line. And as having a penny, I don't love this kind of defense to start shift.
Yeah, it's a little safe, but you know, I think I'm liking the comp that I saw.
Ooh,
from
the TTK Emma and the Vinny Groot.
Be on that Emma, but yeah, I mean, Self, instead of coming on the Wolverine, decided to switch last minute. Whether that was just a disguise or there's conversation, he's going to be on the Psylocke. And you know, the downside is they have, which is potentially Sock's biggest problem, is the Loki there. I think those crystals are a huge answer for an ultimate, and it's just a nice trade to be able to use an ability to just completely lock out an ultimate.
They got
so
a rocket ult in 45 seconds.
I like what I'm seeing so far from the side of 100 Thieves, who are just walking through this point, like you're saying, maybe, you know, a little bit too passive here from Sick-Trip.
Yeah, you have two things that answer the penny, right?
Yeah, so
Both
it's
Groot and the walls, you know all too much, man. And then having Psylocke is one of the better quick answers to pump the nest quickly. Vinny gonna go to get Doomed out of here. When Doom's out, at this point, you can just hold the W key. Winnie already looking up to 99%. This is the Thieves that we know and love. TK, all eyes on him. Silent Blaze trying to keep this team alive in the fight with Regis finding one with that quick hit of the Ruby Rage. Having to use a lot of resources, though, to even hold this bust a bit because the wheels go round and
Buckley is
around.
good this season, yes.
Out to play already.
Yeah, forcing out Portal.
I mean, I popped off with it during the World Cup.
Copy up now, a lot of commitment there as the Raging Royal Flush goes out, but nobody goes down. TTK able to find Tones, who might switch up here. Gets knocked through the portal, which I thought was going to close any second. Iffy finds Delena. Again, numbers are even for the current moment. Thieves looking like they're taking this push forward as out goes the Sia. Doom trying to dance on the front line of the Vanguards. Instead, has to drop away from a chase that is Winnie and Vinny. Goodbye to everyone.
They have another rocket ult? Bro, they're farming rocket ults. Oh my god.
The ultimates, but you can tell by the Olymp feed if they were able to land what they wanted to. At least got 3 in that tiny room.
They are farming
It's just a great
rocket
group
ults.
map, as you know, man. Set up the traps, those walls come in so much clutch. And man, Stick Drift used a lot of resources to hold on tight there. Luckily was matched, but what do they've got? They've got the slice in the dice of the Psylocke and nothing to respond of it. If yourself, find that opening, man. Find that quick pick, and you're gonna be able to get around this tough corner.
Yeah, exactly. There's no longer that Loki
not
answer,
setting
so
up
you
for
can
his
be
ult.
more aggressive. You just saw a lot of commitment, likely alt tracking the fact that it's only going to be Doomed and Regis. Regis was able to find one with that rage early on. Here goes the commitment now. Does this land? It seems like it does on the front line, but it doesn't get a pick. Good movement. Great escape and unlucky there from Self. Maybe launched out a little bit too early.
Okay.
Crazy comms and just getting out of there perfectly. That was a 1v1 back. Tones being very aware to get back to that back line. Again, the one that keeps them so nice and healthy. Regis, this is a perfect Ruby Rage moment. We'll call it by the Cyclops ult itself, but just like that, going to be initiated by TK. This is how they won the early first fight last time. Doom now going to try to be that answer to this Psylocke, but first going to go in and dive on that back. If they can find, there it is. Self-deleted from the video game.
Bro.
Goodbye.
Yeah, this is just a good answer as well. I mean, you do have that invisibility. You just hunt down the setup of these dives, and there's not a lot of commitment here. Outside of that, as Vinny now falls from Iffy, and the presence has been known here. Stick Drift with ult advantage, with no commitment, come right back and take this point.
Yeah, that's why we got that Daredevil ban at first, right? Doom picking that up back into the roster. Really hasn't played much of it last group stage. Obviously, that was more of the Black Hat role for Regis, so cool to see, you know, just as well as they played it. Self is going to try to answer that call the same because of what Daredevil can do to Psylocke. Such a 1v1 tough matchup to hit. TTK and the tank's going to get down the front line now, find 2. Going to get that Feast of the Abyss, and Regis is running like a horror movie as it's just the symbiote chasing down. Sorry, Iffy there in that regard, but either way, good play.
Yeah, I mean, that's just value on value. Force out the ult and just walk away, keep him down, away from his team. You're going to be totally fine. They get the pick after the fact for even more of a stagger. Thieves played that beautifully. Still have 3, almost 4 ultimates available for this next fight. And Thieves are looking like they want to take this back and make it a 1-1 on this attack so far. Delena going to start off with a Kraken impact. The Sia goes out. The Feast goes under as the dance floor matches it. Doomed.
Why did they give Rocket a nade like Ana heals teammates and anti-heal enemies?
That commitment. Self, though, comes back and finds Doom. Numbers are even now. TTK
I'm pretty sure
out.
Rocket's already
with
good without any of that
still
chat.
in favor of Stick Drift, and it looks like TTK will drop Regis, but the spawn is much closer here for the defense.
Oh wow, the heist continues, and they're gonna quite literally steal this point, man, because this is the part you want to win the most. Such a tough angle of the map with the spawn so close. I know my own comp games. I just can't stand being held up in this one location. Stuff gonna go in and pop and let the devil out quickly. As we hear
Ooh, get it. Ooh.
After Baton's blindness nerf, no problem. finds Logan, zoomed out of this thing, should be able to put 100.
Dude, oh my God, the movement, bro. Oh my.
Clean up on tones and
wait, they didn't even
I
cap?
mean, that was just some disgusting schmovement. I don't even know how he was able to hold on that long. At that
They
point, your team's
didn't
resetting,
cap?
but it's funny to look at. These guys are just nuts. But
And still
yeah, we
syrup.
can see the
Here's your
hold
last
here
5
moving
months. How you
forward. The
doing?
retake very clean by Stick Drift. Such a hard point to attack through here as the spawn is so heavily in
That's
your
crazy
favor.
how they did
You
not
have
cap
some
that.
decent LOSs if you get out of that first doorway, that first double-sided doorway, and it looks like they were able to do just that. Some shift in composition here immediately. Silent Blade's going to have ult, and there it is. Bang, match right back by Winnie. Excuse me. As it looks like both are going to start off. The first pick goes in the favor of Self onto a backline. Huge pick onto Logan as a do-si-do here. Where's the next pick go? Excuse me. Looks like, I don't know.
Both these teams are larving each other's heroes. Like, we're just seeing them, you know, mix and match all across the lane now over on the X-Men. And that quick pick on Self, it's going to be a lot. And this is where teams kind of fall. They got to lock in together and see what they can find. Right now, Dylan is just trying to farm this ult up for this last fight, final fight. Again, this is just the hardest part of the point outside of that third one to hit. Dylan now just trying to farm more. Finds both those strategists. Going to go ahead and just hit the Q right away, Ship. I like the aggressiveness and the call. Saw both of them in that room ready to go, but the rotation keeps them safe, and Thieves is going to steal point 2.
Oh my God, they were trying to touch
really
the point,
good
but they were
attack
getting
there.
body
They locked
blocked.
in. I mean, it was even off the rip. Then it was just neutral fight after neutral fight, and they came out on top. There was some commitment there from Stick Drift, so they will have ult advantage in favor of 100 Thieves.
I'm
and
glad that
that's
100 Thieves
exactly what
got
you're
that. I think
looking for on
second
this
point
map.
in pro
Can
play
they
is
push
really
this
hard
thing
to
the whole
get,
way?
but to be
Able
honest with
kinda
you,
rest
they should have
easy
got
just
that like
slightly.
2
We'll
minutes
see
ago.
in a moment. And shout out seeing Psylocke here, bringing me to X-Men 97 Season 2 type stuff. Love to see it.
Oh, yes, man. Great call, by the way. It can be just continue crazy if you're a Marvel fan. But right now, Rivals portal open, ready to just bring this fight right to him. With only a minute left, it's one of those points you don't get a lot of extended time, right? Even if you make it through the tough choke of 2. Tones and Doom now looking for their first hit. They get that back line out of here, and it's going to be the Gambit now caught in the stray. Trying to fight for the life is going to be Winnie. Cannot find Solus. Good dive potential, but the trade on Gambits go down together, evaporate just like that. The lifeguards are drowning.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Now, really smart decision there by Stick Drift. Even though they lost the fight, folks, you're going to see a lot of teams doing that. If they lose a fight and they know they can just quick regroup, portal on, and try to fight early on, if you can buy time anywhere, it's valuable. If you're able to hold them as soon as this thing moves through point 3, you know, that is a huge win for your teams. It buys you a better chance.
Nice.
At pushing through when you're
100
attacking.
Thieves
way,
is
they've got
about
a
to
lot of
have
time.
5
OT
ults,
is
bro.
going to be the next fight. You're going to have to stay on top of this route, which is very tricky.
This game is so much better. This map is so much better in pro play than ranked. I mean, I think anything is really.
Breedis and Doom, the big impact players, are going to have access to their ult a bit quicker once Self uses this. The Lynn's going to be a mile away.
Ooh, that was actually kind of clean. Use the right click to slowly get up there. Slightly, he still gets taken out though.
Melee ins Logan. Now they're going to have free reign to push this float all the way down and enjoy the parade as we're close to the 4th. Now going early, Self continues to hunt. This is great for 100 Thieves. They're looking really ready to get the rest of it because Millennia back on that ult quickly.
Did you see Rita's trying to reflect it off the ceiling there and hit me and I was like, whoa, this dude's AP physics in that moment. But we can see
oh my
now
God,
the
that
commitment's gonna be
crosshair.
huge here from everybody. Silent Blaze going to start off with the ultimate. Everyone walking forward off that Raging Royal.
One of the biggest pro crosshairs I've ever seen.
TTK going to find Tones, make that 2 now as 100 Thieves find more value. And they're still walking forward, able to find a huge pick on a Doomed with ultimate.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. And just like that, I mean, you've got Ritus, you've got the Ruby Rage, got to find time to now just stall the point if you're going to use the Feast to Abyss and continue to buy that health. PPK is getting a bit low, but that's going to allow on the opposite end. Delena close, 82-83. This guy's continue to clutch up final points with Psylocke. We saw it back against Shock them right
come
out
on.
of this
Come on,
playoff
Delena.
into what he's continued to be as a player. Vinny finds one, Winnie the other. 100 Thieves looking to get the job done.
Come on, Delena. Come on, Delena. Come on, Delena. 97%. 97%.
Heavily down. It looks like they might be able to do it, folks. And that's going to be another pick from Delena.
Wow, they actually fully capped.
Clinical point 3. From
wow, this is one of the hardest maps in my opinion to finish, and they actually did
I
it.
love this camp.
The quick energy drink hit as they move in, and that was as clean of a point 3 as you get, man. The rotation into it, I do like the portal play, and I get what they were trying to do. But from there, it felt like they continued to stagger and fall out. Couple of hero switches at the end.
Wait, is Millennia not at the compound?
Ruby Rage didn't even have time to get
Is Millennia not with the team?
It was a tough point 3, and usually we've seen in times past, if you get the 3rd point, Shib, you usually get the point overall for the match.
He is?
Yeah,
he did not look like he was at the compound. He looked like he was in the janitor's closet then.
Time than you'd think, and It's really hard to find yourself all the
Also,
way
look at
through.
TTK
mean,
playing for his
honestly,
KD,
Stickter
bro.
had a 3-0
29
advantage,
and
but,
0.
the cart was
29
essentially,
and
like, you know,
he
2
has
meters away, so I
more
think we saw a lot of
damage
panic,
done on
and
tank
that
than
just kinda
damage
drove them to not
block.
find a lot of value. I mean, look at these finals across the board. Most you're seeing is
TTK.
5, and TTK himself have 12.
You're not
Pop,
playing
Vinny
tank
gonna be up
right,
there
bro.
with 8. I
He
mean,
has
across the
more
board,
damage
100 Thieves
done than
played this
damage
map
blocked, bro. Oh
significantly
my
better than we've seen
god.
them today.
Yeah, really
Wait,
good
did TTK
rotation.
not go down? Wait, TTK didn't fall.
That is man, that just highlights, you know, what they do best. And every single Thieves player
That's what they highlight what they do best. TTK just plays for stats
for that point in time of the map or in the composition. You know, sometimes just answering the call, as we now see Stick Drift.
He's running the game. Bro just played his life well. Played his life well. He baited his teammates.
They just made hell that back
He's a
there for
stats
Logan and
player.
Silent
So when
Blaze.
they
That really
lose,
set
he
the
can't.
team
He's gonna be like,
tough
I
to
can't
take
be
down.
my fault. I went like 39 and 0. I don't know.
We'll see now. Defensible side, and you're gonna have Vinny on the Strange early on here.
TTK is
And
the
then
cap,
Invisible
like
one
the
for team
opposite
up.
of the
You know,
captain
just
going down
so
with the
much
ship, bro.
stronger. When you do have that team up, you can play far more aggro. You can cancel movement cooldowns. So that is what these pros are electing to do. As Tones finds the first pick there onto TTK. It'll be a decent answer. The BRB comes right back as TTK is holding on with the Angela. Numbers are going to be evened out, and we're seeing more Adam play and more triple stuff, which you know, I don't mind on defense on point 1.
TTK falls more there than he did the entire map, all right? So maybe that does show a little something. Again, what it was, a 29-0 is crazy work, man. I love the bottom right of the player cams, by the way. You can see both the ult charge on the top if you're interested
Really
in the
cool.
exact, you know, stats of that and their stats
Yeah,
overall.
but
Just
what
nice
I don't
little thing,
like
W
is
for
that
Duck,
there's
get
the ult
rolling
charge
for
right
the
here, but
playoffs.
there's ult
The
charge
Vinny
right
teams are
here,
way
and there's
towards
also
that
ult charge
land.
up here. You don't need your
Matters so
ult
much
charge
for
all
these teams. They make
three
it back. Obviously,
places.
that lower bracket be
Like,
full
look at
of
that.
big orgs already. You know, FlyQuest Sentinels will 100 Thieves join them in the long list of names. Just like this, though, Stick Drift trying to get around this tough first quarter, already popping that invisible boundary. Going to be mad for both of them.
The Venn diagram is out. Good kick out there on a Vinny. He was able to escape back in. Really good movement there. There's some dire circumstances. The Sia goes out from Winnie. Self going to be close here with the Meteor M. Again, that triple Vanguard, triple strat line from 100 Thieves is looking pretty strong right now as they are getting pushed backwards. Redis holding on here. The Ruby Rage.
Yeah, and I like what Stick Drift has here, because they can just go in with the Gambit ult, and then they're just going to only be able to rely on Born Again, right? Usually that's Born Again, lose again, as we continue to see, and that's why kind of Adam's making his way out of the meta in some short sorts, but we're just going to find the best of Vinny, who's, you know, not the best pick in that moment, can be able to come back somewhat quick, especially when they've got that BRB back to life and ready to fight. Quickly down, slams the Kraken impact,
Huge.
and there's the wipe.
Yeah, that is a huge ult there off the Strangling Prison. Galena with the big res opportunity. Everybody back in the fight.
He got everyone. Oh my god, he got everyone, but he died. Well, he didn't get TTK, but everyone just got rezzed and died again.
Everybody gets taken out right off the res, and that is the downside to a maybe more predictable Adam Ultimate.
Yeah, I've seen Marvel Zombies enough to know that just because they're able to fight on and on doesn't mean they win it. But with Vinny now just trying to touch, desperate to touch, 2.19.
Well, that's another thing I need to finish. I need to start watching Marvel Zombies. Is that good?
But honestly, Shib, it always matters at the end here. This first kind of push around the alley is not where we see these pro teams lock up a ton. Usually can make your way down the hill. It's not like your comp games. It's just going to be this last moment of the fight up here and how long they can stall. But 3 minutes, 40 seconds seems like a lot, but you're going to need every bit of it to get past this point too.
No, I agree. I mean, the small advantages of things like having the spawn door significantly closer for your team, you know, people at this level, they're able to exploit that and get a lot of value out of it. So I'm with you there. You can see the composition shift now, and that's what teams are doing. You saw that group early on, great on point 1, maybe not so much on a more diveable location here on point 2 as Stick Drift makes that switch. Tone's going to be going over to the Captain America, Iffy now on that Venom, and the movement with Doomed is going to be terrifying for that back line.
And like the rotations that they got going on here and the right angle, Vinny just now trying to stay alive with the knockback. That tenacity going to be playing a factor for sure there for Venom, one of the few that does. Both of these Invis ults about to come out in response, most likely. Silent Blaze, though, still does not have it. Going to be close in on it. They got to capitalize. They are unable to. And just like that can match the ult. That is going to be the win that they were looking to have. Delena obviously back on Psylocke. Out of that golden god, PK just trying to stall at this point. But right now, it is something.
Yeah, when you got Psylocke and Cyclops in the game at the same time. Quite a tongue twister. Well, twang twister. You see what I'm saying? It's getting me too, man. But, but the pushback comes
Shiv is just having a
Stick
great
Drift
time out
is gonna
there,
be
bro.
actually one ult ahead in the next fight as Delena Self and Winnie will combine, but it's all about who handles the Raging Royal Flush a little bit better in terms of combination. You know, you can be quicker with the Psylocke. It can be more threatening, but I'm not sure how much it's going to do into this team of Stick Drift.
And just trying to match each other in the strat rounds. And as you said, I mean, it's just making this way up the hill is not the big problem, but Delena and them are just able to continue to stall this thing out, and they're unable to get rid of the presence that has been Vinny, and getting Iffy out of there surely is going to open up the rest of the fold. I get what they're trying to go with Tones and Iffy here on the dive attack with Doomed. I just don't know if I love it, because then that bus is just not going to have a lot pushing it forward. And right now, 100 Thieves is able to lock it down.
Yeah, it's tough to go full commitment dive into a Gambit comp. I think Gambit has essentially 2 40-meter dashes if you do it properly. You know what I mean? Like, in the heal him, he just so much escape. And then Invis, we know how strong she can be against dive. There is going to be the first commitment from Delena, canceling that out a little bit early to try to find Regis, and does just that. Delena really well played here on this Psylocke. It's just been consistent here on this defense. Shout out to one of the few making that work right now.
Yep, gonna be able to get 2 on the way out, and at least that slows things down. But here it is again. Vinny's job is just to try to slow the bus for about 1 second. Will that come into play? And here comes the rest of Thieves. Still a little bit delayed. They're gonna have to triple in here, which is gonna be tough. Millennia has to stay alive, has to get this invisible boundary if they want to make it a fight. To continue on, they should be able to stall that bus. There it is, invisible boundary up, ready. They're not gonna be able to answer on the side of Stick Drift. Can they get a quick pick to go? It's gonna be Tones pressing often and early.
Yeah, I don't think 100 Thieves holds this,
get
bro.
A bit too close for comfort.
They are gonna get
and able to go and
ulted right in there, bro.
Yeah, I was like 0.8 meters away. I was like, I don't know, but we see now Winnie going to be able to find the first pick onto Doom. TTK starting up. It's matched right back by the Ruby Rage, which does not land. As we see a great crystal pull there from TTK, which removes 25% of the HP. If you do that well in the diamond form, you just can deal so much damage so quick. TTK min-maxing that, and that's going to be Self to clean up the rest. What a retake by
Damn,
Thieves.
bro.
But
Yo,
again,
Vibrator for
all about
23
these
months. How
neutral
you doing, my
fights.
friend?
Winnie holding on to alt could be the ticket here in the final fight. It's looking like Thieves might take this one home.
I was just about to say, man, I do not like the odds for Stick Drift. You're gonna have Delena being able to farm up the ult as well. Unless he falls early,
His name
I
is
don't see a way
Vibrator,
that
bro.
Stick Drift's gonna be able to get this point. But you know, like we said, before you know it, blink and the 3 minutes are gone. It's all about getting the bus wheels moving at this point. If you're just trying to maybe get a pick early, I think they're trying to find the Psylocke potentially there, maybe had that Self. But either way, 87 and climbing. You have Winnie with the ult as well. When is that Q going to be pressed? Can't allow Logan to get theirs, but they're close to it. 96 and up. Logan trying to find safety. We have eyes on Iffy. Self going to be the first one to try to fall, but no one does it. Logan forced press Q. Push it in, Shib. This is looking like desperation.
Yeah, but they're holding on for now. Nobody.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Wow. You can't make it up. I mean, just a little bit too high. That's all it was. Just a little bit too high in the sky there for the touch. Missing it by just a millisecond. And that is going to go in Thieves' favor. Folks, we got a 1-1, buddy, like you called out. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, man. Well, of course, right? It was the last match for the day.
I don't
last
know if
battle
the
for it
100
to be
Thieves-
a 1-1 scenario, or even the teams be evenly matched. But of course,
What do you
right
mean-
off the
what do you-
rip,
wait,
we
what
already
do you
got
mean-
ourselves
what do you mean,
a
damn
tied
Jay
up series and
Scam 3?
listen, that's
How
what we
did
thought
I
this matchup
scam
was
you?
gonna be,
I
a
was
great
chat.
matchup
I'm
for
not in the
100
game.
Thieves. That map can go either way. That was the home
That's
tactic
not my
for
fault.
them. Now it's in Stick Drift's hands. How do they choose to try get this advantage? Best of 5 is what we are here for, folks. Buckle up.
How did that
It's
not
gonna be a
touch?
long night. We'll be
Flying.
back at the end of this break.
You know how flying is. Can't believe a team actually just C9 though. That's so unfortunate. I don't know. Something about this map or just in general is about touching the point. Like this, touching the. You have to be inside of the point, which I hate. Damn marathon stream. It's been 14 hours. Yep, 14 hours, chat. And we still have another match. We still have to finish this match that's halfway done. Not even halfway done. It's 1-1. And we have a whole nother series after this as well. I think that might be a fast game, though. Swamp Gaming against TSM. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I am very tired and I would like to go to sleep. And then we go again in what? 10. Okay, let's just say it's 9 o'clock right now. 10. Let's just say that we go to bed at like 12. If we go to bed at 12, we have 6 hours. I think we do have a command, !C9. Swamp, what do you call it? Swamp Gaming is a beast in this map. Oh, no, not Swamp Gaming, XG. No, you mean Squirrel Girl, huh? I'm done with you guys. Is it NDA if we ask you how much you earn from this? NDA of what? You think I'm sponsored to be watching the MRI? Because I'm not sponsored. I watch it for the love of the game, bro. Did EU start? EU finished like 8 hours ago, bro. Brother, we're here. EMEA's over here. We're so far past the EMEA. Yeah, and then we have the last game is TSM against Swamp Gaming. Yeah, the wacky woo-hoo pizza man with the massive gift sub. Appreciate it. They sent you to China for the first LAN. You're not sponsored anymore. Chad, that was a year ago. That was a year ago for the China event. What? Did YWL play today? Yes, YWL won against Sentinels 3-1. So you don't even want to stream, just say that then. Sure. I don't know what the fuck you guys are saying, but okay. Is there a way to just spam ads on YouTube? Because YouTube is saying some dumb shit right now. Jay, stop scamming people out of chrono tokens. Is there more games tomorrow? Yes, there are more games tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. It's all weekend. Yeah, I don't know. Why are you getting rage baited? You know, the sad thing is I don't think they're rage baiting. This is actually dumb. And this is actually how ridiculous they are. I don't think it's rage baiting. Also, yeah, I don't know why my face cam is like smaller. Can someone update me? Did Jay3 get a new phone? No, I did not. I did not get a new phone, bro. I drove to Costco because people said I could get a new phone at Costco, and apparently my Costco did not sell phones. So I went to go to my carrier, and my carrier said they didn't have the phone in stock. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back. If you are a 100 Thieves fan or Portugal, you're happy. Your team just got another win their way. And we have Museum of Contemplation going towards 100 Thieves, making this thing 1-1.
What happened
now,
to your
Shib,
phone?
I would say definitely
Apparently
domination, looking way more towards Stick Drift side. That one
What did Emily say, chat?
100 Thieves. We were talking
Apparently
a bit there
my
before the
motherboard
break, but, like,
fried
what to
on
you
my
was the big standout difference?
phone.
Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of, well, there's a couple things for me. One, I think the Vanguard front, this map is just really good for Thieves. I think they were able to kind of rotate around, but also the dive front, right? Getting rid of the rocket was super important because you have a target to get after. On the dive, it's so hard to go after a Gambit
How do you
rocket.
even manage
no,
that?
obviously
I
Fox
have
can come
no
into play,
idea,
but Fox
bro.
as a whole doesn't have as much neutral poke healing, so you struggle when they're not full dive. So yeah, it makes it more easy to commit. And as you can see, just across the board,
Oh, look at your boy! Look at your boy!
The TTK with 14 on that Emma, not going down a single time on the attack.
Yeah, 32k damage. That's a vintage TTK.
My Costco has a phone booth, but it's for
AT&T.
AT&T. I don't use AT&T, chat.
What we said earlier about this team is they're able to get that damage, but not the limbs. Well, they final hit just absolutely banged out there in the stat department. And I mean, one thing to highlight is we will be looking in just a moment with those stats. You know, take a look at Logan. We kind of said Luna was going to be a tough really hero to play at this point, because with the rocket not available, right, that's going to switch up what him and Silent Blaze are able to do. And then you've got Tones and Iffy on the dive against Delina itself on the dive. You're just going to
Damn, TTK went 37-3.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's
Holy
tricky. There was some
shit.
swapping going around trying to find the right solution, and again, it just you know, you just got taken out a lot. It's so hard to stay healthy, you know, when you're not something like Gambit, like we talked about, where you have these massive self-healing dashes and a card on command to keep yourself, you know,
Holy
juiced
shit.
up anytime you need
TTK
it. So,
had more
tricky for
damage
certain, and
than
that's
all
why,
of his
you know, they shake
DPS.
up the ban phase, getting rid of that rocket like we just discussed
Damn.
was of utmost importance. Shout out to Thieves, played that really clean.
Yeah, for sure. Especially like if you looked at
Damn,
Stick Drift,
bro.
being able to ban the Cyclops, you know, ban that Star Lord, it just did not matter. And this is definitely, that was a good Cyclops map. And so, no, back to the drawing board on how to kind of enable that backline that carried you through the group stage, got you to where you are now, and continue to fuel. Because we know Ritas could play anything at that point. They even swapped off that Cyclops, right? Like, didn't even need to rely on that. And this is all forehead right now as we take a look at the player cam.
My dude, push that camera away a little bit. No, I love it. I love it. Just locked in cam right there. That's what I look like when I'm leaning forward. You know what I mean? When you're getting serious about the game, and we are getting serious, folks, in a 1-1 situation. They are setting up right now, folks, for those who are curious when the next game is going to start. You know, it's not on us. They're just trying to get things in order, setting up the correct servers and maps for the team. And speaking of maps for the team, the next one that is going to be selected is going to be Central Park from Stick Drift.
Park, definitely interesting here. You know, I dare I say,
She even
you know
put
what I want to see more? I'm gonna
in the burger, bro. Oh my
Like,
god.
did you know Ritas used to play like nothing but Torch back in
Oh
I believe it
my
was more of
god.
last
Okay, I
year,
gotta
but
sit
that'd be
down.
sick to see. This is a map where you definitely do favor some Torch matchup. But not sure if we're gonna see that
man.
with what this team has cooking, because there's so many other picks available, and it's kind of, you know, more traditional in the role now. But
Fat
either way,
three,
this,
you
this
better
map
fucking
always fun
believe
that
I'm
point
fat.
one can be brutal to take, and that momentum carries heavy in this map. Excited to see it.
Yeah, it's another one of those maps that it enables more unique Vanguards. I think this is a great group map. This is a great penny map on defense, right? You talk about, you know, more flying opportunities because the pillars, they're indestructible. So you have some cover to play around. There is a lot you can do here. I'm curious if it'll influence the bans. It's another decent rocket map on defense because you can hide those BRBs with a little more confidence, knowing that the dive can't really get through you too much without getting caught at least. So a lot of opportunity here. We'll see.
Wait, what do you
who
mean?
takes
That's why
that
she wants to
advantage in the
return
ban
those
phase.
boxer briefs. What,
Yeah, this
what
is
do you,
definitely
what
a
does
map,
that
as
mean?
you said, that does influence. Like, I would say there's obviously like meta maps, and what you play is going to be, you know, seeing a lot of the
I thought that guy
same.
was
But this
frozen.
is a map that does encourage a bit of creativity with your comps, depending on the point, depending on what they're playing against you as well. Obviously, even back to the Black Hat portals of old, was one of the best at it. Obviously, not going to see too much of that today. But, you know, with that fortress and then a little bit of the right side of dive, it can be kind of tricky on how you want to handle it. I'm interested in the Vanguard front. Do you think, you know, how do TTK and Vinny kind of handle this if you're them, Shib?
In terms of what they're going to play or what
Yeah.
they want to, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity. I think this is a decent Angela map. You can off map pretty early on, and it's pretty attackable.
Give me a second,
See some
chat.
of the
I'm
dive
gonna
front
get
on
more
Cap, but we haven't really seen Cap from Thieves, so maybe we see the Groot on defense early on because they will be defending. It looks like the attack's going to be going on in favor of Stick Drift early on. Groot's got some potential. I don't think they're not going to be running that penny stuff, so something more traditional, likely a Venom, maybe a Cap alongside potentially a Groot or an Angela with a group, but that's just an option for them. We'll see what they like to do as Cyclops gets removed from Stick Drift.
It's a good call out because I think either you're going to see the Venom from Vinny or that Angela from TTK, and then the other one play more that anchor role. I'm going to stick with the same bands. I like it. This is a disgusting Cyclops map with just how close the action is, especially to burst both point 1 and 3. So I do like the call. Going to stay with the same bands on their side, but also plenty of windows for 100 Thieves and what Delena cooks up on either Psylocke or the Elsa. Didn't see much of Elsa last time. We'll continue to see as this last save goes to them. And you would think it's Cyclops, probably. I don't know if they feel like they need to go that way with them ban. Okay, gonna go with the Wolf.
Okay, again, there's some decent off-map opportunities here when you do, typically, this is where it's funky. They remove the rocket. Thieves remove the rocket from them, so there will not be the extended jump. And
Yes,
that's kinda
TSM is
what you
playing after this,
need, unless
chat.
you just have some really perfect pulls here for off-map on attack.
She told
but
us that you
maybe
rip the
the
underwear every
idea
time you
is
put
to
them
try to
on.
just
That
pull
is
them back
true.
to the back line, get some good focus
I
early
would
on,
be-
open the doors a bit.
I
but
would be
there will be a
saying I
BRB
was-
to match back some of
I
those
do
early
rip my
pull
underwear when
KOs.
I try to put it on.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, obviously, you got to shut down the attack helicopter that is Wolverine and the team up with Cyclops. So that could have been bait, right? But they also got rid of it last time. So Wolverine doing two things at once. You now kind of force the Cyclops ban, but you also have that counter to Groot. So now you're going to maybe look to force the Angela instead of having, or the Venom for Vinny, right? Because you shut down one of those key heroes. There's just, I mean, you would know, man, one of the
How do you
strongest
rip your
counters in this game.
underwear every
is
time
when
you put
there's
them on?
Logan
Because
the
my
other
ass is
team,
getting
not
too
the player,
fat.
but the X-Men. It could just be so tough to get that value.
Yeah, I hit it with
appreciate
the
it,
passion
MB.
of 100 Suns. Wolverine incredibly strong, especially with that team up. Becomes an actual helicopter and can kind of just fly around wherever. You can build that claw charge quickly, and all of that matters with Wolverine. For those who maybe didn't understand how it works, is you just got to be close, essentially touching. You don't need to be in the LOS of the pull. As long as you are touching whoever you want to pull, the pull will guaranteed grab them. It's within like a meter, so keep that in mind.
Look
You
at
see
the
a lot of
100
pros
Thieves
sometimes even
comp,
grabbing
chat.
targets that are behind them,
Interesting.
or just in weird spots. They're able to just make that work out well. So we'll see if Doomed can make that happen on the attack here as we start off right now.
Already, gates open up, and just like that, we're going to see how this team chooses to go about it. Already have that fastball special locked and loaded. Haven't seen a lot of tones on the Hulk already, but man, this is why that ban comes in so much handy, because it just brings that aggression right to you. And hey, guess what? Self on the torch. I'm telling you, Chip, been playing nothing but the torch lately. This is a killer map for him.
Yeah. Oh,
Wait,
but
what?
out of the sky.
What?
He's gonna get bubbled right there, and wow, almost loses passive, but instead, great bubble to keep him healthy in that moment. As we see Winnie gonna bring himself back into the fight. TTK off maps tones, and there's that Angela that we were discussing, and there's that location to make it happen. So what a return right back. One
Okay.
tick.
I'm gonna try to eat this while we're watching, chat.
Yeah, I do like the okay. So obviously your best hero to have with you is going to be Ultron if you're Torch. Hulk is going to be the biggest threat to him. Obviously, it can be a little tough to go against the Bucky as well. But if you're Stealth, you're going to be looking to be a little bit of a bunker hero here. Look at the flying
No
Terror.
way.
My God, looks like Terror of old. Now his Stealth just trying to stay alive. This fire's going to be put out fast. Forced to use the cooldown already for the quick overhealth, and the slam down is the Torch. And just like that, these Sky Heroes are falling.
Yeah, I think they weren't expecting the fastball special to be that clean. It essentially took Self out of the fight for both fights, and then Wolverine was able to stay in there, not even losing passive a single time. Wow, Stick Drift. What a way to walk into this quickly. Really clean plays with the fastball there, and I was sleeping on that team up in the ban phase, but it makes sense now.
And you get that quick 10-second sponsored segment of the Human Torch, and now it's put out. Stealth is going to go on over.
Damn, dude. They got fucking rolled, man. I thought they were going to have a good hold.
Wolverine. And,
it's like the equivalent of meeting your hero and he just sucks. You know what I mean? You know, because you wanted to see.
Dude, I'm so sad. I got like 40 hours on the Torch this season, man. I've had so much fun. I've been ready for it too. I'm like, I can't wait to cast Torch. Yeah, 10 seconds, dead and gone. It's like, all right, cool. But
I'm dying.
This is all momentum here, right, though, Shib? I mean, just getting point one that fast allows you to push up this hill pretty quickly.
Cozy plays Torch.
They do have all the advantage on the back of winning those fights. That does give you the next fight advantages. Redis is able to drop to Lena. Doom finds Self. The res comes through, but still a number up and still moving with his Kraken impact. Do I see even more? Redis gonna pause for the moment, not able to look towards Winnie, who does escape. Good movement there by the Rocket to take to the ceiling. And folks, you'll see a lot of these fights be won, and then the next fight will win because they just have ult advantage. That's kind of how it goes, and that's why sometimes in ranks it feels so one-sided. You just got to wait out some of these fights and try to regroup.
Dude, right now, yeah, Self is on mystery heroes. I mean, I've seen like 4 different at play, just trying to find what fits best here. Winning to go throw up, get that offensive boost for him. Agamotto out and ready, and everything being slammed down. It is just one side on that elimination feed. Painted in red, how appropriate for Central Park. The pop, the Lina trying to make something happen, but it is a speed run. Chip, 5 minutes is an eternity. Oh, the backhand slap.
Disgusting. Wow. Yeah, I mean, they're making this look clinical. This is something they've clearly worked on. This is an absolute force right now, and 100 Thieves are just trying to find a solution. TTK going to be going over to that Emma, obviously. We've seen that switch.
Bro,
as
this
Vinny
guy is always
now back
eating.
on the thing. And I will say, we haven't seen
Sorry that
Thing
it's 9 o'clock and
come
it's
into
dinner
too
time and
much
I'm eating
impact.
dinner,
And
chat.
the group
I'm sorry.
stages are even so far here in this playoff.
I'll make
segment
sure
of the
I
night.
won't eat ever again and just die.
Yeah, we're looking at slow things down because the comp's been tough. Like early with the first comp with Torch, that was like their only really source of what they could pump out, had to swap up. Now it's kind of all here on Delina and more of what TTK can do on the front line. Obviously, you know, Stick Drift did commit a lot to get that last point, as they should, with 4 minutes remaining. That does give a little bit of time for 100 Thieves to be able to hold this wall strong. Can they keep Helm's
I've been
Deep
streaming for 14
there
hours,
from the
chat.
void that's coming
14
towards
and a
them.
half hours
Doing
almost.
rotating back, good
I'm
rotations
going to
overall.
eat,
Regis does have
and I'm
that
probably
crack
going to
slam
go to the
down.
bathroom and all that
If they
time.
even force the straddle here, that would be, you know, the win they're looking for.
Yeah, they might be able to. We are going to see some answers available, some things to slow the pace up. Self can start up, and yes, or you get to the clobbering time, which lands, but not on too many. It's matched right back by the boundaries on both sides. The Venn diagram. Regis comes out on top onto Vinny, a huge target that pays for it, but the Glartrox is out. Delena horrified too, looking for an answer here, and they might have found it. Maybe it's at the back of this.
Yo,
Elsa. That's
finally
gonna be
100 Thieves
triple
wins
here
a fight.
as 100 Thieves regain control. Out time.
Yeah, man, that Pokemon coming stomach completely full after that. 3 easy to go ahead and reset, though. And Winnie at least coming back, they're going to have to really try to play this out patiently, though, because you can have the Gambit match the Gambit, right? So you can have quick aggression. They know Millennia just used the ult as well. So if you're Stick Drift, I would just say put everything to the max. I mean, heck, see what you can get out of this first hit and be the one to initiate the Gambit ult if I'm them. Maybe they're waiting for Doom to get a bit closer, but you don't want to give him too much time, right? We know how fast Huge Storm can get things rolling. It is going to be 100 Thieves. Push the Q first.
There's the eye of Agamotto. It's huge from if he finds a few.
Oh,
but it
no,
does get
bro.
answered.
Oh,
Tones
no.
trades up Self. It's going to be 1. So it's
Damn.
worth it always in the end. Sometimes it also just burning cooldowns is big, but here goes the commitment now.
Oh.
Play here on to Winnie, a huge pick on to the back line. Can we see more from Tones just trying to look forward? Stall is there as Doom just still holding on to all Regis as well. This is very much Stick Drift to lose.
God
As they will launch
damn.
everything to get this point closed out.
Oh my
goodness, yeah.
Oh my God.
Head is nothing but Tone showing on the camera. Millennia now finding one in the pick quick. It's gonna be Regis with another, slams it down. 100 Thieves.
That was
Just trying to
disgusting,
hold
dude.
on. Self on the wolf, and they find anything from it. Another big dinner time coming up in C, or at least with
The
couple,
fact
but
that
unable to
Wolverine
hit
players can do
nothing
that
out there except for
consistently
Nifty. Regis,
is
okay,
crazy.
finding something here, but Force can get another invisible 1.61 chip.
I mean, shout out Thieves. That was very much Stick Drift to lose. I think the knockout of the sky, which I believe was from Vinny off
Bro,
a right hook.
Wolverine
I'm not even
players
sure for
that
sure.
can do that
I believe
consistently
that
are
was the case,
so
but either way,
scary.
removing that from the sky from the side of Doomed, who had a huge ultimate available, just committed and falls immediately. Even though Vinny lost and got KO'd after the fact, that is so worth. So really huge retake there from Thieves. It's a minute and 46 after a 5-minute attack.
Yeah, you know, honestly, good call out there, because Thing is a great answer to what is.
I try to play Wolf and I can't grab anyone. That's fine. You can practice with me later, bro.
Slow things down. You can go right through that strange shield, answer what you said to that Star-Lord as well. See what else they can look for. Obviously, the clobbering time's a bit harder to land, but even getting one from the value would be huge. You use that protection more than aggression to the Thing, and there it is. Holding hand ready. Are they going to go
What?
with
We're
Vinny?
gonna
Charging
duo
in,
later,
going
chat.
in,
We're gonna
self on
practice. What's
Tones.
wrong with you guys,
That's
bro?
everything they want now, and again, 5 minutes down to 1 ship.
And it is going to be another pick here from TTK onto Regis. Winnie holding on, staying healthy with that movement. And now, again, the presence is known. Ultimate advantage here for 100 Thieves. They're doing a great job holding on with that spawn advantage. Question is now, can they close this out and push it this far? This has been
Wait,
a
they
very
can win
clean
this.
attack by Stick Drift until these final few fights. But either way, look at ults. Going to be 100 Thieves up.
Yeah, I mean, they both have a lot here
Close,
to kind of
yeah.
swing they got a lot to swing either way, but yeah, I would definitely say I'm favoring a bit of 100 Thieves. Vinny's been holding on to this clobber in time for too much time, in my opinion. But either way, Self ready for the fastball. They get a big pick. I mean, imagine getting Tones here into that fall off cliff. That would be the play of the tournament. You can land it, flying in the sky, finding what they can. There it is quickly. Is going to get the kidnap, but Doom up and above. TTK going to keep.
Wait, this is good. This is good. This is good, Chad. This is good. 100 Thieves should win this. They should win this.
Still fine as 100 Thieves.
They have the better ult economy.
To stay away from the Sonic Seduction. TTK was holding that for that. The combination goes out. The clock
oh no.
Back by a huge eye. Millennia though gonna find Tones. Iffy takes out Delena. Rita's now looking.
Oh,
for
he hit her.
Back and forth here off of a ton of ults. We're gonna see the movement now into some heroes that can get to point quickly. Overtime ticking down. The next pick goes to Self, who finds Ritas. Can Thieves hold on here?
Oh!
Battles as Self finds another pick.
They can't get a TP. They can't get a TP down too. Damn.
Could be in here. No, Blaze says it's not over yet. Goodbye to Self. But here goes a Raging Royal Flush match from back on both sides. It's going to be a bit of a stall, but it looks like that will be the well done, Thieves.
100 Thieves was getting rolled.
Incredible.
And they were able to hold that last point for 5 minutes, dude. That's crazy.
In that regard, I mean,
also,
dude,
Nexus with the Master Prime. Appreciate
they
it.
were able to really just hold down, and Vinny with the thing going in on that ult and still getting hit with the Agamotto, but staying within Millennia. Millennia showing why, you know,
Jay,
a bit more of that
could you be a pro if you
strategist
specifically
that we
worked
kind
on
of
it and made
highlighted
it a
earlier.
goal?
Getting
I
that
don't know.
ace so far.
I don't want to be a pro, chat.
Finals to the name. 20k healing.
You know why?
Damage.
Because I'd rather watch
That
people
backline
play
really
and
got it done for
spectate
them,
with
buddy.
you guys
I
and
was
eat
impressed
food
with the
and
way
be
they
fat.
answered what was just a relentless attack.
Yeah, I mean, that is very strong. 15-2 from Millennia, like you said, looking good on those heroes so far. We're going to see the shift in composition here for defense, but yeah, and there's going to be that Emma Groot combination, so they aren't going to be running the Angela on defense. But either way, yeah, like you're saying, I mean, this was very back and forth. I will say it was absolutely dominated by Stick Drift. But you know what, folks? Take this as a lesson in ranked, right? You saw how those fights looked early here for Stick Drift. Just walking through them with ult advantage. 100 Thieves just trying to find their footing.
Why is Shib talking about this like ranked, bro? If I was getting rolled like this on ranked, I would already have a Squirrel Girl and a Black Widow by third point. They would have capped with 5 minutes remaining. My team's already trying to FF at spawn.
The penny being played by Tones.
Wow, locked in indeed, falling from that first domination and looking all the part here now. Got to push the 3 to get that win pretty much. Kenny Parker, you know, obviously very strong map on this map, has that bunker even more so. Really, Ritas is going to be held to
Black Cat was played a little bit
for this team, and that is the full damage department. Not going to be a lot outside of that. Doom going to be trying to hunt Vinny if they can continue to get that and get him uncomfortable on his best hero to be able to make Thieves struggle here. Pushing in right away, though. I do like Cruz just trying to get the walls up on that vest right away.
There's a lot of movement here. They're getting in quickly, but what a pull. Goodbye, Self. Get deleted right into the mines, playing around this heavily. The rest is going to come into play the BRB, so numbers are evened out, but getting rid of that early on is not a bad take. Still trying to play around this spawner. Use it like it's a player on your team and protect it as much as you possibly can. Vinny trying to get a wall there. Just barely misses it.
How long have you been live for?
It's close to being broken now, and that's going to give them the space they need to walk forward. The mines have been burned by the Vanguard, so they're feeling a little more safe to walk forward. Here goes the pressure now. Wolverine's out. You can see the circle on the ground from the Ironwood wall of the front line of that group, and playing inside of it. The Sia goes out as Self drops Doom. And that could be an early couple ticks here from 100 Thieves.
And that Nest was staying alive for an eternity, bro. That was the 7th player for a while there, but either way, yeah, able to get that first ult is why Rocket is just so clutch for this team and why the ban has come into such
99.33%.
At least touch and look at just a absolute spec left to claim, and they're able to get at least some presence on there, but it's going to be the quick finish and cleanup job from 100 Thieves. And now they've got 5 minutes in return.
Nice.
Yeah, just not enough commitment there from Stick Drift. Just playing a little bit too on their heels. They lost that first pick. They ended up regrouping, and then they only kept one on point. And as soon as that front line was removed, it was an immediate cap. You just got to be a little more aggressive than that, I believe, in those moments. Great portal there from 100 Thieves to play aggro. Notice how the portal is always facing away from the enemy on the ground, folks. Make sure you're doing that. It is essentially a wall for your team to play around. Try to cut off LOS at the back line or anything you can do in that front, but keep it away from the enemy so your team can get on point easily, and they do just that. And we're going to see a Strangling Prison opportunity shortly.
Chip, how are you feeling about this defensive comp for Stick Drift here? It feels like it might be a little spread out here, and if they don't secure the lens that they're looking for, something like the fastball, it's like, it's going to be tough, man, to be able to survive what is Self on the Psylocke. It's kind of what we saw in Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, it's more difficult to get Wolverine value when you're playing constantly an Ironwood wall. Very safe walls here from Groot, and then Emma, TTK, especially on Emma, was just holding that diamond form until you hear Wolverines around, and the comms are going to be flowing for these teams. So they see that right there. The diamond form comes out as soon as Wolverine comes into play. It's going to force them backwards, so they're playing on their heels once more. Out goes a huge Cutterfly, but it doesn't land. Self going to be on that as the Lena comes in. Finds Reedus. Do I see a two-piece now? Looking to escape with it as the Meteor Ram, trying to make sure that doesn't get value.
Oh my God.
Disgusting. I'm not even sure.
That would have been disgusting.
Did he hit that? It feels like he hit it, but it just didn't finish off the, or at least to the right of the rooftop. So much destructible damage here. But either way, good response out of the Groot ult. Being able to stay alive through the Cutterfly, as you said, as well. Doesn't need it, though, as the dash finishes Tones. And Bruce Banner back 3 are hit up, but not slammed down. Juke does find Vinny, getting him out of here. 3 minutes left and falling. Either way, though, there's that BRB coming to so much use. TTK trying to get all eyes on those guys. You say best, bud. It's just going to be 100 Thieves finding
Help
one
Vinny,
after the
help
other.
Vinny, help Vinny.
Wow.
No.
And they just take it. Yeah.
Oh, they still
again,
cap, though, without Vinny.
Trying to play a little
Now
slow, trying to get
they
their feet
have
under them,
almost
and
5
Thieves
minutes for the
are
last
matching
phase,
that
chat.
energy
Uh-oh.
Right back. They experienced it, and they want to try to dish that right back to them. They're moving forward. They are going to have ult advantage quickly here. Stick drift, but the problem is when
It
you're
looks like both
defending,
teams don't
when
know
you
how to
have
play
the regional
defense until
flush,
last
a lot of the
point.
time you want to answer with it. You don't always want to initiate, because if you have it longer, it's a big advantage if your team's playing smart. So we'll see if Logan holds on or if they elect to be. Yeah, it could be very important fight.
You cannot lock these Thieves out, buddy. They're locked in, ready to roll, seeing if they can push this 3rd point up, already around the corner. See, again, as you said, can they answer the same call of defense? And they're, again, a little bit of a scattered comp here. You're going to have Tones on the tank pool, Iffy in the back line, just trying to stall that thing. But the already finds Doom, and this is the same problem we found ourselves in the last map and how they fell from what was looking like a successful push for them. Reedus now spinning to win, finds nothing as a quick cut into Lena with the hit of the pistol. And man, Thieves are just erasing this team, making this defense nothing.
Yeah, that's even more confidence boost. You match the flushes back and forth, and you get the first pick on the attack, and they are still pushing this thing as a unit. Delena holding on to this Kraken impact. We've seen what can be done with this. Delena incredibly strong when there is a gun in hand. There's going to be more commitment. Bang, goes down. There's Iffy trying to stall. Clobbering time to buy more time. Can they get this pick? They do. They use the Kraken impact off that to get the ball rolling, but it's matched back with the invisible boundary, and Logan finds the pick on Delena. Huge pick by Logan there.
Yeah, if that pick didn't happen, it could be almost impossible, but they were able to just capitalize from it, right? Moving outside of it, because for a while that front line moved to another country, my guy, but they were able to at least slow things down. Now looking at the ult advantage, they're looking pretty good there. Obviously don't have the 2 strat ults, and so those are going to naturally go up with the same with Self and Winnie, or with Winnie. But either way, man, if you're 100 Thieves, just playing the neutral here with TTK, maybe starting things off and finish it with the Sia.
Yeah, and another thing to call out is what I don't love is seeing the Vanpool coming out this late. I don't think there's any levels here for Stick Drift as they're pulling on a .3, so it's going to be tough. But Delena finds the first pick onto Doomed. The back of the Sia from Millennia, so there is some commitment there. Iffy and Rita still holding on to ultimates. Logan actually surprised.
Right, I think they're forgetting someone behind them, right? Yep, there you go.
At 70, TTK starts off with the Psionic looking up into the sky, trying to keep Reedus away, and that is the good answer that we're talking about. Just matching that back and forth, because we know how strong, Star-Lord can be. Surprised they didn't want to hold that for the Raging Royal flush, but I do believe it's because they knew it was going to be answered. Finds Iffy. TTK on the chase. Was looking so good on this Emma.
Yeah, just trying to maybe burn it before they got themselves into a tough here in the power.
Bro, I can't imagine doing all this tracking with a controller, man. I don't know how TTK does it, or anyone on a controller does it.
When he does the same, this is the fight of the neutrals. What team's going to get it done to move their team up 1 in this series? Best of 5. Now, if you just try to stay alive as the symbiote, the dive down, Self cutting.
Nice ult by Self.
Execution. Can he find? No. All of them
No, he's not getting any kills though.
At this point, Chip going to have that clobbering time, but time's ticking. Can't C9 again.
Yeah, they almost did, but they get there. Meter on. But Delena's commitment starts up now. He's waiting for a moment. Going to land it on a few here to try to hope that anybody can clean that up instead. Going to try to drop out. Is going to be BRB. Silent Blaze finds that pick. Numbers should still be even here in this next fight.
Do you not have thumbs?
Neutral battle, folks.
I can say the same thing about you guys with a mouse and keyboard if you guys are not used to it. Do you not have fingers? Come on, chat. Don't be stupid.
Pick there. Silent Blaze able to take out Delena. And we are heading to final fight territory as the whole team resets.
And Blaze, man, has been getting some of these key picks.
Uh-oh,
to give
50
the team a
seconds.
chance. And And they almost had that. If you didn't have Winnie fall there, you had Millennia with the ult advantage to get them to see you, and I think you kind of had it, right? But no, instead going to now have to reset the full last fight potential. Maybe, you know, obviously going to use the portal ahead of time to try to get that advantage. And I do like the call here.
Yeah, me too. This is aggro. I like this play very much. They're fully committing to this right now, and they are going to try to, yes, Millennia with the Psionic Seduction, thighs out, cries out, but no, gets blocked instantly. But TTK finds Tones to go down here as goodbye to the DD. The lawyer falls now. No ultimates are going to be available. Doom going to be the closest. Can they buy enough time?
No way 100 Thieves wins. No way.
Going to do it when 100 Thieves take this and make it a 2-1 series.
Man, another clean
No
getaway for
way they brought that back.
And that is the team that we have seen have that clutch factor. Silent Blaze gets up in the chair. Can't believe it. As they had such a great
There
push
is
to
no way. Hey, Gaskin, I just want to say we loved your casting today, bro. I like how you said something about
they felt like stick drift.
what do you call it? They didn't even need a bidet because that was a no wipe. Oh my god! And then you said something else, and I completely forgot, but it was funny.
Back at it at the other side of this.
Oh, was it clean wipe, no bidet needed or something? Oh my god. That is crazy. That is crazy. Oh, and Captain America's hitbox. Yep, that was a good one. How did you, I like how you exactly knew what I was talking about. I'm switching from Xbox to PC for the first time. Any tips? I used to play Counter-Strike 1.6 like a million years ago. I think you just got to get used to it again, man. I think it's like anything. Just like anything in life, you just got to play with it for a little bit, and then once you get used to it, you'll build muscle memory and all that stuff. Aim labs? You don't need aim labs, bro. I've never done an aim labs in my life. I think aim labs is a scam. It's my B-day today. Is it actually your birthday today? Yo, happy birthday. Feels birthday man clap. I hope you have a great one. Oh, 5-minute break, chat. I think the best thing that you could do, and this goes for advice for a lot of people as well. The best thing that I think you could do is if you get a mouse and keyboard for the first time and you really want to practice, just queue up ranked. A lot of people do it anyways for the new character that they don't know how to play. So, hey, just go for it, bro. You got this. You got this, bro. What's UB 1.3? I think that's upper bracket match 1.3, like the match 3. Or like first day match 3. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Also, yes, I never understood aim trainers. Wouldn't it be the best aim for you to be playing the game? Exactly what I said. I think maybe aim, like built-in aim trainers in the game could be good, but I do think aim trainers don't work, in my opinion. I've never used one. I just think it's, I don't know. Also, I think aim trainers for like games like Marvel Rivals or Overwatch or it's, I don't know. It's not like Counter-Strike where all the characters have the same hitbox. Like Overwatch and Marvel have characters with different hitboxes and stuff. Yeah. I just use cheats. There you go. Jay, is the Navi versus Fire Strays on your VOD? Yes. Not on YouTube. I think YouTube only holds the first 12 hours. We're at 14 and a half hours. When will you see you play? I don't really watch. J3, how do I watch your Twitch stream? Just. I don't know, man. My aim literally tripled in accuracy after a month or two of aim training. You're lying to me. 3 times 0 is still 0, bud. My game sense has tripled by watching Jay3's gameplay. That's what I'm talking about. Jay3, how do I poop? That's a question you should probably ask your parents. I don't want to turn it up all the way yet. I just got here. What did I miss? Oh, you missed almost 15 hours of games. Yeah. What if I don't have parents? Be there that. What if they don't have parents? Be there daddy. No, I'm okay. Also, you know what's a really good? This is low key, and I'm not even trolling. Something that helped me. When I was playing Overwatch every day, night in, night out, day in, day out, whatever it's called. Something that actually really helped me get my aim better is actually playing 2 different games. It's gonna sound so weird, but when I used to play Overwatch, my aim only used to be like, you know, let's just say it used to be like 50% accuracy. But when I used to also play Apex and then go back to Overwatch, I feel like that 50% accuracy went to like 60 or 70. I don't know what, bro. It just does it. I don't know why. Yo, hi, Dad. I love you. Sleep well. I'm sorry I don't have my phone yet. I just don't have my phone. I'll text you on Emily's phone. Thank you, Dad. Love you. I loved Apex, bro. When Apex first dropped, that game was so addicting, and I played that game so much, bro. But then
what's going on, guys, and welcome back to the heater. That is
it did Apex things, and I think it went to shit.
And again, the map in the
I think it's pretty good right now, though.
Gotta say, man,
I'm off tomorrow. Nice. If you want to come over tomorrow, let me know.
The muzzle on the rocket, they've been able to find success.
Yeah, we talked about that early on.
Wait, did Cozy and Shib just switch places? Wasn't Cozy on the right side?
It's been looking a lot better, and man, have these matches been pretty tight. It looked one-sided both ways in that match. I wasn't sure it was gonna end up, and it went down to the very end, down to the wire. So what a match.
Yeah, it's time to break down, but first our MVP going to Millennia, and that's exactly what you want to see. I mean, we highlighted
love you, Dad. Have a good night. Chat. Say love you, Dad. Have a good night.
Of Stick Drift is the best combined in America when you look at healing per 10 minutes, right? Obviously, that can mean a lot of things. They could be played down in group stage. Lots to look at, but either way, you can't ignore the stats. And on the side of 100 Thieves, Millennia, I believe, was ranked like 30th, right? So to be able to climb back like this, crazy.
Yeah,
do you think Rocket needs nerf?
That's
I think Rocket does need nerfs.
Very strong.
I think Rocket gets too much value for how
Delena having 14, being at the top with
basic
Regis in terms of
and
finals
easy
across
his kid
the board.
is. I said
I will say there was impact like from everybody. I don't think it was majorly one side. I don't think it was a huge carry on any
I don't
direction.
think you can have easy characters have so much value.
Very well could have been a Stick Drift win too. So tight match here.
It was. I mean, I'm not crazy. I was trying to say this in the. I was saying this to you in behind the scenes here. I wasn't crazy about the comp decisions. Now on both maps, when things were
I might have to
getting
go
a
to
little
the
tight on the side of Stick Drift. Great example, like having the tank pool that late, man. No XP. Like one of the benefits of the tank pool is to build it up over time. Like I didn't love kind of what felt like some panic choices.
Yeah, and you know what? Especially when you're down to just a few meters away, even the small moments of where you are upgrading is a huge disadvantage for your team, where you're not focused on what's going on or you need to escape in that moment. It's very, very tricky. So I'm with you on that front.
Yeah, I like Rocket, but I think Rocket just gets too much value. Also, he has a redo button every 45 seconds, or if he dies.
Not the right one, but again, TTK,
if he dies, he just throws on a res beacon. Wait, what the hell's going on here?
Still getting value and starting to pick Emma off rip as we see the team having some
fun. Is TTK cold, bro? He's wearing like a full jacket and sweatpants, and he's wrapping himself.
The smiles, he got Is that a Snuggie on, bro? Like, what do we got
Is
going
that Santa?
on?
Is
Yeah,
that a
exactly.
Santa one?
Wrong
Yeah.
season, man. But no, and it's all nothing but foreheads and focus here for Stick Drift. That feel like that one, went away from them. Again, if you don't know,
Forehead
Stick Drift came
and
in second
focus.
in their group, right, and beat a team like we lost 2-0.
Yeah.
Hey, Sentinels came in second in their group, and we lost. Really put it to Sentinels. So we're seeing a lot of these teams that beat other teams in the group stage kind of land where they are now. But we said it at the beginning of this cast ship that it feels like this is a meta that does lean towards 100 Thieves and what they specialize in.
Yeah, it forces them to ban out some of the more poke stuff, and that gives them the advantage to play what they want to play all the time. I'm with you 1,000%. And this map going in favor in terms of the selection of Stick Drift is going to be Hall of the Jalia. I think this one is unique, man. We haven't seen a ton of this.
Haven't seen a ton of it, but when we do it, it's from Thieves typically. So like this is a Thieves map. They like this map all the way back to last year, man. I mean, you know how many like game-changing decisions have happened in overtime? Obviously, the call that we were
Okay,
there
I think for
together
our
on the
sake,
Delina,
hopefully, I'm not trying to be mean,
against
but
the
hopefully
Shock,
100
and
Thieves wins.
It's all about obviously
I don't want to go to
the
bed, bro.
firm defense of that point one, but
We
it
gotta do
plays
this all
similar to Central
again
Park in the way
tomorrow,
of
and I can't
once you
wait.
get that point one, you're able to really get that momentum towards the end of it because you need all the time. Very hard to get a full cap on this one.
Agreed. And I think the first point is super defensible. We used to see back in the day, this was like the Namor map, right? Where you'd hold
We
that
start
height
tomorrow
left
at
side
6,
and just
7
play with
a.m.
Namor
again.
in case anyone's trying to flank. And we've seen some different strategies come into fruition. The portal play still on the table, especially now that Strange isn't in a horrible spot with this more poke meta. So I'm looking forward to seeing what teams elect to run. It's very dive focused too. You can really kind of choose what you want to do here. You can even get some penny play.
So for sure, as we see the teams lock in, and again, I would like to see probably the Rocket Band in
Bro,
return.
I'm so full. I can't
We have
stop
not
eating,
seen as
bro.
much value
I'm
come
just too
out
fat.
on the other side from them. I do understand, how they want to roll with some of these DPS bans, but we've seen time and time again, Delina always answers the phone in the call.
7 a.m.
Himself, who a lot of viewers,
Tomorrow.
right, have a lot of
I'll probably
pressure
be
on this
live at
kid,
like
not only
6:35,
because of Terra leaving and all that.
6:40.
Terra, obviously, if you haven't known, is still looking like the best DPS player in the world, right? Big shoes to fill, but also as a player, what does he bring to this Thieves team? And he's shown it now in these last two maps. Gonna go ahead and open up with same mirror pick and bans. Gonna go right away with the quick Cyclops ban though for Stick Drift.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I like what you're saying. And, you can kind of allow, Cyclops is, in my opinion, the best hit scan in the game right now. You could let him sneak through if you want to get rid of the Rocket. I see that they're not, Thieves is removing the Rogue. I see that Stick Drift's maybe not prioritizing it. I don't think that's a bad decision either because I don't think Thieves.
They're
is as
banning
comfortable
Angela?
on
Is
that
TTK
hero.
really that scary?
But either way, yeah, I guess the next ban's going to be Angela out here from Stick Drift, not allowing TTK to move up in the sky.
Yeah, we don't. I think it was Vinny played Rogue once. We don't often see. I think if you do look at 100 Thieves and why last meta was so weird for them is they don't have a ton of rotation in their vanguards, right? And with Devil Dino and the way that he changed the pace of play, like that was their weak point and why it came in third in some of the matchups, in my opinion. But there it is, the Rocket ban, the Rocket save, and we're getting more of the same from Stick Drift, who feel confident in their choices. I do think the Angela, man, I don't know how I feel about this Stick Drift.
Save Cyclops. Cyclops.
Yeah,
Cyclops.
I'm with you that I think Rocket needed to take a little bit more priority.
Cyclops.
Angela can be good here, but
Cyclops.
I don't think she's just the end all be all.
Cyclops.
Especially
Cyclops.
if you're, I don't think they really struggled with it.
Cyclops.
They forced her off. Obviously Central Park's maybe not as much of an Angela map, but either way, actually, that's not even necessarily true. There's certain points where she plays great, but either way, they elect to not do that. They're going to keep the Cyclops for themselves. Cyclops is all, even with combination of things like Groot, though, it doesn't cut through stratline ults. You can focus it on the Sia if you want to try to remove that quickly. Either way, it doesn't one-shot it, so it's not that much of a trade.
They
it does
banned
force out the
Ultron.
focus. If they have any stratline ult and they match immediately into Cyclops, you stay healthy. So I don't know, man. I think the prio on Rocket enabling these duelists is more
I'm on
impactful than
EST.
having the duelist itself, and I think that's what we're seeing over this matchup.
Texas time?
Yeah,
I think
with that
Texas is like,
Ultron
what,
ban,
an hour
right? Typically,
behind
that's going
or
to lean
something?
more towards you're going dive, and so I think they're going to play
Or
a bit
two?
more of the comp that
2
we
hours?
saw
1 hour?
in
2 hours?
Museum of Contemplation. If you are on the side of 100 Thieves, Delina highlighting the hell of old. I mean, man, if you've been a fan for Rivals from quite some time,
Is it
that
an hour?
was Delina back in the day.
Texas is huge, bro. I wouldn't be surprised it's like 2 different time zones. Is it only
tie
one?
the series up for Stick Drift. You see them locking in. Okay, holds on. Will the Southern BA have an appearance? Yes, we've seen some scrims and off-pro map practicing here. I like it.
Yeah,
Self.
me too.
They're running. Oh,
Totally.
never mind. They got off.
Damn it.
Oh man, again, it's like the torch thing, but this time even faster. But Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is the best. We have rarely, if ever, seen triple holds on this map, right? Like you typically see that on convoys, and sometimes convergence, but it's far less frequent. Convoys tends to be the case. So I was pretty surprised there. I was wondering what the shift was going to be. And I mentioned Namor getting some play. What do you know? Doomed, who has been disgusting on that hero in the past, is gonna see some Namor play. Shout out Jay3, who loves that hero as well.
Yeah, you know, definitely, though,
I love Shib, chat. When I see Shib,
it's really hard to
I'm going to
stop.
kiss him.
That's why it makes such a good defensive comp. But either way, we are seeing 100 Thieves play exactly near
Pretend this
to
is
what they
Shib,
had
chat.
on Museum. Vinny going to be on set on the Venom to help out that backline. Stuff about to be deleted from the video game already. And quickly trying to find that top corner. Delena is now hunting with the shotgun. They're kind of struggling if they're going to go top or mid. Choosing some of both. Doom looks like he's up there on top. And oh man, finds a pick, and this is going to give him the momentum. And that's everything.
Yeah, really good start. The res comes through from Winnie, though. Numbers are even. It was a huge pick, but again, still going to be evened out, and that's the advantage of having that BRB on these defensible early points. Can they get the first tick? It looks like they don't yet. Forces out some cooldowns here from Doom, who looks upwards. Good escape and good movement there from Delena, I believe. Was able to escape around that corner.
You're going to put Shib in your mouth?
Really good movement here on the defensive side of 100
kiss.
Thieves, who have not lost a soldier just
this is a little
yet,
awkward.
as the BRB was committed.
Yeah, that's a good shout. And why I like the pick so much, even with the BRB, is that you can just set up more as the Namor. But 100 Thieves
Okay,
did play
I'm
really
done eating.
good
Sorry.
as usage movement to get in there and try to make it uncomfortable, force the bubble cooldown and more. And there it is. Regis finds another that's going to proc the cooldown, continue on the pressure. Tones with another. And just like that, going to force these Thieves out of here. The whale comes slamming down, crashing down, finds nothing but the balcony top. There's now Doom force push back, bubble back.
I
They're not
never
on
thought
cooldown.
of
There is
doing
on
that
cooldown,
with
sorry, but
Namor.
It's not going to play a factor.
Really smart decision there from Doom. You know, I talked about Cyclops doing that sometimes as well, just removing the Sia as fast as you can.
I didn't even know that landed. Yeah, I never knew that
Across
landed.
the board here from Stick Drift,
I
who looks
usually
so
throw down
practiced
2
on this
squids
map,
and then I
folks
right
notice
click it and then you
Regis
can
is
burn
on
it
the
pretty
Hela.
quickly,
Typically,
chat,
we've been
but
seeing Phoenix as the
I
choice
never
for hit
thought
scan,
about
and although
actually
this team up
ulting
may,
it.
you know, give you a little bit of a factor. It just seems to
And
be
this
the
is
pros
exactly
believe
why
that Hela
we
is just
watch
a better
MRI.
hit scan after the changes to Phoenix.
Now
So
we
keep that
learned
in mind.
something.
It's something to think about, at least, as you don't always need to match the pros, but it is something that should stick in the mind a little bit. We haven't seen that in quite some time.
No, it's a good shout out. And as I said, like, again, just being able to get that early advantage with the team up just makes it so hard to defend. It's kind of like when you have an offensive penny or domination penny. If you can get that point first, it's like going to be really an uphill battle for the team. But either way, we do have the triple Vanguard now. Self going to be on the rogue, who can play a bit more of that duelist, if you will, on the off angle. Going to have to do that perfectly with Aretas and Doom, because Aretas does not miss, as we've seen the Thorns throwing. And there goes the Heaven Fallen. Can they get anything out of it? Love the distraction that sets up Aretas here in the sky.
They're looking for something at this moment. Vinny down below, still holding on off the piece of the Abyss. Going to drop back to the team. Nobody falls. There is some commitment from both sides there. Ult's going to still be in favor for Stick Drift, only for a little bit, as Millennium's going to be close to that Sia.
Look out for the whale, the old Wombo combo, man. The Namor and Luna matchup. I mean, that has just been tried and true. And okay, gonna launch it early and pays for it. Never mind.
Yeah, and instead the pick goes from Vinny over to Doom. Sometimes patience is a virtue.
Oh, damn. Come on, LeBron.
Out now from the side of
What
Tones,
happened?
Use that as a wall. Notice again, folks, it's on the low side facing away towards your team and away from the enemies. You can use it as a wall. Really good movement here. Delena is going to find the first pick now in the neutral fight, as that's going to put them up a number. Logan holding on to the dance floor. Self is actually over on that rogue now. Might see the Heartbreaker come out in just a moment. TTK on the Magneto. Been a minute since we've seen that, folks.
Come on, TTK. Let's see it. Let's see the slam dunk.
Unit itself can steal that ability right there to give the team a bit of shielding. Well played.
Love to let it going on Hela. Be like, all right, I'll show you who's LARPing here, Aretas. You get back off my hero. And gets himself the quick swap up, the team up gone. Doom now going, obviously, to the wall. They got to answer what is this Vanguard positioning. Because, again,
the Rocket just got 2 kills.
And with those
Bro, Rocket does so much damage.
The damage out on the punch and the block with Magneto to boot, man. You are
Also,
every bit
no,
of that,
you guys are right. No Phoenix, but we're seeing Hela.
Yeah, we can see now, again, 100 Thieves doing a good job defending there after losing first point quickly. Seems to be the story on these maps here, these convergence maps. So we can see Tones trying to set up here with this fastball special. Again, gets a ton of value, but something they really like to use. So there's the full team switch.
Self now going in with the ult that we thought the moment it landed in the game would have impacted pro play. And yes, you do have the new team up with Wolverine to be able to really slice and dice through these vanguards. But either way, Delena gonna find Tones out of this thing. It's the front line falling quickly. Regis gets a pop and a finish, but this team's got to rotate back and wait for this sixth member to come and
What do you
join their
mean
squad.
with the
And they
Namor
stagger,
ulting
man,
Namor?
and this
Oh,
is gonna have time to evaporate. Then again,
the other
5
team
minutes
Rocket
to go with
ulted, and
now
then he
only a minute
Namor
30.
ulted
All the
the
momentum on the side of Thieves.
Rocket ult.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I was going to say it's tough to run Hulk into something like this because now you not only have the CC, or the movement from the backline, but now you have the CC coming in from Rogue who can just kind of tie you down if you are playing that Hulk. And that's what we're seeing now. Self trying to escape. Oh, what a freeze there. Immediately gets tranced. The Sonic Seduction. Unfortunate positioning there from Delena. Just caught up against the wall.
I don't think their ults are getting a lot of value though.
We're walking forward with a ton of ults available. It's their fight to lose this.
TTK, bro, come on. I better see LeBron. I better see LeBron James right here.
And I'm not sure that they'll have Portal. They might have it by the end of this last minute.
Yeah, it'll be close. Yeah, Delena, I guess, was just ulting to keep alive because he was about to fall there. He got frozen, if I saw correctly. But hey, gets the pressure too. My gosh, Doom up, down. But around, nothing from it. Logan does get a finish off on TTK, but there goes the huge advantage of having that rocket, bringing back one of the big vanguards, the big three that they have. And that allows, obviously, the strategy to cook up those ults that much quicker. Regis with the quick finish the fight. TTK feared nothing except the X-Men that is Cyclops.
Bro, TTK,
man.
man.
When Cyclops is in, Meteor M does not stop the laser, and that is brutal. A couple shots there right to the dome and immediately pays for it. Regis finds Self, and this should be the point here. Well done by Stick Drift. Point 12. Yes, that will do it.
Yo, Andy, for
so
66 months. Absolutely insane, my friend. Appreciate it.
Doesn't eat Cyclops, right? And it comes back to light here, as that was what was able to finish. Like, how poetic, as that is just a huge difference. That laser is able to cut through Magneto.
Yeah, I mean, and your team kind of puts less priority on you in the sky. Your
insane how his lasers don't get absorbed by the mag, but doesn't that make sense?
I mean, you saw Regis just
his eyes are lasers, chat. It's not like
there,
metal.
It really
is it Magneto
keep in mind. You gotta
metal?
Be, wary of the Cyclops. So Winnie holding on.
I mean, no, wait.
Jeff's
water does get
available once again for Stick Drift.
He can absorb Jeff, which doesn't make any sense.
Going to be close, Vinny as well, but pretty much everyone on Stick Drift will have it in this fight. Match right back on both sides. Raging Royal flush, the first pick last time, went to Thieves. Will Stick Drift be able to make that work? Instead, it's a neutral. Nobody goes down just yet as both teams drop back.
Yeah, I think if you're Stick Drift here too, you probably get off the Wolf, but they're trying to get that value. They do pin Vinny, find something from it, but here comes Self with
Listen, I don't know, man.
The dance.
Talk to the devs, chat. I don't know, bro. I'm just a streamer, man.
Most of them.
I don't even know what game this is.
With only 30 seconds left, I mean, I don't know.
I thought this was
95, keep that going.
I thought this was the DC game. What was it called? What does everyone call the DC game?
Which is what you have to do in the least on this map.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of a, not necessarily a panic play, but
DC allies?
There you go. This ultimate here around this corner. They're going to try to take this fight as soon as they see something come through because Regis, Logan, and Tones.
Not Marvel rivals, but DC allies.
Try to get an early pick, so likely going to need to match it quickly as they will have some sort of answers here from Regis. Got to hide this Sia. Oh, the BRB gets found there from Regis. Good eye. Going to be a huge, and again, taking out the 7th man in that moment.
Try to hold on to Logan's ult if you're going to be Stick Drift. Could be tough to do, obviously, but if they just get the value from Regis or have Silent Blaze charge up enough, they can get enough momentum to push in because one fight was not going to be enough. There's going to need P2. They do find enough. And Logan is holding on to the ult, so things are going in the way of Stick Drift because obviously that rocket ult going down as well. The quick deletion of that ship gives momentum back to Stick Drift. Now Silent Blaze and Logan both ready to charge up. Winnie down falls on 80%, dude. That could be what they need.
Now, this is clinical here from Stick Drift.
Yeah, no, I think STD does cap this. They have Luna ult over 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves has nothing besides TTK.
But trying to get past this, Angela. TTK opens up now with the Psionic. Looks back to protect backline. Self trying to move forward here. Overtime ticking down. Just a few meters away. Doomed is going to find 2, but Self says not up in here. Trades that back.
Yeah,
Will there be another coming through? Tones drops the letter. The numbers are falling here for 100 Thieves, and Stick Drift will do it. All 3 points.
That's a big push, bro. That's a big push.
We didn't like the Wolf. We wanted things to change.
We might go to another map, chat. That was a big push.
Able to really flip the script and exactly what we wanted to see. Can they get the value out of the Regis ult? That's why you saved the Cyclops, right? They kind of didn't use that in the first point or 2 advantage, but they were able to hang on, use Logan to finish the rest, and that was clinical, as you said, from Stick Drift to really put the pressure on Thieves now and even up this score.
Yeah, these two, you know, I said this should be a pretty good matchup, but they really have been putting everything on the line here. It feels like far more of an, at-risk stakes game than it currently is early on in the playoffs here. But either way, it does mean a ton. Well done by both of these teams. But shout out to Stickdrift, who that final fight situation, going in and holding on to those ults, being patient, getting neutral picks, and then committing was really big brain.
I mean, dude, I said it before, but like, yeah, if these
Wait,
were to
Punny
lose,
is
they
hit
would go
scan and
not
Mag
this match,
absorbs
the whole
it.
series. It's like then you have Sentinels, Flight Quest,
God.
and Thieves in the lower. Are you joking?
Punisher
like,
has
you
a
look at it
gun.
last year. I mean, what a run this would be for the new
Guns
teams. As
shoot
we see, yeah, we lost
bullets.
moving on in Stickdrift. They want to do the exact same and show
The
group
bullets
A
will get
again
absorbed.
Was that true group of death? And the only thing B was the death of some of these orgs that we know and love in Rivals. 10 seconds to go, and man, I really like this comp here.
Which doesn't make
for
any sense.
Stickdrift.
Wait,
It's
does
tough even in your
Torch
comp
also get
games to cover this
absorbed? But
team up
Torch
here.
is fire.
Okay, folks,
I don't
we're going to
fucking
see
know.
what the
Don't ask me,
attacking
bro.
strategy is
I just
for
play
100
the
Thieves,
game.
And there's that portal that I was discussing. They are going to commit heavy here. They're not going to have. Oh, it's
Yo,
likely gonna
Jackie
be
with the massive
potentially
50 bits.
a
J3 would
TTK
hard carry
switch,
this
but it doesn't
lobby.
have the Angel, so maybe not.
No,
Might
no,
stay
no,
committed
no,
here on the Strange. Sometimes you'll see the team drop portal, drop back into the door, and switch once the team commits. Using it up in this location is a little different. TTK able to jump on top of Logan. What a decision to find one up, and they will not have that BRB, and that's a massive pick on a strat line.
Yeah, that was absolutely
Damn.
removed from the broadcast. Logan was. We're just gonna go and get the pick on Vinny.
Damn.
At least slows down a little bit that sustain, but B's already looking like they're gonna steal this first point because when he finds
No,
Iffy,
Hella does
just
not
like
shoot
that,
random
charging up,
bullshit from
ready
her
to roll.
sword. Her sword.
You have Doom to
Hella
pop
holds
kind
the
of
sword
that
in her
music.
left
That's kinda
hand, and
Namor's
she.
throne, if you
I'm pretty
will.
sure she
That's gonna have
shoots with her
Self
like
then go
other
right after
hand.
that attack and at least get Namor
Does she shoot with her
uncomfortable
sword?
to squeeze out of here.
No.
Holding on, there it is. Good commitment there. Able to get the stun. Oh, wasn't able to get it off in that moment. Would have been huge to stun both of them at that point. But you can see dropping back towards the team is going to be Rez with the BRB. Numbers should still be even for this moment. This
Blades.
a nice pick. Tones says, let me get one more. TTK falls, and what a good
Blades
retake
are the
here
right
by
click.
Stickdrift after losing Logan that quickly. That is just very tough to do.
For sure, and it now makes it a hell of a lot harder to get points because that portal used right now.
Hela, not Hella. Yeah, that's what I said. Hella.
Wall. That is this team comp, and so looking around to what they might want to do. I mean, yeah, you've got the Winnie ult coming up. Not a lot that can capitalize off it.
See, look, the
Go
sword is in her
aggressive
left
yourself.
hand.
This is going to be interesting how they choose to handle because it's two kind of.
You see
I would
it?
say not
Look at it, chat. Look.
Focused
You see it?
Teams, but the Lina and Rita is going to try to get some value. Who
You
can
see
get the
it?
first pick?
You looking?
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. Doomed holding on to it. It's a huge whale.
Chat, you
Imagine
looking?
landing one up here could be a big problem right now, but I'm not sure if the. Oh, and I might have called it. No, it does find a few, but they cannot clean them up. Good drop back there. Almost a huge ult. Vinny instead is able to find Logan in an off angle we didn't catch on camera. What a play there by Vinny. Another backline pick onto a major strategist. Oh, wow.
Oh, Delena, bro. I think I did a rank 1 Hella video on Delena.
Iffy, and this point might be theirs.
Oh my gosh, you can just see Ritas' reaction on his face. Gotta love these players.
Chat, you
He
looking?
can't believe it. On the 1v1 against the Lina, showing exactly who throws the thorns better. Talk about a tongue twister. Bam, the quick headshot.
Ooh.
Good fight. His Gambit. Logan just has to fall off to try to get back from the stagger. And 100 Thieves at 4 minutes to go. Gonna go ahead and have is the initial portal push. I like this aggressive play.
Yeah, we're gonna see this a lot from teams at this level of play. If you lose point and you feel like it's relatively early on, you should immediately portal and try to pretend like you're still holding point.
Whoa, look, that transition. I thought I had a stroke. I'm pretty sure I saw an Angela throw her ultimate, and then we went to Hella.
He comes back from the res, so still an advantage here. Another pick from Delena, and this just feels like home here. Seeing Delena on the Hella. It has been a minute, folks, but it looks just as clinical at this point. Delena gonna look towards that back line. Notice the focus, forces out a strat line ultimate, and they retake point. This is all a net win here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, at this point, just trying to keep this team in any regardship.
Yeah, they're holding on. They're using a lot there, but seriously, I think it was the right decision. Wow, what a tackle there. If he able to clean up TTK. You can see the camera on the ground for Doomed. That's just raw hype. I think he knocked that thing off. Probably doing a Wolverine ultimate or something. Doomed able to find one more. And Stickdrift, really good job on this defense. Their attack looks so good. Their defense on point 1 was a little dicey, but they're back at it. And we're going to see here, folks, the hold install is still very much the case. And ult up here for Iffy on Stickdrift. Millennia holding on to the Sia. Vinny as well.
Did Cozy die? I haven't heard him in a hot minute.
Use the Blicky on Rocket. Does so much damage, but it's hard to make that work out when you're constantly trying to make sure your focus is on heals. The Sia goes out, you can get a little more tricky with it.
Cozy?
They're going to start
Mod
walking
check?
them down. 100 Thieves with 2 minutes and 25 seconds on here as they keep going around this first bend. Here goes the Raging Royal Flush now. From
Yo,
Silent
chat, where's
Blaze,
Cozy
heading
at? Can we get a mod
backwards.
check for
Gets off.
Cozy?
Oh, that could be a huge eye.
Bro.
It is. Iffy able to try to clean up one, but nobody goes down. Down goes Vinny with a piece of the abyss, though. Delena in the sky. Still not able to
Dude,
make
shit
that
is going
play
off
forward
right now,
out
though.
There with the Goddess of Death, and now everybody drops backward. TTK coming out here with the thing, able to find the first pick onto Iffy. And now 100 Thieves are able to get around this first corner.
I am back from the dead. I absolutely got yeeted to another reality there for a moment.
See,
but
I told you guys.
I
I didn't hear.
Picking up right where we left off. Minute 50. Now with TTK over on the thing, ready for that clobber time to slam
I
down,
told
land
you,
down.
bro.
We'll see what value Self can get out
I
of
have
here,
a
getting
boyfriend
from this
sense,
last
man. I
stand.
can sense when my
Push
boyfriends
in,
aren't there.
Just like that, quickly. Delena finds another Doom. Big hit.
Yeah, good work there again. As Citrus down 2 numbers now. Winnie cleans up Tones, and everybody is walking forward. Out goes the dance floor from Logan. Is this going to be enough of an answer? The team's dropping back, electing to play safe with it and trying to kite, and nobody goes down from 2 ults in a row here. Doesn't even move passive. Disgusting movement. Clobbering time goes out, driving everyone backwards. The tackle comes through. TTK drops Iffy,
okay.
and now Thieves are looking to take point 2, and they might. Just, yes, they will, folks. What an attack.
Yeah, this basketball special not even needed as both Bing and Wolverine get the job done quickly, finding the most. And oh my gosh, what a quick little poke and finish there on Regis. So just like that, you can have Self go on to a new pick. This is kind of what we saw Stick Drift do kind of late on their offensive push. Only 2.5 minutes though, man. 2 fights at least to win, gonna make it tough. Doom back on over to the Namor. Regis setting up defensively. Like the swap ups and comps from both teams there, Ship.
Yeah, good decision making here. Trying to shift the ties and just turn it away a little bit. TTK gonna get off thing too and go to that Emma. It's matched back by Tones. Just try to see who performs just maybe a little bit better, as Ult Avenge is still in favor of Thieves for the moment. Self goes down first on that Psylocke from Iffy. A good job chasing on the Captain America, who has been a mainstay
Inca
in
Cola.
Vanguards,
Appreciate it.
especially over
Inca
in
Cola.
EMEA.
Appreciate it. 9
There's a
months.
commitment now from Winnie. Everybody gonna walk forward, but
How you doing? How you doing?
Numbers, so advantage should be in favor of Sick Drift. As Logan gets that pick on Vinny, it looks like they will have to slow up here.
Yeah, that was a massive fight to win there, because now with Logan and Silent Blaze out, they can farm up a bit more. Logan will be able to get back with 1.5 minutes as well. Plenty obviously has that Sia, but you can burn that pretty quickly, and so gonna be interesting. I don't love ult-wise what 100 Thieves plans to use here to get this final cap, whereas with Stick Drift, right, Shib, you have a couple other like final fight finishers, in my opinion, as well as Iffy also having that cap 3rd strat ult. I mean, this is gonna be really tough to break through if you are 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you're gonna have to find something cheeky here. Self on Psylocke is, you know, like you're saying, even Cap can answer that to keep the team up. There's a commitment from the Psionic from TTK, and that really did not net a lot. Instead, Self goes down once more. BRB kind of drops up out. The Sia goes. Oh, what a decision here to avoid the whale, hit the sky, and try to look for another pick if he forces to use the Freedom Charge. Heads back to the backline to keep them healthy, but it's matching ultimates, and now the point is scooching forward. Can they get it done with 40 seconds on the dance floor? Going to be the only ult available for the moment, and outside of that, if they're able to
Wait, I
hold
think
on
you
to the
should
dance
just
floor,
go
it will
in.
be Thieves with
STD
ult
should just
advantage.
go in.
Yeah, try to stall what you can.
They have a huge ult advantage with Luna. Just go in with Luna, get some kills and trades. And
advantage. Self going
What?
down would be the pick of the century. Trying to get that butterfly last. Winnie at 83-2, that combo.
You're just letting 100 Thieves build ults. Now
Either way, we're about to find out. Will Thieves move on in this upper bracket, or will Stick Drift Gaming continue to show that they have what it takes for the upset? The invisibility ready. Here comes the Gambit, and the swords are about to dance.
Yeah, Psylocke just holding on now, ready to press Q as soon as that ends. But Doom finds one. Delena comes back in. You cannot fall here, Self.
No.
Oh, no. What a pick from Redis, who's able to shut that down. Winnie takes out Tones. Redis and Iffy. And
They
that's
did
gonna
it.
be the hold they needed. Stick Drift says, not today. And they move them forward.
I cannot believe you had the Gambit ult go forward, and Self was just trying to get that last remaining ult charge and unable to get the last finishing fight. And that's what I was afraid of. I didn't know what they really had in store, and with that Redis pick, my God, that was filthy. And Y continues to show that this team is stuck together.
I mean,
they believe that they could make a run for it.
Stick
And right
Drift did
now,
it
their
last
sights
game,
are
but
on
I'm
the land
so
ship,
like
trying to advance in this upper bracket. We are tied, buddy, for the BO5.
Oh man, I love how you called it. You said it was gonna go the distance, and folks, it did. At this point, I feel like I'm cursed in the best possible way as we are heading forward to the final match of
chat.
this series. And folks, we will
They're gonna take a
check
break
it out together right after this break.
I'm gonna go get more water and I'm gonna put this downstairs, okay? Give me 1 second.
See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness rolls in. Yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Lead the way. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 연두어진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 그 총을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고.
Hello and welcome back. Down 2-1 against 100 Thieves, against the proven name, against a team with the history. They do not fold or fade. It is Stick Drift with the win on our map number 4. And folks, early on in the day, we had a total of, I believe, 7 maps. We're on map 5 already here to open up the back half. I'm Cozy, joined by Shib, and my gosh, Shib, I mean, is this what you were expecting? I mean, we thought this was going to be a close matchup.
You know, you kind of called it into fruition, man. I figured this would be the closest match of the day, but it's just been close the entire way. It's been down to 0.3 every time. Domination to 99 each time. It's been awesome to watch, so I'm just stoked that it's panning out like this for sure.
I'm telling you, when Shib and I get to cast together, it always goes the distance. As we look at our MVP going to Logan, and really, whole team getting the MVP, just self-awareness of the comp and in swapping to what was a better counter and kind of point for that moment. A great thing to highlight is like Doomed had the Wolf ult when they were pushing at the end, right? And you're like, okay, maybe he sticks with it. Nope. Switches on over to the Namor that then proved to be all of that and more for them. And I mean, Shib, right now, the thing is it like get off the Psylocke if yourself right now? Like we just both weren't fans of that.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was just, I don't even know what to classify it as. It was like there was the one thing that couldn't happen to give your team a chance, and it happened, right? Like had ult available, was just essentially waiting out the dance floor, likely got headshot, stun, headshot comboed by the Hela, so it was really like, it was just so fast, it was hard to react. I'm not sure if any dashes were available yet. I would have to go back and look, but yeah, really unlucky situation there to cut him short.
I mean, and there's a lot to like highlight that happened so fast, as you just said, because the fact that he was going in, he was going to use the dance whenever you had the Gambit ult, was trying to wait it out, and I don't think anybody expected Doritos to have that level of awareness, right? Like to just.
Is Jay going 24 hours? No, Jay, I'm not going 24 hours. If I did a 24-hour stream, this stream would end tomorrow when EMEA starts.
You know, in like your own comp game,
so,
it's strange, getting a little more aggressive. Like you could tell when that ult
after this stream. We still have one more match, by the way. But after this, I'm going to go to bed. I'm just going to wake up and do it all over again tomorrow.
Man, it's crazy to see that these two teams, in Yeah, we lost, and now Stick Drift, potentially new names advancing in this upper bracket.
I mean, yeah, we got to glance at the stats there for a moment.
Why are teams banning Rogue instead of Gambit? Because teams are usually saving Gambit first. You ban Rogue next so they don't get the team up.
Self just not able to get quite as much, but it's kind of funky because you have to think about the fact that Self it's kind of forced onto the Rogue. I'm not sure if that's the decision they like. They want to run the triple stuff, or if they're just no one's really feeling comfortable.
Look at Cozy,
Rogue,
bro.
right? And that's,
Look at Cozy.
That's a conversation that I think needs to be answered at some point, but did not work for him.
Again, you thought we would have seen more Rogue from them even back in the group stage because they had Gambit. They had a lot of experience playing Gambit, but this team, like TTK, let's just call a spade, one of the best vanguards in the game, right? Vinny, a good compliment. But they are kind of focused on the heroes that they do well on, right? Like that is kind of what has been their vanguard role. It's why in the preseason even, it was like, what is going on with this team? Because it just felt like they were off.
I like Cozy's jacket, though. I like the orange
that they do have if you do highlight things, and obviously in that complement duelist role and self. But yeah, what do you think?
I think it wouldn't hurt to be more confident on things like the Venom cap. I think having that in the bag over this last few metas has been very important. So maybe that's in the conversation. I think Angela being banned out definitely hurt them because that's kind of what they've been pivoting to, offer them more comfortable stuff. And obviously TTK is good on Angela too. So yeah, I'm with you. Maybe
Jay,
that's
did
in
you
the
really have beef with
tough for me to
Warren in the Overwatch
right
days?
now, but I will say
no, not really.
Venom cap.
I memed on him for having the title number one Ash,
like a mainstay on everything.
Not really.
And I think this team lacks the confidence there.
Actually, I saw Warren in person not too long ago.
Played nothing but cap, right?
It was at the High Guard. We met up in High Guard in LA.
Allows your backline to then build up, which had them hold that 0.3. So like, there's so much going into play there that cap does for the team. And it just felt like when they identified kind of some of their weaknesses that maybe they did have in the group stage, it was that, and that's why we're not seeing the confidence there, as you said. It put. But either way, yeah. And what does Self feel confident in?
Does TTK play Venom? I don't think so.
Side? You know, like even like how I don't know, the Namor could have come out maybe on their side.
I'm warning you. I just want to play Squirrel Girl today.
Something they're not comfortable with potentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, you're right though. It does feel like there's just like a.
I like how people think this is
in their
like.
comp design. Like they can't
I have
resort to
beef
something
with
that they
bro.
sometimes need.
I have beef with anyone if they get invited to a tournament and don't fucking try.
They looked so good.
I'll call anyone out.
That it's like I'm not sure that they need it, but then again,
give the spot to someone else, man.
It looked all right. It looked all right prior, but this match it didn't ever really work. There was not like a moment that side just looked dominant. And I don't know if that's a product of just being on that map. I think. Hall to Jolly, just as a whole.
Jay3
like
Shoelifts with the massive gift sub. Appreciate it.
Quickly. So maybe it's more tricky to run the Psylocke there without the Namor in play. Maybe that's a different conversation. But the big thing is, I think, like you're saying, I think the Cab Venom and potentially having like a more confident rogue that can really dominate might be really good because they're allowing that through for them.
So
how long till game?
Like we were talking about it. Players
should be a few minutes, not even a minute.
They'll be here in a moment. We got the FS rolling on, getting ready. But I gotta ask, bud, when it comes to the map, right? It's gonna be 100 Thieves to pick, which could be a favorable situation here.
Sure.
Usually we see these teams go into Dom because they just feel like that's how they wanted to settle the score. But with how the Dom went to open up, obviously they didn't have the Angela. Things looked off to start.
Yeah.
The Thieves take it there? Like, where do they go?
I think if they remove the rocket like they have been, Dom might be a different story. I think that was really the problem that they had. There's a lot of combination off the back of rocket.
Wait, are we going back to domination?
And just BRB. I think I saw 5 BRB reses in the first map alone. I was like, you know, that's got to be addressed. And if you can't get to it, just ban rocket. I think because he's
how many
really
pets
good
do you
right now.
have? We have 3.
Very
Noodle,
valuable
sushi,
at this
and
moment.
boba.
So that might be a different story, but I'm with you. I'm not sure that it's enough. I think Stictra feels confident on domination, just the comps that they like to run, and they're very synergistic.
Dude, isn't it funny too that Yggdrasil's path just disappeared from the
I miss
comp
it,
team?
dude.
Like it used to be. Like what happened to that map?
The Yggdrasil path.
All the time.
Bro, I love that map.
Dead. There's just no. There's been virtually none of it here.
What happened, bro? Everyone loved that map, and Ignite 1. That's my baby, dude. I love Yggdrasil. I think it's so fun, but yeah, everyone just hates it now. I don't know what happened.
Has no chance anymore. But I think you highlighted something cool.
Just
that
cut
is
to someone
Phoenix
that's
is kind of not
Yo,
in that
production,
pick. And
what are we
obviously for a
doing,
couple
bro?
reasons, now you would think with like Rocket, right? That's where people.
They're talking strategy, and we just went straight to their face cam.
Phoenix so easily, and with some of the nerfs that obviously she took, it does now finally put Hela into a bit more of a comfortable position because you have to look at it as kind of where they want to play.
Is
the
their
hero.
coach sleeping over there, bro? Tell him to wake up.
30 meters and out, which is where
what's he doing over there, man?
Phoenix ultimately.
Yeah, I think it was just enough. And, you know, although it's kind of tricky because, like, it's weird because I think since Rocket has kind of just moved up in the meta, I would think that Phoenix would scooch up as well. But the focus
that
at
Heaven
team play at this
behind
level, they're able to burn that more consistently. That's probably the idea. But, yeah, I think it was just enough of a nerf where Hela is back in the fold, just has a quicker TTK at that extreme range that you're typically playing on the off angle, and doesn't hurt that you can team up with Namor, who's not in a bad space or state by any means.
What protein powder do you use? I know you've been chimming it up. Ooh, I haven't been using my protein powder in a long time. I used Gold Standard for a very long time, but apparently Gold Standard has a lot of, from what I've heard, metals in it.
I think they lost both and got out to, we lost in it all. But, like, just to be able to, like, come together as players, it's like, obviously it's like, you can say who wants it more, but it's there's a lot to be said with experience, especially here at the pro play.
Yeah, and also, like, it might be a nerves thing, right? Like, their first time going into it, like, when they're just starting to play in pro against these teams that maybe have been around since essentially, like, beta together.
Ending your legacy with the massive 4 months. Appreciate it.
At it. And they struggled a bit, but they've definitely looked a lot more consistent here.
New follower
I think
defending,
this team is locking in as a unit. They're essentially becoming one of those teams we talk about, like Thieves, like Sentinels. Where it's like, the longer that they spend together, the better they're going to be because they can just kind of know what their team's going to do without communicating it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, we've got our players ready to lock and load here. My mouth's open because I'm staring at some new costumes in the game right now. You can get your hands on. We've got the Summer Fest ready to lock and load, and let's take a look at some of these new skins as we give our players a chance to lock in.
Oh my god, bro. 100 Thieves. Why is it always with 100 Thieves, chat?
Protect your ball king.
Can we get it? Yeah, can we get a Dallas R? Oh my god, wait. Apparently, the Swamp Gaming House is having internet issues, so there might be more delays later on. There's no way. There is no way. I have chat. It is 10 o'clock. We're gonna be dead tomorrow. Is there anything that you could do to get like stay awake? Can you slap yourself? Or someone said dip your face in like cold water? Oh, you know what? Yeah, chat. Just because you guys said it, I'm just gonna do crack.
Sorry, soldier.
Well, welcome back to that absolute feast for your eyes, and Captain America getting the whole freedom out, ready to charge ship. I mean, what do you think of these new costumes?
Yeah, their eyes are up here. They all are looking really good, dude. I love how a lot of them are like those legendary skins where you can change the outfits, make it more customizable. I think that stuff's really cool. Changing the way some of the ultimates work and the flow. Got to make sure you get those unstable molecules, everybody. Make some changes, because I'm telling you, the alt changes specifically, in my opinion, are so sick.
Yeah, did you see? I saw on Twitter they said, and that does it for Wave 1 of the skins. I'm like, hold on now. Is there
wait. That's it for Wave 1 of the.
Be angry. Can we get a Black Hat skin? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Wait, there's gonna be another wave of beach skins
down the line.
That's it. Give me a Groot one. How about that? You know what I mean? Let's shake it up. Let's get crazy with it. But no, man. Yeah, honestly, very, very cool. Shout out to the art department. I do not believe these guys sleep at all, because they are just churning out skins, and they're all awesome.
Yeah, man, Groot in the Speedo. That would absolutely, I mean, Vinny, can you imagine the numbers he'd pump out on that? But yeah, man, either way, I think one thing to highlight too that we've seen less of is White Fox. I think obviously in group stage, and I say that because with new skins and costumes coming out, it's so funny. You always get more people like ready to lock down the hero or whatever. But we have seen kind of a reduction in White Fox, and that's, in my opinion,
there's no way, bro. There's no
dive
way.
Is also good against dive.
Marvel Rivals knows how to make money, chat. That's just crazy.
From what we've seen in the early playoffs.
Yeah, and look at this.
A palm tree Groot would go hard. Oh my god. A palm tree Groot skin, and the thing that he throws with his right click is a coconut.
Final map between these two teams, folks. I am stoked for this. Everything on the line here. I can't imagine how aggressive these two teams are going to play.
Dude.
Midtown's such a pick, man, and I love it. You know what? I'll be honest. I'm a fan when it doesn't come down to Dom to end it. Typically, it feels like
we deserve half of all the money that Marvel Rivals makes.
Sometimes I kind of one-sided, right? Like you could see the ending writing itself. Whereas, Midtown...
An Ultron in a bikini.
There's been a lot of clutch moments on this map in particular, especially for 100
And then I'll cosplay it.
Stickdrift having to really come up and see what they've done on scrims on this map, what they feel comfortable with. This is a good triple Vanguard map out of the few that are there. That has kind of fallen a bit there in that way, ship, but this is one of them that can work.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we can see the triple here. We could see Adam. Thieves obviously aren't afraid of running.
Droid
They've done that
Keeney.
already today, so could be in play. So looking forward to seeing what's being run. Again, this has the penny potential. This is one of those maps you can get a little more crazy with it. I love seeing this map here as our final match.
Why doesn't Marvel Rivals come out with creator codes?
Fox, man, just to kind of address your question.
Chat, use code J3 in the item shop to get your next naked skin.
Fox just kind of struggles into the poke heals comparatively.
Nice
to something
stretch.
Like Luna
I felt that
Gambit,
one.
Or the value in terms of ultimate of something like Rocket, right? Really good at enabling dive and playing with dive, but not so great at being more of those like set up build ultimates that your team might need to clutch up.
You said it best, man, and here it is. We got a 2-2. Winner moves on, and we'll
Wait, we have a 2-2?
fight the winner of our next matchup. We are still in our
get
first set of matches here in Rivals, and I continue to say the gameplay speaks for itself. It's crazy now. Going into what is
someone asked why don't they just ban Rogue? Well, the reason they can't ban Rogue is because they're going to save Gambit.
First Protect going to be on that Gambit most likely.
And then what's next after you save Gambit? You ban Rogue because you don't want them to have the team up.
I think, actually not sure what they're going to want to ban.
Ooh, Stickdrift banning the Rocket. Smart.
The Rocket. Okay, dude. We were saying this might need to be matched back and forth. I think that is a very good decision from Stickdrift and a huge change, finally, from what they've done so far.
Yeah, and it just, for 100 Thieves, like, it just helps
And now
enable
you
their
ban-
gameplay time, right? Very
now you ban the
aggro,
Rogue,
very
chat.
aggressive focus, and so by
Ban the
getting rid of
Rogue or
that,
ban the Rocket?
Like, if you go back to even Central Park, they won a couple fights going with that Rocket Raccoon. There's nothing to answer it. and they went from there. I wouldn't hate a Luna ban here from 100 Thieves to mix things up. They're going to go with the Rocket, obviously, to start things.
There's the Rogue.
No, going for the Rogue. Fair enough. Into then what is probably the Rocket. But that last ban has been kind of up in the air for the team, and they've changed that a few times with a different look as we continue to look at the foreheads once again of Stick Drift.
Yeah, I think the Rocket ban needs to come in here, if I'm being honest. Looks like it's going to be the Wolverine instead. This is a decent Wolverine map. This is more brawly, so you can get around, but there might see a lock in here, or they might... I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they want to run here, but I think Rocket or maybe even Star-Lord.
Does that force like a Rogue ban then from Stick Drift's side? Because then that, to me at least, shows that they want to run triple van potentially again, or they just want to go with the Groot front to back, maybe go with more of the Elsa Groot play that they had on Museum. So it kind of opens up 2 lanes, but yeah, they give them Rocket. Kind of interesting to rely on that last. Really mixing it up here. Remix is sometimes the mascot of this team is their coach, and wow, Cyclops, dude, this is a completely different look.
Yeah, very different. You know, I think Cyclops, like, again, I think he's really, really good. So not saying
Saved
it's a bad
Cyclops.
decision, but they're
100
gonna
Thieves
be
has
able to get
Cyclops.
the Cyclops here from Stick Drift as well with the Rocket. So he becomes just far more
Damn, you
threatening,
banned Wolverine and
with that
Daredevil.
ultimate.
So what's Self
I don't know,
gonna
man.
play? Is Self gonna play the Psylocke?
We'll see what Thieves are able to do here, folks, as we head into this final matchup between these two teams.
Also, they didn't ban Rogue. Yeah, that's true. They could do they could do Star-Lord as well. But usually the Self play Star-Lord. I thought he was usually
there. The smile from Self when he saw his Daredevil get banned. Hey, go ahead and play Psylocke, says Stick Drift. We don't mind. And if you take a look at what that he did play in the group stage, Daredevil was the most played by him, followed by Black Cat, who might as well be banned because it's garbage. And then Ultron Star-Lord were the next 2 alongside
Cozy,
Punisher.
straight to the point,
Self choose
garbage.
To go with the play is going to obviously open with the triple Vanguard with the Wolf down. Man, with Vinny and TTK, this could be disgusting because TTK might as well be a duelist, as we know on Mother.
Did Sentinels win?
Yeah, very strong, and I think Groot's really good at this map too. So this is where it could
Let me ask
absolutely
you a
work,
question.
And they're going to play hyper aggro.
Do
with
I have
the
hair?
Loki copy as well on this design plan.
And if I think I know your answer, that's your answer to that if Sentinels win.
I really don't, especially with the removal of Wolverine. This is definitely different, and I love different, man. You know, this is going to be fun to watch.
D-Bert, Bridge Mouse about 100 bits.
is,
Can you
and it
see
puts a
Jeff
lot of
coming up from
responsibility
underwater
on
with a
Doom
buff human
here,
physique
because, like, he's gonna have
with a
to hold
Jeff
back,
Shark
it's gonna be the
head?
off
What?
angle. But no, okay, Self going on over to the Soldiers, so they do change up at least. Maybe
Nah,
show
yeah,
what they'll do on
Sentinels
the
did
defensive
not
side
win. They
too.
lost 3-1.
I don't hate Soldier here either. Get a peek of what is the first hit now, as you see plenty of Penny play early, and again, they play Penny so passively though. It's what I've continued to see from this team.
Yeah, it just slows the pace, and it's all about buying time. Penny can get the cheeky picks, and you know, I mean, the spotter's gone instantaneously here, but yeah, I'm with you. Usually we see some more aggressive Penny door holds. We've seen in the past.
Oh, he's playing the
literally
Bucky.
add a door
Okay,
using
interesting.
Blue Wall
Both
to try
teams
to
are on
protect it
Bucky,
for
and both
longer,
teams are on
It's had some success.
the
amount of movement so far, being able to almost get to
Cyclops.
ambulance, it
Interesting.
shows me that this defensive attack is just not working nearly as much as maybe they think so.
Yeah, just forces. I mean, you have to at least hold up one choke or the other. Just got to get off the hero, and Groot being a great pick on the map.
Chat, can
and
you guys
against
make sure to
hero
pay the
itself,
internet?
Able to get those nests deleted with ease. TTK just holding the pressure on the front line too. So like right now, you're just unable to do much but back away, and you're farming up 100 Thieves. You get these ults going. Winnie already activated, ready to roll, and here goes the Gambit ult. This is gonna be full W and press from the Thieves. Ooh.
All right, and yeah, Tone's able to drop the Lena quickly is a huge play after we see the copy comes in from Winnie. It's going to be another pick here from Iffy onto Self, and now Stick Drift are stepping into their shoes a little bit. Oh, commitment from TTK after 2 down. Not sure how much I feel about that, but it's like I lied. Winnie's able to find Iffy. Now numbers pretty much evened out. The res comes through from Iffy, though, back in their favor. Stick Drift walking forward heavily. Tone's able to drop Vinny here on the Penny, who still has not gone down, and I think the idea from the attacking side of Thieves is to try to have Self, who's now actually switching over to Magneto, playing that Bucky to try to pull Penny.
I wonder if there's a person out there
positioning, playing like you're saying,
that can
really
tell
passive.
every single character apart,
And really good patience.
depending on their
I think
feet.
he was trying to see if he needed
Just
to
a-
use
just a
the
picture
Ruby
of their
Rage
feet.
with that Gambit ult,
You guys think so?
or if they could just go ahead and move on in and get the picks the neutral way, and they did. I mean, they were able to get it just like that. And obviously, Tone's getting that mind elim on
Sorry.
Delina.
I've been live for
all
almost
the
16
momentum
hours,
they
chat.
have.
I
So
don't know
they're
what I'm
gonna try
saying.
again here with Millennia. Gonna go ahead and give Delina that boost needed. There's a Ruby Rage. Up, down goes Iffy. Don't know if that's the pick that they care too much about, because that res is coming up, and they're showing what 100 Thieves did this last time. So needs to get that value out of Rogue. Delina, though, finds Regis. That is most of their damage. They should be able to push in strong here. Bones using what I call the worst ult in the game, but either way, just being a distraction as they move in.
Yeah, it just spreads the minds a little bit by just in time, but Doomed is able to find Delena, and now they are still holding. I'm surprised by that. I thought this was going to be 0.1 here. What a good retake. As the portal now gets committed, this is very much back in their favor, being up a number.
Come on, 100 Thieves. You guys only have 60 seconds. You guys gotta make a move, man. Gotta make a move.
To take out the copied Winnie off the Gambit Raging Royal Flush. That would be a disgusting shutdown. We'll see if that works out. And here goes the commitment now. Is it going to be matched by Iffy? Yes, it is. Iffy goes up with the Meteor Ram. Tone's able to drop self though. Bang! Meteor Ram goes down, but it does not get the pick that is needed either way. They take this right back.
Oh no,
boy.
Less than 40 seconds, chat.
Yeah,
40
this is
seconds.
a weird comp, but either way, it's working. Vinny had 1 health remaining and was barely able to.
And 100 Thieves has no ults.
Good awareness there. And, I mean, look what we're working with here. We got the triple van, but that one spot that we just said we didn't like, kind of the passiveness. They're able now to hold down, and they got the pick on stealth. And so at this point now, you're kind of having some spiraling happen. This would be such an sensational stop in defensive hold. Will 100 Thieves have what it takes? Because right now, Millennia is going to be their last option. But don't sleep on TTK and Imba with this ult as well if they choose to go that direction.
Yeah, using this to try to break Mind Spawner just a little bit, give them some space.
Damn,
But the Royal
nothing,
comes right back
nothing,
in.
chat,
Self
nothing.
Does have ult available. Delena very close to. Is going to be able to launch us in a moment. Bang, there goes the commitment. Doesn't seem to get enough
Nothing,
value.
bro,
Kraken
nothing.
Impact goes through. Can they clean that up to keep it moving? Doesn't look like the reset
Nice,
was there. I'm not sure I saw it.
nice. He gets res though.
Is still holding on here. Regis and Tones launch ult, but down goes Regis with that eye in hand. Massive play by TTK.
And right now just trying to stall and maybe get Regis back, but the portal's already been used, so it's gonna be 100 Thieves gonna get this point. Coming up clutch, even without the Ruby Rage, man, is crazy. Self was able to get a lot done from their point. And just really good execution, because this is one of those points that you get 2 minutes and 30 seconds on, Shib. World of time, right? Gonna be a couple chokes, obviously gonna be at least 2 fights. But man, they're kind of gonna be able to get back armed and dangerous again, even without the Bucky ult, as Winnie is close to it. Vinny's got his. This is looking scary now against Stick Drift.
Yeah, and notice here, folks, how immediately 100 Thieves push this far forward with the Vanguards. This is the definition of taking space. They want to ensure that if there are going to be 2 fights, they're as far up as possible. Here comes the momentum back, though. They're going to have to drive backwards. Oh, this could be massive. It's cleansed immediately, though. There's a few cooldowns. Crystals go out. Meteor M goes up. The Sia is there, too. Will it be enough of a damage boost to get a pick? No, that's 2 ults for nothing here. It's actually a trade in favor of the side of 100 Thieves as nobody goes down.
Yeah, a lot of hero moments, but nothing landing from it. And, you know, do you like the penny, sticking on the penny here on this back point of the defense? Down the ramp, it's a little better. I think you kind of give second point, though, with that decision, right? So, like, yeah, right here is kind of where they're hoping on bunkering down, which you only need 1 point, as we just saw. Quickly escape here as TTK is pushed forward.
They're going to break that spawner quickly, try to get some time back. 14 seconds, Tones trying to get a pick at TTK. Cleans up Iffy here. There's the match right back with the Royal Flush, but they're down another. That should be advantage in the favor of
They
Thieves.
didn't.
But Logan gets the first pick, too. Oh, but the point is already taken, though. It doesn't matter.
They didn't touch the point, bro. Chat.
At this point, I mean,
We've seen like 3 or 4 C9s from both of these teams by now.
Get that cap and keep eyes on the prize. We saw that early on. Feels like a day
Pro
ago,
players
but,
are not even playing the
earlier,
objective.
Some form of it there, unable to push forward as one, but you know, it always stinks too when you get the team wipe here. We've been in those positions before, right? In comp, where it's just like, yeah, we won, but their spawn now is right there, and we're now kind of playing behind it.
Yeah, they're going to essentially flip spawns here, right? So they're going to treat it like they're attacking. They're going to play down here and hold it here. This is a good idea for what's, you know, this is the only thing you can do when you fall into a position like that. At this point, try to stop them point 3 as early as possible and just play hyper aggro on this defense. The point starts moving, though, putting him in a weird spot. Regis gets the first pick on himself, but like you're saying, he's going to res right behind. It's not a big deal for them. Ult's available here. There's the combination. Bang, bang. Does it go through? It does not. The Sia gets committed as an answer, so a lot of ults are coming through now. They're not afraid to play aggro here. The whole team drops back to the spawn door.
Wow. Look at that rocket placement, too, on the ult. Obviously, you're going to have the Ruby Rage there that would try to answer the call.
This is a really good ult.
there from Silent Blaze, who has been unable to play the Raccoon. Now can. Like that, the rest swinging clutch. I mean, they're playing in opposite spawns. What is this shit? But it's great. Just sustain and pressure. Down to a minute 20. I mean, what in the world after what was an early point?
Dude, this is such a good hold, man. A lot of people don't realize, like, There's
Really
another
good movement
point. There's a
there
lot. There's a few
by
points that
TTK
you
to
could
take
do
to
this
the left
on.
angle and hide behind that
It
natural
is
cover. They're
so
gonna sweep
good.
everybody. But yeah, I mean,
Like
that was a good
what's
amount of
the
time being
vampire
gone.
map
They still
chat? It's
held
not
on to Alta
Midtown.
being
It's
there.
Central
Self
Park,
actually
I
was
believe.
forced
You
to
could do it
try
on
to get
Central
back to
Park
dodge
as
the
well.
meteor
As
end
soon
that
as
was
they
coming
cap
through.
first point, but
So
and
again,
you still
some
win that
forcing
first
out of ults to make
fight,
sure you bought enough time. I mean,
and
there's
they
only a minute
have
left
that
here
forward
now.
spawn. You can still
Question is,
hold
how far can they get
inside,
this thing? Oh,
like
but the portal comes through. I'm
those
loving this
tunnels, and
defense
it's
here
really
on point
good.
three.
They're playing masterclass right now for defense. I actually think that was definitely in favor of Big Drift on the way they were able to keep that thing rolling. And here it goes. They've got to win this fight.
You can
Vinny
do it
does
also
stay
on the
with
Ultron
Ultron
map
early.
as well,
Down
yeah.
slams the Kraken impact, trying to make that impact for the team. Doom has been on so many teams that have gotten so close to greatness. Will this be the one that finds it? Now, again, just trading spots. And even if they lose this, they still have so much room to work with. How much will they commit?
Wow.
Thieves getting it done.
Hey, shout out Vinny.
Excuse
here.
me.
That Stringley prison was absolutely disgusting. I mean, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts. Around the strange shield on the left side, finding 4. The team cleans them up from there. Not much you can do when you
Excuse
can't
me.
move
Thank
at
you,
all.
chat.
And actually gets rid of the ability to use some of those movement cooldowns. That was fight winning there. Is it game winning? As Selena now has ult, Self has ult, Winnie, and Thieves are very much in a position to take this. Blaze, though, Silent Blaze with the Sia. Is that going to be enough of an answer?
I mean, yeah, there's nothing like Vinny on his comfort pick that has been for so long now. Dylan trying to focus down, break down that rocket ult. That was all that really Stickfit had in the bank. It's going to be a while.
Yeah,
before
YWL
anything
won.
comes from it. There should be 100 Thieves to pick up and clean, but they find nothing from the Kraken impact or Delina's Ruby Rage. Winnie now trying to get the cards going on their side, but man, it is a great defensive effort. Last moments here to push in Chip.
Yeah, I'm not even sure where the numbers are at. It looks to be 5v5 as the points moving. The touch needs to come through. If he burns a lot of cooldowns, goes down. Vinny trying to get this thing
That's bad
going
for
here. Redis on the
STD.
off angle with the pull gets Vinny, but what a
Ooh.
wall to keep him healthy there. Great decision. Oh, Kraken
Ooh,
impact
pop the
available.
Bucky,
Redis
pop the
trying to
Bucky,
take
pop
over
the Bucky.
back line to ensure that he lands on a clone to burn that, guaranteed to get the reset. But oh no, has to drive backwards. There's a lot of time doing nothing. Oh, Kraken impact, or excuse me, Rachel Royal flush. There's the Kraken impact. Bang! Redis finds one. Logan Tone, Silent Blaze, and they are gonna hold it. What a stop!
Ooh.
4.3.
Hey, that's
I mean,
still
dude,
a really good
that
push.
Hold was everything because it was. I mean, they were at like what 75% whenever they had 4 meters to go, and they were able to get the remaining across the board. Great communication, and then everyone back online, flip the Gambit ult, and win that matchup. Awesome defensive effort. 100 Thieves made as much as they could out of it, but even after getting through point 2 with 3 minutes on the board, cannot finish. Will that come to bite them and in the upper bracket run? Now, what do you do on the flip side of things here if you're going to be Thieves? You go to the triple Vanguard, you go to that rogue yourself. Oh, man, this is going to be a tough decision here for Thieves.
100 Thieves is running the Goats comp chat. 3-3. 3 tanks, 3 supports.
They're going to have Vinny essentially try his best to just sit on that point and make sure it doesn't move a lot. Self and TTK going to hold the front line, and then back line just do what they do.
Hey, what the hell? Dang, this is the
indoors and
closest that
playoff
Team
res.
USA.
Actually,
Oh, this is
dude,
closer
which
than
could be
Team
nuts
USA ever
here.
got.
But yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what.
We
really
came in
good point three
second.
hold from Stick Drift. I love what I saw. The question is that enough? Because they really started showing up only in those last moments after the first point, which looked
We got
insane.
to the grand finals.
Man, the numbers are crazy on
Bitch.
the side of 100 Thieves, too. I mean, if you just look across the board, the value
That
these
was mean.
Vanguards are getting, but it does feel like Stick Drift is feeling very comfortable in what they've got on their side. Now, Delina and Co. are going to match kind of the same comp they had on Museum outside of Vinny. Off the tree, going to be on that sustaining effort and constant nuisance that is Venom as
J3,
well.
I was
What do you think
playing
on the
comp
Adam
and
here?
everyone
Obviously,
said
did
to
not work in
avoid
favor
me
of
after I
Museum,
went
but
2
could
and
be a different story
15.
here.
Was I in the wrong?
Yeah, at this point, I want to see it. At this point, I want to
Honey
see
Badger, anytime you want to play a
Like, I wanna
video
see if they're
game
really
in
good. I think
general,
double
you're in the
res
wrong.
Here too with Winnie. They're going back to what we saw a few seasons back. in
2 and
Ignited.
15?
It had some
That's
success in
brutal,
triple
bro.
holds. And actually, it was pretty common tactic at that point. And I think Delena feels confident to be able to land shots here on that hero, Vinny. Again, this is going to be the name of the game here. Just sit on this point 24/7. Delena trying to get a pick on a Doomed. Off the dive is still holding on to this point. The point is still moving. Vinny ready to go back in. Doom now being, good play here from Delena, who should find this. Burns a lot of cooldowns. Instead, is going to drive him away. Find some more time for the backliner. Still holding on here in this front. Be clean.
Yeah, this is just like sustain comp all the way through. Forget damage. They've got Loki Limb. They've got the
Yo, Slateful for 2 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day.
This comp a bit, but they're able to now keep him alive. He challenges Doomed on that matchup, wins that. Now TTK, oh my goodness, able to get the quick eyes on him. 7th place matches it, but man, this is just gonna be tough to burn through because even if you get through this, you have Born Again, you have a portal at play. There goes Delena, does have the passive res though.
Yeah, passive res available. Not quite there here. It looks like that's going to be a big sweep. I don't even know.
Z-Ray for 5 months. Appreciate it as well. Hope you're having a great day.
Because they just don't have a chance of making it happen. No matter what, he's going to get chased down. So yeah, it's going to drop back to the team.
Damn.
Cancel that out. Delena will still be holding on to that passive res. Yeah, I mean, here comes the portal play. Yeah, they're going to play on the ambulance. No, this is fine. This is totally fine. Again, both sides looking good right now.
Yeah, because Delena fell, but it was like close enough to this res in Born Again that allows them to sustain it. And Winnie also has it, so they're going for just like kill the time as much as possible, right? As now they have to find a pick early, locate that Delena. But even going back to last year, when Delena was so slippery as the Atom, really good awareness and situational placing of where he needs to go. Meteor in, ready to rock for Iffy. What do they decide to do here? As Millennia going to throw up the invisible boundary. Can they find self from it? Self-defines Tones.
A lot of commitment there, though. It's still, I mean, that was really well played by 100 Thieves. Vinny dies backline. Tone's going to be back in the fight. Numbers are even. Meteor M goes up for Iffy here. Is that going to land? The res is still available from Delena and Winnie, or at least, you know, pretty much Winnie can copy whatever he wants at this moment, depending on what they need. Regis going to find TTK. Stick Drift now going to be up a number, but the res comes out from Delena. And use that aggro to bring everyone back quickly. Not going to worry too much about being safe with it. Iffy drops Vinny. Millennia. Delena going to bring Vinny back, and that's why you commit heavy when you have that Karmic Revival out, because it doesn't matter. You're right back in the fight. In fact, even with a ton of overhealth, and they're still holding on here.
What do you do?
It's massive! TTK gonna find everyone a Clark Trucks. This is a lot of commitment, though. Not all needed. Hoping to see us there.
What do you enjoy watching more, Prime Overwatch League or this? Marvel Rivals.
Wow, Thieves!
Streamers couldn't watch Overwatch League back then because we would get DMCA strike because they streamed on YouTube.
They don't have any huge burst damage, but damn, do they have a ton of burst.
They didn't allow watch parties.
I don't think that's a word, but either way, able to push through. Now you're having to just swap to something that can pump out more. Regis going on the Moon Knight after those nerfs. Didn't think we'd even see him here in Ignite. Either way, pushing through. But man, if Delena even gets close to this ult again, it's gonna be curtains.
Yeah, Doom trying to commit. Good push away there from the side of Millennia. Try to buy some time, and what a delete. Good by Doom. Great focus from the back line to ensure that does not get value. Now they're even at ultimates. Tone's holding on to his training in prison. Again, these were in this position shortly, or on their attack, excuse me, and they were able to make it work. Self drops Iffy, and now it's dicey once more for Stick Drift. Tones still has that. Oh, the Feast comes out, trying to force some staggers here. Regis makes a switch to Moon Knight. It's been a while since we've seen
10 seconds, chat. 10 seconds.
Yeah, either way, it comes down to this last moment. Look for Tone's ult here. Can he line it up with the most important wombo combo with the Moon Knight for the dreams of the upper bracket and the upstep?
TTK almost has his ult again.
Regis has the hand, ready to call with the Egyptian god answer. Now as they look for the setup, Tone's trying to find his moment in his window. Ship hit it.
There it is. Able to get through it. Wow!
Right, wait, he's gonna res himself. He's gonna res himself. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He better do it quick, bro. He better do it quick.
Oh my goodness! What a battle!
What season is this, dude? This is season 1. Like, it's going back to Adam Warlock. We've had the Hella Namor show up. I mean, everything's back. Born again. Will they lose or win again? Up goes the battle.
Ooh, good copy. Oh, good copy, but he instant died in his ult.
As well. And now Stickers are back up in numbers by 2. Meteor M available here. Doom's able to drop TTK. And all
wait, I didn't see TTK's ult, but I was watching Winnie. Winnie
on point 1. They need it. They will get it. What a clutch attack.
Wow, bro. Wow. I'm pretty sure 100 Thieves could have won that, but they fumbled. They had Vinny's ult almost. They had TTK's ult. They had Self's ult, bro. Oh my.
Portal. Why not continue to just drain?
They could have probably gotten Millennia's ult, bro.
Shib, they are absolutely putting Stick Drift to the test.
If he carried that fight, if he carried that game, bro, if he did not get that kill, this game would be over.
Yeah, I mean, this has been some textbook Marvel.
Yeah, true. EMEA could never. True.
They're sticking on this comp, which I'm not 100% sure about. The portal commitment goes out. Self goes up with the Meteor end, looking for somebody. Keeping DD away at that moment. Just going to yeet it downtown. Not going to land. Now eyes back forward.
Come on, man. You're looking like Tony Snell out there with these ults, bro.
Drive away again. It's all about time here. The point doesn't move because look at Vinny just stalling that point for days, and that is what Cap and Venom do so well. It's all about this point. It doesn't matter what your stats look like if the point doesn't move.
Yeah, I mean, they know the win con, right? Like, here it is. Can they survive throughout it when he's going to throw the lamps out that do keep things alive enough? And Millennia as well, they find nothing. And that is everything as a minute 20 remains. And they're able to stay healthy throughout it. They might fall here, but either way, Delina at 70%, the passive's ready to go as well. They've got to find value from this Gambit ult, or could it be an early curtains, and they find 3 ship.
Yeah, good play here now. It's just so back and forth. It's so awesome to watch. Redis gonna drop TTK. Redis, somebody stop
That's still a
him
really
right
good
now,
hole. Only
as he's
60 seconds, bro.
And a side of fries.
Only
Well
60
done by
seconds
the Moon
and
Knight,
100
I'm telling
Thieves
you
was
what,
building
we haven't seen
ults,
this
bro.
character play in like the pro scene like at all. So welcome back to the Moon Knight.
Yeah, Moon Knight definitely taking a step back after what were some major nerfs, but still does one thing great, and that's cook up the ult and the tried and true that we continue to see. Good on placement there and pressure. Obviously going to speed up some of the strategy ults that you do have to look out for. Either way, Winnie getting close to it. Delina as well. The Born
They almost have another combo. They just
used
used their combo, and they almost have another one. That's insane.
Was a massive,
that is insane.
Here with the Rocket Raccoon earlier. Will they roll it again? Looks like Stick Drift is hanging on to it.
Yeah, I think the idea now for Thieves is, like you're saying, just get that res available. It's very difficult. Oh, what an eye again. TTK is just not missing those right now, but nobody goes down. The Sia gets launched here as an answer from Silent Blaze. They're trying to wait that out. There goes the res. Everybody back in the fight. TTK retaking point priority. Trying to take this away from them. Comes in, takes out 2.
Wait, this might be game. This might be game.
It doesn't matter when they're all res. Back in the fight. Overtime is ticking down. The Porter play needs to come through. Iffy making the switch over to Strange. Redis trying to keep this KO streak alive. It almost does. Out goes the Moon. Does it get a pick? It does. On to Delina.
Wait.
The portal comes through. Are you kidding
There's
me
no
right
way,
now?
bro. There's no way.
Absolute cinema here as quickly. It is the last hits.
It's a neutral. It's a neutral versus a neutral, chat. Both teams are coming up on Gambit. It's a race to the Gambit ult. Whoever gets Gambit ult first wins, I think.
Iffy putting on the forward drive and nothing but neutral. Millennia's gonna have that Gambit ult. Gonna press Q as quick as possible. Give his team the upper advantage.
Oh, can Logan get it? Can Logan get it? Can Logan get it? He did get it. But there's no one on the cart, bro. There's no one on the cart.
The win away. What a game. And way to make this series an absolute banger for everyone in the stands, man. That was a blast. Well done.
That is experience, buddy. That is composure. And that is the team that has been challenged again and again and continue to find the new identity that is them.
Everyone that voted on STD. See, chat, this is why you trust Jay3, bro.
When it matters most and getting away in that getaway card once again. But
this is why you trust Jay3.
To cast that with you. And from
1,
a viewer
2,
perspective,
3,
what a
4,
way
5,
to have
6. I'm not trolling.
Man,
I am
that
6
was nuts,
for
dude.
7
I can't
predictions today.
express it
Only
enough.
one
That was
wrong.
just so fun.
Which
I mean, they didn't
Sentinels
run the
kind of
gambit on
threw,
the
but
defense.
you
I'm
know,
curious to
that's
ask
not
him
my
about
fault.
that. Clearly don't necessarily
Congratulations,
need it,
chat. Congratulations. Everyone that voted on 100 Thieves, you deserve your channel points.
Only after Portal, and it ended up working out. Thieves really kind of figured it out.
Dude, that comp was disgusting. I mean, like, it was legit just lined up, take as much time off the clock. And if they didn't get Delina down early, like, that was it. That was kind of the answer. Love the aggressive portals. I feel like that just kind of highlighted, like, who the Thieves are and how they play.
Next
My
up
God,
is
the upset was
Swamp
right there.
Gaming against
you know you have so much
TSM.
what it takes. Now have to prove it down there in the lower bracket as we take a look
We have
at
one
the
more
MVP.
game, chat. We have one more game. You're probably going to end at like midnight, bro.
TTK
I got to finish it out, man.
On top,
I'm not a quitter.
Blocked, almost 45 done. I mean,
bro,
the amount of landed eyes, bro. How many times? Like, that was so consistent. The landed eyes. It converted most of them. I think the last one was the only
TTK
one
had
that was shut down by a
45,000
Sia, but it
damage
did
with
force
almost
out that ult as well,
70,000
so
damage blocked.
really well done
31
with
and
Strange.
8. That's crazy.
Bro, this is vintage Thieves.
Who's the MVP? What's up, TTK's dad? How you doing? How you doing?
Is, what, Redis at 47K on Moon Knight? Are you joking?
Yeah.
I mean, absolute across the board. Looks like plays from last year, bro. The add-on.
Wait.
More and more.
Wait.
The Moon Knight Groot. Yeah, the
Not
Luna
TTK.
Nemo,
100 Thieves plays the winner of
kinda
next
ringed
game,
out
right?
through the
So they
history of
play
what's been this
Swamp
season.
Gaming.
I mean, dude, I got a smile on my face. That was so fun. That was so crazy. Like you're saying, it brought me back, man. It's what we saw early on Ignite. I love these triple comps on point one. I think it's super fun to watch. I think they're hectic. I think they're crazy. The Born Agains being out there. The team's trying to find solutions. I loved the huge land of the combination of the group night. I think that kind of brought me back a little bit too. No matter what, this was an absolute pleasure to cast with you, man. And what a win for Thieves as they move forward on the upper side of the bracket.
That is crazy,
yeah, we
bro.
continue. We'll highlight, obviously, Thieves winning big tip of the cap to Stick Drift Gaming, who, I mean, you look at a couple months ago, nobody would even have him close to this situation.
Yo, Vodable, you're still awake? God damn, you're putting in a lot of time today, too.
Unable to get the job done, and that is, you know
what? I gotta wake up, bro.
Sport can be so punishing, as you know, you get a win in that upper bracket, and your ticket to land gets that much easier. But it's 100 Thieves once again making this an entertaining night. Only loser here is myself, who didn't pick to eat dinner early, buddy. We got a long one coming, and I can't wait.
Oh man, yes, we do have another series to go, folks. We will have an interview coming up here for you guys in just a moment, but I mean, there's so much to digest about that matchup. It really shows you how the meta has looked so different from what we saw just a month ago. And that's the beauty of Rivals. I'll stand by that till the day I die. I mean, the fact that these teams have to adjust and to find a new solution and still adopt and try to figure out a meta as they change.
You've been here since 7 a.m. as well? Holy shit, bro. It's just a testament to a game that forces your team to be adaptable, and 100 Thieves are adaptable. You are insane. If you've been here since 7 a.m., well, I hope you guys get a lot of good rest, because we're back here tomorrow at 7 a.m. again.
I think as we've watched them now, stage after stage, they've just sharpened up their roster and fixed some of the mistakes early on, and definitely Stick Drift.
100 Thieves versus STD felt like it lasted longer than the entire EMEA games combined. True.
You know, impressive across the board. And
EMEA was so boring today. Everything was just a 3-0. Tomorrow should be more fun now.
From Vinny
Ron with the massive gift sub, my friend. Appreciate it. 7 a.m. EST.
Yeah, and then you see Reedus.
So
obviously
that
on
means
Moon Knight,
what?
15
4
finals, doing the
a.m.
job,
PST.
showing that Moon Knight is still available. Tones with 12, and we saw some of the big combinations.
That's crazy, Scarlet.
Really, I mean, 54K healing there from the side of Silent Blaze, who shout out Silent Blaze again on the controller, has consistently topped the charts in healing numbers and had really good ult placement. I think that's something that is just very difficult to do that fast on controller. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just the way, but looking really good out there.
Yeah, and
show me the way.
10K healing, even just on that last point with Adam Warlock, where you're just kind of trying to stay alive and do the best you can in those situations. 51% accuracy, disgusting. I mean, across the board, just clinical.
Hey, what's up, Yuck? What do you mean 4 a.m.? Hell no, I'll be sleeping. Wake up, Hales!
Matter the most, and just so entertained, because now 100 Thieves will be playing the winner of this.
You guys call me a part-time streamer. Now it seems like you guys are part-time viewers.
Interview ready to go here in a moment is likely. We look at it and we think it's going to be someone like Swamp Gaming. Heck, let's just welcome them into the interview. They're all together, but we've got ourselves Winnie for this winner's interview, and we are glad to have them as they just pulled off what was a crazy game. Everybody, welcome in Winnie. First off,
you guys don't like it when I call you a part-time chatter, huh?
Jeff in the background.
Wake up, chat.
Explain to me, Winnie, how you feeling?
I'm feeling like excited. It was like a super close series. Obviously, like a map 5. We were kind of like expecting like an easier matchup, to be honest. But like Stick Drift like was up there with us, like competing. We also like kind of feel a bit like our maps, but it's fine. Like nothing that it's hard to solve.
Where's Winnie from?
Awesome.
Does anyone know?
What do you attribute the change to your team? You guys, you know, you maybe struggled a little bit map 1. What changed in terms of flow? Was it the ban phase?
He's
that allowed you guys
Spanish.
to start stepping it up against this team?
I mean, to be honest, like map 1, we always have like a bit of problem. Like our dominations, we always struggle because we're like a team that needs to like start like warming up, and our warm-up was like a bit late today, so we were like a bit cold when it came to domination. But like after that, we just like started like playing as a team, playing together. Like the energy was like coming up, and I think like.
Why is this guy just eating Cheetos? Oh, I'm blocking these games.
Can you tell me like what you guys worked on a little bit in the
Nah,
couple weeks
bro,
that you had off as
there's
Remix
no way
Slams
he
to
just
Steel?
tried
Love
to-
to see it, man. I mean, we had what? Millennium was mainly on the Gambit. Then you kind of took over that role, right? And then like you guys, it looked like you swapped up some of what you've done to prep for this phase.
Bro, Remix is
you know,
funny.
Take me into the last couple of weeks and how you guys have prepared for this new meta.
Bro, Remix wins one game.
Like season,
He's
like,
flexing.
teams started giving us Gambit.
I love
We
Remix.
saw that we were not like a very good team with Gambit. Like we didn't have like a very good rogue player. Like our triple tank was like really bad, and then like our Gambit player was like a bit like struggling to meet. Of course, like
Because he called Remix the 100 Thieves mascot?
He used to be like an DPS player. Now
Bro,
he's
he's the
like support.
coach.
So of course he's like more comfortable on this Luna. Like he's excellent on Luna. He like carries on Luna, and like his Gambit was a bit struggling. And I was like my old Gambit player on my old team. So we felt like, oh, let's
Did he
give it a
just eat
chance.
Cheetos, hot
I think we,
Cheetos,
like,
and then just
doing much better.
rub his
Like,
hair
this
with
one.
all the
Also,
grease?
like,
I
shout
mean,
out to my
all the
tanks,
Cheeto
because we,
dust?
like playing a lot of rogue. And it's
What
also,
is
like, something
Millennia
that we've
doing,
been
bro?
improving a lot on.
Awesome. I think is tricky and worth noting, and I actually want your feedback on is that final map there. You're running Loki in a triple backline composition. It is very difficult for me to understand what is your goal in terms of alt copying. Are you looking to double Adam the whole time, or are you trying to copy an answer strategist ultimate? And what's the thought process for you back there?
So we saw that they were like staying on the Green Moon Knight. So my thought process was like, if we don't have Adam dress for the Green Moon Knight, then
I do like that
copy
shield
Adam.
though.
So
That
we can,
shield's pretty sick.
We don't need to use a defensive ult for that, and we can just like come back alive, and we can just like use the Adam ult for that. But like normally I will just look for the enemy Gambit because they were playing Gambit. So if we're like on Su, I'll just rather copy the Gambit. It also like allows us to build like this Adam ult, this Su ult like much faster. And I think like that's like probably my priority will be like Adam ult if they have like a combo to kill us, or if not like Gambit ult.
Cool.
Was that always the strategy going into that last bit there? Was kind of like that sustained comp that just takes up so much time and eats the clock? Like, whose decision was that? Did you guys know you're going to run that from the get? It looks like you maybe were going to go triple Vanguard with Self. Like, it was interesting on how that kind of formed there at the very end.
Like, we knew that Steel Drift like was a very like Penny pro team, that they always like going Penny like on defense. So when we went to meet them, we knew that they were gonna like pull out the Penny. And when they gave us a Rogue, we were like, oh, maybe we should play like Rogue with Gambit, because it's like something that's like so strong that we value a lot. But then like we were kind of struggling with like this triple Vanguard composition, so we ended up swapping like two guns, and it like worked out much better. But then like on defense, we saw like we had a really good attack that like we got like till third point, so we were like, oh, maybe we can just like play to stall, like play more defensive and just like eat the clock out. And like, well, it kind of worked out at the end, so we're happy with that.
Last question, you man. Looks like you could play, obviously, T-Saber Swamp. Let's just say it's Swamp. You obviously were 0-2'd by them in the group stage. Do you think your team's ready to prepare to go and get the revenge match on them?
Yeah. We're so ready, because like so far we like go for against Swap, like when it comes like to overall, like in preseason and in stage 1. And like we've been preparing really hard, and I think we have like a really good chance against them.
When's the stream starting tomorrow? Like 6:45-ish a.m.
Awesome. Well, go celebrate with the team. I know that you guys are hyped to win, and job's far from done, but congrats on the upper bracket win, man. And again, thanks for coming on for the interview.
Yeah, thanks for your time, Winnie.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye.
Do they live together? They're all at the team house together.
I was wondering if it wasn't going to get slipped in there. I was like, it might not happen. No, it's there.
Right. You get the little mood right there of the Jeff, the war in the eyes, Jeff. But cool to hear from Winnie, you know, a player that we haven't got to hear much from. I was actually like pretty pumped that was, you know, who took the winner's interview there. And listen, Thieves, they've been in this position before, but this is just such a new team and identity.
Yeah, they
You
all
can
sleep
see
in one bed,
the way
chat.
that they celebrate
One
too,
big,
even.
massive
I mean,
bed.
Dude, back in the day, you remember just the stone
Team
cold,
bonding
we
experience.
weren't pressured,
Everyone
there
has to
was
be on the same
nothing,
page.
No worries here, but nothing but celebrations on that side. Guys, we are only halfway through Shiv and I's part of the show, so we're going to go reset, refuel over here. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Ay. Imagine if this somehow goes to a match 5. If this next game goes to a match 5, I will fall asleep live on camera and just sit here until the next game. Oh. Go put on your PJs and grab a pillow. I don't know if you guys heard this, but there was an Overwatch streamer that I think got banned for a few days because he fell asleep, and apparently he had let's just say it was the morning, and the lumberjacks were out there. Yeah, let's just say, he was moving like that Captain America summer skin. Nah, ain't no way you just said that.
Protect your ball key.
Bass Kitty for 63 months. Absolutely insane. Oh, yeah. Sorry. TSM against Swamp Gaming. Good luck, chat. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun. Don't lose all your channel points. If you guys care about the J3 board of predictions, I said that Swamp Gaming was going to beat TSM. I'm 6 for 7. Chat, I'm 6 for 7, bro. I could finish today 6 for 8 or 7 for 8. That's big. That is big. No, man, I'm about to explode if I eat anything. Yo, TTK, congratulations. Yeah, you can have it. Don't eat sugar. That's why you're cutting your throat. Ow! What is this? Should I put these on? Yo, if 100 Thieves wins the whole tournament, I'll put these on. Well, I used to fit in a lot of things back when I was in college. My underwear ain't one of them. No.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We are here for the second half of today. That is Swamp Gaming and TSM. And if you're just now coming in, you missed a banger shift. That was chaos we just came from.
That was about as good as it possibly could have been. And we kind of assumed it would be that way. And you know what? It was. This one, you know, there's a lot of questions I have on this, right? So we're going into TSM Swamp. It's a big gap in terms of seeding, right? TSM, I don't think the last meta was just really in their favor, but I think this meta might favor them more. So my question, which I'm curious what you think, is this going to be the shift they need back towards the more poke stuff?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a team that's continued to find themselves in not only new players, but kind of new roles.
Here you guys go. Guru, Gilbert, Novin, Cal, Bedtime Story, and Breddy.
Swamp Gaming squad. I mean, a team that has not dropped a map is one that's kind of hard to make notes on, right? If you will. But squad looking real clean here as we see the shots ready to go. And yeah, it's been interesting to see this team just adapt kind of in real time here.
Yeah, shout out to all of them getting on camera too. I mean, there's been a lot of shifts. There's been a lot of shifts here in terms of like what they want to run. They've switched positions. They switched comp ideas up. They've run, you know, some fully different comps than I've expected. Went back towards more dive stuff, then tried to shift it back into playing heavily around like Star-Lord. It's kind of been a bit all over the place, but I do think now that the meta has shifted once more, it's
Best not be wrong because I'm poor now.
So, again,
Chat,
I
I'm
just want to
6
see how
for
they look.
7 in predictions, bro.
Going against Swamp Gaming, but that's just the nature of how seeding works.
If you don't like money, you're voting against me.
Go against Stick Drift, who like that's a team I don't want to see in the lower, right? So I mean, either way, it's them. Fly Quest or Sentinels, pick your poison. But I mean, yeah, you look at it. I think Cal being a lot more comfortable there on
the camera requirement. No, I think Gale took the bench
Soldier,
or something
Daredevil, and
for,
Unknown has been just a great kind of fit into what has been a Vanguard. A lot of MVPs from them, and just kind of been a clutch factor.
I'm gonna go pee
it's been nice to see more identity. I think, you know, obviously Guru in the interview, I just won't forget. He's like, I don't know how we won. I hope we do it again. It's like, well, damn. We'll see if that confidence is coming to play now against, you know, what some consider the nation's best.
Yeah, the realest dude I've ever met. You know what I mean? He just always says what he's thinking. I respect it. I love it. But
this is the Guru look right here, dude. It's like,
yeah, just locked in, dude. But we're shifting over to Swamp Gaming. We don't even need to say much about this team. This team has been absolutely dominant since they've acquired their new backline and shifted things up. I mean, even off the roster, off the bench, you could pull in a Madian who looks great too. This whole team's got a ton of talent. They made the finals of our last go around, incredibly tight, all the way to Game 7. Krasme, Scatter, Melophobia, Days, Forky, and Valentina, all absolute studs in the space, and it's going to be difficult for TSM to step up to them.
Yeah, for sure. They just kind of do everything right, and I think they adapt to metas really strong as well because of that flexibility and what Melophobia can do. And Days, you know, considering obviously Days has a couple heroes that are just best in class for, and Daredevil still remaining a big part of the scene is going to keep that strong. Melo can play that as well.
Sure.
You know, they did get a Madian in there for some reps, and I don't know if you saw in the last couple of weeks that we had off, but when a Madian did play, they had the most DPS per second or per 10 minutes, which is disgusting. When they did play, they just don't have a lot of weak spots, man. We continue to say that.
Yeah, and then the thing that I want to address that I think is worth noting is Gambit's going to be allowed through a lot more. Valentina on Gambit every game. I mean, that's a lot to process. So everybody on this team is a win conditioned. So again, I'm just looking forward to seeing how this patch suits them. You know, maybe it'll show weakness. We're looking for weakness from both TLC and over here on SG. So I'm not sure who's going to be the first one to drop a map, but this, you know, we'll have to see if TSM can step up.
I mean, yeah, dude. It'd be TSM Super Bowl if they could beat a map off of Swamp Gaming just because they haven't lost one, right? I mean, that's such a crazy thing to look at as we take a look at the grand final. Swamp losing to Liquid Citadel in the last moments. If you have not seen that game, like, go back and find it. Funny enough, Shib and I were on the call for that. One of the craziest rival games I've ever, you know, had the pleasure to be a part of. And Swamp is kind of chasing that feeling again. You know, I think a lot of people are expecting, let's just call it, Swamp and TLC to have that rematch. But obviously it starts here in the trenches a bit, going up against a team like TSM. And TSM, no stranger to the bottom, trying to continue this upper bracket climb. And if they're, you know, comfortable in the bottom, lower brackets would be fine for them. But yeah, man, it just seems like, as you just said, you give Valentina Gambit. Like, I don't know. I've seen in some of the other regions that sometimes Gambit is the ban if the strats are good enough. But I don't know, Mantis early, that's just too much to give.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it was banned like once or twice first, and it's just tricky because, yeah, like you're saying, if you get Mantis through, then it enables a whole lot of compositions that are a big problem in that back line, and allowing even Ultron to step up and some more unique plays. I think the triple line with Mantis is truly enabled, and without it, it really does get affected. We're really not seeing a lot of triple when Mantis is removed, unless it's like a triple Vanguard composition on a convergence hold. So outside of that, or convoy hold, outside of that, really not being played without the Mantis. So yeah, it's going to enable more stuff. I have no doubt they can run that as well. They've really shown a bunch of different compositions. I think, again, I'm not sure what the solution is, but I think a best of 5 is your best chance of figuring it out.
War in the eyes there of Cal. Man, flashbang from the screen ready to go as well. It looks like both teams potentially are not playing together in a house.
Chad, the predictions are going
house,
on
but
right now. Why are you screaming
there. I don't know. We'll have to see. I know that TSM, they're not all together. So it hasn't been much of a factor, if we're being honest, with how Stickdrift played. And yeah, we lost, but interesting to say the least. Krakoa in the first map here. Ship.
Yeah, we haven't seen Krakoa. I think this is an incredibly fun Dom map. It's very different maps, right? There's some more close quarters. There's a lot of open height where you can have some more flyer success, and then kind of right back into tight zone. So it is definitely a fun one to watch. Love the music here, personally. I think it's awesome. But again, the only thing I really need to see right now from these teams, I think their first band are going to be traditional. I think we're going to study up, and I want to see TSM perform. And then from there, it's how does TSM adapt in the ban phase? And I don't know what the solution is. I'm looking forward to figuring it out.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a water bottle
Swamp
right
Gaming,
there.
what makes them work so well is they have a lot of belief in their coach, Fox, right? Who puts a lot of time and effort in getting a
6%
plan
on
together.
TSM.
There's one voice leading the charge.
12.2 million, 400 people voting on Swamp Gaming.
Egos at play. I think that's what makes Swamp so good.
That's crazy.
You have a lot of good players, but no one that highlights the top of it. Valentina Eve looking locked in. So excited to see her play, but it's such an incredible player throughout this entire stage 1. Guru's going to need all 7 of those Dragon Balls to get the job done. We'll see if they can do that. And man, Shib, I'm excited, man. I mean, we just had a crazy matchup, but let's get it going again.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, it kind of just showed us that you can still get a little crazy. It's kind of Although it's funny, we have another character coming up here soon, which I can't wait to even try to figure out what that might
Hot
be.
take,
And
Dragon Ball Z's
Hasbro's
boring.
coming up, but I feel like it still feels, because we haven't had a pro scene up and available early in the meta. Like, teams are still adapting and learning. So, okay. This can't be first man here. Oh, we're deep. Okay, we are very deep. Mantis off rip for both. And the Rocket
Wait, what the
save
hell?
for
The
Swamp
ban phase
early.
is already
TSM
done.
is gonna remove that
Production!
Gambit. So there we go.
I think that looks to me that like the bans of Midtown. I think that is Jarvis figuring it out.
Oh, that's gotta be the case.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
We're gonna go to the ban
cool.
screen now. I was like, dude, there's some interesting bans. Dude, here it is. Okay, so Mantis ban and Gambit ban. I thought that they might not let
Whoa,
Valentina have
TSM
at least one or
banned
two
Gambit
strategists
and
in the
saved
America
it,
scene,
but
that
oh,
Gambit
Swamp
is just
Gaming
worth the ban
saved.
over the Mantis,
This is
and we're
very
seeing the
interesting,
response to it,
chat.
bud.
Swamp
Yeah, I
Gaming
think
saved
this
Mantis.
isn't a
This
bad
is something
idea.
we've never
That was
seen
like
before.
my biggest call out is, I think Valentina's probably one of the best Gambits in this entire game, maybe even in the world. So why not try to shake that up? They are going to remove that. Now that the Mantis is in, we're going to see how well Swamp can run that triple backline and what their go-to backline would be through these bans. We're going to see the Gambit now, the removal from Swamp of that Rogue because Gambit's through.
Yeah, so interesting how to respond to it. Cyclops being a ban on one side. I like TSM's ban on the Wolverine, right? Because, dude, I mean, talk about giving a team the team up. Having Daze and so Daze is going to be obviously on the Wolverine, and then you would have Cyclops on with Melophobia. Can't have that allowed. So just trying
What
to
happens
shut
if
down
Swamp
some of what
Gaming
they do well.
saves
BTS gonna
Cyclops
get
and they're
his
damage boosting a
Star-Lord.
Cyclops?
I think this is a good way to go about it. I do like the way that TSM is kind of game planning here.
Yeah, and I know.
Oh, the Rocket
TSM
Raccoon
has been
ban is
working on some different
good.
heroes, so that's cool. I mean, I think broadening the bag a little bit here is very good for this level of play, and you can kind of have secrets as you move through these tournaments and surprise picks that they maybe don't ban out because they don't expect
Cyclops.
it. Whether you don't run it in scrims or you've
Cyclops.
been kind of playing it on the low or on your streams. A lot of these folks on TSM are streamers.
Or
But yeah, I mean, I
Cyclops
think
or
it's
Star-Lord.
definitely a good
Cyclops.
decision from that side. And you can see here, it looks like Swamp is grouping up at a house
Rocket
together. A few of 'em up in this room,
Raccoon.
and then you see Coach in the background just checking in on everybody as the
Locked
lock
in.
and rocket.
Locked in. Some of these people have better cameras than
Hey.
others. I mean, that's like what the Nokia
Cal.
7 was that there? But either way, Cal also looking locked in, ready to roll. So last ban here, and having Rocket banning Rocket though for Swamp, woof, gonna be tough to handle. Ooh, I like the Luna ban though as the last ban. I do think against this team, like just not allowing them to have so much of that firepower that is the back line. As Scatter is having some snacks. Got a whole snack station back there, dude. This team's ready to roll.
Wait, they have a
He
whole
just
snack
realized he was on
station back
cam.
there. What?
He just trying to hide a little bit, but no. Yeah, I'm curious what the go-to background will be. Mantis Rocket Ultron
Wait.
is doable. Feels a little.
That was
funky,
alcohol
but,
back there.
I think this team, if you're going to run stuff like that, even in ladder,
What-
if you're running like a dual Mantis comp, it's all about having your Vanguards play a little more self-sustained.
What-
Like
was that
have
the- was that the
Venom,
Maker's
have
Mark?
that
There you
cap,
go.
Maybe the Van Pool, stuff that can kind of.
J3, thank you for doing the picture of the-
and then
it
drop
was
back
nice
to the
meeting
team
you.
to take those slow heals
Wait,
up and use
were
really
you
that
the one
damage
at
boost to your
the
advantage.
mall?
We'll see what
Hey,
they elect to do.
W.
But yeah, I think if
That
they
was a
do
lot of
wanna run
fun,
that
bro.
Ultra
That was a
Mantis
lot of
double
fun.
damage boost, it could be a
Appreciate
big
it.
problem.
Yeah, chat. Yesterday when I was getting my phone fixed, I was roaming the mall, and Default 02 over here recognized me and wanted to say hi. He said Marvel Rivals was too easy compared to Overwatch.
Just complements his hero pool so well. Valentina gonna obviously shift on over.
Yeah.
And you can see what they try to do to make them uncomfortable, but by giving the Mantis, you force them to essentially play triple because they know they're gonna do that so well. TSM is gonna have to play the game of their lives here as they are all eager to get out. And Krakoa is our first location.
He do be
of
kind of
match
right.
one.
That's not true at all,
Let the
chat.
games begin here. Exact call out in terms of team comp. What do you know? Van Pool and
Let's
Cap
get it.
just
Let's
having
get
that
it. Last game of the day,
self-survivability
chat.
on the
Last
back
game
line
of the day.
just
Swamp
decimates.
Gaming
Like a
against
duelist
TSM.
line.
Wake
Unknown
up,
to be on the
chat.
cap
Wake
for
up.
TSM. I'd like to see that. Gilbert Noodle electing to be on that Gambit. And they obviously can't run the Rogue, right? So Guru is going to be on that Van Pool as well.
Yeah, a lot is going to lie here with Cal and the value they can get. They know they're going up against triple. That's going to be nothing that is a shocker to them. But with Brady, oh god, the deletion of BTS right there is going to just get first point cap on over pretty quickly to Swamp. Now look over here now, just getting this side angle. And all having those drones allows them to play a lot more free and loose. This Day's going to hover his fellow duelist, and they're just doing this textbook opening cap.
Yeah, another call out is I have yet to see the Melophobia on the Cyclops. This guy is just really good at hit scan, straight up disgusting on these heroes. So this should be a fun one to watch with the pocket from Ultron. Kraz able to take out Cal, and these just neutral picks one at a time is going to force some slow play at a TSM. It's exactly what Swamp wants.
Do we like the Hela here? don't know. It's gonna be tough with Crash constantly on the backline. Right now, Swamp is just, I mean, they are having their way, if you will, against TSM.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution would be, though. I mean, you really, you could, you know, if you have dive stuff in your bag, I guess you could try that. But into triple, it's really tricky, especially solo dive. I mean, you could do it.
Why is Mello making out with his
either
mic?
way, when
There's no reason, chat.
The Ultron,
Preference.
You're trying to dive like
What's
a
wrong with getting
Mantis
really
rocket
close and
Ultron.
personal with
It's
your
like
mic?
who you
Hello,
go
chat.
after,
How you
I
guys
guess
doing?
Mantis post-sleep, but either way, gonna have pocket from that Ultron, and Kraz able to drop ready here. Again, it's just like slowly dropping one at a time and forcing them to reset. This is textbook.
It's just been a stagger fest. Yeah, you have BTS go down first, then it was Cal. Once again goes another. So at this point, just continuing to give, okay, at least good survivability from what was going to be a big ult. Cal does find Days. Obviously, that res is going to come back, which another punishment there. Guru and Unknown, the Vanguards, get 2 down. And at this point, survive this quick Forky ult, and you can maybe push in for your next cap. 70% has already been claimed just like that on the hill, and this is going to be tough now as the first Avenger leads in the fight.
Yeah, Freedom charging in from Unknown. BTS off the back of that, trying to get a pick here, but the movement was obscene. Notice how delayed Val had held that on. Really good play. Buying even a few milliseconds or even a second or so is enough to give your team an advantage. They walk right back towards point. Forky Dog goes down, though. Good shots by BTS. Trying to get another one here, but 94% in climbing right here for Swamp Gaming. Cal finding Days mid-ultimate. Oh, Cal again on the Melophobia stepping up in this moment. Cal is really good on hit scan. It's been a while since we get to see something like this.
Yeah, usually it's a lot of Bucky, a lot of Daredevil, at least in the group stage. So nice to get back to the action of it. And this comp they have is a bit better on the hold here, right? So with them burning all those ults for Swamp, they should at least get this to 50. And if they win the ult fight, even match the 99 to 99 would be a crazy surprise. Again, they have not. I think they've lost 1 zone in domination in all of group stage.
Jesus Christ, they only lost
Unknown
1
being
round
a big
in all
factor
of
for them and continues to be a giant stubborn that they've had. Ooh, trying to target Valentina like this decision.
Yeah, it's like the only target you can go after. I'm 100% with you. But yeah, they actually, yeah, you're right. Only lost 1 zone, and Dom never actually lost a single map. Neither did TLC. Both teams have been flawless in groups. Valentina finds that pick, retakes point, and OT starts up here. 35% is TSM. They got a little bit of momentum, but it doesn't look like it's lasting long. Kraz, Scatter, Melophobia, each getting a piece.
You have to touch
of the
point,
pie.
though.
OT
Just
ticks
die on
down,
point. Who
and
cares
they
about
will
your
get map
stats,
1.
chat?
All right, well, you can see for the cams there. I mean, not even the smile was cracked. Heck, Scatter's still eating food, dude. Like, they are completely comfortable, and you've highlighted a lot of what they
Wait,
did
is he
well.
eating food
Their
with gum in his
positioning
mouth?
Just continues to just be on display for myself. Like, you know, you have BTS ult there. They all rotate up on the top. Then they wait patiently. And then they're able to have Valentina ult. Like, just able to continue, you know, to get that job done. And you know they prep for people to ban Gambit. Like, this team really puts themselves through the ringer on their scrims because they treat scrims as practice, dude. They don't care about winning scrims. I've talked to them plenty
Which
of
is
times.
the best.
They want to get in reps and try some
That's
real
the
game
best
situations.
thing, bro. You don't
Yeah,
use
it makes a ton of
scrims to
sense,
try to
and that's just some
win,
good
bro.
leadership
You
and
do
good idea.
you
I mean,
use
notice that
scrims to
there's really not a ton
practice.
of
Chat, we're
finals
talking
across
about
the board. They're finding
practice,
those
not a
individual picks and
game.
playing slow. It's
Not
all
a
about
game.
point. It's the same thing for
Practice.
Convoy or Convergence. I think there's a large gap in understanding, even as you're
You
climbing
use
through
practice
ranks,
to
the value
learn.
of
You
even
try
if you have a
things, see what
crap
works, see
KD,
what
you
doesn't,
just
and then
sit
you
on the point.
use
You
that
just
to your
get
matches,
to that point
bro.
by as much time as you can. And
Come on,
then
chat.
win the game because of it. It's all about just stalling, and it's the same here in Dom. It's all about just maintaining that presence on point. If you find one final, you can play very slow as long as they don't convert that point. And it's been really textbook here from Swamp. I can't say it enough.
That's a great shout, buddy. And the only person probably mad is Days. Just got to be on the Ultron duty, you know? He's like, let me loose. I want to have some fun. But no, that's what makes this team good. No egos, right? Everybody just plays the role that's required of them. Gilbert now going to go ahead and sum the cards up for the team. They got to get value here. Mello close to the Ruby Rage, trying to find his angle now.
What is going on over here? This guy's just bouncing on it, bro.
Go ahead and get this back hit really quickly now as BTS does find Forky Dog. That's a 2-for-1 with the res. And here comes the Ruby. Oh, he got 1 at least.
And Melophobia on to Guru. 1 down, and 1 is all that you need here. Unknown trades it back into Valentina. Good start, goodbye to the damage boost. And out goes the answer here from Brady with the dance floor, trying to maintain presence on point. Can they get this first?
I like this, like,
momentum,
I like this
but they're just playing
angle
slow.
that they're
Notice
holding.
nobody else goes down, at least not yet. Oh, Psyche lied. Unknown again. Looking really good on this cap.
Chat, he died. I didn't really like
his
that
combos
angle that
are
he was
quick.
holding.
I mean, just makes him lethal. And I like there. I mean, obviously we saw Days was so close to that ult as well. I'm not sure if they were gonna, you know, use it there. But either way, look at what TSM has, getting point cap first two. And now if Brady can survive and try to kind of get back up there to somewhat of a healthy ult charge, maybe 60%. I mean, I really like their odds on this point too.
Also, TSM taking the first point away from Swamp Gaming.
We'll see if they use both at once. It's going to be the opening from Days, though, is what they've elected.
Valentina starting up here with this old resurgence, moving them forward. Days of the Ultron's Rage gets matched right back this time by Guru on the Vanpool Banhammer. Doesn't seem like it is going to be enough. Cal goes down. Unknown takes that Valentina once more. Guru able to find
there we
Forky
go.
Dog. Goodbye to the back line, but the BRP brings Valentina back into the fight. Scatter trades it and Kraz again. It's like it doesn't even matter. Even being down numbers, they trade those and make sure they got value right back. And we'll say TSM with 45%. That is a good start here.
Yeah, and they were able to get Brady up a little bit. I mean, how they won the first fight is they got the rocket out first, right? But it doesn't matter if you get Valentina, the rest is going to happen right there, and then the rest come to fold. And at least you have, you know, have the ult advantage potentially here. I mean, Cal's ult's not going to do much but a distraction. Depends when they do use it. Kraz being close as well, going to make this a little bit stressful for them. The rotation over there and the portal back. Like the positioning. Melo's just getting that Ruby Rage charged up, ready to go. Has found Guru in the first one. The Vanguard's doing a lot of heavy lifting for TSM early here. See where they choose to use it now. Oh, this would be a big pick on BTS. Goes down.
That was insane. He's like human aimbot, but goodbye there as Kraz starts up, walking them forward with a freedom charge. Percentage of point roughly even now, but climbing here for Swamp. Good decision from Cal to hit the sky. Gotta find Days, but gets deleted.
Damn,
wow,
he got burnt real quick.
Once more by Swamp, and you can just tell their comms are locked in. Days trying to move. Good shots by Cal. Not able to clean that up. Looking at Kraz now. Tries to escape.
Did you get to snap at least?
The wall,
No.
again, notice they're not getting a ton of KOs. They're just holding the point. That's all that matters.
I wish.
As the flip comes through, the stall is there once again.
Oh man, Cal is just so mad he cannot get this finish off pick on Days, whether it's the quick over health of the dash or not. But finally do get the point back with Brady on ult. I mean, not bad here, but they also have the cap to kind of sustain into it. I think they can get this thing to distance, at least to 99 and up.
100 Thieves won against
Extermination
STD.
again, how they led into the charge last time with Valentina going to be tough. If they can get kind of a side angle pick, Melo's going to try to find that off angle. Going to force Brady up. Do like the decisions that are made. Days has to kind of play around this pillar mark, if you call it, because of what we've seen Cal continue to do. His assignment is the Ultron.
And walking forward now, we can see Melophobia try to retake here. Again, this is well done by TSM. They're doing a great job answering back exactly what Swamp is doing, trying to slow up just a little bit and look for a pick to play off of. Valentina goes very low and pays for it. Again, Unknown is all over Val in that backline on this cap, using that freedom charge to his advantage. Melophobia finds Gilbert Noodle to trade that with another strat. Unknown tries to get Forky. How does Forky stay healthy?
Dude, Forky Dog.
But shout out Forky Dog on the rocket. In the conversation for one of the best rockets in the game right now, as Scatter drops Unknown.
Who needs the buff and movement when you're able to survive the first Avenger like that? I mean, there's been so many points in time where TSM are close to finishing off 1 HP on these heroes and just can't get it. It's going to be the difference, even at 99, right? You look what they have. They have BTS. They've got Gilbert Noodle. I mean, that's going to be able to bleed through Valentina's ult if they can time it correctly. But here they go, already just going into this. Days going to be close behind, too, on the extermination. Look at this rotation. They find him, though. Big time, getting Valentina out of there.
Another good pick from Melophobia. BTS trades it with Days, though. And again, they're trying to return this, and it looks like they will get this point. Overtime is ticking down here. Kraz able to drop Brady. Oh, he gets a two-piece. Kraz, come on now. Trying to find more. Make it 3 now for Kraz, who's on an absolute tear. Unknown takes out Scatter. It's Cap v Cap on point. We got an absolute battle here. Who has the most freedom, folks, as we're headed towards
Who has the
July
most
4th.
freedom? Goddamn dare, brother.
We got Melophobia. Damage up, ready to go. Both of these portals out to play. 99 TSM trying to make this a fight. Are you not entertained? Late here in the night. We've got now once the Dino coming out from Guru, just trying to get more presence, throwing off. Love the decision making here from them at this point. Ryan, oh my gosh, point going back in their favor, but almost cap doesn't matter at this point. Just try.
Oh!
Can you imagine if the portal closed?
Threw him back into the portal. If that actually closed, that would have been so sick.
That would have been so funny. Guru here. Trying to hold on to this point for the moment on the Dinosaur. Haven't seen a ton of Dino play. Wow, good hold. Kraz is in a tough spot. Very difficult to play Cap in a Dino. Dino's seen a little bit of a fall off into the poke stuff, but playing on top of the dance floor is going to make it a little easier to stay healthy. Almost has ult available. Could be huge here as we see Scatter launch in with the Banhammer. No, the turnaround. Melophobia enemy of Crash. Forky comes in on the count. Crash takes it 2. What
No
a
way.
return from Swamp Gaming in a situation that I thought was for sure not going to go in their favor.
Brother, Cal had ult here ready to go, and if that was able to pop, maybe you can get Gilbert.
Wait, come on, Freedom. Do it for Freedom. Do it for Freedom. Do it for Freedom.
My God. TSM gave Swamp Gaming everything they had, but was not enough. And I mean, no stress. Look at this team. They are so locked in. Scatter's been eating the entire match. I mean, bro, that was entertaining to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, that looked really good from TSM. I think that was like, you know, I will say that point too, that they started coming back. They look much stronger into a very storied team that is Swamp in a comp that's really tough to go against. So shout out to them. But yeah, Swamp, textbook. There's not much else I need to say. There wasn't a ton of mistakes, and when their back's against the wall, they always clutch. At least that's what it's been so far. I can't say otherwise until it officially happens.
Dude, an unknown was such a good pickup for this team. Really, and I think they're going to stick with the bans. Like, I think they're okay with kind of the way that rotated. And on domination, it could be tough to kind of make that work. I think they're going to have more of a chance here. Best of 5, anything can happen as we continue to see. But, man, we are just getting started here in what was an entertaining first matchup. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to reset, let these players reload. We'll be back on the other side.
Wait, what happened? After 1 year of playing only casual and learning all the heroes, I entered competitive and I won 20 out of 20 matches. I won 17. You're currently plat 2. That's crazy. You sat there for a year not to play ranked. That's insane, bro. That is insane. That is crazy, bro. Probably better for the mental. No, chat. I don't understand how people can play like games casually, bro. I'm too competitive, man. I need to see the funny number either go up or go down, and if it goes down, I'm punching someone. The best place to, like, you guys actually don't know this, but the best place to learn a new character, it would be your ranked games. Insta-lock it. If someone complains, mute them. Nice. Not playing, Jay? No, MRI. We have watch party. We have watch party today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. Nice. See, look at this guy. This guy has a hot take. Video games aren't life. They are for fun. So why stress over a rank? I mean, I think some people want to get better for themselves. People want to progress. People don't want to just sit at the same rank. Yeah, bro, you think this shit is a game? Video games are my life. Without video games, what do I have? You think this is just... You think these are just jokes that I say on stream? These aren't jokes. Ooh, Monopoly is a good game. I love Monopoly, bro. I would love to play Monopoly on stream with you guys. Emily hates playing Monopoly against me because I always get Park Place and Boardwalk. She was laughing in the other room because she said that was true. You called me a snitch? Called me a bitch. Oh, I heard snitch. How am I a snitch? Yeah, notice how you said that and you're walking away. You're scared? You're scared? You won't say that to my face? You sent me all the way to Costco knowing that they didn't sell fucking phones because you wanted a hot dog. Say it. I dare you. Say Jay3, you a bitch. Say it right now. Okay, chat. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta go. She has me in a headlock. Help! Bro, she tried to do that thing where you grab someone's hand, you turn around and you flip them over. Like, you know what I'm saying? You grab them and you flip them over your back. She grabbed me and my fat ass didn't even move anywhere. Oh, bro. No, I didn't reverse it. My fat ass didn't even move. Oh, man. Chat, that's not true, bro. Not true. Oh, it's hard to flip someone who's 5'7". That's not. She's small. What? She's smaller than me.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to match number 2 between TSM and Swamp Gaming. If you missed Krakoa in that first matchup, it can be summed up, Captain America v America, Unknown versus Kraz. Craziness, bud.
Yeah, it was well played. I will say, you know, although I think Swamp was playing lights out like they always have, I think TSM actually looked really good on map 2. Taking it to 99 against this team, I think is a really. There was a moment there when they're on point with ult. I was like, they might have won this map. This might be the second time we see this, and it's from TSM, which is a team that's currently on the lowest side
Bald,
of the seeding.
5'6",
it looked good,
fat.
so
Not a good look,
see
uncle.
how it works here, so you can get off domination.
Gotta love going for the underdog. It's the meme of the guy.
But
like,
I also
shooting
have
the
a fat
champagne
ass.
bottles, like, yeah, and it's like, you know, 8th place, whatever. But either way, man, yeah, TSM really showed up. Kraz deservingly getting the MVP. You know, if we didn't give it to him, who obviously monster damage, 11 elims is disgusting. You know, in fact, second most in the lobby to Melophobia. I mean, Days having 13k damage on the Ultron, kind of crazy. You also have Valentina getting 9k on the Mantis.
Who do you think is going to win
so
this
like,
matchup?
when they even
Oh,
play
definitely,
triple sub, they're still able
definitely
to
Swamp
keep up
Gaming. I'm
the
not trying to be
damage
mean
that
or
they do
anything,
roll. So impressive stuff across the board. But yeah, you said it, man. I think TSM did good for, you know, all sense and purpose.
For sure. Duelist line, I mean, BTS at 9, not bad. I think Cal wasn't able to get as much value, but it's kind of tricky playing Hella into that much going on. The triple backline protecting. You got constant pressure from the Ultron and height. It's tough. It's tough for sure. I mean, Melophobia also with 13 here as we're looking at the stat line. Damage boosted Melophobia, one of the strongest heroes in the game. Sounds like absolute nightmare fuel.
Yeah, and shout out to Brady. I think Brady did, you know, particularly well. Obviously, you know, they went after him a lot, 7 deaths, and was still able to put up respectable numbers on their side. And so I think, you know, they have their game plan together. I think they're comfortable with what they banned out. I don't know if we'll get a lot of change there, but it does look like Swamp Gaming, again, as we said, is all but prepped for it. Having that Rocket Raccoon, I mean, how many times did we just see that res come into play, you know, so massively for the team? It's just, oh my, holy webcam.
Jumped on it, but yeah, I think
Holy
Rocket
webcam.
and yeah, Rocket's been huge in the ban phase and protect phase. So as
Look at that, bro.
Both
He's
of which were run through
drinking,
here for
bro.
Swamp,
He's
and I'm
drinking.
not even saying that it's necessarily the wrong move because I don't know. You know, these teams that have been scrimming against these teams that have had eyes on them for a while, they're going to try to make the best effort they can. It's not always about what's the best meta ban. It's about how do we win against this team? What strengths do we have that we can exploit through our... That's where it gets a little different than what you see as an outside bystander, even from us. But it is the first time we've seen that for sure.
Well, what map do they think they have the best chance?
Oh, I can't wait to go to Museum of Contemplation.
New playoffs, and we're getting close to season 9. Would we get a new map that is favored by these pros? But no, it is Museum of Contemplation all the way through. Map number 2's official sponsored map ad choice.
Mark my words, if TSM wins, I'll gift finally.
I want to see the new map. You know what I mean? Bring me to Lower Manhattan. Let me.
And if
you know,
TSM
let me
loses,
let
I
me
ban you
scan
forever.
So I don't have to alt track. That's what I want, man. Let's see something like that. But Museum, haven't seen this map throughout at all, pretty much throughout Ignite, right? So that's good. No, but I think this team. I'm obviously joking. Everybody in the chat that maybe doesn't know, this map has been a mainstay across the board, virtually every time. But the downside is, I think Swamp has definitely practiced here.
Yeah, for sure. As teams are locking in ready and continue to just snack. What is that? Sunflower seeds? What we got going on over here? Scatter, ready to go as well. As played just a great Deadpool tank pool throughout this entire time. Definitely, against the Devil Dino, got some more value there. But I mean, this was the first Dino we saw, right? Guru was the first to pull that out.
Yeah.
What we've seen today, essentially.
It's really tough to poke. Very, very hard to spit out. His sustain was, obviously very, very high when on release, and us Vanguard mains got to enjoy that for a half season. Then it got deleted pretty much immediately. But we can see here the removal. No change here for TSM. I don't think it's even the wrong call. They're going to remove the Gambit, keep the Gambit, Mantis ban out from Swamp, and we're likely going to see, pretty much traditionally the exact same thing we saw last time go around.
Yeah, I don't think they'll change it up much. Just because, again, it did kind of work for what they had going on.
Swamp Gaming is saving that Mantis, bro. That's pretty crazy. TSM is living by that Gambit.
Ends up playing together here. Either way, Loki gonna be that ban. So yeah, following the same suit from there. Do you think they comp-wise change anything up if you are TSM? Like, is Cal gonna stay on that Hella?
Ban Cyclops. Ooh, they banned Rocket Raccoon. Okay, so they're gonna save.
I think the idea is they're gonna try to find another duelist that'll work. But I also think the removal of Rocket might shift things as well. Them trying to attack that. They're gonna leave Ultron in, so there we'll see the Mantis Ultron likely gonna. I was gonna say have the Luna that's saved here from Swamp. So
where are these teams based out of location wise? TSM, I don't think they have a team house, right? And Swamp Gaming, they have a team house somewhere. I don't know where.
For the last ban for TSM is what you would think. So there that goes. But yeah, honestly, man, just watch though how Luna is gonna change. Really, how well Swamp is gonna be able to play this now. I think the Rocket is big, but. Yeah, and on this map, it does make sense, but man, Luna is so lethal with this team, and now we're going to probably see that rotation. I would expect, most likely, you're going to have then Valentina go over to the Luna. Mantis maybe going to Daze at that point. No, but then you need the Ultron. So we'll see how they go. Rocket ban on both sides. Smart decision from Swamp to end it with BTS continuing to have his mixtape hero in Star-Lord.
Yeah, Star-Lord is another one of those, there's a lot of strong heroes right now. We've seen a lot of different takes and compositions so far, but Star-Lord has definitely been one of those mainstays that you see. Very consistent, fits in a bunch of different comps, can run well, even if you're running a triple backline. Very strong ultimate that pairs well with things like Gambit. It's just going to happen.
Jay, you need to sleep. We're almost done. Oh my god, it's almost been 17 hours.
Well, folks, here we have it. We've got match number 2 between Swamp Gaming and TSM, who are
how many matches have I missed, Jay? All of them.
Easily be the upset in America.
You missed all of them.
No team has banned Gambit in America outside of TSM against the lethal Swamp. It's going to be them on defense first. Luna going over to Forky Dog. So we're going to continue that Mantis, which Valentina played well. And I like Scatter on Angela. This has been a map that we've seen a lot of use of the Angela front to back as well with having Crass. It's a good comp for Swamp.
Yeah, I like this comp for sure. On the defense, this is, like we said, a very good group map. We've seen, obviously, from 100 Thieves, the Emma here, who is not going to be played right now, but definitely has some success. Guru is floating the Strange with the invis. I'm curious if that is going to still be the case. And you know what? Although it's very annoying to run Strange into Angie, you can actually use
Okay,
that
let's see
team up
this
to
chat.
cancel that
Game
momentum, which can go in your
2.
favor pretty well.
Game 2.
Oh yeah, that's a huge way to counter. Obviously, Angela, Invis, and Strange together. Both Invis alone is a good counter, but then having Strange as well. But Daze immediately deletes Cal, just like right back to spawn. Goes him. And how do we feel about the Hulk here from Unknown? I mean, what do we?
I think they're gonna fastball it now, and the idea is just to try to get on one of the back line, probably, or just isolate the front line so much. But oh man. Almost gets removed instantly before even able to get through the doorway. There's just damage with the damage boost here on Melophobia, who is playing just lights out. I mean, damage numbers through these matches has been very strong. Last time at 19k, most on the team by over a k, but actually in the lobby by over 2. So really well played. Melophobia gonna find BTS there.
Cal just on the back of this bus, waiting for his chance to dive in on the Groot. Knew obviously that could be their play, and trying to make the most of it in that passive. That first life matters so much for the Wolverine.
Why do I feel like
Going
Angela
down,
does absolutely
gotta try to
no
find
damage
a
when
way
she
out of
swings?
here, as the scatter is going to get ready. I mean, listen, at least that is why
I saw
Rock
Angela
Raccoon's
doing
been
all
ready,
that
now
damage and
able
all
to
that
get a
stuff
pick
over there, and
be much more
it
meaningful.
turns
Daze
around
is
after
down
2
and
seconds.
out.
She's
They
the
can
one
be a
almost
bit
dead.
more aggressive in their approach. Guru is close to the Augo as well. I mean, if you are ult tracking, press the Q as fast as possible if you're Gilbert, but it's gonna be close here on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, they're gonna have answers now with Forky. And there's the commitment from Gilbert Noodle trying to send it right at that back line. Will they be able to tackle away from the dance floor? That's the play here from Cal, who does have, there it is, bang! Is able to find one on a Valentina. Unknown gonna clean that up, and that is the idea. Do we see more? Another play here off the back of Cal with some huge tackles, and like you said, moving that BRB. But yes, all the while, Scatter stalling that point. How are you still healthy?
Dude, I was just gonna say, Scatter has just been hanging by the bus the whole time, and when everyone's moving forward with the Gambit ult, someone's gonna keep their eyes on the prize. Minute 50 seconds left, though, still plenty of time. Brutal gonna come out now quickly. Can they capitalize on it? No, Cal comes out the best. Gets Scatter out of here, and now forced over into the doorway. Gotta love the chance for TSM with a big call from Guru. The eye opens and shuts, but no one gonna be found. And Valentina with the quick answer. Disgusting.
Melophobia might just be a finals machine.
Oh my god, Melophobia is killing everything.
Cal did a great job there.
Melophobia has the Mantis damage boost and the Ultron.
The Rage of Ultron too, but honestly, I think you can burn through that with some good focus. It's all about the pocket that we will see from Daze with that Snowflake, likely from Forky in this next fight.
Yeah, they've got a couple ults that could definitely go their way, especially with Unknown being able to be a bit more aggressive, then pop the Hulk ult as well. If Gilbert can get this fast enough and they combine it with BTS, it's a sure way to get .1, depending on who and when gets eliminated first for the Strange portal. Either way, like the patience here from Swamp Gaming, they're going to rotate over. Here comes the... okay, it's the Extermination to come out. No, good patience again.
And here goes Galactic Legend up high, looking for the backline, who's partnering well. Wow, just covering each other in that corner. That was insane, but it doesn't matter. Well done by BTS, who cleans up 2. Ready, gonna drop Kraz, and there are walking now.
Melophobia?
Should be enough for them to get .1. I don't think a portal gets through. Actually, Scatter might be able to make it happen with this stall from Melophobia.
You gotta give big shout out to BTS there, because
Nope.
what Swamp does so well is they rotate, right? They find the angles so they don't have to worry about ults, but Bedtime knew that, and he was just trying to hunt and find them, and they were hiding in the corner, was not well enough, and was easy to understand the assignment. And now, shit, they've got Gilbert ready to rock and roll. I mean, this is plenty of firepower. Him at the helm as well. I mean, listen, TSM, we already know that this is going to get up the hill. It's just all about that last bit that we've seen teams struggle with.
I just really like this call to run the Wolverine, and then once the dance floor goes out, that's when you try to get a pick from Cal. I think that's really smart. So well played there. As Rage of Ultron goes out from Daze, doesn't seem like it does too much. Does force out an ultimate. Ready at 80% does fall here from Melophobia. Kraz able to drop Guru and walk them back to the door. Guru actually going to be making that switch to Emma too, and does have Psionic Seduction available.
Yes, well, they kind of go back and forth of this momentum. It's going to obviously allow them to set up. Look how, oh my goodness.
What?
The awareness.
Wait, what?
How do you have the awareness of knowing exactly where Unknown is going to go when he flees? That's crazy.
What?
Great idea there to use that as essentially a blockade, but I think he was actually trying to place it high as it was just the heal wall. And that's the advantage to having that Mantis is you farm ult so quickly here from Kraz, and another healing source for your backline to play around, and actually everybody. It just farms ult so fast. There's a commitment now through the Sonic Seduction. Guru tries to find something, but great movement by the entirety of Swamp. Not a soul gets caught there. Well played, as all the while. Oh, big tackle
Oh
here
my
from Cal.
god, that
Looking
was
to find
huge,
three.
but
He's up
they
the
popped
back of
Captain
the-
America right at the perfect time. Holy
So
shit.
they got stand, and then they have scatter ult pop, which I guess is getting some value out of that, but man, that was so close to the 3-piece. Either way,
That was
don't let the Groot ult come
insane,
out,
bro.
and
That was
he's gonna capitalize on that.
insane.
So just discussing. Don't know if he needed that Ruby Rage there, but either way, farming the aura points at the very least.
Yeah,
Somebody get
put it
this
on
man
high.
on the pillar, bro.
No, it honestly looked so fluid, the run together, and it looked like a Glartrox. I grabbed them. That's why I was so confused. I was like, why are they all exactly in sync? But you're right, it was just the speed from the cap. But we could see now, Daze, Valentina, Gilbert, Unknown, and BTS. There's going to be a lot of ults committed here.
See,
40 seconds on the
I
clock.
think Cyclops'
for the
ult is
second point.
good, chat. You just got to use it at the right time.
Yeah,
I don't
gotta
think he's
break out
using
of
it
this
at the
some
right
way.
time.
They've got
Also,
the
it is
Gambit
pretty.
ready to pop with BTS, if they can't find those strats, look at this rotation all together. They force the auto aim
And
to go
they're
between so many
just-
targets, and they're in the room safe. Goodbye.
You could just
Now
walk
they're
out
finding
of
the
it.
value
I
at
mean-
that. How is that? Like, how do you survive everybody and you get the pick in the Elims? Days now going in with the ult. Everything pressed to the max with 16 seconds left. This has been a clinic from Swamp.
Yeah, it's very few mistakes. They learned, they saw what happened with Cal on the Wolverine, and they stopped making that happen. They no longer just packed around Forky on dance floor. They used it more retroactively.
Oh, are
stayed
they
separated?
oh, they
forced
did
him
touch,
to
they
use
did
that
touch.
ult at his own time, essentially just made him press Q, and then it was answered instantly by Scatter on the Freedom Charge, and they walked right back into the backline. It's like they got value out of that ult trade. So really good work here is Cal trying to get another pick on a Scatter, who is going to use that ult once more. Just the pain of his existence right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the flexibility, right?
Oh
You can have
my
the Groot play
God,
outside,
bro.
obviously Angela now, but Kravs playing the Groot to get the advantage of the Mantis, and then you're just gonna have Scatter play next man up on that cap to get that value, and we saw exactly how clutch that cap, came with that 3-piece. I mean, one thing to highlight, right, is that obviously Museum of Contemplation is a map you have to know where to go because it's picked so much, but you saw that with Swamp. Like, they know on every point of the map
Melophobia
where
is
to hide, where to go
22
if
and
there
1,
is a
bro.
game-changing ult,
22
like
and
there is
1.
most of the time. And then they force wins in the neutral, and that's what makes the team great.
Yeah, it was like you're referencing like that disgusting movement away from Sonic Seduction. Guru had 3 finals. Tries to move the team forward with Psionic, and everyone is just off the face of the planet. There's just no way to find everyone. They all had their corners. They had prepped for it. They knew it was coming, and they executed. And that's a team that's just looking forward. That's what you need as a team in this game. Really well played to just kite ults. If you're able to kite ults and not always answer, it gives you the advantage.
No, absolutely here. And we'll see how they respond and if they're able to have a stop of a lifetime, if you will. And I mean, what do you even go for comp-wise here, right? I mean, obviously it's going to be tough because I think a lot of what makes them great, I guess they could play a little bit more front to back if they want Cal back on Hella, how they finish this thing. But
Bro,
be
what
tough
is
for the
going
team
on?
as we
I
see the
just looked
players just
over
calm
after
as
that
ever.
round. Chat, you guys
Yeah,
good over there, bro?
I think if you're thinking for TSM's comp,
Oh,
I think
God.
it could get cheeky. We might see the res come through. We might see something along those lines to just try to stall, with an Atom comp. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. They've done that before, but I think now's the time to try to get a little more unique with it.
Absolutely. So these teams, we're getting, I mean, again, shout out to Proud for getting these player cams ready just to see exactly, kind of what's going on through, these players' minds as you guys, forget Swamp Gaming is also in some uncharted
If you
territory
see
here.
a link
they have not
that
been
says
to Atlanta as
Bucky
a team, or
Barnes
even members
Nudes,
of
don't
them,
click
right?
it.
So
It's a
just so
virus
much,
that puts
at stake
American
here,
flags
for
between
this
every
team that
word
knows
you
they
type.
have what it takes to get far into this upper bracket, but first it's just
Yoon.
handling the easy seeds, right? And that's the benefit you get for going undefeated. You get yourself the easier seed and hopefully can finish strong.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind as well. I think TSM haven't played bad necessarily. They're just realistically the lowest seed going into the top seed, right? It's just going to be a tough matchup. They've had some moments of looking good. They were able to get through point 1. They haven't been full held yet. Now is the time for them to step up and see if they can do something crazy here.
That's a very,
on this
very
map that they
close
have
up
chosen.
camera. God damn.
Absolutely. Obviously, we are outside of just highlighting these great players, getting things set up here behind the scenes to get this potential a hold of a lifetime for TSM. And again, if you're TSM, obviously you saw the schedule, you saw the bracket, you know who you're up against. But this team has shown that they kind of grow better throughout the tournament. So we'll see what they can continue to do. But job's far from finished, Shib. And we'll find out in just a moment here in the museum, the map of their choice that they felt like they had the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, what do you like? My thought is, if you are TSM and you could run something traditional, I think that's definitely fine. But if you wanted to do something crazy, I mean, what are your thoughts? Do you think they run a triple or try to pull up the Atom? Like, what do you think they could do?
Get the Penny out, dude. I mean, hey, listen, this is the map where Penny, found some success, maybe, right? But I guess, right? Like, kind of go take a page off of maybe what 100 Thieves did a bit. I don't know about the Atom.
Are we in the middle of a map?
Like,
What's going on? Did they pause?
Drains that clock to the fullest. Triple, I don't hate
because the round's not over. Why are we looking at all the players?
Flex. We've seen obviously that. It's been nice, by the way, to see Cal kind of go back to the form of the duelist, right? Just a player that it just didn't feel right having him locked into that strat line.
Agreed. Always has had really solid aim. I mean, we've seen Cal on the Atom, right? Like that in the past, way back, right? And has had some really good success. Looked really good on Hella too. But this is just a very tough comp into this triple backline comp where they're
the
all
games are not over, bro. I gotta go
get
until the
these
games
picks,
are
and then
over.
you're constantly being pestered
We've been
by a
streaming
cap
for
in the front
17
line
hours.
who's just all over you. I mean, it's tricky. I'm not sure who the duel. I really don't know who you should run in this comp as a solo duelist without the focus of something like a Star Wars.
Is it filled up and clean?
No, that's a great point. Again, guys, if you're just coming in, right, like early in the day, we've had teams take care of business like we thought they would. Liquid City taking out Fly. Yeah, we lost. Was kind of the bigger upset from what was today. And again, if you missed the last match, it was one of the better games that we've seen put together. So Swamp Gaming has kind of seen what's happened. They know that they have their job to finish here. In the upper
you took a
bracket,
45-minute break?
I
took a 45-minute break to go drive to a Costco to try to get
one of the teams that took a map off them. And
a
then
phone
this
that wasn't even there.
100 Thieves
and I
versus
came
Swamp,
back.
Which Swamp 2-0ing them last time, really with dominance. And so, like, they definitely, they don't treat anything like a warm-up game, but they have everything set for them here.
Bro, just go to an Apple store.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be.
I wanted to go to Costco to save money,
my friend. As we look towards
Costco
this
usually
attack.
sells
Thanks
things, but
for
cheaper.
Staying with us here, everybody. We're going to see what these teams want to do here. What is going to be the compositions that they're electing to run? It looks like Cal's going to go over to the Bucky. I don't hate that either. I think just to kind of protect from some of that dive, maybe peel the Angela out of the sky too, if that's their selection.
A T-Mobile phone
showing the
at
dinosaur.
AT&T. What?
All right, so yeah, you asked what comp will they bring out? Anything sexier, unordinary, and the answer,
what
not
the fuck
so
am I
much.
sponsored by?
They are just going to
What are you
rely on
saying?
the good old-fashioned skill of the players behind them. I do like the pick here for Cal on the Winter
Is this
Soldier.
guy high?
We want to better those anchor picks. Bella going to Punisher. My gosh, just going the most front-to-back, chaotic damage you can find. Obviously, they're just flexing some fun heroes as Valentina's on Black Cat. You know what? We can't take this team serious, so they get up.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to switch it up a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Right back to
this
traditional
guy,
practice
this guy's
as
a
you play.
delusional
Valentina,
person. That's
actually
why.
not. Oh,
Rivals is doing the same thing as OWCS, just getting people to watch
they're
the
going to do
games
something more traditional with the 2-2-2. Valentina going to be on Cloak and Dagger.
No one actually
also
plays the games,
a hero
you get
that
people-
is strong, that isn't really
you get
played as
people that
much just
just
due to the nature of having a little more
he's one of
counterable of an
those
ultimate.
guys.
Oh, switch to me. Psycho Line.
You're right. Just watching Rivals for fun for 16
going right
hours.
past the first corner, the first
Yes,
bit of
I
that
stream
push.
this game every single day for about
Early
10 hours every day.
side of TSM,
And we are very
just
heavily
trying to farm
invested
that
into the
oldest
pro scene, so
as
that's why I watch
possible
every single
alongside
pro,
Gilbert.
EMEA, and NA
This
game.
guy,
Yes.
though, is dazed.
Do you
He's
not
trying to make
watch
this
fucking
tough
NBA or
punch. Someone's
NFL or
gonna look
whatever
up here,
sport
Cal.
you like?
Oh my
Are you
gosh, the
sponsored to
damage
watch that
burnout.
sport? Like, how
Quickly
stupid
as
do
a
you
no
sound
fall
right now,
so
Professor?
fast, it's gonna force the rest of the team to get out of here.
Come on,
It's
man.
gonna be a reset.
That is absurd.
God damn.
Scatter just feeling so. Oh my goodness! Somebody stop him! Is able
For a name
to
for a
walk
person-
through
for a person with
everyone.
Professor in their
And
name,
look,
you ain't really that
doing
smart.
it with that pocket drone. I mean, that is where Cap shines.
One of those
See that
guys.
too?
Ah.
Guru was trying to get the portal, but Mello
Crash
was
out
just
Jay? Nah,
burning
this guy's
the
just annoying.
head
I've been watching
of,
him type
Dr. Strange
everything
right
that's
there,
like
right off the
stupid in chat for the past
And,
hour.
doesn't even allow for him to get the portal out. That's a tough look here, as that might be the fastest point.
Jesus Christ, bro.
I think that has to be. I don't think they were on point a single moment there. So they had
Where do you
bodies
find
on
the
point. Yeah,
schedule?
no, I'm not even
It's
kidding. I
on
think
their
it genuinely
Twitter.
has to be the fastest push through point one we've seen yet. Okay, there it is. Guru able to find
Costco
Days.
hot dog with
Melophobia drops
relish and
Guru
mustard.
back. Out goes the boundary now. This time it's coming on
Mustard
the back
is the
of
worst
Brady.
condiment ever,
Was able
I
to
said
farm
it.
Ultimate through that. That was actually surprisingly quick.
Ketchup
even after the team
clears
gets swept
mustard
like that.
any day of the week.
Clearly was doing good numbers. Gilbert holding on here. There it is. Bang. Everybody going to walk forward. Can they turn this back out on BTS? Trying to get a pick. Is able to do that onto Valentina, but there's a lot of time.
Oh, nice
to hold
freeze.
for such a little push here. 4 minutes and 40 on.
Yeah, you answered one question of a 10 question pop quiz, right? You know, you have so many ult fights to win here. It's just gonna be tough, right? I mean, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Can't use everything. Unless
Mustard is not good. I don't care what people say.
Bigger plans for this team. Guru and Unknown are somewhat close. But look at this point is moving forward. The Mellow on the Black Widow. The
Wait,
showing off
is
the
that
summer
Black
skin.
Widow? Oh my God, he got the pick!
Oh, that is insane. Looking for another pick here. Damage boosted up.
Oh no, they're trolling. Chat, go score girl. Go score girl. Play for fun. Don't even play for the money. Play for fun.
I'm going to look towards BT. Oh, excuse me. It's no longer BT. It's going to be Cal, who's diving on the DD, who has been actively working on this hero. I think it's a good decision. Porky going to drop Cal, and I think that might just be it. The stall's going to be there, but how long as these walls are there biding time?
Oh man,
the side boob is so distracting. What? I wasn't even looking at that. Wait a minute. Go back. Go back. Can we see the Black Widow again?
2-1 finish here on Museum of Contemplation to go up 2-0 against TSM. Again, that Dom map looked so close, but that looked more like what we thought was going to be drawn up. And, you know, Shib, it's like, does it go back to the change up in comps? Like, you know, you got the rocket out.
TSM is
it's
getting
just
dropped.
There's just so much great play. And honestly, can we just highlight the continued flexibility? It's like, hey, Scatter, pick up Cap and be great at them. Oh, okay, easy stuff, done and done.
Yeah, I mean, Scatter has consistently just been one of the top performing Vanguards statistically. So, I mean, getting to see him play like that on Cap just goes to show you the strength of that hero. But, folks, we're going to see if Swamp can close this out 3-0.
Well, if the other team doesn't, if TSM doesn't ban Mantis,
exactly
then
as is expected by seeding right after this break.
I don't know. That's a hard pick because if you don't ban Mantis, then you're going to give them Gambit, and I think Valentina is like crazy on the Gambit. I want to see the Black Widow gameplay real quick. I want to see what Emily said was actually true. Wait, chat, do you think they're going to show us a Black Widow highlight? You actually, there's no way you actually clipped the side boob. There's no way. No, that's nothing. It took me to nothing. There's no side boob. Wait, is there? There's captions? Sorry, I was looking to see if he was actually cheating. I had a .25 it. Twitch added AI captions to clips. They cannot be removed. Really? I didn't even know that. Huh. You're dumb. What? How am I dumb? They can be removed. Wait. How am I dumb? Doesn't make any sense. You're just mad that I could rock a Black Widow swimsuit cosplay. I think that would break the internet. I'm not doing that, chat. I refuse to do that. I don't think that would be good at all. I saw your old streams and VODs, and I could see that you're I could see an amazing glow up, Jay. You think I'm glowing up instead of glowing down? W. I listen. I tried to find the Captain America cosplay already. I couldn't. It doesn't exist online, chat. I tried. It didn't exist. Not that I could find, at least. You guys probably might know something that I don't. I am doing a swimsuit skin cosplay with Emily, though. She's forcing me to do it. So I did get it. I'm not telling you guys for what character, but hopefully. Oh, I gotta get into my my swimsuit body. Emily, I need you to stop feeding me food so I can get skinny and have my abs show. I think they're under there. The only six-pack that we have right now in the house is in the fridge, so. Whoa, what do you mean Jay used to be super skinny? I have never been super skinny, bro. I've always had the muscles. The last time I was skinny was I was in 9th grade, bro. You did not know me in 9th grade. In 9th grade, I was 5'4", 110 pounds. And that's when I started my gym journey. I was in your class, you were not in my class. No, you guys weren't. 5'4", yeah, right. I was. You could look at my license. My license says I was 5'4", and I still have. I still have my. I have to get a new one this year, actually. In 9th grade, I was also 5'4", 110 pounds. Damn. Also, I was not class of 67. Chat. How about you eat my ass?
What's going on, guys, and welcome to match number 3 between TSM and Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming took care of quick business there on Museum of Contemplation ship, and we're either going to get one thing. We're going to get a reverse sweep of a lifetime, or it's going to be what we, think is going to happen.
I hope this would be the ultimate return if they're able to make that happen, with probably the biggest seeding gap return we've ever seen in Rivals. But
I hope we do not get a reverse sweep.
I don't know that's going to happen. Swamp looks as good as ever. You and I were both talking theoretically, like what would we try to do at this point? And you had mentioned, which I think is a good idea, maybe we try, letting the Gambit through, and maybe we try doing some other stuff to get rid of the triple. And we're like, yeah, that's going to be tough too, though. I'm not sure what the answer is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, oh my god.
31-2. Damn.
Production.
MVP Black Widow.
The disrespect. Melophobia obviously going to be just that. But yeah, man, I think that is the shout. It's like, it's either going to be, something you can try, and it's either going to be a quick mistake, or look at, I think even Melo is cracking up for the hero selection there. But yeah, like you said, it's definitely something they can give an option to and try. Right now, you're 2 down. Let it be known I'll eat my headphones if they end up coming back for the reverse sweep. But either way, I do think that a hell of a show. But yeah, I would say
no.
it's gonna be tough though. I mean, obviously, if you ban Mantis first, you open up the hole for Valentina playing Gambit, and Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, also, we got to say Melophobia, like, if you break down these stats, we'll see it in a moment, but just a spoiler alert here, 16 finals for Melophobia there with the damage boosted Cyclops. That's a lot of finals in comparison to everyone else on the board here. Next closest being 6. Dude's got 10 more than everyone else, even at the top on his own team.
Oh my god, Melophobia, 31-2 with 16 final hits, bro.
And Ultron boost, that's a problem.
Yeah, I was doing quick math, and 16 versus 16 across the board. If you look at all of what they have, the 16 final hits, in combination, done by one player. And you said it best. Just the final hit king just continues to. It doesn't matter the patch, and the evolution of him as a player has just been something to see. I mean, it's crazy going all the way back to, what was it, Team Nemesis, right? Like back in the day, and playing a lot of Winter Soldier, maybe some Hella. And it's gone from that to just being able to play anything and everything. And then you have Days, who's one of the best flex players, you know, I think, in what they can do in this game. Heck, I've heard some nasty Blade rumors. The fact we got Widow before Blade coming out, and the big 2-6 is crazy.
Yeah, and we got another. You know what? The thing that excites me is like next week, next Friday, we've got another hero coming into the mix. I have no idea who it's going to be, what role they're going to be, but maybe they get picked up by these insane flex players that can really play a ton. I think that is why this team is so good. When you get down to the wire, this team is just, they can do it all. They can play everything, and that's not the case for a lot of these other teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, going into what is going to be mid-season finals, yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think it was last time it was Phoenix that dropped, and Phoenix, which was a great. Okay, the state Phoenix drop was a crazy addition as we were live in Guangzhou and saw what she did to the game. But yeah, going to be interesting, kind of as this last hero will drop in terms of what they'll be able to play in the MSF. Will be interesting to find out, as we will with you here, what's going on next week. Dude, these seasons are flying.
I know. It's crazy, but I love it. I think it's great. Shout out to the team, putting in a ton of work. But we are going to be heading to our next map, folks, and it is going to be Central Park, selected by TSM. We've seen some unique defensive strategies here, and again, I think unfortunately it's the position that TSM needs to be in. They need to find a quote-unquote cheesy win just based on how the momentum's moving.
Yeah, Central Park definitely going to be a choice. I thought it would be somewhere in New York, and to find ourselves there. And it's another one of the maps that kind of just like find its way into rotation here. Obviously, we pointed out earlier, Yggdrasil finds not a lot of
I don't think Rivals is going to slow down on turning out characters.
Don't see much of the light of day here.
Because I think if you don't have a character for the new season, chat, it's not going to be hype. I don't know. You need something to replace the character. What are they going to do?
As we head in
oh my, that's a jump scare.
All of you
what are they going to? I mean, to be honest with you, they came out the past 2 seasons. They haven't had a new map. I don't know why, but they're making 18v18 maps.
Maybe we'll see some
maybe we start slapping some more maps into ranked slots.
But unfortunately, TSM's kind of the guinea pig as to where is this team's weakness in this meta, and I'm sure teams are going to be using this to study up.
Yeah, and listen, TSM, they've been a team that have had reverse sweeps to their name, right? I mean, look, you can't. I mean, Guru is as chill as a cucumber, buddy. He is feeling all that much of confident or farming as usual. And here's the big ban phase right away. Are we going to get a difference? No, it's going to be the Gambit ban once again. No need to change things up. Maybe they copy more of the bans on the first side of things.
Overwatch showed that nothing spikes player count more than new characters, new maps, modes, etc. Don't cut it.
See if they want to push what they had in domination.
I mean, it is pretty much almost the same game, but it's not really the same game because I do see huge.
Yeah, I don't know. I
think Marvel Rivals can do a lot with their IP.
But truth be told,
yo, Forky Dog, wake up, bro.
Finals, so if they can identify that and find a way to try to shut that down, whether it's go to more shield comps to stop with some of the poke, maybe that's their solution. Maybe they go the Magneto route and try to just slow up the pace of his raw finals. He's just hitting a ton of damage and just getting a ton of finals.
Jay, real question. I just ranked up Celestial 1 as a strat main. How do I reach Eternity in 9 days before the new season?
Fix it on their own.
Yeah, can't get rid of the Ultron, right?
You either pray and you get very lucky, you get happy, or end of the season. Also, it's going to be the weekend tomorrow. You're going to go all the way back down to probably Silver 1.
But Wolf is also good in this.
And you're going to rip out all your hair. And you're going to look like Jay3 in the mirror.
Hey, believe. I like it. Now you allow the Wolf, but the team up isn't there. So, you try new stuff. I don't hate this plan.
Yeah, this is a good route. This is different, and this is the right play. I think.
Let me see. What do
now
they do?
You're gonna have the damage boost Mantis. You're gonna have the Luna and likely the Rocket as the backline, but Luna's more diveable. Rocket's got the BRB on this map. You got to know it's gonna be somewhere in the structure behind. If you can flank in some way, try to make that happen. Maybe with the Star-Lord flight off the rip and get in there with Gambit on a Raging Royal flush, and you might be able to take this first point and keep the momentum moving as they are attacking first. This is what we're seeing on the screen here. I like this shift. I think getting rid of Cyclops is huge, and the Ultron's a good idea because this is very much a good Ultron map.
For sure, I like them on offense first. Which, by the
Oh
way, I feel
shit,
like
it
every
is
time we
12
cut
o'clock.
over
Yeah,
there, is
chat,
that
as soon
ready?
as
I
this
don't know.
game
It's
is
like we
over,
zoomed in
I'm
one
like,
more
as soon as
pixel.
the match series is over,
But,
I'm going to bed. I'm not waiting
all
for
I've
the
gotta say
interview.
is,
I'm not waiting
I
for
like them on
anything.
offense
I'm going to
first,
bed.
But, you know, kind of see what you could do right out the gate. Try to get interesting. Try something here, as it's going to be. Typically, they lock in what they're going to go with early.
What do you
right? So
mean
we can't look
lame?
at TSM
I'll
and
see
what
you in
they
7
Want
hours.
to roll with Cal over on the star, taking it from BTS, and you know, forget the whole Phoenix propaganda. It is still locking that hero because they allowed the rocket, right? So maybe that was their thinking.
No words can describe how bad this patch
I'm
is.
just studying the comps here.
It's 100
right now
times
and
worse
seeing
than
what they're
anything you've
electing
ever
to do.
done.
Yeah, they are going to be.
Yeah, you
trying
sound
to
like
be,
a
okay,
dive
no,
player,
Goose
bro.
Switching over here.
This
to
patch
Angela.
has
I
been
like that pick,
absolutely
actually, too.
fine.
Scatter going to more bunker comp on the defense, and Mello. Oh, they're running triple. Okay, triple. Yeah, you know what? This might just be a strategy for them to see if this works, or this is something they like, but. I'm surprised
Dive is
to
not
see
so
Valentina on the
dead, chat.
cloak in
We've
this
seen
comp. It's gonna be all about
multiple. We saw
it's gonna be all about the
a
Terran
Black
team, I
Cat
think.
actual, Black Cat player actually, and we've also seen a lot of Daredevil players.
Cloak and Dagger, and then have Luna there with Valentina, just complementing the skill set, right? But they've got a plan, and Scatter in that Penny is going to make things a bit tough. And yeah, they're just going to be obviously really good here with the punishment of that Terror Cape at the hands of Valentina. Whip farm up there is going to be from the Deadpool Melophobia party.
I have not seen a lot of triple support swap, as you're saying.
There you go. That is what you want on
we
the
have not been.
offensive push.
I've been
Test
watching
that.
Marvel Rivals Ignite all day. We have barely seen triple support.
Yeah, that's a good play. I like Cal's attack there. They are going to have to drive them backwards. Should get a tick on point here. Oh, Guru with a nice off map. Falls off too. Oh, what a freeze.
Guru, you can't fall off.
At the last second. That was
Wait,
dirty.
Scatter
It might have
Genji
been a penny.
lived?
It might have been both, but either way, that was nasty. I didn't see on the feed how that cleaned up.
How did Scatter live through that too? Was it like?
How did Scatter live? I wish we could see that.
The end of it, but my gosh, Krez comes right back into the fold, and just like that, the punishment ensues from the first Avenger. And how fitting is that Black Knight skin here on Cap?
So cool.
See what they end up doing.
Yeah, I get a lot of questions about Cap and, you know, why.
Oh, Swamp
Cap is
Gaming's
good.
running
I mean,
the
just-
3
just
tanks,
go
3
back and
supports.
watch
Interesting.
Kraz play this game, just multiple, every map, and just watch how he plays, what he does. It's going to help you play the hero better. You can do that, folks, in the esports tab. Make sure you're checking that out in game. I'm telling you, it's going to make you a better player just to see how they flow. Melophobia able to find Cal here once again, even after a situation where I thought they might be in trouble. Swamp takes it right back, and they're evened out again.
Yeah, now you got 3 straddles, all 3 of them, which are all really good. Just sustain longer and longer, going to be ready, and you're obviously going to be able to combine here with Cal, but it's like, man, you're going to have to survive so much through this. Scatter going to pop that just to stay alive a little bit more and try to get that auto aim from it. BTS needs to nail these shots perfectly, but you got 2 ults on. Daze goes out, so now forcing 2 snuffles isn't terrible here, Ship, and they find another.
Oh.
Yeah, Cal with some good focus there on the high side. Out goes another answer here. The Eternal Bond to walk forward. This time it's going to be from Valentina, but there's another ult going out from Kraz. They have so much sustain. It's obscene. Kraz now going to keep everyone healthy. They're going to reset once more, but they have no more answers, but neither do TSM. And that is the... Oh, my goodness, what a chase. Is Oh, another one, Guru. Well done.
They do get Porky, and Cal finds more, so just like that, forcing what could be the 3rd spawn Cap. Not going to go to the screen yet. Porky's going to be the one that will get the magic summon. Has to have somebody stall that point. Unknown, though, punches that, making now a 5v6 at best. And TSM, okay, against what was 3 straddles, look all the part. Tazo going to pop up Thor Resurgence. And now just like that, 30 seconds, or a minute left, got to win this fight. Oh my.
Wow, Guru's able to drop out. I mean, Guru's doing a great job off mapping here with Angie, looking really strong on that hero. A lot of finals here, but they just can't capitalize off it. It's like the sustain is just a little bit too much. Valentina going to come back actually off the cloak, so we got to see our, cloak's moment in the sun just for a little bit here. Is going to be running that Jeff now to try to not get pushed around, and that's the tricky part about going against an Angela.
Yeah,
oh no, you put yourself in a bad spot. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's a character.
Yeah, Porky on the straight, forced to go ahead.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's a
little bit.
character.
Look at these off heroes on their rolls, doesn't matter. Still absolutely lighting up the Olympiad one at a time. And now, just like that, going to be giving these ults that much more charge.
Oh my god, imagine if they full hold chat.
Or it'll be the absolute death of point 1 here. See what strategies they use. Gilbert so close to that ult. Cal finds the pick. Gotta pop it now. Gilbert unable to last percentages. Here we go.
You're gonna see the attack now. Melophobia trying to apply that pressure is gonna just move this forward. Actually, with the blade ultimate, gets taken out of the sky here from BTS on the Phoenix, getting some play.
Nope, looks like they cap. Wow.
They actually do.
Good shit.
Take
They didn't
this
give up.
point here. So TSM
Plus-
are gonna keep this moving forward. I think Swamp looks like they're just having a little bit of fun with it, but you know that might bite them here.
Is the
I think
rogue
they're gonna
banned because
switch,
of
so
the
they just use that
gambit
ult
save?
now as they
Yes.
have it, because you have people on their off rolls. Love Forky, but that Doctor Strange ult was not it. They're just trying their best to get something rolling for the Agamotto, and that's why you got Scatter popping the white box, and back on over to the rolls they go. Scatter's gonna switch off here very quickly. Hey, you know what? Bring this momentum in. Guru is playing a disgusting Angela. We did see Angela back. Remember before, like, anyone really knew Angela's value, Guru was one of the early adapters of the One Wing Angel. See it again,
True.
though, and moving in.
Yeah, it was like Crimzo and Guru were the only ones playing her at the time, and then everyone realized how truly strong she was. She got some buffs and became very strong. Dino for a moment shut that down, and then
by the way,
she got
update
buffed again,
first.
and he got
Appreciate
hurt.
massive
So it
10
just
months,
made
my
her
friend. How you
even
doing?
more of a raid boss. Walking forward, Cal trying to get a pick here onto Scatter. Does not make that work, but it does buy space, and they're getting this card moving forward here.
The big ult metagame.
What do you know, though?
I mean, one of the ults that just also is tough to get a lot of value from it. Oh, almost a huge off map once again.
Ooh, that was
Get out of there
close.
is Kraz, ready keeping the show on quite literally as Luna. Hello finds the best of unknown, and now you've got what, a minute 8 at this point, almost farm if you can. Get Gilbert up, maybe take some damage on the Vanguard front for this last fight. Man, they push it up this hill all the way. I mean, this is winnable.
Yeah, absolutely. TSM, and they're looking more confident now. I think they needed that. I think last map they struggled with confidence. The ult gets pulled out here onto Gilbert, who's just trying to maintain, but it will pay for it as Scatter walks in.
Oh my God,
Three-piece
Scatter
here
Genji is like
on the Vanpool blade
Scatter
form.
Genji is just
That
going crazy right now,
a
bro.
Disgusting sweep as they retake presence on point with 40 seconds left on the clock for TSM.
Yeah, so if you're ult tracking, it's like all eyes on Noodle. You know, they know exactly kind of the win con, what it will be for the team. Has to play a bit safe back. You can see him playing way back towards that spawn. Ooh, getting some good pressure here on Scatter. 25 seconds left. First I will go strange. They do have Portal available. Cal, can Cal get the legendary and be the legend that he's been in Envy's past? Now over to the side of TSM. Good quick kidnap. You can't stop him, Chip.
I mean, how does Kraz do it? It just comes right back in and just gets non-stop finals on the cap and just runs at them. Presses W the whole time. Unknown trying to escape is able to hit that health pack, but not for long as Daze is on the chase. Movement from both of them has been nuts as Scatter finds one. Melophobia drops Unknown. Goodbye. They're dwindling off the point. I'm not sure they can get there. And that's going to do it before point 2.
Okay.
Yeah, just
I mean,
forced
it's
to pop the
still
cards
doable
early,
for
yeah, 'cause
TSM.
Unfortunately, like,
You've been on for 17 hours?
could not
Yes.
swap over at the right time. They fell in such an
This is
awkward
still
timing,
doable for
right, with, like, 9
TSM.
seconds left.
Jay, I'm
Guru
super
had
new
just,
to
like,
this
a
game. I've
sliver
only
of
been playing for
health,
2
just
months or
going
so.
back
I
at
forced
that
myself
point.
to learn
Take a
multiple
look at the
characters in
stats.
all roles. Now my problem is I don't have a main.
I gotta admit, man, I was actually shocked. I
like
think TSM
tank.
played
Any
pretty
advice?
good.
Be a
As good as
tank
they
main.
could on that map, given the circumstances.
I don't think a lot of people.
Yeah,
I don't think you
Swamp
ever.
maybe was getting a little, cheeky with it a little
Maybe
bit.
like
and doing
2%
some
of your
stuff that they
games,
wouldn't do if they
there
were
might be
struggling.
more than 2
But,
tank
TSM,
mains.
Yeah,
You can play
I
tank.
do think it's just a confidence thing. They've got a bunch of talent. It's just Swamp is.
I don't
is
know
looking
why
incredible right now, and
a
they're just
lot
trying to
of
find the
people,
solution through it.
like even
It's starting to
flats
look
today in
better
my
for them,
game,
and that might
I
be
don't know
enough for them
why
to
a lot of
actually
people
make this a
think
tough
more
map
than
here
2
on the
tanks is
attack.
bad.
For
I
the
think
attack of
actually
Swamp,
3
excuse me.
tanks is a very
Look at the
strong
front
team
line,
comp.
dude.
3
I mean,
tanks, 1
6
DPS, 2
for Scatter
supports.
and Kraz, 11k, 7k.
Yeah, that's a really good team comp.
Yeah.
I've won a
True.
lot
I
of
do feel
games like that.
You know, if you look at this team and how TSM answered, if you're trying to do the homework,
No,
for 100
not 1
days, right?
support. 3
Don't hate the man.
3 tanks, 1
I do
DPS,
think
2
that there
supports.
is something there, right, to kind of slow down some of the team. Either way, kind of interesting the route they're going, because you look what's available to them. I don't know.
Ranger with the
massive
massive 7 months, my friend. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think Forky is a very, very strong rocket. I think Valentina's very good on the more hit scanny backline that can apply a bunch of pressure. Obviously, Gambit as well. Yeah, if you could try to find a way to make it more tricky for them in the back, that might be the solution that will work. I'm with you. I think the Mantis Ultron isn't a bad go. And I think the Cyclops, who I do think, who knows? I mean, but potentially will get a little bit of a nerf here in the new patches due to his nature of how strong he is. Maybe we'll take him out of the meta of naked, not as much of a ban, and then he can find a solution through it. And there's the inclusion of a new hero. I'm so excited for that, man. I can't wait for more.
No question about it. Guru gonna get the quick hit against the wall, the kick, and the disrespect. Either way, Scatter finding Guru off the map. Goodbye. Shows that he can do it just fine with the spear. And hello, Cal is on tank pool. the hell is happening here in the late night of Central Park? But the triple Vanguard is the way that they want to roll for the sustained comp. Interesting one at that. Mello finds one, Kraz another. They all want a piece of the pie ship.
Yeah, this is tough, man. They just have such good coordination while being separated. It's like their engagement is always at the same time from a bunch of different angles, and you have to just be so locked in as a unit. You have to be so confident in your bunker. You have to adapt comp, and you can
This
see
might be game
TSM trying to make
chat. Nope, they
switches
gotta pull
now,
them
but
down.
I mean, that was just so clean. They are going to make this touch happen. Let's see if they can turn this around a little bit, but Swap was clinical there.
Picaro
Yeah, watch
Persona
Scatter, so you just either get a
dropped
throw off the map or just the pressure. Melophobia
100
go and
gifted
get that
subs.
quick
Absolutely
team up there to
insane.
get some
Yo, can we
safety.
get a
85
massive
and
W
falling. Yeah, just getting
spam
good
in
rotations out of
chat
it.
on
No
Twitch
throw
for
off the map
Picaro.
from
Also
Guru or
YouTube, you can
Scatter
join
at this
along.
point.
Jay's eyelids
The
looking
ult
heavy.
getting
True.
close. Swamp definitely gonna have the advantage there.
True. But absolutely insane.
You see here, Melophobia very close to
Picaro
ultimate as
Persona.
well.
That is absolutely
And
massive.
BTS right off of there. Forky got to bring Valentina back in after the pick. Days drops
Appreciate it, appreciate it.
That is going to stay here, making it 2-piece. Why not make it 3 now as Melophobia finds Guru. The tracking on BTS on the way out the door. Goodbye. This should be point 1 for Swamp Gaming. It is.
That is
Unknown's point
absolutely
to the
insane.
Olympics. Like, I
Appreciate
did
it.
my part. I got my.
Nah, I
got my
appreciate it,
one.
Picaro.
Where were you guys?
You're too kind.
He
You're
doesn't
too
come
kind.
too often, man. I tell you what. Either way, oh, disgusting.
That
Just
is
playing
insane.
aim left at this point with a quick
Jesus.
finish, and has a legendary. They're going to pick the way they want to murder a lot of the backline here. Shiv, this is going to be definitely tough with now 4 minutes on the clock.
Appreciate it.
All right, as we
That is
will
crazy,
see
bro.
how this works out here. Swamp does have so many ults. Freddy going to try to combine likely with BTS to out damage. Guru trying to stall, but not for long as Scatter shuts that down. Strangling Prison. Melophobia turns it and takes
Ooh,
out Cal, who
13
makes switch over to
HP
Hella.
survived.
Unknown
Wow.
is going to find Valentina, who reses back through. So the numbers are still up here for Swamp, who only
Hey,
used
Nina?
one ult
Appreciate the massive
in
five
that.
seconds.
Now the dance floor goes out. Here goes the combination from
Persona,
Bedtime
you're
Sword.
too amazing.
Will this work out here for the Gambit? We need something to move in their favor if they want to stop, but I don't know that it will. Wow. Oh, Cal, nice cleanup.
Just like right in the face of that legendary. They get scattered, not afraid of it whatsoever. And yeah, man, like they're just doing everything they can to keep this thing rolling long at the point, making its way well to point. Scatter pushing back that backline even more. Kraz wants a bit of this as well as the Vanguards are all the way in. Valentina looking
I think
back to
this
complete
might
form
be
on
a
the Luna.
GG's, chat.
Goodbye, Cloak and Dagger. Hello, 3-0 coming. And a move on forward in the upper bracket. This team is one to fear now as they claim themselves the upper bracket advance to fight 100 Thieves. And Shib, Valentina showing off the gator. And you love to see it.
Yeah, I would say that on Dom, I like the way that TSM was playing. I think they played a lot more confident map too. They looked very good. I think when it came to Museum, maybe they lost that a little bit. They're a team that I do think can get in their heads a bit, but they have so much talent across the board. It's all
I mean,
about
that
this
was
lower
obvious,
bracket
right?
for them now.
Thank
stepping
God
back
for
up. But on the
listen, I
other
don't want to
hand,
be
Swamp,
mean, but I am very
this is
glad
same
for a
old,
quick
same
game,
old for
chat.
this team. It's like watching art. They just play this game so well.
Okay,
the way
guys,
they engage,
listen.
how confident they play together. It is truly fun to watch.
I don't want to
Yeah,
be
for
this
sure.
guy,
and
chat.
It's what we've come to expect from the team,
But we have officially streamed for 17 and a half hours. Tomorrow we got to do it all over again because we have the same amount of matches tomorrow and we're starting at the same time. So chat, Twitch, YouTube. I love you guys.
We got ourselves an interesting upper bracket because it's kind of.
I appreciate you all. Tomorrow's games are going to be absolutely fire as well, by the way, because tomorrow's games are going to be like the best teams playing against each other and the lower bracket teams play against each other. But chat, I love you guys. I appreciate you all. I just want to let you guys know as well. I had every single prediction right besides that YWL game. I am never cheering for Sentinels again. Sentinels, they definitely know how to throw shit back. They definitely know how to throw, bro. Anyways, chat, I love you guys. I appreciate you all. I am going to bed. Yo, it's my first time here. Been watching you on YouTube and thought you may be streaming. Well, thank you for stopping by for about 5 seconds. I appreciate you. 5 seconds is better than 0 seconds. That's what I always tell Emily. So anyways, chat, I love you guys. I appreciate you all. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow again for another 17 and a half hour stream. Love you guys. Is Picario still here with 100 gifted? Absolutely insane. Hydro Clean with a massive 100 bits. Appreciate it. Twitch, YouTube. I love you guys. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I'm sorry I have to dip like this, chat, but we only have 6 hours of sleep, bro. I gotta sleep so we can do this again tomorrow. Love you guys.